It was like the end of the night. I will stand in front of thousands of people. The horizontal knife is aimed at the abyss. Blood stains the sky. So, what is the regret of slaying the gods? You are Lin Chia's classmate, right? Your seat. Ha! Why does the voice just now seem to be in my ears? Zhang Luochen lay on the table, his eyes narrowed slightly, looking like he had just woken up. What caught his eye was a young man with black satin eyes, who was sitting steadily beside him with the support of several classmates. Hey, Zhang Luochen, you tidy up the table, this new classmate is here. Why are you still sleeping on your stomach? The one who spoke was a beautiful girl with a ponytail, who just said that she was the squad leader Jiang Qian. Zhang Luochen still had a puzzled expression, looked around, a group of classmates surrounded him, strictly speaking, around the new tablemate, and then looked at his own dress. Why did the color of the school uniform change? How? Hey, wait! Zhang Luochen seemed to remember something, and grabbed Lin Xie on the side. You just said, what is his name? Zhang Luochen's emotions were even a little excited. Lin Xie, who was sitting next to him, instinctively leaned back. My name is Lin Xie. Zhang Luochen, don't be so rude to your tablemates. A tall boy on the side pulled Zhang Luochen's arm away. You are, Li Yifei, are you Jiang Qian? Zhang Luochen finally set his eyes on Lin Xie's body again. You are Lin Xie. Zhang Luochen covered his head and recalled that he remembered that he was reading a novel in the classroom just now, called I Learned to Slay God in a Mental Hospital. Black satin is eye-catching, height is 175, appearance is beautiful, mortal dust divine domain. Who else can this person be if not Lin Xie? I've traveled to the world of slaying gods. At Zhang Luochen's heart suddenly beat faster, and he looked at the classroom in disbelief. The students around him all looked at him blankly. I'm sorry, Lin Xie, your deskmate doesn't seem to have a good brain, Jiang Qian said apologetically. Zhang Luochen also found himself the focus of the classroom at this moment, sat down a little embarrassed, and turned his head to look at Lin Xie again. Lin Xie, my good deskmate, I will take good care of you, Zhang Luochen smiled. Lin Xie turned his head slightly in the direction of Zhang Luochen. Although his eyes were covered in black satin, he still felt that his expression was a little embarrassed. Zhang Luochen, Lin Xie's situation is special, you can't bully him, squad leader Jiang Qian advised. Where am I this kind of person? Squad leader, rest assured, squad leader, this outfit suits you very well today, it's very good looking, Zhang Luochen said with a grin. Aren't you all wearing school uniforms? Jiang Qian glanced at Zhang Luochen. Okay, let's all go back to our seats, class is about to start. Not long after, the class bell rang, and the teacher began to talk about the history and predicament of modern daxia. Although he was in class, Zhang Luochen's eyes never left Lin Xie, and the protagonist in the novel suddenly appeared in front of him, as if he was looking at his idol, and he became the protagonist's tablemate. Oh, Lin Xie is the protagonist after all. He is handsome. Zhang Luochen is fascinated by it. However, Jiang Qian is also very good looking. Hey, wait, this is Sangnan City, 10 years of miracles. Zhang Luochen seemed to suddenly remember something. Sangnan City has been for 10 more years because of the miracle created by Lin Xie, but if he is also one of them, then he will disappear soon. Is I going to die as soon as I crossed over? Zhang Luochen's whole person suddenly became extremely panicked. With his every move, Lin Xie on the side had already sensed that the pressure of learning in this school is great. Zhang Luochen kept muttering to himself, yes, I have traveled over. What about the memory of this body? Is there any memory of this? Zhang Luochen immediately closed his eyes and wanted to try to recall it, and sure enough, a piece of the original memory of this body poured into his mind. Zhang Luochen, a student of class 2 of Sangnan No. 2 Middle School, is 17 years old this year and is 176 tall. Who wants to know this? Is there anything else? Zhang Luochen continued to grope his memory in his mind. Both parents died, and there were no other relatives, so he was an orphan. It's so miserable. Lin Xie still has an aunt and brother. I'm an orphan? Zhang Luochen was unable to complain. After the high school entrance examination, I transferred to Sangnan City and entered Sangnan No. 2 Middle School. Finally, there is a useful piece of information. Zhang Luochen finally felt relieved. He did not belong to one of the 10-year miracles of Sangnan City. This memory is really problematic. Such important information, put it so late. Knowing that he didn't have to die, Zhang Luochen was obviously relieved, and Lin Xie on the side saw Zhang Luochen's actions, and looked at this tablemate completely changed. By the way, usually crossed, shouldn't there be a golden finger or some system? My system? Zhang Luochen looked at his hands, but obviously there was no change. Did you forget to give me a golden finger when you crossed over? Zhang Luochen complained again. Without a golden finger, how can I survive in the world of slaying gods? Right, just a soy sauce maker. Although Lin Xie on the side did not turn his head, his perception was all on Zhang Luochen, and he had even begun to want to say to the teacher and change himself to a tablemate. Ding! At this time, Zhang Luochen heard a familiar voice. Of course, this voice could only be heard by himself. The host is detected urgently needing the system, and the host obtains the Hokage system. What an urgent need system. Dare not shout that you don't come out, right? Zhang Luochen secretly rejoiced. Hokage system? Could it be that I can have so many moves in the Hokage, Chidori, Sharingan, Rasengan? Man. Complete the primary quest and successfully activate the system to get a chance to extract 2 Hokage abilities. Wow, 2 abilities? I can't wait, hurry up. What is the primary task? Zhang Luochen's eyes were extremely excited. System. The system captured a picture of Lin Xie's 6-winged seraphim. Zhang Luochen, this Lin Xie's eyes haven't recovered now. Where are you going to get the 6-winged seraph picture? Zhang Luochen looked at Lin Xie. Yes, today is Lin Xie's first day at school. Tonight Lin Xie will meet the ghost-faced man. When the time comes, the energy released by his mortal divine domain, the entire Songnan city knows, and there is also the 136 team. Yes, you can also meet Zhao Kongqing. It seems that tonight is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Xie, let me take a secret photo tonight. Lin Xie always felt that the table mate next to him had always been weird. The starlighted night falls on the ground, and the shadows are elongated under the moonlight. At the end of the evening self-study, the bustling crowd came out of the school, and groups of friends lined up together. And Lin Xie was surrounded by classmates. Actually, I can go back by myself. Lin Xie looked very helpless when he was surrounded. Lin Xie, we promised your aunt that she would take care of you, Zhang Qian said righteously. Yes, 7 nights, we are all on the way. I'm on my way too. Yes, I'm on the way too. Everyone looked at the owner of the last voice suspiciously, because in their memory, this person seemed to be really not on the way. Zhang Luochen, you live in the school, what way do you take? Zhang Qian's big eyes looked at Zhang Luochen. I also want to contribute to my new tablemate. It's okay, it's too late to come back. Zhang Luochen smiled reluctantly. To be honest, he didn't know until now that he was actually living in the school, and he always thought that he had a house to live in, obviously thinking that he was too rich. Besides, tonight is too important. He must take a picture of Lin Xie's 6-winged seraphim. Then don't send it too far. Come back almost immediately, otherwise the dormitory will have to close, Zhang Qian said. Actually, I can really. No, Lin Xie, let's escort you back together. Zhang Qian directly interrupted Lin Xie's words. At this time, Zhang Luochen directly stepped forward and hugged Lin Xie's shoulder and said with a smile, oh, my tablemate, you're welcome, let's go home together. Lin Xie. Just such a group of students, surrounded by a blind man with black satin eyes in the middle, became a beautiful scenery on campus and walked out of the campus. Pedestrians on the streets of Songnan City at night have become scarce, and there are fewer and fewer classmates around Lin Xie, and they have all turned into different streets and alleys, and Zhang Qian and Li Yifei are left beside him. Zhang Luochen, it's a bit far from school, you can almost go back, Zhang Qian advised. Anyway, it's not far from Lin Xie's home now. It's okay, squad leader, after sending Lin Xie, I'll send you back. It's even more unsafe for girls to go back alone. Zhang Luochen waved his hand, indicating that it was okay. I've never seen you so kind before. Zhang Qian curled her lips and said, Li Yifei, why are you walking behind without saying a word? At this time, everyone noticed that Li Yifei looked absent-minded. Yes, why are you so absent-minded? Zhang Luochen stepped forward and patted Li Yifei on the shoulder. I was thinking, will the fog really recover again and swallow Dasha? Li Yifei said suspiciously. No, you have to believe that the fog will eventually dissipate. Zhang Luochen remembered that the next few people in the novel were about to start discussing these topics, and he simply came to an end. Lu Yuan said, this is a natural phenomenon. I guess I won't see any changes in the fog in my life. Wang Xiao wanted to say something, but suddenly felt a little strange. I always feel like I have something to say, but why can't I answer all of a sudden? Zhang Luochen smiled lightly, thinking to himself, Lu Yuan, you really can't live that day. After all, Lu Yuan did not survive the campus Nanda snake demon incident. However, tonight, Zhang Luochen thought of this, and his eyes fell on Wang Xiao and Zhang Qian on the side, of course, mainly on Zhang Qian. After a few people walked for a while, they came to the old town, and Zhang Luochen obviously felt his heart beating faster. After all, now he was also a person without the power to bind chickens. I'm going to turn around from here, I'll go first, Wang Xiao said to the people behind him. Wang Xiao, Wang Xiao. Two voices sounded at the same time, and Li Yifei and Zhang Luochen glanced at each other. Wang Xiao, walk with Lin Xie for a while. It's still early. Zhang Luochen directly stepped forward and hugged Wang Xiao's neck, forcibly changing his path. Ha, but I'm not on the road here. Wang Xiao put Zhang Luochen around his arm and took it away. Wang Xiao, I heard that the old city has not been peaceful recently, and there are perverted murderers. At this time, Li Yifei still said this sentence. Zhang Luochen helplessly supported his forehead. Is it so difficult to change the direction of the plot? Perverted murderer? Zhang Qian asked suspiciously. Yes, those dead are very ferocious. Their faces are gone, Li Yifei said and gestured. Li Yifei, it's at night, don't talk nonsense, Zhang Qian said dissatisfiedly. Wang Xiao swallowed his saliva, and was a little scared when he heard this, and in the next second, Lin Xie's words instantly controlled everyone for a minute. Are you sure these are made by people? Lin Xie spoke. Zhang Luochen looked at Wang Xiao, who was already frightened and stupid. That, Wang Xiao, why don't you go shopping again? It's too late, I have to go home. I don't believe you guys. Zhang Luochen was about to grab Wang Xiao again, but Wang Xiao chose to trot directly this time, and did not give Zhang Luochen a chance to catch him at all. I'm going. Something is going to happen now. Zhang Luochen was just about to catch up. Zhang Qian suddenly spoke. You guys, did you smell anything? No. Before Lu Yuan finished speaking, he retched directly on the side, and Li Yifei also sniffed it and spit it out directly. Lin Qiye is the same. Zhang Luochen also smelled this smell. He only smelled this smell through the description of the novel before, but this time he really smelled it, but it was really uncomfortable, and he directly put one hand aside and vomited. This smell is really disgusting. Zhang Luochen wiped his mouth, but he didn't have time to estimate it at the moment, so he ran directly in the direction of Wang Xiao's disappearance. After all, only he knows what happened here, and if he doesn't act, Wang Xiao will have another problem. But Zhang Luochen didn't run a few steps, and a sharp scream came from the depths of the alley, and everyone looked towards the depths of the alley. Wang Xiao Li Yifei heard the voice, and immediately ran towards the depths of the alley with Lu Yuan and Zhang Qian. Hey, don't go over, run! Zhang Luochen shouted loudly. He knew what was inside, and now they ran to the depths of the alley to undoubtedly face the ghost-faced man directly. Zhang Luochen was a little embarrassed at this time, because Lin Qiye was still standing in place. He only had a perception of 10 meters, and he couldn't know what was going on in the alley, and he had a task to complete today. Hey, don't care! Zhang Luochen still chose to run towards the depths of the alley. As for Lin Qiye, he would act on his own in a while. Ah! Another scream appeared. This time it was a female voice, obviously from Zhang Qian. Zhang Luochen ran quickly, but no matter what, he was still just an ordinary person, and the system had not yet been activated, but he really didn't want Zhang Qian to die here. At the corner, Zhang Luochen saw Zhang Qian and Li Yifei, and Lin Qiye actually ran up, and in front of them, a ghost-faced man was gnawing on Wang Xiao's face. Li Yifei and Lu Yuan rushed out quickly, and when Lu Yuan ran out, he happened to bump into Lin Qiye on the side, and Li Yifei happened to bump into Zhang Luochen. Run! In this way, Zhang Luochen, Lin Qiye and Zhang Qian were left last. Run! Zhang Luochen roared and grabbed Zhang Qian on the side, but their speed was not as fast as the speed of the ghost face. Zhang Luochen obviously felt a chill down his spine. According to the plot of the novel, Zhang Qian died here, and at this moment, Zhang Qian couldn't help but look back. A ghost face was just a short distance from her. Zhang Luochen didn't know where the strength came from, and kicked directly towards the ghost face. This kick gave Zhang Qian a chance to escape, but Zhang Luochen's kick seemed to succeed in angering the ghost-faced man, and his body directly hit Zhang Luochen, directly knocking him away and slamming him to the ground. A mouthful of blood spat out of his mouth, and Lin Qiye and Zhang Qian had just run out a few steps when another ghost-faced man appeared and blocked their way, and the two ghost-faced men surrounded them one after the other. Seeing this scene, the corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth raised slightly. Fanshan Divine Domain, it's time to appear. The two ghost-faced men surrounded the three of them one after another. Zhang Luochen's chest was still aching. Zhang Qian was already slumped on the ground with fright. Lin Qiye was standing in the middle with a guide cane, and he was also the only one of the three of them who could still stand. Lin Qiye, hurry up and break out. If it doesn't break out, we will all die here, Zhang Luochen silently muttered in his heart. In the next second, a dazzling golden pillar of light pierced the sky and soared into the sky, illuminating the originally black night sky brightly, and Lin Qiye's whole person was strangely suspended in the air, and the black satin had slowly floated down from his eyes, and his eyes burst out with golden light. This is the divine power of the seraphim. Zhang Luochen only understood it through the description of the novel before, but at this moment, this scene really appeared in front of him, which made him have to be full of emotion. Oh, yes, hurry up and take pictures. Zhang Luochen immediately took out the mobile phone he was carrying, although his mobile phone had a camera function, but it was not the kind of smartphone in modern society. It was still a button mobile phone, and the pixels were also extremely low. I'm going, what kind of junk mobile phone? My life experience is too miserable, Zhang Luochen complained while frantically pressing the photo button at Lin Qiye. Under the light of the golden pillar of light, Lin Qiye's body was suspended in the air, and there was a full moon above his head. Zhang Luochen seemed to be able to feel that on that moon, Seraph Michael seemed to be watching all this. This one should be fine, although the pixels are a little lower. You can also feel the seraphim on the moon. Zhang Luochen looked at the photo and muttered. Ding! A familiar voice sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sexstaff diagram, successfully activating the system, and drawing two abilities from the Hokage world. In an instant, a huge turntable appeared in front of Zhang Luochen, and the world around him seemed to stand still. Zhang Luochen slowly got up. This was the first time he had drawn his ability, which made him a little nervous, and it was densely written with various abilities. He also didn't expect that his favorite novel and favorite comic would be combined here. Sharingan, Chidori, Rasengan, Tailed Beast Jade, 8 Gates Duinja. Dense skills are overwhelmed. Give me some stronger abilities, Zhang Luochen silently prayed. Start extracting. With Zhang Luochen's order, the huge turntable began to rotate rapidly, and different abilities quickly passed through the pointer. As the speed of the turntable slowed down more and more, Zhang Luochen's heart jumped to his throat, and he was really nervous. In the end, the turntable fell steadily and stopped at one of the abilities. Zhang Luochen stared over with wide eyes, and his expression changed from joy at the beginning to surprise, and finally anger. There is also a line of explanation under 100% of the projectiles hit the target. 100% of the time you can hit the target with a projectile. You can use shuriken, darts, throwing knives, and other hidden weapons weapons as throwables and hit the target within 100 meters 100%. Is this a pit goods, throwing a throwaway? Does the Hokage have this ability in it? Zhang Luochen angrily wanted to scold his mother directly. The Hokage does have such an ability. Every character in it can steadily hit the target with the shuriken in his hand, and an ability that is so easy to ignore was actually drawn by Zhang Luochen first. I'm going to deal with the Ghostface man now. Do you want me to kill him with a dart? Besides, where to find a hidden weapon now? Zhang Luochen kept complaining. Fortunately, he still has a chance to extract his ability. Please, don't cheat people anymore. Zhang Luochen folded his hands and kept praying. Start extracting. The huge turntable began to turn again, as was the case just now, from fast to slow at the beginning, and finally stopped on a grid. This time, Zhang Luochen's expression changed from anger just now to joy, which should be abnormal joy. I only saw the three big characters displayed on the finger pointing at the Sharingan. Primary Sharingan, the host opens the Nimagatama Sharingan, and at the same time obtains the Sharingan replication ability and Genjutsu ability. As the host's ability improves, a more powerful Sharingan can also be opened in the later stage. Wow, Sharingan, I finally didn't disappoint you. Wait, there are many kinds of Sharingan. Which one am I? The second pillar? It's still Madara's, or Itachi's. You haven't explained the system clearly, Zhang Luochen asked. Indeed, there are many settings for the Sharingan, which the system really doesn't explain. It includes all types of Sharingan, and the host's later ability is improved, so you can notice it yourself, and there is no setting that the Sharingan will go blind, the system explains. This is too exciting. Don't I have all the abilities of the Uchiha family, and when I turn on Susanoo in the later stage, it will be too strong. Zhang Luochen is extremely excited now. Moreover, using the Sharingan will not be blind. Hehe, I can't wait to use it. With the end of the turntable, everything around returned to its original appearance, and Lin Xie had slowly fallen to the ground from being suspended in the air just now. Because of the relationship between the Seraph Kamui, the two ghost-faced men were pressed to the ground at this time, and now the Seraph Kamui on Lin Xie's body gradually dissipated, and the two ghost-faced men stood up again. Jiang Qian on the side stared blankly at the two people in front of her. What was happening now was completely beyond her cognition, and she still wanted to escape, but now she was weak, her legs couldn't stop shaking, and it was very laborious to even take a step. No need to worry, we will solve the next thing. A gentle voice sounded behind Jiang Qian's back, which was very gentle and gave her a full sense of security in such an environment. The two ghost-faced men quickly rushed straight towards the two of them, one straight at Lin Xie, and the other straight at Zhang Luochen and Jiang Qian. Zhang Luochen didn't think about it, he pushed Jiang Qian aside, and he himself quickly thought about rolling next to him. Just try my Sharingan. The corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth raised. Sharingan! His eyes instantly turned red, and two kama-like shapes could be clearly seen on the eyeballs. The Ermagatama Sharingan. Illusion. The ghost-faced man who was rushing towards Zhang Luochen suddenly stood in place, and then, his body suddenly fell to his knees. Zhang Luochen, are you okay? Jiang Qian hurriedly came over to check Zhang Luochen's situation. Ah, it's okay. As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, he saw Lin Xie's half-blind cane flying towards him, and Zhang Luochen steadily caught the half-blind cane. Suddenly, the ghost-faced man who was originally frozen in place moved, but it seemed that its mental state was not very good. Although the illusion can't be controlled for too long, it can also successfully cause some impact on the ghost face. Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. Zhang Luochen, run! Jiang Qian subconsciously wanted to escape, but seeing that Zhang Luochen had no intention of leaving at all, Zhang Luochen glanced at the half of the guide cane in his hand, and threw it directly towards the ghost-faced man, and the half-blind cane was directly inserted into the ghost-faced man's eyes. Oh, it's really where to hit. Zhang Luochen looked back at Jiang Qian. Don't worry, squad leader. Man, if you don't use heroes to save beauty, it's really a pity. The ghost-faced man who was hit in the eye roared angrily, which frightened Jiang Qian to immediately take a few steps back, although Zhang Luochen reassured him. But after all, there was a monster in front of him that he had never seen before, and he even felt that he was dreaming about all this. Lin Xie on the side fell heavily to the ground. He had just released the Seraph Kami, and then dealt with the ghost-faced man for so long. The spiritual power in his body had already been drained, and he was able to persist until now thanks to his dynamic vision and the divine power of the Seraphim. Sharingan. Zhang Luochen used illusion towards the ghost-faced man who was flying towards Lin Xie. The ghost-faced man was the same as just now, suddenly standing in place. Lin Xie looked at this scene suspiciously, and then looked at Zhang Luochen behind him, and couldn't help but have an idea in his heart. He's the same as me? Zhang Luochen had just activated the Sharingan, so his dynamic vision was not bad, and at this time, another ghost-faced man who had just been blinded was attacking indiscriminately, and was about to approach Lin Xie. Be careful, Zhang Luochen exclaimed, flew towards Lin Xie, and successfully dodged the blow. The ghost-faced man who was controlled by the illusion also got rid of the control of the illusion at this moment and rushed towards the two of them again. Lin Xie raised his foot and kicked the ghost-faced man's body, but the ghost-faced man in front of him was heavy after all, and this kick could not cause any harm at all. Illusion. Zhang Luochen used the Sharingan again, and the ghost-faced man was once again frozen in place. Poof! A mouthful of blood spat out of Zhang Luochen's mouth. He had just activated the Hokage system. No matter what, he was also a newcomer. And he didn't have much spiritual power in his body, and his ability to use it continuously also caused a large loss of his spiritual power. The mental strength is not enough. Zhang Luochen's head was dizzy. Like Zhang Luochen, Lin Qiye also felt a little dizzy, although both of them activated different abilities. But strictly speaking, the strength of the two of them was not improved, and even, they didn't know how to punch and kick at all. They were completely fighting blindly. No, try to see if you can copy the ability, Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. He looked at Lin Qiye on the side. I don't know if the Sharingan can copy the divine ruins. Sharingan, copy the mortal dust divine domain. Zhang Luochen's red eyes looked at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye on the side didn't know what Zhang Luochen was doing at all, just looking at his scarlet eyes with a chill down his spine, as if the most terrifying thing now was not the two ghost-faced men in front of him, but Zhang Luochen in front of him. No, I don't know if it's because I don't have enough mental strength or if the divine ruins can't be replicated in the first place. Zhang Luochen didn't feel any changes in his body, nor did he have the ability to perceive the mortal dust divine domain. The two ghost-faced men moved again, as if the two ghost-faced men could communicate, and the ghost-faced man, who was already blind, also accurately found the direction of Lin Qiye and Zhang Luochen at this moment. Be careful! Zhang Qian on the side roared loudly. At this time, Lin Qiye's pupils suddenly contracted, and seeing Lin Qiye's expression, the corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth raised slightly, because he knew that the man, he was coming. A figure suddenly appeared in front of them, a dark red cloak rising in the wind, and a middle-aged man with a slightly sideways face. His face full of beard looked like he had experienced the vicissitudes of time, and he was holding a black straight knife in his hand. Zhao Kongqing dived and quickly rushed towards one of the ghost-faced men, and the straight knife in his hand raised and fell, directly forcing the blind ghost-faced man to retreat several meters. But the crisis in front of Lin Qiye and the others has not been resolved, and the target of the other ghost-faced man is still the two of them. No matter what, you have to fight once. Zhang Luochen instantly picked up the half of the guide cane in Lin Qiye's hand, and rushed towards the ghost-faced man with a dive. His movements were exactly the same as those of Gang Zhao Kongqing. You can't copy the ruins, but you can always copy a set of knife techniques. Zhao Kongqing's actions just now, Zhang Luochen had already used the Sharingan's copying ability to copy it. This kid, is his learning ability so strong? Zhao Kongqing looked at this scene in disbelief. But after all, what Zhang Luochen had in his hand was a half-cut guide cane, which was completely incomparable to the straight knife. For Night Watchman, Zhang Luochen's move, although it was a perfect replica, but he had not received formal training after all. The guide cane, which was originally only half left, broke another piece. Boy, leave it to me. As soon as Zhao Kongqing finished speaking, the straight knife in his hand slashed directly at the head of the ghost-faced man, and blood flowed. Then, he slashed several times at the ghost-faced man, and finally, the last ghost-faced man slowly fell down and stopped moving. The straight knife in Zhao Kongqing's hand slowly entered the sheath. He didn't even look at the ghost-faced man on the ground, took out a cigarette and lit it for himself, took a hard puff, and then took out a walkie-talkie. The two ghost-faces who escaped have been cleared. Let the logistics team clean up. Oh, by the way, you need to clear your memories. Putting away the walkie-talkie, Zhao Kongqing walked towards Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye. Zhang Qian on the side looked at the three men in front of him suspiciously. To be honest, everything that happened today was really beyond his cognition. Lin Qiye has seen Seraph Michael since he was a child, so he is not surprised by these supernatural phenomena. As for Zhang Luochen, he is the only one who knows the direction of the plot, and everything that happened has changed from words to real pictures. Therefore, there is only an ordinary person like Zhang Qian, and according to the original plot, she should have died here. If Zhang Luochen hadn't saved her, it's a pity that Wang Xiao would still have died here. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye watched Zhao Kongqing come over. Zhao Kongqing held a cigarette in his mouth, looked at the two people, and then slowly spoke. I know, very handsome. Zhang Luochen directly interrupted what Zhao Kongqing wanted to say. How did you? Why do I feel like I've been spoiled? Zhao Kongqing muttered to himself, and then he looked at Lin Qiye on the other side. Lin Qiye looked at Zhang Luochen, then looked at Zhao Kongqing again, and when he saw Zhao Kongqing's extremely serious eyes, he nodded and replied, yes, handsome. Then, Zhao Kongqing was about to speak, but Zhang Luochen interrupted him again. I think so, but he shouldn't wanted. Zhang Luochen pointed to Lin Qiye next to him. As soon as this sentence came out, Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongqing both looked at Zhang Luochen in unison, and the two of them had a feeling at the same time. I seriously suspect that I have been spoiled now, Zhao Kongqing thought to himself, looking at Lin Qiye again. You really don't want to? Lin Qiye nodded unwaveringly. Wait, who was the one who released the mortal dust divine domain just now? Zhao Kongqing pointed to Zhang Luochen, then pointed to Lin Qiye, and finally looked at Zhang Qin in the back. It can't be her. It's him. Zhang Luochen pointed at Lin Qiye. It's you. You have such ability. Why don't you want to join us? Zhao Kongqing asked in disbelief. Because, it's easy to die. But you. Zhao Kongqing still wanted to persuade Lin Qiye a few more words, but Lin Qiye was unmoved. Zhang Luochen saw all this in his eyes, sighed slightly, and wanted Lin Qiye to join the night watch. There was only one prerequisite, and this condition was too harsh. It was a 10-year appointment moment on a rainy night. Forget it, it's inconvenient to talk here, let's talk about it in another place. By the way, my name is Zhao Kongcheng, Zhao Kongcheng said, extinguishing the cigarette in his hand. Lin Xie, Zhang Luochen. By the way, Lin Xie, our study materials are still there, by the way, help me get them. Zhang Luochen pointed in one direction. Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luochen suspiciously, and Zhang Luochen looked confident, as if he was saying to Lin Xie, dude, I understand you. To be honest, Lin Xie also wondered in his heart, he just wanted to use this reason to escape, but how did Zhang Luochen know? Oh, yes, wait for me. Lin Xie winked at Zhang Luochen again, as if to say, I'll withdraw first, you can deal with this uncle. Go, wait for you here. Zhao Kongcheng waved his hand disapprovingly. Lin Xie's figure immediately disappeared into the night. Zhao Kongcheng looked at Zhang Luochen, you also activated the Forbidden Ruins? Ha, it should be. Zhang Luochen smiled awkwardly, after all, his ability was different from Lin Xie's. When Lin Xie released the Seraph Divine Power just now, it caused a sensation in the entire Tsangnan city, and Zhang Luochen's only activated the system, and it seemed that it could not be called the Forbidden Ruins. What is your ability? Just now I saw that you easily copied my movements, although the speed and strength need to be improved, but, in terms of movements alone, it is indeed a perfect reproduction. Zhao Kongcheng took out another cigarette and lit it for himself. Don't say that you just learned it by looking at it. You know, Lao Tzu's set of actions is a few years of hard work. I can indeed copy the other party's ability, Zhang Luochen explained awkwardly. To be honest, the setting of the Sharingan is really hard to explain. After all, this is the world of Godslayer, not the world of the Hokage. But when I first came, I saw you just glaring at the ghost-faced man, and the ghost-faced man stood there for a short time, which shouldn't be the ability to copy, Zhao Kongcheng continued. This is to use illusion to briefly enter the ghost face into illusion, Zhang Luochen explained. Enter the hallucination? What kind of forbidden ruin is this? I've never heard of it. Forget it, asked the captain later. Zhao Kongcheng took a puff of smoke, and then, as if remembering something, he turned back suddenly. Zhao Kongcheng seemed to wake up like a dream. That, he should have run away. Zhang Luochen looked at Zhao Kongcheng. At this time, Zhang Luochen looked at Zhao Kongcheng carefully by the moonlight. This middle-aged man was indeed very ordinary to the ordinary that could be seen everywhere on the street. Zhao Kongcheng also noticed Zhang Luochen's eyes at this time, and for some reason, he read an indescribable feeling from Zhang Luochen's eyes. That feeling seemed to be a regret. This is the man Lin Xie regrets the most. Save Jiang Qian today, then the next step is to save you. Zhao Kongcheng. Zhang Luochen thought in his heart. His eyes were extremely firm. Boy, what do you think I'm doing? Zhao Kongcheng interrupted Zhang Luochen's thoughts. But in the next second, Zhang Luochen suddenly stood up straight and gave Zhao Kongcheng a standard military salute. General Zhao, thank you for your hard work. Zhao Kongcheng looked at Zhang Luochen suspiciously. Boy, are you scared stupid by the ghost-faced man? But what did you call me just now? It's pretty good. Zhang Luochen rolled his eyes, and then remembered Jiang Qian, who had been frightened and had not relaxed now. Squad leader, it's okay, don't be scared. Zhang Luochen immediately walked up to Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian stared at Zhang Luochen blankly, and then, her tears couldn't stop gushing out of her eyes. Wow! With a sound, Jiang Qian threw herself into Zhang Luochen's arms and cried. Okay, squad leader, it's over, don't be afraid. Zhang Luochen patted Jiang Qian's back and comforted him. Zhao Kongcheng watched from the sidelines. Such a thing is indeed unacceptable for an ordinary person. Don't worry, someone will deal with it, she won't think of this paragraph. Zhao Kongcheng patted Zhang Luochen on the shoulder. After crying for a while, Jiang Qian finally calmed down, and such a blow was simply fatal to her. Zhang Luochen, thank you. Jiang Qian's eyes still had tears in the corners, and her hair was now a little messy because of the escape just now. It's okay, squad leader, I'll take you back. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly at Jiang Qian. Not long after, the Night Watchman's logistics team arrived here and used Dream Whisper to create a dream for Jiang Qian, erasing this part of her memory, and Zhang Luochen sent her home. Hey, it's a pity, she forgot about saving her tonight. Zhang Luochen smiled bitterly. A big hand suddenly slapped Zhang Luochen's back, and Zhao Kongcheng's stubble appeared in Zhang Luochen's sight. You high school students, if you don't study hard, why do you only think about falling in love? Zhao Kongcheng exhaled a puff of smoke. Uncle, this is called adolescence. Zhang Luochen curled his lips. Stop talking too much, come with me. Zhao Kongcheng walked in one direction. Zhang Luochen finally glanced at Jiang Qian's room, and then followed Zhao Kongcheng's pace. The two came to Heping Bridge in Songnan City together, and as described in the novel, there were a dazzling array of small storefronts on both sides. Zhang Luochen saw the peace office at a glance, and on the left and right sides of the office, the left side is the peace wedding, and the right side is the peace funeral one-stop. Zhang Luochen followed Zhao Kongcheng into the peace office, pushed open the door, and a crisp wind chime came into his ears. The layout inside is very simple, no different from the usual studio. The whole person Songnan City should not know that in such a small office, there is such a group of people who have been silently guarding Songnan City. The 6 people in the house looked in the direction of the door at the same time, and their eyes fell from Zhao Kongcheng in front to Zhang Luochen in the back. Zhang Luochen looked around at the few people in the room, and according to the description in the novel, he could basically correspond to a few people. Everyone here is the 136th squad that guards the the entire Songnan city. Seeing the figures of these people, Zhang Luoqin's eyes swept from their faces one by one, and those characters who were once vivid in the novel are now presented in front of him one by one. Hello, we are the Dasha Night Watch, the deputy captain of the 136th Squad of the Night Watch in Songnan City. My name is Wu Shangnan. Blue Rain Squad Immortal Swordsman, Wu Shangnan. Zhang Luoqin muttered to himself. The members of the 136th Squad appeared in front of Zhang Luoqin one by one, saying that he was not excited in his heart, which was completely false. But Zhang Luoqin still wanted to maintain a good state and avoid losing his temper in such a situation, so he still endured his inner excitement. You say what? Wu Shangnan vaguely heard Zhang Luoqin's self-talk and couldn't help but ask curiously, as if to make sure he had heard it wrong. Zhang Luoqin, who was in a daze, immediately came back to his senses, and then remembered that this time, it seemed that only the Captain Chen Mai knew about Wu Shangnan's past. Hello, Team Wu, my name is Zhang Luoqin. Zhang Luoqin responded very politely. At this time, a hot girl stepped forward. Her delicate face approached and looked at Zhang Luoqin carefully. It can be seen from her dress that she is a red tassel, and a girl dressed as a girl on the other side is naturally Si Xiaonan, the agent of Loki, the god of trickery. Hong Ying suddenly came so close, which frightened Zhang Luoqin to take a step back. You are Michael's agent, you look good, and you are still an ordinary high school student. Hong Ying returned to the sofa. I am not Michael's agent. Zhang Luoqin hurriedly waved his hand. Obviously, these people regarded him as Lin Xia. Several people in the room heard Zhang Luoqin's words, and at the same time turned their heads to look at Zhao Kongcheng. So many eyes were on Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng scratched his head a little embarrassedly. That, something happened, kid. Ran away. Zhao Kongcheng's voice became quieter and quieter. Run away? After all, it's 003. It's normal to run away under your old Zhao's hands. Hong Ying wanted Zhao Kongcheng not to take it to heart. Zhao Kongcheng suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. That kid is just a high school student as old as him. Zhang Luoqin also nodded. It's my tablemate. But Redding sneered. Lao Zhao, a high school student, ran away under your hands. You don't know, that kid is very cunning. No, it's you kid who is fueling the situation. Zhao Kongcheng seemed to remember something. It would be Zhang Luoqin who asked Lin Xia to go there to study materials. I'm wronged. I haven't found my study materials until now. Zhang Luoqin replied with a sincere face. Okay, let's talk about this later. So he is, said Chen Mai, the captain who had been leaning on the pillar. Zhang Luoqin looked in the direction of the sound. His eyes just met Chen Mai's, and Chen Mai simply nodded. Forbidden Ruins Series 037 Black Impermanence, Chen Mai, Captain Chen who has guarded Songnan City for 10 years. Zhang Luoqin looked at him with admiration, and the whole person became serious. Chen Mai also saw Zhang Luoqin's wave of changes, but he didn't take it to heart. He also successfully activated the Forbidden Ruins, but I haven't matched the number so far, Zhao Kongcheng explained. Oh, didn't match the number? Listen to me. Wu Shangnan suddenly became interested. Zhao Kongcheng explained Zhang Luoqin's ability, and after saying that, several people all fell into deep thought. Copying other people's abilities, you can also use illusion. Wu Shangnan held his chin in thought. Is it formless? Hong Ying asked. Before Wu Shangnan could speak, Zhao Kongcheng spoke directly. Wu Shang is a copy of the Forbidden Ruins, and I don't have it either. Oh, yes. Hong Ying closed her mouth obediently. Now it seems that there is no kind of Forbidden Ruin that can match the upper number, Wu Shangnan finally concluded. Moreover, it is impossible to define the strength of this ability now. Zhang Luoqin listened to the analysis of several of them, and never spoke. After all, now he only has the Ermagatama Sharingan, and he is still just a novice. Try it and you'll know. Chen Mai suddenly spoke. He left the pillar he was leaning on and walked to Zhang Luoqin. Use illusion on me, Chen Mai spoke. Zhang Luoqin was a little overwhelmed. He had just mastered this skill, and Chen Mai's ability was completely above himself, so it was estimated that he would not succeed. It's okay, you can just use it normally. I can probably judge, Chen Mai explained. And several other members of Team 136 looked at him like they were watching a play. Then I'll try, Zhang Luoqin said. Sharingan. In just a moment, Chen Mai, who was originally sitting on the sofa, slowly got up, and it seemed that he had not caused any harm to him. For a moment, I did fall into a hallucination, Chen Mai said slowly. After all, Chen Mai's realm is the highest among them. Zhang Luoqin can use illusion to control the Ghostface Man for a few minutes, but if he wants to control Chen Mai, it is simply a fool's dream. According to Chen Mai's ability, it was just a moment just now, and he immediately broke the illusion. Chen Mai slowed down and said, report it first, leave it to the upper leaders to define, and then, he looked at Zhang Luoqin. You have obtained such an ability. Do you want to join the Night Watchman? Zhang Luoqin nodded firmly. Since he had come to the world of God Slayer, then of course he wanted to join the Night Watch. He had already been ready to use the abilities given by the Hokage system to kill the quartet in this world. Okay, let's get to know each other again. Captain of the 136th Squad of the Night Watch in Songnan Shangnan City, Chiangmai. Nightwatch Squad 136, Frontal Combat Power, Red Tassels. Nightwatch Squad 136, Frontal Combat Power, Wenchima. Nightwatch 136 Squad, Combat Support Part-Time Military Doctor, Si Xiaonan. Nightwatch 136 Squad, Long Range Fire Support, Long Xian. Well, I don't need to introduce myself. Zhao Kongqing smiled innocently. Zhang Luochen looked at the few people in front of him. He stood up straight and saluted them with a standard military salute. Brother Luochen, don't be so serious. Hong Ying smiled slightly at Zhang Luochen. You're not older than him, and you still have a younger brother. When Chima said on the side, I want you to take care of it, Hong Ying said. Okay, let's get down to business, Wu Shangnan said solemnly. There is another ghost-faced king that has not been eliminated, and the captain fought with it in the northern suburbs of the city, seriously injured it and fled. Hearing the three words Ghost-Face King, Zhang Luochen's expression suddenly became tense. He clearly knew what the Ghost-Face King meant, and at the same time, his eyes looked at Zhao Kongqing on the side. He escaped, and he was seriously injured, so he should have left Songnan City, Hong Ying analyzed. No, not necessarily. Two voices sounded. Zhang Luochen and Wu Shangnan spoke at the same time. Wu Shangnan opened his mouth, was not surprised. He was also the brain of the 136 team, but Zhang Luochen spoke. He couldn't help but make people a little curious. Everyone looked at him. Oh, what opinion do you have? Wu Shangnan was curious about what Zhang Luochen would say. Songnan City is located in a relatively remote location, dozens of kilometers away from the nearest city, and the Ghost-Face King has been seriously injured, and it is impossible to leave Songnan City. Zhang Luochen actually directly copied Wu Shangnan's words in the novel. Wu Shangnan looked at Zhang Luochen with approving eyes and asked, that's right, if the Ghost-Face King wants to recover, he must rely on cannibalism. Sewer Zhang Luochen said directly. Wu Shangnan's eyes looked at Zhang Luochen, and he was simply glowing. Why? Wu Shangnan asked. The Ghost-Face King originally escaped through the sewers, and the captain beat the Ghost-Face King away on the outskirts of Beicheng, and there is only one sewer connecting the outskirts of Beicheng, so the place where the Ghost-Face King appears must be in this area Zhang Luochen drew on this map. Very good. The analysis is very good. Wu Shangnan was suddenly very optimistic about this newcomer. Chen Mai's eyes were cold. Okay, immediately check the sewer in this area. In addition, Wu Shangnan said, Seraph's agent must be brought back. He has great potential. Let Zhao Kongqing and Zhang Luochen go. Chen Mai also nodded. Well, Zhang Luochen, you continue to go back to school. He is your tablemate. You are optimistic about him. Zhao Kongqing is outside the school. Yes, Captain. After receiving the order, everyone prepared to leave one after another. Seeing that everyone was about to leave, Zhang Luochen tentatively asked, there's a question. What is the problem? Wu Shangnan asked. It's too late. I can't go back to the school dormitory. Can I sleep on this sofa for one night? Oh, I almost forgot. Zhao Kongqing patted his head. It was already midnight now, and school would definitely not be able to go back. It's not a thing to just sleep in the office. Chen Mai touched his chin and thought about how to deal with it. It doesn't matter. It's just one night anyway. Zhang Luochen said it didn't matter. It's not a one-night thing. You've become a reserve, so you don't need to go back to school later, Wu Shangnan explained. Zhang Luochen suddenly realized that Lin Qiye had left the campus directly after joining the night watch before. It's good to deal with it tonight. Anyway, I have to go back to school during this time, Zhang Luochen said. Go to my house. My house is big enough anyway. Redding walked up at this time, and when Chima's face changed on the side. This is not good, Zhang Luochen declined. He knew that Lin Qiye joined the night watchman and also lived in Hong Ying's house. Could it be that he was going to sleep in the same bed with Lin Qiye later? It doesn't matter. It's just one night anyway. After Hong Ying finished speaking, she directly asked Zhang Luochen to follow her. Well, why don't I go to Hong Ying's house together and protect my new brother? By the way, when Chima was trying his best to fight for himself. You get out. After the red tassel dropped a sentence, he walked directly into his red sports car. Soon the car came to the big villa of Hong Ying, and Zhang Luochen stared blankly at the big villa in front of him, who couldn't see his head at a glance. Although I was mentally prepared, I really saw it. It's big. Zhang Luochen couldn't help but sigh. Wait a moment. Redding asked Zhang Luochen to wait at the door, and she and Si Xiaonan quickly entered the house. Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying lived together, and Zhang Luochen knew this, so there was no need to ask. After a while, Hong Ying opened the door and poked her head out. Brother Luochen, come in. The house is a bit messy. Just clean it up briefly. Don't dislike it. Hong Ying showed a charming smile. It's okay, Sister Hong Ying. It's already very clean. If it weren't for Sister Hong Ying, she would have almost stayed on the street. Zhang Luochen walked into the house and put on the slippers prepared for him by Hong Ying. Zhang Luochen's God's perspective also knows that her parents are from the probe team and disappeared in the fog 5 years ago, and Zhang Luochen does not intend to mention such a topic. Then, Hong Ying pointed to a room on the second floor. You live in that room. Everything is packed. The blue towels and dental appliances in the bathroom are yours. Don't confuse them. Zhang Luochen inadvertently wanted to laugh a little. That room should be for Lin Qiye to live in later. As for the towels and dental appliances, they are also the styles used by Lin Qiye later. Now he uses them, and Lin Qiye has to change the color later. Okay, thank you, Sister Hong Ying. Zhang Luochen smiled knowingly. By the way, if you want to enter my room and Xiaonan's room, you have to knock on the door first. Our room is also on the second floor, if I find out. Sister Hongying, don't worry, I don't dare. Besides, you are a frontal combat force, except for the captain, no one can beat you. Zhang Luochen hurriedly waved his hand. Ha, how do you know I'm going to say this? Redding put down her snow-white arm that had just been exposed, looking puzzled. Zhang Luochen smiled awkwardly, but he didn't expect that in addition to Lin Qiye's things, even the words that should have been said to Lin Qiye became said to himself. So next time Lin Qiye came, would he have to say it again? Okay, it's too late. Go to bed early, Hongying said and walked towards the second floor. Si Xiaonan waved his hand to Zhang Luochen, said good night and followed him to the second floor. Zhang Luochen walked directly into his room, washed up briefly and then lay on the bed. He was indeed too tired today. He activated the Hokage system, although he had obtained the Sharingan, but now he was only in the state of Ermagatama, and he had just stepped into the realm of the Zhan, and the fatigue of mental power overdraft had already swept through his body. I really don't know what task it will be next time and what abilities I will gain. Zhang Luochen thought about it, and it didn't take long for him to fall asleep. After one night, Zhang Luochen got up early, tidied himself up and picked up his school bag and walked out of the door, and now he is still a standard sophomore in high school. As soon as she went downstairs, she saw Hongying practicing in the yard with a gun, and she happened to see Zhang Luochen going downstairs. Sister Hongying, early. Zhang Luochen greeted Hongying. Brother Luochen is so early. Hongying put away the gun in her hand. I have to go to school. Where is Sister Xiaonan? Zhang Luochen looked at it, and there was no Si Xiaonan in the house. She's still sleeping. Hongying pointed to the room on the second floor. Sister Hongying, I'm going to school. Zhang Luochen quickly walked out of the house. I really want to feel the life of an ordinary high school student, Hongying muttered to herself as she looked at Zhang Luochen's back. Ha, Uncle Zhao, you're too early. Zhang Luochen had just arrived at the school gate when he saw Zhao Kongcheng guarding the school gate. The trash can in front of Zhao Kongcheng was already full of cigarette butts, and it was estimated that he would arrive before dawn. In order to squat and guard that kid, while he hadn't entered the school gate, I directly caught him up. Zhao Kongcheng lit another cigarette for himself as he spoke. Uncle Zhao, I can't wait today. He will come to school very late. Of course Zhang Luochen knew what Lin Qiye was going to do today. Last night, Lin Qiye must have opened the first room of the mental hospital and met Nix, and today he is going to a real mental hospital for consultation. How do you know? Zhao Kongcheng asked curiously. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. I'm at his table, how could I not know? Hey, then it seems that I have to come tomorrow. Zhao Kongcheng extinguished the cigarette but in his hand. Uncle Zhao, don't be so troublesome. Around 10 o'clock tonight, you pay attention to that intersection. He must go home. Zhang Luochen pointed to the other side of the road. Oh, this task is for the two of us. Why am I doing it alone? Zhao Kongcheng remembered. I'm still a student now, so I can only work hard for Uncle Zhao first, Zhang Luochen said and trotted directly in the direction of the school gate. This kid. Zhao Kongcheng then looked at the intersection pointed out by Zhang Luochen just now. I don't believe I can't squat with you. Zhang Luochen came to the classroom of the second, class of high school, and as soon as he walked into the classroom, he saw Li Yifei and Lu Yuan looking at him a little embarrassed. And Zhang Luochen's eyes did not stay on the two of them for long. Looking at Zhang Qin in the classroom, she was doing her own thing in her seat. Squad leader Zhang Luochen stepped forward and said softly. Zhang Qian raised her head slightly and looked at Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen, what are you doing? Ah, it's okay, squad leader. How was your rest last night? Zhang Luochen asked tentatively. Last night? It's good. I went home and went to bed after doing my homework. Zhang Qian's face suddenly changed, as if she realized something, and looked at Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen felt nervous and took a step back unconsciously. Homework? Your homework hasn't been handed in yet. Hurry up. Zhang Qian had a stern expression. This. Zhang Luochen was suddenly speechless. How could I have time to do my homework last night? I forgot to take it. Forget it. Spare you for a while. Zhang Qian continued to lower her head and do her own thing. Zhang Luochen sighed slightly. Hey, she really forgot. Zhang Luochen returned to his seat, and he felt that Lu Yuan and Li Yifei's eyes were still staring at him. At this time, Li Yifei mustered up the courage to step forward and pat Zhang Luochen on the shoulder. Zhang Luochen turned around and looked at Li Yifei. He seemed to have mustered up courage. Luochen, you, come out? Zhang Luochen nodded and followed Li Yifei's steps to the corridor. I'm sorry, Zhang Luochen, I was really scared at the time. How is Lin Qiye? Is he? Li Yifei said. Tears were already trembling in his eyes. He didn't dare to say it, for fear that he would harm Lin Qiye. Don't worry, Lin Qiye is fine. He has something to do today, so he just asked for leave. You don't have to blame yourself too much. Such a thing, no matter who encounters it, he will choose to run away as soon as possible. When Lin Qiye comes back tomorrow, you can apologize to him. He will forgive you. Zhang Luochen patted Li Yifei on the shoulder. This Nanda snake demon is indeed kind-hearted. After Li Yifei heard that Lin Qiye was fine, he was relieved a lot. He's fine, that's good. It's a pity, Wang Xiao is still dead. By the way, did you sign a confidentiality agreement? Only then did Zhang Luochen remember that there was indeed a scene with a confidentiality agreement, but he had already joined the Night Watchman, so he didn't need to sign it. Well, sign. Zhang Luochen didn't want to tell Li Yifei about joining the Night Watch. It would be nice if I could join them like that. Li Yifei looked very longing. Don't worry, you have a chance, you will shine in a certain place. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, and before Li Yifei could react, Zhang Luochen continued. It's time for class, let's go back to the classroom. Zhang Luochen walked directly into the classroom. Ha! Oh, Li Yifei reacted and followed Zhang Luochen into the classroom. Zhang Luochen returned to his seat. Li Yifei said what was in his heart, obviously a lot more relaxed, and his expression became natural. As for Lu Yuan, he was still staring at Zhang Luochen. As for what Lu Yuan was thinking, Zhang Luochen didn't plan to care. Anyway, Lin Xie would teach him a lesson later, and he didn't need to do it himself. And Zhang Luochen's eyes looked at Zhang Qian again, and she was relieved that Zhang Qian successfully survived, but unfortunately, she forgot that she had saved him. Forget it, I'm leaving campus soon, and I have fewer days to spend with her, Zhang Luochen silently muttered in his heart. At the end of the day's classes, the bell rang after class, and the students of the whole school were doing the same thing neatly, that is, sorting out their school bags and preparing to go home from school. Wang Xiao's murder did not spread in the school, but for the sake of students' safety, the school temporarily cancelled the evening self-study in order to let the students go home early. Zhang Luochen walked to the school gate, looked left and right, and soon found Zhao Kongqing's figure. Uncle Zhao, didn't you leave, or did you come to guard so early? Zhang Luochen came to Zhao Kongqing. Of course I didn't leave, in case that kid suddenly passed by, wouldn't I miss it? Zhao Kongqing's eyes looked towards the intersection from time to time as he spoke, for fear of missing someone. Uncle Zhao, don't worry, the time hasn't come because there is no relationship with late self-study. It is not dark yet, and there are still several hours before Lin Xie appears. Zhao Kongqing moved his gaze to Zhang Luochen's body. I found you, kid. Ha, what's wrong with me? Zhang Luochen asked suspiciously. Your kid's Forbidden Ruins are actually not a copy, right? Zhang Luochen's face changed, for fear that Zhao Kongqing would find out something. I think your kid's Forbidden Ruins should be more prophecies. I always feel like you know everything, Zhao Kongqing said. Zhang Luochen smiled awkwardly. Uncle Zhao, how can I have such an ability? Don't you live on campus? Why did you come out? Zhao Kongqing asked. Isn't this a matter of squatting with you and Lin Xie? After all, it's our task. You still know that it is our task, so you stayed in it comfortably all day. But I blew the cold wind outside for a day. It's not, the captain asked me to squat in the school, Zhang Luochen muttered in a low voice. In this way, a middle-aged man and a teenager waited for a few more hours in the cold wind, and the time soon came to 10 o'clock in the evening. Oh, after standing for so long, my body is stiff. Zhao Kongqing moved his body in place, and the bones on his body clicked. At this moment, out of the corner of Zhao Kongqing's eyes, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, and that figure was really familiar. Uncle Zhao, someone is here. Zhang Luochen also found Lin Xie's figure, and before he finished speaking, Zhao Kongqing had disappeared in place. Whoosh! A gust of wind passed, and Zhao Kongqing took 3 steps and made 2 steps, instantly shortening the distance between the two sides. At this speed, it's a pity not to participate in the sprint competition. Zhang Luochen hurriedly caught up with Zhao Kongqing's pace. By the time Zhang Luochen caught up, Lin Xie's shoulders had already been firmly held by Zhao Kongqing. Lin Xie also saw Zhang Luochen at the same time and said, Zhang Luochen? Lin Xie, I happened to pass by and saw Uncle Zhao. Zhang Luochen smiled innocently. Zhao, uncle? From this name, Shang Lin Xie has already found that after a night, the relationship between the two is different. Boy, we're meeting again. Lin Xie smiled awkwardly, and then said, you, who is it? Zhao Kongqing locked Lin Xie's hand, for fear that he would run away again in the next second. Me, who do you still ask me? Zhang Luochen helplessly supported his forehead. Zhao Kongqing suffered from the cold wind of the night in this day, and this anger really couldn't be eliminated. You definitely can't run away today, Zhao Kongqing said. Lin Xie looked like he had given up resistance. Okay, you say, where to talk? Follow me. Wait. Zhang Luochen saw that the two had reached a consensus, and suddenly opened his mouth to stop something. What's wrong? Are you okay? Zhao Kongqing thought that Zhang Luochen had something urgent. That, I have a reluctant request. I don't know if I should say it or not. Zhang Luochen's expression was slightly embarrassed. Lin Xie on the side was still curious. What was going on in this scene? Strictly speaking, he was able to get out yesterday. Zhang Luochen still helped a little, although, that reason could also be thought of, but Zhang Luochen said it first. Don't talk about it if you don't know if you should talk about it. It's important to get down to business first, Zhao Kongqing said, dragging Lin Xie to prepare to move forward. Wait, Zhang Luochen hurriedly stood in front of them. That, can you not go to the couple hotel? Hearing that he was going to a couple's hotel, Lin Xie looked at Zhao Kongqing with a puzzled and shocked face. Hey, what do you want to do? Don't mess around, I'm still a minor. What you high school boys are thinking in your minds is just a simple chat. Zhang Luochen, why are you blindly mixing with it? That, cafes and tea rooms are also fine, Zhang Luochen said hurriedly. What do you know? It's a safe house, and I'm not that kind of person. Zhang Luochen looked at the backs of the two helplessly. Why is it so difficult to change the plot sometimes? Zhao Kongqing pulled Lin Xie tightly, followed by a Zhang Luochen, and just like that, the three of them walked into a couple's hotel. The female clerk at the front desk was stunned when she saw such a combination, a middle-aged greasy uncle, and 2 high school students? And one of the high school students is more like forced. Plus at this point in time. A dynamic and passionate themed double bedroom, thank you. Lin Xie. Zhang Luochen scolded in his heart, shouting so loudly, for fear that others won't know. The female clerk was still stunned in place, and then looked at the trio again, and her expression even became a little excited. You guys, 3 people? A bed? Yes, hurry up, check in, time is tight, Zhao Kongqing began to urge. Hearing that time was running out, the female clerk's expression became even more excited. Okay, I'll handle it for you right away, please show your ID card, and these 2 little. Okay, take it out quickly. Zhao Kongqing looked impatient. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie were forced to hand over their documents. Don't worry, right away. The female clerk saw Zhao Kongqing's anxious appearance, and her hands and feet suddenly became extremely quick. Zhang Luochen secretly complained in his heart, sister, it's really not what you think. Room 3966, 3 people. Nice stay. Zhang Luochen can't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill down. He is now deeply sympathetic to Lin Xie's experience in the novel. After all, he is also experiencing it now. Why did he follow such an unusual uncle? You too, let's go, Zhao Kongqing urged. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie could only bite the bullet and follow. As soon as you open the door, there are a dazzling array of facilities inside, which is called excitement and passion. Zhang Luochen is also an innocent little boy after all. Besides, he was also an innocent high school student before he crossed over, and he had never seen these like Lin Xie. Zhao Kongqing sat down directly on the edge of the bed, stretched his waist, and after tossing for such a day, his body stiffened. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie sat on a sofa together. How are you with him? Lin Xie finally had a chance to ask the question in his heart. Me? I've joined them, Zhang Luochen replied. Oh, so fast, are they threatening you? Lin Xie asked. No, I want to join myself, I'm different from you, I'm an orphan, Zhang Luochen replied. Lin Xie was stunned. Strictly speaking, he had only known Zhang Luochen for a day, and the two had only been at the same table for 1 day, and Lin Xie knew nothing about Zhang Luochen's life experience. Well, I'm sorry, I don't know. It's okay, I'm used to it. Zhang Luochen looked indifferent. Ahem. Zhao Kongqing pretended to cough a few times. Let's talk about you. Me? Lin Xie pointed to himself. My name is Lin Xie, and I am 175 tall. Who asked you this? I said your eyes. Zhao Kongqing pointed to Zhang Luochen's eyes and asked, have you seen Michael? Lin Xie trembled, hesitated for a while, and nodded lightly. Subsequently, Zhao Kongqing explained the mythical creature to Lin Xie, and Zhang Luochen was also listening carefully. He had not interrupted Zhao Kongqing's explanation in this place. It's not that he doesn't want to say a few words, but that this paragraph is really a little vague, and he was reading it faster when he saw this paragraph at that time. These professional things should be left to professional people to explain. God codename 003. Lin Xie carefully figured out, am I so powerful? Your future is limitless, after all, you are an agent of the gods. Zhang Luochen, who had not spoken, said. What about you? What is your ability? Lin Xie asked Zhang Luochen. Me, my forbidden ruins have not been recorded, and I have just reported them to my superiors, Zhang Luochen explained. One is the agent of the gods, the other is the new unknown forbidden ruins. Your future is immeasurable. Zhao Kongqing's eyes said with some envy. What about you? Where is your forbidden ruin? Lin Xie asked. Zhang Luochen's eyes were suddenly full of regret, which was Zhao Kongqing's regret after all. Zhao Kongqing lowered his head slightly and lit a cigarette for himself. I don't have a forbidden ruin, so how envious I am for you too. You don't. You are so good at dealing with Ghostface. How can there be no forbidden ruins? Lin Xie said in surprise. I'm just a powerful ordinary person, Zhao Kongqing explained. You two are just a newcomer who has just stepped into the realm of the lamp, and as your ability improves, the realm will also be relatively improved. Shanjing? Lin Xie asked suspiciously. I haven't explained this to you yet. You shouldn't know either, Zhao Kongqing said to Zhang Luochen in the second half. Zhang Luochen nodded gently. Of course he knew it with God's perspective, but the current situation could only show that he didn't know. Zhao Kongqing explained to the two of them the Zhan realm, the Pool realm, the Chuan realm, the Sea realm, Wuliang and Klein. Of course, the agents of the gods will receive instructions from the gods. Some are to destroy mankind, some are to protect mankind, and the gods are also divided into good and bad. So Lin Xie, I must determine which side you belong to. Zhao Kongqing looked at Lin Xie seriously. I can at least guarantee that I won't destroy humanity, and besides, I have my own things to do, Lin Xie replied. Aren't you curious about our organization? Zhao Kongqing wanted to save Lin Xie. I'm not curious. According to the plot of the movie, the more you know, the faster you die, and I can't be sure if you are good or bad. Lin Xie's answer was very sincere. Hey, look, your classmates have joined, and he is not bewitched. You usually watch less movies, Zhao Kongqing complained helplessly. Moreover, we are treated very well. Uncle Zhao, he has his own things to do. He has his own home to protect. Zhang Luochen on the side explained at this time. Hearing Zhang Luochen talking for himself, Lin Xie's expression was stunned. He always felt that Zhang Luochen was already in the same group as Zhao Kongqing, and he should help Zhao Kongqing. How could he help himself? Boy, where are you? Zhao Kongqing also wondered why Zhang Luochen didn't help him speak. I'm just talking about his own ideas, Zhang Luochen explained. Lin Xie on the side also nodded. I have an aunt and a younger brother. They have always taken care of me. I can't abandon them just because I'm powerful now. Zhao Kongqing couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard these words, and then he turned his head to look at Zhang Luochen on the other side. Compared to himself, Zhang Luochen seemed to know Lin Xie better, but he always felt that someone was spoiling again. Okay, I won't force you anymore. You just signed this confidentiality agreement. Zhao Kongqing took a piece of paper and handed it to Lin Xie. After Lin Xie signed the confidentiality agreement, he left the room directly, and when he saw Lin Xie leaving, Zhao Kongqing couldn't help but sigh. Hey, only by guarding the small family can we protect everyone. This guy's eyes have just opened, and before he has time to go back to do his filial piety, let him join us. So it seems that we are still a little cruel. Hey, Lin Xie is also lucky. He has a home, an aunt who loves him, and a younger brother, and I don't even have a home. Zhang Luochen couldn't help but sigh. Boy, from now on, the 136 squad will be your home. Zhao Kongqing put his arm around Zhang Luochen's shoulder. I forgot just now, I should ask Lin Xie to help ask his brother for an autograph. Zhang Luochen muttered in a low voice. His brother? Want to sign? Is his brother a child star? Zhao Kongqing asked. No. Then his brother is a very famous scholar in Sannan City? Not either. Then why do you want to sign? If you want to take care of it, his brother is a very powerful person anyway. Cut. After Lin Xie left, Zhao Kongqing and Zhang Luochen also left the hotel together, and when they checked out at the front desk, the female clerk's eyes still flashed with excitement. It's pretty fast. The female clerk is checking out Zhang Luochen. The two walked out of the couple's hotel. Are you going to his house tomorrow? Zhang Luochen took the lead in speaking. Zhao Kongqing stared wide-eyed at Zhang Luochen again. Boy, you won't really be able to predict. Zhang Luochen spread his hands. I saw you throw the coat of arms into his pocket. Zhao Kongqing smiled slightly. I still want to take a look at this small home he wants to protect. Tomorrow night, Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. He knew what tomorrow night meant. Uncle Zhao, let's go together tomorrow. Anyway, Lin Xie is also my classmate. Zhao Kongqing nodded. Where are you staying tonight? And it's the Redding family again. Zhang Luochen shook his head. I'm officially leaving school tomorrow. I'll go back to the dormitory tonight and sort out my things, by the way. It's okay, then separated here. Zhao Kongqing was about to leave, as if he thought of something, and told again, go back and be careful. The Ghost-Face King hasn't solved it yet. Zhang Luochen nodded. Zhao Kongqing had already turned around and walked away slowly to the other side. Zhang Luochen looked at his back in a daze. According to the plot, tomorrow when I come out of Lin Xie's house, Zhao Kongqing will meet the Ghost-Face King. My current strength can't fight against the Ghost-Face King at all. If the captain takes the lead in arranging the old city of the combat power, will it be better? Zhang Luochen thought about it. He knew too well how much of a blow Zhao Kongqing's death was to Lin Xie, and after getting along with Zhao Kongqing in the past 2 days, Zhang Luochen was really impressed by the charm of this man. Zhang Luochen looked up at the sky. The stars in the sky twinkled, and the moon that was extinguished once under the stars. That man was bound to save him back. Zhang Luochen clenched his fists tightly. After one night, Zhang Luochen simply finished packing up his things in the dormitory. He crossed here. It seemed that he was spending the night in the dormitory for the first time, and he couldn't name those roommates, and when he was packing his things, he found that his things were pitiful, and some clothes were gone. I'm too poor. Zhang Luochen couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't make up 100 yuan in his pocket. After packing his things, he went directly to the peace office, and as soon as he entered the office, he saw the members of Team 136 busy with their own affairs one by one. Captain Zhang Luochen greeted Chen Mai. Left school? Chen Mai saw the small bag in Zhang Luochen's hand. Is it all yours? Zhang Luochen nodded embarrassedly. This was indeed all he had. Brother Luochen, is there no place to live after coming out of school? At this time, Hong Ying came over holding her gun. Zhang Luochen was really a little difficult to speak. It's okay, continue to live in my house, Hong Ying said. When Shima on the side was shocked when he heard this. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. Zhang Luochen hesitated. By the way, the reserve team members do not include food and lodging. Chen Mai spoke again at this time. I know, it's okay, I'll solve the meal myself. Zhang Luochen was already thinking about how to persist until the recruit camp started with this less than 100 yuan. However, except for what I do, stay here for lunch at noon, Chen Mai said and walked directly towards the kitchen. Ha! Zhang Luochen was stunned. Wow, Brother Luochen, it's really our lucky star. It's too difficult to let the captain cook. Red Ying was very excited. So fragrant plates of dishes were served, and Zhang Luochen smelled the aroma of vegetables from afar. Not to mention, Chen Mai's craftsmanship is really good. Before he could only feel it from the text description, at this moment, he really felt Chen Mai's craftsmanship. Zhang Luochen unceremoniously wiped out a bowl of rice. There's nothing to do in the afternoon, Chen Mai asked Zhang Luochen. I will accompany Uncle Zhao to find the seraphage, and later Zhang Luochen knew that Zhao Kongqing did not want to tell them the real situation. By the way, where is Uncle Zhao? Zhang Luochen found that Zhao Kongqing was not here. He should be at home, Hong Ying explained. Chen Mai nodded and continued. When you come back, I will take you to train. Zhang Luochen nodded. Okay, Captain. Brother Luochen, why don't you ask? The big eyes of the red tassel stared at Zhang Luochen, which made Zhang Luochen a little embarrassed. Well, Uncle Zhao told me that the reservists are going to participate in a 1 1-year boot camp, Zhang Luochen hurriedly explained. Just tell you, then you don't need to explain too much, Chen Mai said. Captain, I still have something to say. Zhang Luochen spoke again. Several other people in the room also looked at Zhang Luochen's side. What's wrong? Chen Mai asked. Regarding the Ghost Face King, has the search team made any progress now? Hearing this, Wu Shangnan smiled slightly. The search team is still searching all the sewers carpet searches, and I believe there will be news soon. Team Wu, I think the probability of the Ghost Face King appearing in the old city is very high, and we should deploy control in the old city in advance. Zhang Luochen's expression was a little nervous. He was thinking about how to save Zhao Kongqing this night. He even thought about finding and solving the Ghost Face King first, but this idea was simply a fool's dream. How could his current strength be the opponent of the Ghost Face King? Or perhaps, he and Lin Xie and Zhao Kongqing can successfully kill the Ghost Face King, but in this way, Zhao Kongqing may still use ghosts and gods. After thinking about it, there is another way. Let the members of the 136th team deploy control near the old town in advance, so that the red tassels will not miss it because they are too late to arrive. It's hard to say. Now that the search team has no news, we can't act rashly, and according to inference, it is possible for the Ghost Face King to appear in the city center. After all, there is a lot of traffic there, Wu Shangnan explained. But if you really come to the old city, it will be too late to support and cause casualties. Zhang Luochen's tone was even a little excited. Others couldn't figure out why such a newcomer was so excited at the moment. If it appears in the city center has a large flow of people, and the Ghost Face King can recover immediately if he eats a few people, and at that time, it will be difficult for us to solve the Ghost Face King again. Zhang Luochen wanted to continue to say something, but Wu Shangnan interrupted directly and said, I know your concerns. Whether it is the city center or the old town, we will not give up. If necessary, we will open the unprecedented airspace to trap him. Brother Luochen, you are still a newcomer now. Don't worry, there is a sister covering you. What really happened? Don't be afraid. Hong Ying saw that the atmosphere here was a little tense, and stepped forward and patted Zhang Luochen on the shoulder. I understand. I'm sorry just now. Team Wu. Zhang Luochen knew that it was still quite difficult to persuade them to take control in advance. After all, he was just a newcomer. Who would believe what a newcomer said without reason? It's okay, you are smart. I will take your concerns into account. Wu Shangnan also patted Zhang Luochen on the shoulder. Oh, Uncle Zhao is looking for me. I have to go find him. After Zhang Luochen greeted everyone, he left the peace office directly. Uncle Zhao. Zhang Luochen came to the old city and saw Zhao Kongqing from afar. Luochen, come on, let's go, let's visit our home. Zhao Kongqing waved his hand and pointed towards an old building. Zhang Luochen looked at the old building, although he had not been here yet, but when he saw the layout of this old building, he knew that it was Lin Xie's home, and he seemed to be able to see his aunt busy through the window. Uncle Zhao, you don't want to pretend to be a teacher and going. Zhang Luochen has a god's perspective. Of course he knows what he is thinking. Yo, sure enough, there is Hugan, with the teacher's gimmick. It is the most convenient to get in, Zhao Kongqing said with a proud face. You're not curious. How did I find it? That coat of arms has a positioning function, and the captain told me today. Zhang Luochen suddenly found that this sentence that someone told me was very useful, and it could just round out a lot of spoilers. It's boring. I know this. Zhao Kongqing found that he couldn't show off, so he didn't continue the topic. Let's go. That kid is probably about to end school. The two walked in the direction of the old building like this. Zhao Kongqing was still carrying a bag of fruit in his hand, and soon, they entered the floor. Coming to Lin Xie's door, Zhao Kongqing raised his hand and knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. After a while, a woman opened the door and looked at the two of them suspiciously. Hello, auntie, I am Lin Xie's teacher. He is Lin Xie's tablemate. Let's take a look at Lin Xie's situation. Zhao Kongqing's bragging skills are simply amazing. Zhang Luochen on the side had to give a thumbs up secretly. He was really calm when he lied. Oh, then please come in. Please come in, and open the door and let the two of them in. No need to change your shoes. Just come in directly. The two entered the room, and the facilities in the room were very simple, but the simplicity revealed a kind of warmth. At this time, a leopard dog trotted in front of them, and his eyes looked at Zhang Luochen for a while, and Zhao Kongqing for a while. This is the roaring dog. Zhang Luochen looked at the leopard dog a little distracted. He had seen mythical creatures on TV before, and this was the first time he had seen a mythical creature in real life. Zhang Luochen couldn't help but reach out and touch the head of the little black leprosy. Little black leprosy. Ha, how do you know its name? Zhao Kongqing asked. Oh, Lin Xie told me. Zhang Luochen immediately rounded it up. Did the teacher come here today? Did we commit something at school? Lin Xie, the aunt asked, and brought 2 glasses of water to the two of them. Ha, no, we are. We are. Obviously, for this set of rhetoric, Zhao Kongqing really didn't think about how to round it up. Zhang Luochen was a little curious. Looking at Zhao Kongqing's appearance, he obviously didn't think of a good reason. But how did he do it in the novel? Forget it. Let's go over it first. It's Lin Xie's eyes. He is a physical education teacher, because he has to take physical education class next. So let's take a look at the condition of his eyes, Zhang Luochen said immediately. Ah, yes, that's it. Zhao Kongqing immediately cast an approving look at Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen helplessly supported his forehead. In the original novel, what reason did he use to get in? At least it would not be better than what Lin Xie thought of himself. himself. Physical education teacher, and looked at Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng's figure really looked like a physical education teacher. My family's eyes have just recovered. For fear of something going wrong again, I think I still don't want it. At this time, there was a sound of opening the door outside the door, and a handsome-looking young man walked in from outside the door, and when Zhang Luochen saw him, the whole person was instantly stunned there. When the little black leprosy saw the comber, he immediately pounced on it. "Mom, there is someone at home?" Yang Jin asked curiously when he saw Zhao Kongcheng and Zhang Luochen. "Yes, it's the teacher of your brother's school. Come and ask about your brother's situation," the aunt explained. "Oh, this is my son. His name is Yang Jin." "Well, hello," Zhao Kongcheng greeted Yang Jin, and then he saw Zhang Luochen on the side actually in a daze. "This is Yang Jian. Oh my god, Yang Jian is in front of me like this," Zhang Luochen thought to himself. "Hey, why, seeing the idol, people are stupid." Zhao Kongcheng patted Zhang Luochen with his hand. Zhang Luochen then came back to his senses. No, hello. Yang Jin looked at the two people curiously, but didn't say much, so he went to put his school bag or something. "Teacher, please do as you please. The children are coming back. I have to cook," and stood up. "I'll help you. I'll come too." Before his aunt could refuse, Zhao Kongcheng and Zhang Luochen had already begun to wash vegetables in the kitchen. After these things were done, they went to Lin Qiya's room and waited for Lin Qiya to come back, and the night outside gradually darkened. Zhang Luochen looked out the window and said to himself, "It's going to rain. It's raining." Zhao Kongcheng also looked out the window, and the rain was getting heavier and heavier. At this time, Lin Qiya happened to open the door, and his hair was still wet. Why did you still find my house?" "It's not me, it's him who wants to come." Zhang Luochen immediately brushed himself clean. Of course, he also felt Zhao Kongcheng's murderous gaze. Lin Qiya immediately locked the door. "I told you, I won't join." "I'm not looking for you to say this." Zhao Kongcheng took out a roll of craft paper, put it on Lin Qiya's table, and then slowly opened it, which contained money. Lin Qiya's face was a little bad. "What do you mean?" Zhao Kongcheng took out a cigarette from his pocket, and just as he was about to say something, Zhang Luochen said directly, "He minds, don't smoke." Lin Qiya was stunned for a moment, but he did mind. Zhao Kongcheng put away the cigarette. "When I was young, I also." "With you." Ding. Hearing this, Zhang Luochen's whole person suddenly froze in place, and there would be a systematic sound at this time. The host successfully triggers a new mission. Complete the task to get a reward, and then announce the task. Zhao Kongcheng was still talking about his past to Lin Qiya, and neither of them noticed Zhang Luochen's sudden change. Mission theme: the regret of slaying gods. Mission content: record the extinct flashing moon at the limit under the stars once, and successfully obtain 2 ability extractions. Mission theme: let regrets not happen. Mission content: help Lin Qiya, save Zhao Kongcheng, and successfully obtain 2 ability extractions. 2 tasks: just complete one of them. Whether to let the regret continue, or let the regret not happen again, it is up to the host to choose. Zhang Luochen looked at the lines of words in front of him, stunned and in a daze. Of course he knew what the ending of this story was, and he didn't want regret to become a regret again, but even now, he was still a little confused. "Yes, the coat of arms, as long as you don't use ghosts and gods to lure you." Zhao Kongcheng has hope of surviving. "How could I have thought of it?" Zhang Luochen thought to himself. "What are you doing? Let's go." Zhao Kongcheng patted Zhang Luochen on the shoulder. Only then did Zhang Luochen realize that the conversation between them was over, and he got up with Zhao Kongcheng, and his mind was thinking about how to bring the coat of arms. "Your things." Lin Qiya suddenly spoke. Seeing this, Zhang Luochen was overjoyed. "Isn't this a pillow?" When he was drowsy, and took the coat of arms in front of Zhao Kongcheng. "Uncle Zhao, by the way, I haven't seen this coat of arms yet." Show me. Zhang Luochen held the coat of arms and held it tightly in his hand. "Look, okay, don't break it," Zhao Kongcheng said to Lin Qiya. "Then let's go." "Wait, it's raining outside. You hold an umbrella." The two took the umbrella. Goodbye. Heavy rain poured down, and 2 figures shuttled through the streets of the old town. Zhao Kongcheng sat in the black van with an umbrella. "It's raining too much. I'll send you directly to Hong Ying's house." Zhang Luochen was also holding an umbrella. His eyes looked around vigilantly, because the rain was too heavy. The visibility here became extremely low, or perhaps it was due to psychological effects. He always felt that those eyes had been fixed on him. "Boy, what are you doing?" Stunned. "Get in the car quickly." Zhao Kongcheng saw Zhang Luochen motionless in place, and couldn't help but urge, "Uncle Zhao, I think I have to go somewhere and do something. I can go there myself." Zhang Luochen said to Zhao Kongcheng in the car. Zhao Kongcheng's expression was a little confused. "Can you do it alone in such a heavy rain? I'll drive you there." "No need, Uncle Zhao, you go back first." Zhang Luochen didn't wait for Zhao Kongcheng to answer, and ran directly to the other side. "Young man, it's so impatient." Zhao Kongcheng saw Zhang Luochen running away and started his car directly. Zhang Luochen hid aside, and when he saw Zhao Kongcheng's car driving away, he was relieved. In order to prevent Zhao Kongcheng from using the Ghost and God Guide when he took it from Lin Qiya's hand just now, he didn't return it to him, and for the sake of safety, it was safest to let Zhao Kongcheng leave here, and now, he was ready to drag the Ghost Face King by himself. "Hey, I didn't expect it. I was going to save the world as soon as I came." Zhang Luochen sighed slightly, and then took out a baseball bat from the school uniform he was wearing. This stick was secretly taken out of the school, because he still has a straight knife, and there are no other weapons around him, so he can only take a baseball bat bat when he leaves school today. After all, this is also the most weapon-like thing. Zhang Luochen walked in the rainy night with an umbrella. He vaguely remembered that the place where the Ghost-Face King appeared was not far from Lin Qi's house, but the streets of the old town here were intricate, and he was really not sure about the specific seat, and now he could only run around the streets. At this time, a pungent smell came, and Zhang Luochen's stomach suddenly felt nauseous, and even wanted to vomit, which was even worse than when he met the Ghost-Face man before. Zhang Luochen's eyes lit up, and the second Magatama Sharingan opened instantly, and an imperceptible smile raised on the corner of his mouth finally found. Zhang Luochen looked back. This seat did just right to see the familiar low house. He muttered to himself, "This is your little home. It turns out that looking from this direction, it tastes like this." Bang! The manhole cover catapulted out directly, and after drawing an arc in the air, it fell heavily to the ground, and an arm suddenly reached out, and then, the entire body of the Ghost-Face King jumped up from the sewer. This is too big." Zhang Luochen looked at the Ghost-Face King, who was several times larger than the original Ghost-Face, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sharingan! Zhang Luochen's eyes instantly turned red, and the two Magatama on his eyeballs were clearly visible. What? The ghost-faced man appeared at this time. Zhao Kongcheng, who was driving a car, had not yet had time to drive out of the old city, and Wu Shangnan's voice came from the walkie-talkie. "Well, the news from the search team," Wu Shangnan explained on the other side of the walkie-talkie. At this time, Zhao Kongcheng seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes couldn't help but enlarge. "Oh no, that kid." The black van quickly turned around and drove back in the direction of the old town. "Lao Zhao, can you still hear it?" Wu Shangnan didn't hear Zhao Kongcheng's reply, and he was a little anxious. In Shangnan, the Ghost-Face King appeared in the old city, and the newcomer Zhang Luochen is likely to have met the Ghost-Face King now. "What? Zhang Luochen, you said he has met the Ghost-Face King now?" Wu Shangnan asked in disbelief. "Although it's just my guess, I just separated from him, but judging from his expression just now, he should have found traces of the Ghost-Face King, and moreover, he is trying to guide me away from there, although I don't know why." Wu Shangnan recalled what Zhang Luochen had said during the day. "It seems that we should listen carefully to what the child said. Lao Zhao, you go to Zhang Luochen immediately. In addition, the red tassels and the others are already on their way to support. They can arrive in 10 minutes at the earliest, and if necessary, open the undisciplined airspace and trap it." Received. Zhao Kongcheng stopped the car and looked at the empty streets of the old town. The rain was still falling, but for some reason, the street felt unusually quiet, as if it was the tranquility before the storm. Snap! The black rear kick bounced off, and there were 3 signs inside. "The newcomers are really getting more and more disobedient now." Zhao Kongcheng shook his head and complained helplessly. Poof! Zhang Luochen's body fell heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spat out of his mouth, and he was still holding a baseball bat that had been broken in half in his hand. The gap in realm is too big, and the Sharingan's Genjutsu can only trap it for a few seconds. Zhang Luochen looked at the huge Ghost-Face King in front of him. After all, the Ghost-Face King is the Sichuan realm, and Zhang Luochen, a newcomer who has just stepped into the Zhan realm, cannot be an opponent at all, even if the current Ghost-Face King is seriously injured by Chen Mai. You can't let him cast Ghost-Face here, otherwise the entire old town will suffer. Zhang Luochen just thought. The figure of the Ghost-Face King appeared in front of Zhang Luochen again, and Zhang Luochen quickly dodged the attack of the Ghost-Face King with the ability of the Sharingan. Zhang Luochen took advantage of the terrain and quickly changed direction. This street is too complicated. How can I get out?" Because he was not familiar with the road conditions, Zhang Luochen was more like a rat scurrying around with his head in his arms, and the road went around like this, but it had not yet left the scope of the old city. Forbidden ruins. Unprecepted airspace. Suddenly, a light red wall of air appeared in front of Zhang Luochen, making Zhang Luochen have to stop his steps. Of course he understood what this meant. Zhao Kongcheng still found here. "Boy, if you hadn't been running around, I would have put it away long ago." Zhao Kongcheng's figure appeared from a distance, holding a straight knife in one hand and a cigarette in the other. Uncle Zhao. Zhang Luochen saw Zhao Kongcheng's figure, and his current mood can only be regarded as a mixture of joy and sorrow. "It's really hard to bring newcomers now. Why? Do you want to save the world alone?" Zhao Kongcheng was obviously a little dissatisfied with Zhang Luochen's approach. "Uncle Zhao, this place is too dangerous. It's not something you can handle." Zhang Luochen still didn't. Zhao Kongcheng appear here. "Even if Hong Ying and the others arrived here, it would take 10 minutes. They didn't hold back too much time just now, and now for them, they are still in a dangerous area. It can only be said that the people in the old city are now safe. A newcomer also taught me a lesson. Why, it's amazing to have a forbidden ruins," Zhao Kongcheng complained. At this moment, the Ghost-Face King seemed to be uninterested in their conversation, and suddenly roared, and then, a hideous ghost face slowly surfaced on the ground with the Ghost-Face King as the center. Zhang Luochen and Zhao Kongcheng's faces changed at the same time. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 176, Ghost Face. The moment the ghost face on the ground appeared, Zhang Luochen only felt that everything around him had changed drastically, and an unprecedented feeling of dizziness suddenly hit. Zhang Luochen looked at Zhao Kongcheng on the other side. His appearance didn't seem to be very good, but after all, Zhao Kongcheng had experienced hundreds of battles, and he quickly stabilized his figure. The scene in front of him is more realistic, like a rotating kaleidoscope, chaotic, and even the rain is coming from different directions. Zhang Luochen used the dynamic vision of the Sharingan to barely cope with such a scene, but Zhao Kongqing's ordinary eyes suddenly had a feeling of motion sickness. This is the strength of the Sichuan realm. Zhang Luochen felt how small he was. Boy, now you know the gap between you. Zhao Kongqing slowly got up, and the straight knife in his hand clenched unconsciously. Roar! The Ghostface King's voice came from all directions, and in such a scene, no one would know where it would appear. However, Zhang Luochen found that his eyes really revealed the value of existence in the face of Ghostface. Zhang Luochen's eyes never left the Ghostface King's body, and he leaned over and rushed towards the Ghostface King quickly. But in such an intricate place, Zhang Luochen couldn't find a normal path at all. Indeed, he could clearly see the trajectory of the Ghostface King's movements, but no matter how he moved, he could not get close to the Ghostface King. Therefore, in Ghostface Land, it is the Ghostface King who is looking for him personally, and he goes to find the Ghostface King, which will only enter more complex terrain. Uncle Zhao, be careful behind you, Zhang Luochen yelled, his Sharingan moving rapidly. Zhao Kongqing quickly staggered and successfully dodged the fatal blow of the Ghostface King, and then, the straight knife in his hand slashed directly at the head of the Ghostface King. The straight knife seemed to be slashed on a hard steel plate, making a sharp sound, which obviously angered the Ghostface King and kicked Zhao Kongqing out. Zhao Kongqing's whole body fell directly next to Zhang Luochen, and a mouthful of blood spat out of his mouth. Uncle Zhao Zhang Luochen quickly helped Zhao Kongqing up. Luochen, your eyes, can you see him? Zhao Kongqing looked at Zhang Luochen's red eyes. Zhang Luochen nodded. How long can your illusion control him? Zhao Kongqing asked. It's only a few seconds. His realm is too high, Zhang Luochen said helplessly. Damn, it's not that I'm blowing. If I had a forbidden ruin, I would have died 800 times. Zhao Kongqing got up and held the straight knife in his hand. Uncle Zhao, I'll help you. Zhang Luochen clenched the half of the baseball bat in his hand. Just based on this? Haha, Zhao Kongqing laughed for a while. Just hold on and wait for the captain to arrive. Zhang Luochen's eyes were firm. A newcomer, don't be strong. Zhao Kongqing pushed Zhang Luochen away, and in the next second, Zhao Kongqing instantly fought with the Ghostface King. Illusion. Zhang Luochen's Sharingan Genjutsu was opened again, and the Ghostface King was held in place by the Genjutsu. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Kongqing's straight knife slashed several times at the Ghostface King, but the Ghostface King had rough skin and thick flesh, and he didn't even see a drop of blood on his body. As soon as the illusion effect ended, Zhao Kongqing still couldn't resist the attack of the Ghostface King. His chest was hit hard, and the whole person flew out backwards again. This time, Zhao Kongqing got up with difficulty. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood. He understood that he had reached his limit, but the Ghostface King obviously didn't intend to give Zhao Kongqing a chance to rest, and rushed to Zhao Kongqing again with a dive. Seeing this, Zhang Luochen quickly rushed towards Zhao Kongqing, and thrust half of the baseball bat in his hand into the back of the Ghostface King, but the result was that the baseball bat was completely useless. It's too much to suffer without weapons. Zhang Luochen was suddenly very helpless, but before he could think about it, the Ghostface King's palm slapped towards his chest, and Zhang Luochen retreated with the situation. Illusion. The Sharingan turns again. The Ghostface King once again froze in place, but the palm still slapped Zhang Luochen's chest, and he also flew out backwards. A coat of arms fell out of Zhang Luochen's pocket, and he knew what this coat of arms represented. This was the life of the night watchman. Although he is only a reservist and not a real night watchman, what he is doing now is the same as the night watchman. He is also defending his family and country, which is something he never thought of, and he lived a muddled life in his previous life. In school, his grades were average, and he was already satisfied to be admitted to college, and he would find a job that would not starve in the future, and he would live his life in such a muddled manner. But now, he is actually guarding a side of the people. He is guarding an urban area, and the medicine attracted by ghosts and gods in the coat of arms can temporarily enhance all a person's potential. If you greatly improve your ability at this time, if you can use more Hokage skills at this time, or turn on Susanoo, the Ghostface King will certainly not be your opponent. Using one's own life to burn one's last potential is a means of dying together, and it is also the last dignity of the night watchman. I used Ghost and God introduction. Wouldn't Zhao Kongqing have no chance to use it? Zhang Luochen raised the corner of his mouth. I'm really smart. As soon as the coat of arms turns, a silver needle pops out of the coat of arms. I don't know if I die, the system will save me. Even if I really die here, it's not in vain to come here. Zhang Luochen closed his eyes, but just as he was about to stab into his body, a hand directly pressed him down, and at the same time snatched the coat of arms in his hand. Stinky boy, grab my things. Zhao Kongqing snatched the coat of arms. Is this something you can abuse? What did the captain teach you? Zhang Luochen clearly felt that Zhao Kongqing was still falling in the distance just now, but now why did he suddenly run in front of him, and even snatch the coat of arms? Nothing good would happen to him if he got the coat of arms. Uncle Zhao, you can't. Zhang Luochen wanted to snatch the coat of arms again, but the severe pain coming from his body made it difficult for him to move suddenly. Newcomers should be good newcomers, and it's not your turn to do these things. Zhao Kongqing just finished speaking. The figure of the Ghostface King appeared again. Zhao Kongqing saw this and pushed Zhang Luochen away, and he himself was once again knocked out. This time, he and Zhang Luochen were separated separated by tens of meters. Bad Zhang Luochen gritted his teeth. He had only one way now, to use illusion to trap Zhao Kongcheng. Uncle Zhao Kongcheng happened to have his back to Zhang Luochen, his eyes couldn't meet, and it was impossible to run to the front. The only way was to make Zhao Kongcheng turn back. Luochen, don't think about using illusion to control me, my way, let me go by myself. Zhao Kongcheng smiled slightly. And at this time, Zhao Kongcheng, Zhang Luochen, I know you are nearby outside the undisciplined airspace. Lin Xia's voice came. I'm going. Why is this kid here? Zhao Kongcheng was surprised. He couldn't think of how Lin Xia appeared here. Zhao Kongcheng, let me in. I'm very good at fighting now. Lin Xia's voice was still shouting outside. You'll have a fart, go back to me, Zhao Kongcheng roared. Uncle Zhao, don't worry about Lin Xia yet. He's fine. You can't use the coat of arms. Zhang Luochen got up and rushed in the direction of Zhao Kongcheng, but the effective ghost face did not allow him to shorten the distance between the two sides, but got closer and closer. Hey, it's too late to drag it on. Zhao Kongcheng's eyes were like torches, and his eyes were firm. I'm really curious about what kind of forbidden ruins I will be. Zhao Kongcheng stabbed the silver needle into his body. Zhang Luochen saw this scene. He wanted to die. No matter what, he still didn't save Zhao Kongcheng. All this, the moment Zhao Kongcheng stabbed the ghost and got into his body, his life had begun to count down. Zhao Kongcheng smiled. He felt the changes in his body, and a powerful force surged out. Swung forward with a knife, a black crescent moon swung out from the blade, instantly cutting through the rain and mist in front of him, and at the same time, cut off the arm of the ghost-faced man. This is the Forbidden Ruins sequence 083. Disappearing flashing moon. Zhang Luochen looked at the black crescent moon and said slowly, not bad, boy, a little insightful. Zhao Kongcheng was excited. His mood was extremely excited. For the first time, he really felt his Forbidden Ruins, and at the same time, he also felt that his life was also being lost rapidly. Under the effect of ghost and god introduction, Zhao Kongcheng looked extremely excited. He grinned and unscrupulously showed off his abilities. It's so fucking cool. This is the feeling of having a Forbidden Ruins. Zhao Kongcheng laughed. Under the effect of ghost and god guidance, the injuries on his body had long been gone. The movements of the body were exerted to the extreme, and the Ghost-Face King was fighting together again, and at this moment, the Ghost-Face King actually fell into a disadvantage. The Ghost-Face King roared angrily, and it broke its right arm, and at this moment it was also extremely angry, and a roar came out of its mouth. Zhao Kongcheng knew his physical condition, and now he didn't have so much time, so he had to make a quick decision. Zhang Luochen. At this time, a call attracted Zhao Kongcheng's attention. A young man with gold-dyed eyes was slowly walking in. You came in. Zhang Luochen was helped up by Lin Xia, and the wound on his body was still aching. You seem to know that I will come in. Lin Xia looked up in the direction of Zhao Kongcheng, and at the same time he also saw the huge Ghost-Face King. Fortunately, it's night now, Lin Xia muttered to himself. You rest, leave it to me next. You are a person who has just stepped into the realm of Zhan. Don't talk in your dreams. Zhao Kongcheng was really a little speechless. Why are the newcomers now so fearless? I'm very strong now, Lin Xia continued. Don't talk nonsense. The newcomers will be good newcomers. One by one, they are so worry-free. Zhao Kongcheng turned his back and stepped aside, and it was not too late to help me when I finished cutting with this knife. Lin Xia obediently stepped aside. Zhang Luochen's tears rolled in his eyes unconsciously. He knew what was going to happen in the next scene. This was the last knife Zhao Kongcheng wielded. Sharingan, copy. Zhang Luochen wanted to copy Lin Xia's Mortal Dust Divine Domain before, perhaps because it was a divine ruin, but now in Zhao Kongcheng's Forbidden Ruins, he didn't know if he could succeed. Anyway, let's try it first. You too. The next knife is optimistic. Ha! Because of this knife, it will be very handsome. The two instantly showed different expressions. Lin Xia's expression was slightly disgusted, and Zhang Luochen had been holding back the tears in his eyes. Zhao Kongcheng dived, his legs left the ground in an instant, and a powerful impact broke out in an instant, and he had only one goal, that is, the Ghost-Face King. The Ghost-Face King stood in place, making a defensive posture, but now in Zhao Kongcheng, no one could resist his next attack. This move released all of Zhao Kongcheng's energy and vented all his power, which was also the limit of the moonlight once. Uncle Zhao. Zhang Luochen called softly. A huge black crescent moon soared straight into the sky, and a huge head flew into the air, and then slowly landed. Zhao Kongcheng, when will it be forbidden to ruin? Lin Xia also found out that something was wrong. Didn't Zhao Kongcheng say that he didn't have a Forbidden Ruins? But this trick just now obviously existed. Before Zhang Luochen could speak, he saw Zhao Kongcheng's body fall straight down. Seeing this, Lin Xia quickly stepped forward to catch Zhao Kongcheng's body, and he realized how bad Zhao Kongcheng's body was. Blood poured out from different parts of his body, as if it was about to dry up in the next second. Your body. Lin Xia's voice trembled a little, and he seemed to understand why at this time Zhao Kongcheng could actually use the Forbidden Ruins. He must have used some kind of medicine. Zhang Luochen clenched his fists angrily because of his incompetence that made all this happen, and he hated how small he was now. Ding! It was the sound of the system again, and everything around it suddenly froze in place in Zhang Luochen's eyes. Congratulations to the host for completing the regret of slaying the gods, and successfully recording the extinction of the shining moon once under the stars. You can get 2 opportunities to extract ability, and at the same time, due to the improvement of ability, the Sharingan is promoted to the 3 Magatamas. Zhang Luochen immediately felt some changes in his eyes, and a huge turntable appeared in front of him again. Extraction ability, Zhang Luochen said lightly. The turntable began to rotate rapidly, the pointer stopped, and a few lines of big characters instantly appeared in Zhang Luochen's eyes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability, the 8 Doors of Duanjia, and at the same time, give away the ability of Maite Kai Taiju. Might Kai's physical skills? 8 Gates of Escape? Isn't this the man who almost kicked out of the finale? Zhang Luochen thought to himself. According to the current host's ability, it can only be opened to the 4th door. Zhang Luochen nodded slightly, and a force suddenly swept through his body, and he even felt the changes between his muscles. Please continue to extract the ability of the host. Extraction capacity. The huge turntable began to turn again. Congratulations to the host, obtain the 5 elements ability, that is, earth escape, water escape, fire escape, wind escape, thunder escape. No seal is required, can be activated directly. Zhang Luochen clenched his fists tightly, feeling the changes in his body, and everything around him returned to normal. I have a pack of cigarettes in my pocket, help me light it. Uncle Zhao. Zhang Luochen clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, Zhao Kongqing even lost the strength to speak, and his eyes began to become distracted. I'm just handsome, aren't you? Handsome, very handsome. Lin Qia's body couldn't help but tremble. Zhang Luochen tilted his head slightly. The headless ghost face king's corpse was slowly standing up, and the severed head also disappeared in place and appeared on the chest of the ghost face king. The corners of Zhao Kongqing's mouth raised slightly, his eyes slowly closed, his life completely lost its vitality. Zhao Kongqing was still dead. Zhang Luochen lowered his body, picked up the straight knife of Zhao Kongqing, and handed it to Lin Qia. I have an account, I have to settle it with that guy. Lin Qia took the straight knife handed over by Zhang Luochen. His eyes were still red, and his hand unconsciously clenched the straight knife. The rain is still falling. The rain soaked the two of them. I went on first. Zhang Luochen's tone was unusually cold. Just try new abilities. I saw that Zhang Luochen disappeared in place in an instant, and with the blessing of Matkai's martial arts, Zhang Luochen's current speed has made a qualitative leap. The grimace on the chest of the ghost face king was distorted, as if it was letting out a roar, but at this moment, the sound it made was completely inaudible, and it also hit Zhang Luochen. Sharingan. The Samagatama Sharingan opened instantly, and Zhang Luochen was now able to capture the movements of the ghost face king faster. A flying kick was kicked directly to the waist of the ghost face king. This kick, Zhang Luochen still felt that he had kicked the steel plate, but now he also clearly felt the improvement of his own strength and instantly changed his movements, and punched the grimace on his chest. The ghost face king was in pain for a while, and took a few steps back in a row. Zhang Luochen knew that the head of the ghost face king was its main body, and if he wanted to completely eliminate the ghost face king, he had to completely eliminate this ghost face. Fire escape. The art of fireballs. Zhang Luochen released a huge fireball at the ghost face king, and the fireball instantly lit up the sky. Seeing this, it was too late to escape, and he protected his chest with one arm, although he blocked this fireball, but there was still a burning sensation on one arm. A dazzling golden light appeared behind Zhang Luochen, and Zhang Luochen knew without looking back that this was the mortal dust divine domain from Lin Qia. His eyes emitted a little golden light, as if they were a pair of golden pupils, holding the straight knife in his hand. At the moment when the ghost face king blocked the fireball, Lin Qia's figure also moved, and instantly came to the ghost face king, and the straight knife in his hand immediately slashed at the ghost face king's chest. The ghost face king, who had only one arm left, quickly stretched towards Lin Qia with the claws of one hand. At this time, it was night. Lin Qia, with the blessing of the starry night dancer, coupled with the terrifying dynamic vision, the movements of the ghost face king, he also saw it clearly. The straight knife in his hand quickly slashed at the chest of the ghost face king, and when the ghost face king saw this, he retreated continuously, trying to dodge the blow. 8 Gates Duanjia. The first door, open the door. A powerful aura came from Zhang Luochen's body. The second door, the door. Zhang Luochen disappeared in an instant. In this scene, even Lin Qia's powerful dynamic vision did not have time to capture Zhang Luochen's movements. In the next second, the ghost face king, who had been retreating continuously, suddenly felt a piercing pain in his back, and Zhang Luochen's fist slammed into its back. The ghost face king roared in pain, raised his foot and kicked Zhang Luochen behind him, but at the same time, Lin Qia also dodged to the ghost face king, and the straight knife in his hand slashed at the ghost face again. The ghost-faced king's claws smashed towards Lin Qia's face. Lin Qia changed his figure, and the straight knife in his hand slashed at the grimace again. The third gate, the door of life. Zhang Luochen's speed increased again, and he spun quickly towards the ghost face king. The fourth door, the wounded door. Zhang Luochen hugged the ghost-faced king directly from behind. Look at me, Li Lianhua. Zhang Luochen hugged the ghost face king, and the whole person flew straight into the sky, and then, he smashed the ghost face king to the ground, and a big pit instantly appeared on the ground. Lin Qia, lend me a knife, Zhang Luochen roared. Lin Qia didn't think about it, and directly threw the straight knife in his hand to Zhang Luochen. This time, let the moon under the stars twinkle again. Zhang Luochen clenched the straight knife, and a round of black crescent moons rushed straight at the ghost face king. and its other arm broke in response. The straight knife returned to Lin Xia's hands. Lin Xia looked at Zhang Luochen. You can also copy this move. Zhang Luochen was overjoyed. The divine ruins could not be copied, but he could still use the ability of the Sharingan to copy the ordinary forbidden ruins. Lin Xia, let's solve the ghost face king together. Zhang Luochen raised his head slightly. Today is a rainy night. There is rain. There must be thunder. I don't know if that trick will work. Lin Xia clenched the straight knife. The ghost face king slowly stood up. He faced Lin Xia, wanting to let out bursts of roars, but it could only become a silent roar. Zhang Luochen stood behind the ghost face king, and the two of them went back and forth, and Zhang Luochen's hand formed a claw. Chidori. In the next second, a touch of thunder and lightning appeared in Zhang Luochen's hand, and a burst of eagle roared and resounded in the sky. Sure enough, I met Lei Dun, and I also learned this trick. Zhang Luochen dodged and rushed straight towards the ghost face king. At the same time, Lin Xia also moved, and the straight knife in his hand slashed directly at the grimace of the ghost face king, and the two arrived at the same time and made a move at the same time. The straight knife pierced the grimace of the ghost face king, and the thunder and lightning directly penetrated its body. The ghost face king's body slowly fell, and the ghost face on its chest began to melt instantly, and this time, the ghost face king was completely dead. Zhang Luochen suddenly felt a burst of dizziness. The whole person was a little unsteady, and almost fell to the ground, and the same situation happened to Lin Xia. The two stumbled at the same time, and just raised each other's hands to support each other, which avoided falling to the ground together. It seems that the mental power is still overdrawn, Lin Xia said. Just rest for a while, Zhang Luochen said. Just now opened the 8 doors of Duinjia, although only 4 doors were opened, but at that moment, I only felt that the spiritual power was like flowing water, passing quickly. Lin Xia walked to Zhao Kongqing's corpse. Does someone want to be such a hero? Behind a comfortable life, there must always be someone to carry a heavy burden, Zhang Luochen said. Yes, there is no time to be quiet, but is this really worth it? Those who are spending their days drinking are still spending their days drinking. Their heroes, who remembers, Lin Xia said. I believe that even if there are 100 choices, Uncle Zhao will still choose like this. This is the mission of a soldier. Zhang Luochen has been getting along during this time. He has deeply realized what he has to pay to become a night watchman, but Lin Xia is different from himself. Lin Xia has his own small family, and he is just an orphan, and he has no worries. 10 years, I'll guard this place for him for 10 years. Lin Xia seemed to have made some kind of determination. 10 years? Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. He knew what this decade meant to Lin Xia. In the past 10 years, too many things have happened. Songnan City robbery, the establishment of a night team, and the Bailey family banquet, and so on, and beyond, becoming Commander Lin. Lin Xia picked up Zhao Kongqing's body and faced the low house, as if saying goodbye. Auntie, Xiaoqi left first. Please forgive me. The rain stopped. The two teenagers slowly walked out of the night, one of whom was holding a man's body and carrying a knife behind him. Han Ying froze in place, looking at the two teenagers in front of her. Junior Zhang Luochen, Junior Lin Xie, Send General Zhao Kongqing, triumph. The voices of the two converged into a more powerful voice, announcing to the world. The rain stopped, the moonlight shone through the clouds to the ground, and the streets at night were still empty, quiet as if nothing had happened just now. The lights of thousands of homes in the old town were still on, and the people in the house were busy with their own affairs, and Zhang Luochen stood alone on the streets of the old city. The road has been cleaned by the logistics team, and everything that happened here, even if everyone went out the next day, would not find anything different. Han Ying took the first to leave with the bodies of Lin Xie and Zhao Kongqing. Zhang Luochen did not go with them. He just said that he would stay and clean up, and then he would arrive. Zhang Luochen sat casually on the side of the road. His eyes looked at the place where Zhao Kongqing was lying just now, and at this moment, it was empty. At this moment, a small black leper dog walked slowly towards here, and the little black leper was a little surprised the moment he saw Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen also saw the little black leprosy. Of course he knew what the little black leprosy was going to do, and then said, "It's okay, you're busy with you." This sentence seemed very casual, but in the years of the little black leprosy, he still looked at Zhang Luochen with some doubts. Then let me dodge? Although Zhang Luochen had a questioning tone, his body immediately ran to the corner. The little black leprosy saw Zhang Luochen running away, and then looked back at this open space. It opened its mouth. If someone was here, it would definitely be shocked, because it said a human word. The soul returns. When Zhang Luochen rushed to the peace office, he saw Lin Xie sitting in the middle position, and all the other members of the 136th team surrounded him. Han Ying's eyes were still a little red, and Si Xiaonan on the side had cried into tears, and everyone had different expressions on their faces, but no one was happy or smiling. I have made it very clear. Zhao Kongqing faced the ghost face king alone and fought to the end. Lin Xie's tone was a little angry. Zhang Luochen, who had just walked into the door, immediately understood what was going on. It turns out that the plot has come to this point. Wu Shangnan continued to speak. Judging from the body of the ghost face king, there are a series of knife wounds on his body. In addition, there are burning marks on his arms, and there are traces of fractures in many places. On his body, such as being hit the ground, and his back, there is also a burning sensation, but it is a little different from the arm. The burning of the arm looks like flames, and the back is more like thunder and lightning. If you don't believe it, you can ask him. Lin Chia pointed to Zhang Luochen at the back. Zhang Luochen nodded slightly. The injuries on my arms and back were caused by me, but my realm was too low, and the mental power consumption was serious, so Uncle Zhao must not use ghost and god introduction. The red tassel on the side couldn't stand it anymore. There was still a trace of tears in the corner of her eye, and she roared angrily, Wu Shangnan, what do you mean? Zhao Kongqing is dead. You still have to hold on to these. I just want to know the truth, Wu Shangnan said in a calm tone. Team Wu, the specific situation is that as Lin Chia said, Uncle Zhao uses ghost and god guidance and kills with one blow, Zhang Luochen added. Lin Chia's eyes looked at Zhang Luochen, and from his eyes it seemed to say two words, thank you. Okay, Xiangnan, enough. They have made it very clear. Chen Mai stepped forward and patted Wu Shangnan on the shoulder, and then looked at Lin Chia. As far as I know, because you are an agent of Seraph Michael, Zhao Kongqing invited you to join the night watch, and you refused at first, Chen Mai said. Lin Chia expressed what he thought. 10 years later, if I can't leave, it's my own problem. Okay, it seems that there will be 2 newcomers going to the training camp this year. Chen Mai looked at Zhang Luochen on the other side at the same time. Lin Chia was a little confused. All newcomers must participate in a 1-year training camp, starting in September. Zhang Luochen directly answered Lin Chia's doubts. Also, newlyweds do not include food and accommodation, Chen Mai added. No room and board? Then where do I live? Can I live here? Lin Chia pointed to the sofa he was sitting on now. Then where do you live? You used to live in the school dormitory. Zhang Luochen lived in Hong Ying's house, but he was a little embarrassed to speak. Stay in my house. Hong Ying came over at this time and said, I still have a room in my house. When Shima on the side opened his mouth wide, what? Reding, Zhang Luochen already lives in your house. Another Lin Chia? Reding picked up the black box on the ground. What does it matter? I still have an empty room. Brother Chia, let Brother Luochen take you home later. He knows the way, and I still have to practice guns. Before leaving, she did not forget to add a sentence. Since you have joined our team, I will cover you both in the future. Chen Mai helplessly supported his forehead. Both of them are still temporary team members, and they can't say where they will join in the future. Thank you. Sister Hong Ying. Lin Chia looked at Zhang Luochen, and Zhang Luochen laughed innocently. Chia, I'll take you around and tell you about the situation of the night watchman. By the way, when Shima came over and patted Lin Chia on the shoulder, and then, the two walked out together. Late at night, the streets near Hepping Bridge were deserted, and a woman wearing a red coat and a black box on her back rushed in one direction. If it were normal, such a move would undoubtedly be very dangerous, but this woman was different from ordinary people, and there was a teenager behind her, and the teenager's pace was unhurried, keeping a good distance from the woman in front of her. If anyone else sees this scene, they will inevitably feel that the teenager has other plans, but at this moment, there are only 2 figures on the street. Not long after, the two walked to a place, which was a cemetery, and the tombstones here looked very exquisite and orderly. I've followed you all the way, let's go in together. Hong Ying, who was walking in front, suddenly spoke. Zhang Luochen followed up a little embarrassedly. Sister Hong Ying, it turns out that you have found out a long time ago. Although I don't have the ability to perceive, after all, I have experienced hundreds of battles, and I still have this awareness, Hong Ying said. What do you do with me? That, follow you to engrave a monument. Red Tassel's eyes widened. You know, Uncle Zhao told me. Then let's go in together. The 2 figures entered the cemetery together and stopped in front of a tombstone without any font. Lao Zhao said before that he was afraid of scaring the ancestors when he returned to the ancestral grave, so he chose to enter the cemetery of the night watchman. Red Tassel's eyes began to turn red, took out a pen, and began to carve. Zhang Luochen stood quietly aside. He didn't want to disturb the red tassel, he just looked at the red tassel engraving quietly. Zhang Luochen, thank you. After a long time, Hong Ying suddenly spoke. Zhang Luochen was stunned. Thank me? Do what? You and Lin Chia are very good. You gave all the credit to Lao Zhao. In fact, I know very well, it's just Wu Shangnan's wood. Hong Ying said, tears slipping down her cheeks. Team Wu is just a task, and the credit given to us will help our future, but we just feel that this is Uncle Zhao's last wish, Zhang Luochen said. You come here, how will you take Lin Chia back in a while? Asked Hong Ying. Don't worry, I can find him. As Zhang Luochen spoke, he looked towards a certain place and happened to meet Lin Chia, who was hiding in the dark. Brother Luochen, where are you going? As soon as she left the cemetery, Hong Ying saw that Zhang Luochen had no intention of going back with her, and couldn't help but ask. Of course I'm going to bring Lin Chia back, Zhang Luochen said to Hong Ying. Yes, but this big night, it's still in this kind of place, so you can rest assured that I, a girl, will go back alone? Hong Ying's eyes are really easy to be regarded as a weak woman. Sister Hong Ying, you are a positive combat force, except for the captain, no one is your opponent. Zhang Luochen's expression was slightly dull. Hong Ying curled her lips. Go, bring Brother 7 Knights back safely. Reding specially aggravated the word safety. Don't worry, Sister Hong Ying. Zhang Luochen waved his hand at Hong Ying, then turned around and trotted towards another place. When Lin Chia and Wen Shima saw Zhang Luochen appearing in front of them, they looked puzzled. Your eyes also have the ability to perceive? Wen Shima asked curiously. Zhang Luochen scratched his head. I said, mine is my 6th sense, believe it or not. Wen Shima rolled his eyes at Zhang Luochen. So, you are going to Hong Ying's house? Zhang Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye looked at each other and then nodded together. Go together? Zhang Luochen said in one sentence. When Chima's whole person was instantly embarrassed, his hands were even a little restless, touching his face for a while, scratching his head for a while, and then touching his nose again, and finally said, She didn't invite me. What am I going to do? You can go after. When Chima finished speaking, he immediately turned around, as if he was afraid of being caught by them, and did not forget to add a sentence when he left. Be careful on the way back. Are you a little nervous? Lin Qiye asked, looking at Zhang Luochen's back. Hey, don't worry about their affairs. We two minors. Zhang Luochen went to Hong Ying's home with Lin Qiye. Strictly speaking, although the two of them are classmates, or even at the same table, they are very unfamiliar. After all, they were at the same table for a day, and then the next day, Lin Qiye did not go to school, and on the third day, Zhang Luochen did not go to school, and finally, neither of them went to school. So, your forbidden ruins don't have an exact name until now? Lin Qiye asked curiously. Yes, the captain said that he would wait for the above to decide, and the meaning of the above still needs to be observed. Zhang Luochen replied. Your forbidden ruins are really a bit complicated and changeable. Your copying ability has also copied the lost flash moon? Lin Qiye saw Zhang Luochen use that skill, although it was slightly weaker than Zhao Kongqing's, but overall, it was indeed exactly the same. Zhang Luochen nodded without concealment. I guess I only used a quarter of my ability. Also, you can control fire and thunder? The power of your last move is even more powerful than the lost flash moon you copied. Oh, yes, and that kind of life or something. That is the 8 gates of Duinjia, that is, at a certain moment, open a certain acupuncture point of oneself, break through the limit of the body, and open a total of 8 doors. Of course, when all the 8 doors are opened, it is also towards the end. Similar to ghosts and gods? Lin Qiye asked. You can also say so. Zhang Luochen thought about it, but it was indeed similar. But Zhang Luochen felt that the moment he opened the 8 gates of Duinjia, although he increased his speed and strength, he did not improve his own realm, so there was a certain difference from the ghost and god introduction. Then my mortal dust divine domain can also be copied. Lin Qiye was a little curious. Well, I've tried this. No, maybe it's because it's a divine ruin, Zhang Luochen explained. Lin Qiye unconsciously looked up at the sky. I don't know what this road will be like in the future. Zhang Luochen was secretly happy, thinking to himself, your future path, then I know much better than you. Patted Lin Qiye on the shoulder as if comforting him. You can move forward with confidence and boldness. You have a mother, and you will kill indiscriminately. Ha! Lin Qiye turned his head to look at Zhang Luochen. What are you talking about? Ha! It's okay, I said it. Zhang Luochen pointed to the incomparably dazzling and luxurious villa in front of him that was difficult to ignore. Arrived? You say, that villa is Sister Honying's house? Lin Qiye said incredulously. Yes, she's a rich woman. It's a bit too much for the night watchman to treat her well. Let's consider the rich second generation. The house was left to her by her parents, and her parents disappeared in the fog, Zhang Luochen explained. Lin Qiye nodded slightly. You have been living here before? Actually, I only stayed for one night. I was on the second floor. Sister Hongying was also on the second floor, and in addition, there was Sister Xiaonan. Sister Xiaonan? She also lives here? Lin Qiye asked suspiciously. Yes, Sister Hongying doesn't want her to live outside alone, Zhang Luochen said. Sister Hongying is very good. Lin Qiye looked at the big villa in front of him. Go in. Zhang Luochen walked to the door and knocked on the door. There was a sound of slippers in the house, and then the door of the villa was opened, and Hongying in plush pajamas stood behind the door. Her eyes were still slightly red, and when she saw the two of them, she immediately smiled. You guys are coming. Come in. Redding asked the two of them to come in. Brother Luochen, you are still the same pair of slippers. Brother Qiye, these are your slippers. Thank you, Sister Hongying, the two said very tacitly. Lin Qiye looked at the luxurious decoration style in the house, and the whole person was a little restrained for a while. Zhang Luochen was a little better than him. After all, it was not the first time he came. Your room is on the second floor, right next to Brother Luochen. Hongying also pointed in the direction of the second floor. Sister Hongying, are they back? Si Xiaonan on the second floor said this while yawning. Lin Qiye waved his hand to the second floor to say hello, and Si Xiaonan also waved to Lin Qiye. That, have you told him all the precautions? Hongying asked Zhang Luochen. Oh, yes, that, if you want to enter Sister Hongying and Sister Xiaonan's room, you must knock on the door first, Zhang Luochen said. Lin Qiye nodded. There is another point, Hongying reminded. She is the positive combat power of the squad, and no one is her opponent except the captain, Zhang Luochen said awkwardly, always feeling that he was helping others brag. When Zhang Luochen spoke, Hongying also showed her snow-white arm at the right time and gestured. Lin Qiye. Good night. Good night. Let's rest early. I'm too tired today. Zhang Luochen patted Lin Qiye on the shoulder and walked towards the second floor. And Lin Qiye seemed to have made up his mind and walked to Hongying's room. Sister Hongying, can you borrow a pen and paper? Zhang Luochen woke up. Hongying still started practicing guns early in the morning as usual. Si Xiaonan was estimated to be still sleeping, and there was no Lin Qiye in the entire villa. Brother Seven Knights went out early in the morning, Hongying explained. Well, he should be going to say his final goodbye, Zhang Luochen replied casually. You know this too? Hong Ying asked curiously. He said yesterday that he left in a hurry, so he always had to think of a reason, Zhang Luochen explained. Oh, therefore, he asked for paper and pen yesterday, and he wrote a letter. Well, Sister Hong Ying is smart. Now, I guess the captain and the others will go to deliver the letter together. Zhang Luochen glanced at the time. As soon as Hong Ying heard someone praise her for being smart, an unstoppable smile suddenly appeared on her face. How can I be? I'm also smart. It's average, Zhang Luochen muttered in a low voice. Let's go to the office together. We still have business today. Reding put the spear into the black box. Zhang Luochen supported his forehead because he knew very well in his heart what the business in Hong Ying's mouth meant. Not long after, the two came to the peace office together, and as soon as they came in, they saw Wen Shima's figure, and at the same time, he cast envious eyes. In addition, there was an old lady in her 50s sitting on the sofa, leaning on crutches, describing her situation, which was the business that Hong Ying said. After a while, Lin Xie also came to the office, and as soon as he opened the door, he was shocked by the scene in front of him, and immediately cast a puzzled look at Zhang Luochen. This is the firm's daily business, Zhang Luochen explained. Business? Aren't those decorations at the door? It's really business, Lin Xie asked curiously. Contacting the business, usually to make some extra money. The firm also has to make a living at this time. When Shima came over and explained directly. By the way, the captain said that you two should go to the martial arts training ground together to find him. When Shima said. Lin Xie nodded, and then looked at Zhang Luochen on the side, but Zhang Luochen had also been standing in place, and suddenly saw Lin Xie's gaze, and couldn't help but be a little curious. Why are you looking at me? Lead the way. Lead the way? I don't know the way either. You didn't come earlier than me. Then I haven't been to the martial arts training ground either. Then you don't ask. According to the original plot, you should ask. Is there a plot here? When Shima looked at the two of them saying a word, and couldn't help but interrupt. Okay, the corridor in front of me, all the way to the end. The two walked forward in the direction of the corridor. Along the way, Lin Xie couldn't help but ask, is there so much business here? Yes, I heard Chiamo say what tutoring is tutoring, what legal aid, subduing gangsters, everything, Zhang Luochen explained. So wide, law. Isn't that a professional person? Lin Xie asked again. Lang Xian, he is a doctor of law from the University of Political Science and Law, of course. When Shima didn't talk to Zhang Luochen, just because Zhang Luochen had a god's perspective. After walking for a while, the two finally reached the end of the corridor, and a large iron door appeared in front of them. Pushing the iron door open, a huge and empty field appeared in front of them. Here, it's too big. Lin Xie looked at the training ground, which was almost the size of 3 football fields. Decades ago, it was built by an owner of the Earth-based Forbidden Ruins, Zhang Luochen explained. You know this, haven't you been here? Lin Xie asked. Zhang Luochen scratched his head. I've heard of it before. The two walked towards Chen Mai, who was meditating in place, and Chen Mai opened his eyes at the right time as if he knew they had arrived. Captain. Chen Mai nodded. How do you feel here? The contrast is a bit big. There is such an empty place hidden below, Lin Xie replied. Chen Mai explained again, by the way, both of your documents have arrived, in the archives. If you want to see it, go see it yourself. In addition, Zhang Luochen, your Forbidden Ruins cannot be defined at present. The above is going to continue to observe for a while. It is estimated that when you come out of the training camp, according to your performance, you will make a detailed record of the Forbidden Ruins. Zhang Luochen nodded. To be honest, he still has some expectations in his heart. After all, they are all Hokage's skills. I don't know what kind of definition the upper echelons of the Night Watchman will give. Your sabers, coats of arms and cloaks will be uniformly distributed at the end of the training camp, and you will use these 2 knives first. Chen Mai handed the 2 knives to Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen respectively. Lin Xie took the straight knife and looked at it, looking at the 3 words written on the handle of the knife, Zhao Kongcheng. This is? Lin Xie's expression was a little stunned. Lao Zhao's knife. Since he chose you, he died, and you will keep this knife, Chen Mai said. Zhang Luochen also looked at the knife in his hand, and at the handle of the knife, there were also 3 big characters written, Wu Shangnan. This knife. Zhang Luochen understood that Wu Shangnan was an immortal swordsman, and now his hands had not yet recovered, so he could not use weapons, but the weapon of the immortal swordsman should not be a sword. This is a straight knife used by Shangnan, who has just joined the Night Watch, and he doesn't use it now, so let's borrow it for you first. Chen Mai didn't forget to add a sentence, I'll pay it back in the future. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. That's for sure. Wu Shangnan's hands still need Lin Xie's miracle. Chen Mai said seriously, there is still a month before the start of the training camp, and this month will carry out systematic, professional training for you. After all, you are from the 136th team, and if you don't perform well, you will lose our face. Then what to do? Lin Xie asked. Like Zhang Luochen, although he has different abilities, what he lacks is actual combat experience. The 2 of you train in batches. Lin Xie and me practice knives in the morning. Zhang Luochen goes to Lang Xian's place to learn guns. In the afternoon you two learn to use the Forbidden Ruins. With Wen Qima, in the evening, Zhang Luochen and me practice knives. Lin Xie and Lang Xian learn guns, Chen Mai said as he walked to the weapon rack on the side and took off the 2 bamboo knives. Zhang Luochen, go to the shooting range to find Lung Xian, Lin Xie, pick up the knife and start Chen Mai immediately put on a posture. Seeing this, Zhang Luochen hurriedly left the training ground, but when he thought that he would have to walk such a long corridor, he secretly complained in his heart. However, how many steps did he take? And suddenly there was a scream that resounded throughout the basement behind him, and the scream was of course from Lin Xie. Hearing this scream with my own ears, it's true, it's miserable. Zhang Luochen unconsciously accelerated the pace of his feet, and the screams behind him came one after another. Coming to the shooting range, Lin Xian was already waiting for Zhang Luochen there. He was still holding a sniper rifle in his hand. He looked at Zhang Luochen expressionlessly, just nodded slightly, indicating that he had said hello, and behind him, all kinds of guns were neatly hung. Zhang Luochen's expression was suddenly a little excited. In the shooting room, Lin Xian took out a pistol and put it in Zhang Luochen's hand, and began to explain to Zhang Luochen the role and principle of the gun. Zhang Luochen listened while nodding one after another. Now you use this gun in your hand to hit the target. Let me see your talent. Lin Xian pointed to the target not far away. Zhang Luochen picked up the pistol, aimed at the target not far away, aimed slightly, and then shot directly. After the gunshot rang, Zhang Luochen looked towards the target. Lin Xian, ha, can you still miss the target at 30 meters? Just, my hands are shaking, I'll try again. Zhang Luochen raised the pistol in his hand again, his eyes slightly closed. 100% hit the projectile. I don't know if it will be useful for using a pistol, don't worry about it for now. Sharingan. Zhang Luochen opened his eyes again. The Sharingan can accurately capture the direction, and the first ability he draws, 100% hit the projectile. If he is holding a dart or a throwing knife, he believes that he will be able to hit it easily, but if it is replaced with a bullet fired by a pistol, the principle is the same. He believes that it can be the same. Bang bang bang. This time, Zhang Luochen did not hesitate and directly emptied the magazine in the pistol, and the muzzle was still emitting a trace of smoke. Lin Xian looked at the target. I'm going, almost in the center, your gap is too big. Zhang Luochen exhaled heavily. Fortunately, it turns out to be the same, and it can be used on firearms. Subsequently, Lin Xian took out other firearms for Zhang Luochen to try, and the hit rate was extremely high, but in the same way, Zhang Luochen's mental power also dissipated inadvertently. When you use the Forbidden Ruins, the hit rate is indeed very high, but when you don't use the Forbidden Ruins, the hit rate is barely passing. Lin Xian looked at several different targets in front of him and was analyzing them. Zhang Luochen slumped on the chair beside him. His mental power was really not enough now. He knew that with the blessing of the Sharingan, his hit rate was indeed very high, and then his mental power really couldn't hold on, so he withdrew the Sharingan. But what he never expected was that he would simply use 100% throwables, but also use mental power. When he was watching the Hokage, the characters in the anime, when they threw shurikens, did not see them consume their own chakra, which is not a trick. After all, it is the ability given by the system. Even if he has tears in his eyes, he has to accept it. By the afternoon, as soon as Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie met, they saw the embarrassed appearance of both sides, and they immediately understood. Are you okay? The two spoke at the same time. But Lin Xie's appearance was even more permeable, and her blue nose and swollen face were almost unrecognizable. The captain is so ruthless? Zhang Luochen asked. Lin Xie sighed. When you wait for the night, you will know then. Lin Xie seemed to think of something, and spoke again. Aren't you learning guns? Why are you so energetic? If Lin Xie suffered external injuries, then Zhang Luochen suffered internal injuries. After all, he consumed a lot of mental strength. Hey, don't mention it, my mental power is overdrawn, otherwise I won't be sure. Zhang Luochen waved his hand. When the two appeared in front of Wen Qima was stunned. She can still understand this. Luochen, you. Wen Qima. I shot too much, Zhang Luochen replied casually. Wen Qima was stunned for a moment, and then said, don't worry, you all find Xiaonan for treatment at night, and you can be beaten again tomorrow. Zhang Luochen. Lin Xie. Then let's go to class, Wen Qima said. Xiamo, the Forbidden Ruins, the Divine Ruins, and the Forbidden Things. Uncle Zhao have all said it. You can start with the Forbidden Ruins sequence, Zhang Luochen said directly. I'm going. Lao Zhao told you so much. Wen Qima was stunned for a moment, and then, after thinking about it, he always felt strange. Why does it seem like someone is teaching me how to do things? Wen Qima introduced some introductions to the Forbidden Ruins sequence to the two of them, and Lin Xie also had a certain understanding of the Forbidden Ruins sequence 003. And Zhang Luochen knew even more that Lin Xie was already an unprecedented agent of the two gods, and he would become an agent of the seven gods in the future. I also have a question. When Lin Xie finished asking, Zhang Luochen also asked. What problem? Wen Qima asked. My Forbidden Ruins now have no names or sequences, but now that there are so many sequences, isn't it all very behind? This is not the case. Human beings have found so many Forbidden Ruins from ancient times to the present, and arranged these Forbidden Ruins. If they are also found in them, they will be ranked first, and the others will be postponed. When Qima continued. However, your Forbidden Ruins are indeed still a mystery now, the captain said. Wait until the end of the training camp to make a judgment, so this training camp is very important to both of you, and your future is limitless. Okay, Luochen come first. try your forbidden ruins, Wen Qima said. Zhang Luochen's eyes slowly closed and then, suddenly opened, his eyes had turned red. Red eyeballs, to be honest, it's really cool. Wen Qima couldn't help but admire. What kind of point can it be done? I have tried illusion last time, and the other is the copying ability, which cannot be copied by the divine ruins. Lin Qia's mortal dust divine domain cannot be copied, and I copied Uncle Zhao's disappearing flash moon. Zhang Luochen only hid the 8 gates of Duanjia and the 5 elements technique. Lin Qia on the side didn't poke through him, just listened quietly. Can you copy the forbidden ruins? It does sound very similar to phaseless, but phaseless is through contact, and it can only copy one of the most recent contacts. Even if it is a divine ruin, it can also be copied. And yours is to use your eyes, and after copying it, it will always be used by you. To what extent can your Wanqing Shining Moon be used? It's weaker than Uncle Zhao's, both in terms of speed and strength. Well, with the improvement of the realm, these aspects will be improved accordingly, Wen Qima explained. Zhang Luochen also nodded. Nothing else? Wen Qima continued to ask. It's gone. Zhang Luochen shook his head. Then, Wen Qima looked at Lin Qia. Let's talk about your mortal dust divine domain. What can you do? I am the center of the circle and the radius of 20 meters is in the circle, Lin Qia explained. Wait, Zhang Luochen suddenly thought, these two people. Next, as if he was going to do something terrible, his face had turned red unconsciously, and he slowly lowered his head. What color is Red Tassel's underwear today? White. Good guy, answer in seconds, without thinking at all. The three men looked at each other for a while, and the next second, laughter resounded in the testing ground. However, both of your eyes have one thing in common, that is, extremely terrifying dynamic vision, although it is still only a cup realm, which is already different from ordinary people, Wen Qima said. Wen Qima quickly made a detailed plan on a piece of paper. Okay, let's start training directly. What to do? Zhang Luochen asked. Both of you have terrifying dynamic vision, so train your reflexes at the same time, which contains a mechanism room containing 39,000 hidden micro-rubber guns. Wen Qima explained the content of the training to the two of them. Subsequently, Zhang Luochen and Lin Qia walked into the room together, looking at the walls covered with gun holes in the room, and the two swallowed their saliva unconsciously. If you're ready, it's time to start. Let's start, the two replied in unison. Zhang Luochen's mental strength at this time recovered a lot, and he immediately turned on the Sharingan the moment he finished speaking. Although it was all rubber bullets, he didn't want to be beaten here. As the prompt sounded, bullets came from all directions, and there was no regularity at all. The two reacted at the same time, and Wen Qima, who was outside the room, was unconsciously startled. After one batch of bullets ended, another batch immediately followed, and the two were able to dodge the attack well at first. However, as the number of bullets increased, quite a few bullets began to hit their bodies. Zhang Luochen secretly complained. No matter how strong the Sharingan was, it was a blind spot. In addition, his own physical fitness. Problem, he had already received a lot of bullets on his body, and he was even thinking about whether to open the 8 gates of Duanjia. Later, I gave up this idea. Opening the 8 gates of Duanjia can improve my speed, but I can't rely too much on it. After all, the 8 gates Duanjia is a consumption of the body, and it is not a last resort, or use it less, and when Qima is here, it is not easy to explain. The number of bullets is not only increasing, but even speeding up. In fact, it is not that the speed of the bullets is accelerating, but that their movements are slow, and they feel that the speed of the bullets is faster. Until the end of the training, the two came out of the room physically and mentally exhausted, with pain all over their bodies. Mom, how can I practice with the captain at night if I am injured like this? Zhang Luochen looked like he wanted to cry without tears. Don't worry, the captain is still very gentle, Lin Qia spoke. Do you think I will believe it when I see you like that? It's good for you. It's time to learn guns at night, so you don't have to be so tired. Zhang Luochen cast an envious look. Do you think I will believe it when I see you like that? Zhang Luochen. Let's go eat. The captain will start cooking today. When Qima came over, put his arms around the shoulders of the two of them and walked outside. As soon as the three of them walked out of the training room, they smelled a pungent smell. It's fragrant. Lin Qia greedily smelled a few more times. The captain's craftsmanship is really good. Blessed tonight. Zhang Luochen immediately walked towards the activity room, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw 4 pairs of resentful eyes. It should have nothing to do with me. Zhang Luochen naturally understood what happened here just now. Honging snorted coldly, turned her head away from looking at Zhang Luochen, and Lin Qia also came in behind her, also feeling a strange atmosphere. Let's eat. As soon as Chen Mai finished speaking, everyone immediately began to feast. You too, do you have any gains from training? Chen Mai asked. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qia nodded at the same time. Well, I gained a lot. How is Zhang Luochen's marksmanship? Chen Mai asked. When using the forbidden ruins, it hits 100 shots, and when it is not used, it is not bad, Lang Xian replied expressionlessly. Then let's see how Lin Qia's shooting level is at night. Chen Mai looked at Si Xiaonan. Xiaonan, remember to help them treat them at night. Then, he added, as long as I can still be beaten tomorrow. Zhang Luochen, come to the training ground with me. After eating, Chen Mai quickly finished eating, got up and walked to the training ground. Zhang Luochen hurriedly finished the food in his hand and followed. Are you full? full? Liang Xian asked Lin Xie. I'm full. Practice guns. In the training ground, Zhang Luochen held the straight knife that originally belonged to Wu Shangnan, and Chen Mai in front of him held 2 bamboo knives. Captain, just finished eating, don't digest it? Zhang Luochen asked tentatively. Digestion? The enemy will not wait for you to finish digesting before attacking. Of course, the enemy will not wait for you to have enough to eat before attacking. Chen Mai's tone was very serious. Zhang Luochen nodded, naturally understanding what Chen Mai said. His hands unconsciously clenched the straight knife. That captain, offended Zhang Luochen, took an arrow and quickly appeared in front of Chen Mai. Speedkin Chen Mai's double knives were horizontal in front of his chest. Zhang Luochen was shocked. The real knife in his hand was obviously a real knife, but he kept cutting the captain's bamboo knife. After all, having mastered Matkai's taijutsu, Zhang Luochen was more disciplined in taijutsu, and Chen Mai was suddenly a little surprised by Zhang Luochen's move. Oh, have you learned knife skills? Chen Mai asked. Watching TV, Zhang Luochen smiled slightly and launched an attack again, but in the next second, Chen Mai's bamboo knife hit his back hard, and there was a sharp pain in an instant. Zhang Luochen's body was beaten continuously, and he knew at this moment what kind of training Lin Xie had experienced. You can use the Forbidden Ruins, Chen Mai said. Captain, I'm welcome. Sharingan. Zhang Luochen's eyes instantly turned red, and his body disappeared in place again. Yes, even my moves were copied. Chen Mai responded to Zhang Luochen's attack calmly. It's a pity that there is still a slight lack of movement and speed, Chen Mai said. Really? Then look at this trick. 8 gates Duanjia. The first door, open the door. Martial arts training ground at night. A figure lay on the ground, panting heavily. Especially, the 4 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia are open, and they are still beaten. Zhang Luochen had no strength at all at the moment, and the straight knife also fell on the other side, and there were different degrees of pain all over his body. Go find Xiao Nan for treatment, Chen Mai said. Zhang Luochen got up with difficulty and staggered towards the outside of the training ground. Chen Mai looked at Zhang Luochen's back. This kid's forbidden ruins are really a bit scary. The speed and strength that have been improved in a short period of time, as well as the terrifying copying ability, moves, have all been learned by him. In the villa of the Red Tassel, Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie were lying on the big sofa in the villa together, and after this day's training, the two of them now had no strength at all. The captain's strength is terrifying. Lin Xie took the lead in speaking. That's too scary. What about you? How is it at night? Although Zhang Luochen knew what the result was, it was better to ask in a polite manner. At night? Can you not mention the training at night? Learning to shoot at night was completely rubbing Lin Xie's self-esteem on the ground. The treatment is over. Rest early and continue tomorrow. After Si Xiaonan finished treating the two of them, he went directly back to his room. Why is Sister Xiaonan suddenly cold? Lin Xie asked curiously. Because, you two newcomers, you robbed him of his status as a group pet. Red Tassel, wearing plush pajamas, handed 2 cups of tea to the two of them. Thank you, Sister Hongying. The more strict the captain is with you, the faster you will grow, so you must be ruthless, but don't hate the captain. After all, the death rate of night watchmen in Songnan City has decreased, all thanks to the captain. Don't hate it. How can we hate the captain? Zhang Luochen hurriedly said. Of course not, Lin Xie also said. Okay, it's too late. Let's rest quickly. Hongying got up directly after saying that. Good night. Good night. Late at night, Lin Xie walked to the yard with a straight knife, and when he walked into the yard, he saw a figure waving the straight knife in his hand again and again. Zhang Luochen looked back at Lin Xie, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. It seems that I want to go together. Lin Xie also showed a smile. The two of them swung one knife after another in the moonlight. Ding dong, welcome. Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen came to the peace office together, and as soon as they opened the door, they saw Hongying sitting on the sofa in a daze. Lin Xie stepped forward and waved at her. Good morning, Sister Hongying. Sister Hongying, what are you doing? Zhang Luochen thought that Hongying didn't sleep well last night, so he stretched out his hand and shook it in front of her. Hongying suddenly stood up from the sofa with a rubbing, frightened Zhang Luochen, and took a step back. Sister Hongying, don't be scared, Zhang Luochen said with lingering fears. Luochen, 7 nights. You two are finally here. Something is wrong. Hongying stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie with her 2 hands, and walked directly towards the basement quickly. Zhang Luochen seemed to think of something when he saw such a posture, and asked tentatively, is there a mysterious appearance? Well, and it's tricky. Hongying pushed open the door of the activity room as she spoke, and all the members of Team 136 arrived. Zhang Luochen saw this posture, and then he remembered that this was triggered by the Nanda Snake Demon incident. After Chen Mai saw the 3 of them coming in, he said with a serious expression, everyone is here, let's have a meeting. Everyone sat down collectively, and Chen Mai began to tell the mystery of this time. This mysterious incident was located in Songnan No. 2 Middle School. No. 2 Middle School. Lin Xie immediately looked at Zhang Luochen, and Zhang Luochen's expression was not as shocked as imagined, but seemed to be thinking about something. Yes, it's the school you both attended, Chen Mai explained. Zhang Luochen of No. 2 Middle School muttered to himself, sure enough, it was the Nanda Snake Demon incident. I remember the incident at that time, and the real Nanda Snake Demon is. It seems that the person who reported the case is still your old acquaintance. Zhang Luochen's eyes looked at the room in the back and a teenager pushed open the door and walked out of the room. Yes, the reporter. It's the Nanda snake demon and the original demon, Zhang Luochen thought to himself. Zhang Luochen? Lin Xie? Why are you here? The young man was Li Yifei, and he instantly showed a shocked expression when he saw them. Zhang Luochen was just about to speak when he suddenly, ding! Why did the system be triggered at this time? Zhang Luochen wondered, and then the sound of the system entered his ears. The host triggers the Nanda Snake Demon event. This mission, assist Lin Xie to complete the Nanda Snake Demon event at the same time. No spoilers, otherwise it will be regarded as a mission failure, and 2 Hokage abilities can be extracted if the mission is successful. Zhang Luochen exclaimed. He could understand the rest of the content, but this couldn't be spoiled, which made him really uncomfortable. He clearly knew the cause, process, and result of the incident, and the key was that the result was in front of him, but he couldn't say yes. How uncomfortable it was. Zhang Luochen's eyes looked at Lin Xie on the other side. It seems that this time it is necessary to play support. The mysterious ability in the situation that needs to be paid attention to have been made clear. Is there anything else I don't understand? Wu Shangnan looked at everyone. Since there is no problem, just divide into 2 groups according to what Shangnan said. Chen Mai swept towards everyone's faces one by one. Since you want to break into the school, the image must conform to the students, Hongying, Xiaonan, and 7 Knights and Luo Chen. Your task is to find out what it is. Captain, both of them are only temporary team members, and temporary team members cannot participate in the mysterious purge operation. Wu Shangnan immediately stopped him. Chen Mai waved his hand. This time the mysterious realm is not high. They have been training for half a month. This is a good opportunity to temper, and they are students of number 2 middle school and are more familiar with the terrain. Subsequently, Chen Mai looked at Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen again. You are just temporary team members. I won't force it. It still depends on your own wishes. If you don't want to go, just say it directly. I'm going. I'll go too. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie immediately agreed without the slightest hesitation. After half a month of training, the two themselves feel that their strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and what they need most now is a chance to fight. Okay, let's take action. Chen Mai looked at Li Yifei. You go back to school with them. I'm just an ordinary person. Li Yifei froze in place. Don't worry, they will protect you. Only you have seen the mysterious one here, so you have to go. Chen Mai's tone was unquestionable. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie got up together, and just as they were about to leave, Leng Xian immediately came up and stopped them. Luochen, 7 Knights, Lin Xian said, took out 2 guns and handed them. The magazine is full. Lin Xie was still a little hesitant. But my marksmanship. Zhang Luochen laughed secretly in his heart. Lin Xie's marksmanship is called a rotten. Even if he becomes an official night watchman in the future, his worst is marksmanship. When he graduated from the night watchman training camp, if it weren't for the poor marksmanship and low grades, his grades would probably exceed Wang Mian. The meaning of guns is more than just killing. Lin Xie finally put the gun in his pocket. After a while, 4 figures appeared at the school gate of Sungnan number 2 middle school carrying their own black boxes. Your school uniform is too ugly. Red Ing was wearing a red and white high school uniform, looking disgusted. The girls is good. Look at the boys. It's really ugly. Lin Xie pointed to the school uniform on his body. The school uniform is good looking when worn on good looking people. I think that the appearance of a few of us, wearing school uniforms, is also a standout existence in the school, especially Sister Hongying and Sister Xiaonan, a proper school flower, Zhang Luochen said with a smile. Brother Luochen can still talk. This school uniform is okay. Hongying nodded with satisfaction, and Si Xiaonan on the side was also amused. Lin Xie had a strange feeling in his heart, as if what he said was all my words, and then he glanced at the time, and then looked at the school gate. Now that the first class in the morning has started halfway, what reason do we have to go in? If we hold these things, they will be checked. Si Xiaonan pointed to the black boxes. Hongying smiled lightly and pointed to the 2-meter-high wall not far away. Let's climb over the wall and go in. Lin Xie thought for a while, and then he looked at Si Xiaonan, who was smaller behind him. I have no problem. It's Sister Xiaonan. Si Xiaonan rolled his eyes at Lin Xie. His figure changed, and he climbed over the wall with unusually gorgeous movements. Hongying chuckled. 7 Knights. Xiaonan has been a member of the Night Watch for 2 years. By the way, you two have to keep up. The same is true for the red tassel, with gorgeous and clean movements, easily climbing over the wall. Lin Xie looked at the clean and gorgeous movements of the two, and suddenly froze in place, and then his eyes looked at Zhang Luochen on the side. Zhang Luochen smiled. I copied Sister Hongying's movements just now. In the next second, Zhang Luochen's figure disappeared in place, quickly climbing over the wall. His movements were exactly the same as the red tassels. Hey, suddenly I'm a little envious of those eyes that can be replicated, Lin Xie said secretly. Lin Xie climbed over the wall, and Hongying still praised it, but Lin Xie just wanted to end the topic as soon as possible. Then Luo Chen and I will go to the classroom and get close to Lu Xiaoyan, and you two will go to the teaching director, Lin Xie said. Okay, what's the matter? Headset exchange. After Hongying finished speaking, she turned around and left with Si Xiaonan. 403. Hongying was just about to turn around and ask something, but Zhang Luochen had already seen through it and took the lead in speaking. Hongying looked satisfied. These two brothers are really good. Good. In the classroom, the teacher was lecturing on the podium, and suddenly, a knock broke the atmosphere here, and the students in the class turned their heads to look in the direction of the door. Lin Xie? Zhang Luochen? The teacher was a little surprised to see the two people outside the door. Why did you two come? Why haven't you seen anyone in the past few days? I had some eye problems again and stayed in the hospital for 2 weeks. Zhang Luochen was stunned for a moment. Lin Xie had a legitimate reason, but when Lin Xie finished speaking, everyone's eyes were focused on him, including the teacher. That, I'll accompany him. Zhang Luochen himself didn't think how to say such a thing, but the words had already been spoken. The whole class looked at Zhang Luochen with strange eyes, and the teacher's face suddenly turned blue, and even Lin Xie beside him rolled his eyes at him. Go sit down. Zhang Luochen comes to my office after class. In order not to delay his class, the teacher temporarily let them return to their seats. On the way to the seat, Zhang Luochen glanced in the direction of Jiang Qian, and Jiang Qian also looked at Zhang Luochen, but Jiang Qian's eyes had some contempt for this poor student skipping class. Can't you think of a better reason? Back in his seat, Lin Xie said in a low voice. Zhang Luochen was ashamed. In such a short period of time, what reason can I think of, you say? Sick, lame, broken, cut hemorrhoids. Isn't this all a reason? Lin Xie replied sincerely. Okay, what a cut of hemorrhoids. Zhang Luochen rolled his eyes. Hurry up and check the situation. Lin Xie's spiritual power swept around, and Zhang Luochen also opened the Sharingan. It's really not good, Zhang Luochen said in a low voice. Lin Xie suddenly looked at Zhang Luochen's eyes. Your eyes can also distinguish? Unlike yours is range perception, and I have to see it with my own eyes to distinguish, and I can only see the veins of the human body, the mysterious veins, which should be different from the human body, Zhang Luochen explained. Captain Lin Xie said to the headset. Why, can you tell the difference between your forbidden ruins? Chen Mai asked. Yes, Luochen's eyes can also distinguish, Lin Xie said in a low voice. His eyes also have the ability to perceive? Chen Mai was a little surprised when he heard the news. It's different, Lin Xie can cover most of the area, and I have to see everyone with my own eyes, Zhang Luochen replied into the headset. Anyway, this greatly reduces the difficulty. How many are there? Chen Mai asked. There are 2 of them in our classroom, and on the way here just now, there are 6 of them on our floor, Lin Xie replied. Is there any salvation? No, this time it became Zhang Luochen replied. The veins of their bodies are no longer in the category of human beings. Reports. The students in the class once again looked up at the outside of the classroom. Li Yifei? What's wrong with you? What's wrong today? The teacher was obviously a little dissatisfied. I'm taking leave. I have a fake note. Li Yifei immediately took out the fake note. The teacher glared at him. Okay, go back to your seat. Li Yifei quickly returned to his seat and asked Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen in a low voice about the current situation. Flag-raising ceremony? Li Yifei's eyes widened. Lin Xie nodded. This way we can initially figure out the situation. When we arrived at the playground, we would investigate from different directions, so that most of the infected people should be found in a short period of time, Zhang Luochen said. Lin Xie nodded. Not long after, the bell rang after class, and then the music of the flag-raising ceremony also sounded at this time. Zhang Luochen, Lin Xie, and Li Yifei slowly went down the stairs with the student team. At this moment, Li Yifei secretly leaned into their ears and whispered, You joined that organization, do you have the ability on your body? Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie replied at the same time. It's really enviable. What is your ability? Li Yifei asked curiously. Use your spirit to perceive things nearby, Lin Xie replied vaguely. Use your eyes to discover things nearby, and Zhang Luochen's answer was even more ambiguous. Then can you tell the monsters? Li Yifei continued to ask. Don't worry, the Wu Shujie you have a crush on is not. Zhang Luochen just finished speaking. Li Yifei immediately wanted to reach out and cover Zhang Luochen's mouth, but Zhang Luochen's reaction was too fast and he leaned back slightly, not allowing Li Yifei to successfully cover it. You? How do you know? I haven't said anything to anyone. Li Yifei suddenly became nervous. Zhang Luochen laughed secretly. She's not, but you are. Then he spoke. Your affairs cannot escape my eyes. Your eyes, you can still see what I am thinking. Li Yifei stared at Zhang Luochen's eyes and examined them carefully, as if he was afraid of something. Bluff, I noticed it when you were in class before. Zhang Luochen laughed secretly in his heart. Why did he know? Of course, because he had heavenly eyes. From God's point of view, could he not know? Really? It's so obvious. Li Yifei looked thoughtful. But Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luochen a little strangely, because he really had a feeling that Zhang Luochen always had the ability to see through other people's minds. 7 nights, several infected people are from the girls' dormitory. Zhang Luochen immediately told Lin Xie the news. Oh, yes, you live on campus, so you know better than me, Li Yifei said. Lu Xian, Han Ruoro and Tianli are all in the same dormitory, and most of the infected are girls. Although Zhang Luochen announced the news according to the original plot, he couldn't think of how to spread the news that Li Yifei was the main body now. As soon as the 3 of them left the corridor, Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen quickly separated and moved quickly in different directions. Lin Xie can perceive students within 20 meters with his mental power, and he can find problems as soon as possible. Zhang Luochen relied relied on his own eyes to observe, so he had to keep shuttling back and forth among the students. In the past, only Lin Qiye explored all the students in the school alone, but this time, Zhang Luochen's existence also greatly reduced the difficulty of exploration. Lin Qiye, this one, I will give you an assistant. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye kept shuttling through the student crowd, so that the efficiency of the investigation was indeed greatly improved. But even so, the students had already formed up on the playground, and the music playing was getting quieter and quieter. Qiye, how are you there? Zhang Luochen asked into the headset. It's only halfway through. What about you? Lin Qiye asked. I'm pretty much the same. Zhang Luochen opened the Sharingan and quickly swept past one student after another. 7 nights, you go to be the flag bearer. Ha! Flag bearer. Lin Qiye looked at the flag bearer team. The place where he is now is indeed very close to the flag bearer team. You just say that raising the flag requires excellent representatives to raise the flag, and if you have any questions, let him ask the school leaders himself. Zhang Luochen directly told him the method that Lin Qiye had originally thought of. The teachers and students of the whole school stood in their formation on the playground, and Zhang Luochen had to stop his steps at this moment, and if he ran around, he would definitely be seen and stopped by the school leaders. From a distance, Zhang Luochen had already seen Lin Qiye walking towards the flag bearers, and after a while, Lin Qiye had already taken over the flagpole. The solemn music sounded, and the teachers, students and school leaders stood straight in place, their eyes unified in the direction of holding the flagpole. Lin Qiye stood at the front, holding the flagpole, and straightened his waist and walked forward. However, suddenly, Lin Qiye's walking direction began to move away from the original route and walk towards the other end. The students below began to whisper, and the school leaders picked up the microphone and began to remind, but Lin Qiye was just focused on his own affairs. Zhang Luochen quickly left where he was standing. He knew that everyone's attention was now on Lin Qiye, and now was the best time for him to act. Coincidentally, Zhang Luochen's departure happened to be seen by the squad leader Jiang Qian, and it happened that Zhang Luochen passed in front of her, and Jiang Qian didn't even think about pulling Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen was startled by this sudden change, and when he turned around, he happened to meet Jiang Qian's eyes. Then, squad leader Zhang Luochen said hesitantly, You hold my hand. Jiang Qian, what are you doing? Raise the flag now. Don't stand well, run blindly. And where have you been in the past few days? You haven't asked for leave. In addition, why is Lin Qiye there? Squad leader, it's not easy for me to answer your series of questions. Zhang Luochen looked around Jiang Qian and found that her location was already surrounded by mystery. At this moment, Lin Qiye had returned to the flag raising place, the music changed, and the flag was rising. He's done probing, Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. Stand up for me, Jiang Qian ordered, and at the same time she herself began to salute. Zhang Luochen stood in place, but his peripheral vision was all looking at the mysterious captains around him. Luochen, what's your situation now? Chen Mai's voice entered Zhang Luochen's ears. It's very bad. 7 nights should have finished investigating. There are several mysterious ones around me. Zhang Luochen replied. It's really bad. Lin Qiye's voice also came over. Almost at least 60 teachers and students in the whole school have been transformed into monsters. Chen Mai was silent for a while, obviously shocked by this number. Captain, have they infiltrated these families? Zhang Luochen knew what was happening on Chen Mai's side. Well, Lu Xiaoyan, Han Ruoruo, and the teaching director's house we all went, they were all infected, and the current situation is worse than we imagined. Captain, leave the school affairs to us, Zhang Luochen said. Well, we need to continue to investigate the infected outside. The situation in the school is left to the 4 of you. I will let Ling Xian open the undisciplined airspace. Chen Mai paused and continued. The enemy this time is very tricky. You don't need to keep your hands. Find its body as soon as possible. You can give it a try. Understand, Captain. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye replied in unison. Zhang Luochen's expression was a little worried. There were many infected people around Jiang Qian alone. He saved Jiang Qian last time, but he couldn't let her be infected here. Obviously, it was indeed dangerous to continue to expose Jiang Qian to the outside. Zhang Luochen, line up, go back. Jiang Qian urged Zhang Luochen to return to his team. Squad leader, it's not suitable to hide in the team now. Zhang Luochen didn't say a word, took Jiang Qian's hand, and rushed directly towards the outside of the large army. Luochen, how are you there? Lin Qiye asked. I'm coming to meet you now. Zhang Luochen asked about the situation of the red tassels again. Lin Qiye was analyzing the mysterious basic ability to Hongying through the headset, and in addition, he guessed that the main body was hidden in the girls' dormitory. There is another possibility. Zhang Luochen immediately spoke. Use girls to hide people's eyes. Don't forget, at the beginning, when Lu Xiaoyan infected the teaching director, she used the girl's soft psychology to let the director down her guard. Zhang Luochen said. Zhang Luochen really wanted to tell Lin Qiye the answer directly at this moment, but his mission failed. He remembered that when he first saw Li Yifei, he already had the urge to directly deal with the Nanda snake demon. However, if Li Yifei did not become Lin Qiye's caregiver, in case it affected the future process, he would have crossed over after all, and he might suddenly go back one day, so he also gave up this idea and waited quietly for this event to happen. I just didn't expect that this system actually put a line for him, and no spoilers were allowed. How uncomfortable uncomfortable it was to know that the answer could not be said. Ha, Zhang Qian? Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luochen suspiciously. She is surrounded by monsters, and she has to manage those teachers and students who have not yet been infected. Zhang Luochen just finished speaking. At this time, Lin Xie's eyes looked at Han Ruoro, and Lu Yuan was showing her courtesy. Go save him? Zhang Luochen looked at Lin Xie. Lin Xie sighed slightly. Hey, in the guidelines of the Night Watchman, let's save it. Once Lin Xie walked in the direction of Han Ruoro. Zhang Luochen looked back at Zhang Qian, squad leader. Although it is difficult to explain now, you must hide immediately. But at this moment, Lin Xie had just finished confessing to Han Ruoro, and there was an explosion in the direction of the girls' dormitory. The explosion sounded, immediately attracting the attention of the teachers and students of the school. Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen briefly exchanged glances, and Lin Xie quickly rushed in the direction of the girls' dormitory. The students in each class were all in disarray, and as soon as they ran out of the classroom, they found that the sky had changed color. Zhang Luochen looked at the sky that changed color. Undisciplined airspace has opened. Looking at the emerald green sky, the students even forgot the explosion just now, and many students took out their mobile phones and began to take pictures and check in at the sky, as if this place had become an attraction, and even forgot the explosion that had just happened. Zhang Luochen turned around and looked at Zhang Qian, squad leader. Hurry up and leave the campus, I have to deal with other things. Remember, leave the campus as soon as possible. Zhang Luochen said as he ran out quickly. He knew that Lin Xie had already taken action. Then, at this moment, the purge operation officially began. Monster! Monster! In the crowd, I don't know who shouted, which immediately caused panic, and many students began to run around the school. Don't move! Zhang Luochen roared, but obviously, such a deterrent was far from enough. Bang! Zhang Luochen turned around and saw Lin Xie holding a pistol and pulling the trigger at the sky. Sure enough, the gun also has a deterrent effect. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, and in the next second, the black box in Zhang Luochen's hand opened instantly, and a straight knife ejected out. Zhang Luochen instantly held the hilt of the knife straight out of the sheath, and in just a moment, the knife fell from his hand, and the monster closest to him directly cut off its head with a knife. The original face of a student instantly turned into a monster full of flesh and fangs. Blood splattered everywhere, and the students who were closer to each other happened to be affected. At the same time, Lin Xie's side also made a move, also cutting off the head of a monster at a very fast speed. Seeing the monster beside him, the surrounding students seemed to have lost their minds one by one, and kept scurrying around with their heads in their hands, screaming one after another. Everyone, there are no monsters hiding around you now. Hurry up and leave the school, someone will let you out. Hurry up, Zhang Luochen yelled. The best way now is to let the students who are not infected leave the school. Zhang Luochen looked towards the crowd and saw Zhang Qian's figure, and he was also relieved. As a result, most of the teachers and students have left the campus safely, and the entire campus has suddenly become much quieter. How is the situation now? Zhang Luochen quickly ran to Lin Xie's side. Sister Hongying and the others went to chase the monster that escaped. There are still many monsters in this school. We have to hurry up. Lin Xie's eyes looked at a place. There are on every floor. Okay, let's act in batches. Zhang Luochen seemed to think of something, and immediately reminded, by the way, this monster is very smart. Lin Xie nodded. Indeed, its daily habits are no different from humans, and it is obviously a high IQ mystery. So, the one Sister Hongying and the others chased is probably the bait, Zhang Luochen said. You mean, the main body is probably still here, Lin Xie said. Zhang Luochen nodded and said, be careful of the people around you. After saying that, Zhang Luochen was just about to leave when the sky suddenly flashed. Ha, what's going on? Lin Xie asked. Lang Xian is not familiar with undisciplined airspace, Zhang Luochen replied quickly. Lang Xian's voice also came from the headset, which was indeed caused by unfamiliarity. The sky turned blood red at this point. This color is really weird. Zhang Luochen smiled lightly. There is always a feeling of the end of the world. Lin Xie also sighed. Don't worry, this is not an apocalyptic text. Lin Xie? I'm going to this building. Zhang Luochen rushed directly to the building of the second year of high school. Lin Xie looked towards the building, and his face suddenly changed. That's the hardest hit area. But Zhang Luochen's figure was long gone. High school second school building. Zhang Luochen held a straight knife in one hand, quickly shuttled through each floor. The number of infections in the entire sophomore was the largest. As for why, that Zhang Luochen couldn't be clearer, because Li Yifei was a student in the second year of high school. At this time, many students ran down the stairs and fled in the direction of the school gate, and along the way, Zhang Luochen saw 3 more straight knives in his hand. Zhang Luochen. Li Yifei suddenly saw Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen turned around. To be honest, he really wanted to solve him directly here. Li Yifei was holding a fire axe, followed by several male classmates. It seemed that this was the axe team temporarily formed by Li Yifei. At this moment, more than a dozen monsters suddenly appeared in the corridor. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Zhang Luochen was quick-eyed, and an earthen wall suddenly appeared in front of them. Wow, Zhang Luochen, you were so powerful. Li Yifei saw a wall that suddenly appeared, and immediately became envious. Is it a practitioner? It's simply a god, man. The other students also looked at me with envy. Leave it to me here. here, you go save the other classmates. Zhang Luochen knew that this wall would not last long. Li Yifei led his axe team and ran quickly downstairs. Sure enough, more than a dozen monsters quickly broke through the earthen wall and pounced directly on Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen raised the corners of his mouth. Taijutsu can finally be used. His movements were ghostly and he cut off the heads of the two monsters in an instant. Illusion. Two more monsters were frozen in place by the illusion, and Zhang Luochen raised his knife and fell down, directly cutting off his head. Fire escape. How fireball technique. A huge fireball instantly swept through the entire corridor, and several monsters were directly submerged in the sea of fire. The original scale of more than a dozen monsters was left in an instant, and no one dared to step forward now. Suddenly, there was a scream from behind Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen turned around, and suddenly saw several girls rushing out of a classroom, followed by a monster. Zhang Luochen was about to turn around, but the few in front of him obviously didn't intend to let him leave like this, and several pounced on Zhang Luochen at the same time. Chidori! A burst of light blue thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in Zhang Luochen's palm, and at the same time, a whistle resounded throughout the corridor. The bodies of the two monsters were instantly pierced, and sticky blood spilled all over the ground. When the girl saw Zhang Luochen as if she saw a life-saving straw, she flew into Zhang Luochen's arms and said in a delicate tone, "Thank you for saving me. I'm so scared," was also mixed with some crying. "I'm sorry, I have someone I like. Besides, I don't like monsters." Zhang Luochen stabbed directly into the girl's chest with a knife, and in the next second, a head full of fangs appeared in front of him, raised his knife and fell down, directly cutting off the head. "Even if I don't have a Sharingan, I know that you are fake. It's really clumsy acting skills." Zhang Luochen shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, there was another scream in the classroom. Zhang Luochen quickly ran into the classroom, and the scene in front of him made him gasp. A monster opened its mouth wide, and the girl turned out to be Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian did want to leave the campus with the large army, but Zhang Luochen's abnormality still made her a little curious, so she turned back to the classroom. "But there were too many monsters here, so I can only hide inside." And then, one of the girls turned into a monster. Zhang Luochen kicked the monster's body, and then, one hand hugged Zhang Qian, and the straight knife in his hand directly cut off the monster's head. Blood splattered. Zhang Luochen used his body to block the splashing blood, and his school uniform was all dyed red. Zhang Luochen Zhang Qian looked at Zhang Luochen blankly and saw the shocking bloodstains on his clothes. "Squad leader, why are you back again?" Zhang Luochen said. I Zhang Qian hesitated, and she might also be frightened by the scene just now. "Okay, it's okay now, I'll send you out." Zhang Luochen's tone was very gentle. "Thank you," Zhang Qian said in a low voice. "I said before, men, it's a pity not to use heroes to save beauty." Zhang Qian, before? Zhang Luochen took Zhang Qian and ran downstairs quickly, just in time to see Li Yifei trapped in the classroom by a group of monsters, but before he could make a move, Lin Qiye had already taken the lead in solving them all. "Wow, 7 nights, Luochen, it's great that you are here." Li Yifei looked aggrieved. Okay, don't be numb." Zhang Luochen looked disgusted. Monitor, you didn't go out?" Lin Qiye had sensed it before, and he also sensed that Zhang Qian was following him out of the school gate. "Hey, she's back," Zhang Luochen then asked. "The first and third years of high school have been cleared?" Lin Qiye nodded. "Well, what's the situation here?" "The monsters here are all running amok now. I have solved them on the 4th floor. On the 3rd floor, Li Yifei and their team have killed a few. Now, there should be a batch on the 1st floor of the 2nd floor, but you have all come up. It should be dead." Han Ruoro and the others. Li Yifei locked some of their men and women in the classroom. Lu Yuan was also just finished speaking. Zhang Luochen did not forget to add a sentence. "What? Han Ruoro? Lu Yuan?" Zhang Qian asked dumbfounded. Zhang Luochen nodded. "They are all infected." At this time, Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye noticed a weak boy wearing glasses at the same time, and his eyes kept looking at Lin Qiye. "This look, the key to the door. Where is your fish?" Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. Do you know me?" And Qingyu saw Zhang Luochen, and at the same time, he looked at Zhang Luochen's eyes, the same as Lin Qiye. They were all like that, as if he had seen some rare species and wanted to take it back to slice and study. Zhang Luochen felt such a look for the first time, and the whole person was shocked, and he finally knew what it was like to be looked at by Lin Qiye before. The results are the first in the city, so famous, who doesn't know? To be honest, Zhang Luochen is really indifferent to this kind of scholar. The main source is his previous life. After all, he is a scumbag, as if in this life he is still a scumbag. And Qingyu looked like he was about to speak, but Lin Qiye obviously didn't want to talk to him more, and Zhang Luochen didn't want to. "Let's send all these students to the auditorium first, where it is safest now," Lin Qiye suggested. "Squad leader, you should also take refuge in the auditorium first." Zhang Luochen turned to Zhang Qian and said. Zhang Qian nodded slightly. She knew in her heart that staying here would only increase the burden, and now she began to realize how stupid it was not to leave the campus at that time. Zhang Luochen looked at Zhang Qian's back as she left, and his heart was secretly sad. After all, after today, Dream Whisper would still clear their memories, and at that time, Zhang Qian would still not remember what happened with him. "Okay, it's important to get down to business." Lin Qiye stepped forward and patted Zhang Luochen on the shoulder. Zhang Luochen nodded. "Let's go." The upstairs upstairs hasn't been cleaned up yet. Let's go together, Li Yifei said immediately, and at the same time, the axe team behind him also looked eager to try. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie looked at each other, and then nodded. They had killed dozens of monsters in a row since just now, and their mental power had indeed consumed a lot. Both of them were actually about to reach their limit. I'll go too, and Xingyu continued. I can help give advice and analyze the monster's behavior and habits. One more is not much, let's go. Before Lin Xie could think, Zhang Luochen spoke directly and took the lead in walking upstairs. In this way, the group quickly advanced upstairs. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie stood in the front position, and the straight knives in their hands opened the way for their rear. On the 5th floor, Lu Yuan was clamoring to leave the place, and the classmates guarding the door blocked them from coming out. At this moment, they suddenly saw several monsters appear in the corridor, but two figures quickly appeared in front of the monsters, and the straight knives in their hands went straight to the monster's head. It's Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie. There seems to be a group of people behind them. It's Li Yifei. The two teenagers walked at the front of the line. Their school uniforms were red with blood, holding a knife in their right hand. One teenager's eyes were shining with gold, and the other boy's eyes were red, and if you look closely, there was a circular pattern of 3 magatama on it. Lu Yuan and the others are there. Li Yifei pointed forward. The moment they appeared, the hearts of several students also fell. Li Yifei, you are all up. What should we do with the monsters below? One of the students said in a panic. It's all solved. I was killed by my brother Chie and brother Luochen, but we killed all the way. Li Yi flew the fire axe in Yang's hand, which was even a bit of a fox fake. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan unconsciously took a step back. Zhang Luochen looked at Lin Xie and smiled lightly. That, I'll leave it to you. Lin Xie smiled slightly, walked up to Lu Yuan, and after saying a few words, Lu Yuan took Han Ruoro out of here. The last one was also taken away by Lu Yuan. Take the rest of the students to the auditorium, Lin Xie said. At this time, Zhang Luochen looked at Xingyu. You should have seen something all the way. Xingyu habitually pushed the glasses on his face. You can see this. Show us signature smile. Let's talk about it. Xingyu leaned into Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen's ears and whispered. Hearing this, Lin Xie's brows furrowed unconsciously, and Zhang Luochen on the side really admired Xingyu's head at this moment. Zhang Luochen understood that if he did not have God's perspective, he would definitely not be able to analyze so many causes and consequences. Lin Xie handed the gun in his hand to Xingyu, and then gave a few more instructions, and Li Yifei gathered all the survivors on the 5th floor. You take them to the auditorium. We will continue to search for the main body, Lin Xie said to Li Yifei. Zhang Luochen fell into deep thought at the moment. Now that Lin Xie's general direction was understood, then the next step was to directly encircle Li Yifei aside, which would be more convenient. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie quickly disappeared into the corridor. Split up, Zhang Luochen spoke. Lin Xie nodded and ran quickly in the opposite direction. Zhang Luochen saw Lin Xie's distant back, and he himself returned to the place just now. He had only one purpose, to follow Li Yifei. There was a conversation between Hong Ying and Lin Xie in the headset, and according to this point in time, Lin Xie should solve Lu Yuan's matter. Zhang Luochen quietly followed Li Yifei, only to see that Li Yifei sent all the remaining survivors to the auditorium, and then, several classmates pulled Li Yifei to ask some things, and after asking, Li Yifei left the auditorium. Seeing the direction Li Yifei was going, the corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth raised slightly. It seems that the net can finally be closed. In the piano room, Lu Yuan and Han Ruoro are now in the piano room, and Lin Xie has cooperated very well to lock the door. Zhang Luochen followed Li Yifei all the way, and the Nanda snake demon could share the vision, so Li Yifei knew everything that was happening in the piano room now. Suddenly, Li Yifei stood in place, and his expression suddenly began to distort, and the body of the Nanda snake demon appeared here. So that's it, Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. Li Yifei was hiding not far from the piano room at that time, and then waited until the matter here was resolved before Li Yifei returned to the auditorium, and finally, he was pierced by Lin Xie in the auditorium. Hey, with me here, let's just delete the scene in the auditorium, so as not to scare that group of children again, Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. Bang! There was a violent sound in the piano room. It seems that the fight in the piano room has begun. Zhang Luochen looked at Li Yifei, who had transformed into a body. Discover the body of the Nanda snake demon. In the piano room of the Arc building, Lin Xie's voice came from the headset. 7 nights, you have to hold on for a while, Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. Zhang Luochen, who was in the dark, had been observing the direction of the piano room, and saw that Lin Xie suddenly rushed out of the piano room, and he looked a little embarrassed. Behind him, a monster covered in black scales and a human snake-tailed body twisted its body and caught up with Lin Xie's pace in a few strokes. Lin Xie obviously had a hard time dealing with the Nanda snake demon. The snake demon's body defense was high, and it collided with Lin Xie's body, directly knocking Lin Xie's whole person away. However, Lin Xie's strength cannot be underestimated after all, and it still caused a lot of damage to the Nanda snake demon. Not long after, a spear struck like an arrow, and a round of rose-colored flames went straight to the face of the Nanda snake demon. Sister Hong Ying is here. Zhang Luochen saw Hong Ying's figure from a distance. With the arrival of the red tassel, the Nanda snake demon immediately fled, but in the next next second, the red tassel jumped directly on the spot, and this jump directly jumped as high as 3 floors. The spear in his hand was thrown into the air with flames, and then, a kick was kicked at the end of the spear, and in an instant, the spear pierced the entire building. The entire art building collapsed. Seeing this scene, Zhang Luochen broke out in a cold sweat and only had one thought in his heart: this woman is really tough. A large pit appeared on the ground, full of smoke and dust, and a spear was inserted straight into the body of the Nanda snake demon. At this moment, Zhang Luochen saw Li Yifei, who was standing in place, suddenly moved, and the corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth raised and flashed directly in front of Li Yifei. Zhang Luochen, why are you here? Changed back to Li Yifei's appearance, and when he saw Zhang Luochen at this moment, he was stunned. Hey, illusion! Zhang Luochen's eyes glared at Li Yifei. Li Yifei froze in place, and then, let out a scream. This scream instantly attracted the attention of Lin Qiye and Hong Ying not far away. Sure enough, there is a problem. Lin Qiye frowned when he saw Li Yifei. Zhang Luochen looked at Xinglin Qiye and thought, I helped you here, it shouldn't be a spoiler. 3 gunshots rang out in a row, hitting Li Yifei's head very accurately. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Luochen was stunned. After all, he was not in the auditorium now, but there was only one person who would shoot now, and as soon as he turned around, he saw Xingyu standing not far away with a pistol. In addition to shock, Lin Qiye's eyes were also a little envious. After all, this distance was neither far nor close, but every shot hit Li Yifei's head steadily. Also because of these 3 shots, Li Yifei, who was controlled by illusion, happened to be sober and looked at the people around him. 7 nights? Luochen, why are you here? By the way, Zhang Luochen, what did you do to me just now? Li Yifei asked Zhang Luochen in a questioning tone. Look at your head first. Zhang Luochen pointed to Li Yifei's head. I was shot, but I was shot. Why didn't I die? Li Yifei said suspiciously. Because, you are the Nanda snake demon. Lin Qiye spoke slowly. 2 golden flames appeared in Lin Qiye's eyes, and the seraph divine power instantly poured into Li Yifei's spiritual world. In the next second, Li Yifei's eyes turned into a pair of demonic vertical pupils, and his body had not changed. It's interesting. Li Yifei's voice became low. Neither of you saw through me. How did you find it? Zhang Luochen was ashamed and thought to himself, I already knew. Okay, if I hadn't spoiled it, you would have died long ago. Lin Qiye connected everything together, and Xingyu on the side also made his own explanation. And because of the gunshots here, the students who were originally in the auditorium ran towards this side. Zhang Luochen was speechless. Why don't you have a long memory? You can't change the habit of loving to watch the excitement. In order to prevent his classmates from seeing Li Yifei's appearance, Zhang Luochen specially put the ending here to complete it, which can be regarded as opening the ending in advance. However, Xingyu was the first to leave the auditorium, and the plot of this shooting is indispensable, right? Knowing that Yuan Qing's speargun technique is accurate, you have to show it here. I really didn't expect that I would be planted in your hands. Li Yifei looked at Lin Qiye. You say, how can I repay you? In the next second, Li Yifei's body expanded rapidly, black scales grew on the surface of his skin, and his body turned into a monster with a snake's tail. The rest of the students saw such a big monster and let out a piercing scream, and all the students were running around with their heads in their hands. The Nanda snake demon saw Lin Qiye, and his claws went straight to Lin Qiye's neck, and Lin Qiye's straight knife was unsheathed, lightly blocking the attack. Now, it's dark. Zhang Luochen looked at the dark sky. The dark night. The dark night belonged to Lin Qiye. After Lin Qiye blocked the next blow, he flipped his right hand and slashed the arm of the Nanda snake demon with a straight knife. The Nanda snake demon screamed, kicked in the chest, and the Nanda snake demon flew out. Nanda snake demon estimated that he was not Zhang Luochen's opponent at all, and his target was the rest of his classmates. It quickly twisted its snake body, its claws slashing towards a classmate. Zhang Luochen saw this scene, and his body moved in an instant. Damn it, it's not good to find anyone, but I'm looking for her. 8 gates Duanjia, the first door, open the door. Zhang Luochen's eyes burst out with strong anger. Without any hesitation, the second door, the door. Zhang Luochen's speed even had after images, and the moment the Nanda snake demon's claws were about to poke Zhang Qian, the Nanda snake demon was directly kicked out by Zhang Luochen. Lin Qiye's straight knife was waiting there, and the straight knife in his hand attacked instantly, and with a perfect arc, the head of the Nanda snake demon was cut off. The huge head fell, and his eyes were still staring, as if telling the anger in his heart. Zhang Luochen looked at Zhang Qian affectionately. Zhang Qian looked at Zhang Luochen in front of her blankly. She didn't know why. She always felt in her heart that Zhang Luochen was very different now. After a while, you will forget me again, Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. Hearing this voice, Zhang Luochen naturally understood that it was time to extract his ability again, and everything around him began to stagnate in place. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Under the premise of no spoilers, you successfully assisted Lin Qiye in completing the Nanda snake demon incident and got the opportunity to extract abilities twice. The huge turntable appeared in front of Zhang Luochen again. Extraction ability. The dial began to spin, and the abilities on the hands kept changing. Every time this happens, Zhang Luochen's hands will tremble nervously, since the first time he extracted such a trapping ability, he was already afraid, but that ability, according to the current situation, is not too bad. After after all, his shooting ability is not as bad as Lin Chi's. Congratulations to the host, gain the ability, stand-in technique. Stand technique, a type of disruption technique that quickly uses other objects to replace the body at the moment of attack, making the opponent think that the attack was successful, and the caster can take the opportunity to sneak attack the opponent or escape. Okay, it's an ordinary ability that can't be ordinary anymore. All Hokage characters will be there. What kind of bad luck is this? Zhang Luochen complained a little speechlessly. The stand-in technique can only be regarded as a defensive ability, a skill that can be used to save lives in critical moments. The re-extract ability dial starts to spin again. Congratulations to the host, gain the ability, Shadow Imitation. Shadow Imitation? This is the ancestral secret technique of the Nara clan and the Hokage, and it is not particularly powerful in the Hokage, and it is all the ability to cooperate with the completion. Zhang Luochen recalled, but still looked very frustrated. The two abilities extracted this time, compared with the previous ones, are simply very different. They are not powerful tricks. The shadow imitation technique must cooperate with other people to exert its own power. In general, this time the ability is a pit. Everything around returned to what it looked like just now, and Zhang Luochen saw Zhang Qian beside him. Squad leader, it's safe here. I have to leave. Zhang Luochen smiled at Zhang Qian. Leave? Are you not going back to school again? Zhang Qian's big smart eyes looked at Zhang Luochen. Well, I joined their organization, so I won't go back to school in the future, and I won't be able to call you class leader in the future. Is this organization to defend the country? Yes, so to speak. Then you will definitely be a well-known figure in the future. Oh, the squad leader praised it. Zhang Luochen smiled. Zhang Luochen, thank you just now. I wish you a bright future. Zhang Qian stretched out her hand, ready to shake hands with Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen looked at Zhang Qian's outstretched hand and hesitated. Thank you, squad leader. Shake hands. You don't have to. Zhang Qian retracted her hand and lowered her head slightly, and suddenly, a strong force instantly poured into her arms, and an unprecedented sense of security made her frozen in place. The classmates over there, you can't fall in love early. The teacher next to him saw this scene and immediately rushed over to separate the two. Zhang Luochen let go after hugging him. Squad leader, I have to go. Turned around, left, and went to meet Lin Chiye and the others, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Shaking hands can only be friends, so I chose to hug to say goodbye. Zhang Qian looked at Zhang Luochen's back. Her little face was already red, and her eyes were a little moist. Brother Luochen, are you going to fall in love? Han Ying couldn't help but joke when she saw Zhang Luochen coming. Sister Han Ying, what are you talking about? I'm still a minor and can't fall in love early. Zhang Luochen's words came out. Han Ying and Si Xiaonan showed a look of contempt. However, you both performed well this time, especially in the end. I was almost deceived and gave you two a headline. Han Ying gave a thumbs up to the two of them. I just assist. The main thing is that 7 Knights has the greatest credit, Zhang Luochen said immediately. That's not it. You have to rely on Luochen. Lin Xie also said politely. You two don't have to be so polite. Si Xiaonan on the side pouted his cute little mouth. What about these students? Lin Xie asked, pointing to the group of teachers and students who were returning to the auditorium. Someone will use Dream Whisper in a while, and they will erase the memory of what happened today and then create a dream, Hong Ying explained. So, they will all forget what happened today. When Lin Xie said this, he suddenly looked at Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen has long known this result, so after today, Zhang Qian will still forget everything that happened to him, forget to save her, and forget what he said to her. If brother Luochen needs it, I can say it to them. Hong Ying naturally saw Zhang Luochen's thoughts. It's better not to do it. Ordinary people still live in the world of ordinary people, knowing too much, but it's not good for them. Zhang Luochen understood that as a night watchman, some things really couldn't be explained. Then come on, the night watchman can also get married, and Lao Zhao also has a wife and children, Hong Ying said. Sister Hong Ying, what did you say? Zhang Luochen's face suddenly turned red. By the way, there are so many dead students, and in addition, you directly destroyed a building. Lin Xie suddenly remembered. Don't worry, there will be special people who will give special explanations. What experiments exploded? What terrorists? There is always a reasonable reason, Hong Ying explained. It's a pity that too many students died this time. Hong Ying's expression was a little sad. Sister Hong Ying, it's not your problem. If it weren't for you, there would only be more sacrifices. Si Xiaonan comforted, and at the same time, she looked at Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen. And you too. I have to admit that you two are indeed very powerful. Lin Xie suddenly thought of Xingyu and asked if Hong Ying could join the night watchman, but obviously, the threshold for the night watchman was not low. However, Zhang Luochen knew that in a year, and Xingyu would join the night watch, and he was also an important member of the night squad. Okay, close the team. Red Ing picked up the black box, and the other people did the same. The four of them walked out of the school gate with their heads held high, one by one like triumphant soldiers. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xia's school uniforms were stained with blood, and they couldn't even see the appearance of the school uniform. Si Xiaonan quickly secretly wiped a handful of blood from Lin Xia's body and wiped it on his face. Chen Mai, Wu Shangnan, and Wen Qima were already waiting for them next to the car at the school gate, and when they saw them appear, Chen Mai immediately walked over. Are you hurt? Chen Mai looked looked at Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie. No, the two replied in unison. How does it feel? Feel it. It's okay, it's exciting. It's simpler than I thought. Okay, let's go back. I still have something to do. I'll go back by myself later, Zhang Luochen said as he ran in the other direction. What's wrong with him? Chen Mai asked curiously. You should go see his little girlfriend for the last time. Red Ing smiled evilly. Is he in love? When Qima opened his mouth wide. 8 or 9 is not separated from 10. Zhang Luochen stood on a high-rise building. His line of sight could just see the situation of the second middle school, and he had even seen in Qingyu running away with the head of the Nanda snake demon in his arms. This guy Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps behind him caught his attention. Why are you here? I know you're here. I've been studying for a few days anyway. Come and see this school. Lin Xie's figure appeared behind Zhang Luochen. From this point of view, our campus is so beautiful, Lin Xie said with emotion. Yes, Zhang Luochen saw the night watchman using Dream Whisper working. She's going to forget me again, Zhang Luochen muttered to himself, but was still heard by Lin Xie. Lin Xie patted Zhang Luochen on the shoulder and comforted. Don't worry, one day, she will think of you. After experiencing this Nanda snake demon incident, Zhang Luochen obviously felt that he had made a qualitative leap. He was more comfortable in using the Sharingan, and his body was much stronger than before, both in terms of strength and speed. Shooting has even been able to achieve a real 100% hit. For this reason, Lang Xian is greatly admired. On the other hand, Lin Xie's shooting ability is still so unsightly. After another half-month, Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie entered the captain's office together, and the two knocked on the door. Chen Mai handed the two documents to the two of them separately. In a few days, the recruit training will begin. Enter. Zhang Luochen couldn't hide his excitement. He finally waited for this moment, and he was about to meet the masked team, as well as the original personnel of the night squad formed by Lin Xie in the future. I don't know if Bailey Pang will give himself a Rolex, Zhang Luochen thought to himself. This eldest young master of Guanshan, the reincarnation of Lingbao Tianzuan, Zhang Luochen really wanted to see each other. Well, according to the situation in previous years, this year's recruit training camp should also be in Shangjing City. Captain, this year may be in Sangnan City, Zhang Luochen said immediately. Ha, how do you know? I heard it. Where did you hear that? Zhang Luochen was suddenly speechless, blaming himself for being quick to speak for a while, and he said it directly without thinking of a reason. Of course I have seen this. Where did you hear that? Chen Mai asked again, and Lin Xie on the side also looked at Zhang Luochen curiously. When I went out yesterday, I suddenly felt a few strong energy fluctuations, and it turned out to be the night watchman logistics team, so I secretly went up and listened. What did you hear? They are complaining. Why is the recruit training arranged in Sangnan City this time, and the training camp will be built tonight? Really? Chen Mai will be suspicious. Zhang Luochen nodded heavily. He did this mainly to help the captain save money. After all, the captain bought a bunch of things for Lin Xie alone and a ticket, but the ticket could not be refunded in the end. Buying goods for a person has made the captain shy in his pocket. Plus a Zhang Luochen, wouldn't the captain go bankrupt? My hard work is all for you, Captain, Zhang Luochen thought to himself. Chen Mai was skeptical, but he still picked up the phone and made some inquiries, and the result was that Sangnan City was indeed building a recruit training ground. Then, he looked at Zhang Luochen. In the future, do less of this kind of sneaky thing, and it will be difficult to explain it if it is discovered. Zhang Luochen nodded. Understood, Captain. Then since it is in Sangnan City, it is convenient. If you encounter any unfair treatment, we will directly carry a knife to the door to vent our anger on you. Don't worry, Captain, we will take care of ourselves, Zhang Luochen said. Well, then it's useless to record like this. Chen Mai directly threw the notebook in his hand aside and continued to speak. Although it is in Sangnan City, it is better to go early. The things that should be purchased still need to be purchased. After all, you have to stay in it for a year, and I will let Hongying take you to buy some, and I will reimburse the expenses. In addition, although it is in Sangnan City, it is better to go earlier. Let's go tomorrow morning, Chen Mai said. Ha, it's going to be so early in Sangnan, Lin Xie said in surprise. The sooner the better. Go early, choose a dormitory early. This afternoon, Hongying and Si Xiaonan couldn't wait to take the two of them shopping, and after such a trip, Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie were simply secretly complaining. These two women, don't you know what it means to be tired? Xiaonan, that Peppa Pig sheets are good, one for each of them. Okay, that pink suitcase is also one for each person. Okay. Wait, Sister Hongying. Zhang Luochen found that if he didn't stop Hongying's actions, he would have to buy himself a skirt. He looked at a lot of cute and lovely, pink and tender things in front of him, one head and too big. Originally when he saw these plots in the novel, he hung high in his heart that had nothing to do with him, and the ridicule never stopped. Now it's good. This embarrassing thing has changed from one person to two people. How can I wade into this muddy water? I am a 7-foot man. Take such a lot of cute and lovely things. I can't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill down. What's wrong, brother Luochen? Hongying stared at Zhang Luochen with wide eyes. Staring at these eyes, Zhang Luochen was even a little embarrassed, looking at Lin Xie on the side, obviously looking for help, but in the current situation, Lin Xie was helpless. Can I choose something I like? Zhang Luochen tried to make a final resistance. distance? Why, isn't the thing I chose good looking? Don't you like it? Hong Ying asked with a sincere face. No, that's not what I mean. It's good looking. You chose it very good looking, and I like it too. Zhang Luochen waved his hand. That's fine, Hong Ying said, holding another snow-white backpack. That, I don't have to be the same style as Lin Xie. I can choose another style. Zhang Luochen continued to struggle. Yes, it doesn't look good for both of you to buy the same. After thinking for a while, Hong Ying felt that what Zhang Luochen said made sense. Lin Xie? That, I can change the style, Lin Xie said immediately. However, before Zhang Luochen could speak, he had already gone up to choose things by himself. However, when Zhang Luochen picked up an ordinary black backpack without any pattern, he clearly felt a resentful look behind him. Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and even Lin Xie looked at him with resentment. How could I choose this? Right, I want to say, this. Zhang Luochen took another backpack with a slight pattern, but Hong Ying's face still didn't change at all. In the end, after Zhang Luochen tried a few more times, he still chose a backpack with a cartoon pattern. After all, the red tassels in their faces softened a lot, because he was holding an Ultraman pattern. Oh, you boys like Ultraman. It's understandable. It's understandable. Hong Ying took the backpack with satisfaction. Then looking at the original suitcase, Hong Ying continued, but, it's still pink and good looking. Sister Hong Ying, I have a way. Si Xiaonan walked aside and bought a bunch of Ultraman stickers. How to say, have you ever seen the pink Ultraman box? It wasn't until evening that the two returned to the room with large and small bags. Zhang Luochen looked at this pair of cute and lovely things, and there was too much helplessness in his heart. After all, I can't escape. Then, he looked out the window again. The training camp has finally begun. Early the next morning, Zhang Luochen had just opened the door when he saw Lin Xie in another room also opening the door. It's quite early, Zhang Luochen said first. I can't sleep. Just get up and forget it. Lin Xie took things out of the room in big and small bags. Zhang Luochen did the same thing, but when he saw the pattern on the box of the two people, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sister Hong Ying, early, the two went downstairs and saw that Hong Ying was already practicing in the yard with a spear, but what was a little surprising was that Si Xiaonan also got up at this point. Sister Xiaonan is so early today. Lin Xie showed a surprised expression. Si Xiaonan pouted, sleepy-eyed. Obviously it was not her own will to let her get up at this point, so she deliberately turned her head away and didn't look at them. She didn't get up yet. Red Ing put away the spear. The captain said, I want to send you to the training camp today, and we must act together. Such a big battle. It's not good. Zhang Luochen was ashamed. This is the captain's order. Go to breakfast quickly. Hong Ying went upstairs, ready to take a shower and change clothes. After breakfast, Hong Ying changed into casual clothes and put on light makeup on her face. Let's go. Several people came to the peace office together, and Chen Mai and the others were already waiting for the arrival of several people in the office. The notice I received in the morning was really changed to Sangnan City, and Luo Chen didn't give false information. Chen Mai asked, Captain, how can I give false information? Have you brought everything? I brought it all. The two replied separately. Very good. Let's go. Chen Mai waved his hand, and several people sat in the black van together. The suburbs of Sangnan City. In just one day, a solemn military base suddenly appeared on such an empty land. Several men in military uniforms were inside the base, and the man led by him was burly, dressed in military uniform, carrying a black box, and he was the chief instructor this time, Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang held a list in his hand, and it was this time that the list of recruits was introduced. This time the recruit training camp is really interesting. This is the Forbidden Ruins Unknown? Yuan Gang set his sights on Zhang Luochen. It was not the first time he had brought recruits, but it was the first time he had seen such a thing unknown in the Forbidden Ruins. Although, before this matter came here, the superiors had already greeted him. This time the recruit training camp, it was also necessary to observe this unknown teenager in the Forbidden Ruins. At the end of the training camp, there was a complete evaluation, so as to give this new Forbidden Ruins a ranking and name. It seems to be really tricky. Contact the mask team and ask them to give me the town field. The black van was parked near the training camp, and Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie got out of the car with their suitcases. I'll send you here this year. Train well, improve yourself, and in addition, achieve a good result before leaving. Chen Mai did not forget to remind a few words. Brother Xie, Brother Luochen, if someone bullies you, tell your sister, and sister will support you. Hong Ying patted her chest and promised. Pay attention to safety, Wu Shangnan instructed. Come on. When Qima showed a smile. Practice the gun well. Lung Xian still had a cold face. Sleep more. Si Xiaonan is still confused along the way. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie looked at each other and smiled, waved goodbye to them, and walked towards the depths. Under the scorching sun, the two dragged their suitcases all the way forward, and the further they went, the more difficult the road became, and it could not even be described as a road. It was all muddy. Is there really a training camp here? Lin Xie looked at the endless road ahead. The captain won't lie to us. Zhang Luochen wiped his sweat, braved the scorching sun, and took so many things, his face was already covered with sweat. At this moment, a roaring car sounded from a distance. The two stopped, and a camouflage military off-road vehicle appeared in front of them with a sharp brake. An officer came out of the car and looked at the two of them, his eyes moving from their bodies to their suitcases. suitcases. Lin Xie has a Hello Kitty suitcase and the other Peppa Pig suitcase, while Zhang Luochen has two pink suitcases covered with Ultraman stickers. These two people, are they so childlike? The officer thought to himself, but there should be a procedure that should be, what are you doing? Intensive training. Recruit? Both of you? Come so soon? We are all local to Tsangnan. This is our ID. Zhang Luochen didn't wait for the officer to speak, and showed him the ID directly. Lin Xie also immediately took out his ID. The officer carefully looked at the two people's documents, and after looking at them for a while, he returned them to them. Get in the car. The two put their suitcases in the trunk and got into the off-road vehicle together, and the officer drove the off-road vehicle directly through all the checkpoints, and finally stopped at the gate of the training camp. It's here, go in by yourself. The two got out of the car, dragged their luggage, and looked at the gate of the training camp. 039 Recruit Training Base. I just want to spend a year here, Zhang Luochen said with emotion. Lin Xie nodded. We should be the first to arrive. That's for sure. The instructor's expression just now. It is estimated that it hasn't had time to prepare inside, Zhang Luochen said. No, even the dormitory wasn't built, Lin Xie said suspiciously. Then it won't be so miserable. Go in. Zhang Luochen walked in the direction of the gate, and Lin Xie also walked with him. At the door, another instructor came out and looked at the two of them with some doubts. Recruits? Name? Lin Xie. Zhang Luochen. Hearing the names of these two people, the instructor was shocked. Are you, Lin Xie? You are, Zhang Luochen? Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie looked at each other. What's wrong? It's okay. My name is Hong Hao. I am your instructor. You two, you are the first batch to come. Just right. I will take you to familiarize yourself with the training camp. Thank you, Instructor Hong. Thank you, Instructor Hong. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie followed Instructor Hong to visit the training camp briefly. Both of them knew that this place was originally a wasteland, and such a huge training camp suddenly rose from the ground. It seemed that the night watchmen were really mostly capable people. This is the dormitory area, all of which are double rooms. You two can choose whatever you want, Instructor Hong said. The training camp will start in 3 days. You can rest well in these 2 days. After all, there is nothing to rest in the future. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie simply walked around the dormitory building. Zhang Luochen saw the room facing north and south, with the best lighting and the most comfortable. He knew that this was the room Lin Xie chose in the original plot. Here, Lin Xie did choose this one, looked at Zhang Luochen and asked. Zhang Luochen nodded. Yes, then I'll register. Instructor Hong left here after completing the registration. After Lin Xie observed the layout of the dormitory, he opened his suitcase and began to organize it. Zhang Luochen is the same, but there is another thing in his heart that is a little curious. According to the original plot, Bailey Fat will live in tomorrow, but now that he has moved in, who will Bailey Fat share a dormitory with when the time comes? I'm sorry, Lingbao Tianzuan, I snatched your roommate away. The next two of them needed to spend 3 days here, and there was no signal or mobile phone in this place, so it was really not easy to pass the 3 days. Of course, Zhang Luochen understood that Lin Xie did not fall asleep but went to the mental hospital in his mind to play. Suddenly Zhang Luochen was a little envious. Lin Xie still had such a place in his mind to have fun. Zhang Luochen could only walk around the training camp casually and return to the dormitory to rest when it was not early. The next day, the two of them went to the supply station early in the morning to ask for some supplies. The canteen of the training camp was not open yet, and they couldn't find a place to eat, so they could only make do with the supplies first. Of course, Zhang Luochen didn't have such a yearning for the food in the canteen. After all, he ate raw meat at the beginning. After the two of them got the supplies, they came to the dormitory, only to find that there were many people standing at the door of their dormitory. Zhang Luochen smiled knowingly. What are you laughing at? Lin Xie asked curiously. A very interesting person has appeared, Zhang Luochen said, looking at the group of people. Very interesting? Lin Xie looked over suspiciously. Ouch. Little master, who is so ignorant that he actually robbed your room. Hurry up. Lin Xie listened to all their words in his ears, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, but what he thought in his mind was different. It seems that he is a rich second generation, Lin Xie spoke. It should still be a very powerful rich second generation. I don't care what kind of rich second generation, pretending to be forced to slap my face, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Maybe, I'm going to disappoint you. Before Lin Xie understood the meaning of Zhang Luochen's words, he saw a little fat man kick the man's buttocks and cursed on the spot. Hold your mother, you street boy. Don't you see that there are already people living here? You won't find a place. What are you doing to? Raise your group of people. Here are my classmates. They will all be comrades in arms in the future. I hate you the most. Get out of here. You guys, bring all the gifts prepared by the young master. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie stood there like this. Lin Xie was already stunned when he looked at it, which was completely different from the picture he imagined. What kind of scene was this? And Zhang Luochen's expression was very exciting, and at the same time, the moment he saw the little fat man, his eyes even bloomed. After all the gifts were neatly placed, the little fat man directly drove away all the bodyguards, and only the three of them were left in the entire corridor. When the little fat man saw Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately tidied up his appearance on the spot and walked in front of them with a firm step. Lin Chia hadn't had time to speak. "Hello, my name is Bailey Tu Ming. I know this name is a bit awkward. You can call me Tu Ming directly, or call me Fat." That Lin Chia was stunned in place for 100 miles. 100 miles. "Bailey Fat, hello, don't be so polite. Everyone will be classmates in the future." Zhang Luochen patted Bailey Fat's shoulder very friendly. Lin Chia looked at Zhang Luochen. This guy is really a social cow. Fortunately, he doesn't need to face such an embarrassing scene alone. "I haven't asked your name yet." "Oh, my name is Zhang Luochen. My name is Lin Chia." First meeting, a little greeting gift. Bailey Pang Pang took out a box and handed it to the two of them. Lin Chia swept through his spiritual power and instantly knew what was hidden in the box, and Zhang Luochen, after all, had God's perspective, and he knew even more that the gift was not just in the box. "Why, don't like it? There are other styles, Patek Philippe, Cartier, Bucherer. There's something for everyone." Lin Chia rolled his eyes. Zhang Luochen is really the first time he has seen such a noble watch, although he has God's perspective. But when these things are placed in front of him, it is really impossible not to be shocked. "Your family, in the watch business?" Lin Chia asked. "Our family. Any business is touched." Bailey Fat laughed. "I know, you are an ordinary child." Zhang Luochen took Bailey Fat Pang's words and said directly. "Ha, yes, I am an ordinary family that cannot be ordinary anymore. An ordinary person." Bailey Fat looked at Zhang Luochen. "With a buddy you understand my expression." "I won't accept this gift." Lin Chia still refused these expensive watches. "I don't need it either." Zhang Luochen didn't accept it either. Why is Bailey Fat obviously a little lost? "These things are not worth much. Let you go first. You don't need it in the training camp, and when you need it later, I will ask you for it." Zhang Luochen said directly. "That's fine." Bailey Pang Pang put away his watch, and then looked at the dormitory room next to him. "Then I'll live next to you." Bailey Pang Pang walked into the dormitory next to him with his things, but there was always a strange feeling in his heart. "Why, I always feel that I live there. No matter what, it must be the ghost of those stinky bodyguards." Zhang Luochen and Lin Chia saw Bailey Fat walking into the dormitory next to them, and the two immediately walked into their dormitory. However, Bailey Fat suddenly ran out of his dormitory again. "I want to ask you something," Bailey Pang Pang said a little embarrassedly. "What's wrong?" Lin Chia asked. "My roommate hasn't come yet. I'm alone. It's really lonely to sleep at night. Otherwise, let's make do with it first." "I can make do with the floor." Bailey Fat expression sincerely. Zhang Luochen froze in place. Does this Bailey Fat still want to spend one night with Lin Chia after all? But the little grandfather of this Bailey family playing the floor, isn't it too embarrassing to say this? "What do you think?" Lin Chia turned his head and asked Zhang Luochen what he meant. Just stay for one night. It's no big deal." Zhang Luochen returned to his bed. "That's fine, but you can't disturb us." Seeing Lin Chia also agreed. Bailey Pang Pang looked excited, threw the sheet directly to the ground, and fell asleep on the ground. Can you fall asleep like this?" Zhang Luochen looked at this scene in surprise. "I'll sleep too." Lin Chia also lay down. Zhang Luochen looked at Bailey Fat, and could see at a glance that this guy was pretending to be asleep. Should he still had to smell Lin Chia's feet. Zhang Luochen thought of the scene in the original plot, and immediately lay on the bed, pretending to be asleep. Sure enough, Bailey Fat secretly put the watch under the bed of Zhang Luochen and Lin Chia, and that scene still appeared after all. "Chia, your feet are so fragrant. Do you want to smell me?" After Bailey Fat slept for a night, he returned to his dormitory, because, from the next day, new recruits entered the camp one after another, and Bailey Fat also ushered in his new roommates. However, Zhang Luochen didn't know his new roommate. Even if he was familiar with "I Learned to Slay God in a Mental Hospital," he had never heard of this character, as if he was called. Forget it, it's still not important here. Early in the morning, Lin Chia had a resentful look on his face, because this rich second generation, who seemed harmless to humans and animals, still tossed Lin Chia all night. Zhang Luochen was glad that he knew the original plot, and before Bailey's fat feet stretched out, he revealed the red Sharingan. At night, when seen by such a red eye, anyone would be frightened to death, so Bailey Fat still went to harm Lin Chia, and was woken up by that stinky foot, and Lin Chia even had the intention of killing. However, although Bailey Fat returned to his dormitory, he would still come to their dormitory from time to time on the last boring day. At the same time, he would also ask Lin Chia, "Chia, you haven't told me yet, is my feet fragrant?" The whole room was filled with the divine power of the seraph. The recruits have entered the camp one after another, and the whole dormitory has been overcrowded, and this morning, Zhang Luochen and Lin Chia were completely woken up by the noise in the corridor. What's wrong outside? Without Bailey Fat, Lin Chia could finally get a good night's sleep, but he didn't want to be woken up like this early in the morning. It seems to be that Fat, oh, yes, he is distributing his family's souvenirs. Zhang Luochen knows what Bailey Fat is doing now. Lin Chia got up from the bed. Those things, with the word distribute, always feel weird. As soon as they opened the door, the scene in front of them suddenly made the two of them freeze in place, and almost most of the recruits gathered on this floor. And in the crowd, a little fat man with a pearlescent body was surrounded in the middle. "Comrades in arms, I brought you some souvenirs from my hometown." Lin Chia and Zhang Luochen Luochen stared blankly at this scene. Lin Chiye's helpless forehead can really use the word distribute. However, he also quickly noticed the outliers in the crowd. Zhang Luochen was the same, but he quickly matched several people with the names in his mind. The indifferent boy on the wall, looking like he was dragging, must be brother Shin Xingzhu. In addition, in the girls' dormitory on the right, a long-haired girl with eyes full of contempt, she must be Molly. However, Zhang Luochen still didn't find Qiao Yuan's figure, and the first few people in the night squad were all here. And Molly, although not a member of the night squad, is a pity of Bailey Fat. At this moment, Instructor Hong walked into the dormitory area with several instructors murderously, and when he saw the scene, he cursed. "What the are you doing?" This roar immediately made the originally noisy dormitory area much quieter, and many recruits lowered their heads, and Bailey Fat hid aside and did not dare to show his face. Instructor Hong reprimanded all the recruits. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, everyone gathered at the training ground. After saying that, he turned around and left here with several other instructors. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye stopped paying attention to this farce, and the two returned to their rooms to wash up. Afternoon. The two changed into the military uniforms they received in advance and walked towards the training ground together, and as soon as the two walked out of the room, Bailey Fat immediately followed. Lin Qiye just took a shallow look and found that his clothes were a little out of place. Several people came to the training ground, and the people on the training ground were almost all there, but their standing posture was very casual, and it could even be described as a plate of loose sand. Zhang Luochen looked around briefly, and the characters in the original plot came into his eyes one by one. "When I think about the future, I can also enter the night squad, and I am even a little excited." "What's wrong with you? Don't be like that fat man." Lin Qiye looked at Zhang Luochen's expression and couldn't help but ask. No, I just saw this scene. I felt a little emotional. There are many masters here," Zhang Luochen said casually. "There are indeed a lot. Those people around Lin Qiye's mental power have already been swept away. It's really a good meeting." Zhang Luochen couldn't help but sigh. On the martial arts stage, more than 20 instructors were already standing neatly on the stage, their heads held high, and their instruments were magnificent. "Stand up for me." With Yuan Gang's roar, the recruits on the training ground suddenly became much quieter. All the recruits felt the intimidation from the instructor, and such an aura came from the real battlefield, which all of them did not have. "I know that you are all geniuses from all over Daxia." Yuan Gang began his impassioned speech, even belittling this group of recruits. Many recruits already showed unpleasant expressions on their faces, especially Shin Xingzhu, who had a look of disdain on his face. "I don't believe it." Like the original plot, with Shin Xingzhu taking the lead, many other recruits also immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. "7 Knights, Luochen, where are you two?" Bailey Pang asked Fat Pang. "I admire you," Lin Qiye said. "I admit it too," Zhang Luochen also replied. "Why?" Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye thought of that rainy night at the same time. They obviously gained the ability, but with their ability, they still couldn't save that man. There is also the Nanda snake demon in the second middle. Zhang Luochen found that although he knew the plot of the story, many plots still could not be changed, and there was only one reason for this, that is, he was still too weak. In the world of slaying gods, his own strength is still too weak, so what if he awakens the system? Some things are really not something he can handle alone. "Why have your expressions changed? Then you two are convinced, then I will also be convinced." Yuan Gang on the stage saw this scene in front of him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise. "Okay, since so many of you are not convinced, then I will give you a chance to recognize yourself." He took out the walkie-talkie, and then said, "Let's get off." Everyone in the audience didn't know what was about to happen. Among the recruits in the audience, only Zhang Luochen knew who was going to see next. He looked up slightly at the sky. Lin Qiye and Bailey Fat also raised their heads when they saw Zhang Luochen's movements. "I saw that the 7 black dots were rapidly descending, and their figures were getting bigger and bigger. 7 people, wearing gray cloaks, black boxes, and different masks. This is the Cayman Squad." Zhang Luochen looked at these 7 figures and muttered to himself. Under everyone's gaze, the 7 figures landed steadily. "Hello everyone, we are the Little Mask." Sure enough, this scene still happened, Zhang Luochen thought to himself. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Everyone had different expressions on their faces, but no one present dared to make any teasing sounds. After all, the other party was a famous masked team. "Cayman Squad Vortex, greetings to you all." After saying that, he immediately stood up and stood there as if nothing had happened. Bailey Fat even suspected that a high-level imitator had been invited. Of course, this view was still rejected by Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye's eyes had already met with Wang. Both of them were also god agents, and the battle between agents was inevitable after all. To be honest, in Zhang Luochen's heart, he really wanted to see the battle between Lin Qiye and Wang Mian with his own eyes, but when he met a master like Wang Mian, Zhang Luochen couldn't help but have a little itchy hands. Yuan Gang's voice echoed throughout the training ground again. "All your recruits, as long as there is one, you can take off the mask of any one of the masked team, even if you win. If you win, it will be a direct completion for you." Such a temptation, on the current recruits, it can be completely celebrated, and there are a total of 239 recruits, and the masked team is only 7 people. Don't worry, worry, in this competition, the masked team will suppress their realm to the cup realm. In the same realm, you have the upper hand, do you dare? Yuan Gang's tone even had a hint of provocation. No need for 7, Wang Mian said slowly, with just 5, we can knock you over. They are too arrogant, Bailey Pang said. It's not arrogant, Lin Xie spoke. 5 people are safe, the other 2 of them are not suitable for the battle. If a recruit finds out, they will naturally use the main attack to deal with those 2, so their chances of winning have dropped, Zhang Luochen also immediately explained. So, this time, whether we can win or not depends on how many of us have, Lin Xie spoke slowly. It's about how many smart people there are. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie spoke at the same time. Of the 7 people in the masked team, 2 of them left with the instructor, and only the remaining 5 of the masked team were left on the training stage. 7 knights, it's time to act. Zhang Luochen looked at the masked team on the stage. Lin Xie nodded immediately, and the 2 quickly rushed towards the warehouse. You wait for me, this hasn't started yet. Bailey Fat saw the 2 running away, and immediately followed. And the group of recruits on the playground were still in place, and one of them stretched out his hand and asked, when will it start? The next moment, there was a loud noise on the playground. Bailey Pang Fat heard a loud noise coming from behind him, and said with lingering fear, what's going on? Already started? The instructor just said that from 2 o'clock to 9 o'clock, that is, the moment the others left, this competition had already begun, Zhang Luochen explained. So that's the case, this group of instructors are so not good at martial arts, and they also play word games. Bailey Fat couldn't help but speak. Lin Xie rolled his eyes helplessly. Then what are we doing now? Running away? Bailey Fat saw that he was getting farther and farther away from the playground, and that battlefield seemed to have nothing to do with him at all. Run away, huh? Why don't you explain? Lin Xie was really too lazy to explain to Bailey Fat again. Zhang Luochen was stunned. Wasn't it all explained by you in the original plot? Why, with yourself, you used yourself as a gunman. However, Zhang Luochen still opened his mouth to explain. We don't even have weapons, but they are fully armed. What do we use to fight with them? Now of course we are going to get weapons, and the instructor also said that the weapons are in the warehouse. Bailey Fat subconsciously touched his pocket, and just as he was about to say something, Zhang Luochen interrupted directly. Keep your magic weapons for use when you need them. Ha, how do you know? Bailey Pang asked curiously. Similarly, Lin Xie also cast a suspicious gaze. You don't know yet. He is the young master of the Bailey family. The Bailey family is the family with the most forbidden items in the entire Daxia, the Forbidden Things Museum. It is their family. Zhang Luochen explained. No, I'm a child of an ordinary family. Bailey Pang immediately explained. And at this moment, the battle on the martial arts platform can be said to be completely unilaterally crushed, and a large group of recruits have been eliminated here. Just the cup realm already has such terrifying strength. When Zhang Luochen really felt their power, he was still a little afraid. Otherwise, how could it be a special team? As he spoke, several people had already arrived at the door of the warehouse. Bailey Fat was panting and sweating, and he wanted to sit directly on the ground at this moment. He really didn't want to move. It's too tiring, Bailey Pang complained. Then you find a place to hide and wait until it's over, Lin Xie said directly. No, I want to fight with you. Bailey Fat immediately stood up straight, but the sweat on his body still kept flowing down. This door was actually closed. Lin Xie looked at the door of the warehouse. It seemed to be very strong. Then we still have to break the door open? Bailey Pang asked. I'll try. Zhang Luochen motioned for a few people to stand a little further away. Fire escape, the art of fireball. A huge fireball rushed straight to the door of the warehouse, and when the fireball was completely extinguished, the gate remained unscathed. Zhang Luochen suddenly stood in place awkwardly. To be honest, the fireball technique in the Hokage didn't seem to have any lethality. Is this thing still fireproof? Bailey Pang said in surprise. What is your forbidden ruins? Lin Xie looked at Bailey Fat and asked. He relies on forbidden things. There are no forbidden ruins. Zhang Luochen directly mentioned Bailey Fat and replied. What forbidden things can be? Get out of the way. Before Zhang Luochen finished speaking, a cold female voice appeared from behind. Her posture was graceful and tall. Others didn't know him. Zhang Luochen knew that Molly was coming. You are. Lin Xie narrowed his eyes. Molly responded lightly, and then, one of her hands gently pressed against the door of the warehouse. In the next second, the entire warehouse trembled violently. Zhang Luochen was suddenly ashamed. Good guy, just putting his hand lightly on it caused such a big movement, and he made such a big noise, and the door didn't move at all. In such a comparison, Zhang Luochen is really weak. In the next second, the gate instantly became dilapidated, and he kicked the gate directly away with a flying kick. What a strong destructive power, Lin Xie couldn't help but praise. Zhang Luochen glanced at Lin Xie faintly. Lin Xie deliberately looked at other places, while Bailey Fat on the other side, his eyes were already shining. So handsome. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie ignored Bailey Fat's nymphomaniac-like eyes, and walked straight towards the weapon rack. Both of them chose a straight knife. After all, they trained straight knives for a month and had not used other weapons, so straight knives were the most suitable weapons for them at present. In addition to Lin Xie choosing his own weapon, he was also paying attention to Molly's actions. Of course, this small action could not escape Zhang Luochen's eyes. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 076 Vientian frequently, Zhang Luochen explained to Lin Xie. How do you know? Lin Xie asked curiously. I joined the night watch a day earlier than you, when Shima took me to learn some forbidden ruins, especially the super high-risk forbidden ruins. Judging from her actions, it should be right, Zhang Luochen explained seriously. Lin Xie's eyes looked at Molly again, and then walked towards her. My name is Lin Xie. But Molly's cold personality had no intention of responding, so she took a sword casually. Are you a super high-risk forbidden ruin? Why should I tell you? Don't you want to win? If we are not united, we will lose this game. Zhang Luochen also walked over slowly. You are all super high-risk? No, Lin Xie replied truthfully. I am a Seraph agent? Molly's eyes were full of shock, and she looked at Lin Xie. Are you an agent of the gods? What about him? Pointed to Zhang Luochen on the side. To be honest, Molly also saw Zhang Luochen's fireball just now, and she had already ranked Zhang Luochen in the category of the weak. He is an unknown forbidden ruin, Lin Xie explained. You are the unknown forbidden ruin? Molly was surprised again. Zhang Luochen himself did not expect that his unknown forbidden ruins were so famous. In addition to the instructors, there were also students, and they were so shocked when they heard it. Only if its damage is immeasurable, it will be classified as an unknown forbidden ruin, Molly explained. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 076 Vientian frequency. Molly explained her forbidden ruins. Ahem. At this moment, a light cough interrupted the conversation between the three of them, and Bailey Fat suddenly appeared. Hello, Miss Molly, my name is Bailey Tumming. I was born in. Before Bailey Fat finished speaking, Molly walked directly towards the outside of the warehouse without looking back. I hate you guys the most. What about your weapon? Lin Xie looked at Bailey Fat with empty hands. I don't know how to use it, so I didn't take it, Bailey Pang replied with a sincere face. Lin Xie was speechless for a while. I think you should really find a place to hide until the end. It's okay, maybe he'll become a surprise soldier in the future. Zhang Luochen came over and patted Lin Xie on the shoulder. Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luochen suspiciously, although he didn't know where he got his confidence. Just a forbidden thing could be so powerful. Zhang Luochen also knew that Lin Xie had not seen Bailey Fat forbidden objects yet, and when he saw it, he would be shocked. At this time, more and more recruits poured into the warehouse to find their weapons, and Zhang Luochen, Lin Xie and Bailey Fat walked out of the warehouse together. Be careful, Zhang Luochen suddenly reminded. What's wrong? Lin Xie asked. At this time, he happened to see Molly at the door. It's been a while since we arrived at the warehouse, and the mask team should have found a lot of recruits looking for weapons, and now there are quite a few recruits here. Zhang Luochen looked around. He knew that at this time, the moon ghost was about to appear. You should really pay attention. Lin Xie's mental power instantly expanded, and then looked at Molly. Why are you here? Wait for you, Molly said lightly. If I remember correctly, there is another super high risk who is the first to come out against the instructor. Sharingan. Zhang Luochen instantly opened the Sangatama Sharingan, and his red eyes immediately attracted the attention of others. This is what you are capable of. Eyes turn red? Molly also noticed Zhang Luochen's eyes. Wow, red eyes, so handsome. Bailey Fat couldn't help but praise. More than that, as soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, the straight knife in his hand instantly came out of its sheath and slashed directly at Molly's back. At the same time, Lin Xie also made the same move, and the two straight knives shot like lightning. A screeching sound of metal collision came out. Hearing the sound, Molly reacted very quickly, rolling forward directly, and her right hand rested on the handle of the sword. In the void, a figure flickered slightly, three knives collided together, and a man wearing a crescent mask slowly emerged. Although through the mask, I could still feel his surprised gaze. Can you two see me? Luckily yes, Lin Xie replied lightly. Zhang Luochen just smiled shallowly. The moon ghost looked at the two of them. You are the agent of that seraph, and then you, red eyes, you are the unknown forbidden ruins. In the middle of the conversation, Molly raised the sword in her hand and smashed it to the ground, and the three had to separate. A terrifying aura struck instantly, and the moon ghost quickly dodged Molly's domineering attack. The moon ghost's right arm disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, but in an instant, his right arm seemed to regenerate, and it returned to its original position. Molly looked at this scene in surprise. What's going on? Is it rebirth? No, he just broke down his body into moonlight. Lin Xie's mental power saw all this very clearly. He is the moon ghost. It seems that he is the only one. Zhang Luochen looked around. Well, now is a good opportunity. Lin Xie smiled lightly. Suddenly, Bailey Fat suddenly waved his hand. Brothers, him. At this moment, the recruits in the warehouse rushed up, and all kinds of weapons and forbidden ruins were displayed together. Seeing this, the moon ghost secretly complained in his heart, and his figure suddenly became blurred, and then completely disappeared. The target that suddenly disappeared, all the recruits were suddenly stunned in place, but two figures suddenly moved. I'm going, you can see that I'm too buggy. The moon ghost couldn't help but complain. In the next second, Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie's bodies instantly appeared in front of him. Lin Xie's eyes glowed with golden light, and the seraph divine power burst out from him. Illusion. Not to be outdone, the moment Zhang Luochen's eyes met, the moon ghost seemed to have entered a strange space. Although the moon ghost overwhelmed his own realm and the Zhan realm, his body was essentially still the Chuan realm, coupled with his rich combat experience. Broken in an instant, the moon ghost returned to its original state. These eyes of you two are really scary. But in the next second, the moon ghost suddenly felt that his body was unable to move in place, even if he was invisible. What's going on? Moon ghost can't figure it out. Zhang Luochen, who was not far away, smiled slightly. Now the sun is very big, so the shadow imitation technique is successful. What kind of move is this? Not to mention that Molly and Bailey are fat. Even Lin Qiye has never seen such an ability. What are you still stunned for? Him. Zhang Luochen roared. No way, this is the disadvantage of shadow imitation. You can only control the opponent, and then the opponent makes the same actions as yourself, but there is no offensive ability. However, fortunately, there were many people here, and the moon ghost was controlled, and the rest was solved, and he just needed to stand there like this. Seeing the moon ghost standing in place as if it was controlled, many recruits rushed up and saw the approaching recruits. The moon ghost struggled desperately. He didn't notice, at this time, his shadow and Zhang Luochen's shadow were just connected. Even if he had the physique of the Sichuan realm, he couldn't move at all now. I'm going. The special team is different. It's a little uncontrollable. Zhang Luochen gritted his teeth. Said to fight in a group. Where are you guys? The moon ghost couldn't help but shout. Lin Qiye secretly said that it was not good, because in his spiritual perception, two more people appeared. A man wearing a heavenly mask. Force field transformation. Immediately afterwards, all the objects around everyone began to float, and a few people even wanted to get closer to the moon ghost again, but he couldn't get any closer. Gravity doubles. Tianping's hand slapped again, and everyone only felt that a heavy object was suppressing them, and everyone was instantly pressed down a little breathlessly. Zhang Luochen's shadow imitation technique had not yet been lifted, and the moon ghost was still standing in place and unable to move. It seems that I can't rely on others. Boy, what do you want to do? The moon ghost felt that his hand was slowly moving upwards. Was this to let himself take off his mask? It is indeed a bit difficult to control a body with a Sichuan realm, and the moon ghost is still struggling to resist, but Zhang Luochen's hand is still groping upwards. Soon, Zhang Luochen's hand had been placed on his face, and the moon ghost and Zhang Luochen's movements were exactly the same, and his hand had already touched his mask. Something happened. The moon ghost roared. At this moment, a sledgehammer suddenly appeared above Zhang Luochen's head. Luochen, be careful. Lin Qiye saw this scene and roared. However, Chang Wei's sledgehammer had directly smashed the ground into a big pit, and the power of this hammer was extraordinary. The moon ghost moved his body and found that he no longer felt controlled, and breathed a sigh of relief. If you come later, my mask will be taken off. Moon ghost, you are too. Vegetable whirlpool walked slowly from the road to the south. I have to step in. Chang Wei put away the huge hammer, which suddenly became extremely small and returned directly to the center of her palm. Hey, Chang Wei, did you smash a piece of wood? The moon ghost looked towards the place where the rose had just fallen, and a smashed piece of wood fell in place. Ha, aren't the gangsters like that? Chang Wei looked over in disbelief. At this moment, Zhang Luochen's figure appeared beside Lin Qiye, and several people all looked at Zhang Luochen and found that he was unharmed. Just now, at the critical moment, Zhang Luochen used a stand-in technique, otherwise, he would have really planted, but he also thought about launching a sneak attack immediately. But at the moment, Rose, Vortex, Balance and even Wang Mian were all present, and the probability of his successful sneak attack was very small. So, let's meet Lin Qiye first, and then discuss it in the long run. Are you okay? Lin Qiye asked. Well, I used a stand-in technique, Zhang Luochen explained. How do I feel? Your ability has increased again, Lin Qiye said. I thought you were just a fire breather. Molly on the side also said. But what should we do now? Wang Mian just stood there, and the momentum had already overwhelmed this group of recruits. Lin Qiye and Zhang Luochen looked around. Zhang Luochen said, there are only 4 of them, and if we want to break through in one direction together, there is still a chance. Lin Qiye also nodded. After a while, the balance will move, and we will collectively rush towards that woman. At this moment, the balance waved his fingers lightly, and another gravity pressed on everyone's bodies, making them breathless. In an instant, all the recruits present all ran in the direction of Chang Wei with difficulty, although they were not carrying anything, but an invisible pressure pressed on their bodies, and it was quite difficult to run. Seeing this, Molly swung the sword in her hand vigorously, and the falling fragments were instantly smashed into slag by her. Seeing this scene, the sledgehammer in her hand once again turned into a gigantic, and she lifted it easily with such a terrifying size. Seeing this scene, Zhang Luochen took the lead in moving, only to see his figure swaying, facing the huge hammer instead of retreating. I didn't kill you last time, don't think about running this time. The sledgehammer fell steadily. Another piece of wood appeared in front of everyone, and Zhang Luochen's figure appeared in the air, and from the eyes of outsiders, his body seemed to have passed through a sledgehammer. The straight knife in his hand slashed directly at Chang Wei's face, and Chang Wei had to take back the sledgehammer again, this time, not from top to bottom, but from left to right, swinging horizontally towards Zhang Luochen. At the moment when the sledgehammer hit Zhang Luochen, another log appeared in front of everyone, and Chang Wei couldn't help but curse. Where did you get so much wood? After continuously performing the stand-in technique, Zhang Luochen's figure reappeared, and this time, the straight knife in her hand was cut cut down, and Chang Wei had to dodge, and the huge sledgehammer also became smaller and returned to her palm. Run! Seeing the opportunity created by Zhang Luochen, Lin Xie rushed towards the south without hesitation. After Zhang Luochen saw Chang Wei dodging, he immediately ran behind Lin Xie. Why is this person's forbidden ruins so weird? Chang Wei thought of the scene just now, and her heart was full of questions. Captain, a few of them ran south, Tian Ping said when he saw the fleeing people. Whirlpool to drag it out. We will send these remaining recruits out, Wang Mian said in a flat tone. Zhang Luochen immediately kept up with Lin Xie's pace, but unfortunately, there were still some recruits who did not keep up with the pace and were eventually eliminated. Several people quickly rushed into the warehouse ruins. The whirlpool movements were amazing, and Zhang Luochen and the others were even closer. But at the moment when the vortex entered the warehouse, Tu Dun, Tu Lu Wall, a high wall suddenly rose around the warehouse, trapping them all in an instant, like a cage. Lei Dun, a bolt of lightning suddenly burst out of the ground, and the vortex immediately jumped into the air when it saw this. The corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth raised. Lei Dun, not to attack you. Whirlpool's eyes changed, and when he saw the direction of the lightning, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. In an instant, all the explosives such as explosives packs and grenades exploded in the warehouse, and smoke billowed in an instant, and the huge explosion resounded throughout the training camp. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie, as well as Bailey Pang Pang and Molly, ran out from the direction of the warehouse, and those recruits, who originally ran out together also followed, and before they knew it, there was such a small team of more than 10 people here. We can be regarded as having a team. Bailey Fat simply counted the number of people. Your elemental attack is very powerful. Trap them inside. An explosion of that magnitude. We should have won. Molly looked in the direction of the firelight, although she said so, but several more people were already faintly seen in the firelight. It won't be that simple. After all, it's a special team. Zhang Luochen shook his head. Maybe, even their masks didn't blow up. Lin Xie used his mental power to perceive, as if he had sensed something. Then what should we do now? Bailey Fat asked immediately. After all, the strength shown by Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie just now was more powerful than any of them, and it was natural for the two to become the leaders of this team. It's also luck that we were able to escape this time. Zhang Luochen understood that a total of 3 people escaped from the original plot, Lin Xie, Bailey Fat and Molly, and this time, the number far exceeded the original plot. Now the other recruits have been divided into different squads, scattered in different corners like us. Lin Xie analyzed. There are also some who have voluntarily given up and are hiding in one place waiting for the end, so, Zhang Luochen also analyzed. So, the next Cayman squad can only go to one place. Lin Xie's eyes were like torches. Dormitory building, the two said in unison, but Molly and Bailey Fat looked at the two of them in confusion. What's wrong? Lin Xie asked. Perverted. The two spoke in unison at the same time. Now we have more than 10 people, just to form a special team. The key to our victory is to use our advantages and make a surprise attack. Zhang Luochen looked in the direction of the dormitory building. Lin Xie also nodded. Several people came upstairs from the side path just in time to see the movement of the dormitory building. At this time, Shin Xingzhu was calling on the freshmen to attack. The moon ghost had already taken advantage of the mobile hand, and in a few strokes, he eliminated several escaped recruits who did not come. But in the next second, several recruits suddenly lay on the ground, clutching their throats tightly, their expressions very painful. What's going on? Asked Bailey Fat Pang. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 068. Jimin, he drained all the air in that part, Zhang Luochen explained. But those recruits won't also suffocate to death. Bailey Fat was full of worry. Don't worry, the training camp won't let something like this happen, Zhang Luochen explained, and then, he noticed that a pair of eyes were suddenly staring at him, and when he looked sideways, it turned out to be Lin Xie. Why are you looking at me? Zhang Luochen asked. Just a day in advance, did you know such a thing? Lin Xie asked puzzled. After teaching a little, why don't you just memorize it yourself? Zhang Luochen said. Now, is it time for us to do it? Lin Xie looked at the situation in the dormitory building and nodded slightly. We sneak attack from the side. But just as he was about to leave this place, he suddenly heard a boom, and the entire dormitory building collapsed in an instant. This knife, what is the ability? What is his ruins? Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luochen, obviously wanting to know something from Zhang Luochen's mouth. Fat, it's time for you to explain. Zhang Luochen looked at Bailey Fat and deliberately pretended to be unclear, but Lin Xie still felt that Zhang Luochen seemed to know something. His divine ruins are to control time, but he cheated. Bailey Pang said. I guess what's the mystery of his weapon? Zhang Luochen said deliberately. Yes, his weapon is the Forbidden Ruins, Yuan, that can unfold sequence 301. Bailey Fat explained the weapon's ability. Then what about the god behind him? Lin Xie suddenly thought of something and asked. Since it is to control time, it is the god codename 017, the god of time, Chronos. Zhang Luochen said. Yes. Bailey Pang also echoed. This weapon belongs to your family. Lin Xie recalled that Zhang Luochen had talked about Bailey's Fat family before, and suddenly thought of it. Theirs? Wait, you, Bailey family? Molly asked suspiciously. Miss Molly, please let me have a grand. But Molly didn't listen to Bailey Pang Peng's next words at all, but looked at the weapon in Wang Mian's hand with a solemn expression. With weapons like this, we can't win at all, Molly said. Actually, don't worry too much, Bailey Peng said again. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. He knew that Bailey Fat Doryman's function was about to be shown at this moment. Forbidden Sequence 343, Volume of Prohibition, Bailey Peng explained the usage. Then in that case, this time, I will attack the main attack. You take the opportunity to seal his weapon with this thing. Zhang Luochen looked at Lin Xie and said. Lin Xie thought for a moment and said, yes, let them be together, I'll look for opportunities alone. Zhang Luochen nodded and ran directly towards the dormitory building with this group of recruits. At this time, the dormitory building was completely in ruins, and several recruits were eliminated at the moment the dormitory building collapsed, and only a few were left to crawl out of the rubble. Xin Xingzhu came out of the ruins. He had large and small wounds on his body, but his expression was still unconvinced. Damn, with them Xin Xingzhu shouted, and rushed towards the masked team. Brothers, come on! Zhang Luochen gave an order, and the recruits who followed him also rushed towards the masked team. Oh, the kid in the warehouse Tianping saw Zhang Luochen's figure, and slapped his hands. Gravity doubled. The surrounding gravel floated up instantly and flew out in the direction of his fingertips. Earth escape, earth flow wall and earthen wall instantly appeared in front of everyone, blocking all attacks for them. The moon ghost suddenly appeared behind Zhang Luochen, although he was invisible, but Zhang Luochen had already caught his movements. I said, my eyes, I can see you, illusion. Zhang Luochen tilted his head slightly, just in time for his eyes to meet the moon ghost. Ah, this, here we go again. The moon ghost suddenly stood in place, and at this moment, a sledgehammer appeared on top of Zhang Luochen's head and smashed it at him fiercely. Zhang Luochen used the stand-in technique again, but by the time he appeared again, the figure of the vortex had already appeared here, as if he had already waited here. Hey, I know you'll use a stand-in. As Vortex spoke, his eyes looked elsewhere. A purple vortex appeared in front of Zhang Luochen, and the frost attack sprayed out. Your name is the same as the anime protagonist I like. Zhang Luochen didn't panic at all, seeing the frost coming. Fire escape, the art of fireball. A huge fireball flooded the purple vortex in an instant. One person fights alone in a team of 4. His forbidden ruins are so complicated. Yuan Gang in the observation room couldn't help but admire. Fire element, earth element, thunder element, and those red eyes seem to allow people to enter a kind of illusion. Your forbidden ruins. It is indeed difficult to deduce. Wang Mian walked over slowly. Then you don't know everything comprehensively. Zhang Luochen looked at Wang Mian, and the straight knife in his hand instantly swung at him. Lose the shining moon. A black crescent moon rushed straight to Wang Mian's face, but Wang Mian had Mandarin in his hand, only to see him raise his hand slightly, and the black crescent moon disappeared. Lost Flash Moon. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 083 is also super high risk, but this shouldn't be your ability. Wang Mian saw through Zhang Luochen's ability at once. As expected of a special team, you can see it at once. This is my copy. Zhang Luochen was vigilant. Oh, copy? Then I don't know how much I can copy. As soon as the words fell, the king's face moved instantly, and the Mandarin orange in his hand was instantly unsheathed. The cold light suddenly appeared. This is the power of forbidden things. Earth escape, earth flow wall and earthen wall immediately blocked Zhang Luochen's presence, but the power of Yuan, this earthen wall instantly disappeared. Why don't you copy it? Wang Mian said lightly. Are you tempting? Zhang Luochen immediately understood that the reason why Wang Mian did this was to test his ability. After all, it is an unknown forbidden ruin. Of course you have to test it well. Wang Mian spoke. Then you look at this trick. Zhang Luochen's hands slapped together. Gravity doubled. The surrounding gravel and wood chips suddenly floated in the air, as if they turned into spikes one after another and rushed straight to the door of the king's face. I'll go, Tianping. He steals the master. The whirlpool on the side reminded. Tianping's face changed obviously. I don't need you to remind me. Oh, the forbidden ruins of my team members have been copied by you, Wang Mian said coldly. Wang Mian appeared again with an extremely exaggerated knife gang, and several consecutive knives directly knocked Zhang Luochen back several meters. In the next second, Zhang Luochen's figure suddenly began to blur. Oh, the forbidden ruins of the moon ghost. The king looked around vigilantly. Ha, moon ghost, yours was stolen too. Vortex laughed loudly. Shut up for me. Moon ghost was obviously a little angry. At this moment, a bubble suddenly appeared in front of them. Several people quickly dodged, and an explosion suddenly erupted. Several people turned around, and Xin Xingzhu was looking at a few people with an angry face. We haven't eliminated it yet. Whirlpool, I'll leave it to you. As soon as the words fell, the other people left the place very consciously. I'm going. You guys are so ridiculous. At this time, a huge sword fell from the sky, and a big pit was instantly smashed out of the ground. Oh, there was a royal sister. Rose seemed to be interested the moment she saw Molly. She handed it to me. Rose jumped up. A sledgehammer and a sword were instantly intertwined. On Zhang Luochen's side, he fought back and forth with Wang Mian several times, but Wang Mian's ability to control the time of the forbidden ruins was not used. Of course, his was the divine ruins, and Zhang Luochen could not copy it. However, after fighting with Wang Mian one-on-one for a while, Wang Mian had already discovered that the knife technique Zhang Luochen was now using using was completely the same as Wang Mian. It can perfectly replicate moves in forbidden ruins, and there are so many complex abilities. Such forbidden ruins are really a bit unpredictable. Wang Mian analyzed. Zhang Luochen smiled shallowly. Are you also investigating my forbidden ruins? Wang Mian nodded without denial. After all, it is an unknown forbidden ruin, of course. It is the best way to observe it in all directions and observe it up close. Oh, then what do you see? Zhang Luochen held the straight knife. Unpredictable and unpredictable, such a forbidden ruin is really not easy to judge, Wang Mian said. Really, since you can't judge, then let me do it. My realm, I will rule it myself. I call it the Eternal Kaleidoscope. Eternal Kaleidoscope? The tone is really big, Wang said lightly. The tone is not big. I will know after trying. Zhang Luochen was invisible in place again. I forgot to tell you that the reason why the captain became the captain is because he is the most capable. Wang Mian's words just fell. Yi Yuan shot instantly, and the speed was even much faster than just now. 8 gates Duanjia, the first door, open the door. A knife suddenly appeared behind Wang Mian, but Wang Mian reacted extremely quickly, turned around instantly, and blocked the knife. The second door, the door. Wang Mian waved out again, and a huge knife rushed directly in the direction of Zhang Luochen. Sure enough, the Moon Ghost stealth ability had no effect on Wang Mian either, but Zhang Luochen, who opened the 8 gates of Duanjia, increased his speed by more than a little bit. The third gate, the door of life. Wang Mian quickly blocked, and his eyes showed shock again. Speed and strength have been improved? What kind of forbidden ruin is this? Lin Xie, do it! Zhang Luochen suddenly roared. Before Wang Mian could react, Lin Xie's figure suddenly appeared behind him, and the two sides suddenly intertwined, and Wang Mian waved out, Yi Yuan, again. However, this time, there was no huge knife like just now. Wang Mian was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the Yi Yuan in his hand, only to see that at some point, a piece of tape was pasted on it. The scroll of the ban? Wang Mian's face changed. Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen stood opposite the king one after another. This time, your cheat is useless, Lin Xie said lightly. You're finally here. Wang faced Lin Xie. Next, leave it to me. After all, I still have something to ask him. Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luochen, as if pleading with him. But I haven't fought enough with him, Zhang Luochen said unsatisfiedly. He had just opened the 3 doors of the 8 gates of Duanjia, and he really didn't know if he could knock the king down if he opened the 4 doors. This matter is related to my future. Lin Xie is still fighting. Wang Mian stood aside, always having a strange feeling, as if he was an object, being frantically selected by the two of them. You guys, it's okay to go up together. Wang Mian couldn't help but speak. No, it's not fair, Lin Xie said. Okay, let you. Anyway, now, night is coming. Zhang Luochen looked up at the gradually darkening night. Oh, you can see it again. Lin Xie smiled lightly. Forget it, I'll fight for a while, then let it be you. Zhang Luochen put away the straight knife in his hand very sensibly. Wang Mian on the side suddenly looked a little blue, and he really felt like he was being selected. Zhang Luochen walked aside, looked back. Shin Qingju and Whirlpool were fighting. Molly and Chang Wei also went back and forth. The huge weapons of the two obviously felt that the ground was concave a lot. And just now, the moment Lin Xie appeared, Bailey Fat was attacked by the Moon Ghost, and now the Moon Ghost was a little embarrassed, and Bailey Fat forbidden items were thrown out in piles one by one. In addition, Zhang Luochen saw at a glance that Chao Yuan had not drawn his sword, and the balance was actually looking at him. It seems to be very angry. Isn't it just a copy of your ability? Why are you so angry? Hey, Chao Yuan, that person is Lin Xie. Are you sure you haven't made a move yet? Zhang Luochen walked to Chao Yuan's side. Ha, Lin Xie? Wait, how do you know my name? Please, is this strange? You can draw your sword. Hey, Lin Xie, what's your name? Lin Xie looked confused. He had never heard of this kind of question, so he didn't answer, as if he was too rude. Don't you already know? Lin Xie shouted distractedly. Chao Yuan looked at Zhang Luochen on the side in a trance. Is his name really Lin Xie? Otherwise, Zhang Luochen shrugged. Then in that case, I must leave a good impression in his heart. Chao Yuan's eyes became extremely sharp in an instant, and he looked at the balance on the other side. At this time, Tianping also noticed them here. I don't mind you two going on together. Tianping's hands clapped. In the next second, Chao Yuan instantly pulled out his knife. A cloud of black gas shrouded his whole body, and Zhang Luochen stood aside very sensibly. The black evil aura soared straight into the sky, and a black flame burst out of Chao Yuan's skin, and in an instant, the black evil aura enveloped his whole body, as if forming a coat. Such a look instantly attracted the attention of others. I saw the corners of his mouth raised slightly, a cloud of white smoke emanating from his body. Those blood-colored pupils were very scary, and his reason was gradually lost. Chao Yuan's body moved, instantly came to the balance in front of him, and swung out a knife. At this moment, the balance suddenly felt the death coming, and the whole person moved mechanically, fortunately avoiding this knife. Otherwise, the balance would have been in a different place now. I'm going. What is this? The balance is scary for a while. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 031, Black King Slashing. This is the first time I've encountered such a forbidden ruin. The first 30 represents the ruins of the gods, and 31 is below the gods and above all living beings. Zhang Luochen came to Tianping's side very leisurely and explained explained. Moreover, this power will make him lose consciousness and reason, so now he is an emotionless killing machine. Zhang Luochen continued to explain. Tianping nodded slightly. Then you really met a difficult opponent. At this moment, Tianping seemed to suddenly realize something, and turned his head to look at Zhang Luochen directly. What do you think I'm doing? I said, why are you so leisurely? It seems that everything here has nothing to do with you. Tianping looked at Zhang Luochen and said, that, what can I do? You all have opponents, you see? Zhang Luochen pointed to the surrounding battlefield. Lin Qiye and Wang Mian fought inextricably. Molly and Shangwei's two huge weapons seemed to be more destructive than whose weapons were more destructive. In addition, Shin Qingzhu and Whirlpool, well, not bad. As for Bailey Fat and the Moon Ghost, it was completely like playing cat and mouse, and the Moon Ghost was dodged by Bailey Fat Pang's forbidden objects. The rest are Tianping and Chao Yuan, and Zhang Luochen seems to have really become an outsider. Otherwise, you and I will deal with him together. Anyway, he is now indistinguishable between us and the enemy. The balance seems to have made a very good proposal. I'm stupid. No matter what, we're not in the same camp, and you still want me to help you? Zhang Luochen looked at Chao Yuan. He had already attacked them, and Zhang Luochen hid aside very sensibly. Seeing Chao Yuan rushing towards him, the balance pointed a little, and the masonry in the sky ejected towards Chao Yuanqi. Chao Yuan easily cut through the bricks and stones in front of him. His speed was extremely fast, and he came to the balance in an instant. The balance kicked his legs and jumped high, and the moment Chao Yuan's knife was about to touch the balance flew directly into the air. Chao Yuan stood on the ground, looking at the scales in the air making bursts of roars, but now Chao Yuan could only stand on the ground and roar, because he couldn't reach it and couldn't fly, and it was useless to jump no matter how high he jumped. Ah, you can't fly, are you angry? Tianping flew in the air and laughed. In an instant, Zhang Luochen suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and sure enough, Chao Yuan saw his prey flying into the air, so he really chose the prey again. And Zhang Luochen next to him is a good prey. Zhang Luochen was speechless for a while, but in an instant, Chao Yuan's knife had already rushed straight to Zhang Luochen's face. Seeing this, Zhang Luochen successfully dodged the first knife with continuous backflips, but there was also a second knife, and the straight knife in Zhang Luochen's hand directly blocked Chao Yuan's attack. But as soon as he came into contact with this, Zhang Luochen felt a strong pressure sweeping through his body. Zhang Luochen secretly complained, hey, don't you help? We are enemies. Tianping replied with a sincere face, besides, I'm going to see a play, and proxy battles are not common. Oh, you really want to see it? I'll give you spoilers. Zhang Luochen turned his head. Good guy, the next scene is exactly the same as in the plot. The other people all stopped fighting, and they all found the best viewing position to watch the battle between Lin Qiye and Wang Mian. Don't be so in line with the plot. Zhang Luochen complained helplessly. I don't know if this trick will work. Suddenly, Zhang Luochen's eyes immediately looked at Chao Yuan. Illusion. For a moment, Chao Yuan suddenly stood in place, and in the next second, the black flames surrounding him suddenly dissipated a lot, and the black coat also retreated. Chao Yuan's original appearance was gradually revealed, but his shirt had burned out. In the underground base, he actually suppressed the Black King's destruction. Yuan Gang looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Is it just a stare? Instructor Hong on the side was also incredulous. I suddenly felt that this Zhang Luochen was the freshman who needed the most attention this year, Yuan Gang said. The power of one person to fight the 4 members of the masked team alone, and it is on par with the king face with the Mandarin ducks. The future is promising, Instructor Hong said. In the field, Zhang Luochen was relieved to see Chao Yuan, who had returned to his original state, but the illusion just now almost consumed his mental power. After all, he had been fighting for a day, and he had fought alone with the 4 of them before, and he also fought head-to-head with Wang Miao, all of which were high-intensity battles, and he had indeed reached the limit. Oh, you are so powerful, you actually suppressed the Black King to destroy. After Tianping saw Chao Yuan being suppressed, he came down from the sky. Tianping turned his head and looked in the direction of Lin Qiye and Wang Mian. The battle of the gods has begun over there. Yes, but for now, you should worry about yourself. Zhang Luochen raised the corner of his mouth. Shadow imitation. Success. In an instant, Tianping suddenly felt that his body was out of control, and he wanted to try to move his arms and legs, but he couldn't move it all in place. This is the ability to control the moon ghost before? Tianping tried hard to do it, but he didn't move at all. It's late now. It's too late for your teammates to save you. Zhang Luochen quickly put his hand on his face, and at the same time, Tianping also put his hand on the mask. Tianping clearly felt that his mask had left his face, and Tianping struggled to resist, and half of his delicate face was exposed. However, in the next second, everything around seemed to stand still, and then, a strange feeling swept through Zhang Luochen's body. Zhang Luochen seemed to understand something in an instant, turned his head to look at the king's face, and Lin Qiye also cut off half of the king's mask. Time goes back. Is it a coincidence? It just bumped into it. Hey! Zhang Luochen deeply sensed that everything around him was moving rapidly, and everything returned to its previous appearance in an instant. This is the time retrospective. Zhang Luochen was helpless at all, and he who had the Sharingan could also see everything around him clearly. Ha! How do I feel? It's the captain. The balance looked in the direction direction of the king's face, and it seemed that the balance also knew what happened just now. Hey, almost. Zhang Luochen sighed slightly, and at this moment, Wang Mian's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Because of the relationship of time retrospective, shadow imitation has also successfully disappeared. What are you doing? Zhang Luochen looked at Wang and asked. Wang Mian didn't say a word, and hugged Zhang Luochen's shoulder, but it was not the kind of brotherly bare shoulder. It was completely locking Zhang Luochen's movements. What are you doing? Hurt. Zhang Luochen kept shouting. I admit that you are very powerful. I and Tianping both lost to you, but this training camp can't end like this. Wang Mian said seriously. I know. Zhang Luochen said excitedly. I'm not a person without a pattern. Lin Chie? Ha, you know? Wang Mian let go of his hand. Zhang Luochen sighed slightly, looking up at the sky at 45 degrees. His eyes were deep and full of compassion. Directly let those recruits go out of the camp to face those gods, which is no different from sending them to death. Wang Mian was stunned, and Lin Chie was also stunned. He didn't expect Zhang Luochen, who was a recruit, to say such a thing. You are enlightened. Wang Mian finished speaking, looking at the scales. You really didn't care. The balance is like a child who has made a mistake. I didn't expect this child to be so cheating. Ha, fraud? Zhang Luochen immediately grasped the point. Wang Mian, balance? However, I have one more request. Zhang Luochen said. I haven't officially joined the night watch yet, so I have to make a request. Wang Mian's face changed. Don't think I don't know what deal you and Lin Chie have made. Zhang Luochen had a heavenly eye perspective, and Lin Chie, who heard this sentence, was shocked. You are clairvoyant, right? Lin Chie spoke. I can copy the ability, and it's not difficult to read a lip language. Zhang Luochen pointed to his eyes. Tell me about your request. If I can do it, I will do my best. Wang Mian sighed. He didn't even figure out how he could see the lips when he was still wearing a mask. I don't need any forbidden items, 500,000 red envelopes or even your favors. Zhang Luochen said. Lin Chie now completely believed that he would understand lip language. After all, he was right in all the compensation Wang Mian just said. Wang Mian's eyes lit up even more, and Zhang Luochen was indeed groundless. Then what do you want? I only have one request. When the training camp graduates, my own forbidden ruins will be named by myself. Zhang Luochen pointed to his chest. Wang Mian was stunned for a moment. It sounds very reasonable. I will fight for you. Thank you. Zhang Luochen nodded at Wang's face. It's really windy, and you have to name your own forbidden ruins. Lin Chie was even a little envious, but unfortunately, his ability had already been included in the sequence, and he didn't have that opportunity. Time is up. The battle is over. Instructor Yuan Gang's voice came from the speaker, and the sound resounded throughout the training camp. The group of guys watching the battle were already talking, and Bailey Fat was looking at them blankly with the eyes of true vision. Lin Chie had already stepped forward to explain to Bailey Fat Pang. Half an hour later, all the recruits returned to the playground, and Yuan Gang and many instructors stood on the drill stage together. Yuan Gang scolded all the recruits for a while, and this time, the expressions of the recruits were no longer as unconvinced as before, and only 5 people completely subdued them. After the reprimand, everyone returned to the dormitory. When the recruits saw their dilapidated dormitory suddenly restored to their original state, they couldn't believe their eyes. Only Zhang Luochen and Lin Chie knew what was happening, and the two of them looked sideways at the same time towards a place in the dark night where Wang Mian was already weak and needed someone to help him even stand. You know this too? Lin Chie looked at Zhang Luochen and asked. I saw it. Don't you know it too? Zhang Luochen also said. I sensed Lin Chie walked straight in the direction of the dormitory building. Ding ding ding. A sharp whistle sounded, and the originally quiet dormitory area was instantly awakened by this noise. Zhang Luochen and Lin Chie were also awakened, and after the two just exchanged glances, they quickly began to get dressed. No, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Luochen even took the time to look at the time. 3 o'clock? Is it so ruthless? Lin Chie was also shocked by this time. Instructor Yuan said, the next step is hell. It's really true. Zhang Luochen looked sleepy-eyed. Yesterday, his mental strength was so exhausted, he would get up at 3 o'clock to train. He didn't have a starry night dancer. Strictly speaking, he, like ordinary people, needed to sleep to recover his physical strength. Let's go, it's too late. Lin Chie shouted. The two had just gone out and saw that there was no movement in Bailey Fat room. Call him, Zhang Luochen said to Lin Chie. Lin Chie also nodded, and ran directly to Bailey Fat's room to knock on the door, but both of them slept too much in it and couldn't knock on the door at all. Let me come. Zhang Luochen took a basin of water. This little water, enough. Water escaped. The water in the basin poured on Bailey Fat's head unbiasedly, and this time, it directly woke Bailey Fat up. What's wrong? I was just about to kiss Molly. Bailey Fat looked unsatisfied. What did you say? Lin Chie rolled his eyes. Bailey Pang Fat then realized the seriousness of the matter. Zhang Luochen and Lin Chie saw that he had gotten up, and the two stopped caring about him and ran towards the playground at a very fast speed. Soon, the two were the first to arrive at the training ground, and on the training ground, the 3 instructors stood upright, and the leader Hong instructor saw the appearance of Zhang Luochen and Lin Chie, and showed a look of approval. At the same time, he kept looking at his his watch, and the recruits behind him were also rushing over one after another until all the recruits arrived, and then Instructor Hong spoke and said coldly, "Today is the first day of your training camp." Instructor Hong reprimanded everyone in a serious tone, and his aura had a strong deterrent effect. Now, more than 3 minutes of automatic exit. Several of the last freshmen consciously started running in circles, and there were some ambiguous people who didn't know what to do, and some people raised questions, but Instructor Hong naturally would not name them one by one. In the end, there were still some people who thought they were not late, but they were still caught by Instructor Hong, and they all went to run circles one by one. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie naturally arrived on time. "Ha, where is my forbidden ruins? I don't know," which recruit said suddenly. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie were stunned for a moment, because they had been fighting for too long yesterday. Zhang Luochen had forgotten that when the training camp officially started, their forbidden ruins were suppressed by forbidden things. Zhang Luochen felt his ability, and Lin Xie on the side couldn't help but frown. "How do you feel?" Zhang Luochen looked at Lin Xie. Lin Xie's so many abilities, he was actually not greatly affected. The ability is still there, but it has been suppressed to some extent. Lin Xie looked at his hands, and then looked at Zhang Luochen. "What about you?" "Me, I feel like I've been affected a little. The elemental attack seems to be just a little bit." As Zhang Luochen spoke, a trace of lightning appeared between his palms. "What about your eyes? Does it have an effect?" Lin Xie asked. Zhang Luochen opened the Sharingan. His Sharingan could still be opened, and it was not affected. In fact, strictly speaking, his ability did not come from this world at all, but from another world, and neither was a track. Will things from other tracks really be affected when they are brought here? Zhang Luochen really has a big question mark in his heart. "I don't have anything to try. The Sharingan's abilities, replication and genjutsu, all require an object to test this ability." "You can use genjutsu on me," Lin Xie said suddenly. Zhang Luochen was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xie to put forward such an idea. "To you? Are you sure?" "I've always wanted to try your illusion. I don't know if my mortal divine domain can support it." After Lin Xie finished speaking, he had even taken a stance. Seeing that Lin Xie was still making preparations, Zhang Luochen asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "Prepare for action." Lin Xie was honest. "What else do you need to prepare for? Come on, just look me in the eye." Zhang Luochen looked into Lin Xie's eyes. At that moment, Lin Xie's feeling was very wonderful, as if he had entered a very different world, and that world was incompatible with the world he was in. Moreover, in that world, there is a sense of powerlessness. You don't know what you can do at all, and even if you do something, you always feel suppressed. But at this moment, a powerful force suddenly swept through Lin Xie's body, as if to pull Lin Xie out of this space. In the next second, Lin Xie gasped heavily. The illusion was broken, and he turned his head to look at Zhang Luochen, only to see that his face was pale at the moment. "I'm going. What's wrong with you?" Lin Xie immediately went over to support Zhang Luochen. "What do you think is wrong with me? Your mortal dust divine domain has backfired on me." Zhang Luochen felt that although he was not punished to run, he seemed to have run more than a dozen laps. "Backlash? There was indeed a force that suddenly struck me just now, and I didn't know it myself." Lin Xie really didn't know. However, Lin Xie didn't know. It didn't mean that Zhang Luochen didn't know. Lin Xie had so many gods in his body, his ability had always been unpredictable. Plus, he was the will of the fifth universe, he was the real hanging king. The group of freshmen who were punished for running also finished one by one, and now only Shin Xingju and Bailey Pangpang are still running on the field. Shin Xingju was punished for running 30 laps because of his freedom and looseness, and Bailey Fat was of course because of physical problems. An hour and a half later, the two finally ran away, and Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie quickly stepped forward to help Bailey Fat up. Subsequently, they sent him back to the dormitory together. But as soon as I arrived at the dormitory, before I could lie down, another whistle sounded. "Isn't it? What about playing with me?" Bailey Fat looked helpless. "This should be going to dinner." Zhang Luochen spoke, but his expression was a little unnatural. Hearing the word eat, Bailey Fat instantly lit up, jumped up from the bed with a rub, and came directly to the door. "Eat, hurry up." Bailey Pangpang began to urge everyone. "You, strong?" Lin Xie saw Bailey Fat who suddenly came to power. "Eat, of course, be positive. Have you heard a word?" Bailey Pangpang looked at the two of them and cleared his throat. "If you are not active in eating, you have a problem with your thinking. I advise you, don't get too hopeful." Zhang Luochen patted Bailey Fat on the shoulder and walked slowly outside. Bailey Fat trotted along. "Luochen, where are you eating? Why? Where is this training camp? Will it make you eat big fish and meat?" Zhang Luochen is of course not good to say directly, otherwise they will really regard themselves as prophets. Everyone came to the training ground, and this time the freshmen obviously had a sense of time, and most of them arrived early. It's just that those freshmen who had just finished 10 or 20 laps really had no physical strength, and a few of them had even fainted on the spot. "I'm going. It's really professional." Seeing those medical staff suddenly pop out of nowhere, they professionally used stretchers to carry away those fainting freshmen. After all, it's a training camp for the night watchmen, and their energy is unbelievable. Lin Xie was not surprised by this. Instructor Hong was already waiting for them on the training ground, and this time he gave a compliment supplement, and then sure enough, as Zhang Luochen said, it was time to eat. Remember, the meal time is only 20 minutes, and after 20 minutes, if you don't get here, you will be at your own risk. After Instructor Hong finished speaking, he left here directly. Bailey Fat Pang's eyes lit up again. This time, he was still running first, completely forgetting what Zhang Luochen had told him just now. However, the moment the freshman ran to the cafeteria, the scene here was simply unsightly, with pieces of raw meat placed in front of them. In addition, there was a pot of white noodle steamed buns, which was what they were going to eat today. This, Bailey Fat, was like a deflated balloon for a while. Even Lin Xie, who had seen the world, frowned at the moment. Such a piece of raw meat, he was a little difficult to swallow. Hey, I really didn't expect to face such a scene. Zhang Luochen had nothing to love, and the moment he came to the world of god slaying, all unlucky things hit him. Although, it's really cool to be so close to the protagonist in the novel, but this coolness comes at a price. Of course, there are also freshmen who have taken the lead in eating, that is, Zheng Zhong, who was born in Special Forces, and Xin Xinju was already slamming the table angrily, as if he was about to explode in the next second. Eat? Lin Xie sighed, and Xiao Yuan on the side had almost finished a piece of raw meat. Okay, eat. Zhang Luochen gritted his teeth. Anyway, he couldn't fall behind. Just when Xin Xinju was about to go crazy, the masked team walked in at this time, and now they all took off their masks on their faces, revealing their delicate faces. It was like a group of handsome men and women walking in. With the shock of the masked team, the recruits could only bite the bullet and eat this piece of raw meat. I really can't eat. I feel like Bailey Fat is about to cry. Remember, when you go to the battlefield in the future, even eating a meal is a luxury, and you won't have good food and meat at every meal. Zhang Luochen took a bite of the raw meat and continued. These are also a lesson taught to us by the instructors. Bailey Fat thought for a while, then picked up a steamed bun and a piece of raw meat and ate it. You really have a set of educating people. Lin Xie smiled slightly. Zhang Luochen wanted to cry without tears, but I still can't swallow it. Just when everyone was nibbling on raw meat, a pungent aroma instantly enveloped the entire canteen, and this fragrance also attracted the attention of all freshmen. Everyone watched Sun Lao carry plates of delicacies, and his final destination was to bring them to the table of the masked team. Several freshmen sitting closer were drooling, and one by one they couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and the sound of saliva even drowned out the voice. The king glanced at them, then directly put a yuan on the table, and then began to eat their meal. Several recruits wanted to resist, but Sun Lao had no intention of being polite to the recruits at all. Of course, there was also the deterrence of the masked squad here, and the recruits quickly lost their arrogance. Wang Mian suddenly looked towards Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen. Luochen, Xie, let's eat some together. At this moment, all the recruits in the audience looked at them, and they instantly became the focus of the audience. Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen looked at each other even more. Zhang Luochen knew that Lin Xie wanted to understand the problem of the god's agents, but Zhang Luochen really wanted to take 2 bites. Lin Xie took his basin and walked to the round table of the masked team, and Zhang Luochen also followed. Even if it was just a bite, he had no regrets. Come, you're welcome, eat whatever you want. Wang Mian greeted the two very politely. Zhang Luochen's eyes straightened. He didn't care about the pair of envious eyes behind him. He wanted to eat these delicacies now, and the two of them were like guests. Whirlpool put all the good dishes in front of them, and Shang Wei was going to serve the two of them. No, you can eat. I'm here to ask some questions. Lin Xie waved his hand, and directly pushed the dishes over. Zhang Luochen watched these dishes move away from him. Okay, you Lin Xie, you are noble, you are amazing. Zhang Luochen thought to himself, rolled his eyes at Lin Xie. You ask questions, then I'm a little redundant here. Zhang Luochen got up and was about to leave, when the balance on the side immediately pressed Zhang Luochen back to its original position. It's okay, then we can chat. To be honest, I'm still quite curious about your ability. Tianping asked, can you copy any ability? Why do I think you're getting information? Zhang Luochen leaned back. Don't say that, we are all night watchmen, we just know you a little better, and we will all participate in your ability report, except for the captain. Whirlpool on the side immediately spoke. Zhang Luochen sighed. I can copy some forbidden ruins, but I can't copy the divine ruins. The mortal dust divine domain, the time thugs, can't copy it. Several people nodded. Then you, after copying it, will you forget it later? The moon ghost asked. Forget? No, I copied it. I want to use it anytime. Zhang Luochen had nothing to hide, and said directly, it's really a good ability. Shang Wei nodded and couldn't help but praise. Zhang Luochen smiled lightly and thought, what is this? When I open the kaleidoscope Sharingan in the future, it is called a powerful one, so that you can see what it is to fully understand Susanin. In addition, if you can extract the ability of the Nine Tails, and then have a Nine Tails red coat, wouldn't it be handsome? By the way, thinking of this, Zhang Luochen remembered that the masked team in front of him, their fishing village incident, was also Wang Mian's regret in his life. In that incident, Wang Mian, who had a time thug, could not beat the long river of time. Each special team has its own mission, and in the future, one special team after another will sacrifice their lives for the entire Daxia. Thinking of this, Zhang Luochen's face changed instantly. Although there were still a few years before that incident, Zhang Luochen didn't know how how to save them, and now he knew his position. He is too small, and many things will not change the original plot because the entire story structure has its own appearance. For example, Zhao Kongcheng, he still does not change the direction of the plot, and he found more and more that he was more and more integrated into these plots, which was really ridiculous, and he wanted to change the plot, but the plot changed himself. At this moment, a whistle sounded outside the cafeteria. Before the recruits could react, several members of the masked squad took the lead in getting up, but as soon as they ran out a few steps, they realized that they were no longer recruits. Several people sat back in embarrassment. On the other hand, none of the recruits got up at the first time, but looked up at the time one by one, and even wondered why they blew the whistle again even though it was not 20 minutes yet, but one by one they still got up and walked out. Then I'll leave first. Lin Xie also got up and walked outside. Wang Nian nodded. Go, we will be outside the training camp next time we meet. Are you leaving? Yes, there is another mystery of the Sea Realm in the north, and we will rush over after eating. Okay, then I wish you triumph. Lin Xie waved his hand at them and then looked at Zhang Luochen, who was still standing in place. Luochen, let's go. Zhang Luochen came back to his senses, and his eyes suddenly became extremely firm. Yes, only when I am strong can I make these regrets no longer regrets. I am bound to save you, Zhang Luochen thought to himself. Then, he looked at the Cayman squad with a firm gaze and saluted them with a standard military salute. Then, he walked outside the cafeteria without looking back. Lin Xie, do you need to be so formal? Lin Xie also walked out of the cafeteria. Wang Nian looked at the other members of the squad with a puzzled expression. What did you tell him? Suddenly, so emotional. We didn't say anything. On the training ground, the new instructor Han was gesturing his straight knife skills, and he was passionately talking about various theoretical knowledge on the stage. Zhang Luochen looked like he was watching a good show in the audience, with his hands on his chest and a smile on his face. Why are you so happy? Lin Xie asked, puzzled. It's nothing, it's just a good mood. Study hard. Maybe I'll let you go up to demonstrate it later. Zhang Luochen looked at the stage and said, me? It won't be such a coincidence, but your mouth has always been very smart. Lin Xie's voice just fell. Bailey Fat was called up, but Bailey Fat was the first deflated person that Instructor Han ate for Doraemon's attributes. Seeing one forbidden thing after another, Instructor Han was already a little tired. You go down then. His eyes happened to meet Lin Xie's. You, come up. Lin Xie rolled his eyes at Zhang Luochen. Your mouth has been opened. Seeing Lin Xie coming down from the stage, Instructor Han on the stage already looked loveless. And Zhang Luochen in the audience could no longer hide his smile, covering his mouth, really didn't want to laugh out loud. This scene happened to be seen by Instructor Han on the stage, deflated twice in a row. It is estimated that he has never been so many times in his life. Seeing Zhang Luochen with a hippie smile, his goal was immediately aimed at him. Hey, that classmate, is it funny? Instructor Han looked at Zhang Luochen condescendingly. It's okay. Zhang Luochen said. You, come up. Instructor Han directly asked Zhang Luochen to come up. Zhang Luochen stepped onto the stage. Are you sure? He and I came out in the same team. Instructor Han looked at Lin Xie, who had just stepped down, and suddenly muttered in his heart, but he let Zhang Luochen come up and then let him go down, but it was really a loss. Then you also learned from Captain Chen Mai? Instructor Han asked. Zhang Luochen nodded without hesitation. Instructor Han was a little difficult to ride a tiger for a while, but soon, he found a good reason for himself. One teacher, it is impossible to teach two good apprentices. Come, let's demonstrate it too. Remember, we are just a drill. The purpose is to improve your ability, Instructor Han said. Understand, instructor, I don't need Captain Chen Mai's moves. Zhang Luochen took a straight knife. Lin Xie in the audience saw this scene and sighed slightly. I just found the least suitable one. What's wrong? 7 Knights. Bailey Pang Pang asked. Have you forgotten his ability? It's copying. He doesn't use Chen Mai's knife technique, but he can use Instructor Han's knife technique. Lin Xie's voice just fell. Zhang Luochen's straight knife had collided with Instructor Han. Instructor Han was stunned again, because he was too familiar with this move. It was all his own move. Swinging the knife again, the two sides also fought back and forth, and Zhang Luochen had completely copied Instructor Han's ability. You learned this knife technique after watching it once. Instructor Han looked incredulous. Zhang Luochen didn't speak, and slashed down with a knife. This knife was completely the ability that Instructor Han had just shown. It's all taught by a master. I can't break the move. Instructor Han was speechless for a while. Instructor, forget it. Zhang Luochen stopped the movement in his hand. Instructor Han sighed slightly. Hanli, you can. His eyes looked at Chao Yuan. Zhang Luochen secretly said badly, Instructor, don't do it. Change someone. Substitution? What do you mean? Instructor Han's tone was a little unhappy. Just him. Come up. Chao Yuan walked up with a blank face. Take the knife. But Chao Yuan didn't seem to hear it, standing there without any movement. Instructor, he really can't do it. Zhang Luochen spoke again. Shut up. Instructor Han was even more displeased, and insisted on asking Chao Yuan to pick up the knife. Go get the knife. This is the order. Hey, okay. Chao Yuan walked over helplessly, ready to take a knife. At the same time, all the recruits retreated dozens of meters, and everyone saw the scene of Chao Yuan fighting the masked team. Seeing the movements of the freshman, Instructor Han suddenly had a bad premonition, but it was too late because Chao Yuan already had an extra knife in his hand. Boom! The black evil aura instantly swept through Chao Yuan's body. A ball of black fire soared straight into the sky, and a terrifying aura suppressed the audience. Chao Yuan, who was surrounded by black evil energy, held a straight knife, turned his head to look at Instructor Han, and smiled fiercely on his face. Then, he quickly drew his knife and appeared in front of Instructor Han in the next second. "I'll go to you." Instructor Han wanted to cry without tears, and the wooden knife in his hand was swung out, but just as he waved it out, the wooden knife in his hand was broken in an instant. Everyone immediately evacuated the training ground. "Hurry up and leave," Instructor Han shouted. The other recruits all ran towards the outside of the training ground. "I'm going." 7 nights, isn't the Forbidden Ruins sealed? Bailey Fat Pang saw this scene and was a little anxious. "That's super high risk. It's not that easy." Lin Xie turned to look at Zhang Luochen. "How did you lift it last time?" "I use illusion." Zhang Luochen immediately understood what Lin Xie meant. "Okay, I'll go." Zhang Luochen looked at the two people who were fighting on the stage, and couldn't help but mutter, "It's all said." "Don't call him. Why don't you keep stopping?" Zhang Luochen jumped up heavily and came directly to the stage, and Instructor Han's face sank the moment he saw Zhang Luochen. "Leave. Why are you still on stage?" Instructor Han said anxiously. "Instructor, I'll help you." Zhang Luochen spoke. "Help me? Don't mess around. Your Forbidden Ruins are still suppressed. Don't think that you can steal the ability to learn. It's very powerful. Leave the training ground quickly." Instructor Han urged Zhang Luochen to leave quickly. "Hey, it's still so unpersuasive." Zhang Luochen sighed. His eyes looked at Chao Yuan. "You have to trap it first." Fire escape, the art of fireball. Zhang Luochen spewed out a small fireball from his mouth. Yes, this fireball was much smaller than the previous one. It was a big and large piece. Zhang Luochen was stunned, and the small fireball hit Chao Yuan's body painlessly, but it also successfully attracted Chao Yuan's attention. "It's now, illusion." Zhang Luochen used the How fireball technique to attract Chao Yuan's attention, to put it bluntly, just to look into his eyes. However, in the next second, Chao Yuan didn't seem to be affected in any way, and he didn't even stand still in place for more than a second. What? The Forbidden Ruins were suppressed, and the illusion was also affected. Zhang Luochen couldn't help but mutter, "Things from other worlds will still be affected here." Lin Xie, something happened. The Forbidden Ruins were suppressed, and the illusion didn't work. Fat, take out some forbidden items." Zhang Luochen shouted at Lin Xie in the audience. "Give me a knife." Lin Xie shouted, and after a while, Bailey Fat handed a knife to Lin Xie. Lin Xie instantly came to the stage and collided with Chao Yuan's wooden knife, and in an instant, a powerful force shook away. "I'll go, this power." Lin Xie was stunned. "Good guy, is this Xiao Zhanbai?" Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. Lin Xie immediately used the Scroll of Closure to trap Chao Yuan firmly, and with the Scroll of Closure, the black flames on Chao Yuan's body gradually receded, and his appearance returned to its original state. His eyes swept over everyone's bodies one by one, and finally fell on Lin Xie's body. "Sure enough, it is you who can wash away my sins." Lin Xie was stunned. "I don't know what you're talking about." Zhang Luochen smiled. "Okay, Lin Xie's number 1 licking dog was born." "Oh, no, it's number 2, number 1 is fat." Finally stabilized Chao Yuan, and Hanli on the side also had lingering fears, and this time it hit him too hard. Especially Chao Yuan in the end, almost made a big mistake. After Yuan Gang came over to comfort him a few words, Hanli regained a little self-confidence, but this time the blow to him was indeed too big. At lunch, Chao Yuan came to Lin Xie with his pickles, and sure enough, this person came to compete with Bailey Fat for the number 1 licking dog. Lin Xie was surrounded like this, but it was a little difficult to parry. However, Chao Yuan suddenly looked at Zhang Luochen again. "By the way, how do you know the Lin Xie I'm looking for?" Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, revealing that the plot was late, but Zhang Luochen was used to dealing with these problems. "My eyes can see through people's hearts." Zhang Luochen pointed to his eyes. Bailey Fat on the side said enviously, "Yes, your eyes will turn red, especially the pattern inside. It's so handsome." Chao Yuan was a little confused, and then looked at Lin Xie, as if asking Lin Xie if it was real. "Don't look at me, I don't know much about it, but he really seems to have the ability to predict." Lin Xie said. "The Forbidden Ruins of Foresight are really rare," Chao Yuan said thoughtfully. At this moment, Instructor Hong walked in with 2 instructors. "Everyone, pay attention, this afternoon is your first extreme training. After eating, gather at the back of the cafeteria. Do you understand?" "I understand," all the recruits answered in unison. "A piece of advice to you, it will be very hard in the afternoon. Finish your meal." After Instructor Hong finished speaking, he left here with the other 2 instructors. Bailey Pang heard the words extreme training, and instantly looked helpless. "When is this physical training?" "This is just the beginning. It will take half a year. Let's wait." Slowly Zhang Luochen spoke, and his gaze suddenly became a little solemn. "This extreme training, without a doubt, is the extreme challenge of Jinnan Mountain, and the abilities he has now extracted are all used for combat, without any ability to restore physical fitness. Unlike Lin Xie, who has a starry night dancer, at night it is completely his world. Oh, yes, there is also also the scene of the social death. I really don't want to face it. Zhang Luochen for a while. His expression was a little complicated. What's wrong with you? Lin Xie saw Zhang Luochen's expression and asked. It's nothing, it's just extreme training, and I don't know where my limit is. Zhang Luochen said. Try to break through. After Lin Xie finished speaking, he got up and said, let's go. A few people left the canteen and came to the back of the canteen and saw several buses parked there. Want to go out of the camp? Bailey Chubby's face changed. Going out of the camp may not be a good thing. Lin Xie had a bad premonition and then looked at Zhang Luochen. Prophet, don't predict or predict. Zhang Luochen rolled his eyes at Lin Xie. This Cangnan city is so big and it can predict something. I have trained to the limit and I must go to a place with complex terrain, Cangnan city, and Jinnan mountain. Lin Xie asked rhetorically, what if I leave Cangnan city? It's impossible to leave Cangnan city. Zhang Luochen said immediately. Ha, why can't you leave Cangnan city? Bailey Pang Pang asked. Zhang Luochen was speechless. Why couldn't he leave? Of course, it was because Lin Xie was gone, but he couldn't say it now. The door of the bus slowly opened, and when they saw the door open, several people sat directly on the bus. Taking advantage of the time they were driving on the road, several people also took a nap on the bus, and not long after, a lush mountain range appeared in front of everyone. It's really Jinnan Mountain. Lin Xie, as a local, naturally knew Jinnan Mountain. Amazing, Prophet. Zhang Luochen rolled his eyes again, thinking to himself, it's still powerful. You have to take the first place later, isn't it powerful? After the vehicle stopped steadily, all the recruits got out of the car, and when the recruits lined up, Instructor Hong slowly spoke. Next, let's start extreme training. Do you see the mountains behind you? For a while, each of you will be equipped with a load of 35 kilograms, and then, before dawn tomorrow, cross this mountain range. In addition, Instructor Hong waved his hand, and dense drones flew out from the back of the bus, and there was a miniature gun hole under each drone. The weight on your body has a positioning function, and the drone will keep chasing you, and once you are hit, you will be eliminated, and you will be punished very cruelly. Instructor Hong showed an evil smile at all the recruits. In addition, I would like to remind you that the loads can be exchanged with each other, but they cannot be discarded, and you cannot attack drones, nor can you hide in a blind spot. You can only do one thing, is to escape, and finally, you can't attack each other, understand? I understand. Okay, take the load, then set off and enter the mountain. All the recruits began to receive their own loads, and there was also a tactical knife, but Chao Yuan's knife was replaced with a spoon. Ha ha ha. Bailey Fat on the side laughed unkindly. Chao Yuan, do you want to hollow out this mountain? Yes, and you? The instructor suddenly pointed at Bailey Fat. Me? What's wrong? Bailey Fat pointed to himself and said, take off all the prohibited items on your body and don't bring them in. Bailey Fat Tiger's body shocked. Instructor, these things are very expensive. I won't take you, keep it for you. You have so many forbidden things. You have entered the mountain. What are you training? One by one, the recruits began to enter the mountains. Okay. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie quickly shuttled through the mountains and forests, and Chao Yuan followed closely behind, and behind, Bailey Fat figure could also be seen. You guys, wait for me. Not long after entering the mountain, Bailey Fat was already panting. This is so heavy. You three help me share a little. Don't. No. 7 nights, otherwise, I'll help you carry it. Get out. No. At this moment, the sound of drones came into their ears, and several drones appeared above their heads in an instant. Run. Zhang Luochen shouted. You guys run first. This is too heavy. I can't carry it. Bailey Fat seems to be ready to give up directly. Run quickly. You will be punished if you are hit. Zhang Luochen didn't say a word and pulled up Bailey Fat, who was about to sit on the ground. It's just punishment. Bailey Fat had just run a few steps when he gasped again. I believe punishment is not a good thing. As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, a new recruit had already been hit. After a while, the scene of large-scale social death appeared on the spot. Hearing this scene, Bailey Chubby's face suddenly changed. These instructors can think of it too much. How is it? Isn't it more terrifying than you imagined? Zhang Luochen said. The prophet has prophesied again? Lin Xie turned around and said. All the recruits were still making fun of the eliminated recruits just now, but in the next second, their faces changed, and they immediately spread their legs and started running. At the same time, Bailey Fat had a blue face, and he didn't know where the strength came from, so he suddenly ran ahead of them. This fat man, why is he suddenly so powerful? Lin Xie was shocked when he saw Bailey Fat, who was desperately trying to run forward. Maybe, there are too many secrets of the Bailey family, Zhang Luochen explained from the side. To be honest, this punishment is really a bit of a social death. Lin Xie recalled the scene that happened just now. I don't want to be punished in any way, run quickly. Zhang Luochen also followed suit. Chao Yuan behind him has always followed Lin Xie, and even greeted Lin Xie from time to time, which is really a wonderful combination. The sound of the drone has been echoing around everyone, and their footsteps do not dare to stop at all, and they don't know when they will suddenly be shot. Zhang Luochen has been opening the Sharingan, always observing everything around him. Now he doesn't dare to neglect in the slightest. If something comes when the time comes, it will be too pitted. In a trance, several missiles pass through the dense jungle again, and the sound of recruits being hit to the ground came from all directions. Lin Qia's continuous movements quickly dodged 2 missiles. Zhang Luochen's speed was also fast, but his range of movements was smaller. After all, he had to conserve his physical strength. He was not like Lin Xia. At night, that was Lin Qia's world. The drone on the left is outflanked, Lin Xia said in a deep voice. Then we can only go to the right, Chao Yuan said. It's just that the mountain road there is rugged and will consume our physical strength. Zhang Luochen looked at the road on the other side. These instructors did it on purpose. Bailey Fat couldn't help but complain. We can't help it, Chao Yuan said helplessly. Several people continued to move forward like this. They passed through the old trees in the dense forest, and the knives in their hands continued to split the tree branches wrapped around them. It was very difficult to drive in the dense forest, and several people were all colored at the same time, and there were scratches on their arms and legs to varying degrees. The sky hadn't gotten dark yet. Several people had already felt a little tired as they continued to advance. Lin Qia's face was also full of fatigue, and Zhang Luochen had already begun to gasp for breath. Chao Yuan's body was different from ordinary people. His breath was still very stable, and his face was still very calm. Bailey Fat is no different from dying, and what is still supporting him is the last belief, only blaming the family for being too big and having too many secrets. Passing through the dense forest in front of him, several people suddenly saw Shin Qingju in front of him, and several people followed behind him. Oh, Drag brother? I met it here. That is to say, the time for Brother Drag's social death is coming. Zhang Luochen thought to himself. Before the two sides could speak, the drones on both sides instantly mixed them in the middle, forming an encirclement. Run! Zhang Luochen roared. Several people quickly rushed towards the dense forest on the other side, and Bailey Fat even rolled and crawled desperately to keep up with Lin Xia and the others. Shin Qingju's side was not so lucky, and several of his companions had unfortunately been hit by missiles. Several people ran through the rugged dense forest as if they were desperate, and finally ran to a place that was still empty, and the stream flowed through the mountains. They took a break in this place. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xia lowered their heads to pick up a little mountain spring water and took a sip. Bailey Fat sat directly on the ground. If it weren't for the drone, he could even fall asleep directly. At this time, the remaining few people on Shin Qingju's side also came here. 7 nights, how long will it take to cross the mountains? Bailey Pang asked. I always feel that the terrain here is a little off. Chao Yuan seemed to have discovered something. Lin Xia also nodded. It's still early, we haven't walked much, and we have even been taking detours. It's not playing with us, the drone is chasing us, and we won't fight back. Shin Qingju angrily threw the stone into the stream. The terrain here should have changed, Zhang Luochen said suddenly. Lin Xia looked at him. You found out too? Zhang Luochen nodded. At least, it is fundamentally different from the Jinan mountain in my memory. If I guessed correctly, it should have been the use of some forbidden ruins, which changed the layout of the entire Jinan mountain. Yes, the mountain road I see is also changing all the time. Plus the drone is always above our heads, causing us to keep circling. Lin Qi also echoed. I'm so tired of running. Tell me I haven't run much, aren't you cheating me? Bailey Fat looked loveless. Bailey Fat suddenly seemed to think of something, and suddenly his spirit was shocked. So, none of us can escape that punishment? That's not true. Chao Yuan suddenly spoke. Those who fainted from exhaustion were not punished. Well, you can try. Zhang Luochen also patted Bailey Fat on the shoulder. Bailey Fat looked thoughtful, and this sentence woke him up on the spot. Zhang Luochen also had a melancholy on his face. He understood his current physical condition. It was not dark yet. If he didn't hurry up to rest and recover his strength, it seemed that he couldn't hold on to this night. Moreover, after the contact just now, Zhang Luochen can already be sure that his physical strength is not as good as Chao Yuan's. Although I have trained like this in the training camp, I have improved a lot in all aspects of my body, but I am still a mortal after all. No matter what, rely purely on your body and fight hard. Zhang Luochen secretly made up his mind. The drone gave them a little time to rest in between, and the soul torture in the valley was also going on non-stop, and occasionally some laughter could be heard. After a short break, the sound of the drone appeared above their heads again, and several people quickly left their original places. This Shin Qingju looks like he's dragging along. Why do those people follow him so desperately? Bailey Pang looked in the direction of Shin Qingju and asked. Chao Yuan explained briefly because he was in the same dormitory as them, so he knew a little about their situation. Some people, with fierce expressions, are actually very gentle people. Zhang Luochen also said on the side. Indeed, I didn't expect that he was such a person. And at this moment, a voice hovered throughout the valley. Your name is Li Liang, right? Hearing this voice, Zhang Luochen laughed secretly in his heart. What are you laughing at? Bailey Fat asked puzzled. Listen, Shin Qingju's darkest moment is coming. Zhang Luochen smiled. Li Liang said everything about Shin Qingju. I really don't know what Shin Qingju's expression is, but it didn't take long for Shin Qingju's voice to come from the radio. It seems that he has also been eliminated, Lin Xia said. He broke the rules and broke several drones. Zhang Luochen explained. Oh, so kind? Chao Yuan's eyes lit up. He's not always very kind, Lin Xia said. A few people thought about it for a while, but it was the same. The recruits are constantly being eliminated, and as the number of people decreases, the number of drones drones is also decreasing, and the sound of drones is also far and near. Moreover, these instructors are not ready to eliminate them all at once. If you look closely, the trajectory of these drones is regular, and every time it seems to be encircled, there is actually a breakthrough. The drone is consuming their physical strength every time, and then give them a little time to recover their physical strength. Of course, it will not be too much time, and then continue to consume your physical strength. Using this method to break through personal limits is today's extreme training. The movements of the four gradually became slow, and it was already very difficult for Bailey Fat to keep up with them. It's almost time. Zhang Luochen patted Bailey Fat on the shoulder. Lin Xie, who was walking in front, turned around and said, "If you're tired, take a break." Bailey Fat understood. His whole expression suddenly changed, and then the whole person drooped directly. "No need. I can still." In the next second, Bailey Fat touched his chest, and then his whole body fell, and he fainted with his eyes. Xiao Yuan immediately stepped forward to check, and then said to Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie, "He fainted. Let's keep going. Someone will come and take him away." Lin Xie said, "Why don't you two take a break too?" Xiao Yuan said. Lin Xie shook his head. "I'm fine. I can still persevere." "What about you?" Zhang Luochen took a deep breath. To be honest, he really felt that his physical strength had reached its limit. "No, I'm not at the time to rest. You two are too hard." Xiao Yuan couldn't help but complain. "I want to break my limits and see." Zhang Luochen's eyes were firm. Lin Xie on the side also nodded, expressing his agreement. "Only by becoming stronger can you live, and only by surviving can you go back." "Go back? Where to go back?" Lin Xie did not intend to answer this question, and continued to walk towards the road ahead, followed by Zhang Luochen. "If you just want me to help you clear your sins in the future, you don't need to please me so much," Lin Xie suddenly said to Xiao Yuan. "If it's a deal, just pay enough reserve price." "Ha, deal, so that's how you see it? What if not? Don't you have any friends?" "I've been a heretic since I was a child." "Coincidentally, me too." At this time, the eyes of the two looked at Zhang Luochen at the same time. Zhang Luochen was stunned. Whether he was a heretic, he really didn't know if this word could define himself like I. Probably not. He thought about his past life, although he was not a rich person or a successful person, but the word heresy seemed to have nothing to do with him. Lin Xie smiled slightly. An unknown forbidden ruin, how can it not be heretical? Also right, Zhang Luochen thought for a while, if according to his own ability, the two male protagonists of the Hokage, both of them are heretics. So, because of this, we can be friends. Xiao Yuan smiled and said, when his friend was dangerous, the previous friend had his head cut off by him, and another was sent into the monster's mouth, and the grass on the grave was half a meter high. Zhang Luochen said, the risk is so high, but aren't you safe and sound? Xiao Yuan looked at Zhang Luochen. He's not my friend. Lin Xie said directly, I'm not your friend yet? We carried guns together and went to couples hotels together. Wait, couples hotel? So exciting? Xiao Yuan immediately grasped the point. Don't listen to his nonsense, that's what our seniors took us to. Lin Xie wanted to explain. That's even more exciting. Xiao Yuan's pupils couldn't help but dilate. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Lin Xie didn't bother to explain. Actually, we are similar, I slaughtered the whole village with my own hands. Xiao Yuan said, don't compare with me, I'm far worse than you. Lin Xie waved his hand. Zhang Luochen also nodded, we are different. I really hope to be friends with you two heretics, and you both have successfully suppressed my forbidden ruins. Xiao Yuan said. Zhang Luochen suddenly pointed to Bailey Fat next to him, and he, extremely stupid, abnormally rich, and also a heretic. I don't know why, Lin Xie had a strange feeling again, as if someone had stolen his words. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. It has been 8 hours since I entered Jinan Mountain. Zhang Luochen, Lin Xie, and Xiao Yuan don't know how many mountains they have climbed. How many are left? Instructor Hong looked at the time and asked. 4, Special Forces Zhang Zhong, Lin Xie, Zhang Luochen, and Xiao Yuan. It's really unscientific that these three boys have persisted until now. Xiao Yuan's body has received the tempering of Black King slashing, but how did Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen do it? Zhang Luochen's unknown forbidden ruins seem to have more possibilities to be discovered. There were only 3 of them left. Zhang Zhong fell off the cliff because he got lost and fainted. Do you want to end the training first? It's too dark now. You can't see anything. What if something happens? Don't rush. Transfer all the drones to their side, and the medics are always following closely and ready for rescue. See where exactly their limits are. It's so dark, can you two still see? Xiao Yuan couldn't help but ask. Yes, the two replied in unison. Zhang Luochen himself did not expect that the Sharingan and the dark night would not hinder him from seeing things. As for Lin Xie, it was already dark now, and now his physical strength was even better than when he first entered the mountain. I really envy this guy who hangs up. Zhang Luochen couldn't help but complain. I haven't heard the sound of punishment for a long time, and I don't know how many recruits there are in the mountains. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but ask. It's just the 3 of us, Lin Xie said. You know this. Xiao Yuan was stunned. The mountain now belongs to him. Zhang Luochen looked at the bats in the air around him. It was estimated that it was this this bat and then reported the situation to Lin Xie. In fact, what Xiao Yuan didn't know was that now on the entire mountain range, all the animals were Lin Xie's eyeliner, and Lin Xie knew best what was around. I can't do it anymore. After walking for a while, Xiao Yuan had reached his limit. Don't work hard anymore? Lin Xie asked. No, once I lose consciousness, the forbidden ruins will control my body in turn, Xiao Yuan said. It seems that the forbidden ruins are too high, which is not a good thing. You two go on, you'll hear my punishment later. Xiao Yuan sat down on the spot. Then let's go. The two continued to walk forward, and in a trance, Zhang Luochen looked at the side face of Lin Xie next to him, unknowingly having spent so many days with Lin Xie. The two seemed to have walked a road that was not long but not short, and this last part of the road was originally completed by Lin Xie alone. And this time, there was another person with him. You're not at your limit yet? Lin Xie asked. I keep insisting, I don't have any forbidden ruins to control my body. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, his eyes looking into the distance, as if he could pass through this black. Moreover, I also want to see that Songnan city he guards. Enter Jinnan Mountain for 9 hours. Zhang Luochen also felt a little strange now, although he was very tired, and he felt that his physical strength had reached the limit before. However, his legs can always unconsciously keep up with Lin Xie's pace, and now Lin Xie has the blessing of the Starry Night Dancer. He doesn't have any buff blessing. He doesn't understand how he can keep up. Originally thought that he had inadvertently copied the ability of the Starry Night Dancer, but the ability of the Starry Night Dancer came from the Nix of Lin Xie's mental hospital, the Divine Ruins, and he couldn't copy it. Then, he thought of another possibility, the 8 gates of Duanjia in his body, which was originally an ability to break through the limits of human beings. Moreover, the acquisition of this ability itself is a breakthrough in its own limits, which reminds Zhang Luochen of Lian Kai and Hokage. The two of them can only continue to improve themselves through taijutsu, and their bodies have already broken through the limits of ordinary people. Therefore, when Zhang Luochen obtained this ability, he also gained their physical fitness. Of course, this is also why it can be explained. Obviously he is very tired, but he can still walk, because it is their will that supports them, and every time they are about to fall, they will rely on their beliefs to stand up again, and the same is true for Zhang Luochen now. Oh, Xiao Yuan's moment has come. Zhang Luochen heard Xiao Yuan's voice. Xiao Yuan told his life experience here, a very tragic life experience, and in addition, the type of girl he liked. Finally, Xiao Yuan said to the people who were still in the mountains, Lin Xie, Zhang Luochen, don't embarrass us heretics. The two smiled knowingly, and their steps continued to move forward unswervingly. You should know very well where the exit is now. Zhang Luochen spoke. Of course, as long as you can hold on and keep up with me. Lin Xie really had no idea of slowing down. And now, no matter how the mountains change, Lin Xie can always find the most suitable road, and he has only one destination now. The drones and medical forces that originally surrounded them were now thrown away by the two. It's been so long, you can still keep up. Lin Xie was also a little surprised. It's all here, and if you give up again, it's really a pity. Zhang Luochen struggled to follow Lin Xie's pace. Sometimes, I really can't see through you, Lin Xie said suddenly. How do you say it? Sometimes I feel like you know everything in advance, and your forbidden ruins don't look like they come from here. Zhang Luochen was stunned when he heard these words. Oh, what do you see? Lin Xie shook his head. I didn't see anything. I just felt that way when I saw you for the first time. You just rely on feelings? No way, there are many unknown things in this world itself, and it is not easy to explain. Then if, I say, I came from another world and traveled here, would you find it strange? Of course not. Moreover, the existence of these mysteries, gods, and forbidden ruins does not seem reasonable. That's right, this world can't be explained by science. Well, everything that happens here has long exceeded the scope of science. 7 nights. In this last part of the road, if you are accompanied, you will not be alone. It's okay, I'm used to it alone. Yes, I used to be a person. All the instructors used telescopes to observe the movements of the two at the finish line. These two people are too fast. It's been 10 hours. How do I think they are going to succeed? Several instructors kept discussing the direction of the finish line, and in the history of the Night Watch, no recruit had ever been able to complete the entire course in the first extreme training. And this time, there were 2 recruits who were about to complete the journey, which was completely history. At this moment, 2 figures slowly appeared in front of everyone, with countless scars on their bodies. Their clothes were already tattered, and their faces were very sloppy. It seems that it's over. Zhang Luochen exhaled heavily. This is the end of Jinnan Mountain, Lin Xie said. Yes, isn't it beautiful? Here, you can overlook the entire Songnan city. Zhang Luochen said. This is also the Songnan city he guarded for. Yes, the Songnan city he guards is so beautiful. Lin Xie's eyes suddenly became a little moist, and a thought couldn't help but appear in his heart. Have you seen such a beautiful Songnan city? At this moment, Zhang Luochen's tiredness instantly swept through his body, and his whole body fell backwards paralyzed. It seems that this time it's really the limit, Zhang Luochen thought to himself, letting his body fall back, but suddenly, a pair of hands caught his body. Zhang Luochen's eyes, which were about to close, close, slowly opened, and Lin Qia's face appeared in front of him. It's all here, don't fall. Lin Qia helped Zhang Luochen up again, and an arm went directly around Lin Qia's neck. Zhang Luochen smiled bitterly. You are really a pervert. Instructor Hong appeared in front of them with many instructors, and the two looked in the direction of Instructor Hong at the same time. Are we done? Lin Qia asked. All the instructors looked in the direction of Instructor Hong, and Instructor Hong patted the two on the shoulders with appreciation. It's done, you have also made history. At this moment, Lin Qia and Zhang Luochen's bodies fell to the ground together, and Instructor Hong and many instructors beside him were quick-eyed and immediately supported them all. Han Li took the water and handed it to the two of them, and the two directly poured water into their stomachs. By the way, my compensation hasn't been given to me yet, Lin Qia said suddenly. Instructor Hong smiled knowingly. Don't worry, you are indispensable. In addition, Zhang Luochen will come together later. By the way, do you want to play with this? Instructor Hong took out a ring. We all succeeded. Why should we be punished? It's fun, no one can hear it now. Lin Qia looked at Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen knew what kind of problem he would face, and after thinking about it for a while, he nodded. Then come on, Lin Qia. Zhang Luochen, what is the most regrettable thing in your life? Lin Qia's life has been full of regrets so far, but the most regrettable thing is that Rainy Night did not save him. This is also Zhang Luochen's regret. Of course, for Zhang Luochen, this was originally a regret that belonged to the god of slaying, and Zhang Luochen's own regrets. Maybe she forgot the 2 times she saved her. Perhaps, she didn't know, she was no longer in this world. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qia lay comfortably in the medicine bucket, and the fatigue on their bodies instantly dissipated a lot. This medicine bucket is really comfortable. Zhang Luochen closed his eyes. The secret recipe of the Night Watchman, of course it's good. At this time, Bailey Fat, who had been sleeping soundly, woke up instantly and saw that he was soaked in a medicine bucket, looking dazed and overwhelmed. Chow Yuan also walked in with a toothbrush in his mouth at this time. He had just come out of the medicine bucket not long ago. By the way, the instructor said that this morning exercise will be cancelled, and you can go directly to the cafeteria for breakfast later. Dogs don't eat the food in the canteen. Bailey Fat continued to lie in the medicine bucket. I heard that there are soy milk and fried dough sticks. With a bang, Bailey's chubby figure quickly came out of the medicine barrel, and with this action, the girls' screams also came one after another. This fat man. Zhang Luochen covered his face. The picture was really eye-catching. After Zhang Luochen and Lin Qia soaked for a while, they put on their clothes and came out of the medicine bucket, and today's breakfast in the canteen was indeed very rich, no longer white noodle steamed buns and raw meat. The buns in front of Bailey Pang Pang have been piled up into a mountain of buns, and Bailey Pang Pang is working hard. Xia, Luochen, how did you come out yesterday? You were shot or fainted? Bailey Pang asked curiously. Come out, Zhang Luochen replied lightly. Hearing this answer, Bailey Fat couldn't help but widen his eyes. You too, you have successfully crossed Jinnan Mountain? Lin Qia ate the steamed buns and nodded. You two are really perverted. You actually did it. Chow Yuan also came over with a bun. After breakfast, Zhang Luochen and Lin Qia went to the instructor's office together. Report. The two walked into the office. Instructor Hong looked up at the two of them and immediately shook his head gently. I said you two don't need to be so active. Let you come today. Come early in the morning? Enter. I'm going to train again in a while, and I still have some time now. Zhang Luochen replied. Sit down. Instructor Hong motioned for the two to sit down, took out an envelope and handed it to Lin Qia. As for the conditions, Wang Mian also told us, although it is a bit much, but it is not unacceptable to us. The envelope contains a bank card, which contains 500,000 yuan, and the password is written in it, and the box contains prohibited items. Zhang Luochen saw the 500,000 yuan, his eyes lit up, although he said he didn't want it when he interviewed Wang at that time, but the moment it was really in front of him, who wouldn't be moved? After all, Zhang Luochen couldn't make up 100 yuan in his pocket. I don't want it anymore. After Lin Qia learned about the situation, he pushed the envelope back. This is what I said before. You don't want it? The chief is not short of money. Instructor Hong looked puzzled. I don't take money from soldiers. Lin Qia's eyes were firm. Yes, good boy. Then, Instructor Hong turned to look at Zhang Luochen. Your conditions, to be honest, are indeed a bit harsh. We can only say that we will try our best to help you fight for it. Whether the superiors adopt it or not, it still depends on the superiors. Zhang Luochen naturally understands this truth. If such an important thing as naming the forbidden ruins can really fall on his head, it is naturally good. If not, then he can't help it. I understand. Zhang Luochen nodded. Naming such a thing as a forbidden ruins mainly depends on your performance. If you perform well, your superiors will see it, and these conditions will naturally be easy to agree to. By the way, do you have any good names? Eternal Kaleidoscope. Eternal Kaleidoscope? With such a name, your kid's tone is really not small. Instructor Hong smiled slightly. If the forbidden ruins sequence ranks very low, it is unnecessary to use such a name. Zhang Luochen replied truthfully. Indeed, because it is an unknown relationship with the forbidden ruins, the serial number is also unknown. So what kind of role you can play and what kind of serial number you can get actually depends on yourself. I knew that if I didn't end up with a serial number on my test, then I didn't have to name it. Yes, you are both students I like very much this year. Instructor Han looked at the box on the table. You don't open it. You know, when he took it out, Instructor Yuan was distressed. Lin Xie picked up the box, and Zhang Luochen's head immediately leaned over. An azure diamond-shaped crystal appeared in front of the two of them, but the size of a fingernail cap, but the expression exuded a faint spiritual essence. Blue heart, salvaged in the East China Sea more than 20 years ago. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 278 can resist most spiritual attacks. But there is also an upper limit. It mainly depends on how much your realm is. If the other party's realm is higher than yours, then it is not very useful. Thank you. Instructor Lin Xie put away the blue heart. You're welcome. Okay, I'm going to train later. Instructor Hong smiled slightly. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie left the office. In another place, Yuan Gang looked at the two with great satisfaction. In the afternoon, it was still time for training. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie each took a wooden knife and started sparring, but both of them were under Chen Mai's tutelage, and their moves and styles were all the same. However, Zhang Luochen's moves are more. After all, he has copied a lot of knife techniques. Even so, the two still fight back and forth. You too. I always feel like I'm missing something. Instructor Han suddenly came over and said. Instructor Han first glanced at Lin Xie. Your knife skills are very skilled, but you have no shape, but you have no soul. In fact, you have the same problem. Ha! Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie looked at each other and looked at Instructor Han as if they understood. Your basic skills are very solid, but talent is really hard to say, Han Li demonstrated to the two of them as he spoke. Actually, maybe your talent is not here. Han Li looked at Zhang Luochen. For example, you can copy our knife techniques and abilities, and you can also completely replicate them, but these knife techniques are all practiced by us through thousands of tempers, not our own after all. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie each held the wooden knife in their hands, not knowing what they were thinking about in place. Han Li looked at the two of them and did not disturb them. Night. The two climbed into bed one after another. Zhang Luochen's mind has been recalling what Han Li said during the day. Indeed, because of the relationship of obtaining the Hokage's ability, in fact, he never really thought about his knife skills, but if he didn't have those abilities, what was he worth? In his mind, he recalled the knife skills of Zhao Kongcheng, Chen Mai, and even Han Li, and they were even more of a way to integrate them. Suddenly, Zhang Luochen sat up from the bed, and at the same time, Lin Xie also made the same movements as him, and the eyes of the two met, as if they had understood what the other party was thinking. Quickly came to the martial arts stage and each took a knife. It seems that I want to get together again. Lin Xie smiled knowingly. The night fell. The two of them held knives again and swung them all night. That night, Zhang Luochen was still asleep and suddenly heard some movement beside him. He opened his eyes in a daze, and suddenly, Lin Xie's figure was frozen in place. What are you doing? I couldn't sleep, so I went out for a walk. Zhang Luochen was stunned. Why can't he sleep at night, go out for a walk, etc.? Zhang Luochen suddenly thought of something. At this time, darkest erosion, so Nyx is already over 50%, and he is going to release Nyx. Zhang Luochen, who had not yet woken up just now, suddenly woke up and looked at Lin Xie with an excited face. Xie, are you going? Hey, let's do it together. Zhang Luochen's smiling face even looked a little evil, which made Lin Xie a little embarrassed. Aren't you? Can you sleep? You don't have to go out? Of course Lin Xie didn't want Zhang Luochen to go out. After all, he went out to let Nyx out. At this moment, Lin Xie must have wanted Bailey Fat to be his roommate. After all, that little fat man definitely slept like a dead pig, and he couldn't wake him up no matter how he screamed. Xie, you can't hide it from me. You want to invite the goddess out, and I also want to see Fangrong. As soon as Zhang Luochen's words came out, he clearly felt that Lin Xie's face changed. I didn't mean to spy on you. Zhang Luochen was so excited. After all, seeing mythical creatures was unprecedented. Lin Xie sighed slightly. Although this feeling is very bad, do you know something? Seen by you again? I didn't mean to, I can't control it. Zhang Luochen posed with his hands in a surrender posture. Let's go. Lin Xie knew that he couldn't hide it from Zhang Luochen, so he just let him go with him. Remember, don't talk nonsense. Zhang Luochen nodded frantically. After a while, Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie came to the top floor of the dormitory building. Lin Xie looked around and found that no one was there, stood there, and closed his eyes. Zhang Luochen stood aside and did not dare to speak at all, holding his breath. At this moment, he wanted to see the real mythical creature, Nyx. That was the first ward door opened by Lin Xie. Of course, he was looking forward to the fourth room even more, which was his idol since childhood. At this moment, everything around was gradually covered with a touch of black, whether it was the gravel on the ground, the birds in the air, or the trees in the forest. All of them turned into the purest black, and this smear continued to cover, and finally, it stopped about 10 meters away from Lin Xie. This is the darkest erosion. Zhang Luochen looked at everything around him. Lin Xie's eyes slowly opened and looked around, with various questions swirling in his mind. You're testing your ability. Hurry up and call your mother out. Zhang Luochen said anxiously. Lin Xie rolled his eyes at him. Got it. You wait. Lin Xie closed his eyes again. Zhang Luochen Luochen stared at Lin Xie closely, and at this moment, a dignified and noble woman wearing a star-gauze black dress slowly appeared behind Lin Xie. She is the goddess of the night, Nikes. Zhang Luochen stared blankly at the scene in front of him. Suddenly, Zhang Luochen, who was overwhelmed by a powerful deterrent, was a little out of breath. Who is it that wants to hurt my son? Nike's divine power suppressed Zhang Luochen's body. Only then did Zhang Luochen realize that he had been misunderstood, but after being suppressed by a god like this, Zhang Luochen had no power to fight back. Is this the power of the gods? Zhang Luochen thought to himself, Auntie, you made a mistake. No, Mom. Ha! Nix was stunned for a moment, but the divine power that suppressed Zhang Luochen still did not disappear. At this moment, Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes, saw Zhang Luochen who was being suppressed on the ground, and immediately stepped forward. Mom, you're mistaken, this is my friend. Lin Xie was really afraid that Nix would hurt Zhang Luochen. When Nix heard this, he instantly withdrew his divine power, and looked at Zhang Luochen with a pair of beautiful eyes. Is it your friend? Yes, my real-world friend. Lin Xie nodded. Then I'm sorry. Nix actually apologized to Zhang Luochen. This time, Zhang Luochen didn't react. This dignified goddess of the night was actually apologizing to herself. Who would believe it? Nix walked to the edge of the building, looking at the silent training camp under his feet and the stars igniting in the distance. Is this your kingdom of God, Danadus? No, this is where I live. It's a pity that I can't take you to other places now. Really, do you want to go out? I want to go somewhere. Nix stretched out her hand and grabbed Lin Xie's wrist, and at the same time, she also stretched out her hand to grab Zhang Luochen's wrist. As compensation, wherever you want, I'll take you too. In the blink of an eye, they left the training camp in an instant, and what came into view was a low old house. Lin Xie, who was standing in the high-rise building, looked at the scene in the house, his aunt, his younger brother, and the little black leprosy. Okay, don't come out for too long, Lin Xie said after looking at it for a while. Nix turned to look at Zhang Luochen. Where are you? Where are you going? Zhang Luochen closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him had changed, and it was also a residential building. Looking over from here, I happened to see a familiar figure on the table in front of the window, probably doing homework. Lin Xie smiled slightly. Sure enough, Zhang Qianjia. Enough, let's go back. Zhang Luochen sighed slightly. At the same time, Zhang Qian, who was still doing her homework, suddenly looked up, and she felt as if someone was watching her from a distance, but from a distance, it was empty. In the night, Zhang Luochen, Lin Xie and Nix appeared on the top floor of the dormitory building again, and as soon as they returned here, Zhang Luochen's face suddenly changed. Lin Xie saw the change in Zhang Luochen's face and felt a little curious, but when he turned his head, the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Yuan Gang held a knife and stood in front of them as if he were facing a great enemy, as if the straight knife in his hand was about to be unsheathed in the next second. Also your friend? This, I guess so. Xie, explain it quickly, otherwise we will fight. Zhang Luochen whispered in Lin Xie's ear. It turns out to be your excellency, the goddess of the night. What is the purpose of coming to my daxia? Yuan Gang still looked like a great enemy. That, Instructor Yuan, it's okay, they're here to find an agent. Zhang Luochen immediately stepped forward and put a hand on Yuan Gang's knife, signaling him not to worry. Well, yes, she's here to find an agent. Did you find it? I found it, it's Lin Xie. Yuan Gang's eyes widened, looking at Lin Xie, as if asking him what he meant, and Lin Xie nodded, as if he had already given the answer. Aren't you an agent of the Seraph, an agent of two gods? This is unprecedented. Yuan Gang expressed more doubts. Isn't it there now? Didn't I find my forbidden ruins? Didn't I find them until I appeared? Zhang Luochen immediately explained. Then, you're here too, why don't you look for you? Yuan Gang looked at Zhang Luochen on the side. Hearing this, Zhang Luochen's face suddenly changed. Instructor Yuan, if you can talk more. Subsequently, after Lin Xie whispered to Nix, Nix left here, and Yuan Gang was also relieved to see Nix's departure. What did she ask you to do? Yuan Gang asked. She said her bracelet was missing. Lin Xie said. Looking for things, that's okay. Wait, foreign gods, why do you speak Chinese? Yuan Gang suddenly thought of something. Instructor Yuan, that's a god. Isn't it easy to learn various Chinese languages by using your divine power? Zhang Luochen said. Yuan Gang thought about it for a while, and then beckoned the two to go back and rest, and he himself immediately reported the matter. Autumn has passed, and the cold winter is gradually approaching. Sangnan City in winter is not particularly cold in the whole summer, but in the training camp, all the freshmen wear thin short sleeves and run around in the cold wind, which still makes them feel unusually cold. Unknowingly, after spending 5 months in the training camp, every recruit has faded the immaturity on their faces, and they are no longer as free and loose as when they first entered the camp. Is it still cold? Cold. Cold means you haven't run enough. Keep running for me. The recruits continued to run circle after circle, and after these 5 months of training, their physique has also made a qualitative leap, and they are no longer the recruits who can't hold on, and now they can completely insist on running. Yes, disband all and go eat. And Bailey Fat, although he has grown after this time, he has lost a circle, but he only barely persevered in this kind of training. Do you want to help him? him? Chao Yuan asked. No, when he hears about eating, he will definitely come over, Lin Chiye said. Then let's go quickly, starve to death. Zhang Luochen also walked quickly in the direction of the canteen. When they were almost finished, Bailey's chubby figure finally appeared, running towards the buns like a hungry wolf. You say, it's the new year, will you give us a holiday? Bailey Pang said. Hearing this, Zhang Luochen was stunned. What a familiar line. Because he has been training in the training camp, he doesn't notice the time. It's the new year coming soon. In this case, doesn't that mean that the people of the ancient god church have come to Sangnan City, and their target is naturally Lin Xie? Oh, yes, and this young master of the Bailey group. After all, there is a reward of 800 million. Zhang Luochen turned his head to look at Lin Xie, and Lin Xie, who was still eating steamed buns, suddenly sensed a pair of strange eyes. What do you think I'm doing? Ha, it's okay, just look at you. Fat Pang is right. I think he will give us a room. Ha, how? The prophet hasn't prophesied for a long time? Can you not bury me? Zhang Luochen was speechless. During the 5 months of training, Lin Xie kept asking Zhang Luochen to predict something, but how did he know what had happened in the past 5 months? In other people's novels, these 5 months have been brought in one stroke, but now he has traveled to this novel, and it is really 5 months, not so simple, and let him predict something, predict a fart. In the past 5 months, your predictions seem to be inaccurate. Chao Yuan also spoke. You guys are all ordinary training, don't waste my prophecies. Zhang Luochen rolled his eyes at them. Okay, then this time, should I believe you, prophet? Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luochen and said, you'd better believe me. Zhang Luochen looked outside the cafeteria, because he knew that there was an old acquaintance in Instructor Yuan Gang's office now. With a whistle, all the recruits left the canteen one after another and rushed to the training ground. After 5 months, everyone was guaranteed to reach the designated position within 3 minutes, and they were no longer the free-spirited recruits. Instructor Hong counted the number of people on the training ground, and then nodded with satisfaction. Yes, after 5 months of training, you also have a little military appearance, but today I want to announce one other thing. The first half of this training camp is also a special physical training, which ended a month early. However, after discussion with our instructors, it was decided to give you a holiday for a total of 4 days starting today until the second day of the Lunar New Year. Hearing the word holiday, everyone in the audience was excited. 5 months of closed training can drive them crazy, and they can finally go out to breathe. The prophet. 7 nights, you see, it's really a holiday. Bailey Fat is the most excited. Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luochen, that kind of look, as if to say, why is it accurate now? Zhang Luochen spread his hands and looked innocent. Don't look at me, I remember, he said at first. It's really a holiday. Chao Yuan also couldn't believe his ears. 7 nights, Luochen, let's fly directly to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. I will cover the cost and take you on my private jet. Before Bailey Fat's words fell, Instructor Hong continued to add. In addition, everyone cannot leave Sangnan City. If there is a violation, once discovered, the qualification to enter the night watch will be directly disqualified. As soon as these words came out, Bailey Fat suddenly froze in place, like a deflated ball. Don't count on me, I don't have a house either. Lin Xie patted Bailey Fat on the shoulder. Don't look at me, I used to live on campus. Zhang Luochen also said immediately. Everyone, go back and pack your things, and then disband. Instructor Hong gave an order. Everyone disbanded at the training ground and walked towards their dormitory, and Lin Xie suddenly stood in place. 7 nights, why don't you leave? Bailey Pang asked. A sudden holiday is not necessarily a good thing. Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luochen. What's wrong? Didn't you say I couldn't do it? Zhang Luochen continued. You don't have to think about it. You look over there, you have to bring a knife. Several people looked in the direction of Zhang Luochen's finger, and sure enough, many instructors were moving straight knives out, and so many straight knives obviously wanted them to take them out of the camp. Don't think too much, take one step at a time. Lin Xie walked in the direction of the dormitory building. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie simply packed their things and walked towards the outside of the training camp. Both of them just carried a light bag. After all, Hong Ying had everything at home. However, the moment they saw Bailey Pang appear in front of them with empty hands, the two suddenly felt that they seemed to have taken too many things. Where's your luggage? Lin Xie asked. Whatever luggage he brought, he just needs to bring money, Zhang Luochen said directly. Lin Xie thought about it, as if there was some truth, and muttered, what a damn rich man. At the door of the training camp, several buses were already waiting at the door, and there were a bunch of black boxes at the door. I hope nothing happens. Lin Xie muttered to himself. It's okay, I'll protect you. Zhang Luochen walked up to Lin Xie and said, cut, who protects whom still doesn't know. Lin Xie took his black box, and Zhang Luochen also carried the black box. Instructor Hong stood at the door and said, everyone carries the star knife, but it must not be used unless necessary. Even if it encounters special circumstances, we must try to avoid the public sight and not cause panic. Do you understand? I understand. The recruits shouted. Get in the car. After everyone got on the bus slowly started and began to go out of the training camp. Just drove out of the range of the training camp, and suddenly, everyone felt that their bodies were light, and a force that had been suppressed disappeared in an instant. replaced by a refreshing feeling that flowed throughout their bodies. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie were stunned, and the two looked at each other. I'm in the pool realm. Zhang Luochen felt the changes in his whole body. And at this time, ding, congratulations to the host, promoted to the pool realm. When Zhang Luochen heard this voice, the expression on his face was extremely excited, and it had been 5 months since the last time he heard the system sound. For 5 whole months, the system never appeared again, as if it had disappeared, and the abilities on his body did not grow again. And this time, the improvement of his own realm can finally extract his ability again. Don't cheat people again this time, Zhang Luochen prayed in his heart. Due to the improvement of their own realm, the host can get a chance to extract the S-level ninjutsu in the Hokage. Is it extracted? Extraction ability. In an instant, everything around stood still at this moment, and a huge roulette wheel appeared in front of Zhang Luochen. This time the roulette wheel was different from before. This time the roulette wheel is not as densely packed as before. This time the number is significantly less. The most important thing is that it was a white board before, and this time the board has become dazzling gold. These are S-level ninjutsu. Zhang Luochen looked at the ability above, his eyes lit up. Wind escape shuriken, ghoul ceiling, filthy earth reincarnation, flying thunder god technique. Start extracting. Zhang Luochen's excitement was indescribable, and soon, the huge turntable in front of him began to turn. The golden turntable began to turn. Zhang Luochen's eyes stared at the turntable, and finally the pointer stopped above one of the skills, the art of flying thunder. The pointer ends up staying here. Yellow flash? This is not the famous stun of the 4th Hokage, then wouldn't I also become a flash? Seeing this ability, Zhang Luochen's expression was even more excited. A golden light poured into Zhang Luochen's body, and a powerful energy entered his body, and Zhang Luochen felt the changes in his body. The flying thunder god technique requires the use of markers to allow the caster to reach the marked location as quickly as possible. Zhang Luochen was very satisfied this time. It seemed that every time the realm was improved, he could get a chance to extract high-level abilities, which was really possible. Yes. Zhang Luochen looked at his hands. The realm has improved. You don't have to be so excited. Lin Xie on the side looked at Zhang Luochen's excited expression. That's not a simple realm improvement. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, but suddenly, the smile on Zhang Luochen's face suddenly stiffened. Because he was so excited just now, he forgot that the bus would be attacked by missiles at the moment he left the camp. What's wrong with you? Lin Xie, who was still chatting with Bailey Fat and Xia Yuan, felt the change in Zhang Luochen's face. Something is going to happen. Zhang Luochen looked to his side, looking for objects that could be marked. Lin Xie hadn't had time to understand Zhang Luochen's words, and he didn't know who was the first to shout. Look, what is that? Missile. That's a missile. Everyone get down. Grab something. Instructor Hong, who was sitting in the co-pilot, roared loudly. 3 missiles fell into the training camp in an instant, and the huge explosion resounded throughout the valley, and fire broke out in the training camp instantly. Several more missiles landed where they had just driven over, and a strong air current shook the entire bus. Zhang Luochen looked at the speed of the missile, his head turned quickly, and he immediately opened the black box in front of him. Just learned, try it. Zhang Luochen held the straight knife, left a mark on the handle of the straight knife, and then, opened the window directly, threw the straight knife into the distance, and inserted it in the distance. What are you doing? Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luochen, completely unaware of what he was doing. But at this moment, a spear with a rose-red flame burst out from a distance, accurately intercepting the missile that was still in mid-air. Countless missile fragments fell from the air, and the sound of such a close-range explosion almost shattered the eardrums. In an instant, Zhang Luochen disappeared in place. 7 knights, save people. There was no figure of Zhang Luochen, only one sentence of his was left. Zhang Luochen's speed was unusually fast, so fast that he couldn't see his trajectory clearly. 2 seconds, just 2 seconds have passed. There are countless 2 seconds in a person's life, but for Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen, this is a very long 2 seconds. Lin Xie opened to the dark erosion, and in this short period of time, predicted the trajectory of each fragment and imprisoned them all. And Zhang Luochen, in just 2 seconds, directly transferred the entire car, including the driver and instructor Hong, and even sent him safely outside the bus at the moment when Lin Xie was relieved of the dark erosion. The bus stopped on the muddy road, and the fragments of those missiles fell directly along with the mountains, causing no casualties. All the recruits on the bus stayed in a safe place. Zhang Luochen looked at everyone who was safe and sound, smiled knowingly, looking at himself in black clothes. The 4th generation was a yellow flash, then he was a black flash. At this moment, the most fortunate thing is that both of them have been improved, otherwise, they would really not be able to complete such a rescue work. The other freshmen all didn't know what was going on, and looked around blankly, thinking that they were still in the car. Why were they suddenly outside? And those who saw the missiles flying over, obviously there were missiles, how could they become a pile of rubble? Of course, the movements of the two were still seen by several people, Bailey Fat, Xia Yuan and Instructor Hong. Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen turned pale and looked at each other and smiled. As soon as you improve your realm, you have new abilities? Lin Xie's current face was obviously caused by mental power overdraft. At the same time, Zhang Luochen's current current situation is the same. The two of them spent a lot of mental power this time, and the first time they used the Flying Thunder God technique, they collapsed themselves. Next time, can you draw a Naruto infinite chakra? This was Zhang Luochen's last wish before he fainted. When Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye opened their eyes again, both of them were in Hong Ying's house, and these two people were now lying on the same bed. I'm going. Why are you in my bed? The moment Lin Qiye saw Zhang Luochen, he said in surprise. No, this is Hong Ying's house. It's really your room. Zhang Luochen looked around, and it was indeed Lin Qiye's room of the Red Ing family. They should have sent us back. Lin Qiye conjecture. Then I'll go back to my room. Zhang Luochen got up, and as soon as he opened the door, the whole person stood in place. Lin Qiye saw Zhang Luochen standing at the door and didn't leave, and asked curiously, "What's wrong with you? If you don't, come out too." When the two walked out of the door, they saw all the members of Team 136 sitting in the living room of Hong Ying's house. Luochen, Qiye, do you two feel better? Well, no problem. Zhang Luochen also shook his head and said that he was fine. You two overdrew a lot of mental power in a short period of time, so you fainted, and Hong Ying and Chiemo just arrived and brought you back. Chen Mai briefly explained the current situation. Zhang Luochen saw that Instructor Hong was also here, and said hello to the instructor. Zhang Luochen, Lin Qiye, today you saved the whole vehicle. We will report this credit. A medal is not a problem. Instructor Hong said. Medal? Lin Qiye asked curiously. Zhang Luochen's eyes lit up. The original plot was that Lin Qiye saved the whole vehicle alone. This time, he and Lin Qiye saved it together, and he actually won the first medal to join the Night Watch, which is really a day worth celebrating. Why is there a missile attack? Lin Qiye asked the doubts in his heart. Their target is you and the little fat man. In addition, Chen Mai paused and looked at Zhang Luochen. And you? Me? Zhang Luochen pointed at himself in disbelief. He never thought that when he came to the world of slaying gods, he was still worried about the ancient god church. Because your unknown forbidden ruins are indeed worth their recruitment at present, Chen Mai explained. Moreover, we have just investigated the number 39 missile launch base, and the base has fallen, but fortunately, most of the missiles in it require double keys, which are just under maintenance, and only one key has been opened, so it has been exploited. The Church of the Ancient Gods is really powerful. It can infiltrate the missile launch base like this, Zhang Luochen said. Moreover, according to our investigation, we found a snake eye smeared with blood. Instructor Hong said. Snake eye? It's Medusa's agent. Zhang Luochen said calmly. Well, it should be right. Instructor Hong also nodded. So, this holiday is to protect the recruits, Chen Mai said. Since their target is the three of you, it is the best choice to let the three of you leave the training camp. So, during this time, you go out more, Instructor Hong said. Turn around? Lin Qiye asked suspiciously. Do you want to use us to fish them out? Let the big fish take the bait? Zhang Luochen said. Instructor Hong looked at the two with satisfaction. That's right, we can't be so passive. Take advantage of this opportunity to wipe them all out. Don't worry, Brother Luochen, Brother Qiye. Hong Ying came over at this time. In Songnan City, no one can hurt you. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye smiled knowingly. Actually, we are quite good at fighting now. Lin Qiye seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Instructor Hong. Bailey Tu Ming. After he got out of the car, he went straight to the 5-star hotel in Songnan City. Oh, yes, he asked me to tell you that the room number is 9039. He really won't treat himself badly. Zhang Luochen muttered in a low voice. Okay, since it's okay, then I'm leaving. Instructor Hong got up and prepared to leave. The training camp was bombed, so what to do next? Lin Qiye asked. Don't worry, Instructor Yuan is here. After Instructor Hong finished speaking, he turned around and left here. Chen Mai got up and sent Instructor Hong away, and then looked at Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye. Tomorrow is Chinese New Year's Eve. What are your arrangements? Captain, I am an orphan. Zhang Luochen said in a low voice. Chen Mai looked at Lin Qiye on the other side and asked what he meant. Lin Qiye thought for a moment, and his eyes, which were a little bright just now, instantly darkened. I didn't either. Then you two go shopping for groceries tomorrow morning, and come to the office for Chinese New Year's Eve dinner in the evening. Chen Mai showed a charming smile. I'll cook. Captain, won't you stay to protect 7 nights? Asked Hong Ying. Do you still have a place for me to live here? Don't worry, they have been training for so long, and they are very powerful, Chen Mai said. Wu Shangnan walked up and touched the arms of the two, nodding with satisfaction. Yes, they are all a lot stronger. Let's go first. As soon as Lin Qiye turned around, he saw Wen Qima sitting on the sofa. Qima, you don't want to protect us, do you? Zhang Luochen saw through Wen Qima's mind at a glance. That, there is no place in my room. Mine is gone, Lin Qiye replied immediately. When Qima finally stayed with a dead face, laying the floor in the living room, feeling sorry for Qima for a second. 7 nights, I feel that something will happen there. Zhang Luochen looked at Lin Qiye with a solemn face. Lin Qiye saw that it was dark outside, and after thinking for a while, he said, no matter what, you have to go see him, and your predictions have always been very accurate. It's so late, you still have to go out? Hong Ying asked when she saw the two people who were about to leave. Well, go see a friend, Lin Qiye said. Then I'll accompany you. No, we are very good at fighting now. Then I'll accompany you? When Qima asked suddenly, suddenly. It's okay, the two of us are safe. After Lin Xie finished speaking, he met Zhang Luochen's eyes, turned around and left the villa. Before leaving the villa, Zhang Luochen showed Wen Qima a cherished look and expression, and Wen Qima looked dazed. The two walked quickly in the night. This time, you prophesied right again. Lin Xie looked in the direction of the five-star hotel in Sangnan City, where there was already fire. We have to hurry. Before Zhang Luochen finished speaking, Lin Xie ran so fast that there was already an afterimage. Starry night dancers are amazing. Zhang Luochen cursed secretly, casually picked up a stone on the ground, and the mark of the flying thunder god was instantly engraved on it, and then threw it forward hard. His figure appeared in front of him instantly, and then, Zhang Luochen concocted it in the same way. Lin Xie saw Zhang Luochen's teleportation, and his face was full of disbelief. You will teleport at any time. You will all be eroded in the darkest, so I can't add one more ability. Zhang Luochen teleported quickly. In this way, two figures quickly shuttled through the streets of Sangnan City. One ran out of the afterimage and the other, teleporting all the time. Ha! Undisciplined airspace? The two came to the outside of the five-star hotel, and an invisible barrier stood in front of them. I can't help this thing. I can only rely on you. Zhang Luochen spread his hands and even gave way to Lin Xie. It seems that the temptation of 800 million is even greater. Lin Xie complained. After all, there is no money to catch us, and some restless night watchmen are already ready to move. Zhang Luochen said. The Church of the Ancient Gods, I really didn't expect that there would be such a trick. Lin Xie's eyes closed slightly, and when he opened them again, his eyes turned golden. Unringed airspace broke open in front of them. How do you feel about breaking through the unbounded airspace this time? Zhang Luochen asked suddenly. This time, to save our friends. There are 3 people in total. Lin Xie's spiritual power opened instantly. Zhang Luochen also nodded. His eyes had already opened the red Sharingan. 2 have already faced them, and the other is opening the unpercepted airspace. Split up? Lin Xie opened the black box and took out the star knife inside. Then I'll deal with the one who left the order. I'll go to them first. As soon as the two finished speaking, they disappeared in an instant, as if they had never been here, leaving no trace. Zhang Luochen held the straight knife in his hand and came to the other end of the unbounded airspace, but before he reached his destination, an old Mediterranean man appeared in front of him. Is it you who broke my unbounded airspace? The old Mediterranean man was burly, wearing a tight vest, as if his clothes were about to be torn in the next second. Oh, not me, it's my friend. Zhang Luochen replied truthfully. Really, it seems that you don't have this ability. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he disappeared in an instant, and with such a burly figure, his speed was not weak at all. Zhang Luochen kept a smiling face, and just when the old man was about to touch him, Zhang Luochen suddenly disappeared. Ha! The old man hadn't had time to look back yet. The straight knife in Zhang Luochen's hand had already slashed directly into his back, but there was no feeling that the straight knife had penetrated the muscle, as if it was hitting a steel plate. Oh, is it a defense forbidden ruin? Zhang Luochen withdrew the straight knife, his figure moved, and disappeared in place again. How can it be so fast? The old man's eyes couldn't catch Zhang Luochen's movements at all, and he kept looking around. This element has not been used yet, Mu done. As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, a few branches suddenly stretched out from the ground, and the fusion of water escape and earth escape could use the most basic wood escape. Of course, because of the relationship between the Sharingan and the Sharingan before, Zhang Luochen had already fused all the blood inheritance boundaries. The branches grew rapidly, directly entangled the old man's limbs. What? Old man Han was shocked, his limbs were suddenly pulled apart, and the whole person soared into the air. Now, let me ask you to answer. Zhang Luochen held a straight knife and slowly walked to old man Han. However, old man Han's expression suddenly became hideous, and he didn't have the panicked expression just now, showing an evil smile. Boy, you're still too young. I saw that the muscles of old man Han's whole body suddenly swelled, and all the branches that originally bound him were broken. His fist suddenly skyrocketed several times, and he smashed directly into Zhang Luochen's face. The corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth raised slightly. Forget it, Lin Xie can ask for news anyway. In the next second, Zhang Luochen's figure disappeared in place. Old man Han looked in front of him in a panic, only to feel a cold chill behind him, and the extremely cold voice. I left a mark on your back just now. A bolt of lightning appeared on Zhang Luochen's palm, which instantly pierced old man Han's chest. Old man Han looked at Zhang Luochen behind him in disbelief. He felt that his life was passing. Those muscles that had been swelling up were like deflated balloons. He only felt that at the last moment of his life, he seemed to hear an eagle howl. After Zhang Luochen dealt with the enemy in front of him, he ran directly in the direction of Lin Xie. At this time, Lin Xie had already dealt with the female archer. Chao Yuan had released his forbidden ruins and was unilaterally ravaging the enemy, and in addition, Bailey Fat Pang was facing. Forget it, Lin Xie arrived and was solved by him. Seeing Chao Yuan who released the forbidden ruins, Lin Xie couldn't help but sigh. The enemy has been solved, and now Chao Yuan must be solved. Is the sealed scroll still there? Lin Xie turned his head to look at Bailey Fat. Chao Yuan has successfully solved the enemy, but now he sees everyone as an enemy. money. Yes, here Bailey Fat Pang took out the sealing scroll. In the future, it is more appropriate to call this thing Chow Yuan Chastity Lock. Let's keep the Chow Yuan Chastity Lock for future use. I don't need it when I come. Zhang Luochen flashed in front of them instantly. Then, I saw Zhang Luochen throw a stone at Chow Yuan's face, and the next second, Zhang Luochen appeared in front of the stone. How did you do it? Flash? Bailey Fat looked shocked. Illusion. Zhang Luochen's Sharingan and Chow Yuan's eyes were paired. The black evil energy wrapped around Chow Yuan's body disappeared in an instant, revealing Chow Yuan's original appearance. Zhang Luochen, who entered the pool realm, has obviously improved the application of Sharingan Jinjutsu. Chow Yuan, who had regained his human form, slowly stood up, looked around, and saw a familiar figure. 7 Knights, Luochen, you are here. Chow Yuan looked at Zhang Luochen. You used your illusion to unlock my forbidden ruins again? Zhang Luochen nodded and looked up at the sky. Unprecedented airspace had been cracked, and the hotel was still blazing with fire. Over there is the battle of the instructors? Zhang Luochen pointed to the other side of the hotel, where there were obviously several energy fluctuations. We can't participate in that kind of battle. Why don't we go eat a bowl of noodles? Lin Chia suggested. The 4 of them walked into an inconspicuous noodle restaurant. A bowl of shredded pork noodles, a bowl of noodles, a bowl of beef noodles, a bowl of braised beef noodles, with large ribs, vegetarian chicken, shredded pork, eggs, fragrant dried noodles. The 4 of them found a seat and sat down. What you said about eating noodles, it's here to eat. The 3 of us are in the current situation. Can we go to the big hotel to eat? Moreover, my money is only enough to treat you to noodles. Lin Chia said. Don't worry, the taste here is absolutely top-notch, and the delicious things are in these inconspicuous places. Zhang Luochen patted Bailey Fat on the shoulder. Have you been here too? Lin Chia asked. Although I am not from Sangnan City, I have been there for a while. Zhang Luochen explained. Of course, Zhang Luochen had never been here, and he actually wanted to eat Bailey Fat's bowl of noodles more, but he knew that Lin Chia's money was not enough. After a while, 4 bowls of noodles were served. Fragrant. Boss, 4 more bowls of shredded pork noodles for the next 4 people. Zhang Luochen took out 30 yuan and handed it to the boss. Just say I invited them. Bailey Pang Pang and Chow Yuan were stunned and looked outside. There was an empty street outside. Where were there any people? Someone will indeed come. Lin Chia lowered his head and said after taking a bite of the noodles. Sure enough, after a while, 4 more people came to the store. Brother Shun, we've had 2 meals of noodles in a row, and we're going to eat noodles tonight? What do you know? Noodles are a characteristic of Sangnan. It's rare to come once. How can you not eat a few more meals? Shin Xingju swaggered in with Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang. Boss. Shin Xingju didn't have time to say it. The boss greeted him with a smile. You are here. Your 4 bowls of shredded pork noodles are just right. Sit down and eat. Shin Xingju and the others looked at each other. Only then did a few of them notice Lin Chia and the others sitting on the side. It's you? Shin Xingju said. Yes, it's this young man who invited you. Eat quickly. The boss brought 4 bowls of noodles. Isn't this brother Drag? Bailey Fat was still eating half a large rib in his mouth. Lin Chia and Chow Yuan also nodded to him, and then looked at Zhang Luochen. How do you know he has no money? Do you think he looks like he's rich? Zhang Luochen sighed and said, in fact, he himself had no money, but he had no place to spend, and the total 87 yuan left in his pocket was 40 yuan tonight. Thank you. Shin Xingju really wanted to refuse, but seeing the salivating appearance of the few people around him, he really couldn't bear it. They are all comrades in arms. You are welcome. By the way, you were injured in the car before. How was it? Shin Xingju asked. It's okay. Zhang Luochen said with a mouthful. I'm fine. Lin Chia also replied. Thank you. If it weren't for the 2 of you, none of us will survive. Shin Xingju was suddenly so polite, and a few of them were a little surprised. Brother Zhao is so polite. Bailey Pang Pang said. Lao Tzu has always had clear grievances. Shin Xingju said. Then why don't you give you a profitable deal? Zhang Luochen said suddenly. Lin Chia smiled slightly. You thought of it too. Of course, Zhang Luochen continued. How about you be his personal bodyguard? 1,000 yuan a day. Shin Xingju's tiger body was shocked, and when he heard this price, he turned his head to look at the 3 people behind him. Yes, but only me, not the 3 of them. No problem. Zhang Luochen readily agreed. Luochen, why did you suddenly become a bodyguard for me? Bailey Pang asked curiously. Lin Chia put down the chopsticks in his hand. The 3 of us are all goals, not suitable to stay together all the time. Chow Yuan is crazy but indistinguishable between friend and foe, so you need a normal person by your side, and you are also a master. After Shin Xingju took the advance money and distributed it to the 3 of them, he followed in their footsteps, and several people left the noodle restaurant together. Zhang Luochen looked at the group and suddenly felt a little dazed. Isn't it the members of the night squad who are walking on the street now? Chow Yuan, Shin Xingju, Bailey Fat Pang and Lin Chia, half of the members of the night squad all gathered here. Few people now don't know that they can be described as great achievements in the future. By the way, we can't go to the hotel now, so where do we stay? Bailey Fat looked a little frustrated. Find a temple? What age is it, and you still go to the temple? Lin Chia thought for a moment moment and then said, I have a good place. No, Shi-yi, you want to. Zhang Luochen couldn't help but widen his eyes. Lin Xie smiled evilly. That's right, it's what you think. After a while, on an uninhabited path, a neon sign was particularly eye-catching, and although the big characters on it were a little shabby, the pink color made people forget the original shabby. Lin Xie, you have become bad. Zhang Luochen covered his face and couldn't help but complain. He didn't want to come to this place a second time in his life, and he would never forget the eyes of the front desk. It's remote, and you don't need to register with your ID card. It's the safest place. Lin Xie said and walked in directly. Zhang Luochen is ashamed. Time can really change a person. Half a year ago, this guy came here, but the embarrassing toe buckled the ground. This will just swagger in? Lin Xie, you have really become bad. Several people opened a room, and when they came to the second floor, they heard different sounds coming from various rooms. Xin Xingzhu's face suddenly blushed. Chao Yuan lowered his head and silently recited Amitba, but this time Lin Xie was actually very calm. After settling them down, Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie moved towards Hong Ying's house. This time they didn't need to be in such a hurry. The two of them were like idle walks. Unconsciously, pieces of snowflakes fell, and the streets were quickly embellished with snow. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie stretched out their hands and let the snowflakes fall between their palms. This is the first snow of the year. Zhang Luochen watched the snowflakes melt in his palms. Yes, tomorrow is Chinese New Year's Eve. Lin Xie looked at the falling snowflakes. Ah Jing, I can't build a snowman with you this year. Rueishua will be a good sign. Zhang Luochen patted Lin Xie on the shoulder. The two smiled knowingly and returned to Hong Ying's house, and as soon as they entered the house, they saw Hong Ying sitting in the living room angrily. Why did you two come back? If you don't come back, I'm going out to find you. When Hong Ying saw the two of them, she sat up from the sofa with a rub. When Shima lay lazily on the sofa, I testify that she pronounced Lin Xie's name 200 times and Zhang Luochen's name 199 times. Ha, why am I one less time? Zhang Luochen pointed to himself. Because when I was preparing for the 200th time, you came in. When Shima explained. Co-authored, isn't it the time yet? Probably. Hey, are these the key points? Hong Ying began to walk upstairs. Okay, it's late. Let's rest quickly. When Shima will protect them. Don't worry, I'm in the living room. No one wants to come in. When Shima patted his chest and promised. Good night. Good night. As the lights in the room went out, the whole room turned black, and Zhang Luochen lay on the bed after washing up. Zhang Luochen doesn't like to sleep with the curtains closed because he likes the feeling of the moonlight shining on the floor of the room at night, and at this time, his mood will be particularly calm. It has been half a year since I came to this world, and most of these half months have been moving towards the plot. In fact, his feeling is no different, as if he is just an extra character in the plot. What he didn't expect was that he would also become the target of the ancient god church, and he originally wanted to take on the responsibility of protecting Lin Xie, but as a result, he also became the object that needed to be protected. Zhang Luochen turned his head to look out the window. There will be more things to happen in the future, and how much can he handle those regrets that originally belonged to the god-slaying? These have become an unknown in Zhang Luochen's heart. The snowflakes outside the window were getting bigger and bigger, and the roofs, trees, and streets were quickly covered with snow, and there was a lot of snow on the windowsill. Zhang Luochen, who was lying on the bed, looked out the window, and vaguely, he seemed to see three figures in the distance, three men standing on the top of the church. They just stood there motionless, letting the snowflakes cover their bodies, which grew thicker as time went on. Captain, Zhang Luochen muttered to himself, there are always people who protect them in their own way, and they suddenly become the object of protection. Zhang Luochen is really not used to it. Zhang Luochen in the original world is an inconspicuous ordinary person. He has no lofty ambitions, he just wants to spend his life in peace. I, Zhang Luochen, will also make a strong mark in the world of god-slaying. Zhang Luochen secretly made up his mind. Turning his head to look out the window again, in a trance, the three figures in the distance seemed to have turned into three snowmen, guarding Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie at the same time, but also guarding the city. Thank you, Captain. Protect us, and Sangnan City in the past 10 years. The sky was slightly bright. Zhang Luochen got up early in the morning, stood in front of the window, and looked outside. It was already white. Early morning. It's been a long time since I've seen such a big snow. Zhang Luochen looked into the distance, and the figures of the three snowmen were vaguely outlined. After washing, the moment Zhang Luochen opened the door, he happened to see Lin Xie also open the door of his room at the same time, and the two happened to bump into each other. You're so early. Zhang Luochen was the first to speak. The biological clock is used to it. Lin Xie spoke. As soon as the two walked downstairs, they saw Wen Qima lying on the sofa in a daze, still rubbing his eyes, obviously woken up by them. You guys are so early? Wen Qima's eyes were half open. I'm used to it in the training camp. Lin Xie replied. Sister Hong Ying should be practicing guns. Zhang Luochen looked in the direction of the backyard and saw the red tassel practicing guns. Yes, she got up earlier than you. When Qima directly pulled the quilt over his body up and covered his head, is the rule of living in B to get up early? Ha, wake up. Hong Ying happened to walk in from the backyard and saw Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie, and at the same time, she glanced at at Wenchima, who was still lying down with contempt. The big lazy pig is still sleeping. Sister Hongying, early morning. Jun Luochen said hello. I'll make you breakfast, go buy groceries together after breakfast, and you can taste the captain's craftsmanship again, hee. While Hongying was talking, she kicked Wenchima's body. Not long after, a sumptuous breakfast was placed in front of them, and Si Xiaonan was also dragged up by the red tassel. She, like Wenchima, looked like she hadn't woken up, with her eyes half open. Just after breakfast, Zhang Luochen suddenly noticed the movement behind him, and when he turned around, he saw a mouse. He didn't think much about it at first. In such a big house, there are rats. Strange, how can there be a mouse? GMO, deal with this mouse after eating. Ha, catch mice? You have a cat. If you talk more, go back. Hongying took the chopsticks and put on a posture of wanting to hit someone. Okay, I promise to catch you, and I will catch all the snakes, insects, rats, and ants in a while. What nonsense. Zhang Luochen smiled and looked at the two people who were fighting, but suddenly, as if he realized something, he thought, mouse, and Qing fish? So yes, Lin Qia's family? While the others were still eating, Zhang Luochen suddenly got up, picked up his black box and was about to go out. I almost forgot, I have something to go out, and I won't be able to accompany you to buy groceries for a while. Several people looked at each other, and by the time they reacted, Zhang Luochen had already left the house. What's wrong with him? Wen Qima asked. He seemed to be saying that he had something to do just now. Lin Qia replied. What can he do? No, there are still people chasing him. He just went out alone. Hongying was just about to get up when Lin Qia on the side grabbed her. What if someone is going on a date? You don't bother them when you go, and he's very good at fighting now. Lin Qia continued to eat his breakfast. That's right, dating? Could it be the girl from last time? Hongying thought for a while. No, this kid must have escaped from buying groceries, and I won't give him dinner tonight. Zhang Luochen carried a black box on his back and shuttled quickly through the streets, and he was too familiar with that old town. I don't know if it's a relationship with Lin Qia that has been with him for so long. Zhang Luochen's subconscious wants to protect this protagonist well, even if he is the same as that man, sacrificing his life. Perhaps, if he dies, he can return to the world that belongs to him, although he is a little reluctant, but it is also worth it. Lin Qia, let me clear the obstacles for you this time. Zhang Luochen passed through an alley and directly used the flying thunder god technique to move quickly. He himself didn't expect that this skill would suddenly become a rushing skill, and the continuous displacement would pass through several streets in the blink of an eye. Before you know it, the snowflakes fall again, and before the original snow has time to dissipate, new snowflakes will be laid out again. Zhang Luochen came to the old town with a black box on his back, and when he saw this familiar street, his thoughts seemed to return to the battle half a year ago. The captain uses Wei Yang to protect Qia's family, but in order not to be disturbed by outsiders, let me solve these troubles in advance. Zhang Luochen opened the black box and took out the star knife inside. Zhang Luochen from a distance saw the van, the Sharingan opened instantly, and briefly observed the vehicle, and the corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth raised a perfect arc. It's you, Scorpion, right? Zhang Luochen walked towards the van and looked at the closed window from behind the car, but at this moment, the cab window rolled down. Hey, boy, what are you doing here? A man poked his head out of the car in a very unfriendly tone. I'm sorry, the car is good, so I'm curious to take a look. Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand to express his embarrassment. Roll on, a broken van is not a Ferrari. What's so good? Get out of here. The man waved his hands and asked Zhang Luochen to leave quickly. Okay, so, you're Scorpio-san, right? Zhang Luochen showed a harmless expression. However, the body of the scorpion in the van was shocked, his pupils contracted suddenly, and when he heard the other party call his name accurately, he quickly reached out to get the walkie-talkie. You want this? The walkie-talkie appeared in Zhang Luochen's hands at some point, and what was even more unbelievable was how Zhang Luochen sat in the co-pilot, and he hadn't opened the door yet. And at this moment, a small stone hit Scorpion-san's head, or gently. After all, Scorpion-san was also a battle-hardened man, and quickly took out a short knife from under the seat, but in the next second, he sat in place. The realm has been improved, and the effect of illusion against these people is better. Zhang Luochen took the short knife, weighed it in his hand, and muttered to himself, let's get some hidden weapons in the future. It's okay to always use stones. Then Zhang Luochen searched under Scorpion-san's seat again, and a pitch-black short-handled submachine gun was found by him. Zhang Luochen threw the submachine gun directly out of the car window, and a bolt of lightning appeared instantly, directly destroying the submachine gun. Hey, can you hear me? Zhang Luochen turned on the walkie-talkie. Ha, you are not Scorpio 3. Who are you? A man's low voice came from the opposite side. Who do you care who I am? I'm your father. Zhang Luochen scolded directly. This sentence directly made the scorpion on the opposite side explode in anger. There is a kind of special to hit me, and I am still hiding and playing invisibility. Fool! As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, he didn't care what Scorpion said next, and directly smashed the walkie-talkie. The next second, a bullet hole suddenly appeared in the van, and the bullet went directly through Scorpion's head. Scorpion-san never expected in his life that he would end up dying at the hands of his own people. Zhang Luochen was already hiding in the dark, and another bullet went directly through the van, and a cloud of blood mist splashed out of the van. Poor Scorpion-san, who was already dead, still has to eat bullets there. Zhang Luochen observed in the dark. There were 2 snipers here, but the sniper's rate of fire was far away, and he really couldn't find their location accurately. Besides, the original plot didn't say the approximate location. I don't know if Lang Xian is around. Zhang Luochen thought to himself, the current Lang Xian is probably secretly protecting Lin Xie and will not be by his side. However, as soon as his idea arose, a gunshot instantly disappeared into the sky. Because of the Sharingan, Zhang Luochen accurately captured the trajectory, and a bullet directly took away a sniper. Oh, Lang Xian is there? My brother Xian still loves me. Zhang Luochen was overjoyed, and then there was another gunshot, and the second sniper was also solved. Zhang Luochen gestured a thumbs up into the air. He knew that Lang Xian could see this scene. Stinky boy. Lang Xian saw Zhang Luochen from the sniper mirror and showed a rare smile. The rest, I'll do it myself. Zhang Luochen quickly came out of the shadows and marked several stones at extremely fast speed and threw them everywhere. In an instant, he could clearly hear different footsteps, which were rushing towards him from 2 directions. It's coming. Zhang Luochen's eyes changed. Suddenly, a gunshot through the silencer rang out, and bullets rushed densely towards the place where Zhang Luochen was standing. However, when a few people approached, Zhang Luochen was no longer where they were just now, and the 4 mad scorpions were looking for Zhang Luochen's figure everywhere. Are you looking for me? Zhang Luochen's voice suddenly sounded. The 4 of them quickly turned their heads, and the guns in their hands quickly fired bullets, but in the next second, Zhang Luochen's figure had disappeared in place. Why is it so fast? Scorpion 4 looked at Zhang Luochen, who disappeared again in disbelief. Yes, go down and think about it. A cold voice appeared behind Scorpion 4, but before he could come back to his senses, a cold straight knife had already pierced his chest. Scorpion C snorted and fell to the ground on his back. In an instant, the mad scorpion was battle-hardened after all, and in the face of such a scene, he immediately dropped the gun in his hand and directly took out a short knife. Scorpion 5, Scorpion 6, Scorpion 7 attacked Zhang Luochen from different directions, wanting to imprison Zhang Luochen's movement trajectory. At the same time, Scorpion Air also arrived in time, jumped up, and directly blocked Zhang Luochen's movements from above. It's really all over the place. It's a pity. The corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth raised. Then play with you in martial arts. For short knives, 1 straight knife, as fast as lightning. The collision between the knives instantly sparked dazzling sparks. Even in the face of the siege of 4 people, Zhang Luochen never fell into a disadvantage. Konoha whirlwind kick. Zhang Luochen took himself as the center of the circle, and with a quick spinning flying kick on the spot, he directly kicked the daggers of the 4 people away, and then, at the moment of landing, a strong wind emanated from Zhang Luochen's body. Wind escape. The 4 of them were directly blown away, and at the same time, there were scars of varying degrees on their bodies. On the other hand, Zhang Luochen, his body was still intact, and not even a drop of sweat appeared. What kind of weird moves are this? Scorpion Air picked up the short knife on the ground again. How do I know? I've never seen it. Scorpion 7 clenched his short knife as if facing a great enemy. Is this the Seraph agent? Scorpion 5 asked. Impossible, it's not the ability of the Seraphim. Scorpion 6 said. Could it be that this guy is the unknown Forbidden Ruin? Scorpion Air seemed to think of something, and the whole person couldn't help but tremble. I really didn't expect that you would still think about it, but it's a pity that it's too late. As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, the Sharingan instantly activated. Scorpion Air's whole person suddenly stood in place, and then, the short knife that originally belonged to Scorpion 4 was thrown in the direction of Scorpion 7. The speed was so fast that it was dizzying, and the other 2 didn't even have time to react. Zhang Luochen's figure had already appeared in front of Scorpion Air, and the straight knife directly wiped his neck. In addition, Scorpion 7 saw a short knife flying towards him, and was just about to start, but in the next second, Zhang Luochen's figure appeared ghostly. He didn't even have time to react. A cold passed through his neck, and the whole person fell straight down. Is this still the speed of people? Scorpion Lu's whole body trembled, and the short knife in his hand was almost unable to hold it. Everything that had just happened was in an instant, not even a few minutes, and their mad scorpion instantly lost 3 members, and the only 2 left were only the end of the crossbow. Damn! Scorpion 1, what are you doing? Are you going to wait until we are all dead before making a move? Scorpion 5's voice was trembling, and his fear level had reached its peak at this time. Zhang Luochen knew that the most powerful scorpion had not appeared until now, but he didn't want to let go of the 2 people in front of him. His figure shook again, and at some point a touch of thunder and lightning appeared between his palms, and thunder and lightning passed through the bodies of the 2 of them, and they didn't wait for their Scorpion 1 to die. All the people in front of him were solved by Zhang Luochen, picked up all the short knives of several people, marked them on them, and then, seemed to be thrown out at will, and finally, Zhang Luochen, who was holding a straight knife, stood quietly in place. After a while, a man also wearing a white camouflage appeared in Zhang Luochen's sight. You are Scorpion 1? Scorpion E didn't care about his dead companions, untied his clothes by himself, and threw them aside, revealing a black tactical vest. That's right, your companions are dead, Zhang Luochen said coldly. Oh, it's just just a bunch of waste, and if you die, you'll die. Scorpion threw away all the guns on his body, took out a jackknife from his boots, and slowly spoke. Judging from your actions, those should be your marks. The scorpion pointed to the small stones that seemed to be scattered on the ground at random, as well as the short knives. As expected of their leader, what else can I see? Zhang Luochen asked without panicking at all. There are a few more elemental attacks. In addition, your eyes are also worth noting. You shouldn't be able to look directly into your eyes. Zhang Luochen did find that Scorpion had never looked directly into his eyes since it appeared, and it seemed that he was really observing his own abilities from the sidelines. Well, the analysis is very good, so why don't I analyze you too? Zhang Luochen said while clapping his hands. Your forbidden item seems to be sequence 209, I'm right. As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, the scorpion's face changed. How do you know? Even they don't know. What do you care about me? What is it called? Blood boiling. Use it quickly. I'm in a hurry. Scorpion, he picked up the silver nameplate on his chest and put it on his mouth and kissed it gently. In that case, then do as you wish. Blood boiling. The silver nameplate in the palm of his hand shook violently, and a strange aura suddenly emanated, and the blood around it was like a river, floating out from several corpses and instantly invading the nameplate. Oh, what a shocking effect. The blood is cleaned, and there is no need to clean it for a while. Although Zhang Luochen said this, his expression was still very calm. The scorpion smiled coldly, and was stabbed into his palm by the blood-stained nameplate, and suddenly his whole body burst out with blue veins, and a touch of blood also appeared in his eyes, and the aura exuded by the whole person was even a little terrifying. Now I know I'm afraid, but unfortunately, it's too late. This waste doesn't know until death. Their existence is just my sacrifice. Their combat power is added to my own, and it is piled up, which is comparable to the strength of the Sichuan realm. The scorpion showed an evil smile. Originally, this was reserved for the agent of the two gods, but when I met you, an unknown forbidden ruin, although I was not as good as the little master of the Bailey family, nor as the agent of the two gods, but if I bring you back, at least I can become a believer. Okay, I'm still looked down upon, isn't it? Zhang Luochen clenched the straight knife in his hand, and in the face of the scorpion one who had improved his realm, he really couldn't take it lightly. The scorpion held the jackknife with his backhand and took a standard fighting posture, staring at Zhang Luochen with blood-colored eyes, and his expression was even a little crazy. Zhang Luochen could clearly see the flow of blood on Scorpion's body through the Sharingan, and at this moment, his blood seemed to be boiling, like boiling water. In the next second, Scorpion took the lead in attacking, slamming his legs on the ground, and the whole person was like an arrow off the string, flying close to the ground, leaving a vague trajectory in the snow. Scorpion 1 exerted his speed to the extreme. Even if Zhang Luochen had the terrifying dynamic vision of the Sharingan, he could only barely block this attack. Scorpion 1's speed was too fast. At such a terrifying speed, Zhang Luochen did not dare to neglect anything at all, and his figure disappeared instantly, using the technique of the Flying Thunder God to break away from the attack of the Scorpion 1. In less than a second, Zhang Luochen's figure reappeared, and the straight knife in his hand slashed towards Scorpion 1's neck. However, Zhang Luochen's extremely rapid appearance this time did not cause the effect of a sneak attack, and the Scorpion also blocked this attack with a backhand knife in his hand. The knives collided with each other, and the surrounding snowflakes were instantly shaken away, and Zhang Luochen only felt a powerful force coming from his arm, which even made his arm tremble. It accurately captured Zhang Luochen's movements in terms of speed, and even overwhelmed Zhang Luochen in terms of strength. Lay done. A bolt of thunder and lightning appeared from Zhang Luochen's palm and directly followed the straight knife in his hand into Scorpion 1's short knife. Feeling the appearance of an electric current, the Scorpion instantly broke away from Zhang Luochen's straight knife, and a paralyzing feeling came from his arm. Scorpion 1's movements were all based on his rich fighting experience, coupled with his now strengthened body. Lei Dun did not cause much damage to him. Such a small thunder and lightning can't hurt me. Why, isn't it bigger? Scorpion mocked. Oh, yes, this is the old town. Too much commotion is easy to attract the attention of residents, thus causing panic. Zhang Luochen stared at Scorpion 1 with his eyes. What he said was indeed right. This is a residential area anyway, although the place where they are now is not easy to be discovered. But if it causes too much commotion, it is easy to attract attention, and Zhang Luochen does not dare to use moves that are too destructive, which is more likely to cause harm to the surrounding residents. Houndstooth. An electric current appeared again between Zhang Luochen's palms, and the current directly covered the entire star knife. This lightning is useless to me, Scorpion said lightly. Then it depends on whether you dare to touch me. Zhang Luochen disappeared in place again, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport directly in front of Scorpion 1. The current Scorpion 1 is not able to see Zhang Luochen's movement trajectory clearly through his eyesight, but his rich combat experience, coupled with his own improved speed and strength at the moment of Zhang Luochen's action, his body has reacted quickly, and now he is a terrifying fighting machine. The straight knife with the houndstooth current slashed at Scorpion 1. Scorpion E had no intention of dodging at all, and used the jackknife in his hand to hit it directly, and an electric current immediately came from Scorpion 1's body, but he relied on his terrifying physical fitness to carry it so abruptly. It depends depends on how much your body can resist. This time, a current suddenly swept through Zhang Luochen's body, and in Scorpion One's eyes, he saw a guy with electricity all over his body. Chidori Ryu. Zhang Luochen, whose whole body was full of electricity. Scorpion showed a shocked expression for the first time, but now he completely ignored his paralyzed body, kicked Zhang Luochen directly into his chest, and kicked him out directly. Zhang Luochen's body drew a long mark in the snow, and then crashed into a wall before stopping, and a mouthful of blood spat out of his mouth. Bah! Zhang Luochen spat out the blood in his mouth. It's all like this, but you can still hold on. Secretly running out, just to do this? Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared behind Zhang Luochen. The Scorpion looked over and saw a young man with a handsome face. His eyes were emitting a fiery golden light, and his hands were holding two straight knives. You are the agent of the two gods? As soon as the Scorpion looked at Lin Xie, he immediately understood his identity. Ha, it really didn't take much effort to get it, and I came to the door by myself. But Lin Xie didn't plan to pay attention to Scorpion One at all, but looked at Zhang Luochen. Are you injured? It's just a minor injury. This guy used a forbidden substance called blood boiling to superimpose all the power of his companions on himself. Zhang Luochen explained. It doesn't matter. As soon as Lin Xie's words came out, Zhang Luochen was stunned. Ha, it doesn't matter? How do you know they're going to deal with our family? It's time to come. Didn't you find the rats in the red tassel's house in the morning? Saw it. Did you find this? How could there be rats in such a big and high-end villa? And then I went out to track it, and finally, I saw the note. You also saw that note? You have it too? Zhang Luochen deliberately showed a very surprised expression. There was a mysterious man who threw it over when we were shopping for groceries. What about you? I chased it to the sewer when I was tracking the traces, and when I found it, I came over immediately. Zhang Luochen explained. Then let's deal with this person first. As soon as the Scorpion looked at the conversation between the two, a fire appeared in his heart inexplicably, and he always felt that these two people were too disrespectful. The three of them had just put on a stance and prepared for war, and a crisp bell broke the subtle atmosphere here. On the other side of the mountain, on the other side of the sea, there is a group of Smurfs. Take out the phone, it shows, caller, Aunt. Why don't you answer the phone first? Lin Xie picked up his mobile phone, and now he was really a little embarrassed in place. He didn't pick it up, and it didn't seem to be okay if he didn't answer it. Take it, if you don't answer, I'll be worried about you for a while. Zhang Luochen saw Lin Xie's indecisive look. But Lin Xie pointed to Scorpion One. At this moment, Scorpion E was like a commodity, allowing the two of them to point at it. He can't kill me, Zhang Luochen said. Lin Xie thought about it. It seemed to be the same reason, and at this time, the Scorpion that had been ignored had already exceeded the limit of his patience. Disappeared in place in an instant. The short knife in his hand went straight to Lin Xie's face. Lin Xie took advantage of the situation to dodge. Back, Zhang Luochen also reacted quickly. A sidekick kicked towards the side of Scorpion One, and Scorpion Yi's whole body strength exploded. Zhang Luochen only felt as if he was kicking a steel plate, and there was a tingling sensation in his feet. Seeing Lin Xie hiding backwards, Scorpion quickly chased after him, but as soon as he went out, Zhang Luochen's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. Scorpion Yifeng was furious, and the short knife in his hand instantly changed position and stabbed Zhang Luochen's neck. Zhang Luochen's whole body leaned back and successfully dodged the blow, and at the same time, his whole body released electric current again. But this time, Scorpion Yi didn't carry it abruptly. He kicked it away on the spot, and then flew towards Lin Xie again. However, Zhang Luochen's figure Scorpion Yi couldn't get rid of it at all, and a straight knife with an electric current slashed at Scorpion Yi's chest, and Scorpion struggled to block it, and a dazzling spark instantly flew between the straight knife and the short knife. Where are you going? Your opponent is me. Zhang Luochen's straight knife did not give Scorpion any room to escape. He's more expensive. Before the Scorpion finished speaking, Zhang Luochen was embarrassed. Good guy, looked down upon. Then don't blame me. Zhang Luochen's speed suddenly increased, and the Scorpion suddenly couldn't resist. Even, Zhang Luochen could still have time to look in the direction of Lin Xie, and sure enough, Lin Xie now looked like he had nothing to do with me, and he was on the phone. Auntie, I'm not at home this year, and your Chinese New Year's Eve dinner has to be richer. Jean has a long body. You have to let him eat more. Jean, I'm not at home. Is there anything clumsy? A peaceful scene over there was in stark contrast to Zhang Luochen's side, and the Scorpion showed a hideous smile. Boy, look at others. Isn't it very warm? Look at yourself. Isn't it lonely? Alone? In the past, Zhang Luochen was indeed very lonely, but in this dangerous world of god slashing, he never felt alone. There is the 136 squad. Their care for themselves is something they have never experienced before, as well as the instructors and partners of the training camp, and the feeling of being valued by their peers is sometimes even a little unreal. In addition, there is also his favorite protagonist, Lin Xie. Unknowingly, he has become his friend, and in the future, he can also join the night squad. If he has the opportunity, he will save everyone, so that those regrets will no longer become regrets. Although I am an orphan without my parents, I already have many friends around me. Zhang Luochen disappeared in place in an instant. Boy, you've run out of moves. The scorpion licked its lips, its expression very hideous. Really, after the realm is improved, this trick has not been used yet. Zhang Luochen's eyes suddenly became sharp. 8 gates Duanjia, 5th gate, Duman. An emerald green light shrouded Zhang Luochen's whole body. The green veins on his body burst out, and an unprecedentedly powerful aura came to his face. Even Scorpion E froze in place, retreating a few steps in a row, thinking that he had avoided Zhang Luochen's attack range, and he had even thought of an escape route. However, in the next second, Zhang Luochen's figure appeared directly in front of Scorpion 1, and the faces of the two were only a stone's throw away. Table Lotus. Zhang Luochen directly hugged the scorpion. The scorpion was stunned all over. He wanted to break free from the shackles, but his strength seemed to have been drained, and he couldn't use his strength at all. Zhang Luochen jumped high, then rushed straight to the ground, and directly smashed the scorpion to the ground. A mouthful of blood spat out of Scorpion's mouth. You see my eyes now. The Sharingan's genjutsu instantly confused Scorpion. Before the scorpion could react, there was a strange feeling on his body, as if he had entered a strange space. In the next second, a straight knife pierced Scorpion's body, blood gushed out instantly, Scorpion's life began to flow, and the genjutsu was automatically unlocked at this time. Obviously dodged all the short knives and stones. Why can you still teleport over? Scorpion couldn't figure out why he could suddenly appear in front of him. Obviously he had tried his best to avoid Zhang Luochen's teleportation route. Who said it can only be marked on objects? Hearing this, Scorpion looked down at his arm, and there was indeed a mark in an inconspicuous place, which happened to overlap with the tattoo on his body. Scorpion 1's body slowly fell. Lin Qiye appeared in front of Zhang Luochen with a straight knife in his hand. You want to steal people's heads here? As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, he staggered, and his body almost stood unsteadily. Fortunately, Lin Qiye was quick and helped Zhang Luochen. Since I am here, I always have to share the burden for you. After all, it is my family. Are you okay? It's okay, it's just that the mental strength has been consumed. Zhang Luochen took the straight knife back. You finished calling? Lin Qiye nodded. Indeed, if I hadn't received a call at that time, my aunt would have been worried. Thank you. You're so polite. We're friends. Zhang Luochen said disapprovingly. The snow is getting smaller and smaller, and the sky is getting darker. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye sat on the roof of a building and looked in the direction of the low house. This feeling is not good. Zhang Luochen asked. It's okay, but I don't regret joining, Lin Qiye said. Actually, if you don't come, they can't hurt them. At this time, Long Xian suddenly came behind them. There is a Wei Yang forbidden object that is used to protect the family. Long Xian explained. Wei Yang. Fortunately, I am an orphan, and it seems that I have saved the captain a sum of money. Zhang Luochen smiled bitterly. Squad 136 is your home. When Lang Xian said this, his expression was still cold. You can also come to my house for dinner in the future and try your aunt's craftsmanship. Lin Qiye smiled knowingly. Zhang Luochen's heart warmed. I really didn't expect to have such a special year. Zhang Luochen. Happy New Year. Ha, welcome. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye returned to the office, and as soon as they opened the door, they smelled a strong fragrance, and in a trance, it seemed that they really felt like they had just returned home. The warmth of home and the sense of security of home can be felt in the 136 team. The members of the team on the table were almost seated, and the red tassels stared straight at the fragrant food in front of them, and were ruthlessly stopped by Wu Shangnan just as they were about to reach out and take a bite. At this moment, Hong Ying's peripheral vision happened to see Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye. Are you here? Not hurt. Hong Ying looked at the two of them with concern and saw Zhang Luochen's dirty clothes. And you can't run away without saying a word in the future. Sister said she would protect you. Got it. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. Sister Hong Ying, did you catch that person? Lin Qiye was still asking the person who gave him the small note before, and Hong Ying went to chase after him at that time. No, that guy ran too fast, and I didn't dare to use the forbidden ruins in broad daylight. Where is the captain? Zhang Luochen looked in the direction of the kitchen, and there were obviously two figures busy inside. Still in the kitchen, Xiaonan started on the side, and I starved to death. Hong Ying sat weakly on the chair, and her eyes continued to stare at the food, as if she could see her full just by looking at it. Finally, after a few minutes, Chen Mai brought the last dish to the table, and everyone was officially seated. Chen Mai, Wu Shangnan, Hong Ying, Wen Qima, Si Xiaonan, Lang Xian, Lin Qiye, Zhang Luochen, and also specially placed an empty seat, the seat that originally belonged to Zhao Kongcheng. Chen Mai picked up the wine glass in his hand. In this year, the old people have passed away, the new ones have joined, and many things have happened. As the captain of the 136th squad and as the night watchman, I thank you to all of you here for countless living beings in Sangnan City. After saying that, Chen Mai stood up and bowed deeply to everyone. I also hope that next year, we will have a lot of people. Happy New Year, everyone. Everyone stood up from their seats and raised the wine glasses in their hands high, and the wine glasses collided with each other to make a burst of sounds. Happy New Year. At night, the sound of firecrackers was in the ears and lasted until the early hours of the morning. This night, everyone fell asleep in the sound of fireworks, and early in the morning they were woken up by the sound of fireworks and firecrackers, bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new year. The sky was slightly cool cool, and the sound of firecrackers continued. Zhang Luochen's head was still confused. He didn't expect that the problem of poor drinking was also brought to the world of slaying gods, and he was also outrageously poor in drinking in the original world. Yesterday, 3 glasses of wine had already made the whole person dizzy, but Han Ying had to continue drinking, and even threatened him by not letting him live in Han Ying's house, so he had no choice, so he drank a few more glasses, and after drinking, he seemed to have been vomiting in the toilet. "You're okay." Lin Chiye seemed to be fine, and saw Zhang Luochen coming out of the toilet again. As soon as Zhang Luochen came out of the toilet, he saw Lin Chiye's figure. "It's okay, there's nothing to vomit when you vomit. I really didn't expect you to pour 3 cups. Lin Chiye smiled slightly. "I didn't expect you to drink so well. Look at these people." Zhang Luochen looked at the messy office, with beer bottles scattered everywhere on the ground. Except for Lang Xian, who didn't know where he was, and Chen Mai, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, everyone else was lying there sleeping, unable to wake up at all. "I didn't expect it to be good, just a slight headache," Lin Chiye said and rubbed his temples. "I'm going to go see the fat ones." Then together, Zhang Luochen walked out holding onto the wall. "Are you sure you can do it like this?" Lin Chiye stretched out his hand to support Zhang Luochen. "The snake girl hasn't appeared yet, let's act together." Zhang Luochen coughed a few more times as he spoke. "You look like this, the snake girl appears, it is estimated that it will be seconds." It's the new year, let's say something nice, let's go, let's go." Zhang Luochen drank a glass of water, and his stomach seemed to warm up a lot. "Besides, my stomach is vomiting clean, and I can't eat anything." Lin Chiye thought about the same reason. The two left the office together, and the sound of firecrackers outside still did not stop. "Are you going out?" Chen Mai's figure appeared behind them. Zhang Luochen and Lin Chiye nodded, and the two of them carried their respective black boxes. "Tomorrow is the last day, I have to go out for a walk today and lure the rest of the people out." "Well, go ahead, be safe." Chen Mai nodded slightly. The two left the peace office and walked directly in the direction of the Love Hotel. Bursts of firecrackers came and went, but were the firecrackers a little too loud just now? Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Luochen and Lin Chiye looked in the direction of the Love Hotel together, only to see smoke billowing out in the distance. Something happened? Lin Chiye's tone was a little worried. However, now Fat Pang doesn't have to worry so much. His bodyguard group has also arrived, and there are Chao Yuan and Shin Xinju by his side. Lin Chiye thought for a while. "Yes, walk over slowly and take a look. Your physical condition doesn't seem to be able to run." Zhang Luochen touched his empty belly. "By the way, buy a bun or something on the road." After all, it was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and most of the breakfast shops were closed, and after walking a long way, I finally found a bun shop. After eating steamed buns and drinking a bowl of steaming soy milk, Zhang Luochen's whole body finally eased up, and his stomach was warm and much more comfortable. "They are still nervously dealing with the enemy. It's not appropriate for us to eat and drink here." Lin Chiye said so, and still stuffed a bun into his mouth. "If you don't eat enough, you used to be cannon fodder," and Fat Pang was assassinated since he was a child, and he was used to it. Zhang Luochen drank all the soy milk in front of him. After eating, Zhang Luochen and Lin Chiye walked in the direction of the Love Hotel again. The closer they were, the more deserted it became, and there was not even a New Year's atmosphere on the street. "It seems a bit of a problem." Lin Chiye stopped. "You found out too." Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand and touched the wall of the low building next to him. Suddenly, a strange crack appeared on the surface of the wall, which formed a strange pattern, a narrow semicircle, and several cracks crisscrossed in the middle. "It's like an eye." Lin Chiye looked at this strange pattern. "This is a snake eyes?" Zhang Luochen couldn't help but widen his pupils. Lin Chiye suddenly looked around, and then realized that the place where they were standing was actually covered with these strange snake eyes, of different sizes, as if the two of them were in a world of snake eyes. "Is this the Forbidden Ruins?" Lin Chiye's voice just fell. A figure slowly walked out of the street opposite them, her long black curly hair naturally scattered on her shoulders, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. "Snake girl, Medusa?" Zhang Luochen opened the black box and held the straight knife in his hand. "Ancient Saint Church?" Lin Chiye looked at the snake girl. The snake girl stopped, looked up and down at the two of them, and smiled softly. "You are an agent of the two gods. As for you, you should be the unknown Forbidden Ruins. I didn't expect it. They are quite handsome." Neither of them replied, staring at the snake girl tightly. They were ready to fight at all times, and both of them knew in their hearts that before they knew it, they had entered her Forbidden Ruins, and the current situation really couldn't act rashly. "You came to kill us?" Lin Chiye said calmly. "Kill you? Haha." The snake girl twisted her slender waist like a water snake and approached the two of them step by step. "I don't want to recruit you. For me, killing a genius in the cradle, that's what I want to do. But I changed my mind now. After all, you two are so handsome." Zhang Luochen and Lin Chiye drew their swords at the same time. Zhang Luochen held a straight knife with one hand, and Lin Chiye held a knife in both hands. The current snake girl was just within the attack range of the two of them, and in just an instant, the figures of the two moved at the same time. One left and one right attacked the snake girl respectively. At the next moment, 3 straight knives collided, and the snake girl suddenly disappeared in front of of them, and this attack directly cut a loneliness. Lin Xie quickly turned around. Zhang Luochen looked in the direction Lin Xie was looking, and on the trunk of a tree, the snake girl was smiling and looking at the two of them. Why are you so irritable? The snake girl held a sharp blade in her hand and threw it into the air at will and caught it. Such a domineering personality, I like it. Come and be my slave. Surrender to my feet. I will use my noble and beautiful feet to ravage you fiercely. Ah, I'm excited to think about it. The snake girl's legs hooked the trunk like a snake's tail, her neck twisted 180 degrees, and her face showed an extremely excited look. Lin Xie, Zhang Luochen, come on, be my slave. Vomiting, at this moment, Zhang Luochen covered his stomach and retched, it's so disgusting, I should have drunk less yesterday. Seeing Zhang Luochen's reaction, the snake girl's face changed. What do you mean by that? Zhang Luochen immediately waved his hand. I'm sorry, I drank too much last night, and I haven't woken up yet. Plus, I really can't help it with your actions just now. The snake girl had a gloomy face and showed a hideous smile. Then, you go to death. For a while, the snake-eye pattern on the entire street lit up with red light at the same time, densely covering everything around, and even the sunlight in the sky disappeared this time, turning into a strange red light covering the world. Lin Xie opened the darkest erosion, and a touch of extreme darkness began to spread from Lin Xie himself. Zhang Luochen opened the Sharingan. He knew that these eyes here had the body of the snake girl, and if he directly found the body of the snake girl, then everything would be simple. Suddenly, the figure of the snake girl disappeared in place, and in the next second, the straight knife and the sharp blade collided with each other. Zhang Luochen's figure also appeared beside Lin Xie at some point, and Lin Xie also reacted extremely quickly to block this blow. Teleportation? Lin Xie sensed the appearance of the snake girl through spiritual perception, but in Lin Xie's perception, the snake girl suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared. This move is somewhat similar to Zhang Luochen's teleportation. At the same time, the snake girl looked at Zhang Luochen with a shocked face. How can your speed be so fast? Your speed is not slow either. Zhang Luochen immediately stretched out his palm, but just as he was about to touch it, the snake girl's figure disappeared again. Damn it, I didn't have time to touch her. Zhang Luochen looked at his hand that had fallen into the air. The snake girl's attack continued, and her figure appeared strangely behind Lin Xie, and the blade was aimed at Lin Xie's neck. Lin Xie quickly counterattacked, but his brows couldn't help but furrow. Snake teeth? Zhang Luochen's straight knife attacked the snake girl's back, and the snake girl seemed to sense it, and her body changed, like a snake, ready to wrap around Zhang Luochen's body. Rub! Zhang Luochen's figure disappeared instantly, and Lin Xie realized that several short knives were inadvertently scattered everywhere. You took away all the daggers of the mad scorpion? Lin Xie looked at these short knives a little familiar. There is no hidden weapon, so you can only use it first. Zhang Luochen replied. It turns out that these short knives are used for displacement, so it's easy to do. The snake girl waved her hand, and in an instant, those short knives were broken on the spot and blown away into the distance. Really? As soon as Zhang Luochen's words fell, his figure suddenly appeared in front of the snake girl, and the straight knife slashed directly at her neck. The snake girl was stunned for a moment, and immediately blocked the blow. Her eyes couldn't help but be shocked. How can you be? There is no short knife here. Guess what? The corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth raised slightly, and the knives of the two sides collided together. The blade flashed, and the snake girl's body was wrapped around Zhang Luochen's body again. This time, Zhang Luochen did not use the flying thunder god to dodge. Come on, look at my eyes. The snake girl's charming eyes looked at Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. Really, petrified eyes? Then you can also look at my eyes, by the way. The Sharingan met the snake woman's eyes directly. For a while, the two of them felt a strange force coming from their bodies at the same time, and the next second, their bodies flew out backwards at the same time. Vomit! Zhang Luochen used a straight knife to support himself on the ground, and retched again. What's wrong with you? Lin Xie stepped forward and asked. It's okay, I looked at something unclean, and it made me sick again. Zhang Luochen got up and patted the snowflakes on his body. Your eyes. What is it? The snake girl looked at Zhang Luochen angrily. What she didn't expect was that the stunt she relied on to become famous was deflated here. At this moment, Zhang Luochen threw the straight knife in his hand, and the next moment, the straight knife actually passed through the eyes on the street and appeared in front of the snake girl. So, your teleportation relies on these eyes. Lin Xie said lightly. The corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth raised slightly. You have to teleport through these eyes now, and you can get to where you want to go at any time. Unexpectedly, at this moment, all the abilities of the snake girl were seen through by the two people in front of her, and she roared angrily. Lin Xie's eyes, one was glowing with golden light, and the other was extremely dark, and two divine powers, one bright and one dark, appeared in his eyes. Seeing these eyes, the snake girl didn't dare to look at him at all. Zhang Luochen's eyes made her deflated just now, and this time Lin Xie's eyes made her a little scared. Zhang Luochen's figure moved, and instantly appeared in front of the snake girl. An electric current appeared between his palms, and Chidori instantly attacked the snake girl, as if he heard a whistle in a trance. The snake girl teleported wildly, but no matter how fast she moved, Zhang Luochen could always chase after her, and the current passed directly through her shoulders, and at the same time kicked the snake girl's stomach. The blood on the snake girl's shoulder flowed flowed out, and another mouthful of blood came out of her mouth. Zhang Luochen did not stop at all, and at the same time, Lin Qia's figure also arrived, with 3 straight knives, aimed at the snake girl's neck. The snake girl's body couldn't continue to move at all, and a wave of hatred surged in her heart, but she couldn't do anything. Suddenly, a silver halberd stood in the middle of the two, and a man in his 30s looked at the two of them coldly. The halberd shook slightly, directly forcing Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie to retreat a few meters away. Just such a move, the two felt their blood rolling, and a trace of blood oozed from the corners of their mouths. I am Han Xiaoyun, the 13th seed of Believer. Hearing the word Believer, Lin Qia's face darkened, and when he saw Han Xiaoyun's appearance, Zhang Luochen's face also changed. Even if it wasn't like that just now, Zhang Luochen knew Han Xiaoyun's strength. Han Xiaoyun was a sea realm, and he and Lin Xie were not his opponents. This is trickier, Lin Xie said. Zhang Luochen nodded. This strength is estimated to be 2 grades higher than ours. What should I do? What else can I do? Fight. Zhang Luochen unconsciously clenched the straight knife in his hand. This was the first strong enemy he encountered after coming to the god-slaying world, a master of the sea realm. You go, Han Xiaoyun said coldly to the snake girl. The snake girl glared at Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie, and then quickly teleported again and disappeared in front of them. Because of the departure of the snake girl, the red light that shrouded the street gradually faded, and the snake eyes all around disappeared at the same time. You are also here to recruit us? Lin Xie asked. Zhang Luochen knew what Lin Xie wanted to do now. He wanted to play his last trump card and summon Nikes. I'm sorry, I'm not, I'm here to kill you. As soon as Han Xiaoyun finished speaking, he waved the halberd in his hand and rushed straight to Lin Xie's door. Lin Xie's straight knives in both hands blocked in front of him, directly knocking him back for several meters, and finally stabilized his figure. Zhang Luochen also had a figure, and a small stone appeared in front of Han Xiaoyun, and at the moment before Zhang Luochen's figure appeared, Han Xiaoyun actually directly predicted Zhang Luochen's actions. The halberd collided directly with the straight knife, and a powerful force suppressed Zhang Luochen, and at the same time, an electric current appeared from Zhang Luochen's palm. Chidori! Han Xiaoyun quickly took a few steps back, and casually shook his slightly numb arm. Thunder and lightning? Is that all there is to it? Lin Xia's darkest erosion was instantly covered, but Han Xiaoyun was not affected in any way. Zhang Luochen's flying thunder god teleportation also did not cause any substantial damage to Han Xiaoyun. Is this the sea realm? Lin Xie looked a little dazed. At this moment, he only had his last trump card, that is, summoning Nyx. I don't know if the 8 gates Duanjiao will work. Zhang Luochen muttered to himself, the current situation, other methods cannot break the situation, the 8 gates. Duanjia is too mentally exhausting, so, unless it is a last resort, it is not necessary to use it as much as possible. Every time it is used, he will be very tired. I just arrived at the pool realm. You too, you can't do anything to me. Han Xiaoyun's tone was very cold, as if in his eyes, Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie were already 2 corpses lying there. But at this moment, a faint wave of energy appeared from 3 different directions, and the sky changed slightly, as if covered by an invisible canvas. This space seemed to be isolated, but as if nothing was happening. Han Xiaoyun looked at the strange changes in front of him and instantly understood what was happening. Unring airspace. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie were also relieved when they saw the scene in front of them, and their eyes became brighter. At the other end of the street, 6 figures in dark red cloaks stepped on the white snow and slowly appeared, with a gentle breeze blowing. Chen Mai, who was the leader, looked up, and his sharp eyes fell on Han Xiaoyun's body. The Night Watch 136 squad is here. Who is it? Looking for death? A night watchman squad in a 3rd-tier city can't do anything to me. Han Xiaoyun glanced at Chen Mai coldly. Seeing this scene, Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie unconsciously clenched the straight knife in their hands, and at the same time, their hearts warmed. In any moment of crisis, the 136 squad will always be its strongest backing. In such a tense and intense atmosphere, it seemed that only Hong Ying was undistracted, and the moment she saw Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie, she waved her hands, as if she was greeting an old friend. Brother Luochen, brother 7 Knights, sister is here to save you. The expressions of the two were a little embarrassed. Sister Hong Ying is a true temperament. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie walked to Chen Mai's side, but looking at Han Xiaoyun in front of them, they were still a little worried. Just you people, you can't win me, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Han Xiaoyun spoke coldly. I recognize you. Chen Mai hit the nail on the head and told Han Xiaoyun's past. However, Han Xiaoyun was not moved by this at all. After all, the moment he became a believer, his soul no longer belonged to him. My goal this time is only the 2 of them, and if I don't want to make unnecessary sacrifices, I will get out of the way. The halberd in Han Xiaoyun's hand rushed straight forward. In the next second, the huge howitzer in Lang Xian's hand fired a shot directly, and the target was accurately aimed at Han Xiaoyun. Han Xiaoyun's brows furrowed, and the dazzling fire instantly exploded in front of him, and at the same time, the red tassel spear appeared in the thick smoke, and the rose-red flames rushed straight towards Han Xiaoyun. The halberd in Han Xiaoyun's hand moved slightly, and the attack of the red tassel was directly blocked by him, but in the next second, the red tassel in Han Xiaoyun's eyes suddenly turned into a woman in green clothes about 30 years old. Ching Ching. However, Han Xiaoyun's mind instantly instantly cleared up. Spiritual fantasy forbidden ruins? When Chima's fingers were interlaced with each other, his eyes flashed with strange light, and the cold water on his forehead couldn't stop oozing out. In just a moment, Hong Ying immediately seized the opportunity, and the spear in her hand went straight to Han Xiaoyun's eyebrows. But the halberd in Han Xiaoyun's hand swung directly, instantly knocking the whole red tassel out of the air. The halberd in his hand was raised slightly, and whirlwinds suddenly appeared, instantly sweeping everywhere. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 079, Great Wind. The wind swept away flying snow and gravel, and even the big trees on both sides of the road were uprooted, and everything was swept away by the strong wind. It's the sea again, and it's a super high-risk forbidden ruin. Lin Shiye used a straight knife to support the ground so that it would not be blown away by the wind. At this moment, a wonderful feeling poured into everyone's hearts. Zhang Luochen and Lin Shiye felt that there was something covering them in their coats, so that they could walk normally in the wind. Wu Yuan Yarn is Xiao Nan's forbidden ruins, when Qi Ma explained. See Xiao Nan's arrogant appearance. After all, it was her ability that allowed everyone to walk wantonly in this strong wind. Since I am a believer, then I'm welcome. As soon as Chen Mai finished speaking, he immediately released his forbidden ruins. A blood-colored palace appeared behind Chen Mai, with an ancient plaque on it with 3 big characters written Yama Hall. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 037, Black Impermanence. Wu Shangnan explained. Seeing this forbidden ruin, Han Xiaoyun also recognized Chen Mai, and the two even talked a few words. Chen Mai and Han Xiaoyun fought together. The two sides went back and forth, and the halberd in Han Xiaoyun's hand seemed to tear the underworld apart. The two swords and halberds collided together, and Chen Mai's figure took a few steps back, leaving a scar on Chen Mai's chest. You are very strong, but your realm is not as good as mine. This is a heart injury, Han Xiaoyun said lightly. I know, so I don't plan to deal with you alone. Chen Mai spoke calmly, and there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth. Squad 136, gather, follow me, kill the enemy. The red tassel spear once again faced Han Xiaoyun's halberd, and the spear carrying the rose-colored flame did not cause the slightest damage to Han Xiaoyun. Lang Xian's special sniper rifle bullets were also shooting from a distance. Lin Shiye held 2 knives in his hand and looked aside. I'll go up first. A touch of extreme darkness spread around him. Chen Mai's twin swords also appeared ghostly behind Han Xiaoyun. Zhang Luochen looked at Wu Shangnan next to him. Team Wu, then I am also on it. By the way, your opportunity should be left for next time. Wu Shangnan looked at Zhang Luochen's distant back. This kid, what are you talking about? The attacks of several people were all blocked by Han Xiaoyun. This level of attack cannot cause any damage to me. A huge whirlwind appeared again and swept directly towards several of them. Zhang Luochen's whirlwind reappeared. Since it is the wind, then there is its restraint. Suddenly, a huge wall of fire suddenly appeared, directly scattering several whirlwinds. Hong Ying stared blankly at the huge wall of fire in front of her. This fire is much bigger than mine. The fire was extinguished in an instant, and Han Xiaoyun's whirlwind also dissipated, and Han Xiaoyun looked at Zhang Luochen. Oh, it seems that this unknown forbidden ruin is still underestimated, Han Xiaoyun said. Taking advantage of this opportunity, when Chima's demonic bondage had already reached Han Xiaoyun's heart, and Han Xiaoyun's face changed. Water escape, the art of water dragon bullets. Suddenly, the lake surface that was originally covered with ice and snow surged, and the water covered with ice and snow suddenly stirred. The next moment, the water surface broke through the ice and snow, rushing straight to Han Xiaoyun in the air, and the lake formed a huge dragon head. I'm going, dragon. Hong Ying looked at this scene in surprise. I haven't touched the water, so I can finally use water to escape. Zhang Luochen teleported to Han Xiaoyun and slashed at Han Xiaoyun with a straight knife in his hand. Han Xiaoyun, who was submerged in the flood, waved the halberd in his hand, and he swung it all the way. And his halberd happened to face Zhang Luochen's straight knife, and at this moment, Lin Shiye's figure also arrived instantly, and the 2 straight knives were aimed at Han Xiaoyun's back. Han Xiaoyun's spear was directly rounded and swung out, knocking the 2 of them away, and Chen Mai's twin knives appeared at this moment and successfully slashed at Han Xiaoyun's back. A hideous knife mark appeared conspicuously on Han Xiaoyun's back, blood flowed, and Han Xiaoyun subconsciously waved his halberd to repel Chen Mai. However, he looked at his hands, and the skin on the backs of his hands began to become dry and rough, and even developed age spots. Is this black impermanence? Han Xiaoyun muttered to himself. Zhang Luochen and Lin Shiye took this opportunity to slash at Han Xiaoyun's neck again. Han Xiaoyun reacted quickly. Although his body was aging, although he was seriously injured, his fighting consciousness was still there. Chidori Ryu. The current filled Zhang Luochen's whole body. Zhang Luochen's whole body was full of electricity. This time, Han Xiaoyun was no longer as understated as before. Although he still used his body to carry the current, the skin on his body had already shown burning marks, and this time, he was completely holding on. Han Xiaoyun waved his arm, and a gust of wind appeared again. Zhang Luochen saw this, and a fireball rushed directly over, instantly dispersing the wind. Oh, mutual restraint is a good way. Han Xiaoyun couldn't help but praise. Thank you for the compliment. It's a pity, you still have to die. Zhang Luochen slashed in Han Xiaoyun's chest with a knife, although Han Xiaoyun had struggled to dodge, but his aging body was still a step slower, and a scar appeared on his chest. In the distance, instance, Lin Xian's sniper rifle suddenly fired, and a shot hit Han Xiaoyun's thigh, and a ball of blood suddenly splashed. Seeing this, Chen Mai slashed directly at Han Xiaoyun's body with 2 knives. Han Xiaoyun's body aged again, and he resisted Chen Mai's 3 knives, and his life was rapidly lost. Han Xiaoyun staggered and stabilized his figure, waved his hands again, and a huge wind appeared in front of everyone again. Fire escape, fire extinguish. 2 done, 2 Lu wall. The wind was once again scattered by Zhang Luochen, and at the same time, 4 earthen walls appeared beside Han Xiaoyun, directly trapping him. A mouthful of blood spat out of Han Xiaoyun's mouth, and in the next second, Wu Shangnan suddenly appeared behind Han Xiaoyun and restrained him directly from the direction of his back. Run! Chen Mai roared. Everyone dispersed. I'm going. Team Wu still has to die once. Zhang Luochen was ashamed. He didn't expect that his earth escape would trap Han Xiaoyun, but it would facilitate Wu Shangnan to use his forbidden ruins. A huge explosion suddenly sounded. Billowing smoke appeared in front of everyone. Wu Shangnan's body was recovering rapidly, and when it returned to its original state, he looked at his hands slightly helplessly. Han Xiaoyun held a halberd, stood up from the pit with difficulty, and looked at Wu Shangnan in surprise. You are, from the Blue Rain Squad, immortal. Another gunshot hit Han Xiaoyun's shoulder. Han Xiaoyun looked at everyone. It's a pity, it's just a little bit, but now, I'm going to let you see the real, wind disaster. I saw that Han Xiaoyun's whole body slowly rose, and a little dark blue appeared in his palm out of thin air, spinning gently and getting bigger and bigger. Oh no! Zhang Luochen couldn't help even if he wanted to stop Han Xiaoyun. After all, his strength was really not enough, and the entire 136 team members forced Han Xiaoyun into a desperate situation. But even so, Han Xiaoyun still didn't die. A huge eye appeared in front of everyone. Once this eye of the wind is formed, it will sweep the entire Changnan city, and you have to find a way for yourself to start from the root. Han Xiaoyun said lightly. Lin Xian's bullet came from the sniper rifle, but the bullet was stuck inside, and the red tassel spear was also ricocheted. Wind and fire are mutually exclusive. Zhang Luochen jumped up. The fire is extinguished. A huge wall of fire pounced directly on the eye of the wind, but the fire seemed to have been absorbed by the eye of the wind, and disappeared in an instant, as if the fire had never appeared. This is against the laws of nature. Even Zhang Luochen's fire escape had no effect, and the other people had no choice. Zhang Luochen looked outside the undisciplined airspace. He knew that there was only one person who could be rescued here now, and that was to drain the air here. In a trance, Zhang Luochen saw several teenagers appear there at the edge of unbounded airspace. They tore open a corner of unbounded airspace and stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Brother Drag, now is your chance to make meritorious contributions, Zhang Luochen thought to himself. The next moment, Shen Qingzhu slowly raised his arm, and a snap of his fingers rang. The eye of the wind that was going to destroy the entire Changnan city disappeared, and everyone was puzzled. Only Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie knew what was happening, and they both turned their heads to look behind them at the same time. Bailey Fat Pang, Xia Yuan and Shen Qingzhu stood not far behind them. This is the fundamental problem? Lin Xie smiled lightly. Really, in terms of professional counterparts, it has to be Shen Qingzhu. It has to be Brother Drag. We have spent so much effort, but others just snap their fingers. Solve it. Zhang Luochen took the straight knife back. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Why don't you copy such a super high-risk forbidden ruin? And Xiao Yuan's one. Brother Zhao is at Sundra person. If I copy it, he can't chase me every day. I don't want to make enemies. As for Xiao Yuan, I don't like to go crazy. Zhang Luochen explained. Lin Xie also thinks about it. Shen Qingzhu's character is also understood after half a year of getting along. He is a very strong person, stealing his moves. You don't want to be friends with him. At this moment, Yuan Gang's figure suddenly appeared, rushed straight at Han Xiaoyun, and smashed his face directly with a punch. Now Han Xiaoyun had no power to bind the chicken, and he was punched by Yuan Gang, and the whole person flew out backwards, smashed to the ground heavily, and was smashed into a big pit on the road. But Yuan Gang's actions did not stop, and he smashed Han Xiaoyun's face with punches after punches, and the entire street was even about to collapse, so Yuan Gang stopped his fists and grabbed Han Xiaoyun. At this time, Han Xiaoyun completely lost the demeanor he had when he first appeared, and his whole body was dying, and his eyes were slightly lowered. Yuan Gang was just about to say something, but Chen Mai's figure suddenly appeared, and the straight knife directly pierced Han Xiaoyun's body. At this moment, Han Xiaoyun's eyes looked at Chen Mai, as if to say, thank you. Chen Mai didn't respond too much, but coldly pulled out the straight knife and sheathed it. Yuan Gang was stunned for a moment, and immediately began to question Chen Mai, but as the captain of the 136th squad, even Yuan Gang, he had no intention of compromising. In the end, Yuan Gang sighed helplessly, and Chen Mai turned to look at his players. It's over, let's go back. Everyone followed Chen Mai away, and the unprecepted airspace was also put away at the same time. The first battle of the new year is finally over, and the 13th seed of this believer plus the sea realm solved by Yuan Gang should be all the combat power. This time, when Qima stretched his waist, he used the forbidden ruins on a strong person in the sea realm today, and it also consumed a lot of mental strength. Brother Seven Knights and Brother Luochen will return to the camp tomorrow, and the next time we will see each other will be in half a year, Hong Ying said with with a smile. By that time, they will all be real night watchmen. Wu Shangnan also looked at the two with a relieved expression. The time in the training camp did pass very quickly, and the half-year physical training really didn't expect it to pass so quickly, and the next 6 months didn't need to get up early, and there was no physical training that was so tiring every day, which was indeed much easier. This time, it's really an unforgettable new year. Zhang Luochen looked at the dilapidated road, thinking that the logistics team was going to be busy again. That's right. Chen Mai stopped and said suddenly, "Tomorrow, call your friends to come to your house for dinner. Now that things have calmed down, it is time to do your best as a landlord, and as a host, it is also appropriate to come and have a meal. However, the firm is the stronghold of Squad 136, and it is not convenient for others to," Wu Shangnan said. "Come to my house. My house is big enough." Hong Ying readily agreed. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye looked at each other and nodded their heads. "I'll ask them," Lin Qiye said. The next afternoon, Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye took Bailey Fat, Chao Yuan and Xin Qingzhu, who were brought over by the two of them, to the front of Hong Ying's villa. Seeing the big villa in front of them, the other three stared wide-eyed, and Bailey Fat looked at the two of them again. "I said, the three of us are suffering, and the conditions for the two of you are too good." "Yes, wow, it smells so good, it tastes like meat." Chao Yuan heard it. When they lived in a love hotel, they lived entirely on instant noodles. After all, it was restless at that time, and it was inconvenient to go out to eat and drink. "Didn't you ask you to call your friends? What did you ask me to do?" Xin Qingzhu looked reluctant and even looked away, not to see a few of them. Hearing this, several people looked at each other, and their expressions were all slightly helpless. Zhang Luochen directly stepped forward and hugged Xin Qingzhu's shoulder. Xin Qingzhu looked reluctant and wanted to break free, but Zhang Luochen would not give him this chance. "Brother Drag, when is it? And you are still so arrogant. We have carried guns together and..." "Together? What? Ha, ha, I stayed in a love hotel together." Zhang Luochen smiled evilly. "You didn't stay," Xin Qingzhu said. "I've been there anyway." Zhang Luochen didn't care what Xin Qingzhu's expression was. He hugged Xin Qingzhu and dragged him into the villa. "Let me introduce you to..." Lin Qiye introduced it to the three of them one after another, and this was just finished. Bailey Fat, the social cow physique, appeared again, and he directly took out one Rolex watch after another and gave one directly to each of them. Everyone in Team 136 suddenly froze in place, and everyone looked at the Rolex watch in their hands in confusion. Is it the silly son of the landlord's family? Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye nodded one after another. The atmosphere of this meal is very harmonious, and laughter comes from this villa from time to time. Xin Qingzhu has completely lost his arrogance, and now he is more like an obedient big boy. He will say a few words when someone asks him, and he will eat there most of the time. After dinner, it was time for them to return to the camp. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye took their luggage, said goodbye to everyone in the 136th team, and went to the unified boarding point. Several black buses were already waiting here, and after handing over the star knife, several people got on the bus. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye sat in a row. The two looked out the window. In the dark night, the neon lights kept flashing, and on the high-rise building in the distance, it seemed that a figure holding a sniper rifle could be seen. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly and waved in that direction. "This year is an unforgettable year, and before I know it, I and Lin Qiye have experienced so much together, from the beginning when the two became the same table, and then lived in the same dormitory, until now, the two are still sitting in the same row. Later, there are more plots waiting for you to explore. For others, this may be one plot after another, but for Zhang Luochen himself, these are stories that really happened to him." The bus started slowly, and under the moonlight, it drove in the direction of the training camp. Before the first rays of sunlight could shine into the training camp, the freshmen in the camp woke up to the sharp and piercing whistle. Early morning. After half a year of training, everyone quickly got up from the bed the moment they heard the first whistle, quickly put on their military uniforms, and prepared to go to the training ground after a simple wash. "Fat, it's so early." As soon as they opened the door, Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye saw Bailey Fat figure. Bailey Fat still looked sleepy. All his movements were mechanical, as if a robot was completing his assembly line operations. Lin Qiye saw Bailey Chuban's appearance, and unceremoniously slapped him on the back. "Ha, you are all up. Ha, why am I here?" Bailey Fat looked at the military uniform he had already worn suspiciously. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye were ashamed, and they were really curious about how this guy got up by himself. "Isn't this physical training over? Why do you still get up so early?" Along the way, Bailey Fat yawned countless times. Unexpectedly, half a year has passed, and Bailey Fat still can't develop the habit of getting up early. It's just that the physical training is over. It doesn't mean the training camp is over, it's just that there is no need for a morning run, Lin Qiye explained. Soon, all the freshmen had already gathered at the training ground, dressed in straight military uniforms, standing in place one by one. They are no longer the loose guys they were half a year ago. On the training stage, all the instructors stood in place, and Instructor Yuan stood in front of the instructors, looking down with calm eyes. Moreover, today's instructors are very neatly dressed, and even wear medals, and medals of different colors are worn on their chests. Especially Instructor Yuan Gang has the most medals on his chest. Zhang Luochen Luochen saw such a solemn scene, he knew what you were going to do today. Of course he was awarded an honor today, and he didn't know what medal he would get. Maybe it was the same as Lin Xie. Recalling that Lin Xie led the night squad in the future and won one medal after another, those were all honors that belonged to the night squad. Thinking that he could also get a medal, Zhang Luochen's expression suddenly became a little excited. Today's morning training is cancelled. Instructor Yuan looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Now, the main thing to bring you together is to announce one thing, which is to award honors to some of you." Hearing the word award, everyone below couldn't help but be a little confused, and some recruits turned their heads to look at Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen. After all, on the day they left the camp, the scene of the two of them rescuing everyone in the car was still vivid. Considering that some people may not know how the merits of the Night Watch are divided, I will give you a brief introduction here. Instructor Yuan Gang took out the medal he was wearing to show to everyone below. The first one, the light red medal, the spark medal, can be obtained by completing some important mysterious clearance tasks or protecting the lives of a large number of people. The second, the light blue medal, the starlight medal, can only be obtained after killing a super high-risk mystery or quelling some kind of large-scale disaster. The third, the most exquisite dark blue medal, the star medal, can only be obtained after killing the infinite level of mystery or after calming down a large-scale event that is enough to cause social turmoil. This last medal is the rarest, and less than 1% of the entire Night's Watch has received this medal. Finally, Yuan Gang said, there is also a Sea of Stars medal. This one is the highest honor of the Night Watchman. The entire Daxia is owned by no more than 10 people, and even the top management of the Night Watchman cannot give a specific standard. Hearing this, some people immediately questioned it, but being able to obtain such a medal is enough to prove that it has been recognized by the high level, and the last time the person who won this medal was Wang Mian. Instructor Yuan Gang looked in the direction of Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie. Then, next, I will announce the person who won the medal. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie, in the process of missile attacks, made decisive moves, rescued more than 50 recruits, preserved the future fire of the Night Watchman, and then seriously injured the Snake Girl and attacked and killed the 13th seed of Believers, Han Xiaoyun. Hereby, the Star Medal is awarded. The moment everyone heard the Star Medal, they were even more surprised, and they cast envious eyes. Zhang Luochen also looked excited. This is a medal second only to the Sea of Stars. To be able to get such an honor, his trip was really not in vain. Moreover, he won such an honor before he got out of the recruit training camp, but it is a pity that he is an orphan. Otherwise, he will go back to the high ground to show the ancestors. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie, come up and award honors. Yuan Gang's voice sounded. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie walked together to the martial arts stage to receive their own glory. Yuan Gang took a delicate small gift box, slowly opened one of them. A dark blue brilliant medal was dazzling and extremely gorgeous. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie gave Yuan Gang a standard military salute, then accepted the medal and slowly walked back to their team in the eyes of everyone's envy. You two are amazing. Bailey Pang Pang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Come on, Fat, you will have it in the future. Zhang Luochen patted Bailey Fat on the shoulder. Can I have it too? Bailey Pang pointed at himself questioningly. Of course, you joined the Night Watch and made great contributions, and the medal is indispensable. Also, when I successfully get the medal, go back and show off to my dad. Zhang Luochen's face changed. Hey, forget it. Ha, why? Xin Xingzhu. Instructor Yuan Gang's voice interrupted their chat, and everyone was stunned when they heard the name. Eliminate the devastating eye of the strong wind disaster in time, save half the city from being destroyed by the wind, and award the Star Radiance medal. I'm going, Brother Drag. Bailey Pong Pong's eyes widened in disbelief. This award, even Xin Xingzhu himself didn't expect it. Just snap his fingers casually and get a medal? This medal is too simple. Hey, sometimes professional counterparts do save a lot of trouble. Zhang Luochen smiled lightly. Xin Xingzhu still bit the bullet and walked up to the stage to receive his medal under everyone's gaze. Even if he finally returned to his team, Xin Xingzhu still had an unbelievable expression. He just felt that the world seemed to be crazy. The half-year physical training came to an end, and the training that followed was no longer as boring as physical training. Tactical guidance, simulation drills, principles of forbidden ruins, combat practice, and even a complete set of world mythological stories, as well as some explanations about the high-risk forbidden ruins that have appeared today. This period of theoretical knowledge learning makes everyone's understanding of the world more comprehensive, and there is a feeling of going to school. Everyone stays in a large classroom, and each type of class has a teacher to explain. Compared with the physical training of people who are tired for half a year, the current class is simply heaven. No need to run tirelessly every day, no need to train with weights, no need to break through the limit, only need to stay in a classroom every day. So sit, the day will pass. Of course, such a course, for Xin Xingzhu and Bailey Fat Pang and the others, it is completely a class for sleeping. These two people were also punished by the teacher to run circles several times because of sleeping in class, but running circles was easy for Xin Xingzhu, but Bailey Fat secretly complained. I thought to myself, isn't physical training over? Why do I still have to train? Today's teaching is Instructor Gu. Looking at the two people running in circles outside the window, he couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Luochen Luochen, answer. What is the essence of spiritual power? Zhang Luochen stood up, cleared his throat, and stood up straight. Report to the teacher. Actually, neither will I. I almost forgot that Zhang Luochen in high school was also a frequent visitor to sleep in class, and his grades were so unsightly in the class. You also go out and run 10 laps. Instructor Gu said angrily. Teacher. Zhang Luochen still stood in place. What? What's the problem? Instructor Gu's tone was stern. I do have a question I want to ask the teacher. Zhang Luochen said. If something is done, come to my office and say, don't affect other students in class now. Just go. Instructor Gu didn't let Zhang Luochen continue, and turned his head to look at Lin Xie. Lin Xie, you answer this question. Zhang Luochen ran out of the classroom and soon joined Shen Xingzhu and Bailey Fatpang. How many laps have you run? Zhang Luochen asked. I'm on the 6th lap. He's only 2 laps. As soon as Shen Xingzhu finished speaking, he continued to accelerate beyond Bailey Fat. This drag brother doesn't wait for me. After half a year of training, Bailey Fat has indeed improved his physical fitness, but he has improved, and everyone has improved. The time to finish 10 laps has indeed improved a lot compared to when he first came, but compared with others, his speed is still at the bottom. I won't wait for you anymore. Zhang Luochen also quickly ran to the front. Shen Xingzhu saw Zhang Luochen running up, and even began to accelerate unconsciously, for fear that Zhang Luochen would overtake him. This drag brother, this is comparable. Zhang Luochen was speechless, but the boy's damn competitive spirit was also vividly displayed at this moment. The two of them came and went, completely comparable. Bailey Fat didn't know how many laps he had been trapped by these two people. Anyway, the two of them ran past him after a while. Running to the back, Zhang Luochen was even strange. Didn't Shen Xingzhu come before him? Why didn't he seem to feel tired until now? In fact, what Zhang Luochen didn't know was that Shen Xingzhu had already felt tired from sprinting throughout the whole process, but for the sake of face, he had to rush to death. Brother Drag, it's not training. Why are you so desperate? Zhang Luochen couldn't help but say as he ran. Training is anytime, anywhere. I'm ready to fight anytime, anywhere. I'm going to sprint. As soon as Shen Xingzhu finished speaking, he really wanted to throw Zhang Luochen out. I'm going. You're really here. Zhang Luochen also sprinted desperately, and the two crossed the finish line almost at the same time. I won. Zhang Luochen stretched his head forward when pressing the line. Fart, I won. Shen Xingzhu said arrogantly. I'll cross the line first. Zhang Luochen pointed to the finish line and said, really, but I'm done with 10 laps. How many laps do you have left? Only then did Zhang Luochen remember that he had been punished 10 laps, but he had finished running, and he hadn't finished running yet. Bailey Fat also ran up at this time, and said slowly, Luochen, I still have a lap. I'll go. In the end, Zhang Luochen still finished the lap. Shen Xingzhu and Bailey Fat didn't seem to want to return to the classroom so quickly, so the two coincidentally chose to sit on the grass on the side and wait for Zhang Luochen to finish running. As soon as Zhang Luochen finished running, several people returned to the classroom together, and the moment they returned to the classroom, the bell rang just after class. Instructor Gu was packing his things. Looking at his hurried face, Zhang Luochen looked at Lin Xie again, and he understood at once. It's all Lin Xie. I don't know if my problem can be solved. Zhang Luochen walked towards Instructor Gu. At this time, Instructor Gu also sorted out his things and was about to leave the classroom when he bumped into Zhang Luochen. Instructor Gu, I also have a question for you. Zhang Luochen looked at Instructor Gu with a pair of sincere eyes to study. If you don't listen carefully in class, why do you still have questions to ask? Instructor Gu was obviously in a hurry and didn't want to waste too much time on Zhang Luochen. Teacher, what you said, seeking and dialectics are things that every scholar should do. Instructor Gu was stunned. Huh? You just heard it outside. Instructor Gu, I have one question, soon. Zhang Luochen begged. Okay, I said in advance, if it's in the textbook, you can go through the textbook yourself. Instructor Gu said. Okay, Instructor Gu. Zhang Luochen paused. My problem is that in this world, there are traversers, not the kind of time traveler, because, through time, Wang Mian can do it, similar to traveling through parallel time and space, or from one dimension of the world to another. That is, for example, in another world, there is no fog, no mystery, and no mythical creatures. Everyone is just a group of ordinary people, living there, but suddenly, they have traveled here. Instructor Gu was stunned for a moment, and then, he turned to look at Lin Xie in the classroom, and then looked at Zhang Luochen. Your question is a bit similar to Lin Xie's. You mean, in another space, there is another different world? Yes, and from another different world, I traveled to this world. Zhang Luochen said firmly. Your question is also very good. I'll go back and study it carefully. Instructor Gu was about to leave, as if he thought of something again, and said to Zhang Luochen, such a good brain, it's a pity not to study hard, don't sleep next time in class. Afternoon. On the training ground. This class is Forbidden Ruins training. On the training stage, the instructor talked about the theoretical knowledge of the Forbidden Ruins, and then opened the two cardboard boxes, which contain silver watches. This device is called ACE, and sometimes it is affectionately called acrobatic detonator, and now you need to wear it 24 hours a day. Use your own mental strength to compete with it, and then, this thing will accompany you until the end of the training camp. camp. Accompanied by the instructor's sly laughter, the recruits walked up to the stage one by one to receive their watches. Zhang Luochen looked at the watch in his hand. Of course he knew this thing, and after putting it on, he would make some incredible movements, and he didn't know if he could control it. While still thinking, Chao Yuan on the side had already taken the lead in putting on his watch, and the next second, his body suddenly trembled, and then, suddenly a backflip came. The people next to him looked at Chao Yuan's strange movements in surprise. Finally stabilized his figure. You can try it yourself. Master, my body type, even if I want to do a backflip, it's difficult. Bailey Fat also put on his watch, but he jumped up directly, made a 720-degree free turn directly in the air, and then landed steadily, and then backhanded a Thomas slalom. Now this fat man, not to mention how flexible he is. Why did he go directly to the cafeteria? Zhang Luochen looked at Bailey Fat who had gone far away and asked, I guess I'm hungry. Lin Xie looked at the watch in his hand and fell into deep thought. You don't wear it yet? Zhang Luochen asked. I want to. Wait a little longer. Why don't you wear it first? Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luochen. At this time, there were already many recruits around wearing watches, and various acrobatic performances continued to appear on the training ground. I'll try it. Zhang Luochen hesitated for a moment and put on his watch. The moment he put it on, an electric current filled Zhang Luochen's whole body. This feeling was difficult to describe. It was completely different from when he used lay dun. When he used lay dun, the current would not enter the body, and this time the current would directly enter the body. Suddenly, Zhang Luochen came directly to the spot with a front flip and a back flip, and then a street dance movement with one hand supporting the ground. Good guy, I'll do street dance too. Zhang Luochen finally stabilized his figure and used his mental strength to compete with the current on the watch. However, this current is large and small, and there is no law to speak of, and it must be controlled by distraction at all times. You try, it's harder than you think. Zhang Luochen said. You can control the current, but it will also be affected? Lin Xie asked. These are completely different things. You can try it and you'll know. Zhang Luochen urged. Okay. Lin Xie put the watch on his hand, and like Zhang Luochen, he did a front flip directly, but he quickly stabilized his figure. It's really more difficult than I thought. The instructor on the stage looked at the expressions of the recruits with a smile. At this time many recruits had already mastered the tricks, and on the training ground, at least half of them were still somersaulting. I have to say that such a scene is really no different from a circus. Meal. All the recruits moved in the direction of the canteen. It was indeed a move, and it was a very difficult movement, a little careless, and suddenly there was a somersault as they walked, and the distance that was not far was abruptly doubled. Zhang Luochen took chopsticks and finally picked up a piece of meat for himself. Oh my god, eating is like this. How can you sleep properly? Fat, why don't you eat? Aren't hungry? Lin Xie looked at Bailey Fat Pang, who had not moved. I'm hungry, but I can't control it. Bailey Fat tried several times, but his hands were just uncontrollable. Moreover, there were no chairs in the canteen, which seemed to be to prevent this moment, and while speaking, several recruits suddenly flipped while eating. Lunch was finally over, and I returned to my dormitory, but the acrobatic performance was really not so easy to end. 7 nights, you can hand this thing over to the instructor. In the room, Zhang Luochen held a nameplate and handed it to Lin Xie. This is, on the Mad Scorpion? Lin Xie also knew this nameplate, which was the blood boiling used by Scorpion at that time. Zhang Luochen nodded. It is more appropriate to hand over these forbidden items to Instructor Yuan. Why don't you go? Lin Xie knew that Zhang Luochen was credited with this, and at that time, he didn't even contribute much. Me? I'm tossed by this thing. I'm tired. I want to sleep by the way. Use this thing to get to know the captain and Team Wu by the way. When Lin Xie heard this, he immediately nodded. This is a good idea, then I'll go first. Seeing Lin Xie leave, Zhang Luochen sat up directly from the bed, and now the current on his wrist could no longer have any effect on him. The corner of his mouth raised an arc. 7 nights, I'm here to advance the plot again. Zhang Luochen was alone in the dormitory, trying his best to use his mental power to control the watch, and the next second, he did another front flip and back flip, and then landed steadily. Not to mention, this set of movements is very standard. Zhang Luochen even used thunder to resist the current on the watch, which did have some effect, but you can't live here with an electric current all the time. This watch will end at the training camp. As time passed, Zhang Luochen's control of the watch became more and more skillful. At least, there were no more acrobatic performances. When it was time to gather again, Zhang Luochen didn't think about it anymore and left the dormitory directly. On the way to the classroom, I happened to meet Lin Xie who was coming back. 7 nights, how is it? Zhang Luochen asked. That prohibited item is worth 2 million. I'll ask Instructor Yuan to give you cash. Lin Xie said. Zhang Luochen gasped. This thing is so valuable, these 2 million, we are in half. No, it's your credit in itself. Lin Xie continued, about the captain and the others. Lin Xie explained about Chen Mai's past and the Blue Rain Squad, and the other powerful forbidden item, Shiva Resentment. Zhang Luochen was a little distracted in a trance. It was this forbidden object that made Sangnan City disappear, and it was also because of Lin Xie's miracle that Sangnan City existed for 10 more years. What's wrong with you? Lin Xie Xie looked at Zhang Luochen. Ah, nothing, go to the assembly. Zhang Luochen didn't think much about it. Along the way, there were many recruits around them doing acrobatics while anxiously walking in the direction of the classroom. Not to mention, such a road has directly become a beautiful landscape and you can see so many acrobatic performances without spending money. Today's lesson is shooting training. The recruits wore explosion-proof glasses and earmuffs and were freely practicing their shooting skills. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. After Bailey Fat shot the bullets in the empty gun, he put the training gun aside, looking comfortable. If you want to say what class Bailey Fat likes the most, it is naturally the shooting class, and only in this class can he be 100 times more energetic. After this period of running in, there are no recruits who will perform acrobatics. 10 rings, 9 rings, 9 rings. Chao Yuan took off his ear cups. At the same time, 3 more gunshots rang out. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. Zhang Luochen put down his pistol and looked at his results with satisfaction. After training, plus, he had the conceptual skill of hitting the projectile 100%, and firearms were also at his fingertips for him. Off target, off target, off target is 3 more sounds, and these 3 sounds instantly attracted the attention of several people. Lin Xie put down his gun as if nothing had happened. His eyes revealed an expression of disbelief, and he was even a little afraid to look directly at his results. Hey, Xie, you really have to practice your marksmanship. 3 missed the target. It seems that you are the only one, Bailey said with a fat hippie smile. I remember, aren't you two taught by the same master? How different are you? Chao Yuan asked curiously. Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen looked at each other. Lin Xie said slightly helplessly, he is cheating, his eyes originally have an aiming function. Ha, is it? Bailey Pang Pang stretched out his head curiously and looked at Zhang Luochen's eyes. His eyes haven't turned red. Who said that? Zhang Luochen said unconvincingly, I can hit 100% of the time when I close my eyes. Oh, Chao Yuan was also a little curious. Then you try. Lin Xie took out a piece of cloth and handed it to Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen was blindfolded. To be honest, he really hadn't tried the method of blindfolding, and he didn't know how that concept skill was triggered, relying on the body, or by the eyes, or by one's own intuition. Bang bang bang. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. 3 gunshots rang out, all of which hit, and it was also 10 rings. Not to mention others, even Zhang Luochen himself couldn't believe it. This concept skill, it's not too powerful, as long as he wants to hit wherever he wants, he can hit wherever he wants. This is a self-aim. I don't know if it's so good to play and eat chicken. Amazing, Luochen, you really have your own self-aim. Bailey Fat admired the 5 bodies to the ground. At this time, Instructor Hong suddenly appeared and called Lin Xie over. Not long after, when Lin Xie came back, several people immediately stepped forward and asked curiously what happened. Instructor Gu seems to be insane, saying that it was caused by my problem, Lin Xie said. Zhang Luochen was stunned. In fact, not only Lin Xie's question, he also asked a question himself, but when he asked the question, it was after class, so no one else knew that he had asked a question. By the way, in the past 2 days, if you see Instructor Gu in the training camp, you must tell me, Lin Xie said seriously. Ha, why? Bailey Pang Pang asked. Zhang Luochen knew in his heart that Lin Xie was of course for Merlin's condition. Thinking about it, Lin Xie was about to learn summoning magic. At this time, Zhang Luochen suddenly remembered that it seemed that his Hokage system also had the ability to summon techniques, but the ability had not yet been drawn to the point where he didn't know what this summoning technique was, and he didn't know what it could summon. I don't know if it's a toad or a snake, Zhang Luochen thought to himself. 2 more days passed. Instructor Gu did return to the training camp, and Zhang Luochen was already waiting for Instructor Gu's arrival in the office area in advance. Instructor Gu is back. Report, Instructor Gu was found at the door of the instructor's dormitory. He's on the east side of the training ground. He went to the special training base. He's on his way to the office area. One report after another seemed to be like a radar, reporting the whereabouts of Instructor Gu. Zhang Luochen heard these sounds, smiled slightly, and walked out slowly. Lin Xie also stood in front of Instructor Gu at this time, and said, Instructor Gu, long time no see. Instructor Gu, is my problem solved? Zhang Luochen's figure also appeared behind Lin Xie. Lin Xie turned his head to look at Zhang Luochen, and his eyes seemed to say, I came first. You first, you first, Zhang Luochen said. After Lin Xie and Instructor Gu said a few words, the 3 of them walked into the office together, and Lin Xie looked like he had succeeded. Eventually, the 2 returned to the dormitory together. Is this time travel you said true? Lin Xie naturally heard the conversation between Zhang Luochen and Instructor Gu, and couldn't help but ask as soon as he returned to the dormitory. Didn't you say that in this world, what else won't happen? Zhang Luochen said. Lin Xie nodded. Yes, Wang Mian is a time thug and can travel through time and space, so the statement of parallel universes can actually be true. You said, Wang Mian went back to the past and changed the direction of one of the pasts, but whether that original direction is still continuing, and at that time, a new world appeared. Or in other words, there are so many choices in our lives, will there be a certain point in time, we choose this, there will be a choice of ourselves, so that various time and space appear. There is indeed this possibility possibility, and it is also possible that the world is a cycle after cycle, and this time it is over, and we have to start from scratch again, Lin Qiye said. Zhang Luochen smiled. What you said is also very right. It's late at night. Zhang Luochen, who was sleeping, was awakened by a faint sound, like the sound of mosquitoes. He didn't care at first, but this sound kept surrounding his ears. It's not hot yet. Why are there mosquitoes? Zhang Luochen got up helplessly and slapped a few mosquitoes to death. However, mosquitoes seemed to be pouring out in a steady stream. In an instant, Zhang Luochen understood what was going on, and turned to look at Lin Qiye, this guy, who was using his summoning magic. I said, Lin Qiye, you can stop a little bit. Zhang Luochen couldn't help but say. Lin Qiye was too focused, and he didn't notice that Zhang Luochen was awake at first. Huh? You're awake. Look, what to do with this pile of mosquitoes? Zhang Luochen kept slapping the mosquitoes. What does it have to do with me? And you don't tell me. Lin Qiye continued to use summoning magic. Don't summon randomly. Look at what you have summoned. Stockings. What the hell? Zhang Luochen was beaten by dozens of mosquitoes. A wave of anger welled up in his heart. Sharingan, fire escape. The Sharingan locks mosquitoes, and the fire escapes directly kills mosquitoes, which is powerful. This night, in this room, a little fire came out from time to time. Luochen, why don't you look like you haven't woken up today? Bailey Fat looked at the sleepy Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen rubbed his eyes. It's nothing, it's just a mosquito that fought all night. Mosquitoes? Now there are mosquitoes in this weather? Bailey Fat took a bite of the bun in front of him. Zhang Luochen looked at Bailey Fat with resentful eyes, and thought, you suffered these sins before, and now you should thank me properly. You ask him. Zhang Luochen pointed to Lin Qiye next to him. He's more attracting mosquitoes. Lin Qiye took a sip of soy milk and said unhurriedly, by the way, before we leave the training camp after graduation, there is still a score assessment. Chao Yuan said suddenly. Assessment? Bailey Fat was stunned. That's right, we won't finish in 2 or 3 months, and the instructor will evaluate our scores and then rank them according to our performance. Chao Yuan said. Isn't that the final exam? Lin Qiye thought for a while, and then said, is it still the final elimination system? That's not going to happen. The training camp will not eliminate recruits. After all, there is a shortage of night watchmen now, mainly to decide where everyone goes. Chao Yuan said. Where to go? What does it mean? Bailey Fat said blankly. It's to see which night watch team you're assigned to after graduation. Lin Qiye explained. Those with outstanding ability are estimated to be transferred to first-tier cities, while those who are ranked lower are staying in third-tier cities, which should be like this. Zhang Luochen also explained. However, if you want to join the special team, it doesn't seem that simple, and their conditions are even more demanding. Chao Yuan said. Zhang Luochen also nodded. Most of the members of the special squad started from the squad. They already have an absolute tacit understanding and trust between them, and suddenly joining a new person will disrupt their rhythm. Of course, if they have outstanding abilities, they can even set up their own special squad. Speaking of this, Zhang Luochen patted Lin Qiye on the shoulder. How is it? Are you interested? The identity of the agent of the two gods should be qualified. Lin Qiye was stunned. Me? I don't have such lofty ambitions, and if I can, I would prefer to stay in Sangnan. With your identity, it is likely that there will be a special team to win you over just after graduation, and you can't help yourself at all. Chao Yuan said. By the way, how is this ranking score arranged? Lin Qiye asked suddenly. This range is wide, such as physical training, extreme training, and theoretical exams, shooting, etc. Theoretical exam. Shoot. A few families are sad and a few are happy. Hearing the theoretical exam, Zhang Luochen and Bailey Pongpong's faces suddenly changed. As two frequent visitors to class and sleep, they were naturally most afraid of the theoretical exam. Oh, yes, there was also a Xinxingzhu. In addition, there seems to be a hidden score. Chao Yuan continued. What hidden score? Lin Qiye asked. Then I don't know. Chao Yuan spread his hands and said. Lin Qiye turned his head to look at Zhang Luochen. Brother Prophecy, have you heard anything? It may be that we face the mystery in person, or it may be that we are divided into groups to carry out a mysterious purge mission. Zhang Luochen replied vaguely. Why, Brother Prophecy's prediction didn't work this time, Lin Qiye quipped. Zhang Luochen rolled his eyes at Lin Qiye and continued to eat. One morning after a while, the sun rises slowly from the east and the sun shines through the windows into the ground. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye got up at the same time, and their current schedules were very synchronized. It's 5:30. Why isn't there a whistle today? Lin Qiye looked out the window, always feeling a little strange. Zhang Luochen didn't care at first, but when he heard Lin Qiye's words, he couldn't help but look out. It seems that something is wrong. Go out and take a look. Zhang Luochen pushed open the door of the dormitory. It was equally quiet outside the corridor. There was no whistle to wake them up, and the recruits were still asleep one by one. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye went to wash up first, and when they came back from washing, some early recruits had just opened the door. Special Forces Zhang Zhong and Chao Yuan, and two descendants of the ancient martial arts family, Molan and Li Xiaoguang. Luochen, 7 nights, you are also awake. Chao Yuan came over. The instructors haven't whistled yet, and it always always feels a little wrong. Lin Xie said with some concern. Wait, it's really a bit wrong. Seeing this scene in front of him, Zhang Luochen immediately understood that this was the last carnival day of the training camp. What's wrong? Lin Xie and Xiao Yuan asked at the same time. Zhang Luochen walked to the outside of Bailey Fat dormitory, and the two people inside were still asleep. What did you see? Lin Xie asked. Zhang Luochen opened the Sharingan. There is a strange thing surrounding them on their bodies. As soon as the words fell, several more recruits came out of the room, including Shin Xingzhu, Lin Xie, Zhang Luochen. Shin Xingzhu's expression was a little solemn, and Deng Wei and the others couldn't wake them up no matter how much they screamed. What time is it? Zhang Luochen asked. Just after 6 o'clock. Lin Xie replied. Go see them. Since Bailey Fat's door could not be opened, Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie ran to Shin Xingzhu's room to check. Lin Xie's mental power swept across Deng Wei's body. It should be a kind of mind control type of forbidden ruins. Then why are we okay? Shin Xingzhu asked. It's possible because they didn't get up early. Zhang Luochen explained. Didn't get up early? Shin Xingzhu looked puzzled. Lin Xie glanced at the time. We all get up before 6 o'clock now. That is, 6 o'clock is likely to be a node. Then if I guessed correctly, this should be the hidden score that Xiao Yuan said. Zhang Luochen turned his head and looked directly at the surveillance camera at the end of the corridor. Outside the training camp, inside several tents, the instructors sat in front of the monitor and watched the movements of the recruits. This Zhang Luochen is really not simple, one of the instructors said. Not to mention, I feel cautious when I see his eyes through the screen. Instructor Hong turned his head and didn't look into Zhang Luochen's eyes. Lin Xie's reaction was also very fast. Don't you think? This group of recruits is already listening to the orders of the two of them. Yuan Gang said. Shin Xingzhu, this thorn, also gave us the middle finger. Instructor Hong mercilessly deducted a point in the column of Shin Xingzhu's score. They have already divided into teams. Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen have already gone to the warehouse to get weapons. Shin Xingzhu, this guy, destroyed another door. This won't deduct points. Of course it's not deducted. Boys, enjoy this last-minute carnival. Zhang Luochen, Lin Xie, and Shin Xingzhu brought several recruits to the warehouse to get weapons, and as soon as they got the weapons, they heard a miserable scream coming from the direction of the cafeteria. Let's go to the cafeteria and take a look. Lin Xie immediately made a decision. Zhang Luochen followed Lin Xie all the way. Lin Xie's new nurse was about to be born, that timid spider, not to mention. Zhang Luochen felt that this spider was too cute when he was reading the novel. Several people quickly rushed to the warehouse, and the iron rope that was originally tied to the handle of the canteen door was cut, and it was obvious that someone had arrived in advance. Lin Xie's mental power swept through the canteen. His expression suddenly became a little solemn, and he opened the door of the canteen directly. I saw that the empty canteen was covered with spider webs, and clumps of spider silk intertwined with each other, forming a large white web that shrouded the entire canteen in it. What is this? So disgusting. One of the recruits swallowed unconsciously. This spider web is too big. Another recruit said. Is this a mystery? There was a mysterious attack in the training camp? Shin Xingzhu couldn't believe it when he saw the scene in front of him. There is a mysterious attack, and the instructors can't be unaware. Xiao Yuan said. So there are only two possibilities. The instructors were mysteriously killed by this one, or either this is also the instructor's handiwork. Zhang Luochen also spoke at this time. Look at that. One of the recruits pointed in one direction. Everyone looked and saw a man with twisted limbs and hollowed out inside his body attached to the spider web. His eyes were horrified, and he had already lost his vitality at this time. Wang Li? Someone recognized the other person. This is not an exercise, it has already killed someone. Someone looked at this scene in horror. The instructors are gone. Are they all dead? It's all quiet. Lin Xie scolded angrily. His spiritual power swept through every corner of the canteen. Lin Xie's face was a little solemn. That mystery is probably inside. Hearing this, the faces of several recruits suddenly changed, although their training camp had been in the camp for almost a year. But what they lacked most now was actual combat experience. Most of them had never even seen a mystery, and when facing the real enemy, they were obviously a little uneasy. Lin Xie took out the star knife. I'll go in and take a look. I'm guarding outside. What if I run away? Zhang Luochen also took out the star knife and guarded the periphery of the cafeteria. Shin Xingzhu and Xiao Yuan fought for a while and walked into the cafeteria with Lin Xie. Seeing that several people had their own tasks, the remaining recruits still plucked up the courage to prepare to enter the canteen together. Don't go in. Too many people are easy to have accidents. Stay outside with me. Zhang Luochen blocked the remaining recruits who wanted to go in. After all, Zhang Luochen is also a person with a medal, and hear his instructions. These recruits are also obedient, and they stay outside the canteen with Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen's eyes were fixed on the various exits of the canteen, and Zhang Luochen was still a little excited to be able to meet a spider here. After a while, an explosion sounded from inside the cafeteria, which immediately attracted the recruits guarding outside, and everyone immediately pulled out the star knife and was ready to fight. Zhang Luochen observed all corners of the periphery, and sure enough, enough. The next moment, a huge gray-white spider broke out of the window directly from the right. There, up! Zhang Luochen gave an order, and all the recruits present jumped up and waved the star knife in their hands to slash at the spider. Zhang Luochen, who was just about to make a move, suddenly froze in place. Why did the system come out at this time? Is there any task? Release a new task to the host, and finally the carnival day will be in the limelight, and the final score is higher than Lin Xie. Even if the task is completed, 2 abilities can be extracted after the task is completed. I'll go. Zhang Luochen couldn't help but curse secretly when he heard this task. If you had said earlier that you would have surpassed Lin Xie, I would have studied hard. Ding! But at the moment, Zhang Luochen didn't have time to think about it. After all, the arrow had to be sent on the string, so he did a good job in this carnival day first. Those recruits had already surrounded the gray-white spiders, but after all, the spiders were the mystery of the Sichuan realm, and with a few efforts, the siege of these recruits was directly broken. Zhang Luochen caught up with the knife, and the straight knife in his hand slashed directly towards it, and at this moment, a strange and scarlet compound eye suddenly lit up. Mental attack? Zhang Luochen's natural spider ability. Isn't illusion a spiritual attack? The Sharingan genjutsu was opened at the same time, and Zhang Luochen's eyes met Spider's eyes directly. Spider suddenly heard a scream, and then, taking advantage of this gap, he ran away in disgrace again. Spider shouted desperately as he ran. This group of people is so scary. The man who threw the knife is so fierce, and the one who can explode with a snap of his fingers. He is not a good person at first glance, especially the last one. Why are his eyes still red? Look at him. Feel that the whole person is on fire. Hurry up. Run quickly. Zhang Luochen covered his eyes. After all, the spider was the mystery of the Sichuan realm. Zhang Luochen's Sharingan encountered its spiritual attack, and Zhang Luochen himself didn't feel good. Are you okay? Lin Xie came out of the cafeteria and happened to see Zhang Luochen covering his eyes. It's okay, it's also influenced by me, Zhang Luochen said. It's really strange. Lin Xie's heart was full of doubts. Don't worry about the spider for now, let's rescue the people of the 3 buildings first. It seems to be more tricky there, Zhang Luochen said immediately. However, let's leave some people to guard a building, Lin Xie said. Shin Xingju thought for a while and said, I'll go back and guard. Well, it's appropriate for you to go back. The forbidden items on that chubby guy should help him, Zhang Luochen said. I suspect that he is about to wake up. Is it? Shin Xingju was skeptical. Trust him, let's act quickly, Lin Xie said. After deciding on the strategy, several people began to split up. Zhang Luochen and the others all walked towards the girls' dormitory and came to the door of the 3rd building, and the dormitory building in front of them always felt a strange atmosphere. I can't even perceive its existence, as if it is isolated here. Lin Xie's expression was a little confused, and then he looked at Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen's Sharingan went over there, and his expression was also puzzled. I can't see what's going on inside. This door can't be opened, and the glass can't be broken. Chao Yuan used various methods, but he still couldn't open the door. This place should be blocked by space. At this time, Li Shaoguang suddenly spoke. Are you a space forbidden ruin? Zhang Luochen immediately asked. It's a little related. I can try. Li Shaoguang took out a machete with red spikes, and a ray of light waved out instantly, and a soft sound came out. Li Shaoguang stepped forward and pushed lightly, directly opening the door in front of him. Go in quickly, I just opened a corner, and it will be restored in a while. Zhang Luochen, Lin Xie and other recruits immediately entered, but as soon as they entered the 3rd building, a strange aura enveloped their whole body. The outside world seemed to become gray, and the original road disappeared in an instant. This is the of space. Several people were still observing their surroundings, when suddenly, a girl's scream came from the floor above. Zhang Luochen and the others briefly met their eyes and quickly rushed towards the top of the floor, but everyone had just arrived on the 2nd floor, and everything that came into view was instantly incomprehensible. What the hell is going on? Li Shaoguang couldn't understand everything that happened in front of him, because, when they just came to the 2nd floor, what they saw in front of them was a girl's dormitory, which was neatly placed with some clothes. Did you see anything? My perception can only perceive some surrounding rooms? Lin Xie frowned. The layout here is completely messed up. We can't use our own cognition at all. It seems to be completely disrupted here, Zhang Luochen explained. Completely disrupted? Zhang Luochen nodded. It's like a Rubik's Cube, a disrupted Rubik's Cube. The stairs that should have appeared here were moved to another place. Lin Xie walked around, looking at the layout of the place, and Chao Yuan also walked to the window, trying to find new clues. Then where are we going? Li Shaoguang asked. There are steps behind this wall that can go directly upstairs. Lin Xie pointed to one of the walls and said. Zhang Luochen also nodded. Yes, if we follow these roads, we will never be able to get out, and this place has become a maze. Do you want to break this wall? Li Shaoguang asked. But you have to pay attention to the load-bearing structure here, Lin Xie said. I'll try. Before Zhang Luochen could speak, one of the recruits, he walked directly to the wall. Although he had tried this ability, Zhang Luochen, who came to the pool realm, still wanted to try it, and his 5 elements techniques could be used in combination with each other in a strict sense. Combining fire, earth, and water can release dissolution and directly corrode the wall in front of you. Zhang Luochen silently muttered in his heart. Sure enough, in the next second, the wall in front of him was corroded, revealing a space that could be passed through. It worked! Zhang Luochen was suddenly a little excited, seeing that the ability drawn could indeed be used in conjunction with each other. Is this okay? Lin Qiye looked at Zhang Luochen curiously. The art of the 5 elements is mutual restraint. Zhang Luochen explained. Everyone passed through this passage. Lin Qiye walked in the front, and Zhang Luochen was at the back, but before they all had time to pass, the wall suddenly moved automatically, directly dividing the people on both sides. Before he could figure out what was going on, Zhang Luochen had already seen that the other walls had also changed, and the distance between him and Lin Qiye was directly divided into different places. What's going on? A recruit with Zhang Luochen asked. The space moved again, probably because they saw that we had destroyed the wall, so they separated us. Zhang Luochen continued to observe the surroundings. Now that he and Lin Qiye have been separated, Zhang Luochen feels that this is an opportunity. If he finds the Rubik's Cube and the Sound Hunter, he will kill one first. Zhang Luochen led the remaining recruits to shuttle around various places, and the scenery in front of them was constantly changing. One was the stairs, the other was the dormitory, and the other was the balcony. Luochen, it's always changing here. A recruit stepped forward and said, "Ah, corpse, this is..." Hearing the voice of another recruit, everyone looked over. A corpse lay there quietly, her head was gone. If she hadn't been wearing the same military uniform as them, she wouldn't have guessed it. Zhang Luochen saw that someone was about to scream, and immediately stepped forward to cover his mouth. "Give me peace, this is not a corpse." The recruits looked at Zhang Luochen suspiciously, as if to say, is it already like this? Her body is completely different from the structure of a normal person, just to create a terrifying atmosphere for us. Even if Zhang Luochen didn't use the Sharingan at this time, he knew what was going on, and he had already heard some strange sounds just now. Second. Quiet. Zhang Luochen suddenly stood in place. Did you hear any sounds? All the recruits held their breath and did hear some sounds, some doors being opened and closed. Zhang Luochen observed his surroundings through the Sharingan, although he had not yet seen where the main body was, but through the sound, he had already felt that it was getting closer and closer. The mystery is coming? One of the recruits said. Try not to make a sound later. Zhang Luochen deliberately lowered his voice, and he had already seen the other party. It was an extremely burly man, with a huge blood hole on his neck, his head was gone, and he couldn't even call it a complete body, and he was dragging a very exaggerated decapitation knife in his hand, and a strong sense of oppression hit him. In the next second, he stretched out his hand to open the door in front of Zhang Luochen and the others, and all the recruits were on standby, their eyes fixed on the door in front of them. At the moment when the door opened, "Brothers, come on!" All the recruits instantly unfolded their forbidden ruins, and all their moves were aimed at the headless man. The headless man obviously didn't expect that at the moment he opened the door, he would suffer an attack of such a scale and retreat all of a sudden. But after all, it was the strength of the Chuan realm. He stepped on the ground violently and disappeared in place in an instant. His speed was so fast that an afterimage appeared. At the next moment, several recruits at the front were cut in half on the spot, and suddenly screams came one after another, and due to the sound, the headless man's figure burst. Zhang Luochen's figure also moved, and he came to the headless man in an instant, and the straight knife in his hand slashed at its chest, but it only felt like it was cut on a steel plate, just a small scar. Everyone is quiet. Zhang Luochen whispered. This guy improves his ability through the volume of his voice, and the louder the voice, the stronger his ability. When the only 2 remaining recruits heard this, they all closed their mouths, and even stood there and did not dare to make any moves. Zhang Luochen kicked the headless man's chest, and a bolt of lightning pierced his shoulder directly, but in the next second, the headless man suddenly stood there and couldn't move. Shadow imitation. Succeed. Zhang Luochen stood steadily in place. Time is limited. Now, kill him. But the next moment, the surrounding space changed again, and they watched as the headless man disappeared in front of the 3 of them with its space. Because of the disappearance of the headless man, the shadow imitation technique also failed at this moment. Zhang Luochen looked at the surrounding space. I can't see him anymore. He should be transferred to other places. Zhang Luochen led the remaining 2 recruits to continue to shuttle through the intricate floors, but no trace of the headless man was found. It was estimated that the Chaos Cube did not intend to let him encounter a relationship, and not long after, a huge noise came from a distance, and Zhang Luochen guessed that it should be Lin Qiye and the others who also met this headless man. Zhang Luochen turned to the other 2 recruits and said, "Where do you go to check? I'll go to the place where the sound is made." "You go alone? May I?" "It's okay for me. It's convenient for me to move alone." The 2 recruits nodded and continued in different directions, while Zhang Luochen moved in the other direction. This time, Zhang Luochen took a completely different path, because he directly began to demolish the wall, walking in a straight line. Sure enough, following his route, the sound of dragging appeared again, and Zhang Luochen immediately slowed down and kept his voice to a minimum. It is estimated that Lin Qiye and the others temporarily separated after a photo with this guy. Zhang Luochen thought to himself. His eyes continued to probe the surroundings, but he did not find any trace voice of the headless man, but only heard the sound. The key is that he could not look for it in the direction of the sound, because the space here began to be confused again. Molly, 7 nights. Luo-chin, Chao Yuan, where are you? Zhang Luo-chin was stunned for a moment, and heard this familiar voice. Isn't this Bailey Fat's voice? Good guy, come to the hero to save the beauty. However, his shout clearly attracted the attention of the headless man, and Zhang Luo-chin heard the dragging sound and began to turn a direction. Zhang Luo-chin continued to move forward, but as soon as he ran out a few steps, he suddenly saw a few familiar figures. I haven't seen them yet, maybe because the space is moving again, this time it is only close at hand. Fat? Zhang Luo-chin whispered, because Bailey Fat was now being covered by Molly. When Molly saw Zhang Luo-chin, she immediately waved her hand and motioned for him to pass, and Zhang Luo-chin followed Molly through the wall to the balcony of a dormitory. In addition to Molly, there was also a female soldier with her, and when she heard the sound of dragging farther and farther, Molly let go of her hand covering Bailey Chubby. You shout so loudly, do you want to die? Molly scolded in a low voice. Bailey Pang Pang looked aggrieved. I don't know if I can't speak loudly. Are you awake? Does that mean that everyone else is awake? Zhang Luo-chin also lowered his voice. Bailey Fat nodded. Yes, they are all awake. I woke them up. Bailey Fat pointed at himself and at the same time looked at Molly, as if to say, look, it's amazing. Well, Chubby is amazing. Zhang Luo-chin coaxed like a child. Molly's expression was a little serious. This is a mystery of the Chuan realm, which will automatically trace the source of the sound. The louder the voice, the stronger he is. We call it Sound Hunter. By the way, Luo-chin, why are you the only one? Bailey Pang Pang found that there was no Lin Xie and Chao Yuan. Hearing this, Molly's face also changed. Have they already? You're thinking too much. When we were passing through a wall, the surrounding walls suddenly moved and blocked us, and I ran into the Sound Hunter before. Did you run into it again? Zhang Luo-chin nodded. There was a fight, and then the space moved again and separated from it. You also fought. Are you alone? We sacrificed more than a dozen sisters, Molly said. Zhang Luo-chin told the situation just now, and even almost succeeded, but unfortunately, the space moved and missed such an opportunity. Someone died in battle? Isn't this acting? Bailey Fat was stunned, and his expression was a little unbelievable. Drill? When you see your comrades die in front of you, you know that this is not an exercise, this is a mysterious invasion. Molly's eyes burst out with a strong fighting intent, and at the same time she looked at Zhang Luo-chin. You have experienced it just now, so you should feel the same way. But who knows, Zhang Luo-chin's expression was even unexpected, and his next sentence directly subverted Molly's cognition. That, indeed, is an exercise, Zhang Luo-chin said, a little embarrassed. Several people looked at Zhang Luo-chin in astonishment. Molly's expression was even more complicated. Good guy, everyone has experienced the same thing. How did you get to this exercise? Listen to me, we also found corpses on the ground just now, but through my eyes, this is not a normal human corpse at all, although it is very realistic, but some of the structures inside the human body can never be reproduced, so those corpses are fake. Zhang Luo-chin made a certain explanation. Molly and the others also knew the ability brought by Zhang Luo-chin's eyes, so they also believed in his eyes, but after all, there were comrades in arms who really died in front of them. However, I saw with my own eyes that our battle was cut off, and the corpse could be fake, but the one who died in front of me could not be fake. Molly clenched her fists with some anger. Originally, it was not easy for me to explain this, but when I was dealing with the Sound Hunter just now, I understood that at the moment, when they were about to cut them, someone suddenly appeared and replaced them with fake corpses, which were all the instructor's handiwork. However, in any case, this is also an assessment, so our performance is still crucial. Inside the tent outside the training camp, this Zhang Luo-chin's eyes are so terrifying, he can see through everything. Instructor Hong stared at the monitor in front of him and said, do you think it's just one Zhang Luo-chin? Lin Xie also found it, and they were also bumped into by Lin Xie when they exchanged bodies just now. Hey, with these two people here, our tricks will be directly exposed, another instructor said. But, in any case, this class of recruits, there are too many smart heads. Don't just look at the boys, you look at what this group of girls are doing. Among them, there are also think tanks. The instructors looked at the monitor. I saw that Molly took a few of them through more than a dozen walls and came to the boiling water room, which was the largest room. Of course, it was not originally in this place. At this time, in the huge space, there were already dozens of female soldiers sitting on the ground. They were divided into 3 groups and sat together, and they were holding a drawing board, as if they were recording something. Molly made a gesture to one of the girls, and the next moment, the girl's fingertips emitted a glimmer of light, and then a noisy voice appeared from Zhang Luo-chin in Bailey Fat's ears, as if they were wearing headphones. The sound of discussion between girls instantly appeared in their ears, which was a very wonderful feeling. Obviously they didn't speak, but they all had their voices. This is Zhang Xiaoxiao's spiritual link, which can communicate directly with his mind, but the scope of the Forbidden Ruins is not large, and it can only cover 2 rooms at most. So, are they looking for the law of this spatial disorder? Some people walk through each room, and some people analyze? Zhang Luo-chin immediately understood their grouping. So powerful, how did you think of it? Bailey Pang said in surprise. Everyone has their own strengths, and our female soldiers are also like Lin Xie. There is also the existence of a think tank like Zhang Luochen. A hint of pride appeared in Molly's eyes. However, Zhang Luochen felt strange how he heard it. His name always felt that it was added temporarily. Suddenly, Azi, who was sitting in the middle position, suddenly stood up from the ground. Okay, I know the law of space every time it is disordered. It's a Rubik's Cube. Zhang Luochen took the lead in speaking. All the female soldiers looked at Zhang Luochen, and Azi looked even more incredulous. Do you see it? Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, because he knew that the fork was officially started. I also saw it from your paintings just now, but the law of each disruption still needs to be calculated, and you should have calculated this. Hearing this, Azi felt relieved. Yes, the next time I start, I can predict the trajectory of change. Moreover, the location of this mystery should be more in the middle direction, and it must protect itself well in it, so that place is even more obvious. Zhang Luochen finished. Azi's eyes changed. You know this too. You're so smart. Zhang Luochen was stunned for a moment, and suddenly he was a little strange. What was going on with this girl? Why did he look hostile? So, we need to make a choice. Azi's expression was still very serious. After all, from the time she came in, Molly didn't tell them that their teammates were actually not dead. Should we kill the mystery of that chaotic space first, or kill the Sound Hunter? Of course kill the Sound Hunter first, one of the female soldiers said angrily. Yes, kill Sound Hunter first. Avenge our sisters. The voices of the female soldiers sounded one after another, and their eyes were full of strong fighting spirit at this moment. They were for their friends and for themselves at the same time. They thought calmly about this mystery, and they were not afraid. Okay. Azi looked at Zhang Luochen. Luochen, what about you? Are you with us? The recruits here have all been together for nearly a year, and they naturally know what kind of ability Zhang Luochen has. Moreover, Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie, who will be the first in the final ranking, many recruits have already begun to vote, and the number of votes of the two is almost equal. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. You are all so hot-blooded. Of course I have to contribute. We are teammates, and we are night watchmen. Azi showed a smile. When it's over, let's compete with the questions. Zhang Luochen was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, what the hell is doing a question? How can it be better than doing a question? And what the hell is your eyes? Don't have a crush on your brother. After the plan was determined, everyone began to look for traces of the Sound Hunter, but before they could take a few steps apart, the powerful collision sound continued to hear. What is this sound? Molly motioned for everyone to stop. It seems to be the sound of a battle. This sound is too loud. Zhang Luochen's face darkened. If he guessed correctly, this voice was the mad demon Chao Yuan facing the Sound Hunter, and it was getting closer and closer to them. The next moment, the wall in front of everyone was suddenly shattered, and a figure covered in black flames flew out backwards, hitting the wall on the other side heavily, and blood slipped from the corner of his mouth. But even so, he still struggled to stand up, making a hee-hee-hee sound from his mouth. Chao Yuan? Bailey Fat stared wide-eyed. His voice hasn't been cut in half yet, and it seems that he has been beaten for a long time. Azi was shocked when he saw this scene. The madman Chao Yuan broke through two more dormitories with the Headless Man, but because the voice was too loud, the Headless Man's current ability skyrocketed, and Chao Yuan was completely pressed to the ground and beaten. I'll go up first. You lower your voice and secretly carry out a sneak attack. Zhang Luochen held a straight knife, tried to keep himself silent, and rushed in the direction of Chao Yuan. You have to untie Chao Yuan first, otherwise the sound will be too loud. Zhang Luochen thought to himself, so he began to approach Chao Yuan from the other side, wanting to use the Sharingan's genjutsu to unravel Chao Yuan and return him to normal. However, Chao Yuan was beaten continuously, and it had come to an end, and he was injured and struggled to support the ground with both hands, and wanted to stand up, but it seemed that he couldn't do it. It's now! Zhang Luochen picked up a stone and threw it at Chao Yuan, and in an instant, Zhang Luochen's figure appeared in front of Chao Yuan. Magic! Zhang Luochen's eyes met Chao Yuan's eyes directly, and the black fire around Chao Yuan immediately disappeared, and in an instant, Chao Yuan's body disappeared in front of the Headless Man. For a while, all the originally noisy sounds disappeared, and the entire space fell into silence. However, the Headless Man wanted to continue moving forward, but his body was unable to move in place, and his body involuntarily showed a squatting state, and then, gently, put the decapitation knife in his hand on the ground, without even making a sound. Shadow imitation. Succeed. Zhang Luochen stood up slowly, and the Headless Man and Zhang Luochen did the same movement, without making a sound. The corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth raised. So now, sisters, do it. The sound sounded in everyone's mind. They spread through brainwaves. There was no need to speak at all. The sound went directly into everyone's mind. All the figures flashed out in an instant, and completely different forbidden ruins unfolded at the same time, without the Headless Man with the decapitating sword, plus standing in place and unable to move. Now he had no room to fight back. You also know that his knife is used to make sounds. Azi looked at Zhang Luochen. Such a heavy knife only uses dragging to make sound, so as to enhance its strength. So without the decapitation knife, it is easy to control the sound and deal with him. You're really smart. Zhang Luochen was suddenly a little embarrassed. This is over to you. I'm going to deal with the Rubik's Cube. Azi was about to say something, but Zhang Zhang Luochen had already used the flying thunder god to disappear in front of them. When he was still exploring just now, Zhang Luochen had already left various marks in different rooms in different places, so now he completely directly used the flying thunder god to shuttle through various places, and there was no need to look for them one by one. When this place is over, wouldn't it be possible to come to the girls' dormitory casually? Zhang Luochen suddenly had a strange idea. Don't think about it. I'm a serious person. Zhang Luochen used the flying thunder god to move quickly, and soon, a touch of extreme darkness appeared in front of him. It's Lin Chie's, the darkest erosion. Zhang Luochen directly broke through the wall in front of him, and everything here is changing rapidly. And what was placed in front of Zhang Luochen was already a silver-white Rubik's Cube. Zhang Luochen didn't think about it, flashed in front of the Rubik's Cube, and the straight knife in his hand fell quickly. But in the next second, the Rubik's Cube turned quickly, as if it were in a drum washing machine. I'll go. When you go to the mental hospital, a lot of clothes are waiting for you to wash. Don't wash them now. Zhang Luochen only felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach and wanted to vomit. At this moment, another touch of extreme black appeared. Zhang Luochen seized this short opportunity and slashed directly with a knife. At this time, everything around returned to its original state, and the three buildings also returned to their original appearance. Zhang Luochen, Lin Chie, Rubik's Cube, was directly cut into pieces by the two of them, and scattered on the ground on the roof of the dormitory building at will, and the entire three buildings were completely restored to their original state, and the barrier disappeared. Zhang Luochen and Lin Chie then realized that the knife just now was actually cut down by the two of them together, but just now it was also an opportunity that Zhang Luochen seized when Lin Chie launched the darkest erosion. Lin Chie looked at the debris all over the ground, and then began to pick up all the debris. Your mental power seems to be a bit overdrawn. Zhang Luochen saw Lin Chie's face a little pale. It's okay, I was stirred too much just now. My stomach is a little uncomfortable, just rest. Lin Chie picked up all the fragments. In this floor, there should be another mystery. It's solved with the female soldiers, and now it should be broken into slag. Zhang Luochen and Lin Chie sat on the ground back to back. Then I can recover my mental strength. There should be a spider. Lin Chie recalled the big gray and white spider. Fat woke up. It seems that he still used his forbidden items to wake up everyone, and Brother Zhao should lead the remaining more than 100 people to surround it. The two were talking when another explosion sounded not far away. Then it seems that I am really worried. Lin Chie looked in the direction of the explosion, and the smoke billowed up to the sky. Brother Drag's destructive power is really strong. You see, it's on fire again. Zhang Luochen also looked in that direction. At the same time, dense gunfire also sounded at that moment. Last time, Brother Drag led many recruits to besiege the masked team, and this time, it was Brother Drag who led all the recruits to besiege the spider in the Sichuan realm. The sound of continuous attacks on the forbidden ruins sounded from not far away, and Zhang Luochen and Lin Chie sat back to back on the rooftop, as if enjoying the brilliant fireworks. At this moment, Zhang Luochen and Lin Chie saw an object swinging not far away. Yes, it was swinging over, just like Spider-Man, but it was a gray-white spider. Spider? Lin Chie was just a little confused, but his body jumped up directly. Zhang Luochen, who was sitting on the ground, didn't even have time to react. Lin Chie's whole body had already jumped into the air, and both knives were inserted directly into the spider's body. The moment Lin Chie landed, he suddenly stumbled and almost couldn't stand still, but fortunately, this time Zhang Luochen was quick and helped him up. I said your mental power is overdrawn. Why do you still want to grab people's heads? Zhang Luochen was a little helpless, thinking in his heart, this caregiver, you have to be. Xin Xingju also rushed over from a distance, but when he saw the spider corpse lying motionless on the ground, he also looked helpless. You two are here, proving that the three buildings have been done? Xin Xingju asked. Zhang Luochen nodded. Well, it's all solved, and the female soldier's side should be over. At this moment, Molly walked out of the three buildings covered in blood, dragging a broken giant hand in her hand, followed by Ozzy and other female soldiers, each of whom had bloodstains on their faces, but their eyes were firm and powerful. Don? Zhang Luochen looked at Molly and asked. Molly raised the broken arm in Yang's hand. It's done. Here. Why is there only one hand left? Lin Chie looked at the broken arm. I didn't control the frequency of the vibration, and everything else was shattered into slag and pasted on the wall. Molly said lightly. Zhang Luochen was ashamed. This woman is really tough. At this time, Ozzy came over. Zhang Luochen, I just found out that you were so smart and so powerful. If you have time, let's study and do the problem together. Well, there is a very good game. It is still a test of intelligence. I have never been able to figure it out. You can try it. Let's study it together. As he continued, Lin Chie on the side had the expression of a melon-eating crowd and kept looking at Zhang Luochen. Again, let's talk about it. Zhang Luochen looked embarrassed. What to do? How could he do the question? Don't be obsessed with brother. Wait, what does it mean to find out? Lin Chie ate the melon and jumped directly from the roof, wanting to retrieve the spider's corpse. Seeing this, Zhang Luochen said to Molly and the others, and then jumped directly from the roof like Lin Chie. What are you doing here? Aren't you falling in love again? again. Lin Xie pulled out the 2 straight knives stuck in the spider's body. How can I be in love? No, what do you mean again? Zhang Luochen asked. In school, those students with excellent grades or excellent performance will always be admired, which is called the right to choose a mate. Lin Xie smiled evilly at Zhang Luochen. I said I haven't read the book for a few days, but you know a lot. Zhang Luochen's voice just fell. There was a buzzing sound of cars in the distance, camouflage jeeps came quickly, dust rose in the sky, and the cars came to them and slowly stopped. The instructors got out of the car in turn, and the chief instructor Yuan Gang walked towards the recruits unhurriedly with his hands behind his back. Seeing the instructors appear, all the recruits stood up straight in unison, and their expressions became very serious. Yuan Gang's eyes swept over everyone's bodies one by one, showing a satisfied expression. Very good, this carnival day exercise is over here. Hearing the word exercise, there were still many recruits stunned on the spot. After all, there were still a few who could pierce on the spot like Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie, of course, the female soldiers, because of the relationship explained by Zhang Luochen, so they had already known the situation. None of the sacrifice team members are in danger of their lives this time, and you can rest assured that this is the case. In addition, while you are fighting, all our instructors are scoring the performance of each of you, and tomorrow morning we will post your respective scores on the bulletin wall, and then you will see it yourself. Okay, all training today and tomorrow will be cancelled. Take a good rest. At the end, all the recruits reveled and then disbanded on the spot. Yuan Gang came directly to Lin Xie's side. The mysterious bodies that died in this exercise all need to be recycled. Yuan Gang paused. What about the body of Rubik's Cube? Rubik's Cube? There is no corpse. It has been shattered into slag. Lin Xie replied. Yuan Gang's eyes stayed on Zhang Luochen's body. Yes, it was crushed to pieces by the 2 of us, and the headless man. There is only 1 arm left. Instructor, you can take it back. Zhang Luochen replied. Yuan Gang's eyes moved from Zhang Luochen to Lin Xie's body, and finally stayed on the broken arm, and then shook his head. Then no, you people, you really don't know the severity of the attack. In the instructors' conference room. At this time, many instructors were arguing over the final score, and they all gave different opinions. Of course, they did argue about the performance of others, and on the scoresheet in front of them, the names of 2 people were still blank, that is, Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie. Instructor Yuan, how do Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie's scores play? We dare not score. One of the instructors handed the scoring sheet to Yuan Gang. Don't you dare to fight? Why don't these 2 people dare to fight? You can talk about it. Yuan Gang raised his eyebrows. Instructor Hong came to Yuan Gang's side, because in this exercise, these 2 people performed too well. They all guessed the reason for the sleep, and then did not rush forward. Go to the warehouse to get the weapon first. Lin Xie boldly entered the canteen. To check, Zhang Luochen was outside to prevent escape, although the spider boy still escaped, but this wave of the performance of the 2 is understandable. Then there is the situation of the 3 buildings. Although the 2 are separated, Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen respectively deduced the killing mechanism of the Sound Hunter, Lin Xie and Chao. Yuan fought with the Sound Hunter. Zhang Luochen first led the male soldiers to fight with the Sound Hunter, and almost succeeded, and then led the female soldiers, and this time they succeeded. Moreover, these 2 people have all seen through the disguise of the atmosphere group. I think that whether it is combat effectiveness, insight, command or reasoning and summary ability, they are all the best, and these 2 people are too good in this performance. I even think that giving these 2 people 19 points is low. It should be a perfect score. However, such a high score of 20 out of 20 has never appeared. Yuan Gang thought for a moment. Lin Xie gave him 19 points. Ha? Why? Instructor Hong didn't quite understand. Zhang Luochen also gave 19 points, 1 more point, for fear that they would be proud and that people were not perfect. Yuan Gang paused and continued. Moreover, Lin Xie's body under the Rubik's Cube will always have to pay a price. Then, where is Zhang Luochen? He didn't have the body of the Rubik's Cube under the black. Instructor Hong asked. The corners of Yuan Gang's mouth raised. He, covering Lin Xie, also has to pay some price. Sneeze. In the dormitory. What's wrong with you? Lin Xie saw Zhang Luochen sneezing. I don't know, someone is talking about me. Zhang Luochen wiped his nose. Why, Miss Azzy asked you to do the questions. Lin Xie quipped. Don't talk nonsense. I've already told her. I don't know how to do questions. I will only fight. Zhang Luochen raised his arm. Lin Xie rolled his eyes helplessly at him. Straight man, go to sleep. Night. Zhang Luochen was still asleep when he heard some movement of Lin Xie. Lin Xie went out during this time period. Of course, for one thing, his summoning magic tonight should summon the war mummy. It's a pity that all the weapons in the warehouse will become food for the mummies. Zhang Luochen didn't go out with him this time. He wasn't particularly interested in Lin Xie's summoning ceremony. He now wanted to know if his results had surpassed Lin Xie. The system has not made any sound so far, nor has it prompted whether the task has been completed or not, and there is still some time before the final results are announced. Bless, even if it's only 1 point higher than him, it only needs 1 point. Zhang Luochen prayed to God. By the next day, the theft of the weapons warehouse has been discovered, and many instructors are also panicked, but they feel sorry for Bei Bailey Fat. His free space was checked over and over again. Zhang Luochen knew that they couldn't find anything. After all, Lin Xie used the darkest erosion to erase all the traces left by the warehouse. Perhaps, many years later, this matter will also become an unsolved case and the training camp an unsolved mystery. The daily training is still continuing, but now the training is coming to an end, and the recruits have completely faded the immaturity on their faces. The eyes of each of them revealed a firm and powerful gaze. 7 nights, Luo Chen, when the training is over, you must come to Guangzhou and Shenzhen to play. Bailey Pang Pang once again extended an invitation to the two. Are you sure you don't call me? Chao Yuan on the side spoke quietly. Bailey Fat glanced at Chao Yuan contemptuously. You should go with the group. Cut. Chao Yuan rolled his eyes at Bailey Fat. By the way, guess who will be the first in the ranking this time? It's definitely not you. Bailey Fat looked at Chao Yuan, who had no self-awareness at all. Chao Yuan's innocent expression on his face. Of course I know it won't be me. I mean, the two of them, who will take the first place. Bailey Pang Pang looked at Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie, and really didn't know how to answer for a while. It's really a bit difficult to choose one of the two. The exam is a comprehensive score anyway, and the score of each item is high or low, which is difficult to guess. Lin Xie also spoke at this time. Yes, in your usual training, sometimes Lin Xie is the first, sometimes I am the first, and sometimes we are the first. Zhang Luochen also spoke. Bailey Fat and Chao Yuan looked at each other, and then rolled their eyes at Zhang Luochen together. Co-authored, just the two of you take turns to be the first, nothing to do with the rest of us. However, Xie's shooting training score should be very low. After all, it has been off target, and this project has lowered the score. Chao Yuan spoke. Lin Xie. However, Luo Chen's theoretical knowledge score is not high, so I can only say that I can barely reach the passing line. Bailey Fat opened his mouth. Zhang Luochen. Eating can't stop your mouths. At this time, Molly came over with a plate very rarely. Miss Molly, why are you free to have breakfast with us today? Could it be that you heard the call of my heart? Bailey Ponpon's eyes suddenly lit up. Get out. Molly said angrily, and then looked at Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie. You two, hey, we girls started voting for you two first, and later, I don't know why, the matter came to you male soldiers, and many boys also voted. Oh, how about the votes now? Bailey Fat asked excitedly. At present, the number of votes is flat. Molly continued. Moreover, someone in the middle brought it up. What if it wasn't them? So other people's names appeared later, although the number of votes was pitiful. Molly looked at Bailey Fat with contempt. There are still people who vote for you. Bailey Fat was full of excitement. Miss Molly, is it you? Is it you? The one who voted for me must be you. I voted for Lin Xie. After Molly finished speaking, Bailey Fat suddenly became deflated. As for who voted for him, he didn't care anymore. In addition, Chao Yuan and Shin Xinju also have people voting. Chao Yuan and Shin Xinju are currently tied, 11 votes, Bailey Fat 9 votes. Molly said. This time, Chao Yuan was a little excited. Oh, I still have more than him. Ha. Molly looked at Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie, who were still as plain as water, and asked, you two, why didn't you react at all? Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Luochen said, voting alone can determine who is first, then there is no need for an exam. Lin Xie also said, I'm really not very interested in this. Three eyes looked at the two at the same time. The two are perverted. August. In the scorching summer, the scorching sun seems to roast the earth, and if you move your body slightly, you will immediately sweat profusely. The days of the training camp have entered the countdown, and the end of the training camp also means that they will embark on a broader adventure. Everyone will go to different cities, and after the official completion, they will be the real night watchmen. It's over soon. I'm really a little reluctant, isn't it? Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie sat together in the shade of the trees, looking at the familiar training camp. Yes, it's a place where I've been staying for a year anyway. Lin Xie spoke. What's wrong with you two? Aren't you going to dinner? Chao Yuan walked from a distance and saw the two of them opening their mouths in confusion. Go! Lin Xie stood up from the ground. Zhang Luochen also stood up from the ground. Let's take one last look at the training camp. Also, we're going to leave the day after tomorrow, and when we all leave, this place should be demolished. Chao Yuan said. Dismantled? Why? Bailey Fat also came over, just in time to hear Chao Yuan's words. According to the previous rules, the training camp was in Shangjing City, and this time I don't know why it was in Songnan City, but next year, it is estimated that it will not be held in Songnan City. Of course it will be demolished. Chao Yuan explained. Let's go eat, starve to death. Bailey Fat Pang trotted up directly, and every time it was time to eat, he was definitely the first to arrive. When they came to the cafeteria, everyone sat down. By the way, what are you going to do when it's over? Bailey Pang Pang asked. The next step is the oath-taking ceremony, distributing the star sword, cloak and medals, and then leaving the training camp directly and heading to your own station. Chao Yuan explained. At this time, everyone's mobile phones rang suddenly, because there was no training task behind, and everyone's mobile phones were returned to them. Except for not being able to leave the training camp and not disclose the information of the training camp, there were no other restrictions. So, in fact, they are already qualified night watchmen now. Zhang Luochen, you are the first place. Bailey Pang Pang glanced at at his mobile phone and let out an exclamation. All the recruits received the same text message, all of which were the recruits' final results and exam rankings. Ha, my overall score is only 74, ranking 184. Bailey Fat looked frustrated. Hearing this result, Zhang Luochen was stunned, and just as he was about to take out his mobile phone to confirm his results, he heard a voice. And everything around suddenly stopped at this moment, and Zhang Luochen seemed to have entered a strange space. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the final assessment score of the training camp exceeds Lin Xie, and you can get 2 opportunities to draw ability, whether to draw now. A huge turntable appeared in front of Zhang Luochen, and the turntable rotated from fast to slow, and then stopped. Congratulations to the host, gain the ability, Soft Fist, all the taijutsu of the Hyuga clan, and at the same time the Sharingan comes with the ability of the White Eye. Zhang Luochen was happy in his heart. Soft Fist was the martial art of the Hyuga clan, he liked this move very much at that time, and now Zhang Luochen couldn't wait to try the Soft Fist move. The host still has a chance to draw, is it now? Yes. The turntable began to spin again, and after a while, it stopped again. Congratulations to the host, get the ability, Rasengan. As the host's ability improves, you can upgrade the Rasengan ability. Zhang Luochen couldn't help but want to laugh. A skill that runs through the entire Hokage, a divine skill that can solve any problem as long as you rub a ball. With the end of the extraction ability, everything around it returned to its original state. Yes, Luochen, you are the first place, why are you so calm? Chao Yuan looked at Zhang Luochen's calm expression. First, what's the surprise? Zhang Luochen didn't even have a smile on his face. Okay, he put it in. 7 knights is the second, I am the fourth. Chao Yuan glanced at the results above. Luochen's total score is 96, and 7 knights is 95 points. You two are this point apart. Bailey Pangpang looked at the results. 7 knights shooting is too low, only 6 points. Luochen's theory is just too low, but it is not pulled too far. Chao Yuan is also looking at the score. Zhang Luochen was ashamed. Fortunately Lin Xie's shooting score was too low, and he was full score. On the theoretical exam, fortunately Lin Xie was not a perfect score, otherwise, he really might not be able to surpass Lin Xie. You two are really, one first, the other second, why are you so calm? Bailey Fat couldn't help but say. On the border of Daxia, in a primeval forest. Take it, it must be taken. Whether it is this Lin Xie or this Zhang Luochen, I want them all. Only children make choices, and I want them all, a 2-god agent, and an unknown forbidden ruin. We must abduct these 2 people. No, recruit our Phoenix team. Captain, calm down, our team is not short of people. This has nothing to do with the lack of people. The strength of these 2 people in the future will definitely be more terrifying. After all, surpassing me and Wang Mian, such talents, we can't miss them. I want them all. I have them. I must have them. That, Captain, if the special squad has no casualties, it can't absorb recruits. The woman's eyes looked straight at the man, showing a smirk. Captain, what are you going to do? I'll cripple you first, won't there be casualties? But, that can only make up for 1 person. That, the woman was stunned, then I will cripple myself too, so that 2 positions are vacated. Man, this woman is so ruthless, she won't let it go. Huaihai City. Tianping walked quickly through the corridor, hurriedly knocked on the door of Wang Mian's office, and pushed the door in. Captain, the ranking is out. Tianping walked up to Wang Mian and said, how is the ranking? Zhang Luochen scored 96 points for the first time, and Lin Xie scored 95 points for the second. Wang Mian's expression was stunned, and the figures of these 2 people appeared in his mind. 96 points? Isn't that all over me? Wang Mian smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that my score would be broken like this. Lin Xie's shooting score is too low, only 6 points, and Zhang Luochen's theory is too low, only 6 points. Tianping said, oh, these 2 people were almost equally divided. Both of them were perverts. It seemed that there were many teams to rob them. Captain, should we recruit them? No, these 2 people will not join any special team. They are destined to form their own special team. But what I am curious about is that 1 person is 1, or 2 people join the same one. It's a pity. It's not a pity. I'm looking forward to the appearance of a new special team in Daxia, and I'm looking forward to them playing their own glory in this land. Their own glory. After breakfast, dark clouds gradually covered the earth and at the same time covered the originally hot sun, but the temperature still did not trend down, but became more hot and dull, which made people a little out of breath. Zhang Luochen looked at the changes in the sky, and a few raindrops fell on his cheeks. You go first, I'll go somewhere. In the confusion of several other people, Zhang Luochen ran in the opposite direction of the crowd and soon came to Yuan Gang's office. Dong dong dong, please come in. Yuan Gang's voice sounded through the door. Zhang Luochen pushed open the door, and Yuan Gang couldn't help but be a little stunned when he saw Zhang Luochen coming in. Zhang Luochen, can I help you? Yuan Gang put down the document in his hand. Instructor, it's going to rain soon, and an earthquake is likely to occur near Jinan Mountain, which will cause mudslides, and nearby villagers need to be transferred as soon as possible. Zhang Luochen understood that this mudslide was all caused by murmuring, but those villagers were innocent. Ha, how do you know? Yuan Gang raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhang Luochen and asked, I have the earth escape escape technique and my elemental attributes. I can feel the environment and changes underground. I just accidentally felt the movement of the Earth's crust, so I am worried that there will be an earthquake. Yuan Gang frowned, and at the same time looked out the window. How to look at this day is a bit strange, he thought for a moment. No matter what, the safety of the villagers must be the first priority. I will notify you immediately. You continue to go back and prepare for the graduation. Yuan Gang immediately picked up the phone, and then spoke again. By the way, congratulations on winning the first place. Zhang Luochen smiled and responded to instructor Yuan Gang, and then left the office and looked in the direction of Jinnan Mountain. Whisper, this time, I'll meet you. Before Zhang Luochen walked to the dormitory, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded, and the moment the whistle sounded, everyone, all put down the things at hand, and quickly ran towards the direction of the training ground. A year of training, the whistle has become part of their instinct. In less than 3 minutes, everyone arrived at the training ground. They were no longer what they were a year ago, and now they didn't need to spend 3 minutes from hearing the whistle to gathering. Instructor Hong stood on the training stage. All stand. The whole audience moved neatly and uniformly, and the voice was crisp, without any drag. Take a break. Instructor Hong took out a document from his brown leather bag, and then spoke. I called you here now because your respective transfer orders have come down. I will announce it here first. You should prepare early. Hearing the order, everyone's expressions changed, and they were nervous, excited and expectant. Zheng Zhong, transferred to the number 117 Night Watch Squad in Wudong City. Li Xiaoguang, Deng Wei, Molly, transferred to Team 017 in Gusa City. Bailey Tumming, transferred to Guangshan City number 010 Squad. Chao Yuan, transferred to Team 007 in Huaihai City. Xin Qingzhu, transferred to Shangjing City number 006 Squad. Lin Xie, transferred to Team 136 in Sangnan City. Zhang Luochen, if you want to join the special team, we can also help you apply. Hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Xie with surprise, and some looked at Zhang Luochen with envy. These two people are obviously only 1 point apart. One is the first and the other is the second, but the treatment they receive is so different. One is freely chosen, and the other is just assigned to a third-tier small city, and it is not even as good as Bailey Tumming, who was ranked 184th. Bailey Pangpang and Cha Yuan also looked at each other, and felt that this arrangement was very inappropriate, but Lin Xie's expression was a little relaxed, and even, it seemed that he was quite satisfied with this result. However, there are always some people who are still not convinced, and after a year, those who should not be convinced are still not convinced. Report. I don't accept it. Xin Xingzhu raised his hand and shouted. You have been transferred to the Shangjing City team. What else do you disagree with? It's not me, it's Lin Xie. He is obviously the second place. Why is the treatment so different from the first place? And moreover, he was still transferred to Sangnan. Instructor Hong frowned. You Xin Xingzhu, when did you have such a good relationship with Lin Xie? 7 nights. I don't feel convinced either. Bailey Pang Pang said in a low voice in the team. Don't, I'm quite convinced. It's good to stay in Sangnan. Lin Xie immediately pressed Bailey Fat's heart to protest. At this moment, you are already a soldier. Since you have become a soldier, you must obey the arrangements of your superiors and carry out orders, so I believe that if your superiors make such arrangements, there must be a reason for them. Instructor Hong said to everyone, Zhang Luochen, you can think carefully which team to join, or what special team you want to join. Any team is fine. Think about it, just come to the office and tell us. Report. Zhang Luochen also raised his hand. Instructor Hong, who was just about to announce the disbandment, was stunned. What's the matter? Instructor, can I go anywhere I want, as long as I propose it? I can go? Zhang Luochen asked. If it is a special team, we need to communicate. After all, the situation of the special team is different from other teams, but if it is other teams, as long as it is your own will, then you can enter directly. Instructor Hong said. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly when he heard this answer, then glanced at Lin Xie and said, Instructor, I choose to join the 136 team in Sangnan City. As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Ranked first, free to choose, and the final result of the choice turned out to be Sangnan City. The first place went to Sangnan City, and the second place also went to Sangnan City. No, what does it mean to go to Sangnan City? Who is in this Sangnan City? Even Instructor Hong was stunned by this answer. He had even thought about how to communicate with the special team, but what he got was such an answer. Have you thought it through? Zhang Luochen, this matter is not trivial, I think. Report to the instructor. I have thought about it very clearly. I want to join the 136th squad of Sangnan City. It caused another wave of restlessness. The rest don't have this right. Instructor Hong saw that some people were already eager to try and thought of where he had proposed to go, and before they could speak, Instructor Hong immediately stopped it. Okay, since it's your own decision, I'll report it. Your personal transfer documents will be sent out in a while. Now disband. After Instructor Hong finished speaking, he turned around and left, and the recruits were still on the training ground, talking in a low voice, and some of them looked at each other blankly. You can go to a better place to develop. Lin Xie stepped forward and patted Zhang Luochen on the shoulder. Staying here is the best development, the captain said. Squad 136 is my home. I just want to go home. Zhang Luochen smiled lightly. Lin Xie looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Luochen would choose Sangnan City's idea, the same as Lin Xie's. Suddenly, the rain poured down. Zhang Luochen looked into the distance and muttered to himself, "It's coming. The rain is getting heavier and heavier." Everyone ran back to the dormitory to take shelter from the rain, and many people gathered around Xinqingzhu and kept praising him. But for this situation, Xinqingzhu's face was full of resentment. "You two actually stayed in Sangnan City." Bailey Fat was very puzzled. "There are some things you will understand later." Zhang Luochen patted Bailey Fat on the shoulder earnestly. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded behind Zhang Luochen. "Zhang Luochen." Zhang Luochen turned around and saw Yang Zi standing in front of him. "Huh? Yang Zi, what's wrong?" "I'm very happy for you to be the first. Since you choose to stay in Sangnan City, you will have the opportunity to remember to come to Hailan City in the future." Yang Zi's smile was unusually bright. Zhang Luochen showed a smile. "Okay, if you have the opportunity, you will definitely come to play." Yang Zi nodded, looking like he was hesitant to speak, and then spoke. "Finally, congratulations on winning the first place. Continue to work hard in the future." After saying that, Yang Zi turned around and trotted towards the girls' dormitory. Bailey Pang looked over with an evil smile. "Oh, congratulations on your first day. Hey, my Miss Molly can also come to congratulate me." Zhang Luochen rolled his eyes at Bailey Fat. "Why, congratulations on having 184 people?" Several people were still talking, and suddenly, another sharp whistle sounded, and everyone's faces were full of doubts. But when the whistle sounded, they still instinctively rushed towards the training ground, letting the rain hit them. Even though the rain was huge, they still arrived within 3 minutes, and everyone stood upright in the heavy rain. "Did something happen?" Bailey Fat asked, puzzled. Lin Xia's expression was a little solemn. "I don't know, I guess something happened." Zhang Luochen's expression was also very solemn. He was worried about the villagers who originally lived there, the parents of the little girl, hoping that everything would be fine, and muttering to launch this earthquake disaster for Lin Xie and himself, completely ignoring the safety of ordinary people's lives. Zhang Luochen thought to himself, his fists clenched unconsciously. The sound of a low engine came from afar, and a military green caravan galloped from the road in the distance, came to the front of everyone, and stopped. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang got out of the car and walked quickly to the stage. His expression was more serious than ever, and he almost roared to everyone. 10 minutes ago, due to the impact of the earthquake, a large-scale mudslide occurred near Jinnan Mountain. Fortunately, Zhang Luochen reported in time, and we dispatched personnel in time to move the villagers in the dangerous area to a safe place in advance, but due to insufficient manpower, many villagers were still trapped in Jinnan Mountain. There are already a large number of rescue teams rushing to Jinnan Mountain, but it will take time for them to arrive, and now every moment is very important. Time is life, and the only place where a large number of people can be quickly mobilized is our training camp. I know that you have finished training and are preparing to go to different cities, but from this moment on, you are soldiers of Daxia, and we will go wherever we are needed. Everyone, assemble. Get in. Relief. Dozens of people sat in a caravan that struggled on the muddy road, and the rain hit them at will. Everyone's clothes had already been soaked by the rain, and even the clothes inside were already soaked, but each of them had a resolute expression on their faces. Instructor Hong sat in the front seat of the car. "Now, the most dangerous area of Jinnan Mountain has arranged personnel in advance to transfer the villagers inside, but in order to prevent omissions, we have to go inside to investigate again, and wait for a while. The caravan can't drive in, we can only go on foot." As Instructor Hong spoke, he took out a drawing, briefly outlined the current situation on the drawing, and also told everyone the main task this time. "Next, I drew up the group list. Lin Xie, you serve as the captain of the number 1 rescue team. Zhang Luochen, you serve as the captain of the number 2 rescue team." The two nodded firmly. Naturally, the two of them will not have any opinions in such a group. Number 1 and number 2 are the most dangerous places, and it is best to be led by these two people respectively, and these two places are not far apart, and it is convenient to take care of each other. It is also to make the best use of things, and divide the most prominent students in the 2-person training camp into a group, which is a bit wasteful. The car continued to drive in, and along the way, many people had already gotten out of the car and went directly to their rescue site. "Yes, Daxia soldiers are here. Reaper retreats. Those who survive must be born." The sound continued to hover in the valley, resounding throughout the valley, while the caravan continued to move forward. In the car, only Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie's team were left, and the two were still looking at the map above, trying to record the route above. Suddenly, the car braked suddenly, and everyone in the car fell forward due to inertia, and the instructor sitting in the cab turned around. "The road ahead is blocked, so you can only walk by yourself." Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie met their eyes, then put away the map and immediately turned around and got out of the car. In the valley, the sound of continuous rain continued, and figures in black military coats got out of the car one after another, and everyone carried a black box on their backs. Without a car, neither team chose to take the main road, but directly shuttled on the trail, and the two teams walked together for a while. "Okay, we're going over there." Zhang Luochen confirmed the location of village number 2 on the map. Lin Xie also also nodded. Well, we're going over there. The two different teams of people started from here and marched in different directions, and they didn't need to say much or bless each other, because they didn't know that when the mission was over, they would return to the training camp together. There are a total of 8 people in Zhang Luochen's team, except for Yang Zi, whom he knew before, and the others Zhang Luochen was not too familiar with it. A group of 8 people shuttled through the dense woods. Their speed did not weaken at all. In a year, they experienced countless extreme training, and Jinnan Mountain was the place where they first trained extremely. This time, this mountain could not stop them at all. Zhang Luochen's figure was at the front, and he had a Sharingan, which could help them avoid obstacles, and the people behind him followed his pace. No one spoke, everyone's expression was very serious, and there were no daily complaints, and they only had the task in front of them in their hearts. Rumble. Thunder resounded throughout the valley, and the soil and rocks on the side of the valley became soft under the rain and slipped off the mountain in an instant. Be careful, there is a landslide. Someone in the line suddenly shouted. As soon as Zhang Luochen turned around, he saw the soil and stones on the mountain rolling down directly. Oh come! Earth escape. Tuliu wall. An earthen wall appeared on the mountainside, directly blocking the soil and rocks that were sliding down. Landslides can happen at any time, so everyone should be careful. Zhang Luochen instructed. Zhang Luochen, if you go from here, you can greatly reduce the time, and this point is also close to number 1, which is also convenient for us to meet. Yang Zi gestured in front of Zhang Luochen with a map. Yang Zi's mind is undoubtedly important, and the day of Carnival Day also played an important role, so Zhang Luochen asked her to check the map and formulate the optimal route. Okay, that's it. Zhang Luochen and his party continued to march into the mountains, and the road provided by Yang Zi greatly reduced their itinerary, and before they knew it, they were getting closer and closer to point 2. We've been walking in the mountains for hours, should we take a break first? Although Zhang Luochen still has physical strength now, it does not mean that these people behind him still have physical strength. For example, Yang Zi, who relies on her head, looks a little unbearable from her face. No, it's coming soon, we can still hold on, Yang Zi said firmly. Zhang Luochen looked into the distance. After passing here, there is village number 2 below, and I will continue to clear the way for you. Captain, you've been opening the way in front, why don't you change someone? A recruit stepped forward and said. No, your forbidden ruins are not suitable. The line of sight in the mountains is not clear. Plus, it will soon get dark, our vision will only get worse. Here I am the only one who is best suited to open the way ahead. Zhang Luochen continued to walk at the forefront. I don't know how long they walked, but they finally came to village number 2. Rescue Team 2 has arrived at its destination. Zhang Luochen reported to the headphones, then turned to the team members behind him and said, we will disperse to find out if there are still survivors. If we find it, we will rescue immediately, and in addition, pay attention to our own safety. Yes, the crowd replied, and then dispersed in different directions. Zhang Luochen's face was a little solemn, because he had already heard that Instructor Yuan Gang was missing from the walkie-talkie just now, which meant that the murmuring had begun to take action. Zhang Luochen looked around vigilantly. From the moment he entered the mountain, his Sharingan had been in an open state. He knew that Lin Xie was the target of the ancient god church, and his team had the Doryman attribute Bailey Fat, as well as Shin Xingzhu, a master, and Instructor Hong of the Chuan realm, and his combat power could be said to be very high. Therefore, now he is the one who needs to worry the most. Zhang Luochen has become the target of the ancient god church, and he himself is a little surprised, but at the moment, whether the murmur will have any different actions, Zhang Luochen does not know this, so he must always be vigilant. Captain, find the survivors. 2 team members carried a middle-aged man out of the rubble. Because Zhang Luochen informed Instructor Yuan Gang of the relationship in advance, most of the villagers had already been transferred, and it was estimated that these remnants did not have time to leave, or they would not be there at all. In short, the survivors were indeed good. A total of 6 survivors were found here. No victims were found, and the team in charge of treatment began to treat them. Zhang Luochen, there should be no one else here. They all just came back from the mountains and happened to encounter an earthquake, so they didn't transfer before. Yang Zi immediately came to Zhang Luochen to report. Save. Help. Suddenly, a faint voice came from the ruins. Yang Zi looked sideways and found an old man covered in wounds suddenly lying in a pile of rubble, his voice very weak. Find survivors and rescue them immediately. Yang Zi shouted and immediately rushed in the direction of the old man, and at the same time, the other 2 team members immediately went over to help drag the old man out of the rubble. We are Daxia soldiers, we will treat it immediately. Is there anyone else here? Yang Zi asked with concern, and immediately took out the medicine box for bandaging. No. People, soldiers of Daxia, it's great to see you. The old man's voice became weaker and weaker. Then, you go to death. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in the old man's hand at some point, directly aimed at Yang Zi's neck. This sudden change made Yang Zi, who was not very good at fighting, froze in place on the spot, but in the next second, the old man's hand stayed in midair, and a sharp pain came from his wrist. Zhang Luochen's figure stood in front of Yang Zi at some point. He held the old man's wrist tightly, and the dagger fell out of his hand unconsciously. You, the old man looked at Zhang Luochen in surprise. eyes, pretending to be a survivor. When did believers' tactics become so clumsy? Zhang Luochen sneered. The old man felt a piercing pain in his wrist and gritted his teeth angrily. Believers do not allow you to violate. The wrist was broken by Zhang Luochen on the spot. Tell me how many believers were sent. Zhang Luochen's eyes met the old man's eyes. You are the one, the unknown forbidden ruins. As soon as the old man finished speaking, his body fell heavily and he had no breath of life. Zhang Luochen, why is someone attacking? Yang Zi looked at the old man's body and asked puzzled. Click. It's from the Church of the Old Gods. As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion from a distance. You send the survivors down the mountain first and I will go to rescue team 1 to support. Zhang Luochen was about to leave but saw that none of the other team members moved. Let's go support together, Yang Zi said. No, these survivors need to be sent down the mountain immediately and you are not suitable for fighting, and when the time comes, I won't be able to let go of my hands and feet. Zhang Luochen said solemnly, now I am the captain, this is the order. Yang Zi and the other team members took these survivors in the direction of the mountain. The night gradually darkened and the already dark valley looked even darker, with visibility almost zero. Zhang Luochen threw away the flashlight in his hand directly. With the blessing of the Sharingan, he didn't need the flashlight at all, turned his head slightly and looked towards a tree in the distance. Just find a substitute for the dead and hide in the shadows. Believers are really greedy for life and afraid of death. Zhang Luochen raised his hand and moved slightly. Mu done. Several vines moved rapidly towards the tree not far away, and at the same time, several vines also stretched out in the direction of Zhang Luochen from a distance. The vines on both sides collided just together. I didn't meet the agent of the two gods, I encountered an unknown forbidden ruin, but it's the same. If I solve you, my position as a believer can also be improved. Although he was in the dark, Zhang Luochen could see the other party clearly through the Sharingan. Sichuan territory. As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, several thick vines attacked Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen held a star knife and neatly cut down all these vines. Sichuan realm, just this little strength? The man's expression was slightly angry. His hands were put together, and for a while, the surrounding vines and trees seemed to be alive, and at the same time attacked in the direction of Zhang Luochen. Since wood is used, then I will use fire unceremoniously. Fire escape, fire extinguish. A huge wall of fire appeared, and in an instant, it directly burned all these trees. The man's expression was shocked, and when the flames dissipated, Zhang Luochen in front of him suddenly disappeared. Why are people missing? Of course behind you, soft fist, gossip 64 poems. Zhang Luochen looked at the man lying on the ground with cold eyes. At this time, the man still had a breath left, and blood continued to flow out of his body. Ni what was done? The man struggled to prop his hands on the ground, and he tried to mobilize the vine again, but his whole body seemed to be broken. Shake off all the 64 meridians in your body, and now you are no different from a useless person. Zhang Luochen looked at the man condescendingly, and his red eyes were particularly conspicuous in the dark. You kill me. The man lay on the ground, knowing that he was powerless to resist. Give me a good time. Zhang Luochen didn't say a word, and an electric current shot out directly from between his palms, penetrating the man's chest on the spot. The strength of the Sichuan realm, it's a pity that your ability is just comparable to mine. Zhang Luochen spoke slowly, and then, bent down, and picked up the short knife beside the man. The first time he faced the Sichuan realm alone, the main thing was that the local forbidden ruins only controlled the vines, and it just so happened that Zhang Luochen's fire escape could completely suppress his forbidden ruins, coupled with the surprise and soft fist of the flying thunder god technique directly shattering his meridians. Boom! Another deafening explosion sounded, and the dazzling fire could be clearly seen even on Zhang Luochen's side. Brother Drag also started there. Zhang Luochen looked in the direction of the fire. Shin Xingzhu stood there covered in blood. His appearance looked very embarrassed, and behind him were the dying Li Liang and Deng Wei, who had a broken leg but was still treating Li Liang. Opposite him stood a man holding a big axe, and the man looked at Shin Xingzhu in front of him with a hideous smile. I'll help you pick your ripe head. The man held a big axe, kicked the ground with his legs, and the whole person catapulted out like a cannonball, quickly coming to Shin Xingzhu. Return to the sky. Suddenly, a light blue fast-spinning sphere appeared between the man and Shin Xingzhu. This sudden change directly sent the man flying out. Shin Xingzhu was also stunned, and only when Zhang Luochen stopped did he see who the person was. Zhang Luochen? Why did you suddenly appear here? Shin Xingzhu looked around suspiciously, and this one in front of him seemed to appear out of thin air. Fortunately, I marked you, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to come here so quickly. Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. During this period, several of them were marked by Zhang Luochen in case of emergency. Zhang Luochen looked back at Li Liang and Deng Wei. These two were in a bad situation, and at this moment, Bailey Fat Pang, who was riding a broom, also appeared here. Brother Drag, the young master is here to save you. Bailey Fat landed steadily. Ah, two more came. Today's harvest is not small. The man saw the person with a greedy expression. Just the two of you? Shin Xingzhu asked. There is more than one enemy, and I just solved one before coming over. Zhang Luochen said. Suddenly, Suddenly, the man holding the big axe saw that no one was paying attention to him, and his anger suddenly surged in his heart, raising the big axe in his hand and rushing straight towards the three of them. Get out of the way! Zhang Luochen directly pushed the two away. Soft fist, gossip, empty palm. A stream of air rushed straight into the big axe in the man's hand, and while the airflow collided with the big axe deviated a little from the direction and did not hit the place where it originally wanted to be smashed. Ha! What is this move? The man was puzzled by his big axe, as if he understood something instantly. Are you the unknown forbidden ruins? I didn't expect to come to the door. This is not enough. Xinxingju's face turned cold, and he looked back at Bailey Fat Pang. Did you bring the ban scroll? It was the one who banned Xiao Yuan before. Ha! I brought it. What are you going to do? Borrow me a bit. You can go. Zhang Luochen was stunned. You? And me? Xinxingju nodded. Li Liang is no longer good. He will die soon if he is not treated. Deng Wei's legs cannot be delayed. And this person, I want to deal with it myself. I will avenge my brother with my own hands. Zhang Luochen and Bailey Fat were stunned for a moment, and then, Bailey Pang Pang handed the ban scroll to Xinxingju's hands, and Zhang Luochen patted him on the shoulder. I understand, brother Drag, waiting for your triumph. Zhang Luochen picked up Li Liang, and Deng Wei handed it over to Bailey Fat. The two immediately disappeared in place. Fortunately, Xiao Yuan was not on the same team as them, because of the relationship between Xiao Yuan's forbidden ruins, so the place where Xiao Yuan was arranged was relatively close to the outside, and Xiao Yuan's body, Zhang Luochen also set up a mark. Therefore, when Zhang Luochen appeared in front of Xiao Yuan with the dying Li Liang in his arms, Xiao Yuan was so frightened that he almost couldn't stand still. I said why are you elusive? Xiao Yuan was so frightened that he almost sat on the ground. It's too late. Hurry up and save people. Zhang Luochen placed Li Liang on the bed. Xiao Yuan looked at Li Liang's shocking injuries. What happened? Why is it so injured? Zhang Luochen also briefly explained the situation inside. I'll support you too. Xiao Yuan wanted to re-enter the mountain with Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen shook his head. The situation is not clear now, and the distance is too far to enter the mountain from here, but it is not safe. Xiao Yuan, you are responsible for the safety here, as well as these wounded. You still want to go in? Xiao Yuan asked. Zhang Luochen nodded. I have marked them all. It will be more convenient for me to act alone. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Luochen disappeared in front of Xiao Yuan in an instant. Zhang Luochen returned to the mountains again. Just now there was suddenly another earthquake. The entire mountain range seemed to change again, and Zhang Luochen's figure appeared at the door of a cave. Ha! Why did you do this for me? Zhang Luochen did not use the flying thunder god to come to Xinxingju or Lin Qiya's side this time, but came to his previous place, but because of the earthquake, the terrain here changed again, and he teleported directly to the entrance of the cave. Taking advantage of the darkness, Zhang Luochen walked quickly in the hole. I guess that dragon is going to wake up. Zhang Luochen did not dare to pause in the slightest. The cave was darker than outside, and Zhang Luochen, who had a Sharingan, had a bit of a hard time moving inside. Fire escape. A flame appeared in Zhang Luochen's palm, and this flame served as his flashlight very well. If I had known, I wouldn't have lost that flashlight. What is it pretending? Zhang Luochen thought to himself. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion from the cave, and the entire ground trembled. Zhang Luochen disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, the straight knife in his hand just blocked the attack of the two people in front of him. And there was another person beside him, Lin Qiya, who also happened to arrive. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiya appeared at the same time, leaving everyone else present stunned. Fat, leave it to us, you leave first. Zhang Luochen turned his head to Bailey Fat and said. Bailey Fat didn't say a word, and immediately ran out with Xinxingju on his back. Is your matter done? Lin Qiya had previously sensed through his spiritual power that Zhang Luochen's side had also encountered an enemy attack, but the back was beyond his range of perception, so he didn't know what happened next. Done, two believers, again? Zhang Luochen clenched the straight knife in his hand. Lin Qiya nodded. That person can control the blade. As for this Silverman, this is the first time I have met him. Agent of the two gods, unknown forbidden ruins, I really didn't expect that the two of them came to the door to deliver it. Zhuang Qi said with a sneer. The Silverman slammed on the ground, his arms suddenly turned into two spears, and the silver flash instantly swept through the darkness and went straight to the door of the two of them. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiya took out knives at the same time, directly blocking in front of them, but after all, the other party was a level higher than themselves, and their hands felt a powerful force, which directly forced the two of them back a few meters, and the two finally stabilized their figures. Zhuang Qi slowly raised the handle of the hunting knife in his hand. The fine blade first returned to the blade, and then shattered again. The size of the fragments was very subtle, and it rushed directly towards the two of them. This kind of subtle blade is indeed very tricky. If it is the original shape of the blade, there is no need to be so afraid. But, now each blade is all broken down into subtle shapes. In this gray cave, such a subtle thing, it is completely indistinguishable. Lin Qiya, step back first. Zhang Luochen walked forward quickly, using himself as the center of the circle and quickly rotated, and a light blue aperture appeared around him. Return to the sky. All the subtle blades were ejected. In the next second, Zhang Luochen's figure flashed directly in front of Zhuang Qi. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Zhuang Qi's face, and before he could react, a light blue ball appeared between Zhang Luochen's palms, which seemed to contain some kind of power. Rasengan. Zhuang Qi felt that he was blown away by a powerful impact, and his internal organs seemed to be displaced. Poof! A mouthful of blood spat out from Zhuangzaki's body. What kind of ghost move is this? The dying Shozaki still relied on his willpower to control the blade again. On the other side, Lin Qiye had already summoned the Chaos Rubik's Cube, and the space around Zhuangzaki and the Silver Man began to distort. The Silver Man was like being trapped in an area, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the shackles here. And the blades controlled by Zhuang Qi were all stirred in the Chaos Cube, and the Silver Man was constantly attacked by the blades, and before long, he was covered in blood. Fool, stop controlling your hunting knife, the Silver Man scolded angrily. The Chaos Cube also stopped acting at this moment. Zhang Luochen saw the opportunity, and a lightning current spread directly from the blade of the straight knife. The speed was very fast, and the current rushed straight through Shozaki, who was still on the ground, penetrating his body on the spot, and before Shozaki could react, the current instantly spread throughout his body, and his body could not move. Zhang Luochen turned his head to look at the Silver Man. At this time, the Silver Man had been buried deep in the ground, but he was still struggling to climb out. Don't let him come out, suffocate him in the soil, Zhang Luochen said coldly to the Rubik's Cube. He's really a strong man. Zhang Luochen sheathed the straight knife and looked at the ground in front of the Silver Man, which kept covering him, but he was still struggling to climb out. Every time he broke a layer, a new layer immediately covered it, and the Silver Man kept climbing up until the power of the Rubik's Cube was completely exhausted, and he was still climbing up. However, even if he climbed out, he was still greeted with despair, because two straight knives pierced his head directly and died instantly as he broke the ground and saw hope. In the dark and deep cave, Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye rushed forward quickly. In such an environment, with Lin Qiye's perception ability, Zhang Luochen only needed to follow him forward, and his Sharingan could even be temporarily released. The two kept going towards the route where Bailey Fat and the others had escaped just now to meet them, and at this moment, a bat quietly flew to Lin Qiye's side, and after a brief exchange with Lin Qiye's face was a little solemn. What's wrong? Zhang Luochen stepped forward and asked. There is an earth dragon living in magma in this mountain range, and the one in the sea realm is fighting him. Lin Qiye briefly explained the situation in front of him. In the current situation, we have to find Fat Pang and the others quickly, and then get out of here quickly, Zhang Luochen said. I can't figure out why this sea realm wants to provoke that earth dragon. Lin Qiye couldn't figure it out. Maybe it's to control it and then deal with us, so right now, getting out of here is the top priority. Zhang Luochen's expression was serious. Lin Qiye nodded. The two ran for a long time, and finally caught up with the faltering Bailey Fat and Shin Xingzhu, and Instructor Hong was actually with them. Instructor Hong? Why are you here? Zhang Luochen was a little surprised to see Instructor Hong. It's not to find you, I've killed all the enemies outside, Instructor Hong said. The instructor is amazing. Bailey Fong Pang, who was already slumped on the ground, stretched out a thumbs up. Then, the current situation is that there is still a sea realm left, and an earth dragon, and they are fighting. Lin Qiye nodded and said, Earth dragon? The other three showed stunned expressions. Lin Qiye described the situation he perceived. It sounds like a flame vein earth dragon, that is to say, this is its absolute earth domain. Absolute earth domain? This is a powerful forbidden ruin that only belongs to the earth dragon, and it can create its own space at any location underground at any time. If that's the case, there should be magma here. Doesn't that mean that this is a volcano? Shin Xingzhu asked after hearing this. I never thought that Jinnan Mountain in Songnan City would still hide such an earth dragon, Zhang Luochen said with some emotion. I didn't expect that this would be a volcano. Lin Qiye also said. Then what should we do now? Bailey Pang Pang asked. Our current location may be underground, Instructor Hong said. The only way is to break through the ground? Lin Qiye said looking at the endless darkness. Zhang Luochen doesn't know how to escape. Let him change the structure here and let us go out, Shin Xingzhu said suddenly. Everyone looked at Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen shook his head. Our current place is too deep, and if we rashly change this place, it will arouse the vigilance of the earth dragon, and at that time, we will be even more troublesome. Moreover, I also tried teleportation just now. It should be related to the earth dragon forbidden ruins, and I couldn't capture the mark outside. Then I think we should wait for rescue now. Even if we break through the ground, it is risky, Instructor Hong said. Everyone nodded in agreement, sat in place collectively, and regained their physical strength by the way. At this moment, the entire cave suddenly shook, and several people who were still in place suddenly felt a whirlwind, and then came to a large cavity full of magma. Several people stood up from the ground with solemn expressions. Magma, flame vein earth dragon, and the sea realm powerhouse with bruises all over his body, and another man who looked a little enchanting. Everyone didn't expect that these problems they had to face suddenly appeared in front of them. The core of the underground hole. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Qiye couldn't help but mutter. Instructor Hong's eyes fell on the enchanting man, and he recognized the other party's identity at once, the murmur of the ancient god church? It seems that my image has been widely circulated among your night watchmen. Mutter looked at everyone with a smile. In addition to the agent of the two gods, there is also a super high risk. The little grandmaster of the Bailey family is also there, and you, the unknown forbidden ruins. I really didn't expect it. I gained a lot. Zhang Luochen saw the real murmur for the first time, although the current murmur was just a projection, but the oppression brought by the strong still made him unconsciously clench the straight knife in his hand. Ha ha ha, let the little master of the Bailey family become a believer. Wouldn't the entire Bailey family be mine? The murmur suddenly burst into laughter. Don't worry, I will definitely commit suicide before you control me. Although Bailey Fat was pale, his expression was still calm. Oh, the cynical playboy is so backbone. Instructor Hong took a step forward and sneered. The murmur of the ancient god church is nothing more than a lost dog hunted by the medium special team, and it actually dares to show off its might in front of the juniors. The murmuring brows furrowed, and with a slight touch of his fingertips, a thick black chain stretched out from the void behind him and rushed straight at Instructor Hong. However, in the next second, a long electric current suddenly emerged, directly breaking the black chain on the spot, and at the same time, this light blue current quickly rushed along the chain to Whisper. Seeing this, he immediately cut off the chain in his hand, and looked at Zhang Luochen with cold eyes. The unknown forbidden ruins really make me curious. I can't wait to see what is in your heart. A dazzling gloomy light bloomed in the murmuring eyes, and the domineering soul poured directly into Zhang Luochen's body, and the moment the two looked at each other, Zhang Luochen opened the illusion of the Sharingan. However, the murmur only paused slightly at first, and then directly broke his illusion and forcibly poured into his body. After all, the gap between the realm is there. Even if the current murmur is just a projection, the gap between the realm is still there. Ha, you don't have anything in your head? The murmuring voice came out of Zhang Luochen's mind. Zhang Luochen couldn't help but curse in his heart. Who says there is nothing in your head? You have nothing in your head, and your whole family has nothing in their heads. The system detects that the host brain has been invaded, and the system automatically turns on the firewall mode and automatically attacks the intruder. Before the murmur could figure out what was going on, his consciousness suddenly returned to the place just now, and everyone looked at the murmur with a puzzled face. The murmur was full of shock, looking at Zhang Luochen in disbelief, and then, his face suddenly changed, and he laughed. It's interesting, it's really interesting. I haven't seen such an ability yet. Wait for me to kill the agent of the two gods, and then study your unknown forbidden ruins. Zhang Luochen was ashamed, but thanks to the babbling, he discovered that the system still had such an ability, and this self-protection function was really strong. Ding! Wait, why are others recruiting believers? Why do you have to kill me here? Lin Chiye asked, puzzled. Because, you signed a contract with the gods, and if you sign a contract with me again, I will be backlashed, unless voluntarily joined. Then what if I say now that I volunteered to join the Church of the Ancient Gods? Lin Chiye replied sincerely. Murmuring's face changed, perhaps because of Zhang Luochen's relationship just now. His temper seemed to suddenly become not very good. Don't give me nonsense. All the instructors in your training camp add up. Even if all your recruits add up, they won't be my opponents, so don't try your best to delay time. However, I am curious, why did you become an agent of the two gods? Obviously it looks so ordinary. Then you can go to his brain and take a look, Zhang Luochen said casually and provocatively. Murmuring looked at Zhang Luochen with a cold face. Don't be proud too early. Besides, I don't need you to say it. I will do the same. The murmur snorted coldly, and then the same situation, but this time the target was changed to Lin Chia. Bailey Fat Pang saw the scene. He clenched his fists unconsciously, his palms were pinched and bleeding by his nails, and Shin Xingju and Instructor Hong did not dare to act rashly at this moment. Mai Tian, standing aside leisurely, he has a place among believers, of course, the person who knows the strength of whispering best. Don't worry, Lin Xia will be fine, he will have something to do, and his gods will not agree. Those present, only Zhang Luochen did not show the slightest worry on his face. But the other side is whispering, and we can't help now, Instructor Hong said. By the way, didn't I look at you just now? How do you feel? Shin Xingju asked suddenly. I don't feel anything. It seems, it's quite comfortable. Zhang Luochen thought about it for a moment and said. Everyone rolled their eyes, but Zhang Luochen was in the same situation just now. He was fine, and Lin Xie was most likely fine. You guys, don't get too hopeful. Mai Tian on the side suddenly spoke, with a playful expression. Yes, then I'm okay with the difference, you boss. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. As soon as Zhang Luochen's words came out, Mai Tian instantly slapped him in the face. You are different. Your situation is complicated. Master Whisper just hasn't understood it clearly, but the God Agent is different. Master Whisper is not the first time he has encountered a God Agent. Mai Tian immediately responded. I said, old horse, you just believe in your boss too much. For a while, don't slap your face. Zhang Luochen sighed slightly. Get out. How can you, a group of ants, know the strength of Master Whisper? Mai Tian said, and then, as if thinking of something, what old horse? Am I that old? Who knows? Anyway, it looks older than me. When Mai Tian was about to say something, Lin Chia's eyes slowly opened at this time. Ah, you're done, our Master Whisper. Well, Mai Tian felt felt bad and saw Lin Chia like a normal person. On the other hand, the whispering was like a stone sculpture standing there at this time, and the look in his eyes had disappeared, standing in place like a dead man. How is it possible? Ma Yitian looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Oh, hey, someone slapped me in the face. Bailey Fat laughed. Oh, old horse. Yes, old horse. Zhang Luochen deliberately made a sad expression. Ma Yitian recovered from the shock, looked at the faces of Zhang Luochen and the others, and instantly burned with anger, full of anger, and the coercion of the sea realm broke out instantly. Although he didn't know what method Lin Chia used, but in the current situation, he had to kill all the people present, otherwise, he would not be able to go back and explain, and he would lose a projection if he didn't complete the task, then going back would not end well. At the same time, under the control of the soul contract, the flame vein earth dragon let out a furious roar, looking up to the sky and howling, and the surrounding magma rolled violently. The deafening dragon roar resounded throughout the underground world, and an unprecedented solemn expression appeared on the faces of Zhang Luochen and the others. Although the murmur was resolved, there were still two enemies in front of them who were a bit out of line for them. The fiery flames filled the entire underground cave, and the surrounding temperature was also rising rapidly, and the originally dark cave instantly turned red. The flame vein earth dragon spread its wings and shook slightly, and a gust of fiery wind rose from the magma. This powerful energy made several people tremble. Ma Tian saw that the situation was wrong, and had already retreated to the side, for fear that the attack of the flame vein earth dragon would affect himself as well. Seeing this, Instructor Hong took a step forward, took a deep breath, and took out a coat of arms from his chest, which was unique to the Night Watchman. Now, listen to me. After a while, I will do my best to create a channel, and when the time comes, you will run desperately. Instructor Hong said calmly. Instructor, what about you? What are you doing? Bailey Fat sensed something was wrong. It doesn't matter, just do what I say. Instructor Hong lowered his head slightly, and a different smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You juniors, just don't let me down, and in the future, you must make a big difference. Instructor Hong's finger swiped lightly on the surface of the coat of arms, and an extremely thin needle popped out of the coat of arms, and he took a deep breath, ready to pierce the needle into his body. However, suddenly, two hands grabbed his wrist from different directions, and Instructor Hong suddenly looked up and found Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie standing beside him at the same time, and Lin Xie also took off the coat of arms and put it back on his chest. If the night is at the end, I will stand before thousands of people. Horizontal knife to the abyss. Blood stained the sky. Instructor Hong, we all know, Zhang Luochen said lightly. Lin Xie turned around, turned his back to everyone, and slowly spoke. We will not see the same tragedy happen with our own eyes again. You guys, what are you going to do? Instructor Hong looked at the two people in front of him in astonishment. Zhang Luochen looked at Lin Xie calmly. He knew that the current situation could not be done by just a few of them, but Lin Xie had a plug-in. Next, leave it to me. Lin Xie spoke slowly. Suddenly, Lin Xie's whole body changed, and an indescribable aura emanated from his body. The rest of the people looked at Lin Xie in disbelief, feeling the changes that had happened to Lin Xie's body, and they were shocked and couldn't speak. At this moment, a powerful darkness, the cave that was originally illuminated by magma flames, instantly became extremely dark. This moment belongs only to the night, because the goddess of the night has descended. Lin Xie carried the godhead of the goddess of the night, and a straight knife suddenly struck, and a huge circular passage appeared in front of everyone, and this passage extended upwards. But at this moment, the space inside the cave suddenly distorted, and the earth began to tremble. Just like just now, the flame vein earth dragon must have been attacked and used his forbidden ruins. The channel that originally extended upwards didn't know where it had been transformed, but now, Lin Xie and the flame vein earth dragon had been teleported to other places. How did it become like this? Zhang Luochen looked at the darkness around him, and he didn't see the other three. Zhang Luochen used the Sharingan to observe the surroundings, and now Lin Xie was using his plug-in to deal with the flame vein earth dragon, and he didn't need to worry there. The flame vein earth dragon is not here. The absolute earth domain has also disappeared, and the flying thunder god seems to have recovered. Zhang Luochen was just about to use the flying thunder god. However, the next moment, a blurry black shadow drilled out of the rock wall and crashed directly in the direction of Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen was quick-eyed and stretched out a straight knife to block the attack of this move head-on, but his hands were a little numb from the shock. Ma Yitan stood on the rock wall covered in blood. A hideous smile appeared on his face, and he looked at Zhang Luochen with cold eyes. You are the only one? Zhang Luochen didn't show a very surprised expression when he saw Ma Yitan. He knew that at the moment when the flame vein earth dragon roared, Ma Yitan had already used his forbidden ruins to escape to other places. It is estimated that he has been secretly observing them, and then taking the opportunity to sneak attack. A master of the sea realm, Zhang Luochen had to concentrate on facing it, although Ma Yitan now looks seriously injured. Everyone else is gone. Zhang Luochen replied calmly. Gone? Do you think I will believe it? Ma Yitan sneered. Forget it. Solve your unknown forbidden ruins first, and it will be convenient to cross paths when you go back. In the next second, Ma Yitan's half of his body turned into black light and poured into into the rock wall under his feet, and the surrounding rock wall seemed to come to life, suddenly surging, and then, dozens of solid ground thorns suddenly burst out, approaching Zhang Luochen's face. Tu dun, tu lu wall. Seeing this, Zhang Luochen immediately propped his hands to the ground, and an earthen wall appeared in front of him, resisting most of the ground thorns for him. However, the remaining ground thorns seemed to come to life, rushing towards Zhang Luochen from other directions. Zhang Luochen used a straight knife to block a few and quickly retreated, but his body was still stabbed by a few of them. Mai Tian had no intention of stopping at all, and the next moment, hundreds of ground thorns rushed frantically towards Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen didn't dare to stay at all, and began to rotate in place with himself as the center of the circle, and a light blue ball appeared around him. Rochuan, return to the sky. Hundreds of ground thorns were scattered everywhere without any regularity. However, Mai Tian's attack did not stop, and the ground thorn attacked Zhang Luochen again. Even if Mai Tian is seriously injured now, he is still in the sea realm after all, and the gap between the realm and Zhang Luochen is a hard injury. Boy, don't struggle, the gap between us is not a star and a half. Give up resistance. Mai Tian showed a hideous smile. Really? Then if I hit you, why don't you admit defeat? As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, he kicked his feet on the ground, and the whole person seemed to fly out with a catapult. Mai Tian fell into the rock with half his body, stretched out his hand, and hundreds of ground thorns rushed densely towards Zhang Luochen, like a rain of arrows. From Mai Tian's point of view, these ground thorns all smashed into Zhang Luochen's body. Don't measure yourself. Mai Tian snorted coldly. But in the next second, Zhang Luochen's body suddenly disappeared, leaving only a log to stay there, and the log was full of ground thorns. What? The person is missing? Mai Tian looked at the log on the ground in surprise and lay quietly on the ground. Are you looking for me? Zhang Luochen's figure suddenly appeared. Mai Tian panicked, controlled the ground thorns again, and rushed to Zhang Luochen densely. But this time, it was still the same as just now, obviously. He saw these ground thorns accurately piercing Zhang Luochen's body with his own eyes, but Zhang Luochen disappeared again, leaving only a log in place. Impossible. Mai Tian manipulated the ground stab again. This time there were more of them, and he firmly believed that the moment he found Zhang Luochen, he would definitely be able to kill him. It's too late. Zhang Luochen's voice appeared behind Mai Tian. Mai Tian only felt a chill in his back, and when he turned around, he found that a light blue ball appeared on Zhang Luochen's right hand. Rasengan. The light blue ball smashed Mai Tian's body, and in the next second, Mai Tian's body quickly fell into the rock. Zhang Luochen used the Sharingan to observe the surrounding rock formations, but did not find Mai Tian's figure. Ha! Escaped? Zhang Luochen looked around. Mai Tian's body was completely submerged in the rock, and he quickly fled the place. Especially, this unknown forbidden ruin is really not simple. Fortunately I ran fast. Mai Tian had lingering fears. Just now it was indeed fortunate that he ran fast, and the Rasengan only scratched his shoulder. Therefore, according to his current situation, he knew that dealing with Zhang Luochen was by no means the best policy. At least he would save his life first. Mai Tian shuttled quickly, but he didn't know where the exit was, so much so that he was like a headless fly, scurrying around. Ha! It's them. Mai Tian felt several different breaths and slowly approached that side. Zhang Luochen's face was solemn, sweat continued to ooze from his forehead, dealing with the sea realm alone, consuming a lot of mental strength, and the wounds on his body were constantly bleeding outward. We have to find the fat ones quickly. Zhang Luochen's eyes were closed, there was no interference from the absolute earth domain, and there was no limit to the flying thunder god technique. In an instant, Zhang Luochen's figure disappeared in place, but when he reappeared, there was a cliff in front of him, and Zhang Luochen immediately stabbed a straight knife into the rock wall, quickly looking for the figures of the fat ones. Strange, where is this for me? Didn't I use Xinqingzhu's mark? Zhang Luochen looked around suspiciously. It was strange that he didn't find their figures. It stands to reason that the flying thunder god technique used marks to initiate teleportation, but there was no mark here. Why did he teleport to this place? At this moment, a heatwave hit from under the ground, filling the entire cave, and Zhang Luochen vaguely heard a sound coming from the cave. I, Xinqingzhu, swear under the Dasha red flag. It's brother drag. Zhang Luochen pulled the straight knife out of the rock wall and let his body fall directly into free fall to the ground. If the night is the end. Xinqingzhu's voice echoed throughout the cave, and from the moment he heard this sound, Zhang Luochen knew that Xinqingzhu had already used the ghost and god guidance. The distance was getting closer and closer, and he now understood why he would teleport to that place, because Xinqingzhu was indeed there when he had just teleported. But when Zhang Luochen arrived, Xinqingzhu's body dropped sharply. I will stand before tens of thousands. The further down he went, the hotter it became, and the heatwave kept coming out from under the ground, and Zhang Luochen could already see several people. Instructor Hong dragged Bailey Fat. Bailey Fat seemed to have been seriously injured, and Xinqingzhu, who was burned all over his body, was dragged by Mai Tian. Chidori Ryu. A light blue current formed a straight line from Zhang Luochen's body, heading straight for Mai Tian's face door, piercing Mai Tian's body on the spot. Zhang Luochen inserted the straight knife into the rock wall. Earth escape. An earthen path protruded from the rock wall, just enough for Bailey Fat and Instructor Hong to stand. Zhang Luochen, are you you okay? When Instructor Hong saw Zhang Luochen, his face was full of sorrow, and Bailey Fat on the side had already passed out. I'll take you out. Zhang Luochen jumped directly in front of them. The heatwave underground is still there, the magma is constantly moving upwards, and sweat keeps dripping from their heads. You go, I'll block here. I have already used ghosts and gods, Shin Xingju said calmly. Brother Drag. Zhang Luochen, I haven't begged anyone else, this time, please take them out, and in addition, help me destroy all the believers, dog cubs. Zhang Luochen nodded. Don't worry, Brother Drag, in the future, you will return with glory. Then, Zhang Luochen turned his head to look at Instructor Hong. Instructor Hong, take me, I'll take you out. Zhang Luochen folded his hands together. The art of flying thunder. Brother Drag, we are waiting for your glorious return, we will always wait for you. Zhang Luochen's voice echoed in the cave, and his figure had disappeared. Shin Xingju was ashamed and thought, what nonsense is this silly boy talking about? I used ghosts and gods, can't I understand? I'm going to die. What glory will not return? Will I return? Okay, this kid may not understand what ghosts and gods are, forget it, forgive him. Zhang Luochen, if you don't kill the leap believer, I won't let you go if I am a ghost. Instructor Hong only felt a trance in front of him, and they had already reached the surface, and Shin Xingju's voice came out of the cave again. Horizontal knife to the abyss. Blood stains the sky. As the last sound sounded, everything around was quiet, and a scorching smell remained in the air. Just returned to the surface, Zhang Luochen staggered. The whole person was a little unstable, and Instructor Hong stepped forward to hold him up. Zhang Luochen, how are you? It's okay, it's okay. Zhang Luochen consumed some mental power, and now he was particularly eager to obtain the chakra that was about to overflow from the nine tails, but unfortunately, he had not yet had this luck. At this moment, a glimmer of light appeared above their heads, which was the light from a flashlight. There is someone below, it seems to be Instructor Hong. The voice came from overhead. Seeing the familiar faces appearing, Instructor Hong breathed a sigh of relief, and his body, which had been tense, completely relaxed at this moment, and the whole person sat directly on the ground. Sweat had already wet all his clothes. Zhang Luochen, Instructor Hong and Bailey Fat were sent on a stretcher together, and the medical staff carried them out of the mountain. After a long time, the ambulance escorted several people out of Jinnan Mountain. The car was getting farther and farther away from Jinnan Mountain, and Zhang Luochen looked out through the window, as if he could see the inside of the mountain, and as if he heard the sound from the mountain. Goodbye, Night Watchman. See you soon. Shin Xingju. Zhang Luochen thought to himself, and then his eyes slowly closed. When Zhang Luochen opened his eyes again, the sky had become brighter, and he was lying on the white hospital bed, looking out through the light gauze curtains, and seeing the familiar training ground. It seems that he has returned to the training camp, and this should be the infirmary. Zhang Luochen turned his head slightly and saw Lin Xie still lying on the hospital bed next to him, looking down at himself wearing a hospital gown, and the wounds on his body had been bandaged. In order not to disturb Lin Xie, who was still lying down, Zhang Luochen walked out of the ward lightly, and as soon as he walked outside the ward, he heard Bailey Fat's slightly crying expression. Impossible. He can't die. Zhang Luochen quickened his pace and walked outside the ward. Fat. Bailey Pang Pang saw Zhang Luochen, and his eyes were full of surprise. Luochen, you are awake. Where are Xie? How is he? He's still sleeping. I'm awake too. What were you talking about just now? Lin Xie dragged her body full of scars, and she could barely stand still with one hand on the door. It's Shin Xingju. In order to save Instructor Hong and Bailey Tumming, he took the instructor's crest and jumped into the burning cave. Instructor Han Li explained from the side. He can't die, Luochen. Xie, you must believe me. Bailey Fat said firmly, he must be trapped in the cave, the place where he is. Trapped is relatively deep. You didn't continue to probe inside. I want to find him. I want to dig him out with my own hands. Bailey Tu Ming, calm down. Instructor Han Li grabbed Bailey Fat, who was preparing to act. Chubby. Zhang Luochen also stopped Bailey Fat at this time. Calm down. This is the Night Watchman, not the routine of some TV series. This is a soldier. Sacrifices happen every day. This is the reality. You have to understand that such things happen in front of us again and again. When you walk out of the training camp, you will face many life and death choices, even if one day, it is you who sacrifice yourself. As a Night Watchman, you must have the courage to face reality. He has the Huitian Jade I left for him. Bailey Pang Pang continued. Instructor Han Li was about to say something. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie patted him on the shoulder at the same time, and Instructor Han Li turned his head. Lin Xie slowly spoke. Instructor, leave it to us here. Han Li calmed down his emotions, then nodded. You have a good rest. You will attend the oath ceremony tomorrow morning, and after it is over, you should leave. After saying that, Han Li sighed slightly, turned around and left here. So, what the hell happened? Lin Xie asked. Zhang Luochen briefly explained the situation. By the time I arrived, Brother Zhao had already used the coat of arms. He has my Hui Ti on you. He can't die. Bailey's chubby eyes were full of tears. Chubby. Zhang Luochen patted Bailey Fat on the shoulder. Do you believe in your Hui Tianyu? Bailey Pang Pang looked at Zhang Luochen and nodded firmly. Of course I believe that it is a forbidden item of our Bailey family. Even if we go to the gate of hell once, we can come back. Since you believe in your return to Tianyu, then I believe believe that Brother Zhao is not dead, and one day he will return to our side. Zhang Luochen's eyes were full of determined gaze. Bailey Pang looked at Zhang Luochen. Yes, he is a drag brother. As long as he has a breath, he will definitely be able to survive. He has. My Hui Tianyu, yes, he likes to be lazy the most. He must be lazy somewhere, and the next time I meet him, he must be good looking. Lin Xie saw the change in Bailey Chubby's expression, and didn't say much. After all, he also felt that this matter was a bit unbelievable in his heart. By the way, Xie, I discussed it with Instructor Hong and decided to hide the fact that you will be a woman. The three of us will make a confession now. Don't be. Then. No, you wait. Lin Xie said with a strange expression. I will become a woman. What is the situation? Your hair became longer and your skin became more delicate, and to be honest, it was the first time I met you like this. Zhang Luochen naturally knew that Lin Xie's body was occupied by Nix at that time. Let's talk about the collusion. Lin Xie's expression was slightly helpless. Click. There was a sound outside the ward, and everyone turned around and saw Chao Yuan, who was carrying a fruit basket. His eyes widened, and the fruit basket in his hand had fallen to the ground. What? Can you turn into a woman in 7 nights? No. Where did you get the fruit basket from the training camp? Late at night. The starry sky is dotted, and dazzling stars flicker, creating a different atmosphere in the night training camp. On the roof of the infirmary, 4 figures sat together, and there was a bonfire in front of them, faintly smelling the aroma of barbecue. Bailey Pang Pang took a bite of the skewer in his hand. If we are like this, won't the instructors find out? Find out. Anyway, after tonight, we'll leave here. Zhang Luochen also took a bite of the skewers in his hand. Not to mention, your fire escape skill is just right for making a stove. Bailey Pang said with a smile. What the hell? My fire escape is used to deal with enemies, not to roast fire. Zhang Luochen rolled his eyes at Bailey Fat. Anyway, you can't burn people to death. Bailey Fat grinned. Okay, it's really a fatal complaint. Zhang Luochen suddenly felt speechless. The skill. The Hokage can't burn people to death. However, I really didn't expect that my dignified little grandfather from the Guangxin family would also become a night watchman. Bailey Fat looked up at the starry sky. Strictly speaking, you are not a night watchman yet. You will be when the oath is over tomorrow. Chao Yuan corrected. Okay, you Chao Yuan, you still pick my thorn. Cherish it. Wait until tomorrow. No one will pick on the thorns. Lin Xie spoke. Hearing this, everyone fell silent instantly. I'm in Huaihai City, not far from Chang'an City, so I can come and see you too when I have time. Chao Yuan said. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie nodded. If you want me to say, it's just the two of you who can form a special team. Bailey Pang Pang said. Lin Xie was stunned. Special team? Yes, with the results of the two of you, one first and the second, you can start a special team as the captain. Plus me, I am a collector of forbidden items. Be a team member. Don't embarrass you. Chao Yuan is also a super high risk anyway, and it is not ashamed. If Brother Drag is here, this number is not enough. Then recruit Molly in too. Bailey Pang Pang said. I'm against office romances. Chao Yuan raised his hand and said. I'll discuss it again. I will discuss it again. Let Lin Xie be the captain. Instead of being the captain to organize everyone, I prefer to be a vanguard unit. Zhang Luochen smiled and spoke. But, Zhang Luochen spoke again, there is really this opportunity, and when that day comes, I believe everyone will gather together. Definitely. I'm waiting in Huaihai City. Time flies, time flies. The year in the training camp has come to an end, and today is officially the day of graduation. Bailey Fat rarely didn't stay in bed, got up early to wash up, folded the quilt, packed up his luggage, buttoned it in front of the mirror, and looked at the mirror again and again. Chubby, don't take pictures, it's very handsome, let's go. At the door of his dormitory room, Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie were already waiting outside. I'm not bad. Bailey Fat raised his head and looked arrogant. Very good, very energetic, handsome today. Zhang Luochen gave Bailey Fat a thumbs up. Let's go early. Everyone left the dormitory together and headed towards the training camp. In this year, they have long faded the immaturity of their faces, from the freedom and looseness at the beginning to the current soldier-like appearance. They have suffered and tired, but they have never given up, and they have completed their transformation. Now, they have to face their own glory, the most glorious moment. On the entire training ground, the recruits were neatly arranged in their own ranks, and everyone had a resolute expression on their faces. When the oath-taking ceremony was about to begin, the instructors walked to the martial arts stage in turn, and when they saw the instructors appear, the recruits consciously quieted down, and the whole venue was very quiet. Instructor Yuan Gang swept over their faces in turn, and then slowly spoke. Before the oath ceremony begins, there is one more thing. Several instructors stepped forward with the black box, and Instructor Yuan Gang continued to speak. In this rescue operation, each of you performed very well. In the face of the catastrophe, it truly showed the glory of our Daxia soldiers and our night watchmen, so we awarded a spark medal to every recruit who participated in this rescue. Hearing this, the eyes of the recruits off the field lit up. Their faces were full of excitement, and they didn't expect that on the last day of this training camp they would win their own medals and their own glory. In addition, in this rescue operation, 2 of our soldiers died, and one of them chose to take the initiative to sacrifice his life in order to protect the lives lives of his comrades and instructors. His name is Shinshinju. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. He is the hero of the Night Watch, and we will add the Starlight Medal to him. As soon as the words fell, all the instructors on the stage raised their right hands at the same time and saluted a standard military salute, and at the same time, the recruits in the audience also raised their hands at the same time. Their movements were neat and uniform, and their expressions were solemn and saluted. After the medal was issued, a three-piece set belonging to the Night Watch began to be distributed: the star knife, the cloak, and the coat of arms. Chao Yuan. 100 miles of painting is clear. Lin Xie. Zhang Luochen. When Zhang Luochen heard his name, he immediately walked towards the stage, recalling all the things in the past along the way. Inadvertently, he came to the world of god slaying, inadvertently obtained the system, and inadvertently, he became a real night watchman. Zhang Luochen took his three-piece suit, put the cloak directly on his body, then held the hilt of the star knife and engraved the three words Zhang Luochen on the body of the straight knife, as well as the coat of arms. In addition to the 4 lines of familiar small characters at the bottom, his name was also engraved. The straight knife, a weapon made of special materials by Nia Jinshan, the first commander-in-chief of the Daxia Night Watch, in Kunlun, will never break, will not melt, will not freeze, and no external force can break its internal structure. It is the knife used by the Night Watchman to attack. The cloak, by Wang Qing, the fourth commander-in-chief of the Daxia Night Watch, woven a cloak for the Night Watchman that can fight in any extreme environment. Whether it is cold, hot, supermarket, germs and other harsh environments, it is an all-purpose protective clothing, which is also the shield of the Night Watchman. The coat of arms, created by Li Qingxiang, the second commander-in-chief of the Daxia Night Watch, was created by the Ghost and God Guide, which was installed in the Night Watchman's coat of arms, which could stimulate all a person's potential in a short period of time, which was also the last opportunity for the Night Watch to fight to the death with the enemy and protect the last dignity of the Night Watch. Everyone looked down at these 3 pieces of equipment that belonged to them and fell silent. 3 pieces of equipment, this is the continuation and prosperity of this country. Yuan Gang stood straight in place, looking at the dark red in the audience, and finally, solemnly spoke. Oath ceremony. Begin. A gust of wind blew, and the red flag on the flagpole on the martial arts stage sounded. The whole audience was solemn. Yuan Gang clenched his right hand into a fist, clenched the coat of arms, placed it in his heart, and rested it on the handle of the straight knife at his waist left and right. His voice was low and loud, echoing throughout the training ground. I, Yuan Gang, swear an oath under the Daxia red banner. Everyone held the coat of arms in their hands at the same time, placed it on their chests, held the handle of the knife in their left hand, and looked up at the red flag. I'm Yang Zi. I'm Molly. I'm Chao Yuan. I am 100 miles of painting. I, Lin Xie. I'm Zhang Luochen. Everyone's voices converged into one sentence and resounded throughout the training ground. Oath under the banner of Daxia Hong. If the night is over, I will stand in front of thousands of people. Horizontal knife to the abyss. Blood stains the sky. They clenched their fists tightly, their eyes full of excitement, and from this moment on, they were no longer a recruit, a rookie, they were a real night watchman. I'm leaving too. Let's come together, let's get up and leave. See you later, drink together. I said don't die. Roll on, my life is very hard. Throughout the dormitory building, familiar figures dragged their luggage towards the gate of the training camp. After a year, this time, it's really time to part. Luochen, Xia, I'm leaving, remember to find me in Huaihai City. Chao Yuan dragged his luggage and walked to the door of their room to say goodbye to them. Don't worry, pay attention to safety on the road. Woo-woo, Luochen, Xia, I'm gone too, remember to come to Guangshan to find me. As long as you come, 5-star hotels, private jets, everything is covered by me. Bailey Fat also dragged his luggage over. Don't worry, we'll go. Lin Xie couldn't laugh or cry. Fat, it's not that we can't see each other, why cry? Zhang Luochen stepped forward and patted Bailey Fat on the shoulder. I'm just reluctant. Behind Bailey Fat Pang, his bodyguard group had already helped him get all kinds of things. Bailey Fat turned around 3 times, and finally said, by the way, I put your things under the bed, remember to take them. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie were stunned, came to their bed, and saw a beautiful box, and when they opened it, there was a whole box of Rolex. The two looked at each other, and then smiled helplessly. Hey, there's another heavy thing on the way back. What? Don't like to give it to me. How can that work? Fat gave it to me. Then it's time for us to go. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie each dragged their luggage and walked outside. The two of them passed through a familiar place, and before they knew it, only the two of them were left on this road. When they came to the door of the training camp, the two raised their heads slightly and glanced at a few big characters on the iron door, number 039 recruit training camp base. It seems to be a push between the two, as if it is a farewell for everyone, and as if it is a farewell to this training camp. The two dragged their luggage along the rough road, all the way to the outside of the military checkpoint. It's been a year, why is this road still so muddy? Zhang Luochen complained helplessly. It's estimated that the cost will be saved, anyway, it will be demolished here, and if the road is built, it will be a bit wasteful. Lin Xie said. It's here. Zhang Luochen saw the bus parked at the door in charge of of picking them up, and at the same time, he also saw a black van parked on the side. It seems like someone is coming to pick us up. Lin Xie also found a black van, a car that they were all too familiar with. Let's go. In the car, Red Tassel, wearing a red tracksuit and sunglasses, was waving to them, and then, she was seen getting out of the car. Sister Hongying, why are you here? Lin Xie asked. Zhang Luochen was still about to speak, but in the next second, a touch of black suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, instantly losing the light, and even, a little breathless, but to be honest, what was going on with a little softness? Come and pick up the new members of our 136 squad out of the camp, hee. Only then did Hongying let go of the arm that hooked the two of them. The two of them were finally able to breathe fresh air again, and they were strangled just now, and their faces were red at the moment. However, what does it matter if something like this happens again? Zhang Luochen thought to himself. The captain started counting the days you left the camp last month. It's too annoying. Hongying paused, then stepped forward and patted the two on the shoulder. Congratulations on your transfer back to the 136 team, and at the same time, don't be frustrated because of your low ranking. It is the best arrangement to be able to return to the 136 team. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie looked at each other. Both of them understood what was going on. Obviously a first, a second, two rare geniuses in the training camp for so many years, but they thought that they were arranged here because of poor grades. However, the two also tacitly chose not to say it. Lin Xie felt that it was good now, and Zhang Luochen, Lin Xie's pretending feeling, he also wanted to experience it. Sitting in the car, Hongying drove all the way away from here. The training camp was getting farther and farther away from them, and the 136th squad base area was getting closer and closer to them. I was going to pick you up together, but something happened at the last minute, so I came alone. What's going on? There is a suspected mysterious case in the east of the city. When Qima, Lang Xian, and Xiaonan have gone over to check the situation, the captain and the old dog of Shangnan, goodbye to an important person. Lin Xie was a little confused. What important person will come to Tsangnan City? I heard about the previous incident in Nanshan, Tianjin, and detected the fluctuations of the gods, so I alarmed a ceiling and came to investigate. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie looked at each other, and they naturally understood what was going on. It was when Nix appeared carrying Lin Xie's soul. This time out of the camp, we encountered a mysterious incident. It seems that we have no rest. Things are stubble after stubble. Zhang Luochen leaned on the seat, looking casual. Don't worry, the probability of mystery in Sangnan City is very low. I guess that this time it's a trivial matter, Hongying said casually. Zhang Luochen looked at the scene outside the window with a smile and thought, I hope so. Not long after, the black van stopped in front of the door of the Red Ing Villa, and the three of them pushed the door in. Still a familiar place. You guys clean up. The captain's side doesn't seem to be good yet. It's strange, it's all afternoon, Hongying said. Sister Hongying, are you going to the office for dinner at night? Lin Xie asked. Yes, the captain is ready. I'll take care of you both, Hongying said. The two dragged their suitcases back to their respective rooms and reorganized the contents of the room. Then I heard Hongying shouting downstairs, Luochen, 7 Knights, how are you? The captain is waiting for us. It's coming. The two quickly went downstairs and got into the car to the office. Ding dong. Welcome. Zhang Luochen walked in the front and pushed open the door of the office, and in the office, except for Chen Mai, who was still busy in the kitchen, others were already waiting inside. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie stood upright at the door and said with a firm expression, Night Watch Team 136, Lin Xie, Zhang Luochen, come and register. Everyone looked at each other with a different smile on their faces, and Wu Shangnan shouted in the direction of the kitchen, Captain Chen, a newcomer has come to report. In the kitchen, Chen Mai took a towel and wiped his hands, then put it aside casually and stepped forward to look at Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie. Okay, our 136 squad doesn't have so many rules, just sit down and eat in a while. When Shima walked up, put his arms on the shoulders of the two of them, and led them in the direction of the sofa. It's good to come back. The team of night watchmen in those big cities has too many rules, and there are many tasks, unlike us, which is comfortable. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie's faces were full of helplessness. Everyone thought that the results of the two of them were not ideal, and they were all comforting them. Wu Shangnan walked to Zhang Luochen's side. Luochen, it seems that the above is still making the final judgment on your forbidden ruins, but you also have to be mentally prepared. Okay, understand Teen Wu. Zhang Luochen smiled bitterly. They all thought that their grades were not ideal, so their ranking of the forbidden ruins was estimated not to be too high, and they could not even be regarded as super high risk. But they don't know. He is the first place in the training camp, and the ranking will definitely not be too low. Besides, this time, he can even name the name of the forbidden ruins by himself, which has never happened. It seems that he has made history again. By the way, I heard that there is a mystery again? Lin Xie asked curiously. When Qima briefly explained the investigation to the two of them, and there are not many clues about this time. Okay, let's not discuss this yet. Chen Mai took the lead in raising the wine glass in his hand, in order to welcome Luo Chen and 7 Knights back to the 136th squad. Cheers! Cheers! After drinking and eating, Zhang Luochen returned to his room, took a comfortable shower and lay down on the bed. The days of the training training camp have passed, and now he is a qualified night watchman, and since he came to this world, it was all like a dream. He is no longer the ordinary Zhang Luochen he used to be, he is now a night watchman. And at this moment, a familiar voice sounded in Zhang Luochen's ears. Detect that the host has become a night watchman, and as a reward, get an additional chance to extract ability. As the sound of the system sounded, a huge roulette will appeared in front of Zhang Luochen again. Extraction ability. The huge turntable began to turn, and after a while, it stayed in one place. Congratulations to the host for obtaining all of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, which can emit chakra from the palm of your hand to improve the healing ability of wounds or affected areas, and can also perform other surgeries, but this ability does not include the Baihao technique. Zhang Luochen was overjoyed. The chakra mentioned in it was spiritual power in the world of God slashing, and in the next second, a wonderful feeling poured into Zhang Luochen's body. Then, Zhang Luochen raised his right hand, and a pale green light appeared in his right palm, which was very soft, and now it was only slightly closer, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Ding! Then if you get injured in the future, won't you heal yourself? If you draw the Baihao technique, it will be even more invincible. Zhang Luochen looked at his palm. With this ability, to be a doctor, wouldn't it be famous all over the world? After one night, a black van stopped at the door of the tavern, and Zhang Luochen, Lin Xie, and Wen Qima got out of the car. Because I said yesterday that a similar mysterious incident was found, this morning, Wen Qima rushed to the scene with the two of them to check the relevant situation. At present, the tavern is cordoned off by the police, and the three of them crossed the cordon and walked to the interior of the tavern. The tavern is not big, but the decoration is quite exquisite. The style is relatively retro, and it is also an internet celebrity check-in point in this condition. Is there no one guarding here? Lin Xie saw that it was empty and couldn't help but be curious. As long as the case involves mystery, ordinary police officers cannot intervene, so these things are handled by us personally, but don't worry, there are special personnel outside squatting 24 hours a day. As long as a suspicious person is found, he can be caught immediately. At this time, a young man in a black coat walked in from outside, and as soon as he came in from outside the door, he said hello to Wen Qima. Brother Wen, are you looking for clues again today? Hey, these two are new members, Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie. Luochen, Xie, this is the person I told you about, the professional handling department. Xiaohei, let's talk to them about the situation here. Wen Qima gave a brief introduction to each other. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie said hello to Xiaohei. Both of them are now serious night watchmen, so they also want to truly integrate into this organization. Subsequently, Xiaohei told the two of them in detail what happened here, and several people walked in the direction of the backyard as they spoke. On the ground in the backyard, there are numbers marked with numbers one after another, and each number plate corresponds to a photo of the scene, and a human figure is outlined with chalk on the wall, suspended in midair in the shape of a 10. Zhang Luochen has only seen such a scene on TV, but now this feeling is a bit like criminal investigation. Suspiciously, all 10 fingers of the deceased were cut off, and the fracture was very smooth, and the knife has not been found so far. Do you want to cut your fingers? Lin Xie muttered to himself. I like the mystery of cutting my fingers, it's really a special habit. Zhang Luochen said. This bleeding is a bit small. Lin Xie pointed to one of the photos and said, take a look at the video recorder first, you should be able to find some clues from it. Wen Qima brought a few people back into the tavern, and Xiaohei took out a video recorder from the evidence bag. The video recorder opens and the video inside starts playing. Xiaohei directly played the most important plot, and several people stepped forward to watch carefully. After reading it, Lin Xie's brows furrowed. The fingers in the picture disappear little by little, not cut with a knife. Maybe because the picture is blurry, I didn't see it clearly, but it was actually cut with a knife. Wen Qima said. Aren't there other cases? Lin Xie asked. The others found no mysterious traces, so they were taken over by the police. Wen Qima said. I want to see a few other bodies. Lin Xie said. Then I'll go prepare your documents. Wen Qima said. A few people walked out of the tavern, and Wen Qima went to prepare the relevant documents. What do you think? Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luochen and asked. Looking at it now, it's indeed more complicated, but doesn't that mouse feel a little suspicious? Zhang Luochen's eyes looked over and saw a little gray mouse huddled there. Lin Xie also looked at Zhang Luochen's gaze, feeling a little puzzled. Mouse, it seems a bit familiar. Zhang Luochen naturally knew what was going on with this mouse, and then looked at Lin Xie. Well, I'll go see what's going on. You go investigate the corpse. Lin Xie nodded. Then be careful. Don't worry, I'm the first place, Zhang Luochen said proudly. Lin Xie rolled his eyes at him. You can die if you don't pretend. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie separated. Zhang Luochen was alone and followed all the way to the place where the gray mouse appeared. However, after following for a while, the little mouse disappeared from a sewer pipe, and Zhang Luochen stopped his steps here. And Qing fish hiding in the sewers. Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. It seems that this time, I really have to go to the sewer. Zhang Luochen walked aside and directly picked up the manhole cover next to him, and then he jumped down directly, and the manhole cover returned to its original position on the spot, as if it had never moved. In the gray underground, Zhang Luochen turned on on the Sharingan and moved slowly underground, and at this moment, a strange sound came not far away. Zhang Luochen stopped and looked not far away. The next moment, the raging rat tide surged in the sewers, and they shuttled through the passages in an orderly manner, looking well trained. This Inqing fish is really a pervert, and it is really shocking to see this scene. Zhang Luochen couldn't help but sigh. The rat tide approached in the direction of Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen consciously gave way to a road, and then, one of the rats stopped in front of Zhang Luochen, glanced at Zhang Luochen, and then continued to walk forward as if to show him the way. Zhang Luochen followed the mouse like this, and the group of rats was still in order, as if they were shuttling around training. The more he went in, the more he felt a cold atmosphere, and when Zhang Luochen thought that Inqing had lived alone in such a place for a year, the more he felt that this guy was a bit perverted. At this moment, a vague figure appeared in front of Zhang Luochen, and Zhang Luochen, who had not seen anyone, also knew that this guy was Inqing. But who knows, in the next second, the vines under Zhang Luochen's feet suddenly burst open, and the thick white vines grabbed Zhang Luochen's body like lightning. Fire escape. The art of fireball. A huge flame attacked the vine, and was instantly annihilated by the flames. At the same time, an extreme cold emanated, and the surrounding water surface instantly froze, and Xingyu reached out into the pool on the side, and a frost long sword surrounded by cold air appeared in his hand. Zhang Luochen pulled out the straight knife behind him, the straight knife that belonged to his own night watchman. Since you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Zhang Luochen held a knife in one hand, kicked the ground with both legs, and instantly came to Xingyu's face, cutting through the air in front of him with a straight knife. But Xingyu's speed was not slow. The frost long sword in his hand was lying on his chest, and the straight knife and the frost long sword collided together. Water can extinguish fire, but fire can melt ice. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Luochen's mouth, and at this moment, a flame instantly enveloped the straight knife. The frost long sword began to melt slowly under this hot scorching, and Xingyu quickly retreated, waving his palm gently against the water surface next to him. Dozens of ice spikes broke out of the water, so fast that he couldn't see clearly. Hey, I've said it, why don't you listen? Zhang Luochen released a huge fireball again, and the dozens of ice spikes melted on the spot. Is the Forbidden Ruins completely suppressed? It's really speechless. And Xingyu muttered to himself, whether it is a vine or an ice thorn, it only takes a fire to solve it directly. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from the passage next to it, and then, a puff of smoke and dust drifted out of the passage. A large group of rats there were blown up on the spot, and those orderly rat tides also quickly rushed towards other passages at this moment. Lin Qia's figure slowly appeared from the passage, and the war mummy also stood beside him, and then, in a brilliant magic circle, the war mummy disappeared into it. Ha, Lin Qia? Zhang Luochen looked at Lin Qia and understood what was going on, and Xingyu stole those corpses, and Lin Qia happened to find it here. Did you find this place too? Lin Qia also saw Zhang Luochen, and then his eyes looked at Xingyu. When two people come, they can't beat it. And Xingyu took off his hood, revealing his quiet and fair face, and his eyes full of curiosity and excitement looked at Zhang Luochen and Lin Qia. Long time no see, you two. Inqing fish? Lin Qia came to Zhang Luochen's side. What's going on? Zhang Luochen asked suspiciously. I tracked it down here. What's going on with you? Checking the body and checking it here. The body was stolen, so I tracked it down to this place. As he spoke, Lin Qia's eyes looked at Xingyu. And Xingyu smiled. I'm surprised. Come on, come in and take a look. For more than a year, it's just the two of you guests. Lin Qia couldn't help but ask, what happened after the Nanda Snake Demon incident? And Xingyu sighed and briefly told the two about what had happened in the past year, including dissecting mysterious corpses and gaining abilities. Your Forbidden Ruins are copying mysterious abilities? Lin Qia spoke in surprise, and Xingyu shook his head. No, it's analysis, through anatomy and experiments, analyzing the principle of the existence of a mysterious characteristic. And Xingyu also explained his Forbidden Ruins ability. After saying this, and Xingyu suddenly turned around and looked at the two of them. You two, I still can't correctly interpret this strange ability in you. The two frowned. Don't think too much, I won't be dissected by you. Zhang Luochen hurriedly said. So, have you ever learned about your Forbidden Ruins? Lin Qia asked. I understand, but there is no existence of my Forbidden Ruins in the existing Forbidden Ruins sequence. Only the Eye of True Vision, with serial number 315 is a bit similar, but only similar. Lin Qia was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Zhang Luochen on the side. So, it's a brand new Forbidden Ruin again? And Xingyu looked at Zhang Luochen curiously. So your Forbidden Ruins are also unknown? Zhang Luochen nodded. My Forbidden Ruins are not in the Forbidden Ruins sequence, and no one has owned them before, so I named it. The only correct answer, and Xingyu said. Wait, that's how you got the name? Zhang Luochen said suspiciously. And Xingyu was stunned. Is there any problem? Hey, he chose a name, and it must be approved by his superiors. Zhang Luochen said to Lin Qia beside him. Lin Qia scratched his head awkwardly. I don't know, I also just joined the night watch. Logically speaking, it should be. And Xingyu said thoughtfully, what about yours? I don't have a name yet, and I don't have a serial number. Zhang Luochen replied, because this situation has not happened for a long time, so the superiors need to discuss it carefully. first observed the strength and achievements of my recruit training camp. Now that the training camp is over, it should be in the final summary stage. Boot camp? And Xingyu asked suspiciously. Every night watchman has to attend a 1-year boot camp, and after graduation, he can become a real night watchman. Lin Qiye explained. So that's how it is. And Xingyu nodded. What about these rats? What's going on? Lin Qiye asked. It's all controlled by me, and the ability of the snake species analyzed from the Nanda snake demon is analyzed. And Xingyu explained. Considering that mice are the most concealed, they have not been tested on other organisms, so I named this ability fish species. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye said in unison, good name. As they spoke, several people had already walked to an underground cavity, and in this space, various specimens, instruments and test benches were placed, and the two people who looked at it were stunned. You built a large laboratory here? Yes, all the equipment here has been eliminated, but the structure is not complicated. I can continue to use it after a little analysis, and I have also modified it a little, which may be better than the top equipment. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye saw the mysterious corpses soaked in formalin. You have such abilities, why don't you join the night watch? Lin Qiye asked curiously. I have no interest in the night watch, I am only interested in the mystery of dissection. What I am pursuing is the truth. Moreover, joining the night's watch will be bound by various rules. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye didn't speak, and Xingyu in front of him was a mad scientist, but everyone's pursuit was different. There is another problem. Lin Qiye suddenly thought of something. During the Chinese New Year, was it you who passed on the message to me? It's me, that's just a matter of raising your hand. And Xingyu said, moreover, without me, your good friend has already solved it for you. Lin Qiye smiled lightly. Anyway, I still owe you a favor. What do you mean? We won't hand you over now, but if you do something harmful to society, I will definitely find you out. Lin Qiye said seriously. You didn't ask your companion, is that what you mean? And Xingyu looked at Zhang Luochen. I have no objection. Zhang Luochen spread his hands and said. Lin Qiye saw the 3 corpses stolen by Xingyu, and they were lying on the operating table at this time. Are you just for these 3 corpses? No need to look at it, it's the same as the autopsy report, there's nothing unusual. And Xingyu spoke. So, these 3 corpses are normal. Zhang Luochen said. What? Is there something unusual in the tavern? And Xingyu asked. The body won't be seen until tomorrow, and we haven't had time to see it yet. Lin Qiye said. I didn't see it either. And Xingyu said. However, there is always something strange. Lin Qiye said thoughtfully. Oh, blood volume? As Xingyu spoke, he walked to the side. It was an open space. One side of the open space was a wall, and a human figure was drawn with white chalk on the wall, and the position was almost exactly the same as the scene. You can't simulate your blood volume yourself. Zhang Luochen saw 2 cups on the table, both of which had blood stains in them. Simulation? How to simulate? Cut off your own fingers? Lin Qiye frowned. I have the ability to regenerate a lizard, and I can regenerate at a super speed, so what's so difficult about breaking off my fingers? And Xingyu explained. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye only had one thought in their hearts. This guy is a complete madman. However, there is no conclusion now. I need to look at the body in the tavern. You can't get in. You two can take me in. Lin Qiye sighed slightly, then turned to look at Zhang Luochen. What do you think? If he can take a look, he can solve the case faster. And now we really need to hurry up. In case this mystery comes out to commit the crime again, at least we can get some useful clues. Zhang Luochen said. And Xingyu's eyes lit up, and he looked at Zhang Luochen with a grateful face, and his mood was even more excited. Lin Qiye finally reluctantly agreed. Night. Several people came to the place where the bodies were parked, and a young man yawned at the door, and when he saw the 3 of them, his expression immediately became serious. Please show your ID. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye took out the coat of arms and handed it to him at the same time, and the young man looked at it carefully and then spoke. It turns out that you two are the new night watchman. Excuse me, but this is. He is an expert I invited to take a look at the corpse. Lin Qiye spoke. Okay, I'll open the door for you. As the door opened, the 3 of them walked directly inside, and Xingyu had already begun to observe the corpse, and he subconsciously took out the scalpel, looking eager to try. You can only see, you can't dissect it, Lin Qiye advised. And Xingyu could only silently put down the scalpel in his hand and carefully observed every part of the corpse. There is nothing abnormal in the autopsy report. Zhang Luochen handed the autopsy report to Lin Qiye, and Lin Qiye also opened it and checked it. It's really a bit problematic. And Xingyu frowned and explained his thoughts. The method of nailing in and the method of cutting off fingers are opposite. In other words, he was first cut off his finger and then nailed to the wall? Lin Qiye responded. But what is shown in the video is inconsistent with our reasoning, and besides, the video has not been processed. So, it's not Sun Xiao in the video. Zhang Luochen spoke first, and Xingyu's eyes lit up. I didn't expect you are also very smart. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly and thought, sometimes I always have to pretend. However, there is another fatal problem. Only Sun Xiao's DNA was detected at the scene. Lin Qiye frowned and said, if there is really a second deceased, then, where is his body? Is it possible? In fact, the tavern owner lied. Zhang Luochen said. and Xingyu thought for a while. It is necessary to go to the tavern and take another look. At this moment, the mobile phone rang. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye picked up the phone at the same time, and after they hung up, they exchanged glances, and then looked at Xingyu. We're going back. The captain is looking for us for something. Lin Qiye said, this is my number. If something happens in a moment, notify me immediately. Peace office. When Qima held a pile of information and placed it in front of everyone. Promotion ceremony? Lin Qiye looked at the information in his hand and frowned. So, the next goal is to find a place where there are many people. Zhang Luochen said. That's right. Wu Shangnan took out a map and drew a circle in one of the places with a red pen. We deduced the approximate location of the last ceremony. High-end residential area? When Shima said in surprise when he saw this. So, from the perspective of time, it will start at 3:33 a.m. tomorrow. Lin Qiye said. Now that we already know what to do, then all of us will monitor this place separately, and as soon as a mysterious appearance appears, we will immediately take action and kill it. Chen Mai said. Everyone replied in unison. When everyone came to the place of surveillance, Lin Qiye and Zhang Luochen stood on a high place. Lin Qiye had two black boxes beside him, and Zhang Luochen had only one. Lin Qiye has become accustomed to using dual knives. Zhang Luochen still feels that a knife is more adaptable, and there are two black boxes every time, and there are too many things. He doesn't have Lin Qiye's summoning magic ritual. I'll go to Xingyu's side to see what clues he has. Zhang Luochen said. Ha, now past? It's a bit far. Lin Qiye said. It's okay, I have a way. As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, he disappeared in place in an instant. Lin Qiye looked at Zhang Luochen, who suddenly disappeared in place, and muttered to himself, this teleportation is too domineering. Night. On the silent street, and Xingyu, dressed in a black trench coat, walked slowly, his steps stopping at the door of a tavern blocked by a yellow cordon. Yes. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared beside him, and Xingyu quickly retreated and immediately entered a fighting state. Don't be afraid, it's me. Zhang Luochen's figure appeared beside Xingyu. Are you? Where did it come from? Xingyu said in surprise. Teleportation. Zhang Luochen replied. Xingyu's eyes kept looking at Zhang Luochen. His eyes were full of greed, as if he was going to dissect him at the next moment. Don't look at me like this. Let's go. Go in. Zhang Luochen crossed the cordon and entered the tavern, followed by Xingyu. Xingyu looked at everything inside the tavern, carefully observing every corner, and he came to the backyard. Help me take a picture. Xingyu took out the video recorder and handed it to Zhang Luochen. What are you going to do? Zhang Luochen asked. Of course it's a repetition of the case. Xingyu stood on the stool. The whole person was attached to the wall, coinciding with the human figure on the wall. Your repetition is really a repetition. Zhang Luochen felt ashamed. Zhang Luochen looked at the bloody Xingyu in front of him. His hair stood up, and he really wondered if this guy had a serious masochistic tendency. Didn't he feel pain? At this time, Xingyu's severed finger was rapidly recovering, and Zhang Luochen stared at the video recorder in his hand. Wait, Xingyu, if this picture is played upside down, isn't it exactly what we see? Zhang Luochen suddenly spoke, and Xingyu's eyes lit up, and he quickly took the video recorder to watch, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Sure enough, that's it. Therefore, the scene of Sun Zhao's first murder is not here, but it cannot be anywhere other than the tavern. Zhang Luochen spoke. So, right in this tavern. The two spoke at the same time. Moreover, there is only one person who can do this. Zhang Luochen spoke, and Xingyu smiled slightly, and then, his eyes looked to the other side of the tavern. There is something wrong with this place. The two walked in a narrow stone staircase, and Xingyu directly used the frost to break the lock on the iron door, slowly opened the iron door, and as soon as the door was opened, a stench of buttocks came to the face. Here, it's the first scene. Zhang Luochen looked at this place and said, you can also find out here. I analyzed this tavern. This layout is very strange. This land was originally a tavern, and then allocated to the hot pot restaurant next to it, and this place happened to belong to the hot pot restaurant, so it was fooled. We have investigated that this mystery did this to carry out a promotion ceremony, so he wanted to kill hundreds of people in a certain place at 3:33 in the morning. Zhang Luochen reported the situation to Ji and Xingyu. Do you want to hold a ceremony, a place with hundreds of people, as long as it is at that point? And Xingyu suddenly said, so, even if it's in the air? Zhang Luochen quickly left here. You tell Lin Qiye the news. And Xingyu dialed the phone and told Lin Qiye everything he knew, and Lin Qiye's face also changed. So that boss is leaving Sangnan City in a hurry to perform a ceremony in the air, and Xingyu, you are relatively close to the airport, rush over immediately. Lin Qiye's anxious voice rang from the phone. Someone who has rushed out faster than me. And Xingyu looked at the place where Zhang Luochen disappeared. Zhang Luochen directly held the straight knife in his hand, and he himself quickly rushed towards the direction of the airport, while using the teleportation of the Flying Thunder God technique. Finally came to the airport, but where to find the plane in the huge airport? Zhang Luochen, how are you there? Lin Qiye's voice came from the headset. I just arrived at the airport, and I'm still looking for that plane. Zhang Luochen quickly browsed the flight information and finally locked the target of the plane. I know which one. I will immediately go go to the runway. Zhang Luochen jumped up and threw a stone in his hand into the distance. This time, he used enough strength to teleport out a distance of hundreds of meters at once. Rumble. At this moment, a sound of an airplane taking off sounded. Zhang Luochen's speed was already very fast, but he still saw that the plane had taken off. Lin Xie, before I could catch up, the plane had already taken off. Zhang Luochen reported through the headset. It's okay, I have a way. Lin Xie's voice just fell. Zhang Luochen saw a figure and a spider in the sky. This person was riding on a spider, as if he was flying? Good guy, the first time you saw someone riding a spider, you ruined your Azu like this. Zhang Luochen felt ashamed. Zhang Luochen stood in place, seeing that the plane was getting closer and closer to the ground, and that person and spider were also getting smaller and smaller. If it weren't for his Sharingan, he wouldn't be able to see them with the naked eye alone. It didn't take long for Lin Xie's voice to sound from the headset. I dived into the target plane. As soon as Lin Xie finished speaking, Zhang Luochen also suddenly appeared in front of him, and there was also an Xingyu here. I also infiltrated the target plane. Zhang Luochen also replied through the headset. The three of them were crowded in the toilet in the airport, which was originally very small, and it was a little difficult for the three of them to even turn around. When did you mark me? Lin Xie was a little confused the moment he saw Zhang Luochen appear. We've lived together for so long, haven't I touched your body less? Zhang Luochen said. And Xingyu's eyes suddenly changed, and he looked at the two people in front of him meaningfully, looking like he was watching a good show. Where is the mark? Can it be washed off? Lin Xie wanted to find the marks on his body, but unfortunately, the space here was too small, and it was very difficult to move. Don't worry, you can't find it, and it's not a tattoo. How can it be washed off? It's a lifelong thing to mark it. Zhang Luochen said proudly. Lin Xie rolled his eyes helplessly. Luochen, Xie, you did a beautiful job. Red Ying's voice came from the headset. We didn't have time, so now we can only drive the car and follow behind. Luochen, Xie, only the two of you are on the plane, and the rescue of those passengers and Wen Qimo will be left to you, and you must take care of each other. Chen Mai's voice was a little deep, and at the same time, he was concerned about the two of them. For you two newcomers who have just graduated, such a task may be a bit difficult, but there is no choice now. You must be careful. We will receive you below. Received. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie said in unison. At the same time, Zhang Luochen spoke again. By the way, I have never had a chance to tell you. In fact, in this training camp, my results are the first, and Lin Xie is the second. Zhang Luochen smiled in his heart, and this time, he let himself pretend to succeed again. Lin Xie on the side gave Zhang Luochen a big wide eye, thinking, this guy, just show off, why do you still step on me? And Xingyu looked at the two people with a very strange expression, and finally set his sights on Lin Xie. Is he usually pretending to be like this? So stiff? Lin Xie ignored Xingyu and was about to step forward to open the toilet door, but unfortunately, the space in it was too small, and the door was only opened by a third of the way, so it couldn't be opened, and it couldn't be opened at all. In the end, Zhang Luochen had no choice but to stick to the top of the toilet first, giving up a space for the two of them, and after the two of them went out, Zhang Luochen finally left the toilet. The three of them came to the cabin, and the surface of the scene here was still very peaceful. In the cab, the three of them spoke at the same time. The three of them walked in the direction of the cab, and there were not even flight attendants who came out to stop them along the way. The flight attendants are under control, and Xingyu said. Lin Xie also nodded. Zhang Luochen came to the first-class position. These people have fallen asleep. Lin Xie looked at the cab with a solemn face. The owner of the tavern is inside, and there are two mysterious beside him. One should be a 10-cut ghost boy, and the other is sealed in crystal by him and is in a dying state. What should I do now? And Xingyu asked. Zhang Luochen directly used the Sharingan's genjutsu abilities to bring several first-class passengers into their own spiritual world. What are you doing? And Xingyu asked. Lin Xie smiled knowingly, because the two had already thought of going together. Control a few people in the first-class cabin first, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Your eyes, and the ability to control spirits? And Xingyu looked at Zhang Luochen's red eyes curiously. Don't keep staring into his eyes, maybe you will be controlled too. Lin Xie patted Xingyu on the shoulder and said. And Xingyu immediately withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Lin Xie. Get ready to act. The three of them looked in the direction of the cab, and an extreme darkness instantly shrouded them, and Xingyu walked towards the combination lock. The password is correct. At the moment of opening the door, Zhang Luochen instantly took out a knife, and the straight knife in his hand just set up 10 cuts of the ghost boy dagger, and this time Zhang Luochen used all his strength. The thin Shikiri ghost boy instantly took a few steps back, and if it weren't for the control instruments behind him blocking it, he might have continued to retreat. Pray for ink. Zhang Luochen looked at Wen Qimo beside him. Lin Xie squatted down and used his mental power to sweep Wen Qimo's body, and briefly checked his body. I'll come. Zhang Luochen squatted down and came to Wen Qimo's side, just as he had not yet used the palm immortal technique he had just learned, and finally found the object of use. You? Wen Qimo looked at Zhang Luochen suspiciously, and Lin Xie on the side was also very confused, knowing Zhang Luochen to this day, and he didn't know that he would still treat him. In an instant, a pale green green light appeared between Zhang Luochen's palms. Zhang Luochen moved his palm to the place where Wen Qima was injured, and the wounds on his body began to heal visibly. It didn't take long for the wounds on Wen Qima's body to be completely healed, and several people watched this scene in disbelief. "You can still heal?" Wen Qima said in surprise. "Well, I just learned it." Zhang Luochen smiled. "I actually learned a new move." Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luochen and thought to himself, it seems that Zhang Luochen has a lot of secrets, maybe even more than himself. "You've learned to summon the department. Can't I have another healing department?" Zhang Luochen asked rhetorically. Lin Xie didn't reply. After all, now the enemy was still in front of his eyes, and the tavern owner who had been pierced by a nail in his eyebrows just now also healed quickly, and he was shocked to see Wen Qima standing there like a normal person. "You are also speeding regeneration?" The tavern owner looked at Zhang Luochen suspiciously. "He is." Zhang Luochen pointed to Wen Xingyu on the side, and then continued, "I am just a doctor with benevolence." "It's interesting." The tavern owner grinned. "How did you find here?" "As long as you deduce that you are the murderer, and then add a little wild idea, it will not be difficult to find you." Lin Xie spoke calmly. The tavern owner frowned. "I shouldn't have shown my feet." And Xingyu smiled softly. "No horse's feet? To be honest, your handling of details is not as good as a snake. Also, if you want to leave by plane, you still have to buy a ticket. It's easy to find out if you check it." Zhang Luochen also spoke lightly. Lin Xie revealed the key to solving the entire case in front of the tavern owner. "In addition, there are 600 kilograms of explosives in the warehouse. You have too many flaws, and you shouldn't have imagined that there is a person who also has super speed regeneration, who will use himself as a model to completely simulate your methods, so that he finds that the video is played backwards." When the tavern owner heard these words, he stared at Lin Xie with his eyes, and then slowly spoke. "I really didn't expect that there would be such a demon in this small Xingnan city." "Correct it." And Xingyu silently pushed down his eyes and stretched out 2 fingers. "It's 2. Correct it again." Zhang Luochen moved his wrist and stretched out 3 fingers. "It's 3. When Qima was just about to stretch out his finger and say something, but the tavern owner had already realized that it was running out of time, and said to the Shirtje ghost boy on the side, "Kill them, we will continue the ceremony." The Shirtcut ghost boy roared, his body wriggled violently, and in the blink of an eye, an identical self split out of its body, and then split again, turning into 4, splitting again, and the entire cab was covered with 10 identical Shirtcut ghost boys. In such a small space, it instantly felt a little crowded. Zhang Luochen took out the knife extremely quickly. "You go to the boss. I'll stay here too." And Xingyu's eyes lit up and looked at the 10-cut ghost boy. "Shimo, you are just injured, so don't move yet." Lin Xia's figure moved, and the straight knife in his hand slashed directly at the tavern owner. 10 short knives of 10-cut ghost boys attacked Zhang Luochen at the same time. Zhang Luochen's movements were very fast, but because it was too crowded here, he couldn't use many moves. For example, in such a small space, such an attack could be solved with one move, but now if it is used like this, others will also suffer. At this moment, a frost appeared behind Zhang Luochen and blocked the attack behind him. "Thank you," Zhang Luochen said. "You're welcome. Thank you for raising your hand." And Cheng smiled lightly. "Be careful," Zhang Luochen shouted, and the straight knife in his hand directly swung away the short knife in front of him, forming a palm with one hand. Soft fist, gossip empty palm. A cloud of air suddenly condensed between his palms, directly shaking a 10-cut ghost boy and hitting the windshield of the cab, which was smashed on the spot, and a gust of wind poured directly into the narrow cab. Just now, the 10-cut ghost boy flew out directly, and at the same time, the other 2 were blown out together. The tavern owner was also blown away by the wind, but he stabilized his figure outside the plane and fixed it tightly outside the plane. The wind frantically blended into the cab, and Zhang Luochen was almost a little unsteady by the wind, but the attack of the 10-cut ghost boy continued. Rasengan. A light blue ball appeared between Zhang Luochen's palms, directly knocking a 10-cut ghost boy out of the air. And Xingyu used frost to block the gap in the windshield, and the wind in the cab stopped. And Xingyu, you go operate the plane. At the same time, the remaining 10-cut ghost boys quickly attacked Zhang Luochen, several short knives from different directions, but their goals were very consistent. His weaknesses are in his neck and tail vertebrae, and Xingyu was already sitting in the cockpit of the plane. Zhang Luochen understood, and a current suddenly spread from his body. No matter which direction the ghost boy was spared. Just now, because of the large number of people, it could not be used, and now, in the entire cab, only he and Xingyu were left. Lin Xie and the tavern owner were fighting outside the plane, and the original several pilots were taken out of the cab by Wen Qima. Anqing fish has super speed regeneration. Even if it is affected by the current, it will not be affected in any way. The 1,000 switches flowed from Zhang Luochen's body, and none of the 10 ghost children in the cab were spared, and there was a paralysis all over his body, and then he fell to the ground, and it still wanted to struggle, but the paralyzed whole body made him unable to move. Zhang Luochen took the straight knife in his hand and slashed at the necks of several 10-cut ghost boys lying on the ground, and after cutting the last 10-cut ghost boy, all the rest disappeared, leaving only the last corpse. "This is the body," Zhang Luochen said lightly, and then glanced at the time. 3:32 a.m. Are you going out to help him? And Xingyu turned his head to look at Zhang Luochen. Now the plane has been completely controlled by Xingyu, and the rest is Lin Qiye, who was fighting with the tavern owner outside the plane. Zhang Luochen turned his head slightly, seemingly looking outside. It shouldn't be a big deal. You control the plane, I'll go see the others. Luochen, let's do it together. When Qi Ma appeared in the cab again. It's okay, Qiamo, you can stay here. 7 Knights will be back in a while. Zhang Luochen walked out of the cab and closed the cab door directly. Zhang Luochen turned around and walked towards the first class, and sure enough, the first class was still in the final ceremony, and the passengers of the first class were nailed in mid-air in a strange form. Their fingers were all cut off, and at the same time, a woman was lying in the aisle in the middle. Is it done? Zhang Luochen lowered his body. This woman had already fainted. Bellland was just a small bug. Just now he manipulated this woman's body to complete the ritual. Zhang Luochen frowned. It was obviously difficult to find a small bug in this place, and he didn't know how the current Bellland was hiding. Just as Zhang Luochen was still thinking about something, a cold aura spread behind him. Zhang Luochen's face changed, and the whole person quickly retreated. A cold light appeared. Fortunately, Zhang Luochen's reaction was timely, otherwise his body would have been colorful. I didn't expect you to react so quickly. This voice naturally came from Bell Crane, who controlled the body of one of the passengers, and a small bug stayed on the tip of the passenger's tongue. You used the body of an ordinary person, so your actions are just an ordinary person. Zhang Luochen clenched the straight knife in his hand. Although Bell Crander has not yet recovered to his peak strength, no matter what, his strength is still in the sea realm. How can you encounter the sea realm at every turn? Zhang Luochen complained in his heart. But I use this body. Do you dare to hurt this body? Bell Crane controlled the passenger's body and attacked Zhang Luochen. Although so many passengers in the cabin had entered a coma at this time, in any case, Zhang Luochen, who was a night watchman, could not slash a straight knife at their bodies. The corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth raised slightly, and he smiled lightly. This is also simple, as long as you can't control their bodies anymore. Illusion. Bell Land was about to say something, but it suddenly found that the body it was controlling could not speak, and it was no longer under its control. In the next second, the golden worm that was originally parked on the tip of the passenger's tongue suddenly opened a pair of thin wings, and with a slight shock, its body was like a small golden electric light crossing the air. Its speed was too fast, so fast that even Zhang Luochen's Sharingan couldn't capture its speed, and in an instant, it crossed Zhang Luochen's cheek, a shallow scar appeared, and blood flowed down his face. Zhang Luochen's face changed, and he retreated continuously, trying to avoid Bell Clander's attack, and came to the middle of the cabin, which was relatively slightly more spacious. With himself as the center of the circle, Zhang Luochen rotated in place, and a light blue ball appeared around Zhang Luochen. Soft fist, return to the sky. Another kind of absolute defense in the relative sense. I haven't thought of any other way yet. At least I can use this method to make Bellland unable to get close in a short period of time. Zhang Luochen's red eyes turned quickly, and he tried to capture the figure of Bellander. I caught you. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, and the straight knife in his hand quickly attacked, instantly cutting through the air in front of him. Although the golden bug was very small, but this knife still cut its thin cicada wings. But the next second, a purple mist shrouded in it, and Zhang Luochen staggered, inserting a straight knife into the cabin to stabilize his body. Mental attack. Zhang Luochen forcibly mobilized his body, let himself leave this purple mist, leaving the fog. Zhang Luochen did feel much better. Wind escape. Zhang Luochen was just about to use the wind escape skill to blow the fog away, but in the next second, this purple mist disappeared by itself. This is... Zhang Luochen kept searching back and forth in the cabin, and did not find Bell Crane at all. Did you escape? At this moment, there was a huge explosion outside the cabin, and Zhang Luochen looked out through the window and saw that Lin Qiye's figure had returned to the cab. Not long after, Lin Qiye's figure appeared in the cabin. His expression was solemn, and then he saw Zhang Luochen with a slightly pale face. That little bug ran away. Zhang Luochen replied calmly. Did you find it? Lin Qiye asked. Well, after dealing with the 10 Cuts ghost boy just now, I found that there was a little problem with the first-class cabin, so I let it escape. Zhang Luochen replied. Lin Qiye immediately sensed the surrounding situation through his mental power, and indeed did not find Bell Land. By the way, how did you fly a plane? Lin Qiye looked at Xingyu suspiciously. It's not something you can do at a glance. Okay, the only correct answer is, you are powerful. After the plane stopped, Xiao He immediately boarded the plane with the tail-sweeping troops and transported all the corpses in the first-class cabin back so that the other passengers could get off the plane in order. Lin Qiye's body leaned against the cab. His mental power continued to search for every passenger, still looking for the figure of Bell Crane, but still found nothing. And Xingyu took off his black trench coat covered in blood, put on a clean white shirt, and got out of his driving position. This time you have made a great contribution. Why don't you go back to the night watch together? Lin Qiye said. Moreover, the higher-ups will not pursue you for stealing the body, so you don't have to continue to live underground. Yes, come with us. It's a pity that your brain doesn't come to be a night watchman. Zhang Luochen also patted Xingyu on the shoulder, and Xingyu smiled. The environment of the night watchman is still not suitable for me. I am just a madman who likes to dissect corpses. Perhaps, now is not the time. When the time is ripe, maybe you want to join yourself. Zhang Luochen paused, then looked at Lin Xie. If the captain of your team is Lin Xie, and Xingyu was stunned for a moment, he really didn't think about such a question, and after thinking for a while, he said, perhaps, when that day comes, it is really possible. However, this time, thank you for not catching me, I owe you a favor. After saying that, and Xingyu waved to the two of them, then blended into the crowd and walked off the plane together, leaving here. When everyone left, Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie walked off the plane together, and the entire airport was unusually silent. All the surrounding lights were turned off, even the lights on the plane were turned off at this time, and in the darkness, only a few stars were left in the night sky. It seems that there are only the two of us left. Zhang Luochen looked at the endless night sky and said, yes, it's just the two of us left every time. Lin Xie said with a smile, in fact, he has always had a feeling in his heart, always feeling, that he used to walk these roads alone, and at some point there was such a person beside him, and his heart was even a little warm. Zhang Luochen patted Lin Xie on the shoulder and said meaningfully, you did a good job, child. Lin Xie's eyes widened, he was stunned for a second, and then suddenly said, are you sick? Luochen. 7 nights. At this time, a loud voice resounded through the airport. The two of them turned around at the same time, and saw Hongying stretching out her hands and waving excitedly, and the whole person was still jumping in place. Luochen is powerful. 7 nights are amazing. Hongying compared a big love to the two. The two smiled one after another, and then walked in the direction of everyone. Sister Hongying, your voice is so loud, it will attract the people around you. Hongying said indifferently, I don't care, I like it. You two have made great contributions today. Chen Mai reluctantly pulled the overexcited red tassel back, looked into the eyes of the two, full of praise. This time, our 136 team has picked up a treasure. Wu Shangnan corrected on the side, I picked up 2, you actually hid such good results. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie scratched their heads a little embarrassedly. Okay, let's go back and talk about it. Now close the team. As soon as Chen Mai finished speaking, a phone rang. You guys get in the car first, I'll answer the phone. Chen Mai walked towards the shadows. As soon as Chen Mai left, the red tassel immediately came to the middle of the two, and hooked the shoulders of the two directly with one hand. Sister Hongying, wait, I'm a little out of breath. Sister Hongying, I can leave by myself. Peace office. Wu Shangnan and Hongying were fighting for the right to use the TV remote control. Lang Xian was wiping his gun there, and Si Xiaonan was lying on the table, looking like he hadn't woken up. And when Qima, Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie sat around a birdcage together, feeding food into it. This is the Raven of Calamity? Lin Xie carefully examined the black crow in the birdcage. Zhang Luochen also looked at it carefully. How this crow looked at it was no different from an ordinary crow, but if you look closely, you will find that its eyes are pale. There are no pupils, only the whites of the eyes. Does it really only call when something big happens? You can't call it on weekdays? Zhang Luochen asked curiously. Yes, this is a forbidden object with life. This thing is very rare in Daxia, and it is currently only available in several major cities such as Shangjing, Guangzhou and Shenzhen, and Huaihai. When Qima explained, then why does Songnan City exist? It's just a second-tier city. Lin Xie asked. I don't know about this, I brought it over when the captain came. When Qima replied, it's best never to call this thing. Zhang Luochen said. When Qima heard this, he nodded in agreement, and Zhang Luochen's expression began to become solemn. Such a warm time, it seems that it is about to end, and the next time is naturally that Songnan City catastrophe, which is also a major node in the original plot. Thinking that he was about to experience this, Zhang Luochen couldn't help but start to get nervous. He didn't know what kind of point this incident would happen to because of his joining, and at present, he could only say to himself, do your best. At this moment, Chen Mai walked in from outside the door, and his eyes swept over everyone one by one. Are you bored? Everyone looked at each other, a little confused, and didn't understand what happened to the captain today, but nodded. Pack your things. Chen Mai smiled slightly. We haven't gone to team building for a long time. Walk. Hearing this suggestion, Hongying was the first to jump up from the sofa, and even threw the remote control in her hand aside. Wu Shangnan took advantage of this opportunity and hurriedly took the remote control over and immediately transferred to the news channel. Si Xiaonan, who was originally sleepy, woke up all of a sudden, immediately stood up, and raised his hands. Okay, let's go to team building. Lang Xian still didn't have any expression, but silently put the gun in his hand away. Ha? Team building? Lin Xie stood up from his seat suspiciously. Luochen, 7 nights, what are you still stunned for? Let's set off quickly, this kind of opportunity is rare. When Qima directly pushed Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie's backs out, Zhang Luochen smiled knowingly and thought, yes, there are not many opportunities like this, and there are not many quiet moments like this. Songnan City Park. On a green grass, a red and white picnic mat was laid on the ground, and the red tassel lay on its back, letting the sun shine on its face. It's been a long time since I'd been out for team building, but it's really comfortable. Hongying sighed. Zhang Luochen stood next to Chen Mai, who was holding a skewer in his hand and was having a barbecue. What? Want to learn? Chen Mai looked at at Zhang Luochen and asked. Zhang Luochen nodded. I copied it by the way. Chen Mai was stunned. This thing can also be learned by copying? I don't know. Zhang Luochen spread his hands. Then you can try it. Chen Mai took a few skewers and handed them to Zhang Luochen's hand. Zhang Luochen took a few skewers of meat, put them on the barbecue grill, learned Chen Mai's movements, and sprinkled some cumin and chili peppers from time to time, looking very skillful, even like a master who had been barbecuing for many years. Your family opened a barbecue restaurant? So skillful? Wu Shangnan, who was skewering meat with a skewer on the side, couldn't help but ask. I'm an orphan. Zhang Luochen moved skillfully. No one would have thought that he was just watching the meeting. After a while, Zhang Luochen looked at the charred skewers in front of him and fell into deep thought. It seems that just copying the action is not enough. Chen Mai was ashamed. Good guy. A set of moves were smooth, and the result was 0 to 5, and he couldn't help but say, let me come, this thing, you still need to control the heat, but you have learned the surface, there is no essence. Chen Mai paused, and then thought, your copying ability seems to have such shortcomings, you can completely copy the past, but you can't understand the essence of it, so you still need to continue to improve in the future. Zhang Luochen nodded vigorously, and he also understood that what Chen Mai said was only a superficial appearance, but only a form. Not long after, Chen Mai brought the grilled skewers up, and when he saw that only Lin Xie and Hong Ying were there, he was a little confused. Where are Wen Qima and Xiao Nan? They went to buy drinks, they should be back soon. Hong Ying's eyes stared straight at the plates of skewers, feeling that her saliva was about to fall in the next second. Lang Xian, forget it, it will appear when it should appear. Then let's eat first, Chen Mai said. Hong Ying was quick-witted and immediately took a skewer and started eating, praising it frantically while eating. To be honest, after you two came, our food was so much better. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie looked at each other, and then, Lin Xie spoke. In the past, the captain was so reluctant to cook. He's cooked more than in previous years this year, Hong Ying said. At this moment, when Qima and Si Xiaonan came over with 2 large bags of drinks, and Si Xiaonan was holding a green flower in his hand. When Hong Ying saw the green flower in Si Xiaonan's hand, she immediately became interested. What kind of flower is this? Why have I never seen it? Wu Shangnan sighed slightly. This is Manchu Shahua, that is, the flower on the other side. Isn't the flower on the other side red? It's green. Who said that the flowers on the other side are not green? Wu Shangnan explained, there are many colors of the other side flower, such as the red other side flower. The flower language is the beauty of longing, memory, and death. Blue is back and separation, and black is unpredictable darkness, death, and turbulent love. What about the green one? Hong Ying asked curiously. Wu Shangnan thought for a while and said, it represents endless hope. Zhang Luochen's eyebrows raised. Endless? What's wrong? Lin Xie suddenly asked curiously. I seem to see the endless turbulence. Zhang Luochen raised his head slightly and looked up at the sky at 45 degrees. Everyone looked at Zhang Luochen suspiciously, and Chen Mai muttered to himself, endless turbulence? Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Luochen, I'm going to start lying. Si Xiaonan put his palm on Zhang Luochen's forehead. I don't have a fever. Lin Xie said thoughtfully, I still know a little about mental illness. Hong Ying picked up another skewer. Can you let me finish eating before going? Zhang Luochen came back to his senses and looked at everyone. I'm sorry, I accidentally crossed the stage just now. Everyone didn't continue to pay attention to him, continued to eat the skewers in their hands, bragged and chatted together, and Hong Ying was even more enthusiastic about other people's embarrassments. Zhang Luochen smiled and observed everyone. Such a wonderful atmosphere only existed at this time. When everyone was full of food and drink, Chen Mai wiped his mouth and said lightly, this time, I want to announce something. Everyone fell silent, the captain spoke, and everyone put down their things at the first time, quietly waiting for Chen Mai's next step. I received a notice this morning that the garrison team in Shangjing City invited our 136th team to go to Beijing for observation and study, and after the team building is over, we can go back to pack up our things and prepare to leave for Beijing tomorrow morning. When Hong Ying heard the news, her face was full of smiles that she couldn't hide. Great, go to Beijing, I have long wanted to go. Wu Shangnan frowned and couldn't help but ask, we are all gone, what should we do in Sangnan City? What if there is a mystery? I'll stay, so don't worry. Then Chen Mai's eyes looked at Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie. Xie and Luochen, as new members, also stay together, no problem. When Zhang Luochen heard this, his heart couldn't help but tighten. It's coming after all. Then, he and Lin Xie nodded at the same time and said in unison, no problem. However, when Qima still had some questions, we are not familiar with the Shangjing team at all, and we have no intersection. Chen Mai explained the reason for the matter, and then continued, Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen are both new members who have just joined, so they didn't register before, only a few of you went. Then, how long will it take to observe? Hong Ying asked curiously. It's as short as 3 days, as long as a week. This is a notice, you can all read it. Chen Mai handed the document to everyone for review. Okay, it's all finished, let's go back and pack our things, and leave at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chen Mai took Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie to the airport together, sent a few of them onto the plane, and when he saw everyone leaving, Lin Xie still couldn't help but ask, Captain, why are you lying to them? Chen Mai's body shook. book, and he asked suspiciously, "What are you talking about?" Lin Chiye smiled bitterly. "When you forged documents in the office, it was within my perception. The authenticity of that document cannot escape my eyes." Zhang Luochen also spoke. Chen Mai was a little helpless, but still forcibly explained, "Xie, Luochen, if possible, I also hope that you will leave together, but the order of the superiors, Lin Xie cannot leave Songnan, but he is the only one left, and the reason is not sufficient, so I thought about letting Zhang Luochen stay with me." Zhang Luochen looked sideways, overlooking this small city, and he really liked this place after coming to Songnan City for more than a year. What should come, it will always come. Morning, peace office. Early the next morning. Welcome. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie had just pushed open the door, and before they could close the door, they heard a harsh crow sound. The voice was sharp and sharp, which made people's scalps tingle when they heard it, and the two quickly came to the location of the living room, and saw that Chen Mai was already looking at the birdcage in front of him with a solemn face. In the birdcage, the calamity crow, without pupils, was howling bitterly, and the black feathers began to fall off one by one. Its cry was very miserable. Its voice became weaker and weaker, and with the last cry, it shook its body and fell to the ground, obviously with no signs of life. Lin Xie saw this scene, and his pupils couldn't help but dilate. Zhang Luochen also had the same expression. The first time he saw this scene with his own eyes, he couldn't say how he felt in his heart. "Captain, it's dead." Zhang Luochen spoke slowly. Chen Mai was silent for a while, and then spoke. "What I was most worried about happened." "Captain, what happened?" Lin Xie's expression was more serious than ever. When Shimo had said before that if the crow of calamity called, something would inevitably happen that would destroy the heavens and the earth. Chen Mai took a deep breath and looked at the two of them. "Have you heard of Shiva's resentment?" Shiva's resentment? The top forbidden object carrying the forbidden ruins and souls of the Indian god Shiva, sequence 008. Chen Mai explained to the two of them about Shiva's resentment and the impact on himself. "So what can we do now?" Lin Xie asked. Wait. Chen Mai nodded. "This level of fighting is not something we can intervene in at all we can do is wait. The people are responsible for the evacuation by the police, but there are so many people in Songnan City, it is impossible to evacuate all of them in a short period of time. If something happens in this, it can only be up to us to delay the time." Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie looked at each other, and then nodded heavily. Okay. Lin Xie had been sitting on the sofa of the peace office with his eyes closed, and Zhang Luochen just sat aside and looked at him. When Lin Xie's eyes slowly opened, when he saw Zhang Luochen, the whole person was suddenly frightened. "What are you doing?" Lin Xie asked. "Let's see when you wake up." Zhang Luochen said disapprovingly. He knew that Lin Xie should have returned to his mental hospital just now, and now he should have obtained transformation magic. Lin Xie walked around the peace office and didn't find Chen Mai's figure, so he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where did the captain go?" "He said to go out and see what's going on outside," Zhang Luochen said. Lin Xie hesitated a little, thought for a while and said, "Why don't we go out and take a look?" Zhang Luochen replied, "It's okay." The two left the peace office together, and at this moment, the originally bustling Hipinkyo Street was now in a dead silence. The shops on the street had closed their doors, everything around them seemed particularly quiet, and occasionally a few military vehicles roared past the street. Under the promotion of the government and the military, the residents of Songnan City are now evacuating in an orderly manner, but there are still a large number of residents in the entire Songnan City who have not had time to evacuate, and at this moment, the whole city seems to have pressed the pause button. "It's really the first time I've seen such a deserted Songnan City." Lin Xie looked around and spoke. During this period, the military saw that these two people were still on the street at the moment, and immediately asked the two to go back, but the two immediately took out the night watchman's documents, which avoided unnecessary trouble. To be honest, the identity of the night watchman, whether it is the police or the military, is polite when they see them. After all, they are facing some supernatural creatures. "You are still emotional." Zhang Luochen smiled. "Huh? Look, is there something on that canal?" Lin Xie looked in the direction of Zhang Luochen's finger, and saw that upstream of the canal, a carriage was stepping on the rolling river, galloping over. The carriage rose in the air strangely, and finally stopped in front of the two of them. "You are Lin Xie? And you, are you Zhang Luochen?" An old man's voice came from inside the carriage. Thundered. In the originally clear sky, suddenly a burst of clouds was dense, and a low thunderous sound came from the clouds, and the sunlight that originally shone on the earth also disappeared without a trace in an instant, and the clouds continued to gather from afar, and at this moment, the black clouds pressed down on the city. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie nodded. "Is it master?" Zhang Luochen spoke in a low voice. "Look at this posture, it should be." Lin Xie also muttered softly, "I dare to ask your excellency, but one of the 5 human ceilings." "Pedant?" Zhang Luochen was the first to speak. "Just call me Master Chen. The name of the ceiling or something is too ugly, and I don't know who gave me this broken name." The old man's voice seemed to be a little unhappy, and he continued, "Zhang Luochen, your unknown forbidden ruins are indeed eye-catching, and when I saw them today, they were indeed extraordinary. Thank you, master, for your compliment." Zhang Luochen's attitude was very humble. The master smiled softly. "It will no longer be an unknown forbidden Forbidden Ruin soon, because it is about to have its own name. I believe you will like it. Oh, by the way, if you rank, those guys are still arguing endlessly, and there is no result, so you have to wait a little longer. Dare to ask, my name is. Zhang Luochen's eyes lit up, and his face was full of excitement. Now the old man has other things. Name, Chen Mai should have been notified. The master paused. Lin Xie, can you get on the car with me? I have something to say to you. As soon as the words fell, the book boy driving stood up, opened the carriage door behind him, and then stood respectfully aside, waiting for Lin Xie to enter it. Lin Xie hesitated a little, and then looked at Zhang Luochen, who motioned for him to get in the car quickly. Then, Lin Xie walked towards the carriage. Be careful yourself. Lin Xie closed the car door after giving a word. Then, the carriage turned in one direction and stepped into the air in front of Zhang Luochen. At this moment, a familiar system sound sounded. It is detected that the host is about to experience a major event, and the task to witness the last time of the 10-year miracle in Sangnan City. Witnessed Sangnan? Zhang Luochen muttered to himself, looking at this familiar city. This miracle is over, and a new miracle will happen eventually. The buzzing sound of artillery fire was mixed with the interlaced thunder, and from a distance, it seemed that countless huge blue giants could be seen in the distance. It's starting. In the cloudy sky, thunder surged in the clouds, and at this moment, a thunderbolt fell from the sky, directly passing through the clouds like a thunder pillar instantly pouring into the earth. At this moment, a human figure slowly emerged. The man was a tall and thin man with bronze skin, bald head and bare feet, shirtless, strong muscle lines angular, and a pair of dark yellow exotic trousers on his lower body. This is Indra, the god of thunderstorm. Zhang Luochen looked at this scene from a distance, but the moment he saw this person's appearance, he couldn't help but complain, this is too ugly, my two pillars are much more handsome than this guy. Zhang Luochen saw Indra galloping towards the master's carriage, clenched the night watchman's straight knife, and put one hand in front of him. Master's carriage should not be able to isolate my mark. In the next second, Zhang Luochen's figure disappeared in an instant. Bite! The book boy drove the carriage to quickly dodge Indra's thunder and lightning attacks, and at this moment, Zhang Luochen's figure suddenly appeared in front of the carriage. Chidori Ryu! Zhang Luochen's whole body released a powerful current, but Indra's thunder and lightning were still too powerful, but also because of Zhang Luochen's relationship, this move did not hit the master's carriage. Rumble! Ha! The master in the car and the book boy driving the car were stunned at the same time. Is this the unknown Forbidden Ruins? This ability is really weird. The master in the car thought to himself, good guy, after all, it's a god. This thunder and lightning are really powerful. Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. At this moment, the book boy driving suddenly spoke, Zhang Luochen, you go to assist the military, and the master can deal with it here. Zhang Luochen turned around, and then looked at the border of Sangnan City. A large number of frost giants emerged again, having broken through the final direction. Understood. Zhang Luochen disappeared in place again. Chen Mai inserted the sign in his hand into the ground, and 3 beams of light rose from 3 places into the sky, forming a triangle that just enveloped all the frost giants in it. Undisciplined airspace. 2 straight knives instantly appeared in Chen Mai's hand, and the black forbidden ruins spread rapidly around him with him as the center. Captain, you are not the only one guarding Sangnan. Zhang Luochen was wearing a dark red headscarf and instantly appeared beside Chen Mai. Chen Mai, who was standing in place, was stunned, and couldn't figure out why Zhang Luochen flashed in front of him. You, how did it appear? Chen Mai spoke. As long as there is a mark, at a certain distance, I can flash to a certain place, and everyone is marked by me. Zhang Luochen smiled heartily. Chen Mai saw that Zhang Luochen was the only one, and did not find Lin Xie's figure. Where is Xie? He's drinking tea with the master. Zhang Luochen replied. Chen Mai was obviously relieved. By the way, I have already received the name of your forbidden ruins, called Eternal Kaleidoscope. I heard that this is still your own request. However, the ranking is said to be still under discussion. Zhang Luochen raised the corners of his mouth and smiled slightly. After all, it's the first, and there must be a little special treatment. Chen Mai nodded with satisfaction. Well, very good. At the next moment, the frost giant roared. Countless ice swords suddenly shot out. Chen Mai and Zhang Luochen acted at the same time, quickly flashing everywhere. One after another, the frost giants slowly fell, and at this moment, Chen Mai exerted all his strength. However, even so, the giant of frost seemed to be endless, and there was a new one who had just fallen to fill the vacancy. At this moment, a frost long sword roared over, instantly shattering one of the icelings, and a young man's figure slowly appeared from behind them. In Qing Fish? Zhang Luochen turned around. Ha, do you know? Chen Mai asked curiously. Zhang Luochen nodded. You have been looking for him. Secret thief? But why help us? Chen Mai said. And Xingyu smiled slightly, walked to their side, and slowly spoke. I just protect my home, do what a citizen should do. Chen Mai smiled slightly. You are younger than I imagined, young man. There is always hope, even if there is no miracle. Miracle? And Xingyu didn't understand what Chen Mai was talking about. Captain, even if this miracle doesn't exist, I believe the next miracle will still appear. Zhang Luochen said categorically. Chen Mai was stunned for a moment, and then smiled at the same time. Perhaps, what you said is also right. right. At this moment, the frost giant attacked again, and 3 figures flashed out, their weapons aimed at different frost giants. The current of lightning traveled all over Zhang Luochen's body, and he slowly looked up at today's dark clouds. Thunder and lightning were still surging between the clouds, and the rain also shrouded the city. Today's thunder is really big. Zhang Luochen slowly raised his head. This trick is the first time I've used it. Suddenly, the thunder and lightning in the clouds gathered again. Everyone's faces changed. Indra went to chase the master's carriage, but why was there still thunder and lightning gathering here? The moment all the thunder and lightning gathered, a strange pattern appeared in the clouds, and its figure loomed. Shilin. Zhang Luochen slowly raised one hand. Thunder and lightning continued to gather from the sky into his palm, and the unicorn in the clouds had already taken shape, and the next moment, the unicorn fell. Chen Mai and Xingyu stared blankly at the scene in front of them, and Xingyu looked at Zhang Luochen with bright eyes, and even wanted to analyze him, but his whole body was still a fog. Your trick is really destructive. Chen Mai couldn't help but speak. Zhang Luochen exhaled heavily. This move also consumed a lot of his mental strength, but all the frost giants in front of him were destroyed. However, before he had a chance to breathe, another frost giant was summoned. Captain, they are. Here the corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth raised. What? What did you say? Chen Mai was stunned. Whoosh! A spear roll carried rose-colored flames and fell from the sky, instantly piercing the body of a frost giant, and the flames dispersed a large area of ice around it. The slender figure, the red tassel wearing a red hood, fell to the side of the gun, pulled out the spear on the ground, and made a face at Chen Mai. Captain, I didn't expect it. Hee, we're back again. A light gauze coat lightly covered their bodies. No yarn. Wu Shangnan, Wen Qima, Lung Xian, and Si Xiaonan appeared behind them. You guys, how? Chen Mai was surprised and couldn't speak. Wu Shangnan smiled lightly and briefly explained the process of coming back. Of course, he also broke down a plane. Songnan is our Songnan. To be a hero, our 136 team should also be a, isn't it? Captain, speak. Zhang Luochen patted Chen Mai on the shoulder. Chen Mai smiled knowingly, and then looked at the frost giant with a firm gaze. Squad 136, gather. Come with me. Fight the enemy. Everyone in Squad 136 launched an attack on the frost giant, and Xingyu on the side also joined the battle. How about it, Xingyu? Isn't this kind of life quite good? Zhang Luochen took advantage of the gap to come to Xingyu's side. Xingyu looked at the crowd who were fighting in front of the giant, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise. Indeed, not bad. Think about my suggestion again. If the captain is Lin Xie, Zhang Luochen said again. The frost sword in Xingyu's hand instantly pierced the body of a frost giant. Then wait until Lin Xie becomes the captain. Zhang Luochen smiled lightly, and a stream of electricity spread directly from the straight knife in his hand, instantly piercing the body of the frost giant. But despite this, the frost giant still kept coming in from the portal in the rear, and this time, not only from such a place, but also from the inside of Songnan City. Chen Mai's face sank. Zhang Luochen, your speed is fast. There are not many in the city. Look for an opportunity to destroy the portal. Zhang Luochen nodded and looked towards the city, where many residents were already frightened and fled everywhere. Remember, be safe. Chen Mai advised. Don't worry, Captain. Zhang Luochen's figure quickly disappeared in place, and through the flying thunder god, Zhang Luochen could move quickly anywhere in the city. There was a relationship with the snake girl and, believer, in the city before, and now there are also many marks in Songnan City. Where did the big monster come from? Run, run. Calm down, everyone run to the safe zone. The military is trying its best to mobilize residents and try not to let them run around, but the number of residents is much higher than the number of military, and many people have been running around, and the city has suddenly become a pot of porridge. Boom boom. The military's weapons continued to attack the frost giants in the city, but such modern weapons could not cause any damage to these giants. At this moment, an electric current suddenly fell from the sky, instantly decapitating the head of one of the frost giants. It's the night watchman. One of the military personnel saw the familiar head in his face, was immediately delighted. Zhang Luochen's figure fell from the sky. The light blue current of the straight knife in his hand kept flashing, and those red eyes seemed to be able to see through everything, and he turned his back to everyone. At this moment, behind him, there are tens of thousands of people. Move everyone to the bomb shelter and leave it to me. Zhang Luochen spoke calmly. Then, Zhang Luochen's straight knife pointed forward, and an electric current was like a pillar of light, constantly extending outward. Houndstooth. The current pierced the body of one of the frost giants again. Zhang Luochen continued to wander around the city, and one frost giant fell in front of him, but the portal was still not destroyed. Here is. Zhang Luochen came to a familiar place, although he did not stay here for a few days, but here, it was still deeply remembered by him, because this is Songnan No. 2 Middle School. It was originally an ordinary day, and the students were supposed to study in the classroom, but today the entire campus was extremely quiet, because there was not a single student or teacher here today, and they should have evacuated with the large army at this time. A figure appeared in Zhang Luochen's mind. Mom! At this moment, a voice entered Zhang Luochen's ears. Zhang Luochen turned his head to look. A little girl was falling on the street. Her mother struggled to run over and hold her her in her arms, but there was a frost giant in front of them. "Child, run!" The mother shouted as hard as she could, telling her daughter to run away. A big foot fell from the sky, and the next moment it seemed to crush them. Fire escape, the art of fireball. A huge fireball went straight to the chest of the frost giant, directly shaking the frost giant away, and then, another electric current, instantly cutting off the head. "It's okay here, you guys hurry up and leave." Zhang Luochen came to the mother and daughter. "I twisted my foot, please, take my child, I can't run away." The child's mother had 2 lines of tears on her face. Seeing this, Zhang Luochen saw a pale green light between his palms, and then his palm was placed at the ankle of the child's mother. "Your injuries are healed, take your children, hurry up and go to a safe place." Zhang Luochen spoke lightly. Thank you, big brother." Looking at the backs of the 2 leaving, Zhang Luochen's heart warmed. Perhaps, this is what it means to be a night watchman. Zhang Luochen's figure continued to wander around the city, and one frost giant after another fell in front of him, and at the same time, his mental power was also rapidly consumed, and for a while, Zhang Luochen suddenly felt tired. "I have to destroy the portal quickly, otherwise if this continues, I will die of exhaustion sooner or later." Zhang Luochen used the Palm Immortal technique to quickly treat your wound. At this moment, a transport plane roared across the sky, and 8 golden figures jumped down from the cabin. Zhang Luochen looked up and saw that the 8 golden figures were rapidly approaching the ground, and this feeling was somewhat similar to the appearance of the mask team at the beginning. "The Phoenix team is here." Zhang Luochen cut off ahead again. "Run, run!" At this time, a noise once again attracted Zhang Luochen's attention, and Zhang Luochen's brows furrowed. Why are there still residents on the streets? Zhang Luochen's figure quickly moved in the direction of the sound, and there was no mark in that place, so he could only run towards it. Moreover, just now he used a lot of the Flying Thunder God technique, which was too consuming mental power, and now he needs to restore his mental power. What the hell is this? Where did these monsters come from? The voices of the residents kept appearing, and at that moment, a young man in a dark red cloak appeared in front of them. The knife fell with his hand, without any hesitation, and a frost giant was instantly cut down by him. "You are." One of the residents looked at Zhang Luochen suspiciously. "I'm the night watchman, to keep you all safe." Zhang Luochen spoke calmly. "Night watchman?" Obviously, the residents are very unfamiliar with this title. "It looks like it's about the size of my child. Leave it to me here, you won't be harmed. Hurry to a safe place, the military is organizing the evacuation of personnel, you go and join me." Zhang Luochen's expression was a little solemn, because, at this moment, there happened to be a portal in this place, and the frost giant was about to appear from inside this door again. "Zhang Luochen." Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind Zhang Luochen, and when he heard this sound, Zhang Luochen's tiger body was shocked and he turned his head slightly. "Jiang Qian." "Zhang Luochen, I heard that you dropped out of school, so you went to serve in the army?" Today's Jiang Qian is not wearing her usual school uniform, but a casual dress, which perfectly outlines her figure, and her voice is still so sweet, although she looks a little embarrassed now. Zhang Luochen nodded and smiled heartily. "Squad leader, long time no see." At this moment, a huge flame instantly destroyed the portal on the side, and the same thing happened everywhere in Sangnan City where there were portals. Zhang Luochen looked back, he knew that it was the Phoenix team that made the move, and then, he looked back at Jiang Qian. "Squad leader, now is not the time to talk about this, you should quickly follow everyone to evacuate." "Shanqian, why are you still here? Leave quickly." Behind her, Jiang Qian's parents stepped forward to take Jiang Qian's hand and left into the distance. Zhang Luochen smiled bitterly. "If I have the opportunity, I really have a lot to say to you." At this moment, in the sky, a larger space summoning vortex slowly opened in the air. Zhang Luochen looked up, and the residents who were supposed to evacuate also stopped at this moment and looked towards the huge vortex in the air. A huge body stepped out of the whirlpool. It was a giant wolf dog covered in blood, more than 100 meters high, and the blood-colored wolf dog was like a high mountain, overlooking the entire city. What kind of monster is this? Why do such monsters exist? Hound of the underworld, Garm. Zhang Luochen's face was solemn, and he felt it from the aura he emitted, at least at the level of Klein. Immediately afterwards, another bright red thick tentacle poked out of the space vortex, and a squid with a more exaggerated size than Garm crawled out of it. North Sea giant demon Kraken. 2 Klein-level behemoths descended on Sangnan City, which was undoubtedly a devastating blow. Zhang Luochen's eyes looked at the dilapidated carriage that had been struck by lightning, and he saw that Lin Xia's figure had left the carriage. Zhang Luochen immediately disappeared in place, and now he couldn't continue to stay here. The 2 Klein-level behemoths couldn't let them enter Sangnan City anyway. Jiang Chen followed her parents to evacuate to a safe area. She turned around every 10 steps, and kept looking at Zhang Luochen until his figure disappeared completely. "Shanqian, who was that person just now?" asked Jiang Qian's parents. "He used to be my classmate." "Your classmate? He went to serve as a soldier?" "Just now I saw that he was very powerful, and he killed the monster in one go." "Yes, he's great now, he's become a better version of himself." Jiang Qian's mind recalled Zhang Luochen's figure just now. However, in the next second, her head suddenly felt a sharp pain, and she was half squatting on the ground. ground, covering her head with her hands. Qianqian, what's wrong with you? It hurts. Jiang Qian covered her head. She didn't know why she suddenly had a splitting headache, and her mind seemed to be flooded with some pictures she had never seen before, but those pictures seemed to be very real, so real that they were completely as if they had experienced it herself. And in that picture, there is a person who has been protecting her, saving her life every time, and that figure is very similar to him just now. Qilin, a huge unicorn head appeared in the clouds, and then, it smashed the head of the evil dog of the underworld. The vicious dog seemed to be obviously angry at this blow, and a large pitch-black circle appeared at its feet, which was spreading rapidly at this time, and countless bones surged out of it, and the dead air from the underworld spread in the air. Boom! Xia Siming clenched his fist with his right hand and swung a punch directly from the sky to the ground, directly shattering tens of thousands of bones with one punch. Then, she looked back at Zhang Luochen on the side. You are the first in this recruit training camp, Zhang Luochen? The unknown forbidden ruins. Oh, I heard that they have a name now. It seems to be called the Eternal Kaleidoscope. You are the captain of the Phoenix Squad, Xia Siming. Zhang Luochen also spoke. Roar, I didn't expect it. My mother is so famous. You recruits have heard of it. By the way, do you want to join the Phoenix team? Zhang Luochen was stunned. This Xia Siming was too direct, and he would start digging the foot of the wall. This will still not work. Xia Siming's eyebrows raised. Huh? Since you are rejected, you can only be tied up, but after this is over. Roar! Garm roared again, and the other members of the Phoenix team also rushed over, unfolding their forbidden ruins at the same time. At the same time, a different aura suddenly emanated from not far away, and Xia Siming's eyes looked in the direction of the siren in the distance in confusion. How can there be a divine breath? Xia Siming spoke puzzled. It's Lin Qie. Zhang Luochen said very firmly. Lin Qie? He was not an agent of Seraph and the goddess of darkness. This aura seemed to have never been detected. Xia Siming said suspiciously. Then it can only be said that there are too many secrets in him. Zhang Luochen smiled and said, this year's boot camp is really exciting, and there are 2 demons out of you. Xia Siming smiled slightly. I want to recruit you all into our team. Zhang Luochen smiled awkwardly on the side. Kong Shang was a little speechless. Captain, before that, did we deal with this vicious dog first? Otherwise, you can only expect Roar to bury them in the cemetery of our Phoenix team. Zhang Luochen, take advantage of the present to let you see the style of our Phoenix team. Xia Siming's voice sounded. The corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth raised slightly, and his figure moved faster than everyone in the Phoenix team. You find a way to kill it, I'll find a way to trap it. Zhang Luochen's voice entered everyone's ears. The faces of several members of the Phoenix team changed. You came to trap it? It is true that you are the first in this boot camp, but you are just a pool realm. Xia Siming was really puzzled. Where did Zhang Luochen get his confidence? Of course I have my way. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. 8 gates Duanjia. The first door, open the door. The second door, the door is closed. The third gate, the door of life. The fourth door, the door of injury. The fifth door, the door. The sixth gate, Jingmen, open. An emerald green light surrounded Zhang Luochen's body, and his aura was constantly rising. He used ghosts and gods? Kong was sad and felt bad. No, he didn't use it, although I don't know what method he used, but he did not use the ghost and god introduction. Xia Siming felt the changes emanating from Zhang Luochen's body. The first time he opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, Zhang Luochen only felt the power of his whole body constantly emerging. There is such a trick in my favorite anime. They have also faced such huge beasts, and they were used by hundreds or thousands of people at that time, but this time, I was the only one who used it, and its name was called the Art of Ninja Alliances. The eyes of everyone in the Phoenix team looked at Zhang Luochen at the same time, and an emerald green light emanated from him, and a strange aura enveloped his whole body. His aura is too powerful. Xia Siming's expression was a little surprised, but one of her hands was already clenching something tightly, a coat of arms. Kong Shang on the side also noticed Xia Siming's small move and came to her side. Captain, we all have to believe in this teenager, but we are also ready at any time. Xia Siming was startled and looked at the other members of the team beside him, all of whom were holding a coat of arms in their hands. If this day is here after all, will you regret it? Xia Siming said calmly. Kong Shang's face showed a flat smile. Of course I don't regret it. From the day I joined the Night's Watch to enter the special team, that's our mission. Phoenix Squad. Xia Siming's voice sounded. Everyone was centered on Xia Siming, lined up, and everyone's face was solemn and solemn. Cooperate with Zhang Luochen, Kilgarm, and be ready at any time. Fight to the death. Zhang Luochen's whole body was shining with emerald green light. The blue veins on his body burst out, and his eyes were extremely sharp. There was once such a group of people. They faced the same huge beast. None of them flinched, and there was one person who used all their incapable abilities to gather together. And today, I am the only one. I will all have the abilities of the 5 attributes, and each ability complements each other, and the 8 gates of the 6 gates of Duanjia can be regarded as giving you enough face. The corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth raised slightly, and then, the whole person jumped up and stayed in mid-air. His eyes were unusually sharp. Lay done, thunder light pillar. A bright flash lit up from Zhang Luochen's body, like a slightly overly bright bright light bulb, illuminating the originally dark sky as much as possible. Garm's eyes were stung by this dazzling light. He couldn't open his eyes at all, and his body couldn't stop retreating. The members of the Ye Phoenix team also covered their eyes at this time. What kind of light is this? Bright blind me. Xia Siming couldn't help but say. Hurry up and cover your eyes, don't let your eyes hurt. Kong Shang immediately roared. Lan Dun encouraged the lot to be harsh. Countless light blue currents shot out from Zhang Luochen's palm and smashed down on Garm from all directions. Garm, who was originally standing in place, could not continue to support his front legs, and suddenly fell to his knees on the ground, and at the same time, his eyes could not open at all. At the same time, a huge cloud of smoke rose around Garm, completely obscuring its view. So that's it, blocking Garm's vision while restricting its movement. Kong Shang took advantage of the gap to open his eyes slightly, and couldn't help but admire the scene. The wind escapes, the airflow dances. The wind was centered on Zhang Luochen, and it hit forward instantly. This gust of wind did not have any rules, and the smoke and dust quickly enveloped Gam because of the wind. His large number of different abilities are really a kaleidoscope. Xia Siming couldn't help but speak. Earth escape, Earth moves nucleus. Suddenly, the surrounding land began to shake uncontrollably, and cracks appeared in the earth. What is he going to do? Kong Shang couldn't help but speak. Is this going to overturn the ground? Xia Siming finally stabilized her shaking figure. The shaking of the earth suddenly became more violent, and the cracks became bigger and bigger, and a square of land suddenly began to sink with Garm as the center. Garm, who couldn't open his eyes, couldn't observe what was happening around him, only felt his body sinking rapidly, and then, after sinking to a certain depth, he stopped, and the earth stopped shaking, blocking the line of sight, blocking the action. This Luochen is really eye-opening. Xia Siming's eyes lit up, and she looked thirsty for talent. Gam was trapped between the earth at this moment, Zhang Luochen's depth. Gam couldn't jump up with all his might, not to mention, Zhang Luochen's next move had followed. Melting escape, the art of lime condensation. A large pile of lime fell towards Garm in an instant, as if thousands of tons of lime had been poured into this newly built container. Garm roared wildly below, its body firmly trapped in the lime. Water escape, the art of water bombs. Immediately afterwards, another wave of water poured down, as if a waterfall was formed here, lime mixed with water, as if stirring non-stop, and the water and lime instantly fused together. Fire escape, the art of Haoyan. A huge flame shrouded the ground, instantly submerging the square underground, and the lime instantly solidified together under the scorching fire of the fire. Garm was imprisoned in this place this time, its body completely immobile under the solidified lime, and could only let out bursts of low roars. He really trapped Gam. Kong Shang looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Xia Siming looked in the direction of Zhang Luochen. I didn't expect that such a demon would appear. Zhang Luochen saw the completely imprisoned Garm, and a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, as long as the 5 attributes are combined with each other, we can discover its infinite possibilities. The combination of thunder and water can produce Lan Dun. Because of the combination of water, thunder becomes as free as the flow of water. The change in the attributes of fire and earth can produce melting, which can release a large amount of lime, plus the original abilities of other attributes. This is infinite possibilities. It's just, Zhang Luochen's body suddenly staggered, and the emerald green light around his body disappeared in an instant. The 8 gates of Duanjia has indeed produced qualitative and quantitative changes in these attributes, but this sequelae are really not small. Zhang Luochen fell to the ground. He clearly felt the bones on his body break. A mouthful of blood spat out of his mouth. He immediately used the Palm Immortal technique to heal himself. This move, coupled with the side effects of the 8 gates Duanjia, did bring him a lot of injuries, and now, he must heal himself as soon as possible. Xia Siming looked at Zhang Luochen and gave him an approving expression, and then, she looked at her teammates behind her. Phoenix, team, kill it. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from afar, and a huge wave of air instantly swept across the land. The members of the Ye Phoenix team who were still in place were stunned for a moment, and collectively turned their heads to look not far away. When Zhang Luochen heard this, he didn't look back at all, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Finally, you appeared. Roaring dog. A black giant dog suddenly appeared from Tsangnan City, and as soon as it appeared, it went straight in the direction of Kraken, where Lin Chiya was fighting. The moment the giant dog passed, it directly pressed Kraken to the ground. The earth trembled, and its vicious fangs opened and bit the side of the siren's neck. Kraken was in pain for a while, and the other tentacles danced wildly like crazy, tying up the black evil dog. But the next moment, dense thunder burst out from between the black evil dog's hair, directly scorching the tentacles. Good guy, is this grilling squid on the spot? Zhang Luochen's hand exuded a little light green light. He was still healing himself, and he also took advantage of this gap to restore his mental strength. The black vicious dog bit off a piece of Kraken's flesh in one bite, and then spat it out directly. Dogs don't eat the flesh and blood of the garbage god. Everyone in the Ye Phoenix team was stunned. This dog, did you say a human word just now? Not only, or Chinese, Wang Xingren's cultural level is so high now. It's here? After solving the Kraken, the black evil dog came to Garm's side, and when viewed so closely, its body was really huge, directly covering the sky in front of everyone. Ha! Is this controlled so well? Kong Shang pointed at the black vicious dog in front of him and couldn't stop trembling. Hey, that, and the black vicious dog glanced in the direction of Kong Shang, showing a contemptuous gaze, as if to say, you look like you've never seen the world. A trapped Gam, the roaring dog ravaged even more unscrupulously. The flesh on Gam's body was torn off piece by piece, making bursts of low roars, and then, the voice became quieter and quieter. Why do I think we don't seem to be playing a role? Kong Shang looked at the scene in front of him and said with some doubts, really? Xia Siming asked. It seems to be, you see, Kraken was trapped by Lin Xie, and Garm was trapped by Zhang Luochen, these two people, one for each person, and the division of labor is very clear, as if it was discussed. Kong Shang explained. However, Xia Siming's eyes were shining at the moment, and those eyes looked greedily at Zhang Luochen on the side. Captain, what are you doing? In public, it's better to be safe. Kong Shang couldn't help but remind. Xia Siming withdrew his gaze, so I said, it's a pity that these two people don't join our Phoenix team, I decided. Xia Siming looked at Kong Shang with bad intentions. You sacrifice for the team this time, this mission, you will be seriously injured, and the team will be short of people. Whole injury. Zhang Luochen slowly got up. The injuries on his body had almost been treated, although his mental strength had not yet fully recovered, but he had also recovered. This medical skill is really easy to use. The sequelae of the 8 Gates Duanjia. It was originally estimated that it would take a few days to get better, but now you can take some time to treat it by yourself. Zhang Luochen looked towards Xiangnan City. It seems to be coming to an end, and I don't know how much more I can do, but now, the god of tricks, I want to meet you. In the next second, Zhang Luochen instantly disappeared in front of the Phoenix team, and several people looked at each other again. To be honest, they didn't know how many times they had been surprised today. Why did he suddenly disappear? Xia Siming asked curiously. How do I know this? Kong Shang had an innocent expression. There are too many things he can do. Can he still teleport? Where is this teleportation? Xia Siming looked towards Xiangnan City, trying to find Zhang Luochen's figure. At this time, Lin Xie had already landed steadily on the ground from the air, and he was still thinking about the black evil dog in his mind. After all, how to look like the little black leprosy in his own family. Just as he was pondering, a figure slowly walked from a distance. Lin Xie was stunned for a moment, and said, Captain? Chen Mai, who was wearing a dark red cloak, hurriedly came to Lin Xie's side. His eyes were full of anxiety, his brows furrowed, and he said, why are you still here? Lin Xie suddenly had some doubts. Captain, why are you here? What happened? Si Xiaonan defected. Chase her with me. Chen Mai said with a solemn face. What? How can it be? Lin Xie said incredulously. No time to explain. Chase after me. Chen Mai took Lin Xie's hand and prepared to rush towards the distance. At this moment, two figures moved at the same moment. One was Lin Xie, and the other was Zhang Luochen. Rasengan. A light blue ball suddenly appeared between Zhang Luochen's palms, and Lin Xie instantly burst the rocks on the earth. However, the two of them were empty at the same moment. There was no one in front of them, and on the other side, a tall and thin Western man slowly walked over, squinting at the two people in front of him. Zhang Luochen looked at the man in front of him, and the strange aura emanating from his body made people shudder. This was the god of trickery, Loki. Where were you just now? Lin Xie had just sent all the members of Team 136 back to the peace office using the portal, and he would still be a little strange why Zhang Luochen was not there, and even in Qingyu was there. I'm dealing with that dog, Zhang Luochen said disapprovingly. Lin Xie nodded, and then looked at Loki with a solemn face. Loki looked at Zhang Luochen with some surprise. That unknown forbidden ruin? You suddenly appeared here, and your abilities made me a little interested. Then, Loki looked at Lin Xie. How did you find out just now? Lin Xie explained. Loki smiled slightly. I really didn't expect her status to be so high. This is not status, this is Squad 136, Zhang Luochen said with a firm gaze. What a ridiculous trust. Loki curled his lips. Zhang Luochen knew that Loki was now using a trick to deceive Lin Xie, and then he was to trick Lin Xie out of Xiangnan City. Although, even if Xiangnan City does not disappear now, in half a month, Xiangnan City will still disappear, but such a beautiful city, one more day, is one day. Illusion. Since the trick is a deception, then use illusion to deceive you, the god of trickery. However, at the next moment, a backlash instantly defeated Zhang Luochen, and a mouthful of blood spat out of his mouth, and at the same time, 2 lines of blood tears slowly appeared in Zhang Luochen's eyes. Oh, I can also control the forbidden ruins with spirits, good illusion, but unfortunately, I can't deceive me, and I can really deceive you. Loki spoke slowly. I can't leave the... Before Lin Xie finished speaking, his figure of Loki suddenly disappeared in front of Zhang Luochen. Damn it. Zhang Luochen covered his eyes. At this time, his eyes were extremely painful. He could only open them slightly, and his vision began to blur. At this moment, a little golden light emanated from the city, and those scattered skyscrapers were gradually dissipating. Zhang Luochen squinted at the scene in front of him. At this moment, witnessed Xiangnan City. The low and old houses on the street seemed to be like sand, turning into golden dots and scattering around. The asphalt pavement on the street, those traffic lights and street lights, and those shops that had been around for a certain period of time, all turned into golden golden spots of light flying in the air, rising and then disappearing completely. In addition to those buildings, flowers and trees are disappearing, and humans are also disappearing at this time. On the street, figures also began to turn into golden dots, and the children beside them watched blankly as their parents disappeared in front of them. 2 lines of tears slipped from the corners of their eyes, and they wanted to reach out to grab them, but all this instantly turned into nothingness. In every corner of Seongnan City, countless people looked at themselves or the people around them in horror, disappearing little by little. The miracle of 10 years, at this moment, completely disappeared. Zhang Luochen squinted, his eyes had not yet recovered, and he couldn't fully open his eyes at this moment. He also looked blankly at the disappearing city in front of him, and when all this really happened in front of him, he didn't know what kind of mood to express at all. This is the place where he has traveled, but this is also the place where he has lived for more than a year. He has already left his footprints in this city, and he has even forgotten that he did not originally belong here, but now, he likes it very much. 2 lines of bloody tears slipped down Zhang Luochen's cheeks, and suddenly, he seemed to hear a familiar voice, and the next second, Zhang Luochen's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen squinted his eyes, although he was a little blurry, he could still clearly perceive the faces of the people in front of him. It's Jiang Qian. At this time, Jiang Qian's body also began to turn into golden dots, half of her body had disappeared into the air, and her parents beside her had already disappeared without a trace at this time, and 2 lines of tears couldn't stop hanging on her face. Jiang Qian, are you disappearing too? You were in Seongnan City 10 years ago. Zhang Luochen didn't dare to imagine. Jiang Qian nodded slightly, and then spoke. At that time, I was still in elementary school. Zhang Luochen, my memories have come back. In fact, I am very glad to be able to live for 1 more year. I should have died a long time ago. Zhang Luochen looked up, his eyes could see a little clearer. Jiang Qian in front of him, half of her body had disappeared. Her face was still so good looking. Thank you, Zhang Luochen. If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago, and thank you for saving me so many times, and now, the miracle is over. Zhang Luochen's tears couldn't stop dripping. I swore to save you, but this time, I am so powerless. I don't have to blame myself, I'm satisfied to live 1 more year, but now I have nothing to repay you for saving my life. Jiang Qian approached Zhang Luochen. Her hand raised and covered Zhang Luochen's eyes. Zhang Luochen felt a residual heat in his eyes, which made his eyes very comfortable. In the next second, Zhang Luochen felt a warmth on his cheeks, and Jiang Qian's lips were gently pressed under Zhang Luochen's cheeks. When Zhang Luochen opened his eyes, there was no one in front of him, and he gently stroked his cheek. There was still a little residual warmth. Squad leader. Yes. Zhang Luochen roared in pain. The sound resounded throughout Seongnan City. He opened his eyes wide, and at this moment, the 3 symbols on the original red eyeballs began to change shape. The host completes the witness to Seongnan, and at the same time, detects the host's mood swings, and successfully upgrades the Sangatama Sharingan to the Eternal Kaleidoscope without the need to transplant the Mangekyo Sharingan to others, and the host can choose the shape of the eye pattern by himself. A huge list of patterns was presented in front of Zhang Luochen, with patterns from the different Kaleidoscope Sharingan that everyone in the Uchiha family had. Zhang Luochen looked at the patterns on it, and he found one of them at a glance, which was a 6-pointed star kaleidoscope superimposed on a triangular, windmill-shaped kaleidoscope, which was the Kaleidoscope Sharingan obtained by Sasuke transplanting Itachi's eyes, and he did not hesitate to choose this. In an instant, Zhang Luochen clearly felt the change in his eyes, and at this moment, he looked at everything around him more clearly. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and at the same time obtaining all the abilities of all the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, such as Amaterasu, Kamui, Tsukiyomi and other Tenjin, etc. It should be noted that if the host does not obtain strong spiritual power, once used, the cooldown is too long. With the host's current ability, open together, the cooldown is 10 years. Then, the sound of the system disappeared. Zhang Luochen slowly got up, and at this time, he felt that he had changed a lot. Zhang Luochen turned his head slightly, and under the dark sky, Indra, who was surrounded by thunder, was still suspended in the air, and dense ball-shaped lightning surrounded him, making a low humming sound. On the ground, a scarred carriage stopped aside, and the master stood in front of the carriage dressed in white. Zhang Luochen stretched out a hand in front of him, and then, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Ha! Zhang Luochen? You leave quickly, this is not something you can deal with. When the master saw Zhang Luochen appear, he immediately protected him behind him. Ding! Master, I'm just here to hold him back, and if you kill him, someone will naturally do it. Zhang Luochen's voice was cold. The master was just about to say something, and the next moment, a lilac halo surrounded Zhang Luochen's body, and huge skeletons appeared, and then, a huge skull continued to spread upwards, as if it was a huge skeleton. What is this? The master looked at the scene in front of him, and his surprise was indescribable. Immediately afterwards, a purple halo appeared on top of this skeleton to wrap the skeleton together, as if it had grown flesh, and finally, an armored coat completely wrapped around it. It was more like a warrior who wanted to fight, but the current form was only half of his body. Zhang Luochen was standing in the middle, and his body was firmly wrapped in all this. The current mental strength can only go this far. are. Zhang Luochen looked around, his sharp eyes looking at Indra. A group of ants also dare to challenge the gods, which is really beyond their own strength. You Daxia have no gods, who gave you the courage to provoke our gods? Indra sneered. Immediately afterwards, a burst of thick thunder flew out in their direction. Kamui. Zhang Luochen's eyes stared at this thunder, and the next moment, this thunder began to become distorted, and finally, it completely disappeared in front of everyone. Amaterasu. A black flame flew directly towards Indra, and Indra shot out a thunderbolt again, and the black flame directly wrapped the thunder together, and the flame grew bigger and bigger to completely wrap the thunder. Zhang Luochen sneered. There is a sentence that once exploded the whole text. In the territory of Daxia, the gods are forbidden. I want to say that. This is Heavenly God Forbidden Zone. Indra smiled coldly. It's really ridiculous, but I don't know why the aura on your body always has a familiar feeling, but you still have to die here. Indra lifted his big foot and prepared to step on it directly towards Zhang Luochen. Yen Dun, Susa, can add the life of the earth. I saw the giant armored man holding a bow and arrow in his hand, and then an arrow transformed into a black flame was placed on it, shooting directly at Indra. The black flames directly wrapped Indra's big feet. Ha, what is it? Indra saw black flames wrapping around his feet and wanted to extinguish the flames, but the black flames could not be extinguished. This fire is a flame that will never be extinguished. Indra roared angrily, and lightning and thunder rumbled between the clouds, but at this moment, a brilliant divine light shot out from between the cities, instantly penetrating the three realms of heaven and earth, and the layers of thunderclouds accumulated over the city were instantly broken through, and a large hollow that was exaggerated to the extreme appeared. A terrifying aura instantly descended on the world. Zhang Luochen felt this aura. He relieved Susanoo from his body, and looked up towards the sky. On the edge of the sky, in the orange sunset, a figure wearing silver armor and holding a three-pointed two-edged knife was stepping on the void, walking slowly, and beside him, there was a black hideous dog. That's... The master looked at the sky suspiciously. Here it is, Erlang Jinjuan, Yang Jian. Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. Now even Lin Qiye himself doesn't know that the younger brother and the little black leper in the family are actually gods from Daxia. I am Yang Jian. A low voice resounded between heaven and earth, stretching for thousands of miles away, and the vertical pupils in the center of his eyebrows bloomed with endless divine light, directly locking on Indra, who was suspended in the sky, and a terrifying murderous intent enveloped the entire world. Who said, I am not a god in Daxia? At the next moment, Yang Jian's figure disappeared instantly and appeared directly in front of Indra, easily shattering all the thunder within a radius of 10 kilometers and choking Indra's throat. It's up to you. It's up to you. Also worthy of calling yourself a god? The vertical pupils in the center of Yang Jian's eyebrows reappeared, directly imprisoning all of Indra's movements, and Yang Jian's palm forced, knocking Indra down from the sky, and the terrifying airwaves swept the earth. It was completely a one-sided crushing. Yang Jian seemed to be releasing all his anger. Indra was pressed to the ground fiercely, and there was no room for fight back. Crushing, complete crushing, not only the body, but also dignity. There is nothing to turn over when being crushed. In the end, Yang Jian's three-pointed two-edged knife directly cut Indra's neck and beheaded him on the spot. The gods of Daxia, live and die with the people of Daxia. There is a place to defend, there are people who must defend, and there is a faith that must be defended. This is called a god. Yang Jian held Indra's head in his hand and looked into the fog, as if he could see all the gods of other kingdoms of God, and roared loudly. 100 years of reincarnation have passed. Today, I am the gods of Daxia, back again. Zhang Luochen was slightly relieved when he saw this, and looked at Songnan City at this moment again. At this time, Songnan City was devastated, and more than half of the buildings on the sporadic streets had disappeared. And at this moment, a golden light appeared outside Songnan City. Zhang Luochen looked over there. He knew that Lin Qiye was in that place. Turned to look at the master on the side. Master, you need to go repair your carriage. The master also looked helpless. His current carriage was completely dilapidated. Luochen, it seems that your ability needs to be redefined. Master, I want to leave. I want to vent my anger. In the next second, Zhang Luochen disappeared in place again. Outside Songnan City, Loki looked at the devastated city and showed a cold smile, and then, he turned around and stretched out his hand in the nothingness, ready to teleport away. But in the next second, his expression was stiff in place. No matter how hard he tried, he could never break through the space here. At this moment, a black flame suddenly attacked him. Loki quickly retreated. The flame fell in another place. Loki looked at this strange flame, stretched out his hand, but the flame still stayed in place. Zhang Luochen smiled lightly. Blood and tears slipped from the corners of his eyes to his cheeks, and then, a figure appeared beside Zhang Luochen. It was Lin Qiye, who was wearing a dark blue robe, silver-white hair fluttering casually, and holding two knives. Your outfit is pretty good-looking. Zhang Luochen looked at Lin Qiye's outfit. Have you learned a new skill again? Lin Qiye looked at the black flame. Zhang Luochen smiled lightly. I have to keep up with you. Zhang Luochen stood beside him. His eyeballs turned red again, and Lin Qiye sensed the change in his eyes through spiritual power, which was a completely new pattern. I quite like this eye pattern. Loki saw the two people who appeared again in front of him, and his face changed. changed. It's you two again. Yes, it's the two of us again. Why, do you miss me? Zhang Luochen spoke. Loki squinted at the two of them and then seemed to think of something. I see, is it for me to be a whetstone for these two? Why do you like you so much? Are you the legendary person? No, that person is dead. I don't care what you're talking about. Lin Chia's light blue robe was windless and automatic. The two said in unison, you must be buried with this city. The golden ripples burst out with Lin Chia as the center, and in this, mortal dust divine realm, a miracle brewed. At the same time, a lilac light spread around Zhang Luochen, and a purple skeleton man emanated from inside his body, and the next moment, the skeleton man seemed to have flesh and blood, wrapping the original skeleton, and finally another layer of armor. Lin Chia suddenly looked at everything that happened in front of him in surprise. What is this, Gundam? Now Lin Chia didn't have time to think about this, because they still had an enemy in front of them. Zhang Luochen came directly to Loki's rear, and Lin Chia went back and forth, and shot at Loki at the same time. Loki felt two powerful energy fluctuations in front of and behind him, and his face changed slightly. A small Sangnan city would actually meet the two of you, but do you think you can kill me just by relying on these? After a cold snort, the divine power of the god of trickery suddenly descended on the earth. Lin Chia's twin knives cut through the air, made a piercing explosion, and slashed straight at Loki's neck. The blades of the mortal world also want to hurt me? Loki sneered, stretched out two fingers and swung them at Lin Chia's double blades. The moment the blade touched Loki's fingertips, Loki's face changed, and then quickly disappeared in place. Then try my weapon. Zhang Luochen took Susa Nanghu and immediately appeared where Loki had just been. Yen done, add the earth life sword. The black flames instantly turned into a long sword and fell fiercely in the direction of landing. There was a loud noise, and the earth trembled. Immediately afterwards, the sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning and thunder roared, as if a unicorn appeared in the air. With thunder, die! Loki quickly changed positions, looking at the ruined place where he had just stood, and was about to act when suddenly, a stream of warm blood flowed down his fingertips and shoulders. Looking at Lin Chia and Zhang Luochen, he showed an unbelievable look. How is it possible? Just the two of you can really hurt me. Moreover, I have already used tricks. Because, this is a miracle, these abilities that you couldn't hurt can now become your fatal wounds. Lin Chia spoke lightly. Your divine ruins are indeed very strong, but when you run out of your divine power, you will be an ordinary person, and besides, there are you. Loki looked at Zhang Luochen viciously. Your mental strength is not much, you are already at the end of the crossbow. Zhang Luochen smiled coldly. Yes, my illusion couldn't control you before, but now, it's completely different. Loki's aura instantly skyrocketed, his figure shook, and 12 identical figures appeared, and they raised their hands at the same time, and a dark snake flashed out of the palm of each figure. Several snakes instantly tied up Zhang Luochen, and then bit down. Ah! This scream turned out to come from Loki. Loki covered his wound in disbelief, and he was bitten by his own strange snake. At the same time, other identical figures attacked in his direction, and Loki immediately waved his hand, and the clones he had created disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Loki looked at this scene in disbelief, and the wound from the snake bite was real. He originally wanted to use the clone to let Lin Chia consume the divine power on his body as soon as possible, and when his divine power was exhausted, the two people in front of him didn't need to worry about themselves at all. But in the current situation, he was actually backlashed. Your trick won't work with me. This is the moon reading, a spiritual world created by me. Zhang Luochen spoke slowly. In the next second, Loki was half kneeling on the ground, sweat kept flowing down his body, panting heavily. Only he knew what he had experienced. If he hadn't used the last trick, he wouldn't have been able to escape from that place at all. It seemed like a hell. Mental strength is not enough. Zhang Luochen covered his eyes, and the Susanoo on his body also disappeared in an instant. His current mental strength could no longer support him to open Susanoo by himself, and a line of blood and tears slipped from his right eye. What have you done to me? Loki looked at Zhang Luochen viciously. Monthly reading. Lin Xie made an instant move. Zhang Luochen brought him the opportunity. He had to seize it, and directly threw the straight knife in his hand towards Loki, and the golden light swept across the sky in an instant, approaching Loki's face. At this time, Loki's body was still half kneeling on the ground, and he clearly saw Lin Xie coming, but his body could not react at all. Loki stared at the two of them angrily. He took a deep breath. The air behind him suddenly twisted, and the huge summoning door opened again. Lin Xie, deal with Loki directly. Zhang Luochen roared, and then, his eyes looked at the summoning door, as if a giant beast was about to appear inside. I won't let you summon anymore now, Zhang Luochen said coldly. Kamui. At this time, the space around the summoning door was distorted again, and before a ferocious giant beast could poke its head, the summoning door disappeared in place. Loki looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. Where's my door? What about my behemoth? What about Jormungand? Did the scene be directly deleted? Lin Xie quickly shot, and now Loki didn't have time to dodge, and the straight knife went straight through his chest. This is the power of miracles. Loki looked at his chest in disbelief. His pupils contracted suddenly. In this mortal dust divine domain, all his tricks were gone, and there was that kid. His eyes actually dragged him into the illusion. Don't think that if you win, after the Seraph divine power is exhausted, you will be just an ant, and I will come back to you, Loki said fiercely. Lin Chiye directly pierced Loki's heart with a straight knife, and Loki's body was silent. Zhang Luochen slowly got up and came to Lin Chiye's side. He was too weak now, and today's battle consumed a lot of mental strength. It's all over. Zhang Luochen spoke slowly. Loki's body was reduced to ashes by the Seraph divine power, and it was not Loki's body here. Lin Chiye's current condition is not very good, and his soul has been seriously backlashed, and he sighed slightly. In the end, it's the two of us again. There's one more thing to do. Lin Chiye seemed to suddenly think of something, opened a space portal in front of him, and then stepped into it, and Zhang Luochen also entered behind him. Peace office. Wu Shangnan, Hong Ying and Wen Qimo were sitting on the roof of the building in despair, looking at the now unrecognizable Sannan city into contemplation. The appearance of a white space teleportation magic broke the quiet atmosphere here for them, and several people were slightly startled when they saw Lin Chiye and Zhang Luochen walking out of it. Hong Ying turned her head and saw the two of them. Her already red eyes burst into tears again, but when he saw Zhang Luochen's cheeks there were two dried blood tears. What happened? Seeing everyone's expressions, Lin Chiye was a little confused. Where is the captain? Where is Shao Nan? Where is Lung Shen? Wu Shangnan and Wen Qimo lowered their heads, said nothing, reddening with tears in her eyes, bit her lips and walked in front of the two of them, hugged their bodies at the same time, and told them what had just happened. The expressions of the two changed. Zhang Luochen looked at the place where Chen Mai usually liked to stand, and in a trance, he seemed to remember the clip he had seen again. Chen Mai, who has guarded Sangnan City for 10 years, he has guarded it for 10 years, and he still has no regrets. Lin Chiye forcibly stabilized his figure, and then patted Hong Ying's back comfortingly. Don't worry, Sister Hong Ying, they will come back. Hong Ying let go of the two of them and said with red eyes, really, will they come back? Zhang Luochen also nodded and stretched out his hand to wipe away the tears on Hong Ying's face. Sister Hong Ying, the end of one miracle will lead to the appearance of another miracle, so I firmly believe that they will come back. Lin Chiye on the side also nodded. Since all this is a miracle I created, then one day, I can make another miracle to bring them back. Lin Chiye came to Wu Shangnan's side, and he stretched out his hands. Vice Captain, give me your hand. Wu Shangnan was stunned for a moment, and after hesitating for a moment, he stretched out his hand. 7 nights, the captain asked me to thank you. Lin Chiye nodded. A faint golden light appeared in his eyes. Mortal dust divine domain enveloped the two of them, and then, the 2 scars on Wu Shangnan's hand suddenly disappeared. This is... Wu Shangnan couldn't help but speak. This is the last miracle I can stay now. Lin Chiye spoke slowly, and then he suddenly felt a sense of discomfort, opened a space portal again, and didn't care what others said. He walked in directly, and the portal quickly disappeared. What's wrong with him? Hong Ying asked curiously. I'll go see him. As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, he disappeared in an instant. When Zhang Luochen reappeared, he was already several kilometers away in Sangnan City. Lin Chiye gritted his teeth, his hands barely supported the ground, and beads of sweat kept slipping down his cheeks. Lin Chiye, I will accompany you on the last road. Zhang Luochen walked slowly to Lin Chiye's side. At this time Lin Chiye had a splitting headache. His soul was too badly damaged, and it was a miracle that his soul was not scattered. At this moment, Lin Chiye was really crazy, and in the next year, Lin Chiye would stay in the fasting hall for a year, and the members of the 136 team, Wu Shangnan, were recalled, and finally only Hong Ying and Wen Qimo were left here. Zhang Luochen looked at Lin Chiye at this moment with a solemn face. Now he didn't know what to do. At this moment, 3 white magic circles shattered from his body, and the mind magic that was originally used to suppress his emotions completely lost its effect. Extreme sadness and pain were like flood beasts breaking through the cage, filling Lin Chiye's mind. At this time, several golden figures fell from the sky and landed beside the two of them, which was the Phoenix team. What's going on? Xia Siming frowned tightly and looked at Lin Chiye, who was very painful. His soul was hit hard. Zhang Luochen explained. Xia Siming quickly walked to Lin Chiye's side, put her palm on Lin Chiye's forehead, and injected her spiritual power into his body. It didn't take long for Xia Siming's face to be unusually solemn, and Kong Sheng on the side walked up. Captain, what's going on? His body is seriously overdrawn, and his soul is more like putting it in a blender and stirring nonstop, and in less than 10 seconds, he will be distraught. But there is another force in his body that miraculously repairs his soul. It's broken and repaired. What kind of ability is this? Kong Sheng's face was also very solemn. It should be the relationship of mortal dust divine domain. Miracles are repairing his soul, but his soul is too badly damaged. Zhang Luochen said. The current situation is as if it is frozen at this moment, then he will only experience such pain all the time. Xia Siming said. Suddenly, a Taoist with his hair tied up in a bun slowly walked over from a distance, and a bag of coarse preaching robes swayed gently with the breeze, which at first glance looked no different from ordinary Guangzhong Taoists. The moment this Taoist appeared, everyone in the Yi Phoenix team, including Zhang Luochen, was all imprisoned in place and could not move at all. And then, the Taoist looked at Lin Chiye on the side and came to Lin Chiye's side, stretched out a finger and gently outlined Lin Chiye's eyebrows. When his hand stopped, Lin Chiye's body shook, and the dissolution disillusioned golden light around him disappeared without a trace. He seemed to have lost all the strength of his whole body and fell to the ground weakly. Lin Xie, your road is longer than you think. If you can pass this level, you can truly embark on your own path. Immediately, the Taoist disappeared in front of everyone, and at the moment of disappearance, the confinement on everyone's body suddenly disappeared. Xia Siming immediately checked Lin Xie's body. His soul has stabilized. Who is that person? Kong Shang said suspiciously. Could it be? Zhang Luochen didn't say it. Xia Siming and Kong Shang also had a conjecture. At this moment, Lin Xie sat up from the ground, raised his head slightly, and looked at everything around him blankly. Seeing this, Xia Siming immediately asked, "How do you feel when you wake up?" Lin Xie didn't seem to hear it, but stretched out his hands to the air on the side. "Auntie, I'm back." "He is. Lose your marbles?" Kong Shang said. Zhang Luochen slowly spoke. "The current solution is to send him to the fasting center for treatment." Xia Siming raised her eyebrows. "As a freshman, you know the situation in the fasting place so well?" Zhang Luochen nodded. "Some of our freshmen have been in the fasting center before. It seems that I have heard that the Forbidden Ruin sequence, Black King slashing." Kong Shan thought for a while and said. Xia Siming said to the team members behind him, "Quickly notify the superiors and send Lin Xie to the fasting place." Then, Xia Siming looked at Zhang Luochen with a malicious look. "So, Zhang Luochen, how about joining our team?" Zhang Luochen was stunned for a moment and instinctively took a few steps back. "That, Captain Xia Siming." However, suddenly, before Zhang Luochen finished speaking, a golden light suddenly appeared around Zhang Luochen, and the next second, Zhang Luochen instantly disappeared in place. Everyone in the J Phoenix team looked at each other, and Xia Siming looked around, but did not find Zhang Luochen's figure. "What about others? Run away?" Xia Siming said suspiciously. "Look, I was scared away by you. How can you be so recruiting?" Kong Shang said. Xia Siming looked at Kong Shang viciously, and then muttered in a low voice, "Am I that scary?" Songnan City, on the Peace Bridge. Zhang Luochen's eyes looked at the familiar peace office, and his whole body was shining with a little golden light. The next moment, his body began to glow with a little golden light. The same situation as when Songnan City disappeared before. Zhang Luochen looked at himself suspiciously. "What's going on? I was obviously not in Songnan City 10 years ago. Is there a mistake in the memory of this body?" Not far away, there was the peace office he was familiar with, where he had his partners, but now, Zhang Luochen took a step forward. Even a small step was extremely difficult. But now, the facts are in front of us. Zhang Luochen's body is disappearing little by little, and after all the disappearance in Songnan City is over, Zhang Luochen's body has begun to change. What the hell is going on? Who will tell me? Two lines of tears slipped from the corners of Zhang Luochen's eyes, washing away half of the dried bloodstains on his cheeks. In the end, am I the only one left? Zhang Luochen looked towards the peace office with tearful eyes, and all the memories of the past appeared in his mind like replays. Coming to the world of God slashing, sending Lin Xie home to meet the ghost face man, activating the system, and later encountering the ghost face king, witnessing the disappearing flash moon that was only used once under the stars, making him remember that knife. It was really handsome. And this time, he also witnessed the disappearance of Songnan City, as well as the Captain Chen Mai who loved him, and the captain who had guarded him for 10 years without regrets, Chen Mai. All of this was experienced by himself, but now that he was about to disappear, Zhang Luochen was unwilling. Obviously there were still many roads to be done, and there were many regrets that he had not experienced the gods. And along the way, will there be regrets of your own? Perhaps, there is no real rescue of him and her, or maybe, you can only experience these regrets but cannot change the regrets and regrets. In the end, Zhang Luochen's figure completely disappeared from the Peace Bridge, and at this moment, he completely disappeared from this world, and he didn't know whether those traces that belonged to him would exist. Zhang Luochen slowly opened his eyes. I got up quickly, and found that I was lying on a bed, with everything white around me, white walls, white sheets and white quilts. All these white things were placed together, and there would only be one place, the hospital, and the bed next to him was empty, and the whole room was empty. Zhang Luochen checked his body. It seemed that nothing wrong had happened. There were no wounds on his body, and there seemed to be no other symptoms. At this moment, the door was opened, and a nurse in a white coat walked in from outside the door, and as soon as he came in, he saw Zhang Luochen, who had woken up, was stunned on the spot for a second, and then immediately came to Zhang Luochen's side. You just woke up. Why did you sit up? Lie down quickly. The nurse stepped forward and put down the things in her hand, beckoned Zhang Luochen to lie down immediately. Zhang Luochen lay down according to the nurse's instructions, but he really didn't feel that he was uncomfortable. Even, he was still very comfortable. Now, no, he was obviously in Songnan City just now. Why did he suddenly come to the hospital? By the way, he seemed to have disappeared at that time. You have just recovered from a serious illness, so you should rest well, the nurse instructed. By the way, what disease am I? Zhang Luochen still couldn't help but ask. After all, he really didn't feel sick. Have you forgotten? The nurse asked in surprise. Did something happen? Zhang Luochen became more and more curious. You were reading a book when you were crossing the road, and you were hit by a car. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with your body. You just fainted, and there was nothing wrong with the rest, and then you could be discharged from the hospital. novel. Then the nurse flipped through the booklet. However, you have been in a coma for 3 days, so you should observe for a while before being discharged. Zhang Luochen was stunned. He actually had a car accident? Then he came to the hospital. Didn't he fight a divine battle in Sannan City? He lost his mental strength. Why was it a car accident? Oh, by the way, your belongings, and the novel you read when you walked, are all in the cabinet. The nurse was just about to turn around and leave, but as if she had thought of something, she turned her head and said, in the future, just walk, don't read books on the road. And the novel you read seems to be called mental illness or something. Students should study hard and read less of these. After saying that, the nurse left and walked out of the ward, closing the door by the way. Zhang Luochen sat up from the bed, his face pale, still recalling what the nurse said just now. Which book is he reading? Zhang Luochen got out of bed, probably because he had been lying for too long. His legs were a little numb, and he barely stood up by the bed and walked to the cabinet, where he put a school bag and nothing else. He immediately took out his school bag and opened the school bag, which contained a novel in addition to some books for daily courses, and Zhang Luochen took the novel out of his school bag. His eyes couldn't help but widen. Are they all fake? The novel book in his hand had a few big characters written on it. I learned to kill gods in a mental hospital under the night. So, there was never any time travel. It was just a dream during the coma of a teenager in a car accident. Zhang Luochen looked at the book, looking at everything that happened inside, and the things that had happened together in his mind suddenly became a little trance. He can still clearly remember what happened. It is clearly in his mind. How can it be all false? Zhang Luochen didn't believe it. He changed his hospital gown, changed his clothes, looked at the school uniform on his body, and didn't have time to think about it, and walked straight towards the outside of the ward. Why did you come out? Let you rest more. As soon as I went out, I met the nurse just now. That nurse sister, where is this? Sannan City? Zhang Luochen stopped her way and asked. The nurse was obviously stunned. Sannan City? What kind of place is that? This is Jiangnan City. Jiangnan City. Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. The nurse looked at Zhang Luochen. Go back to the ward quickly. Is your brain broken? I'll call the doctor to show you. You go to the ward and wait. Zhang Luochen froze in place, and then looked at everything around him. The people in the hospital were all colorful, and they were all busy with their own affairs. In the next second, Zhang Luochen quickly ran to the outside of the hospital, and continued to run, running to the streets outside, and one after another the streets that made him extremely familiar came into view. Everything here is telling him that this place, Jiangnan City, is the place where he was born, because everything here is too familiar to him. Am I really back? Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. Everything in front of him made him have to believe it. Zhang Luochen took out the novel, this one of his favorites, and then, as if he thought of something, why did he take out his mobile phone? But the phone had already run out of power, and even turning on it became a problem, so he quickly found a store and borrowed a charger in it. After a while, the phone turned on again, and I immediately opened the novel software inside and opened the novel I learned to slay God in a mental hospital. Zhang Luochen quickly flipped through the content of the novel. The content was still the same as usual, without any change, and those familiar scenes appeared in Zhang Luochen's mind one by one. After a while, Zhang Luochen left the mobile phone store and strolled through the streets of Jiangnan City. The novel was just a novel after all, and everything that happened there did not change differently because of his appearance. Zhang Luochen was a little in a trance, but now, he had to accept the current reality. He was walking aimlessly on the street. Perhaps, being able to walk in this novel world, life does not seem to be in vain. Thinking of this, Zhang Luochen smiled knowingly. As he walked, he came to a park where all kinds of people, some were exercising, some were talking, and there was a blind date corner in a corner, and a large number of people were crowded there. Zhang Luochen didn't want to join in the fun, he just wanted to walk here quietly by himself. Mom, what kind of flower is this? Why is it green? A voice broke Zhang Luochen's illusion. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a little girl holding a flower in her hand, and the color of the flower turned out to be green. I don't know what kind of flower, why it's green, I've never seen it. The child's mother also showed a puzzled expression. This is Manchu Shahua, also known as the Higan flower. It has many colors, each of which represents a different meaning. Zhang Luochen walked to the little girl's side and smiled knowingly. The child's mother looked at Zhang Luochen. Thank you, the current students are knowledgeable. The little girl stared at Zhang Luochen with wide eyes. So, what does green mean? Zhang Luochen smiled lightly. Green, that represents endless hope. Endless? The little girl reminisced about a few words. Obviously, these 4 words were still a little difficult for her to understand now. Can I give this flower to my brother? Zhang Luochen squatted down and asked. The little girl was a little hesitant. Obviously he couldn't put down the flower. In this way, I will exchange this candy for you. Zhang Luochen took out a lollipop from his school bag. Don't ask, he didn't know why there was sugar in the school bag. Anyway, there was. The little girl nodded after thinking for a while, handed the flower in her hand to Zhang Luochen, and then took the lollipop. Zhang Luochen held the green flower in his hand, endless. I think, I want to go back to that world where I have my teammates and my home. The next second, a golden light flashed, illuminating everything around it. The city of Shangjing, the headquarters of the night watchman. Several figures wearing dark red cloaks sat in the conference room. Their faces faces solemn, and they were seriously discussing something. "Commander Yi, is there any news about the Daxia gods at the end?" one of the night watchmen asked. Yi Fan, who was sitting in the middle of the conference room, shook his head. "No, since Yang Jian was born a year ago, there has been no news of the Daxia gods, and even Yang Jian has disappeared without a trace." Strange, obviously the gods of Daxia have already stood up. Why did they disappear collectively? Do they have to disappear for another 100 years like last time? Maybe, they don't want to meet us. Another senior night watchman spoke slowly. "Zuoqing, tell me in detail?" Zuoqing reiterated his opinion to everyone, and finally said, "Anyway, in my opinion, the last one is the most likely, and the gods of Daxia want us to be on the verge of crisis at all times, so as to achieve the purpose of rapid growth." "You mean to experience us?" "Yes, if it weren't for the collective disappearance of the Daxia gods 100 years ago, how could we have a night watchman, let alone 5 human sealings? And we shouldn't rely too much on ourselves, we still have to rely on our own strength. After all, only Daxia is left that has not been eroded by the fog." Yi Fan nodded slightly, obviously agreeing with Zuoqing's words. At this time, another old man spoke. "Now there is another problem. In the past year, the number of mysterious arrivals across the country has increased again, and the strength is getting stronger and stronger, and it is difficult to deal with it with the ordinary squad stationed in the city alone. The current special team is probably not enough." Hearing this, there were also other night watchmen who echoed, "Yes, the pressure of the special squad is not small now, and the kingdom of God in the fog seems to have other actions, and now no one can perform the functions of the number 005 special team, and now we are also a little passive. In my opinion, the reorganization of the 5th special squad is imminent." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Obviously, they really had no clue about this matter. "How easy is it to reorganize a special team? Moreover, do you have a candidate for captain?" one person asked. Hearing this, everyone fell silent and shook their heads. There are also many geniuses among the newcomers, but there are too few candidates who can take on the responsibility of becoming captains. At this moment, Yi Fan, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly spoke. "Actually, I have a candidate. What do you think? What do you think of Lin Chie or Zhang Luochen?" Lin Chie? Zhang Luochen? Hearing the names of these two people, everyone started talking in a low voice, and their eyes were also a little solemn. Yi Fan continued to speak. "Lin Chie is a dual god agent, with the mortal dust divine domain of sequence 003. Just looking at the talent potential, he is qualified to be the captain. Zhang Luochen, his forbidden ruins were just named a year ago. The eternal kaleidoscope, the forbidden ruins sequence you have all been arguing for a year, and not long ago there was a result, and the battle of Sangnan City, the master gave him a high evaluation. If it weren't for the master, the debate about the sequence, you might not be over yet. Moreover, the IQ of these two people is not low. In the training camp, Zhang Luochen ranked first, Lin Chie ranked second, and both of them broke various historical records. In the conference room, everyone gave different opinions. Some thought it was feasible, but some thought that the qualifications and realm of the two were too shallow and low. "Commander Yi, Lin Chie got mentally ill a year ago, and he is still in a mental hospital, and this Zhang Luochen, after the battle in Sangnan City a year ago, people disappeared. Even if these two people are the most suitable candidates, but in this situation, it is not suitable." Yi Fan slowly spoke. "Lin Chie woke up yesterday, and all indicators are normal. As for Zhang Luochen, at present, there is indeed no news about him, so the captain candidate is tentatively Lin Chie. Of course, if you have a better candidate." Sangnan City. After a year, the reconstruction of Sangnan City is still ongoing, and although the current Sangnan City has not completely recovered its appearance back then, it has also recovered by several percent in 1 year, but the population here is still very small. On the Peace Bridge, some people would still pass by here during the day, but after the end of the war a year ago, the Peace Bridge even became a little desolate, but the bridge deck was still very clean. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared slowly on the bridge, first his feet, then his upper body to his legs, and finally the whole body appeared. His face was beautiful, he was wearing a dark red cloak, he had a straight knife hanging from his waist, and in his hand, he was holding a green flower, which was very beautiful. If you look closely, the end of the handle of this straight knife is engraved with 3 words Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen looked at the scene in front of him, and a very familiar feeling surged into his heart. Here, Peace Bridge, Sangnan City, slaying God, I'm back. Zhang Luochen looked at his dress and looked around again. He was sure that he had returned to the world of slaying gods, and the current outfit was also what he looked like when he left, and the 2 blood, tears on his cheeks were still there. Zhang Luochen looked at the green flower in his hand. "It seems that you asked me to come back." Then, he looked into the city. "Strange, didn't it just go through a big war? Why is it repaired so quickly? And many houses have been repaired. Whose forbidden ruins are you so powerful?" Zhang Luochen saw that in the city, the originally dilapidated streets had long become normal asphalt pavement. There are also street lamps and billboards that have disappeared, and some shops on the street have reopened, and those street lights are already on the road. By the way, Lin Chie and the red tassels. Zhang Luochen suddenly remembered, quickly left the Peace Bridge, and ran quickly towards the peace office. Coming to the door door of the peace office, Zhang Luochen looked at this familiar gate. This is a feeling of loss and gain. He thought that he would not come back here. This feeling of joy is indescribable, but for Hong Ying and the others, he should just disappear for a while, and he doesn't know what Lin Qiye's current situation is. Zhang Luochen was about to push the door in, but the door was locked, and he was blocked outside the door. What about people? Zhang Luochen looked around suspiciously. I don't know if the ability is still there. Zhang Luochen placed one hand on his chest, stretched out two fingers, and prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique to find Lin Qiye's location. However, in the next second, Zhang Luochen was still in place, looking at himself suspiciously. My ability is gone? Try the Sharingan. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan opened instantly, and at this time, a force suddenly swept through Zhang Luochen's body. The ability is still there. I broke through? Zhang Luochen clearly sensed that his realm had come to the Sichuan realm, and he was relieved to see that his ability was still there. Could it be that opening the Mangekyo Sharingan has already broken through the realm? Then why couldn't I use the Flying Thunder God technique just now? Zhang Luochen frowned and fell into thought. Zhang Luochen placed his finger in front of him again, and this time, his figure quickly disappeared and then reappeared in place. Flying Thunder God is no problem, then it is a possibility. The place where Lin Qiye is blocked, then try others. Now in the 136th team, there are still Red Ying and Wen Qimo left. Wu Shangnan should have just received the notice to go to Beijing. Zhang Luochen put his finger in front of him again. However, immediately afterwards, his face changed. Hey, I forgot, these two people are not marked. Ding, at this moment, a system sound sounded. If the host realm is detected and promoted to the Sichuan realm, you can get a chance to extract ability. Whether to draw now? Oh, as soon as it comes, you can draw your ability. Smoke it, Zhang Luochen said. A huge turntable appeared in front of him again. This situation had been experienced many times, and Zhang Luochen had already seen it strangely. The turntable finally stopped. Congratulations to the host. Gain the ability, the dance of the paper. At the same time, he obtained all of Naruto's paper control abilities. A wave of energy swept through Zhang Luochen's body, and Zhang Luochen felt the changes he had brought. Xiaonan's paper dance. Those 600 billion detonation talismans are still vivid in my mind. Then, Zhang Luochen thought of a question. Do you have to buy more paper to come back? Zhang Luochen opened his hand and looked around, but the surroundings were still quiet, and nothing happened. Do I really have to buy a bunch of paper? Just when Zhang Luochen was stunned, a sound broke the silence of the surroundings. I saw that countless papers flew in his direction from somewhere, surrounding Zhang Luochen. Seeing this scene, Zhang Luochen was overjoyed. It turns out that it can, then wouldn't I? A bold idea appeared in Zhang Luochen's mind. Then, with a slight lift of his hand, all the paper, as if it had come to life, began to gather on his back, and finally, a pair of huge wings formed on his back. In the next second, Zhang Luochen's body began to soar into the air and flew directly into the air. Oh, I can fly now, soaring freely like a bird. Zhang Luochen was still flying directly over Tsangnan City, overlooking the entire Tsangnan City from the air. To his surprise, the entire Tsangnan City was back on track. He only left for a few minutes. How could it change so much? Ha! Rat tide? Zhang Luochen, who was still in the air, suddenly saw a tide of rats in Dongqing District, Tsangnan City, and a large wave of rats appeared on the street like a tide. In Qing fish? Zhang Luochen began to fly in the direction of the rat tide. I don't know where the red tassels are. Go find in Qingyu first. They should all be together just now. Zhang Luochen landed quickly, looked at the well-organized pile of mice on the ground, and stood aside very interestingly, just in time to try. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, and then his body turned into thin small pieces of paper and scattered everywhere. All the pieces of paper seemed to be regular, all heading towards a newly built factory near Dongqing District. Entering from the door of the factory was empty at this time. Zhang Luochen searched a little, and found that a person was hiding in the dark, only to see him wearing a trench coat and a hood. All the pieces of paper came together again at this moment, and finally, Zhang Luochen's figure appeared here. In Qing fish? Zhang Luochen opened tentatively. The moment these pieces of paper appeared, and Qingyu felt that these pieces of paper were unusual, but the moment he saw these pieces of paper finally turn into human forms, his surprise was indescribable. Zhang Luochen, why are you here? Also, what happened to these pieces of paper just now? And Qingyu looked at Zhang Luochen, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. The ability of the newly learned is not enough to worry about, but weren't you still in the peace office just now? What to do with the rat tide? Zhang Luochen pointed to the mouse standing in line next to him and asked, you say, just now? And Qingyu was suddenly puzzled, and then, he immediately understood what was going on. Don't you know that you have been missing for a year? Now it was Zhang Luochen's turn to be surprised, and pointed at himself in disbelief. How long do you say? A year? Missing for a year. And Qingyu nodded seriously. After the end of the Tsangnan City War a year ago, you suddenly disappeared. No one knew where you went, and the night watchman also sent personnel to look for your whereabouts, but found nothing. I also looked for you, because I was looking for Lin Qiye, but in Tsangnan City, I didn't find any trace of Lin Qiye, so I wanted to ask you, but as a result, you also disappeared. However, now that you to have appeared. Where is Lin Xie? Zhang Luochen hasn't recovered from the shock. He has disappeared like this for a year. Obviously he only disappeared for an afternoon. No wonder he has just experienced a heavy blow at Songnan City, and now so many buildings have been restored. Zhang Luochen? And Xingyu saw Zhang Luochen in a daze and pushed him gently. Ha! Oh, Lin Xie. A year ago, he had mental problems in the war, so he should be in the fasting place now. Zhang Luochen suddenly realized that it turned out that it was because Lin Xie was in the fasting place now, so the Flying Thunder God could not find Lin Xie. A fasting place? Isn't that where prisoners are held? And Xingyu asked. Not only prisoners are held there, but there is also a hospital there that specializes in treating night watchmen who have mental problems due to the Forbidden Ruins. And Xingyu nodded. By the way, what are you doing with these rat tides? Zhang Luochen just finished asking, and suddenly understood what was going on. Wasn't it just to lure Honying and the others over? Your teammates, they should be there soon. I just want to find Lin Xie. If I had known you were here, I wouldn't have needed to look for them. And Xingyu replied. Zhang Luochen nodded, thinking to himself, no wonder there was no one in the office just now. According to the time, it's almost there. Sure enough, in the next second, two figures appeared in the direction of the factory gate, and the red tassel walking in front was still the red sportswear, holding a spear in his hand, with a rose-colored flame shining on it, and walked into the factory with a serious expression. Honying and Wenqima got closer and closer, and the moment they approached, Honying froze in place, the rose flame on the spear disappeared instantly, and Wenqima was also stunned in place. Zhang Luochen. The next moment, Honying pounced directly on Zhang Luochen and hugged Zhang Luochen into his arms. Red, Sister Honying, you pressed. I was a little out of breath. Zhang Luochen was pounced on by the red tassel like this, and his whole body almost couldn't stand still. Honying let Zhang Luochen go. 2 lines of tears slipped down her cheeks. Zhang Luochen couldn't bear it, and reached out to wipe the tears from her cheeks. Zhang Luochen, where have you gone this year? The captain is gone. Wu Shangnan has been transferred back to Beijing. Shanan and Lang Xin are gone. Shi went to the fasting place. You have completely disappeared. The entire 136 squad. Now only me and Chiemo are left. As Honying spoke, she could feel all her grievances, as if she wanted to completely confide in Zhang Luochen about all the grievances this year. And Zhang Luochen also understood that the little girl who used to be had grown up long ago. Sister Honying, I was teleported to a place, and I don't know where it is, but fortunately, I'm back now. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. Who wants to hurt you? I'll kill him for you. Honying said slightly angrily, and at the same time, she saw 2 lines of dried blood and tears under Zhang Luochen's eyes. What's wrong with you? Why are there still bloodstains? It seems like you've been doing it for a long time. Honying asked. Zhang Luochen smiled awkwardly. His traces of blood and tears were still left by the war a year ago. Here, although he disappeared for a year, but in Zhang Luochen's own world, he stayed for less than an afternoon. Thinking that I am so inexplicably 1 year older, this way of growing up by leaps and bounds is really hard to accept. It's no big deal, just wash it clean. Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand and waved it, and a small water ball appeared in his hand, and then Zhang Luochen washed his face and cleaned all the dirt on his face. Luochen, it's great that you can come back. I just don't know how Chie is going there now. When Qima stepped forward and patted Zhang Luochen on the shoulder, and then they found Xingyu standing aside. Are you, a year ago, the boy who fought with us? When Qima looked at Xingyu and asked. Honying also noticed Xingyu. You made the rat tide? What are you doing? And Xingyu smiled slightly, and pushed his eyes with a signature gesture. I was originally going to ask you about Lin Xie's whereabouts, but his appearance just now also solved my doubts. Honying looked at Zhang Luochen curiously. How do you know that Lin Xie is in the fasting center? Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. I was next to Lin Xie when he was crazy, or I told the Ye Phoenix team, please take Lin Xie to the fasting place. Honying nodded. I don't know how the situation is in the fasting place now. Anyway, I can't find him in a short time. When Qima looked at Xingyu, if you want to find us next time, just go directly to the peace office, and you don't need to use the rat tide anymore. Luochen, finally back, sister treats you to a big meal. Although many time-honored restaurants in Songnan City are gone, but there is a chain restaurant in other places some time ago, and the taste seems to be good. Honying stepped forward and put her arms around Zhang Luochen's shoulders, and then prepared to walk out. Wait a minute. At this time, Xingyu suddenly stopped everyone. Several people stopped and looked back at Xingyu, only to see Xingyu walk up to them and stretch out his hands. What are you doing? When Qima opened his mouth suspiciously. I am a secret thief. Xingyu said. We have known for a long time, but since we have fought together, we will not pursue it. Don't worry. Honying also stepped forward very kindly and patted Xingyu on the shoulder. No, according to the rules of the night watchman, I need to be arrested and escorted to the fasting place. Xingyu said seriously. Honying and Wenqima were stunned for a moment. Zhang Luochen naturally understood what Xingyu meant by doing this, and slowly spoke. You want to go to the fasting place to find Lin Xie, right? Xingyu nodded. I owe him a favor. If he is really mentally ill, I think I can help him. After all, I can still be good at such a thing as craniotomy. Honying and Wenqima were stunned for a moment, and then leaned into Zhang Luochen's ear at the same time and whispered, is this person a madman? So, there's nothing wrong with that. Zhang Luochen thought for a while and said, since it's been a year, I'll go with you. Hearing Zhang Luochen say this, Hong Ying's eyes widened. Luochen, you just came back, and you want to leave again? Zhang Luochen turned his head to look at Hong Ying. Sister Hong Ying, I am the night watchman who joined with Lin Qiye. He has something to do, I can't ignore him. He is in the fasting place. If he wants to escape from prison, I can also help him. But, when Shima suddenly said, he can be escorted to the fasting place because of his identity as a secret thief. But what about you? For what reason? Zhang Luochen really didn't think about this question. Or, I sneak in? The fasting hall will suppress the forbidden ruins. Even if you sneak in, if your forbidden ruins can't be used, you are not exposing yourself. When Shima thought for a while and said, Zhang Luochen thought about it, but he was right. He didn't know what the suppression of the forbidden ruins of the fasting place was like. If his ability was completely suppressed, then, well, wait a minute. I can try to infiltrate first. If the infiltration fails, what is the worst outcome? Zhang Luochen suddenly asked. Hong Ying and Wen Qimo had puzzled expressions, but Xingyu understood what Zhang Luochen meant. And Xingyu smiled slightly and said, the result of failing to infiltrate is to be arrested and sent to the fasting center. So, no matter what, my goal was achieved. Zhang Luochen smiled knowingly. That's okay, Zhang Luochen. Hong Ying stared at Zhang Luochen with wide eyes. If you see Lin Qiye inside, remember to help us say hello. Don't worry, Sister Hong Ying, I will. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. Hong Ying looked at Xingyu. Then I will arrest you. Xingyu nodded, and Hong Ying touched his pocket but found nothing like handcuffs, and finally could only pull out a piece of grass from the ground and wrap it around Xingyu's hand. Then how do you sneak in? And Xingyu looked at Zhang Luochen and asked. Well, when you are escorted over, I will secretly follow you first, and when I get to the fasting place, I will find an opportunity to sneak in. Zhang Luochen thought for a while and said. Hong Ying looked at Zhang Luochen. Luochen, you are leaving again as soon as you come back, and you are really reluctant. Sister Hong Ying, I'm going to bring Lin Qiye back. I believe that in the future, our 136 team can still get together. After Zhang Luochen finished speaking, he took out the green flower on his body. Sister Hong Ying, help me save this. Red Tassel saw the green flower on the other side. Flower on the other side. Yes, we will definitely reunite. Just like the flower language of this flower, endless. Zhang Luochen slowly spoke. Where the leaves fly, the fire is also endless. A transport plane landed in Sangnan City, and Xingyu was tied up and stood next to the tarmac, and Hong Ying and Wen Qimo seemed to be guarding Xingyu alone. Zhang Luochen hid in the distance, quietly watching what was happening in front of him. A few uniformed night watchmen got off the transport plane, and after a few simple conversations with Hong Ying and the others, they directly brought Xingyu into the transport plane. Looking at Xingyu, who was tied up by 5 flowers, he was a little glad that he had sneaked in, instead of being taken in as a criminal like Xingyu. Otherwise, he would be tied up like this, but he really couldn't stand it. After seeing the transport plane slowly take off, Zhang Luochen's figure slowly appeared on the red tassels. The papers gathered into Zhang Luochen's figure, and Hong Ying and Wen Qimo saw this scene for the first time, and they opened their mouths wide and were speechless in surprise. I have to keep up. Zhang Luochen saw the surprised expressions of the two of them, and said a little confusedly, what's wrong with you two? Ah, oh, you. Did it just turn into a pile of paper? And then, this pile of paper becomes you? So are you a person, or a piece of paper? Hong Ying asked curiously. Of course I'm a person, it's just my ability, it can be changed into paper. Zhang Luochen looked up at the transport plane that was about to disappear into the sky. Sister Hong Ying, I have to go, otherwise I won't be able to catch up. Hong Ying nodded. Luochen, you have to be careful. In addition, don't forget to say hello when you see Qiye, and remember to bring him back safely. Don't worry, Sister Hong Ying. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, and then, the pile of paper appeared behind him, forming a pair of huge wings, flying towards the sky in front of the red tassels and the others. Hong Ying waved her hands at Zhang Luochen in the air and shouted loudly, Luochen, you must come back safely. Zhang Luochen waved his hand at the two people on the ground, and then quickly chased in the direction of the transport plane. When he was about to approach the transport plane, Zhang Luochen's entire body turned into sheets of paper and covered the periphery of the fuselage, as if the plane had added another layer of paint. This paper dance is really useful. It can change the paper into any form, as long as the suppression of the forbidden ruins of the fasting place has little effect on me. It can always lurk in it. Zhang Luochen thought to himself. The transport plane came to a sea area, and the island could already be seen from a distance, which should be the fasting place. The paper made of Zhang Luochen was attached to the fuselage, and it flew with the transport plane all the way, and suddenly, just coming to the sea, Zhang Luochen's body suddenly felt a strange force, and the ability on his body was suppressed, and these papers also transformed into Zhang Luochen's person at this moment. I'll go. Zhang Luochen secretly said that it was not good, and his body immediately left the fuselage, taking advantage of not being discovered, and left the sea area. This town ruins monument is even more powerful than the one in the training camp, and it's no wonder that so many heinous sinners can be trapped. The sea area within a radius of 300 meters of the island is within the range. Zhang Luochen muttered to himself, looking at the vast sea in front of him. No matter what, the only way to do it now is to pass through this sea as soon as possible. Water escape. A small bubble appeared in Zhang Luochen's palm, and this bubble was directly placed on Zhang Luochen's head, with plenty of oxygen inside. Facing this sea area, there is only one way to swim over at the moment, and the only way to dive is to swim. If you swim on it, in case you are discovered, it is estimated that you will be confessed here before you get close. Zhang Luochen jumped into the water. Fortunately, the influence of the Forbidden Ruins monument could still allow him to control a little simple water escape. Originally this bubble covered several people. Under the influence of the Forbidden Ruins monument, he could only cover his head. After swimming these 300 meters, Zhang Luochen finally went ashore. My clothes are wet. He looked up at the high wall. Now I finally came to the periphery of the fasting place, but there was no way to get in. Did I really let them in? That's not good. It's too faceless. Zhang Luochen stretched out a hand, and a piece of white paper appeared between his palms, which automatically turned into a paper crane, and then broke away from Zhang Luochen's palm. Fortunately, he could still control the paper crane. Let's go and see the situation of the entire fasting hall first. The paper crane flew out of Zhang Luochen's palm, and then flew towards the wall of the fasting place. However, just as the paper crane had just climbed over the wall, a burst of gunfire rang out in the sky, and the paper crane was shot down on the spot. At the moment when the paper crane was shot down, the door of the fasting hall opened again, and this time, several heavily armed personnel came out of it. Seeing several heavily armed prison guards, Zhang Luochen instantly thought of a way. This is how it is played in film and television dramas, so let me try it too. Zhang Luochen quickly became invisible, copying the Moon Ghost's stealth ability at the beginning, but he didn't expect it to come in handy this time. Several heavily armed prison guards were scattered in different places to search, each wearing a helmet and holding a submachine gun in their hands. Zhang Luochen hid invisibly. Seeing that the distance between several people was getting farther and farther away, Zhang Luochen found the right time for one of them. Illusion. The basic illusion is also effective. The soldier stood there on the spot. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, quickly changed the other party's clothes, and then hid the prison guard. I'm sorry, buddy, lie here for a while. Cover you more, beware of catching a cold. Zhang Luochen changed into their clothes. No target has been found on the first. Number 2 didn't find it either. The voice came from the walkie-talkie Zhang Luochen was wearing, and after the second, the walkie-talkie was quiet. Where's number 3? Report your situation. After a while, there was still no sound, and a voice came again. Number 3, please answer quickly. Zhang Luochen knew that this number 3 should be himself. Number 3 did not find the situation. Answer in time next time. The voice in the walkie-talkie seemed to be a little dissatisfied. I'm sorry, I thought I had found the target just now, but when I got closer, I found out that it wasn't. Zhang Luochen immediately replied, has anyone else found anything else? The others on the walkie-talkie continued to report on their situation. Let's go back first. I guess something floated from the sea. The man who spoke was obviously the captain of this small team. Zhang Luochen came to the gate of the fasting hall to join the others, because they were fully armed, so they did not find that their team members had already been dropped. Following the team into the fasting place, the moment he entered the gate, Zhang Luochen clearly felt that his Forbidden Ruins were indeed suppressed. It is also because of the suppression of the Forbidden Ruins, so all the guards in it are equipped with thermal weapons, and the night watchmen without the Forbidden Ruins are just a slightly more powerful ordinary person, so they are also afraid of hot weapons. The squad stood in a row, and their captain stood at the front of the line, turning to face them. Continue to patrol, watch every corner. If you find any problems, report them in time, and do you understand? I understand. Okay, disband. The line disperses and everyone heads towards the area they are responsible for. Zhang Luochen looked at the fasting place. Anyway, it's still in. Successfully entering the fasting place, Zhang Luochen pretended to be on patrol fully armed. He looked around. The place he was now should only be on the periphery of the fasting house. Mangekyo Sharingan. Zhang Luochen tried to open the kaleidoscope Sharingan, but fortunately he was able to open it, but the distance of his line of sight was affected to a certain extent. I can't look too deep, so let's find a way to get in. Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. Now Lin Xia is in a mental hospital, and Xingyu is in prison. The location of the mental hospital is in the center of the fasting center. Zhang Luochen thought about it, or prepared to go to Xingyu first. However, when he came to a gate, Zhang Luochen suddenly froze in place, because he needed verification to enter, and fingerprint verification, which stumped Zhang Luochen. What should I do? Fingerprint verification? How do I get in? Zhang Luochen looked at the verification in front of him and was stunned. He vaguely remembered that according to the original plot, there were layers of verification inside the fasting center: fingerprints, iris, passwords, work permit recognition, and even code words, as if what they were, delicious taro paste milk tea, this kind of strange code words. Even if he had a way to pass through this first door, he had to find a way to pass through the other doors behind. Number 3, what are you doing? At this time, a voice broke Zhang Luochen's thoughts, and when he looked back, it turned out to be the captain just now. Captain, I'm on patrol. Zhang Luochen immediately stood up straight. Just Just right, I have something to tell you, come in with me. The captain walked to the gate, and under Zhang Luochen's gaze, he saw him take out his work card and sweep the machine on the door, and the door opened. Come in, the captain said. Zhang Luochen followed closely behind and followed the captain into the door, feeling overjoyed. Isn't this someone handing over a pillow when he is drowsy? Isn't this coming in? Subsequently, he continued to follow the captain, during which the captain also used fingerprints, iris, and work permit recognition to open other doors. Finally, the two came to an office. The captain pushed open the door, and then he took off his helmet and set it aside, revealing the serious face of a standard middle-aged man. Take it off, feel free in the office. The captain spoke. Zhang Luochen was stunned. Of course he couldn't take off his helmet, but if he took it off, he would reveal the stuffing. Captain, I still have to continue to patrol. If there is anything, you ordered it. The captain waved his hand. Do you not want to pick it, or don't you dare to pick it? Zhang Luochen was stunned in place. He didn't expect that he had just come in. Was this discovered? And the next second, the captain made an instant move, and a short knife in his hand rushed directly to Zhang Luochen's neck. Zhang Luochen reacted quickly and stretched out his hand to block it. How did you find out? The captain sneered. The person I brought myself. Don't I know myself? If I guess correctly, you also made the movement outside just now. Since you already know, why do you want to get me in? Zhang Luochen asked suspiciously. Obviously you can take yourself outside. Why do you have to go to such lengths? Isn't it difficult? The corners of the captain's mouth raised slightly. Because in 2 days, your body can come in handy. Use your body to pave the way for them. My body paves the way for them? Zhang Luochen was suddenly a little confused, and then thought that in a few days, believers would destroy the town ruins and kill Wu Laogo. Are you a believer? Zhang Luochen spoke. Oh, you already know that? The captain was obviously a little puzzled. Why did Zhang Luochen know this? Zhang Luochen smiled lightly. Of course I know. I also know that there are 3 believers in prison, and you are the number believer. The captain smiled slightly. I am not a believer, but if I control your body and let you lure away those prison guards, so that believers can succeed better, I should also make meritorious contributions, and at that time, I will be believers. Yes, then how are you sure that you can control my body? Zhang Luochen said calmly. My forbidden ruins are spiritual attacks. As long as the town ruins are destroyed, I can control you, and when the time comes, I can use you to lure away those prison guards. The captain said. I see, your plan is really seamless. Zhang Luochen looked like he was really praising him. Even the captain looked complacent. How is it? It's not bad. I've wronged you in the past 2 days, and I've lived here. The next moment, the captain suddenly made a move. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, and his body dodged back, directly dodging the attack. I thought you had some powerful means. You didn't have a forbidden ruin after a long time, and now I know why you can't be a believer. Your IQ is really worrying. Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the captain's wrist. The captain wanted to use more force, but his wrist couldn't go any further. What's going on? The captain looked at Zhang Luochen with surprised eyes. It's really stupid to say you're stupid. You don't even know the strength of your opponent, so you dare to bring him in. No wonder you can only patrol the periphery. Zhang Luochen's hand was forced. There was a click. The captain's wrist broke in response. Thank you for bringing me to your office. There doesn't seem to be any surveillance here. Well, it's good. Zhang Luochen slowly approached the captain. The captain covered his wrist, and the severe pain spread throughout his body, and sweat dripped from his forehead. Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand and directly broke the captain's neck, and then, a pale green light appeared between his palms. Because of the relationship between learning all medical ninjutsu, he can easily remove the other party's fingerprints, as well as the other party's iris, despite the suppression of the Forbidden Ruins monument, but simple surgery is still no problem. And this sign, but it saved me a lot of trouble. Zhang Luochen took off his work permit, and then changed the captain's clothes. Since I want to become a believer, then if I kill you, I won't have any burden. Zhang Luochen lifted the body. Now that the prison is free time, taking advantage of the fact that there is no one in the prison now, Zhang Luochen just went to dispose of the captain's body. Zhang Luochen looked for it in the captain's office, but he didn't expect that there was a prison uniform, and he happened to wear the prison uniform on the captain's body, so he walked towards the prison toilet in the form of escorting the prisoner. Coming to the cramped and dirty toilet, Zhang Luochen was just about to do it when he heard a sound from outside. Looking at the dirty toilet, Zhang Luochen had no choice but to drag the body and hide together. Through the Sharingan, Zhang Luochen saw the two people who came in, a one-eyed man, and the other was Xingyu. This guy, are you here to cooperate? Zhang Luochen dragged the body and hid in the dark, and saw Xingyu being dragged in by a one-eyed man through the ability of the Sharingan. Hearing the conversation between the two through the door panel of the toilet, Zhang Luochen couldn't help but want to laugh. This one-eyed dragon, he didn't know that his death had come. Sure enough, after a while, Xingyu raised his hand, and a strange silk thread appeared from his fingertips and passed directly through the one-eyed man's neck. With a bang, Xingyu looked vigilantly to the side, only to see a man in a special forces costume appear in front of his eyes, and there was a corpse next to this man. Xingyu squinted his eyes, and his strange silk immediately pointed to the man in front of him. It's me. Zhang Luochen took off his mask. When Xingyu saw Zhang Luochen's dress, he couldn't help but be curious. Why are you dressed like this? Of course I used this identity to sneak in. Zhang Luochen dragged the body out as he said, by the way, you can dissect this guy too. And Xingyu looked at Zhang Luochen suspiciously. Zhang Luochen explained the situation of coming into Xingyu, and he just used this identity to mix in. Unexpectedly, believers were also involved. So you mean that there are also believers in this group of prisoners? And Xingyu asked. Zhang Luochen nodded. I think if you want to escape from prison, it would be best to take advantage of this opportunity. And Xingyu also felt that this plan was indeed feasible, and then asked, have you found Lin Xie? Zhang Luochen shook his head. I didn't find it. This identity is a prison guard, and if you want to go to the hospital, you have to change to a doctor, and now this identity doesn't even have the authority to go to the hospital. However, he should be able to meet him when it is time for public events. Public event time? Canteen? And Xingyu asked. I think it should be. Have you finished it? Zhang Luochen saw that Xingyu had finished crushing the body and began to pour it into the sewer. At this moment, it's done. And Xingyu walked to the faucet and washed his hands. These gangster organizations are probably going to trouble you, Zhang Luochen said. And Xingyu replied disapprovingly, it's not difficult, I have tricks, and they can help me. At this point, Zhang Luochen really doesn't need to worry about it, and at the same time, Lin Xie doesn't actually need to worry about it, but he still wants to quickly exchange information to facilitate the advancement. Then pay attention to your own safety. Zhang Luochen put on his mask again and walked out of the toilet. After leaving the toilet, Zhang Luochen returned to the office and briefly checked the layout inside. Except for some protective shields and guns and ammunition, there was nothing in it. There was no way to get to the hospital in the office. Zhang Luochen thought about it, put on a helmet and walked out. Along the way, every prison guard who saw him would say hello to Zhang Luochen, the fake captain, and give a simple gesture. It didn't take long for it to be time to eat, and their prison guard's canteen was not with the criminal's canteen, but it was actually with the doctor's canteen. Captain, go to dinner. One of the prison guards passed by Zhang Luochen and said. Zhang Luochen waved his hand and motioned for them to go first. Can't you take off your mask and helmet when eating? Isn't this taking off exposed? And at this moment, a doctor in a white coat had just finished eating, put down his plate, and was about to go out. Doctor. Zhang Luochen immediately stopped the doctor. This police officer, what's the matter with you? The doctor was middle-aged, wearing a pair of reading glasses, and was looking at Zhang Luochen suspiciously at this time. Well, my stomach is a little uncomfortable. Maybe it's a bad meal. Please prescribe me some medicine. Zhang Luochen covered his stomach and looked in pain. Then you go out to see a doctor. We are a psychiatrist. Don't look at stomach pain. The doctor replied. Well, I also have mental problems. Zhang Luochen said immediately. What's wrong with your spirit? I've been under a lot of pressure at work lately, and I'm a little depressed. Depression? The middle-aged doctor thought for a while, and then said, okay, you come with me. Zhang Luochen laughed secretly in his heart and followed the doctor into his office, and then Zhang Luochen walked out of the office wearing a white coat. Zhang Luochen successfully infiltrated the mental hospital this time. Fortunately, the hospital was not like a prison, and the guards were not so strict, basically just some nurses walked around. It seems that there are no deceptions in film and television dramas, and no one will doubt it when wearing this dress. Zhang Luochen was ecstatic in his heart. He was just swaggering around the hospital, and the nurses didn't even say hello to him when they saw him. Is this identity so bad? Zhang Luochen thought to himself. At this moment, a familiar figure passed in front of him. Zhang Luochen's eyes widened. This person, isn't it Lin Xie? Zhang Luochen quickly kept up with Lin Xie's pace, and just as he was about to pat him on the shoulder, Lin Xie turned around directly. Zhang Luochen? Lin Xie spoke suspiciously. At this time, Zhang Luochen was wearing a white coat, a mask, and a hat on it, only showing a pair of eyes. Lin Xie was able to recognize it at once. It was nothing more than his perception ability, although there was the suppression of the Forbidden Ruins monument, but this distance, Lin Xie could still perceive. Change places, Zhang Luochen said in a low voice. Then, Lin Xie followed Zhang Luochen into the office, and as soon as he entered the office, Lin Xie saw the doctor lying on the hospital bed next to him and covered with a quilt. This is? What did you do? Lin Xie asked. Then how could I come to see you? He just entered a simple illusion, and the Forbidden Ruins were suppressed here. Lin Xie also nodded. How are you this year? Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. Actually, I disappeared for a year. Disappeared for a year? Lin Xie's eyes widened, unable to believe it. Zhang Luochen told the ins and outs, of course, not about what he had crossed, but just said that he was teleported to a strange space, and not long after he came back, and then told Lin Xie about the situation of the 136 team again, and finally, how he came in. He also said again, you say, there are believers infiltrating here? Lin Xie asked. Yes, there should be some plan, but it is bound to cause some commotion. I think we can take advantage of this opportunity to escape from prison. Lin Xie thought, at the moment, it is indeed a good choice. By the way, it seems that Dr. Li is going to observe you and conduct a 3-stage observation of your mental condition. Observation? Lin Xie was a little confused. How do you know? Look at what I'm wearing. Your matter has long been spread. Zhang Luochen's voice just fell. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Dr. Jian, there are some Lin Xie questions. Let's discuss them with you. Lin Xie's face changed, because he didn't need to be mentally perceived. He could hear it just from this voice. This voice is Dr. Li. Zhang Luochen's face also changed. The doctor, he said, was still lying down. I'm in. Subsequently, drop. There was a sound of opening the door. There is a problem. Lin Xie frowned, because his perception had already discovered that Dr. Li was not the only one outside the door. I'm found. Zhang Luochen also saw the situation outside through the Sharingan, and at the same time, as soon as he stretched out his hand, some ice suddenly appeared, directly blocking the door lock. It has been discovered. It seems to be useless. Lin Xie sighed slightly. However, it doesn't matter. If you are arrested anyway, you will go to prison, and we can still meet when we are free. Zhang Luochen took out a rope and tied Lin Xie's hands. Lin Xie looked puzzled. Why are you tying me up? Act like a little bit. You were kidnapped by me, so at least you won't be fined. Zhang Luochen's voice just fell. With a bang, the door had already begun to hit the door. I am mentally ill and would not have been fine. Lin Xie looked helpless. Let's be realistic. Zhang Luochen seemed to remember something. By the way, I forgot to tell you that there is another friend who risked his life to come to the prison to find you. Lin Xie's face changed. Friend? Hey. Zhang Luochen deliberately showed a cunning expression. You'll know when you see it. At this moment, the door was opened, and a group of prison guards immediately rushed in, just about to subdue Zhang Luochen. However, Zhang Luochen immediately took a posture of surrender. I surrender, you catch me. Several prison guards were stunned, and Dr. Li immediately loosened Lin Xie's ropes with a concerned look. Are you okay? Lin Xie shook his head, and then was taken out by Dr. Li, and before leaving, Dr. Li did not forget to turn around and tell the prison guards, arrest him first and wait for him to fall. Dr. Li looked at Zhang Luochen. We noticed you as soon as you came to the hospital. If you hadn't arrested Lin Xie, we wouldn't have come to arrest you so quickly. Zhang Luochen was ashamed, thinking that his actions were already seamless. Who would have thought that the moment he stepped into the hospital, he had already been monitored? No wonder the other nurses didn't even say hello when they saw him. Dare to love himself has long been under their noses. Hey, obviously the clothes in the film and television dramas have changed. People are perfectly hidden, they will not be discovered, and the film and television dramas are all deceptive. And Xingyu looked at Zhang Luochen beside him suspiciously, and coincidentally, the two were locked up in the same cell. You, why did you come in? Zhang Luochen's face was full of helplessness. Don't mention it. He was arrested as soon as he saw Lin Xie, and now he is the key protection object in the hospital. And Xingyu comfortingly patted Zhang Luochen on the shoulder. Indeed, it is too difficult to sneak into the fasting place without being able to use the forbidden ruins. Zhang Luochen looked around the prison cell, but did not find the legendary Black Dragon Gang. What about the underworld? They are probably looking for someone. And Xingyu said casually, it's time for free activities in the afternoon. Go to the free activity area to find Lin Xie. Zhang Luochen got up. Hearing Lin Xie, and Xingyu's eyes lit up. Quick, let's go. But at this moment, a man with a scarred face suddenly came to the door and blocked the way of the two. The moment the scarred man saw Zhang Luochen, he was stunned for a second, then simply looked at Zhang Luochen, showing a satisfied expression. There is a newcomer again, and this kid looks good. The scarred man said, are you looking for us? And Xingyu looked at the scarred man. You. The scarred man pointed to Xingyu and asked, you know the one-eyed one, it turns out that you are in the cell. No. And Xingyu answered truthfully. You killed him? What are you talking about? This is a prison. How can you kill people? And Xingyu showed a look of doubt. In terms of acting skills, Zhang Luochen on the side really had to be convinced. What about you? Did you kill it? The scarred man then pointed to Zhang Luochen. Me? Zhang Luochen also showed a frightened expression. Big brother, I'm new. The scarred man thought about it, and then looked at the two of them. What mistake did you two make to come in? Stealing something. And Xingyu replied. Breaking into a private house. Zhang Luochen said without thinking. Sneaking into the fasting place can be regarded as a category of trespassing into a private house. Breaking into a private house? That's also stealing, and you don't break in just to steal something. The scarred man said. Okay, you're right. Zhang Luochen thought to himself. Then let's go? And Xingyu asked. Wait. The scarred man looked at the two of them from top to bottom. Both of them are the best. Give them to Boss Han together. He will definitely like them. You two, come with me to see Boss Han. They are all quite Peugeot. Boss Han will definitely like it. In the future, you will all be Boss Han's people. You mean, do you want me to cooperate? And Xingyu asked. The scarred man had a satisfied expression. Well, yes, it's just cooperation. Then before I go, can I go to the toilet? And Xingyu asked. Then I'll go to the previous one too. Zhang Luochen also said, and then looked at the scarred man. How about together? The scarred man was stunned for a moment, and then looked happy. 3 people, hee, it's really exciting, let's go, hurry up. Not long after, and Xingyu dissected the scarred man's body in the toilet again, and then said, I said your acting skills just now were really a bit stiff. I'm stiff? Isn't it all like this in TV dramas now, as long as you have a straight face? Zhang Luochen said, and Xingyu smiled lightly. It's true that you said this. When they were all cleaned, and Xingyu rinsed his hands and glasses with water. It was delayed, and the time for free activities was over. And Xingyu said, then there's no way, let's go eat. Eat? Aren't you hungry? It's really a bit. Let's go. The canteen is also a public area, and you may also meet Lin Xie. Zhang Luochen said, it makes sense, let's wait for him to appear in the cafeteria. Good idea. The two came to the cafeteria together, and at this time, several prisoners in the canteen were eating, but Lin Xie was not found. It doesn't seem to be there. Then let's eat first. Zhang Luochen took a dinner plate and handed it to Xingyu. And Xingyu looked at today's cuisine, didn't see any fish, and an imperceptible smile appeared on his expression. After taking the dinner plate, the two found a corner and sat down, bowed their heads and started cooking. After a while, Boss Han brought a group of younger brothers to the canteen menacingly, and Zhang Luochen saw this group of people as soon as he looked up. It seems that I can't eat well today. And Xingyu also glanced in the direction of the door of the canteen, just in time to meet Boss Han's eyes. Boss Han's hideous face showed a fierce expression. Clear the scene and block all the surveillance. And Xingyu reluctantly put down his chopsticks. There are so many corpses, it's a bit difficult to deal with later. It's not that you have to kill people, just cripple them. Zhang Luochen also put down the chopsticks in his hand and watched Boss Han's group walk towards them. Several other prisoners quickly blocked the surveillance and drove off the other prisoners who were eating, and now, they were the only ones left in the entire canteen. Such a group of 40 or 50 people all came to Zhang Luochen and in Xingyu's side, and directly surrounded the two of them. You, and Xingyu was just about to speak. Zhang Luochen on the side immediately pulled in Xingyu's sleeve, and at the same time, stretched out his finger outward. And Xingyu looked in the direction of the door and happened to see the familiar figure wearing blue and white stripes. Lin Xie. And Xingyu muttered to himself and then looked at Zhang Luochen. What are you stunned for? Let's go. Zhang Luochen got up, and just as he was about to leave, Boss Han directly blew the dinner plate in front of him, and when he saw that the two of them completely ignored him, his heart was even more angry. And Xingyu ignored Boss Han's intentions, and immediately stood up and prepared to walk to Lin Xie's side, but the people around him immediately took a step forward and surrounded the two of them. Get out of the way, I'm going to find someone. And Xingyu frowned, for fear that Lin Xie would run away in the next moment. At this moment, Boss Han also noticed Lin Xie at the door, and then turned his head to look at Xingyu. You want to find that kid? Hey, 7 Knights. Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand in the crowd and waved vigorously in the direction of Lin Xie. Hearing this sound, Lin Xie was stunned for a moment, looked over here, and happened to see Zhang Luochen's figure, and also saw Xingyu on the side. Boss Han looked at the three of them. The new one was brought on by you, and today I will kill the three of you together. Lin Xie, under the leadership of Han's eldest brother, also entered this encirclement, and when he saw Xingyu, Lin Xie looked delighted. The friend you mentioned turned out to be him. Lin Xie smiled faintly. It's been a year, and it's really not easy to see you. And Xingyu also smiled. I thought you disappeared with Songnan City. 10 years ago, I happened to be studying in the next city and escaped. Zhang Luochen looked at the two helplessly. I said, should we solve the matter in front of us first? Boss Han on the side turned green, and the three of them actually chatted in front of him, punched the table angrily, and smashed the table directly open. Lin Xie saw this scene and shook his head helplessly. Then, let's solve them first. Zhang Luochen and Xingyu nodded at the same time. You can't use the forbidden ruins here, can you two do it? Lin Xie questioned. I'm the same as you, although I'm suppressed, I can still use 10%. Zhang Luochen replied, I will only kill. And Xingyu seemed to be answering a very ordinary thing. How did I tell you just now? Zhang Luochen reminded. And Xingyu nodded, I understand. Boss Han saw that the two of them were still so relaxed, and he was not angry. Give it to me. Slaughter them. The 40 or 50 people surrounding them rushed up, and a deafening roar sounded, almost lifting the roof of the canteen. Zhang Luochen hugged his hands, and in the next second, his eyeballs instantly turned blood red, opening the Mangekyo Sharingan. A few people rushed to the front and were frozen in place on the spot, and against these people, the most advanced illusion could solve them. The hall is full of drunken 3,000 guests, and the sword is cold and frosty 14 states. A low voice sounded. Zhang Luochen looked at Lin Xie and thought, it has been opened to the third ward. This is the poet of the sky. Boy, I still have the mind to desert. A younger brother's fist greeted Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen turned over with one hand, and a piece of paper appeared in his hand at some point, which was quickly folded into a knife, and the knife made of paper went directly through the shoulder of the little brother, and blood flowed. Then, white papers surrounded Zhang Luochen, and all the white papers turned into the appearance of knives, and more than a dozen little brothers were pierced in an instant. In less than 10 seconds, the blood stained the originally clean stone brick ground, and the originally deafening roar turned into a heart-wrenching wail. The other prisoners were dumbfounded one by one. It is obvious that the forbidden ruins cannot be used here. Why can these three people still make people bleed? One just raised his hand, and those people couldn't get closer. The other, holding a pair of chopsticks, and the other couldn't move when he glared at those people at first. And then, what is this white paper? How can it hurt people when folded into a knife? It seems too bloody. Lin Xie put away the chopsticks. Zhang Luochen looked at the blood all over the ground. Yes, knock the rest unconscious. Zhang Luochen also put away the knives made of paper. Konoha whirlwind kick. The whole person soared into the air, and with a spinning flying kick, he directly kicked out the few people in front of him, and these people, at the moment of falling to the ground, fainted on the spot. Lin Xie looked at Boss Han with cold eyes, his figure shook, and he came directly to Boss Han. Boss Han's face was full of anger, and his body suddenly swelled. Don't think that I have no means. He swung his punch towards Lin Xie's face. At the same time, Lin Xie also threw a punch. Pull the mountain and be overwhelmed. The two fists collided together. Boss Han took several steps back uncontrollably, but Lin Xie still stood calmly in place, making judgments. This is impossible. Why can you use the forbidden ruins here? It's not fair. Boss Han roared loudly. I want to tell the prison guards. I'm going to let them suppress you again. Fair? Zhang Luochen smiled coldly. There are so many of you. Is it fair? There are so many people, and they are so wasteful. Lin Xie pointed to the blue and white striped clothes on his body. You seem to have forgotten something. I am not a prisoner in the first place, just an ordinary mentally ill person. Even if I can use the forbidden ruins, I will not be under the control of the prison guards. If you have the ability, go to a mental hospital to sue me. As soon as the words fell, Lin Xie threw out the chopsticks in his hand, quickly swept through the air, and passed through Boss Han's right shoulder on the spot. Lin Xie slowly spoke. Abolish one of your arms, teach you a lesson, and if you dare to provoke me in them in the future, I will kill you. After all, it is not illegal for mentally ill people to kill. And Xingyu on the side slightly. Zhang Luochen stepped forward and asked, what's wrong? He didn't really understand the structure of the human body and didn't really abolish his arm. And Xingyu said, oh, then look, this place is right. As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, a knife folded from white paper was also thrown out, passing through Boss Han's right shoulder from another place. Boss Han snorted, and there was another pain in his right shoulder. And Xingyu shook his head. No, not here. Zhang Luochen changed his angle again, and there was another sharp pain that swept through Boss Han's body. Ah! Screams resounded throughout the cafeteria. Hey, it's still not right. And Xingyu still shook his head. I'll do it. In the next second, a shrill scream resounded throughout the canteen again. And Xingyu stood up with satisfaction. Well, this is completely useless. Boss Han was lying on the ground for most of the time. His arms were completely unconscious, blood flowed, and his eyes stared viciously at the three people in front of him. Open-air activity venue. Under the shadow of the tree, the three of them sat on the ground and sat together. So, you used the rat tide, and it was also at that time that Zhang Luochen happened to appear? After listening to the descriptions of the two, Lin Xie smiled bitterly. I don't understand why you did this. Lin Xie looked at Xingyu. Zhang Luochen came here. He still understood the reason, but Xingyu appeared here. He was indeed a little surprised. Because the difficulty factor here is high, I just want to find out. And Xingyu said, you haven't thought about what to do if you can't get out? Lin Xie asked. And Xingyu shook his head. I can't be trapped here. Unexpectedly, it's the three of us again. Lin Xie looked at the two with a smile. It's hard to get together. Let's discuss the plan first. Zhang Luochen suggested. Lin Xie also nodded. Well, Luochen said before that there are believers, people inside, presumably believers, will take action in the next few days. If believers want to take action, they must use their forbidden ruins, otherwise, they can't do anything without the forbidden ruins, Zhang Luochen said. And Xingyu thought for a while, indeed, but I don't know where the forbidden ruins monument is. How do they act? Believers must be prepared, and the prison guards already have their people. Don't they have them in the top management of this prison? Zhang Luochen asked rhetorically. Lin Xie and Xingyu fell into thought, and after thinking for a while, Lin Xie spoke. Now I don't know when believers will act. What else can the Church of the Ancient Gods do? It's nothing more than you. Zhang Luochen paused and continued. It may also be me. But I disappeared for a year, and I shouldn't know that I appeared again. It is estimated that it is more likely that it is you. Speaking of this, Lin Xie seemed to think of something, and then asked Zhang Luochen. What you said before is that there are 3 stages of observation of me? And Xingyu also looked at Zhang Luochen curiously. Zhang Luochen said, yes, the main thing is to observe your condition. Think about it. How can you, a patient, be arranged to move freely in such a mixed place? Shouldn't it be protected? As soon as I approached you, they arrested me, but Boss Han and the others could approach you at will. Lin Xie was stunned, and after hearing this, and Xingyu instantly understood the truth. And Xingyu said, so, in fact, your every move is monitored. The troubles you encounter are also deliberately arranged by them. So, they actually know what we did just now? Lin Xie thought for a while and said, I think so. Zhang Luochen's voice just fell. The time for free activities had come, and a nurse walked from the direction of the mental hospital and came directly to Lin Qia's side to take him away. And Xingyu and Zhang Luochen looked at each other and said that there was no way, the time for free activities was limited and they could only wait until the next day to meet again. This night, Zhang Luochen had a dream, in which a man in his 30s appeared in front of him in a hospital gown. Medium, team, Wu Tongxian. Zhang Luochen, who has God's perspective, naturally understands who the man in front of him is, and Wu Tongxian, the only surviving member of the medium team in the future. Young man, why is your mind muddy, and there is not even a road? Wu Tongxian spoke. Road? Why there is a road? This is in my mind. Zhang Luochen asked curiously. Everyone has a path that belongs to them, and don't you have a path of your own? Zhang Luochen was stunned. He didn't think of how to answer. Suddenly, the figure in front of him began to blur, and the next moment, Zhang Luochen suddenly sat up from the bed. Old dog Wu, it also entered my dream. Zhang Luochen shook his head, slightly helpless. He didn't expect that this night, Wu Laogo would actually enter his dream. What the hell is this guy going to do? On the second day, Zhang Luochen and Xingyu took the lead in coming to the free activity field. Boss Zhang is good. Bossin is good. A large number of prisoners stood respectfully in the free movement venue. Zhang Luochen and Xingyu looked at each other, and the two were stunned. Boss Zhang, Bossin, your chairs are ready for you. A prisoner moved a bench over and wiped it with his sleeve. That, Boss Lin hasn't come yet, and when he comes, I'll get him over as soon as he comes. Then, the other prisoners consciously went elsewhere. This is, what's going on? And Xingyu asked puzzled. In a place like prison, you rely on your fists to speak, and whoever has a hard fist is powerful. Zhang Luochen explained. This saves a lot of trouble. And Xingyu nodded. After a while, Lin Qie also walked to the two of them surrounded by other prisoners, and the group of prisoners also prepared chairs for Lin Qie very intimately, and after greeting Lin Qie, the prisoners also consciously gave enough space for the three of them. What's going on? Lin Qie asked with a puzzled face. Zhang Luochen raised his fist. Of course, it was our fist yesterday that caused the current deterrence. Okay. Lin Qie smiled lightly. How is it, after a day? Do you have any new discoveries? And Xingyu asked. Lin Qie told the two of them about Wu Laogo, and after hearing this, and Xingyu looked surprised. Can he use the forbidden ruins normally? And Xingyu asked curiously, is he also wearing a hospital gown? What does it look like to be 30 years old? Lin Qie nodded. How do you know? I saw him in my dreams. And Xingyu said helplessly. Me too. Zhang Luochen sighed. He also entered my dream last night. Thinking of last night's dream, Zhang Luochen was still a little confused, and a few people had a simple conversation behind him. By the way, yesterday that Boss Han beat all those believers, I guess the ancient god church is about to take action. Zhang Luochen said suddenly. Really? Lin Qie asked curiously. They will still be beaten now. Maybe they will lose their lives one day, so I think the church of the ancient gods is probably about to do it. Zhang Luochen explained. That's possible. Lin Qie said. It seems that the meal is open. Let's go eat. Where do you need to do it yourself? Zhang Luochen then looked at the group of prisoners and shouted to them, brothers, we are going to dinner. The group of prisoners immediately surrounded them one by one, and one of them said with a hippie smile, 3 bosses, don't worry, someone has already arranged it, and you can eat it as soon as you arrive. Lin Qie and Xingyu looked at Zhang Luochen suspiciously. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. What? The first time you are the boss, you must not use your power. After eating, Zhang Luochen and Xingyu returned to their cells, while Lin Qie returned to their wards. I haven't had time to ask you, what do you think now? As soon as he returned to the cell, Zhang Luochen suddenly asked. And Xingyu was stunned. What do you think? You came to the fasting center for Lin Qie, and you have to help him escape from prison. So what about after escaping? I also said during dinner just now that I escaped with him and finally went back to be a night watchman. But what about you? Do you start your own life on the run? At first, he just wanted to find Lin Qie, and then he came to the fasting place. But when he came to the fasting place, he also wanted to feel the different way here. But when he got out of here, his future was suddenly a little dazed. Lin Qie also asked you just now. Now I think you should think about it. Believer has done it in the past few days. Don't wait until you go out to think about it. Zhang Luochen continued. However, the life of your night watchman is really a bit unsuitable for me. And Xingyu said. His eyes were still very dazed, completely different from the look of dissecting a corpse. Then do you remember what I said? What if the captain was Lin Qie? Zhang Luochen's voice just fell. And Xingyu's eyes widened. You were so sure. The upper echelons of the night watchman will make him a special team. Captain? An unprecedented agent of 2 gods. What reason is there not to become the captain of a special squad? Lin Qie's strength is obvious to all. Even if it is not a special team, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the captain of a first-tier city. And Xingyu pushed his glasses. I don't mean that. His strength is obvious to all, but in terms of qualifications and realm, the current Lin Qie, the above may not agree. No matter what, I'm still the same sentence. If Lin Qie is the captain, would you like to join? Zhang Luochen's eyes stared at Xingyu. And Xingyu was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. If it's him, I do. Isn't this good? Shaoan, why think so much? Are you right? Zhang Luochen laughed, got up and patted Xingyu on the shoulder. Being slapped by such a sudden slap, Xingyu was a little stunned that you are not older than me. Oh, the name is just a code name, don't care so much. Zhang Luochen laughed. At this moment, the door of the cell was opened. Two prison guards stood at the door. Zhang Luochen and Xingyu looked at each other, both a little strange. Why did the prison guards suddenly come to them? You were new yesterday. One of the prison guards pointed at Zhang Luochen and asked. Zhang Luochen nodded blankly. Yes, is there something wrong? Am I not guilty? Didn't you commit a crime? The prison guard sneered. How can you be arrested if you haven't committed a crime? Now go to the interrogation room with us and start interrogating you. As he spoke, the prison guard stepped forward with a pair of handcuffs to prepare to put on Zhang Luochen. That, officer, you don't have to wear it. I promise not to run away. Zhang Luochen took a step back unconsciously. Don't talk nonsense, put it on, you prisoners. You guys say you won't escape, and you'll escape faster than anyone else. Zhang Luochen wanted to cry without tears, and thought, isn't this a fasting place? Why are you still so afraid of people escaping? In the end, Zhang Luochen reluctantly put on handcuffs and followed into the interrogation room, and as soon as he arrived at the interrogation room, he sat in his seat, but strangely, after the prison guards brought him in, he went out, and now he is the only one in the entire interrogation room. Zhang Luochen looked around helplessly. The layout here is the same as in the film and television drama. There is a wall on the right, there is a table in front of it, there is a small lamp on the table, and there is a single-sided mirror on the left. Mangekyo Sharingan. Zhang Luochen's eyes instantly turned red. He tilted his head slightly, and through this one-sided mirror he could see the other side, just looking at Xiaoyu, the acting warden of the fasting center. In another office, there was a row of monitors in front of Xiaoyu and a glass window through which Zhang Luochen could be seen sitting. Strange, why was I suddenly a little scared just now? Xiaoyu just looked into Zhang Luochen's eyes, and those red eyes made him a little afraid to look directly. Warden, what's wrong with you? The prison guard on the side asked. Ah, it's okay, this is what I caught yesterday? Has the missing captain been found? Xiaoyu asked. Not yet. The prison guard who disappeared before was found outside the fasting center, but he fell asleep and hasn't woken up yet. Xiaoyu frowned and thought, the person who infiltrated yesterday should not be the person who sneaked in, and he also killed the captain. However, when will the person arranged by Master Whisper appear? Warden, can we go interrogate? A prison guard stepped forward and asked. Well, go ahead. Xiaoyu nodded. Two prison guards walked into the interrogation room, and the two sat down slowly in front of Zhang Luochen. One of the prison guards looked Zhang Luochen up and down with a cold face, and slowly spoke. Name. Isn't it written on it? I'll say it again. Name. Hey, Zhang Luochen. What are you doing in the fasting place? Find someone. Looking for someone? Someone to find the fasting place. Xiaoyu, who was behind the screen, kept observing Zhang Luochen, thinking, Zhang Luochen? Why does this name sound so familiar? Warden. Prison warden. At this moment, a prison guard ran over in a hurry. What are you in a hurry for? If there is anything, say it quickly. Xiaoyu said angrily. Yes, there are meteorites that are falling towards us. What? Meteorite? Xiaoyu was surprised for a while, and then frowned. Is it a natural phenomenon or man-made? Probably artificial. The prison guard replied. Go and notify the military and take it down. Subsequently, a piercing siren echoed throughout the fasting center, and the two prison guards who were interrogating Zhang Luochen were also stunned. Let go of what you have in your hand first. Come here. A prison guard opened the door of the interrogation room and said to the two prison guards inside. Zhang Luochen saw the two prison guards leaving the interrogation room like this, and couldn't help but shout, Hey, leaving me here alone, it's too irresponsible. Yen done. Zhang Luochen's eyes stared at the handcuffs in front of him. Soon, a black flame appeared on the handcuffs in front of Zhang Luochen. Because of the Forbidden Ruins monument, this black flame should be said to be a small flame. I'm going. Is this a candle? When does it have to burn? The meteorite has been shot down. The prison guard reported to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded. From now on, the fasting center will fully enter the first level of alert. Notify the military defense team, monitor C operations at all times, and then transfer 2/3 of the police force from the prison to support the defense forces outside the prison. The prison guard was stunned, but just as he was about to say something, another prison guard ran over. Acting warden, two more people broke into the fasting room without permission. What? Xiaoyu was stunned. What's going on lately? Why did someone break in at both ends of the 3 days? Put people. Xiaoyu suddenly thought of something, and then immediately changed his words. Bring it to my office. Zhang Luochen was still sitting alone in the interrogation room, and there was a small black flame in front of him, and he watched helplessly as the small flame slowly burned his handcuffs. These people have forgotten me. Zhang Luochen's whole body drooped, and he looked at the ceiling helplessly. When will this group of believers go to destroy the Forbidden Ruins monument? Yes. Zhang Luochen was still opening the kaleidoscope Sharingan, but his viewing distance was not even less than 5 meters, and there was no one behind this single-sided mirror, and the same was true in the corridor outside. In this situation now, at least it can be said that within a radius of 5 meters, there is only Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen also thought about turning the white paper on the table into a key to open his handcuffs, but he didn't know the structure of the lock lock, and the key folded from the white paper couldn't open the handcuffs at all, so he finally gave up this idea. This Lin Xie and Xingyu, I am gone, don't you know to come and save me? Zhang Luochen complained weakly. But at this moment, Zhang Luochen suddenly felt a wonderful feeling coming from his whole body, and his eyes suddenly lit up and he looked around. This time, instead of a distance of 5 meters, his eyes could see farther away. The Forbidden Ruins monument has loosened, and the group of believers has acted. Zhang Luochen stood up and saw the small black flame still working on the handcuffs. The next moment, Zhang Luochen directly tore the handcuffs off his hand. The Forbidden Ruins are back, and you still burn a fart. When he came to the door, the closed door was still locked from the outside. Zhang Luochen raised his foot without hesitation and kicked the door out with one foot. It's different if there is a forbidden ruin, this broken place, you still want to trap me? Zhang Luochen smiled lightly. The moment he just went out, Zhang Luochen instantly felt that the power to suppress the forbidden ruins had been weakened a little. Zhang Luochen had just taken 2 steps when a hammer sounded from all directions, and the suppressive force was once again weakened. At this moment, Zhang Luochen clearly felt that his strength had completely returned to the strength of the Sichuan realm. Yes! At this moment, a roar came from the direction of the cell, the sound of the iron door of the cell shattering, and those prisoners trapped in the cell, like unbridled beasts, wantonly rushed out of their cells. The riot has begun. Zhang Luochen's face suddenly became solemn. In the corridor of the prison where Zhang Luochen's figure was swimming quickly, he now needed to find Xingyu first. Lin Xie didn't need to worry about it at all, and, now that the forbidden ruins had been lifted, if he wanted to find Lin Xie, as long as he used the Flying Thunder God technique, he could reach it as quickly as possible. And Xingyu's body was not marked, he could only run with his own legs, and all the other prisoners fled outside, only Zhang Luochen's figure was in the opposite direction to them. Along the way, Zhang Luochen kept shuttling through the crowd, but in this crowd, there were still many prisoners who attacked him the moment they saw Zhang Luochen. Soft fist, gossip, empty palm. Zhang Luochen knocked the person in front of him away with an empty palm, and then, several prisoners besieged Zhang Luochen. Stinky boy, the revenge of that day has not been avenged. Yes, I still call you boss, especially, now that I have a forbidden ruin, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it. Several prisoners instantly unfolded different forbidden ruins and attacked in Zhang Luochen's direction at the same time. Zhang Luochen snorted coldly, I really don't understand. Why is the prison riot? Not in a hurry to escape, always thinking about killing people, isn't that a crime plus a class? In the face of the beating of several people, Zhang Luochen's figure moved, and a light blue ball appeared between his palms. Rasengan. One of them flew out directly in a rotating manner, and the other few people saw this and had no intention of flinching at all. I have to look for death. Zhang Luochen was helpless, and a light blue lightning bolt instantly swept through his body, spreading out around with Zhang Luochen as the center of the circle. Chidori Ryu. Several prisoners were all corona in place. Vulnerable. Zhang Luochen said coldly. Zhang Luochen. Hearing this sound, Zhang Luochen turned his head and saw that Xingyu, who was wearing a black and white prison uniform, happened to come out of the cell. They didn't deal with you? Zhang Luochen saw Xingyu, who looked like a normal person, and couldn't help but wonder. Obviously he also participated in the fight that day. Why didn't those prisoners deal with him? Me? Am I okay? Even. It's pretty good. And Xingyu said. Zhang Luochen was helpless and rolled his eyes. You go to the main gate first to see what is going on, and I'll go to Lin Xie. It's so chaotic here. How can you find Lin Xie? And Xingyu asked. I have a mark. As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, he disappeared in an instant, but his Flying Thunder God did not let him come to Lin Xie's side, but came to the place where the prison placed the items. Here, they were all the belongings that these prisoners handed in before they came in, and Zhang Luochen's things were naturally here, and he marked his things in advance in order to facilitate the removal of his things. Zhang Luochen took off his prison uniform and directly changed into the night watchman's clothes, and the dark red head of the day, seeing the familiar coat of arms on it, Zhang Luochen put the coat of arms in his pocket and picked up a straight knife engraved with his name. Old friend, fight for me again. In the next second, Zhang Luochen disappeared in place. Lin Xie found the figures of Han Jinlong and the 3 of them when he left the ward. At this moment, there had just been an explosion here. Lin Xie was still unharmed, and Han Jinlong was still in the open barrier of Lao Zhang. You want to kill Han Jinlong? I'll give it to you. I don't care about this place. Let me go. Lao Zhang kicked Han Jinlong out of his barrier. Seeing that Lao Zhang was about to leave, Lin Xie was just about to say something when a cold light suddenly appeared. However, in the next second, a lilac halo suddenly surrounded his whole body, and that cold light also disappeared at this moment. Suzhua can do it. The lilac skeleton surrounded Zhang Luochen's body, and he happened to block the blow just now for Lin Xie. It seems that the time has come. Lin Xie's face changed, and as soon as he turned around, he saw Zhang Luochen with a lilac light all over his body, wrapped in a pile of skeletons. How can you become so small? Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luochen curiously. By the way, I heard that you were arrested and sent to the interrogation room. Zhang Luochen's face was speechless. Don't mention it, I've been locked up in it for a day. Speaking of which, I haven't even eaten a bite of food yet. Seeing the sudden change, the fourth seat's face suddenly changed, and he stopped to look at Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen. What kind of weird trick is this? I've never heard of this kind of forbidden ruins. The sixth seat walked to his side. Then, the sixth seat's eyes fell on Han Jinlong, who was slumped on the ground. The sixth seat walked slowly towards Han Jinlong. Let's get down to business first. The sixth seat came to Han Jinlong's side, lowered his body, grabbed his hair with one hand, pulled his head up abruptly, and said viciously, "Han Jinlong, we meet again." Han Jinlong opened his cracked mouth and said hoarsely, There was a bit of a misunderstanding between us." Misunderstanding? The sixth seat slapped Han Jinlong and stepped on Han Jinlong's head. "I remember, you were very good at the beginning." "How? Not good now?" "Well." Han Jinlong's body suddenly swelled, and he stood up from the ground angrily. He had never been humiliated like this, stood up from the ground, and said angrily, "Damn, I know that I can't live today, I want to kill or chop whatever I want, anyway." Before he finished speaking, the steel bars were pulled out of the building behind him, instantly piercing Lao Zhang and the thin man who were about to sneak away. The two finally tortured Han Jinlong to death, and then, their eyes returned to Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie. "I know you, Lin Xie, Master Whispering once issued a kill order against you." The fourth seat slowly spoke, and then looked at Zhang Luochen. "You, Zhang Luochen, don't know the Forbidden Ruins, and you have heard of it." When the sixth seat on the side heard this, his eyes lit up. "Oh, Lin Xie, Zhang Luochen? Wouldn't it be profitable this time?" Not only could he kill Wu Tongxian, but he could also kill a double god agent, and this unknown Forbidden Ruin could also be taken back and dedicated to Lord Whisper. Lin Xie was speechless, and looked at Zhang Luochen helplessly. "Hey, that's the case again, they are all here to kill me, and then take you away. Why do I have to die?" "Maybe." "How friendly are you?" Zhang Luochen opened tentatively. "Two immeasurable realms, what should I do?" Lin Xie asked. "What else can I do? Just fight." Zhang Luochen pulled out the straight knife in his hand. "I have a question I have always wanted to ask." Lin Xie turned around and faced the two believers. "Why are you wearing the clothes of the night watchman, and the straight knife, your prison uniform?" "I just took the time to get it. You can't get it with summoning magic." Zhang Luochen's voice just fell. The faces of the fourth and sixth seats changed. These two people were still chatting as if no one was around at this time. They were in an immeasurable realm, so they had no sense of existence. Countless steel bars were pulled away from behind the fourth seat, and then quickly attacked Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie. "You need to help me." In the face of the two immeasurable realms, Zhang Luochen did not dare to neglect in the slightest. The lilac light was instantly amplified, and a skeleton-shaped, half-humanoid appeared around Zhang Luochen's body, and then, the skeleton humanoid grew out of the body, and another armor appeared on the periphery. Zhang Luochen also guarded Lin Xie in it, and countless steel bars frantically attacked Susanoo. Yen done. Suzu can add the Earth Life Sword. A sword formed by a black flame instantly attacked towards the fourth and sixth seats, and the two instantly dodged. In the next second, cracks slowly cracked from Susanoo's body. Amaterasu. Zhang Luochen's right eye looked towards the sixth seat, and a line of blood and tears dripped from Zhang Luochen's eyes. A black flame flew directly towards the sixth seat, and before the sixth seat could react, several steel bars were right in front of him. In the end, it is the immeasurable realm, and Susanoo is a little unstoppable. Lin Xie's mind had sunk into the mental hospital of the gods, and the only way to face the two enemies of the immeasurable realm was to carry the soul. "Time is running out, kill them, then go." The fourth seat did not finish speaking, and suddenly froze in place. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie also noticed the changes in front of them, and couldn't help but look around curiously. "It seems that you don't have to hang up?" Zhang Luochen opened tentatively. "It seems to be." Lin Xie was stunned. "Huh? Open hanging?" The next moment, the picture in front of him suddenly changed, and the originally dark activity field had disappeared, replaced by a vast ocean. "The picture in front of me seems to be a created world, completely different from the vast sea that I usually know, because here, there is no wind, no clouds, and no waves on the sea." "Dream?" Lin Xie muttered to himself. "Is this a dream? Could it be that the old dog Wu you mentioned?" Zhang Luochen understood what was happening in front of him. Sure enough, Wu Laogo, who was wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown, walked out slowly from nowhere, and he calmly walked to the side of the two. "Don't worry, these two people, leave it to me." Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie looked at each other, nodded, and then took a step back consciously. After all, they were two immeasurable realms, and the strength of their Sichuan realm was really not enough. Wu Laogo slowly stepped forward inside slightly. "I am an ordinary patient, why do you want to kill me at such a cost?" Sixth, she curled his lips. "Return the patient? We only know that killing you is equivalent to burying the entire medium team." Wu Laogo was slightly helpless, and in the next second, 7 figures wearing black cloaks appeared behind him out of thin air, and their whole body instantly exuded murderous intent. "Medium team? No, this is a dream. This is an illusion he created." At the next moment, 7 figures started at the same time, and the hideous thunder crossed the sky, instantly surrounding the two believers, and the violent whirlwind also hit instantly. Spiritual countermeasures. The sixth seat laughed, raised a finger, and pointed it in the void. This dream suddenly became unstable, and the sea set off waves of waves, and in one corner, a touch of the real world appeared. Haha, the fourth seat laughed. Wu Tongxian, since we are going to kill you, of course we are fully prepared. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 059, Spiritual Countermeasure. Just crack your Forbidden Ruins Sequence 070s, my dream. Wu Tongxuan's face changed slightly, and then he sneered. Who said that my Forbidden Ruins are my dream? Then, Wu Tongxian turned his head to look at Zhang Luochen and muttered to himself, unknown Forbidden Ruins, I'm afraid I won't be able to control it. It's still mortal dust divine domain. Then, Wu Tongxian turned his head to look at Lin Qiye and patted him on the shoulder, and then, his expression suddenly became strange, and he patted him a few more times in a row. How many Forbidden Ruins do you have? Wu Tongxian couldn't help but ask. Well, I'll count. Forget it, hurry up, this is fine. In the next second, a touch of terrifying and extreme darkness spread around Wu Tongxian, and everything around it completely fell into darkness. This is half-step climb level, Darkest God Ruins. Hearing that Wu Tongxuan's Forbidden Ruins were phaseless, the faces of the fourth and sixth seats changed instantly. Phaseless? He turned out to be phaseless, able to perfectly copy any Forbidden Ruins he had recently touched, and even elevate the Forbidden Ruins to the realm corresponding to himself, and not only the Forbidden Ruins, but also the Divine Ruins could also be copied. The Forbidden Ruins Sequence 028. The fourth seat spoke. Sixth, she stared at Lin Qiye on the side with wide eyes, and said in surprise, so, he met the agent of the two gods just now, so what is his current Forbidden Ruins? The Ruins of the Goddess of the Night. It's still a half-step climb level of the Dark Night God Ruins. The fourth seat's face became particularly solemn. Wu Laogo squinted at the two believers in front of him, stretched out his hand, and pulled at the sixth seat. The sixth seat's face changed, and he forcibly let himself move half a step, but he still tore his arm apart in an instant. In just an instant, a strong man in the immeasurable realm was abolished on the spot. Is this the half-step climb level? Lin Qiye and Zhang Luochen on the side were even more stunned. This is still a half-step climb. If it reaches climb, how powerful it must be. Zhang Luochen spoke slowly. Ha! Lin Qiye suddenly felt confused and looked in one direction. I saw that a space crack suddenly opened in this battlefield, and the second seat walked in slowly with his hands in his pockets. It's immeasurable again. Lin Qiye's face was solemn. The sixth seat broke an arm, and although the fourth seat was also injured, the appearance of the second seat still changed slightly. No, he is Klein. Because of the relationship of the Forbidden Ruins monument, now it is only immeasurable. Zhang Luochen's face was also very solemn. You two go first, it will be very dangerous here later. Wu Laogo turned back to Lin Qiye and Zhang Luochen and said. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye nodded at the same time, and Lin Qiye did not forget to say, take care. The two fled the battlefield without looking back. Let's go, get out of here, it's best never to come back. Wu Laogo shouted loudly at the backs of the two. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye looked back at Wu Laogo at the same time, and finally the two disappeared into the night at the same time. Where is Qingyu? Lin Qiye asked. He should be waiting for us at the main entrance, Zhang Luochen said as he ran. The two of them hardly encountered any more trouble along the way, not even a figure, and those prisoners were basically trying their best to escape from this place. As they got closer and closer to the main entrance, the buzzing explosions came and went, and the direction of the main entrance was even more on fire, and the entire earth was shaking slightly. The two came to the main entrance, only to see that a large number of armored vehicles and tanks at the door surrounded the gate, and hundreds of defense soldiers held firearms and kept pulling the trigger. In the prison, a large number of prisoners wearing black and white striped prison uniforms desperately rushed towards the gate, and various Forbidden Ruins unfolded wantonly at the door. Although the military has mobilized a large number of troops to suppress it, the number of prisoners here is too much, far exceeding the number of military troops, and for a while, the two sides have also formed a stalemate. The two soon found Qingyu hiding in the dark, as if everything here had nothing to do with him, and his surroundings were more like a pure land. How is it? Lin Qiye came to Qingyu's side and asked straight to the point. When Qingyu saw Zhang Luochen, he was suddenly stunned. How are you? Have you changed your clothes? I just went. No, is that the point? Zhang Luochen rolled his eyes. It's been fighting for more than 10 minutes, and there are very few Forbidden Ruins in the defense army, and they can't stand it anymore, although the prisoners have lost a lot of people, but they are all relatively weak. And Qingyu reported on the current situation. Lin Qiye looked in the direction of the wall. Zhang Luochen casually picked up a small stone and threw it towards the height of the wall, only to see that the moment the small stone crossed the wall, a dazzling electric light burst out from the top of the wall, and the small stone directly turned into a pile of ash. It seems that climbing over the wall won't work. Lin Qiye frowned. So, there is only one direction like the main entrance. Then what should we do? If the number of prisoners continues to decrease, it will not be easy for us to go out again, and Qingyu said. Lin Qiye and Zhang Luochen looked at this battlefield with solemn faces, and those prisoners attacked the army one by one like madmen, full of foul language. If these people are released, the world will suffer. Zhang Luochen spoke slowly. Lin Qiye also nodded. Anyway, these people are real prisoners. If the price of going out is to release these prisoners, then I would rather not go out. Then let's give up this opportunity to escape? And Qingyu asked suspiciously. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie looked at each other, and Zhang Luochen slowly spoke. We are night watchmen, we are soldiers of Dasha, and it is also our duty to suppress prisoners, but we also have to escape. I don't care, just stay with you. And Xingyu spread his hands and looked fearless. At this moment, the real strong man among the prisoners who had endured for a long time made an instant shot, rushed directly into the army camp, and instantly harvested the lives of more than a dozen people, and at the same time, a tank was directly twisted into a twist. The night watchmen are all dead, rush me. One prisoner shouted. All the prisoners riveted out with all their might, and suddenly, a flame stood in front of them, and Wang Lu and Fang Yanghui slowly walked out of the fire. If the night watchman does this again, who dares to step forward? Wang Lu shouted. However, Wang Lu and Fang Yanghui were only two people after all, and they couldn't stop such a large number of prisoners at all, and in the end, the prisoners still broke through the gate in front of them, and they came to the periphery of the fasting place completely. At this moment, a lilac light appeared in front of them, only to see that this lilac light was a fist with only bones, slamming into the ground in front of the prisoners, blocking their way in an instant. Zhang Luochen's figure slowly walked out, surrounded by lilac light, the dark red cloak, which was particularly dazzling in the firelight, and the straight knife. Guard! Night watchman? Aren't all the night watchmen dead? Why are there still night watchmen? A prisoner suddenly panicked. Lin Qia's eyes were shining with golden light and slowly walked out of Zhang Luochen's side, and there was also an Xingyu in a prison uniform. It's them, specially, I really think I'm the boss. If I don't want to die, I will get out of the way. They are all little brats, what nonsense, kill them directly. Them to death, and let me cook them. All the prisoners rushed up in an instant, and Zhang Luochen, Lin Xia, and An Xingyu also shot at the same time. Zhang Luochen directly turned on the Susa Nanghu in the skeleton state, but even so, the prisoners who rushed to the front were knocked out on the spot. Chidori Ryu! Light blue thunder emanated from Zhang Luochen's body, instantly stunning the prisoners on the spot. Seeing this scene, those prisoners who had not had time to rush up did not dare to step forward. Who is the night watchman Zhang Luochen here? Coming to battle? The lilac light emitted by Zhang Luochen's whole body couldn't help but make many prisoners froze in place and hesitated to step forward. At this time, Lin Xia held two knives in his hand and walked slowly to Zhang Luochen's side. Those strange eyes swept over everyone's faces, one eye emitted golden light, and the other was a touch of extreme darkness. Then, a young man in a black and white prison uniform pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and in the void, a frost-long sword instantly appeared in his hand. The three of them stood in a row, blocking the gate of the fasting center, and the prisoners who had just taken a step out of the fasting hall did not dare to take another half step forward. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flying sword flew from a distance, and on top of the golden light, the two figures were tightly pressed together, and then fell straight in the direction of the door. Ha! 7 nights, I finally found you, young master. Bailey Fat controlled the golden flying sword, and the moment he saw Lin Xie, he waved his hand frantically to him excitedly. Ouch! In a scream, Bailey Fat fell to the ground and crawled to the three of them. Ha! Fat, Chow Yuan, how did you guys end up here? Seeing these two people, Lin Xie was stunned for a moment, and his expression was stunned. Bailey Fat stood up, tidied up his clothes, and smiled. I heard that your chastity is in danger, young master. I will come to save you immediately. It's interesting. Chow Yuan also came over with a knife in his arms. I heard that you are in the fasting place, and this dead fat man will come to save you even if he has a mess. Then, the two noticed Zhang Luochen, who was glowing with purple light on the side, and couldn't help but widen their eyes. Zhang Luochen, are you here too? I haven't been able to find any news from you. Are you also in the fasting center? Bailey Fat immediately greeted him. Huh? What's going on with your purple light? There are ribs on it. It's pretty cool. Chow Yuan was also stunned, and couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Didn't he see him wearing the clothes of the night watchman? Obviously different, but this can actually be touched. Yes, then where have you been this year? I used all kinds of power in my family, and I couldn't find any trace of you at all. I didn't expect to see you here. Bailey Pang Pang also stretched out his hand to touch the purple light, his face full of surprise. As soon as Zhang Luochen heard this, his heart suddenly warmed up and he smiled slightly. Thank you, Fat, but it's a long story. Lin Xie felt the same way. He looked at An Xingyu, then at Zhang Luochen, and finally at Bailey Fat Pang and Chow Yuan. These people all heard the news of their fasting place, and did not hesitate to send themselves to prison to save themselves. Perhaps, that's what it feels like to have friends. Oh no, brothers. Thank you, Lin Xie said softly. So where are you now? Bailey Fat turned around and faced dozens of prisoners. Speak harshly, Zhang Luochen said. Put harsh words? Then I am the best at it. Bailey Fat was about to say something, but a prisoner couldn't stand it anymore. Whatever it is, whoever has the kung fu to watch your reunion drama here, get out of here. A prisoner with a sinister face said coldly. What about the night watchman? I killed the night watchman. As soon as the words fell, a powerful force emerged instantly, and the powerful sea realm coercion emanated from his body, and this master of the sea realm had endured until now without making a move. At the same time, there were two realms that were obviously not weaker than this person emanating from the crowd, and by this time, all the masters who were still forbearing had made a move. The appearance of the three sea realm powerhouses houses greatly boosted the morale of the prisoners, and all kinds of forbidden ruins opened at the same time. 7 knights. Did you kill them all? Kill all those who stand in our way. Qiao Yuan nodded, silently stretched out his right hand, put it on the handle of the straight knife, and drew half an inch. A sharp blade suddenly appeared, and then, a pitch-black evil aura rose into the sky, instantly enveloping his whole body. At this moment, Black King slashing, reappeared. Hey, hey, hey! Qiao Yuan was like a demon, the corners of his mouth were open, and a strange laughter echoed in front of the door, and this powerful force stunned all the prisoners present. The mad Qiao Yuan bent down, his legs suddenly kicked to the ground, and the next moment, his figure disappeared in an instant. Qiao Yuan has also arrived in the Sichuan realm. Seeing this scene, Zhang Luochen couldn't help but speak. Qiao thief, you actually stole the limelight from the young master. Bailey Fat took out a series of forbidden items from his pocket. In an instant, colorful light emanated from his whole body, even illuminating the dark sky. When Enqingyu saw the crazy Qiao Yuan, his eyes immediately lit up, showing an obsessive look, and at this moment, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Don't think about it, you don't have a chance to dissect them. Zhang Luochen appeared behind him at some point. Hearing this, Enqingyu suddenly lost a lot. Forget it, if it doesn't work, it won't work. Zhang Luochen carried a straight knife and rushed into the crowd in an instant, and a large number of forbidden ruins greeted him. Fortunately, there was an absolute defense of Susananghu, which instantly cancelled out all attacks. However, at this time, there were the most people around Zhang Luochen. After all, Susananghu was too big in this venue, which was particularly dazzling. Ha! Who made you so big? If you don't hit you, who will you hit? At this moment, Zhang Luochen suddenly fell into a trance, and the Susanoo surrounding his body suddenly disappeared, and then his body began to separate. Zhang Luochen looked at his body suspiciously. His arms, wrists, knees, and legs directly split his body into more than a dozen pieces. It shouldn't be cutting off. It's a control forbidden ruin? Zhang Luochen's red eyes instantly swept over everyone present, who specializes in this kind of stealing. Zhang Luochen calmly observed every place. After all, there are 40 or 50 prisoners here, and each person's forbidden ruins have different abilities, and those forbidden ruins that are not suitable for combat must be hidden in a certain place and used secretly. Soon, a corner was locked by Zhang Luochen, where a dwarf who was only 1 meter tall stood, and his hands gestured to control the forbidden ruins. Zhang Luochen's whole body felt paralyzed. Then let you try the taste of illusion. The straight knife in his hand was thrown directly in the direction of the dwarf, and the straight knife moved quickly, but Zhang Luochen was now the main target of the audience after all. Before this straight knife flew in front of the gnome, it was instantly intercepted by others. Not far away, a one-armed man stretched out his only arm, and an invisible cage enveloped Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen snorted coldly, and the next moment, Amaterasu! A line of blood and tears fell from Zhang Luochen's right eye, and a black flame suddenly appeared on the one-armed man's body. A scream resounded throughout the venue. At the next moment, Zhang Luochen's figure disappeared in an instant, and everyone didn't know where Zhang Luochen appeared, but one person knew, it was the dwarf just now. The dwarf man showed a frightened expression, and the next moment, his body fell straight to the ground. Trap yourself in your own spiritual world forever, Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. Seeing this, the remaining prisoners subconsciously did not dare to move forward. One by one they were tempting, and even waiting for other masters to appear in the crowd. Sure enough, the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Zhang Luochen, holding a short knife in his hand, and stabbed him towards Zhang Luochen's neck. However, the next scene shocked everyone, and his short knife actually went directly through Zhang Luochen's neck. The prisoner couldn't help but be shocked, but his reaction was still very fast, and the short knife in his hand stabbed Zhang Luochen again. But again and again, this short knife passed through Zhang Luochen's body. It was as if the person in front of him was illusory, but he was clearly standing here. Zhang Luochen smiled lightly. This divine power ability is indeed very useful. The straight knife in his hand stabbed directly behind him. Poof! The prisoner, who was originally invisible, slowly appeared. How do you see me? I saw you a long time ago. Zhang Luochen replied with a sincere face. Then, Zhang Luochen turned his head to look at the remaining prisoners, and jumped directly into the middle of the crowd. All the prisoners were stunned in place for a second, and then all the forbidden ruins greeted Zhang Luochen. All kinds of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning appeared, but the next moment, all these tricks disappeared. All the wind, fire, thunder, and lightning were all twisted, and then, as if they were absorbed, they were all sucked into Zhang Luochen's eyes. Kamui. The forbidden ruins were not good. Everyone was ready to use their fists and feet, but all their fists and feet fell on the other prisoners, directly passing through Zhang Luochen's body. Ah, why are you hitting me? Who hit you? Hey, how did you hit me? Monthly reading. In this way, the remaining prisoners collapsed to the ground one by one in the mutual beating between their own people. As for Zhang Luochen, he just stood there calmly, and scathed. Shenwei is really easy to use, you don't have to take action yourself. Lin Xie, Bailey Fat, Qiao Yuan and Enqingyu are all fighting in their own ways. At this time, the battle was also coming to an end, and there were only a few dozen prisoners left in the original 40 or 50 people. You guys, do you want to continue? Zhang Luochen looked at the prisoners lying lying on the ground around him. Zhang, Boss Zhang, we were convinced. One of the prisoners said, I don't want to die here. I am about to be released and I just stole something and locked up here. Please let me go. Zhang Luochen put away the straight knife in his hand, and he also understood that although the prison was filled with prisoners, it was also large and small, and not everyone was imprisoned as a heinous murderer. Stay here and make a good transformation. You know, go out in the future. Remember to serve the society. Zhang Luochen walked past the crowd. The prisoners who were slumped on the ground nodded one after another, and even a few knelt on the ground and saluted Zhang Luochen directly. In addition, several other people also entered the end, except for one person, of course. Hey, hey, hey! A strange laughter came from the side, and the madman Chao Yuan approached the remaining prisoners step by step with a knife. Save! Help me! Please, don't kill me! If Zhang Luochen brought them shock, then the mad Chao Yuan brought them even more fear from the heart, and everyone retreated directly to the corner. Lin Xiye's eyes looked at Zhang Luochen, although he didn't speak, but the meaning of his eyes was already obvious. You go, get rid of him. Zhang Luochen sighed helplessly and flashed to the front of the crazy demon Chao Yuan. This time, it was no longer the Sammagatama Sharingan, but the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The evil energy on Chao Yuan's body was instantly extinguished. Chao Yuan's madness completely disappeared. He stood there blankly, and then looked around. It seems, it's over. Chao Yuan spoke slowly. Not to mention, your realm has improved, and without the kaleidoscope Sharingan, I really can't suppress you. Zhang Luochen spoke lightly. Suddenly, Lin Xiye seemed to have sensed something, raised his eyebrows, and looked at everyone. The master is almost here, we have to go. Let's go? Bailey Pang asked with a blank face. How to go? Go straight to the door? No, let's climb over the wall. Lin Xiye pointed to the steel wall in the distance. Are you sure? And Qingyu asked. Lin Xiye swept everyone's faces. When the master arrives, we can't leave at all, you guys. Believe me? Believe it. Several people answered at the same time. Then come with me. Several people sprinted directly towards the steel wall. Lin Xiye stepped on the wall. A golden light flashed on the soles of his feet, and then began to sprint directly on the wall. Anqing Fish directly adsorbed on the wall with the powerful absorption ability of lizard genes, keeping up with Lin Xiye's pace. Bailey Pang Pang looked at Chao Yuan and Zhang Luochen with a difficult face. Yaoguang seems to be a little crowded. I have my own way. As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, a pile of white paper flew from nowhere, and then this pile of white paper all gathered on his back, instantly forming a pair of huge wings. Zhang Luochen, who had wings, flew directly towards the height of the steel wall. Wow, he has wings. Bailey Fat couldn't help but exclaim, then released Yaoguang and flew him up against the wall with Chao Yuan. Lin Xiye stepped on the top of the high wall, and his right hand stretched out above his head. The thunder car shook the earth and the electric fire sounded. Dense electric light poured out directly from the wall, and then all converged in the direction of Lin Xiye. The other people took advantage of this gap and all crossed the defense of the power grid, and what came into view was a cliff. Under the cliff is a vast ocean, churning white waves crashing on the cliff, water droplets splashing, and in the distance of the horizon, a touch of the rising sun is slowly rising. Dance of paper. The moment the 5 people crossed the wall, except for Zhang Luochen, they all jumped towards the sea. But at this moment, from somewhere, more white paper flew towards them, and the moment the white paper approached them, it turned into a pair of wings for everyone and attached to their backs. Ha, can I fly? Bailey Fat looked at the wings on his back in disbelief. Others also found the wings on their backs, and when they saw the wings formed by this pair of white paper, everyone looked at Zhang Luochen. We directly fly over. 5 figures, each with a pair of wings behind their backs, facing the rising sun, towards the other side of the sea, flying. The 5 figures soared freely like birds in the sky. Zhang Luochen turned around and looked in the direction of the fasting place, which was getting farther and farther away from them, and from a distance he saw a person wearing a fox mask, watching them from a distance. Brother Drag. Zhang Luochen silently muttered in his heart, and Bailey Pang Pang on the side raised his middle finger in the direction of the man. Zhang Luochen laughed secretly. If Fat Pang knew that the person was Xin Qingju at this time, I don't know what kind of expression it would be. Luochen, it's been a night. Can your mental power still be maintained? Lin Xiye couldn't help but ask. This night, they have been fighting with prisoners, and Zhang Luochen has not eaten since noon yesterday, and it is completely deceptive to say that he is not hungry or tired. Although they are all-night watchmen and have powerful forbidden ruins, no matter what, they are still human, and they will feel hungry if they don't eat for a long time, and if they don't sleep for a long time, they may die suddenly. Seriously, it's okay to be tired, but we're a little hungry. Why don't you get some seafood to eat? Zhang Luochen proposed. Seafood? That's a great idea. As soon as they heard the food, Bailey Fat eyes suddenly lit up, and in front of them in the vast sea, what they wanted to eat, they fished it themselves. Then I'll get a frost ship? And Qingyu asked. Frost? Could it be too cold? The fire won't rise at that time. Bailey Fat couldn't help but shudder when he heard the frost. What should we do then? Your Yaoguang can't carry so many people. Lin Xiye was also helpless at this time. Zhang Luochen said slightly helplessly, I'll do it. Mu done. In the next second, logs suddenly appeared on the surface of the the sea, and then the would automatically build a boat. Seeing the boat suddenly appear on the sea, everyone was shocked. Ship? Can you make it? Bailey Fat couldn't help but speak. What is a ship? A house can be built. Zhang Luochen flew directly towards the boat. A few others also flew to the boat, and the moment they landed, the wings behind each of them suddenly disappeared. Is this ship strong? Bailey Fat looked at the boat. Don't worry, I guarantee you can get to the shore. This ship is strong. Zhang Luochen sat aside directly. However, the other few people were still standing in place, all looking at Zhang Luochen. Everyone's expressions were different. Zhang Luochen thought that everyone was going to praise him, so he waved his hand casually. This is all a trivial matter. Don't care so much. When my realm is improved, I can build a bigger ship for you. No, you misunderstood, Lin Chiye said. And Xingyu on the side also spoke at this time. The problem now is, this boat doesn't move. Zhang Luochen stood up abruptly and looked around. The small boat was just staying on the sea, drifting with the sea at will. If it was just floating casually, it might even drift back to the fasting place. That, forgot, why don't you use it in the fat thunder tornado? The chubby thunder tornado was placed at the stern of the ship, and the boat was also moving forward with the help of this wave. Lin Chiye caught 6 fish from the sea, still wondering why there was one more, but he looked at Bailey Fat on the side and thought that he should eat one more. Fire escape. A flame ignited on the boat, and Zhang Luochen controlled it just right, not letting the flames burn on the boat. The 6 fish were skewered and roasted over the fire. Zhang Luochen looked at the ship, then at the flames in front of him, and thought, so, is the ability to draw the 5 elements technique just to build a ship for them and make a barbecue? Come and eat fish. Not to mention, the taste of the fish grilled by Luochen's fire escape is fragrant. Yes, I think we can even open a barbecue restaurant and make the most of it. I think so too. Then I'll go back and let my family invest money, and everyone has shares. Zhang Luochen. Several people were eating grilled fish, talking and laughing on this calm sea, and at this moment, Lin Chiye's eyes suddenly changed, and he stood up suddenly, holding the straight knife beside him. 7 knights, what's wrong? Bailey Pang asked curiously. Lin Chiye looked like he was facing a great enemy. On the sea, there is a person. Zhang Luochen's face changed, and he also got up, but his expression was even more expectant, because he knew who was coming. On the sea, a figure slowly walked towards them, and he stepped directly on the sea, and the rest of the people also got up, ready to go. A middle-aged man wearing a dark red hood and a straight knife hanging from his waist, stepped on the sea and slowly approached them, swept everyone's faces, smiled slightly, was very satisfied in his heart, and slowly spoke. Vigilance is good. Don't be so nervous. Introduce yourself. I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Dasha Night Watch, Yifan. The Night Watchman, Commander-in-Chief. Hearing this title, everyone's expression was different. Zhang Luochen looked at Yifan's face, and everything about him flashed through his mind. Venerable Yifan, it was he who planted the seed of night, and it was he who would have the red dust sword immortal of Dasha. When Yifan saw Zhang Luochen, he was obviously stunned. Huh? Zhang Luochen? You're actually here. After all, Zhang Luochen had disappeared for a year in the eyes of others, and there was no news of him in the entire Night Watch, including Yifan. However, Zhang Luochen was a little stunned, pointed to himself and asked, do you know me? Of course, I've seen the photos of each of you, whether it's you or Lin Chiye, but you're also here, and there may be something to see your opinion. Wait, how do you prove your identity? Lin Chiye still remained vigilant. Yifan smiled, pointed at Chao Yuan and said, he can prove me. Besides, this is my coat of arms. Chao Yuan nodded. He is Commander Yi, and he is the one who sent me from the fasting place to Jiuhua Mountain. At this point, several other people had to believe it and put away the straight knife in their hands. I didn't know the situation just now, and I offended Commander Yi. Lin Chiye said, it's okay, it's okay. Yifan waved his hand and smelled a fragrance. Eat grilled fish? Can you give me one? Yes, yes. Bailey Fat immediately took a grilled fish and handed it to Yifan. Lin Chiye was in a trance and thought, huh? 6 articles? I see. So, Commander Yi is looking for us this time. What's the matter? Lin Chiye asked curiously. Yifan spoke. This time, I want to ask you what you think about forming a special team. Special team? Yifan nodded slightly and continued to speak. Now there are more and more mysteries appearing in the entire Dasha range, and the strength is getting stronger and stronger. It is difficult to maintain the next balance with the only special squad now. So, we decided to form another special team, but Yifan moved his gaze to Zhang Luochen. There are 2 candidates for this captain, that is, Lin Chiye and Zhang Luochen. Ha, Zhang Luochen pointed at himself. He didn't expect that he would be so valued by the above. Yes, when we were discussing, we had a long argument about who of you 2 would be the captain. Some thought it was Lin Chiye, some thought it was Zhang Luochen, and some people thought it was Zhang Luochen, and of course, some people thought that you 2 were not suitable. However, the current situation is that the establishment of a special team is imminent, and if 2 teams are directly established, it is a bit eager for quick success, so we still decided to set up a team first, so the choice of captain is particularly important. Lin Chiye couldn't help but ask, however, my strength is only in the Sichuan realm, and there are many people who are stronger than me in terms of qualifications and strength. Yes, I think so too. We were only on vigil for a year. Strictly speaking, during this year, I disappeared, and he spent time in a mental hospital. It doesn't make sense. Zhang Luochen also spoke. Yifan shook his head. No, do you know, as the captain of a special team, what is the most important thing? Strength? Lin Xie asked. No, it's potential. The potential of the two of you is obvious to all. In the eyes of others, you are a genius and a demon, and there is a terrifying growth rate. Your battle in Songnan City, the master gave a high evaluation. Yifan said. Master. Zhang Luochen recalled the master's face. Yifan continued. However, since there has been no news of Zhang Luochen, we decided to let Lin Xie be the captain, but what we didn't expect was that we would meet you here. By the way, where have you been this year, and I can't find you? Zhang Luochen smiled awkwardly. Actually, I don't know where I went. I only knew that I had disappeared for a year when I came back here. No matter what, it's okay to come back, but since I'm here, I won't run in vain. But because I can't find Zhang Luochen's relationship, this place was given to Lin Xie. Do you have an opinion? Yifan looked at Zhang Luochen. I have no problem. I didn't want to be the captain in the first place. Zhang Luochen never thought about being the captain. He just wanted to follow the protagonist group all the time. Yifan looked at Lin Xie again. Of course, you still have a lot of problems yourself. Your qualifications are insufficient. Your realm is not high, and you even have mental hidden dangers, so you need to use your own actions to prove your ability. Proof? How to prove it? Lin Xie asked. Establish a reserve team, that is, a special team that is not officially recognized as a special team by the Night's Watch for the time being. Yifan handed the document to Lin Xie. Strictly speaking, this team does not exist, nor does it belong to any ordinary squad stationed in any city, but it has to perform the tasks of the special squad, and any city that encounters an incident that cannot be handled must be helped to solve it. Then how do you prove yourself to the local area? Bailey Pang asked curiously. Without a file, it is naturally impossible to prove it. Yifan said. So, try not to have contact with the local team. There is no contact with that. How can we prove that we completed this task? Lin Xie continued to ask. That's easy. Just draw your own mark in one place after completing the task. Yifan said. Lin Xie frowned. A ghost team. Yifan nodded. Yes, and when you meet the conditions for establishing a special team, you can become a real special team. What conditions? First, the number of people in the squad is not less than 6 and no more than 9. Second, the captain of the squad must reach the peak of the Sea Realm. Third, except for the captain, other team members must cross the threshold of the Sea Realm. Fourth, the squad must have experience in killing enemies in the immeasurable realm. And fifth, the squad must have made major contributions and obtained a collective merit of stars and above, which must belong to the entire squad. So what the training camp has gained does not count. What if I refuse? Lin Xie asked. Refusal? It won't be a big deal. This is your own right, but I transferred you out of the mental hospital using this document. Since you refuse, I can only send you back to the mental hospital and observe you for 3 or 5 years. 3 years and 5 years. Lin Xie took a breath. Can the threat be more direct? Then if I become the captain, will this candidate be decided by myself? Yifan nodded. Of course, you can decide for yourself in terms of team members, and you can also recruit non-night watchman groups exceptionally, as long as you fancy any potential non-night watchman. You can skip the review, training and other stages, and directly become a night watchman, become your team member, if the other party wants. I can tell you a little more. The functions of the 5th Special Squad are related to the fog beyond. Hearing this, Lin Xie's eyes lit up obviously, and finally said, okay, I am willing to be the captain of this team. Okay, then this document is for you, and when you go ashore, the first task will be sent to your phone. After Yifan said this, he took out another document bag and took out a piece of paper from it. Yifan's eyes fell on Zhang Luochen again. Zhang Luochen, the name of your forbidden ruins, the master already told you a year ago. Zhang Luochen nodded. Yes, Eternal Kaleidoscope. Yifan nodded. And about the issue of your forbidden ruins sequence, after a year of discussion, now we have finally reached a conclusion. You should know that the first 30 forbidden ruins in the forbidden ruins sequence have touched the realm of the gods, but among them, 23 are gifts from the gods, which are called divine ruins. Zhang Luochen nodded. Of course he knew that Lin Xie's Mortal Dust Divine Domain, sequence 003 was a divine ruin. Of course, Lin Xie's body was actually more than one such divine ruin. Yifan continued, in addition, there are 7 forbidden ruins, which do not come from the gods, but from humans themselves, which we call the 7 royal ruins. Zhang Luochen understood and said, I know that the Wu Tongxian we met is the forbidden ruins sequence 028, one of the 7 king ruins, phaseless. Yes, so, after a year of discussion, your forbidden ruins are listed as the 8th king's ruins, forbidden ruins sequence 029, Eternal Kaleidoscope. Hearing this, Zhang Luochen's eyes couldn't help but widen. Forbidden ruins sequence 029, the 8th great king's ruins, Eternal Kaleidoscope. Zhang Luochen himself did not expect this ranking at all, originally thought that it would be very good to be ranked to about 35, and he gladly accepted it if he did not rank to 50. And now, it is actually ranked in the top 30, and it has specially added a place for Wang ruins, becoming the 8th largest Wang ruins. Forbidden ruins ability, we initially only judged your eyes. You can copy ordinary forbidden ruins, you you can use illusions. In addition, listen to the master's introduction, you can also summon lilac humanoid-like creatures to fight. In short, this is also the result of a year of discussion. This is the document. Yi Fan handed the document to Zhang Luochen. Then he looked at Lin Xie again. Okay, I have already explained all the things that need to be explained. If there are no other questions, I will leave first. Wait. Yi Fan looked at Lin Xie suspiciously. Can you take us back to land by the way? Lin Xie said cheekily. Yi Fan smiled lightly, turned his back, and his figure slowly disappeared. Special squad, you must have the ability to deal with any situation alone, and the assessment that belongs to you has begun. Captain Lin. After these words, Yi Fan's figure completely disappeared into this endless sea. Lin Xie sat down again and sighed slightly, while the eyes of the other few people were all staring at Lin Xie. What are you looking at me for? Lin Xie asked. 7 Knights, the special team, or the captain, why don't you react at all? Bailey Pang said excitedly. How many people dream of joining? Why be excited? Isn't this just a chore? Lin Xie spoke calmly. However, what I didn't expect was that what we said at the training camp turned out to be true. Chao Yuan spoke. Lin Xie rummaged through the document bag, took out a few pieces of paper from it, and handed them to Zhang Luochen, Bailey Fat and Chao Yuan respectively. This is an application, and as the captain of the 5th special team, I sincerely invite you to join. Zhang Luochen took the application, and when he first came to this world, he fantasized about joining the special team, and now it's a dream come true. And Bailey Fat jumped onto the bow of the ship and shouted directly at the endless sea. Chao Yuan directly bit his finger and pressed a handprint on it. It's so direct. Zhang Luochen looked at Chao Yuan's movements and said, if you are afraid of regret, press it down quickly. Chao Yuan said calmly. Bailey Fat on the other side also bit his finger and pressed his handprint on it. Zhang Luochen smiled and shook his head, and did the same action as them. Then, Zhang Luochen looked at Xingyu on the side. What do you say? Lin Xie also took out a piece of paper and handed it to Xingyu. Do you want to give it a try? Xingyu was stunned for a second, then scratched his head and asked, will you forbid me from dissecting experiments? As long as it does not endanger social security, it can be done. Lin Xie said. Okay, I'll join and follow you as the night watchman. I believe it will be even more exciting. And Xingyu took the paper. Zhang Luochen smiled. How about it? I'm right, if he is the captain. And Xingyu smiled and nodded. If Lin Xie was the captain, he really wanted to try this kind of life. He believed that this kind of life could bring him closer to the truth. In this way, there are already 5 people in the team, and the standard is met immediately. Lin Xie looked at several application forms in his hand. Fat, work harder. When we arrive on land, our mission has officially begun. Zhang Luochen patted Bailey Fat on the shoulder. Bailey Fat recontrolled his Thunder Torna, and with a hard swing, the small boat made of wood moved forward quickly on this sea. I don't know how long they have been wandering at sea, but from a distance they finally saw a piece of land not far away. It's almost land. And Xingyu said immediately. How do you feel, many people? Chao Yuan looked from a distance and saw dense small black dots on the shore. It's still too far away, and the situation on the shore can't be sensed here. Lin Xie said. At least we have seen the shore, let's fly over directly, otherwise this ship will pass by and cause unnecessary panic. Zhang Luochen waved his hand. A large pile of white paper flew from the sky, directly attached to everyone's back, and slowly, a pair of wings formed by white paper appeared on their backs. Several people flew directly into the air, and the boat on the sea disappeared instantly at this moment, and several people flew towards the shore. They try to land away from the crowd, and as soon as they land, the wings behind them disappear. Where have we been? I saw a lot of people on the shore just now. Bailey Fat also stretched out his head and looked towards the shore just now. Just now I sensed a billboard that said Gold Coast Baths, which should have arrived in Honglian City. Chao Yuan was stunned. Honglian? Are we in the northeast? Lin Xie took out a mobile phone from his file bag, then turned it on, and a string of text message ringed instantly. The destination of this mission is Antag County. Lin Xie frowned. Antag County? Where is it? I haven't heard of it. Zhang Luochen looked over curiously. It is the county seat under Tianhe City, with a small population, and it is also the northernmost city in Daxia, and then go north through the primeval forest to reach the border of Daxia. And Xingyu replied. This is too biased. Chao Yuan raised his eyebrows and continued to ask. What is the mission this time? About 3 days ago, the night watchman in Antag County sent a request for help to the headquarters, saying that a suspected large-scale ant mystery was found in the northern primeval forest, and the strength should be between the Sichuan and Sea realms. Sichuan and Sea? This kind of realm cannot be solved by the local night watchman himself? Bailey Fat was a little confused. Not every place night watchman is Guangzhou and Shenzhen standards. Chao Yuan spoke helplessly. Second and third tier cities basically do not have strong people in the Sea realm, and some more remote areas do not even have the Sichuan border, and the number of people is also very small, maybe only 2 or 3 people. Zhang Luochen explained. Bailey Pang nodded. So, how do we get to such a remote place? Chao Yuan asked. Everyone looked at Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen saw everyone's eyes and immediately thought of something. What do you want? Fly over with with these wings? So far away? You want me to die suddenly halfway? Forget it, let's go see the high-speed rail train or something. In such a remote place, there may be no planes. Lin Xie spoke helplessly. Wait. Zhang Luochen suddenly stopped a few people. I said, do you want to change your clothes first? You have a hospital uniform and a prison uniform, it's not good. Bailey Pang Pang and Chao Yuan were responsible for going to the mall to buy normal clothes, pants, and shoes for the three of them. Lin Xie changed out of his hospital gown, and Xingyu changed into his prison uniform, and Zhang Luochen's night watchman also changed his head. After all, wearing this dark red cloak to show off through the city, it was also eye-catching. After a few people changed into normal clothes, they got on the green train to Antak County. There was no way, after all, this place was too remote. There was no direct bullet train, let alone a plane to take. The last choice was only the green train, and when they arrived at their destination, they had to change to a bus to go to their destination. Zhang Luochen closed his eyes on the green train to recuperate, and suddenly, a systematic voice made him open his eyes. Congratulations to the host for becoming a member of the Special Squad Reserve Team, and then announce a new round of tasks. Complete the first task, and at the same time, witness the Fengdu Emperor. Fengdu the Great. Zhang Luochen thought to himself, the night watchman of Antak County, Li Deyang. The squad of only two people, one became the Emperor of Fengdu, and the other became the captain of the night watch in Shangjing City. With a dull hum, the green train slowly stopped, and a broadcast came from inside the carriage. And Xingyu and Pang Pang went to buy things, and we went to find a car. As soon as he got out of the car, Lin Xie ordered everyone to act separately. Remember, the climate here is extremely low, and the temperature in the primeval forest is estimated to be -10 degrees, so we must be prepared to fight in the primeval forest for a long time. Don't worry, Xie, just leave the procurement to the young master. Bailey Pang patted his chest and promised. Tianhe City is already a border city of Daxia, and the facilities here are not as perfect as other cities, and the streets are even more deserted, and you have to take a bus to get to Antak County. There is a station there. Zhang Luochen pointed to the station not far away, where there were several buses parked scattered. The three walked towards the station, found one of the drivers, briefly asked about the situation, and then paid a deposit. After almost an hour, Bailey Pang Pang and Xingyu came over to join them. How is it? Bought everything? Lin Xie asked Xingyu directly. And Xingyu's expression was a little strange, and he said hesitantly, I bought it all, but I just buy it all. Lin Xie nodded. Zhang Luochen on the side resisted the urge to laugh out loud, and when the night came, Bailey Fat took out what he took out, which was bound to surprise everyone. Bailey Fat Pang directly took out his cold clothes, as well as a hiking bag, and handed it to everyone, as well as some food, water, and survival necessities. Lin Xie's meaning is to let a few people disguise themselves as adventurers, so that it is convenient for a few people to enter the mountain, and in case they get separated, at least everyone still has supplies for themselves. Ding! The bus bumped all the way, and after another 5 hours, they finally arrived in Antak County. It's been so many days, will we be unable to catch up? And Xingyu asked. Probably not. If we can't catch up, Commander Yu will send us directly. Zhang Luochen immediately explained. Several people got off the bus, and the scene in front of them stunned several people. In the distance, at the end of the blue sky, behind the continuous mountains, the fog connecting heaven and earth seems to be a white wall with no end. The fog clung to the border of Daxia, churning violently, as if there was an invisible wall completely blocking these fogs. This is fog? This is the first time Zhang Luochen has seen fog in this world, and he has never seen such a picture, which also brought him a lot of shock. It's really unimaginable. Chao Yuan said with emotion. Let's go to the Night Watch stronghold here first. Lin Xie withdrew his gaze and said, go to the stronghold? Aren't we going to avoid contact? Why are we still delivering it to the door? Bailey Fat asked, puzzled. This is a primeval forest. We are like a headless fly if we go in so rashly. We can't find the north at all. Zhang Luochen explained from the side. So, where do you say where you can provide clues? And Xingyu smiled lightly and said to Bailey Fat, the Night Watchman's stronghold. Bailey Pang Pang said, but it's too risky to go directly to the Night Watch's stronghold to find clues. Chao Yuan said. Lin Xie slowly spoke. Perhaps we can use a more direct way. The whole Antak County is not very big, just such a main road. The others are some small alleys, and there are not many shops around this way, only some simple restaurants and some daily shops. Moreover, the square is almost all here, and the pedestrians on the road are also bustling. In general, it is very deserted. It is estimated that because of the relationship with the fog, many people still choose to leave here. Here, is it a stronghold? Bailey Fat looked at the short and dilapidated house in front of him and couldn't help but ask. Several people saw that the house in front of them also fell silent. The surroundings were even more deserted, the surrounding muddy paths, and within a radius of 3 kilometers, there was only such a lonely house. If Antak County had a feeling of isolation, the house seemed to be completely outside Antak County. Moreover, this house is old. The exterior wall has obvious paint peeling. The open space at the door is also uneven, and there is a white metal sign with a few big characters written on it. Antak County Forest Ranger Bureau. The location sent by Commander Yi is here. Lin Xie Xie said with his mobile phone. A squad of only 2 people? Zhang Luochen looked at the message on Lin Xie's mobile phone. If I guessed correctly, this is the team with the smallest number of people in the entire daxia. What? There are only 2 people, and there is only a pool realm. Bailey Fat also came over. Usually the team of night watchmen stationed in the city is in the municipal city, and because Antak County is too far from Tianhe City, another team has been added in Antak County. Zhang Luochen explained from the side. So, the night watchman squad in each city, the environment they are in, and their lives are also very different, right? Fat. Zhang Luochen turned his head to look at Bailey Fat. Bailey Fat is indeed the most aware of this. After all, the night watch team in Guangzhou and Shenzhen, under the protection of their Bailey family, lives a worry-free life with food and clothing. Let's go in and take a look. Anyway, this mission is imminent. Go in and find an opportunity to find some clues. Lin Xie spoke slowly. After Lin Xie finished speaking, he took the lead in walking in front and knocked on the door. The door was slowly opened, and a young man in his early 20s poked his head out, then opened the door completely, and saw 5 young tourists dressed up and suddenly froze in place. You? Chun Han looked at a few people curiously. Zhang Luochen stepped forward, took off his thick mask, and smiled all over his face. Hello, we are here to play. But the forest in front is a bit unfamiliar, so ask if there is a map that can be given to us? Map? Li Dayang in the room walked out angrily. What do you think of this place? Theme park? That's the primeval forest. Zhang Luochen looked at Chun Han and then at Li Dayang. The identities of these 2 people were about to come out. Seeing these 2 people, Zhang Luochen couldn't help but be a little stunned. As the time here gets longer and longer, the characters in those novels are truly presented in front of them one by one, and they will meet more people and even gods in the future, and they have actually become part of the novel. Lin Xie looked into the room, then stretched out his finger and pointed to the map on the blackboard. What is on the blackboard? That's just a forest area plan. It has nothing to do with the primeval forest behind, and you can't enter that forest. Chen Han replied calmly. Why? Lin Xie asked. Because there are bears in the forest? Bear? Lin Xie's face showed a look of joy. We are here to shoot a documentary about bears. Chen Han frowned. Bear documentary? Yes, have you seen Bear Infestation? We are specially filming this. Bear Big Bear 2, Bald Headstrong? Zhang Luochen said while gesturing. However, Chen Han and Li Dayang both looked at Zhang Luochen with puzzled faces, not to mention the 2 of them. Even Lin Xie and the others were puzzled. Bear infestation? Luochen, your reaction is really fast. Bailey Fat whispered in Zhang Luochen's ear. Zhang Luochen was helpless and thought, if it is related to bears, I can only think of this. Young people, it's windy and cold outside. Come in and drink a glass of water to warm up. Li Dayang took out the kettle, took out 5 paper cups and began to pour water for them. The 5 of them walked into the house, put down their hiking bags. The layout of the house was also very simple. There was a table of 8 immortals in the middle. They sat down together, took off their gloves, and warmed up next to the fireplace. Young man, I don't care what you do. In a word, you can't go in now. It's no joke. Li Dayang said solemnly. Of course, you can go in if you want, but it will take a month. The 5 people looked at each other. Lin Xie winked at Bailey Fat and Xingyu respectively, and Xingyu slowly got up, looked around the house, and then looked at the map on the blackboard. Bailey Fat took out a Rolex. Uncle, what's going on in this forest? Why can't you go in? Tell us. Li Dayang glanced at the Rolex and said coldly, don't play with me in the city. You rich boys who come out to seek excitement, I advise you, don't lose your life in order to seek that little excitement. After Xingyu looked at the map and nodded to Lin Xie chatted with Li Dayang casually, and then several people pushed the door and left. Walking out of the house, several people returned to the street. Have you written it all down? Lin Xie asked. Write it down, it won't be wrong. That map is this primeval forest, but there are some markings in it. I don't know what it means. I have to go back and study it. And Xingyu pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Wait, just a few minutes, and you remember? Bailey Fat asked puzzled. A few minutes? 10 seconds is enough. And Xingyu replied sincerely. Luochen, your bear-infested is really timely. Lin Xie walked to Zhang Luochen's side and patted him on the shoulder. I just thought of it casually. Zhang Luochen really didn't expect that they hadn't seen it. I thought you were going to beat them down and then torture them. And Xingyu came over and said. Lin Xie's eyelids jumped. Everyone is a night watchman. There is no need to do this. I originally planned to steal some clues. Who would have thought that they would just hang the clues on the blackboard? However, it is indeed a bit strange that such a powerful mystery will appear in such a remote place. Chao Yuan spoke with some doubts. Who knows, this mystery came out of this primeval forest. It seems that only we have walked through it ourselves. Zhang Luochen tilted his head slightly and looked towards the primeval forest. We are now fully equipped and have clues, so it's time for us to set off, Chao Yuan said. The 5 figures moved forward together in the direction of the primeval forest, and their figures slowly disappeared, completely immersed in the primeval forest. The road into the forest is not as difficult as imagined. The road here is not so rugged, but a little smooth, and the surrounding trees are not dense, nor are they particularly tall. The 5 people carried heavy hiking bags and flashlights, walking through the dense forest little by little. It's this way. Lin Xie has spiritual perception. again, so he is at the front of the team again. Zhang Luochen's Sharingan can also observe the details, and he walks at the back of the line. And Xingyu nodded. It's in this direction, but you have to go deeper, and about 3 hours further on, there is an abandoned forest farm, which is the place where the mysterious traces are first discovered. Abandoned forest farm? Bailey Pang Pang suddenly asked. Since it is an abandoned forest farm, how could anyone go there, and how did they find it? Chao Yuan was suddenly stunned, and looked back at Bailey Fat strangely. What are you looking at me for? Bailey Pang asked suspiciously. Although your head is not very good, you can always pay attention to some strange things, Chao Yuan said. This intelligence doesn't say anything, Lin Chiye said. And Xingyu pondered for a moment. I heard some rumors when I was purchasing before. Rumors? And Xingyu told the rumors of the story he heard to everyone. After hearing this, Bailey Fat's face was already pale, and he didn't know when there was a string of Buddha beads in his hand, and he kept chanting something. Is it a land of the dead in the primeval forest? It's a bit interesting, Chao Yuan said thoughtfully. At this moment, Lin Chiye suddenly stopped, and several other people behind him also stopped. Let's go. What's wrong? Around here. There is something. Hearing Lin Chiye's words, everyone was on standby. Chao Yuan hugged the straight knife, and Xingyu stretched out his hands. His tricky silk was ready, and the rest directly pulled out the straight knife. Soft fist, gossip, empty palm. Zhang Luochen took the lead in striking out with a palm. He only opened the Sanmagatama Sharingan, but that mysterious had already entered his sight. An empty palm instantly cut through the surrounding air and went directly into the dense forest, and then a piercing roar came out of the forest. The sound was extremely sharp and harsh. At this moment, a black figure appeared from the forest and rushed towards the 5 of them like a barbarian bull. The speed was so fast that the 5 of them didn't have time to think about it, and quickly dodged to the side, and the black shadow passed by them and directly hit a big tree behind everyone, and the big tree fell to the ground instantly. A blood-red giant ant appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and such a color even illuminated this area a lot. The giant ant turned its body and faced the 5 of them again, and a strange and harsh sound came out of its mouthparts again, and the 6 legs crawled quickly, rushing straight towards Bailey Fat. Grandmas, why are you coming at me? Bailey Fat scolded angrily. Too done, Lu Wall. An earthen wall suddenly stood in front of the giant ant. With a muffled snort, the giant ant hit the earthen wall heavily. The giant ant took a few steps back, and the earthen wall collapsed after the impact of the giant ant. But this giant ant was not very comfortable, at least the brain was dizzy now. Amaterasu. Zhang Luochen opened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and a black flame instantly rushed towards the giant ant, burning on the back of the giant ant. A wailing resounded throughout the mountains and forests. Lin Chiye dodged, and the 2 straight knives in his hand directly cut off the 2 legs of the giant ant, and the huge body fell to the ground. Cut his antennae groove. And Xingyu's eyes flashed with a touch of gray, and he suddenly spoke. Where is the antennal groove? Lin Chiye couldn't help but ask. It's the depression behind the middle of the 2 antennae on the top of the head. Lin Chiye jumped up, and the straight knife in his hand was directly inserted into the place pointed by Xingyu, and the giant ant that was still struggling instantly lost his voice. Leave the body. And Xingyu hurriedly shouted, because the black flame was still burning the corpse of the giant ant. Zhang Luochen stared at the black flames, and the next moment, the black flames completely disappeared, leaving only the corpses of the giant ants lying there quietly. And Xingyu appeared a frost between his palms, cooling the corpse of the giant ant, then took out a black box, opened it, and neatly placed more than 10 blades of different shapes in it, and began to dissect the giant ant. After about 10 minutes, and Xingyu put away the blade, slowly got up and spoke. This thing does not belong to the category of modern knowledge. It should be mysterious. From the perspective of body structure, it should be a worker ant, and it has just been born. Therefore, this time there is a social mystery, and I don't know how many workers are in this primeval forest. Zhang Luochen spoke. Lin Chiye nodded. If this kind of social mystery appears, there must be a leader-like existence. So, there is still an ant queen in this forest, and this worker ant has a Sichuan realm, and this queen ant is at least a sea realm, Zhang Luochen said with a solemn face. One more thing. And Xingyu pondered for a moment and continued. When I cut its stomach just now, it was empty. Therefore, the behavior just now should be a hunting behavior. Hunting behavior? Generally, ants collect food and carry it back to the nest, and since they have all come out to hunt, their food should also bottom out. Zhang Luochen spoke. Lin Chiye frowned. If the food in the nest is finished, they will definitely search for food like crazy. This primeval forest need to feed such a group, and the scope of the search must be expanded. So, is it possible that they will search in the direction of the town? Bailey Pang Pang asked. Not necessarily. The nest is deep in the primeval forest, and expanding the search scope will not go directly in the direction of the town. And Xingyu analyzed. There is always this possibility, and I estimate that there should be a lot of workers searching for food now, Lin Chiye said. However, this primeval forest is so big, it is not easy to find a nest. Bailey Fat looked around and sighed helplessly. I can use paper cranes to search, but it's too dark now. But the time may not be so fast, Zhang Luochen said. Lin Chiye nodded. For the time being, I can only do this for now. In addition, find out if there are any other workers news. Save your life first. I have an idea. I want to verify it. Zhang Luochen raised his hand, and several pieces of white paper quickly flew in front of him, and then several pieces of white paper quickly folded into paper cranes one by one and flew in different directions. After doing all this, the five of them got back on the road and continued to march in the direction of the abandoned forest farm. It took a few more hours to walk. During this period, several paper cranes also flew back, but none of them were found, let alone nests. Not even a single worker ant was found. Are you all back? Lin Xie saw one paper crane after another coming back and asked. There is another one, it should be soon. Zhang Luochen looked at the darkness ahead. It seems that there is an abandoned forest farm in front of it. Lin Xie also discovered the abandoned forest farm in front of him through mental power perception. And Xingyu also nodded. This is the place marked on the map. Bailey Fat Pang shone a flashlight forward. The more he walked into the primeval forest, the more eerie and terrifying he felt, and he almost scared the little fat man to death along the way. At this moment, a white paper crane suddenly flew back and returned to Zhang Luochen's hands. Did you find anything? Lin Xie asked. In the abandoned forest farm, there is a low building, and behind the third window on the left side of the second floor, there is a person. Someone? Bailey Pang asked cautiously. Is it a dead person or a living person? No, that's a paper figure for funeral. Zhang Luochen's straight knife was unsheathed. Hearing this, Bailey Fat couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Then, so what to do? The paper man in the funeral? Is it also mysterious? Lin Xie asked puzzledly. Only we went to see it with our own eyes. Zhang Luochen frowned and walked forward slowly. Turn off the flashlight, Lin Xie ordered. Several people immediately turned off the flashlight, and after Bailey Fat and the others turned it off, they hesitated for a moment and turned off the flashlight. Looking in the direction they were pointing, several people tried not to make any sound. Lin Xie's spiritual perception had already grasped the direction of the paperman, and Zhang Luochen's Sharingan also locked the paperman. However, just before they approached, there was a sudden noise from the direction of the second floor, and the paperman suddenly moved and fled directly from the other side of the house. Grab it, don't let it run. Before Xingyu could speak, his body had already rushed over, and a scalpel was held in his hand. However, the speed of the paperman is extremely fast, perhaps because the paperman has no weight. Even if Lin Xie has spiritual perception, he can only watch it run away little by little, and finally completely leave his range of perception. After everyone chased for a distance, they saw Lin Xie stop, and the others also stopped. This paperman is too fast, beyond my mental perception, Lin Xie said helplessly. Forget it, I'll continue to use the paper crane to explore the surroundings. Zhang Luochen re-released a few paper cranes. Lin Xie walked to a fairly wide open space, sensed the surroundings with his mental power, and did not find anything unusual, and then spoke. Let's take a break here today. They had been in the primeval forest for about 6 hours, and it was already late at night, and after some battles and chases, they still needed to recuperate. After all, there were still big guys to deal with. Suddenly I thought, does this paper man correspond to that legend? And Xingyu suddenly spoke. Indeed, the pale face and blurred facial features are really similar to such a description. Zhang Luochen said, moreover, the place and time are all right, otherwise it would be too coincidental. Then since the paper man is real, are the other legends also true? Chao Yuan spoke at this time. You mean, the kingdom of the dead? Zhang Luochen asked rhetorically. It seems that there are more secrets in this place than we think. Lin Xie sighed slightly. Forget it, rest first. Fat, take out the tent or something. Okay. Bailey Pang responded, put his hand in his pocket, and then took out 2 huge black tents and placed them directly in the center of the woodland. Lin Xie was stunned for a moment, and looked at all this in front of him in surprise. The expressions of the other people were also extremely wonderful. The tent is ready, let's arrange the order of the vigil. Lin Xie was just about to say something. Zhang Luochen and Bailey Pang spoke at the same time. The two looked at each other, and the others also looked at the two in confusion. Bailey Fat also looked at Zhang Luochen and thought, you didn't buy anything, you won't be able to come up with anything. Then he spoke, otherwise, you say. First, Zhang Luochen thought for a while and said, it's okay, that, we don't have to live so hard outside. Don't live outside? This time, even Bailey Fat was very confused. Living in a tent, where else can I stay? There is no hotel or house here. Bailey Pang said, yes, the house, we can live in the house. As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, he came to the open space and folded his hands. Mu done. The art of the 4 pillars. The earth began to shake instantly, and then, huge logs drilled out of the ground, and finally, a simple 2-story small house appeared in front of everyone. The scene in front of him directly stunned everyone's jaws, and a small house really appeared out of thin air? I'm going to wrong you all today, let's camp here. Zhang Luochen clapped his hands and looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Lin Xie, this seems, you can't call it camping anymore. Anqing Fish, Chao Yuan, Bailey Fat. The 5 people walked into the house. There were no other facilities in the house, and it was completely empty, and there was a spiral staircase leading to the second floor. There is a second floor here, it's too luxurious. Chao Yuan looked around. Then my things are just usable. Bailey Pang moved the tent into the house, and the next second he took out 2 soft Simmons mattresses 2 meters wide. Wait. Then, velvet quilts, rocking chairs, electric heaters, and diesel generators, even diesel is ready, as well as desktop computers, mahogany tables, gaming chairs, air purifiers, humidifiers, and a lot of other things. Floor lamps and star lamps make the whole house particularly bright, and other things are also arranged in various places in the house. The current situation is that Zhang Luochen built a house in the primeval forest, and Bailey Fat solved the problem of house decoration. Who would think that this would be a primeval forest? Done. Bailey Pang looked at his arrangement with a proud face. This, survival in the wild? Lin Chiye stood there blankly. Is this still alive? This is clearly a vacation. And Qing Fish supports his forehead. Late at night, Zhang Luochen and Lin Chiye opened their eyes at the same time, and the two sat up from the soft Simmons mattress, put on cold clothing, and came to the fireplace in the house. It's a shift change, you guys go rest, Lin Chiye said to Wen Xingyu and Xiao Yuan. Forget it, the two of us are enough. Zhang Luochen grabbed Bailey Fat, who was about to wake up Bailey Fat, who was sleeping like a dead pig. Lin Chiye thought about it, and the two sat by the stove together and started roasting the fire. But before the two sat for a while, Bailey Fat yawned sleepily and walked over. I'm still thinking about not calling you and letting you sleep more. Zhang Luochen saw Bailey Fat coming over and smiled slightly. I can't sleep all the time on the arranged vigil, you guys. Do you want coffee or milk? Bailey Fat Pang said as he took out food from his pocket. The corners of Lin Chiye's mouth twitched. Coffee. I'll have a coffee. Zhang Luochen smiled. There is Bailey Fat here. How can everyone suffer? Lin Chiye looked at the steaming coffee in front of him. Snacks included biscuits, potato chips, and a fragrant snowflake steak, and the most puzzling thing was the big house in front of him. The three of them sat at the door, looking more like three old people who had entered retirement, coming to the primeval forest to enjoy retirement. Steak in the primeval forest. Plausible. Lin Chiye spoke. Ha! Zhang Luochen suddenly got up, and at the same time, Lin Chiye also found clues. Not far away, a red giant ant was carrying an unconscious girl, and at this time, it was staring straight at them. I've been looking for you for a long time, and I even sent it to my door. Zhang Luochen's straight knife was instantly unsheathed. A piercing cry pierced through the silent night sky. The giant ant carried the girl on his back and quickly attacked them. Lin Chiye and Zhang Luochen shot at the same time. Zhang Luochen jumped up directly, and a lilac light instantly surrounded his whole body. A huge palm appeared from Zhang Luochen's own body and directly took the girl on the back of the giant ant away. And Lin Chiye used both knives and directly cut off all 6 leg roots of the giant ant, and the giant ant that lost its legs and feet fell heavily to the ground. Illusion. Zhang Luochen stood in front of the giant ant, and the giant ant's still struggling body was completely motionless. Lin Chiye slowly walked to the giant ant, a touch of extreme darkness shrouded him, and the corners of his mouth slowly raised. I know the approximate direction of the nest. Hearing the movement, Xiao Yuan and Xingyu, who were still sleeping, immediately came out of the house, and then saw a giant ant that had lost its legs and feet lying motionless on the ground. Zhang Luochen was still holding a little woman in his arms. What happened? And Xingyu asked. Just now, this giant ant was carrying a little girl. Lin Chiye explained. This little girl seems to have seen it at the forest ranger yesterday. Bailey Pang said. If I'm not mistaken, she should be Li Deyang's daughter, brought from the town. It seems that their scope has reached the town. Zhang Luochen took off his cold clothes and covered the girl's body. Fortunately, we touched it. Bailey Pang said. Lin Chiye also took off his cold weather suit and covered the girl. It seems that we are going to hurry up. The scope of hunting is expanding, and it will affect the town soon. Zhang Luochen also nodded. Well, let's hurry up and go to the nest. Then what should I do with this girl? Xiao Yuan said. We are going to take her to the nest? It is too far from Antak County, and it takes 12 hours to go back and forth, and if it is sent back, it will drag down the trip here. Lin Chiye looked at Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen was stunned. Don't look at me. I don't have a mark in Antak County. I can't teleport over. Lin Chiye shook his head. This method didn't work, and now it was not a way to let Zhang Luochen send it back. When we get near the queen, I can get her a shelter and pick her up when we come out. Zhang Luochen can only think of such a method now. That's all there is to it. Take it first. Lin Chiye said. Wait, I'll have a pizza. I'll take it with me later, and if she wakes up, I can eat it. Bailey Fat immediately went to work. It didn't take long for Bailey Fat Pang to put everything in the house into his pocket, and the house returned to being empty. What about this house? Lin Chiye looked at the small house. Zhang Luochen waved his hand, and the small house collapsed, and the wood used to build the house disappeared in an instant. Lin Chiye shook his head and smiled. This ability is really easy to use. A few people packed up their things and set off again towards the depths of the forest. Lin Chiye would take advantage of the dark erosion every half hour to read the spirit of the giant ants and understand the route forward. After walking for almost an hour and a half, the little girl on Xiao Yuan's back woke up slightly, and when she saw a few strangers in front of her, she was suddenly startled, and the whole person became vigilant. Little sister, don't be afraid. We are not bad people. We have seen it. Have you forgotten? Bailey Fat stepped forward to calm the girl's emotions. You guys, those brothers on the train? It's us, little sister. What's your name? Bailey Fat asked with a smile. The little girl hesitated for a moment and said timidly, my name is Li Tingting. Li Dayang from the Antai County Forest Ranger Bureau. Is your father? Zhang Luochen stepped forward and stroked Li Tingting's head. Li Tingting nodded. Do you know my father? Yes, we are your father's friends, and we were drinking tea there yesterday, Zhang Luochen said with a smile. Hearing this, Li Tingting was completely relaxed, and she was not as scared as she was just now. Bailey Pang Pang immediately took out the prepared pizza from the thermos box and handed it to Li Tingting. Leave it for you early. If you are hungry, come and eat some. Li Tingting took the pizza and ate it with a big mouthful. Don't be afraid, I'll send you back when we finish filming the documentary. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. The five of them took Li Tingting and continued to walk towards the primeval forest, and after walking for almost an hour, they suddenly heard a shout behind them. Ting Ting. Li Tingting suddenly turned around and saw the familiar figure. Dad immediately got off Chao Yuan's back and ran quickly in the direction of Li Dayang. At this time, Li Dayang's lips trembled slightly, his lips were chapped, and the cold wind blew his face stiffly, and the moment he saw Li Tingting, his hanging heart also came down, but the stiff face made him unable to make any expressions. Tingting, how are you? Are you injured? Li Dayang quickly checked Li Tingting's body and was relieved to see that she was not injured. I'm fine, I woke up on Brother Chao's back. Li Tingting shook her head. Li Dayang hugged Li Tingting and looked at the five people. Did you save Tingting? Yes. Bailey Fat nodded. Then you guys, did you see anything else, like red ants? Li Dayang frowned. Red ants? Zhang Luochen deliberately squatted down and checked the mud in front of him. There are no ants in this field. Li Dayang was speechless. It's not this kind of ant. Forget it. How did you find Tingting? I picked it up in the forest. Lin Xie replied firmly. Did you pick it up? Li Dayang was stunned. Yes, we passed by and happened to see it, so we picked it up, Bailey Fat said while gesturing. Don't worry about this for now. Didn't I warn you not to go into the forest? You were so not afraid of death? Li Dayang was a little angry. But after coming in for so long, nothing happened, and without us, who would save your daughter? Bailey Pang Pang said. Li Dayang was stunned for a moment, and when he heard this, he really didn't know how to refute. In short, you can't go any further. You must go back with me immediately. You take your daughter back. We won't go back until the filming is completed. Lin Xie shook his head. Let's go, otherwise we will delay time again. Zhang Luochen spoke. Lin Xie also nodded. Let's go. They didn't care what Li Dayang's reaction was, and turned around and continued to walk towards the inside of the forest. Yu saw that a few people ignored him, and Li Dayang was angry and said, Xiaochun, you take Tingting back. I will walk with them for a while, and then take them back. But, in case you encounter. Chen Han was stunned. Li Dayang pointed to the shotgun behind his back. Don't worry, I will definitely let them go back willingly. Chen Han understood and took Tingting in the direction he came. After seeing the two leaving, he turned around and saw the five people gradually moving away, and quickly chased after them. You wait, Li Dayang shouted. The five heard Li Dayang's voice, turned around collectively, and saw Li Dayang holding the shotgun in his hand. He seems to be going to do it? Zhang Luochen opened tentatively. What should I do? Bailey Pang Pang asked. He wants to do it, and we have no way. Lin Xie spread his hands. At least, you have to disarm first. Okay, I understand. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. Li Dayang came to them and was just about to raise his shotgun, when suddenly, the shotgun in his hand disappeared. Ha, where's my shotgun? Li Dayang looked at his empty hand suspiciously. He was clearly holding a shotgun just now. Why was it gone? Where's my shotgun? What did you do? Li Dayang spoke to the five people, but the five people in front of him continued to look at him suspiciously. Shotgun? Isn't it in your hands? Lin Xie pointed to Li Dayang's hands. Li Dayang lowered his head in disbelief, and the shotgun actually came back and returned to his hand. Strange? He raised his hand again to the five people. If you don't want to have a few more holes in your body, then, well, Li Dayang looked at his hands again, still empty. Where is his shotgun? Why is it missing again? Is this evil? You guys, what have you done to me? Li Dayang looked at several people vigilantly. Uncle, your gun. I fell to the ground by myself. Zhang Luochen pointed to Li Dayang's feet. Li Dayang lowered his head slightly vigilantly, using the corner of his eye to look at his feet, and as a result, his shotgun was really lying at his feet. You guys, don't move. Li Dayang bent down and was about to pick up the shotgun, but in the next second, a figure suddenly flashed, and the shotgun was directly taken away. Zhang Luochen played with the shotgun in his hand and smiled slightly. Uncle, you can't hold the gun anymore, so don't scare us. Li Dayang was furious, and his eyes burst into flames. You guys, give me back the gun. But before he could move, the muzzle of the shotgun hit his head directly. Uncle, don't move around. Now within 7 steps, the gun. Fast and accurate. Zhang Luochen spoke slowly. Who are you? Documentaries don't have such good skills. Li Dayang looked at a few people. Why not? We have been practicing martial arts since we were children, and we have no real skills, so how dare we break into such a primeval forest? Zhang Luochen said calmly. Do you think I'll believe you? Li Dayang gritted his teeth. Believe it or not, we continue to shoot. Uncle, don't disturb us. Go do your your own business. Zhang Luochen casually threw the shotgun to Li Dayang, looking unconcerned. The five of them walked towards the depths of the forest again. Li Dayang was still staring at a few people behind them, and after hesitating for a moment, he still followed behind them. 7 nights, he is still following. Chao Yuan turned around and saw Li Dayang's figure, but he kept a good distance from them. Hey, if he follows, it will indeed be a burden, Lin Xie said helplessly. However, if you don't follow, I'm afraid he will be in danger here. Zhang Luochen also spoke. Lin Xie nodded. That's all there is to it. Everyone is a night watchman, don't make it too ugly. In this way, Li Dayang has been secretly following them, keeping a good distance, and his movements are still very hidden, at least he thinks so. After walking for a few more hours, Li Dayang's distance behind them was a little farther away, and it was obvious that his physical strength could not keep up with these 5 people. Hey, you 5, if you go any further, it's dangerous. Li Dayang couldn't help it, trotted up and ordered. Oh, uncle, you've been following us all the way. Zhang Luochen pretended to be surprised and said. Lin Xie raised his forehead. This acting skills, there was no one left, and he slowly spoke. Uncle, we will arrive at our destination soon. We will shoot when we arrive. If you can't bear it, go back first. Li Dayang was stunned, unable to support his physical strength. Can't bear it? After all, he is a night watchman, and he is not worth you Harry boys. And just as he was about to speak, there were bursts of noise in his stomach. I'll eat some cookies. Li Dayang's old face turned red. He took out a bag of compressed biscuits from his bag, and took out a few packs from it and handed them to them. You can eat some too, your own food should not be enough. Lin Xie looked at the time, then winked at Bailey Pang Pang and slowly spoke. Let's take a break and recover our strength. Bailey Fat walked towards the forest, and at the same time, Zhang Luochen also walked in together. What are they doing? Li Dayang asked curiously. Oh, they went hunting. Lin Xie replied. Hunting? How can there be anything to hunt in this forest? Let them come back. I have a lot of biscuits. It should be enough to eat. Li Dayang said and took out another bag of compressed biscuits from his bag. At this moment, Bailey Fat Pang ran out of the forest with a bag of beef and a stack of tripe and a steaming mandarin duck hot pot. Look, I caught a wild mandarin duck hot pot. Bailey Fat opened his mouth proudly. At the same time, Zhang Luochen also ran out of the forest, pointed to the forest, and said to everyone, look, there is a log cabin here. Lin Xie, Anqing fish, Chao Yuan, Li Dayang, wild mandarin duck hot pot? What else? Log cabin? Lin Xie said to the 2 of them with a headache. Didn't I ask you to get some reasonable food? And you, didn't you get a simple resting place? Hot pot, it's very reasonable. There is a hot pot, and it is more reasonable to have a wooden house. Li Dayang stood in front of the 2-story log cabin, lost in thought, and there were chairs at the door. How could there be a wooden house here? It's normal to have a wooden house in the primeval forest. Those adventure movies are not there. Zhang Luochen replied. Yes, I also found a wild mandarin duck pot in it. Bailey Pang Pang also said. No, this house looks so new, and there is this hot pot. Li Dayang felt that his IQ had been insulted. Reasonable. Bailey Fat walked towards the house. Look, there is also a bite of tomato beef hot pot inside. Li Dayang? A few people sat around the house and ate hot pot. Li Dayang picked up a piece of beef and hesitated to say it. There is suddenly a log cabin in the wild, and there are 2 hot pots in it, and you just eat it? Li Dayang looked at the few people who were feasting. That's not the case. Wouldn't it be a waste if you didn't eat it? Bailey Fat picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. Uncle, eat, this is a gift from God. Zhang Luochen picked up another piece of tripe and put it in Li Dayang's bowl. Heaven? Eat hot pot too? Li Dayang really couldn't be so calm. Who knows, maybe you'll still eat hot pot with the gods in the sky. Zhang Luochen said with a smile. Lin Xie shook his head helplessly and changed the topic. Uncle, you have been in the forest ranger for so long, have you heard of anything here? For example, Paperman, the kingdom of death or something. Li Dayang looked like he had just woken up from a dream. I know, you are not here to make a documentary, but to steal treasures. No wonder you have such skills. I tell you not to listen to those legends, and it is illegal to steal treasures. I advise you, turn back to the shore, and go back immediately. At this moment, the iron box containing the giant ants kept making a sound and violently hit the iron box. Lin Xie's face changed, and he looked towards the forest. Now, I can't go. Li Dayang turned his head, his body was stunned, and he saw that around the forest, one giant ant after another slowly walked out of the forest, about 30 or 40 of them. Moreover, in addition to the red giant ants that I had seen before, there were 5 black giant ants that I had never seen before. They were covered with black carapaces. Their bodies were larger than the red workers, and the aura they emitted was much stronger than the red workers, and they had reached the peak of the strength of the Sichuan realm. Why is there still a black? Lin Xie frowned, and Xingyu analyzed it and said, it is a soldier ant. They are probably mainly responsible for combat, so their attack power is stronger. Maybe the one in the box is only asking for help. They received a signal, so they came. Zhang Luochen stared at the giant ant in front of him. It's a pity that there is no queen ant. Lin Xie sighed slightly. It's not necessarily a good thing that the ants are late. Zhang Luochen spoke. Lin Xie nodded. Thinking about it, then we are going going to. Before the words fell, a figure suddenly stood in front of the five of them. Li Dayang held a straight knife, stared at the giant ant in front of him, took out a coat of arms from his arms, and slowly spoke, "Boys, I'll fight your way, you can just run later, remember, you must leave as soon as possible." Did you hear that? Hear it, kill them. As soon as Lin Shiye finished speaking, he rushed out first. Before Li Dayang had time to come to his senses, the five people behind him were dispatched at the same time, all rushing towards this group of giant ants. Zhang Luochen instantly pulled out the straight knife in his hand and fought in the primeval forest, but he still gave up using fire skills, causing a forest fire was not worth the loss. The straight knife in his hand directly swept past a red giant ant and instantly inserted it into its body, and a red giant ant was killed on the spot. Several giant ants roared and besieged all of them. Zhang Luochen took out a few short knives from behind and threw them everywhere at will. In the next second, his figure flashed rapidly in various places, and every time he made a move, he directly wiped out a giant ant, so fast that his eyes couldn't see it at all. Li Dayang looked at the scene in front of him, completely stunned in place, and he was very familiar with the straight knife in their hands. This was the straight knife belonging to the night watchman, and these people were the night watchmen. Just when Li Dayang was stunned, a giant ant wanted to attack Li Dayang directly from behind, and rushed directly towards him. "Uncle Li, be careful." As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, a light blue lightning bolt shot directly from his straight knife, piercing the giant ant's body on the spot. Li Dayang was stunned, obviously the eldest of several people, but now he was the one who was protected. Zhang Luochen's figure disappeared in place again, and a light blue ball appeared between his palms, directly blasting towards a red giant ant. The red giant ants continued to lose less under the fierce offensive of several people, and the five worker ants made a hissing sound at this moment, and one of them quickly rushed towards Zhang Luochen's side. "Kamui." Zhang Luochen looked towards the legs and feet of the worker ants, and a line of blood and tears slowly slipped from the corners of his eyes, and the six-pointed star kaleidoscope Sharingan. One of the legs of the worker ant suddenly began to twist, the space began to rotate, and the next second, that leg was instantly broken. Although one leg was broken, the worker ant endured the severe pain and continued to rush towards Zhang Luochen, but the moment he thought he was going to hit it, he passed directly through Zhang Luochen's body. The worker ant's body was stunned, and quickly turned around, and the two tentacles on the top of his head turned into two sharp armor thorns, stabbing down fiercely towards Zhang Luochen. However, these two sharp armor thorns also passed through Zhang Luochen's body. Zhang Luochen stood in place, smiled slightly, and then, the space around him also twisted, and the entire space began to rotate, all in the direction of his right eye, and the whole person disappeared in place. The worker ant moved its tentacles around, looking for Zhang Luochen's figure, but in the next second, Zhang Luochen's body appeared on the worker ant's head. "Hey!" Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, the space in front of the worker ant began to distort, and the entire space suddenly began to rotate. The worker ant made bursts of hissing sounds, more like wailing, and its body was disappearing little by little, until it completely disappeared. Kamui space. This is not the first time Zhang Luochen has come to his Kamui space. Before in the battle in Sangnan City, he absorbed Loki's portal, but after the war, he disappeared, and when he came back a year later, he found time to come to the Kamui space, but that portal was not in the space. Zhang Luochen entered the Shenwei space and slowly landed, and the black worker ant was lying on the ground like this, as if he was still a little frightened about this place. "Here, I won't hide it." Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, and then the lilac Susanoo instantly enveloped his whole body. Half of his body with defensive armor Susanoo, holding a purple bow and arrow in his hand. Yen done. What can add to the local life. An arrow was shot directly at the black worker ant, and the black flame instantly enveloped it, and in the flames, only the wailing from the worker ant was heard, and then, the sound became weaker and weaker, and finally it was completely silent, and the black flame completely disappeared. In the primeval forest, Zhang Luochen's figure slowly appeared, and then, from his eyes, another silent black worker ant appeared. The battlefield outside has also come to an end, and there is still the last black worker ant left, and 5 or 6 red workers. Zhang Luochen's Shenwei looked directly at one of the red worker ants, and the space on its body began to distort, and the next second, the body was directly cut off. The first time I used so much Kamui, it really took a bit of mental strength. Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. This battlefield was completely over here, and Xiao Yuan did not completely release the Black King slashing this time, so he suppressed it himself. Seeing that all these giant ants were solved by them, Li Dayang, who had been standing in place, was a little uneasy. "You guys, is it the night watchman?" "Yes." Lin Qiye replied directly. "Which formation?" "There is no formation." Li Dayang was stunned. "There was no formation? You lied. How can the night watchman not have a formation?" "Believe it or not, we're here to solve the giant ant problem for you anyway." Lin Qiye looked indifferent. Then, Lin Qiye walked aside by himself, gathered all the corpses together, and completed the summoning magic contract. Several people also stopped caring about Li Dayang's doubts, and continued to walk towards the forest, walking for a while. Lin Qiye's eyes suddenly lit up. "It's here." A crack in the earth appeared in front of everyone, about 2 or 3 meters wide, but looking down from above it was pitch black, and the situation below below could not be seen at all. How can there be such a big crack here? Li Dayang spoke in surprise, and Xingyu lowered his body slightly and carefully observed the rock walls and soil on both sides. From the analysis of the soil, this crack should have only appeared in the past 2 years, although the specific reason cannot be seen, but the only thing that is certain is that it is not a natural phenomenon. This should be the nest we are looking for, and we don't know how many giant ants are waiting for us inside, Zhang Luochen said with a solemn face. In short, everyone be careful. Lin Qiye turned his head to look at Li Dayang. Uncle Li, we are ready to go down. You can wait for us above. Li Dayang shook his head. I'll go down with you. It's very dangerous below, and there is a mystery suspected of being in the sea realm, and when the time comes, we won't have the time to protect you. Lin Qiye spoke directly. How to say that I am also the captain of a squad. I will also go down, and my forbidden ruins will be a little helpful to these terrains, Li Dayang said. Lin Qiye no longer dissuaded him. Several people used the climbing rope to slowly go down the crack, and now they don't know the specific situation below, and they took the liberty of using the forbidden ruins to go directly down in case they were caught off guard, in case they encountered danger, so it was safer to go down slowly. Everyone slowly descended, and after descending for a long time, they still couldn't see the underground, but at this distance, the Sharingan could already see the underground situation. It's a bit bad. Zhang Luochen spoke with a solemn face. You see it? Lin Qiye's spiritual perception also sensed the following situation. What's wrong? The other people asked suspiciously. Under our feet, there are workers. Moreover, there are almost 400 or 500 of them everywhere. Zhang Luochen spoke. What? How much? 400 or 500? When everyone heard this number, they showed surprised expressions. Don't forget, it's been 2 years since it appeared here. Lin Qiye sighed and spoke. 2 years? So, 2 years ago, there was already a mystery here? Li Dayang said in disbelief. According to the current situation, it is true. Zhang Luochen spoke slowly. This amount of mystery is not something we can handle at all. Now that we know the specific location of the nest, let's wait for the special team to come. Li Dayang spoke. Zhang Luochen and the others looked embarrassed. They themselves were a special team, and they were looking for a special team, and the special team was looking for a special team to help with this kind of precedent, so let other special teams do it. Lin Qiye shook his head. We won't go back. As long as we find the queen ant and carry out the decapitation operation, our chances of success are still very high. But how are we going to find it? And Xingyu pondered and spoke. Moreover, in case it causes a commotion, it will be chased by more than 400 people. My piece of paper can transform into the appearance of a giant ant. I'll mix in and take a look. Zhang Luochen said. The ability of the paper dance could have transformed the white paper into different colors. Xiaonan was just turning the white paper into the sea. And finally there was a spectacle of 600 billion detonation talismans. I can also become a worker ant. Let's go in and explore. Lin Qiye said. Are you sure? What if you find out? Bailey Pang Pang asked. Don't worry. As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and waved his hand, and his whole body suddenly turned into a pile of white paper, and then turned into the appearance of a red giant ant. Lin Qiye summoned the magic circle and instantly transformed himself into the image of a red worker ant, landing with Zhang Luochen. In terms of appearance, these two fake workers had no flaws at all, and it seemed that they were not discovered by other workers when they mixed in, and those workers continued to march along their own queue. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye also moved in the direction of the ant tide at the same time. After following the queue for a while, Zhang Luochen could already see a huge white giant ant in his field of vision. 7 nights ahead. Zhang Luochen spoke. I sensed it too. Lin Qiye's spiritual perception also discovered the location of the queen. The two slowly approached in the direction of the queen, and the white giant ant slowly appeared in front of them, huge, about 4 or 5 meters high, and was crawling on the ground at this time. However, around the termites, there was a dense group of black soldier ants, guarding them like a guard, and the team they are in now has a pile of food found from the outside piled up in front of them, which has piled up into a hill in front of the queen. Each worker ant brought some food with him, no matter how much, all of which piled up in front of him. 7 nights, we have no food. Zhang Luochen said in a low voice. I have a way. Lin Qiye smiled slightly, and then, he secretly summoned the war mummy. Zhang Luochen saw this scene, smiled slightly, and was always ready to fight. When Mumu stood on the top of the food, the originally lazy queen ant instantly became interested and swallowed the hill in front of her directly. The next moment, wisps of light shone out of her stomach, and then an explosion sounded instantly. The queen's wail resounded throughout the ground, and half of the queen's body had been blown away, but even so, she was still alive. This is not dead? Zhang Luochen is unbelievable. Half of his body is gone, and he can still live. Is the sea realm so perverted? Mumu was recalled by Lin Qiye, and when the workers saw that the target had disappeared, they immediately began to search around, and the seriously injured queen realized that someone was attacking and immediately fled the area, and the original queue of workers was instantly messed up. Chase her. Lin Qiye quickly changed back to his original appearance, finally found the queen ant, seriously injured it, and let it escape, then missed this opportunity. Zhang Luochen Luochen also lifted the change, turned into a pile of white paper and flew in the direction of the queen's escape, but the black workers guarding the queen instantly formed a formation. Who would have thought that a group of ants would be like a well-trained army? I'll block it, you go chase the queen. The pile of white paper came together and directly became Zhang Luochen's appearance. Lin Xie did not hesitate at all, and the whole person jumped up and flew directly in the direction of the queen. The black workers wanted to block Lin Xie's route, but at this moment, a lilac light suddenly blocked their way. Yen done. Zhang Luochen released Susa Nunghu, and a big hand directly punched the ground in front of him, and then a palm stretched out, and a black flame appeared on the palm. The black flames instantly flew out and landed directly on the soldier ants rushing to the front, making bursts of wailing. Looking at Lin Xie's disappearing back, Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. Xie, go find your wife. The purple Susanoo wrapped Zhang Luochen, but the number of giant ants in front of him was too much. Even if they rushed to the front and fell, there were still a steady stream of giant ants behind them to fill the original gap. It hurts. Zhang Luochen covered his eyes, facing so many giant ants, coupled with Susanenyu, using his eyes too much, and there was a sharp pain in his eyes. The Susano who was originally wearing armor was left with only a bunch of skeletons in an instant, but fortunately, the defense was still there, and this group of giant ants could not break through for a while. If you don't run away, you will be crushed to death by this group of guys. Zhang Luochen ignored the pain in his eyes and glared forward. Amaterasu, Amaterasu. A black flame instantly ignited, separating Zhang Luochen's group of giant ants in an instant. Seeing such a flame, several giant ants were ready to rush up, and were immediately scorched by the black flames. For a while, the remaining giant ants did not dare to step forward. Zhang Luochen relieved the Susanenyu on his body, wiped the blood and tears from his cheeks, and saw that the giant ants did not dare to step forward. Zhang Luochen quickly evacuated to other places. However, although the giant ants here blocked the way, the giant ants in other places surrounded again. This time Zhang Luochen did not use the ability of Amaterasu. After all, the ability to use the eyes too much, his mental power was also consumed too quickly. His body quickly turned into white paper, and flew in the other direction in an instant. Looking at the white paper scattered out, the giant ants all stayed in place. Zhang Luochen quickly fled the place, and at this moment, a dull sound erupted from the Rift Valley, and the place where Zhang Luochen was staying suddenly shook. This is Vientiane frequency? Li Dayang made a move. Zhang Luochen saw several people through the Sharingan. The ground there had completely collapsed, and all the giant ants that had originally besieged them had fallen to the ground, but they were all fine. Why is it blocked by something again? Zhang Luochen changed the white paper back into his body, and was just about to use the Flying Thunder God to find Lin Xie, but the Flying Thunder God seemed to be blocked by something again. Lin Xie should have already arrived at that place. It's very evil, and he blocked the Flying Thunder God again. At the same time, Zhang Luochen saw the bloodstains left on the ground, which should have been left by the queen ant. Zhang Luochen turned into white paper again and flew quickly in the direction of the blood. After flying in the direction of the bloodstains for a while, Zhang Luochen came to a dark and empty place. Zhang Luochen changed back to his main body. Looking at the pitch black in front of him, even if he had the Sharingan, he still couldn't see all this in front of him clearly. Fire escape. A flame appeared in Zhang Luochen's palm. Looking at the small fireball in front of him, well, fire escape is either used for barbecue or lighting. The eyes suddenly lit up a lot. Zhang Luochen slowly walked in, and the bloodstains on the ground were also significantly reduced, surrounded by a vast and flat wall, made of blue-gray bricks. Is this built in the Han Dynasty? Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand to touch the wall, and a hint of coolness appeared at his fingertips. Zhang Luochen felt this ancient product for the first time, and at this moment he had a feeling that he was archaeology. By the way, where is Lin Xie? Zhang Luochen quickened his pace and walked a little further inside, and a bronze giant door appeared in front of him. You don't have to think about it. Lin Xie is now behind this door, and what Lin Xie is going to do inside, that Zhang Luochen will know better. It seems that the heroine of the god slaying, Lin Xie's beloved, is about to appear. Zhang Luochen walked to the bronze giant door, and when he approached, the giant door in front of him looked even taller, and he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Zhang Luochen stood in front of the huge bronze gate. He was a little hesitant at this time, because he knew best what was inside. This was the underworld. Who would be willing to go in? Hey, Lin Xie went in to find his wife. Do I have to go in? Zhang Luochen hesitated at the door. No, you still have to go in. If you don't go in, if the task is not completed, wouldn't it be worth the loss? Zhang Luochen thought for a while. No matter what, for the advancement of the plot, he still went in and walked. Then today, I will break into this underworld. Zhang Luochen tried to push the giant door, but the giant door didn't move at all, and he couldn't push it open at all. Li Dayang didn't come, otherwise the door would have opened by itself. His eyes looked at the hole next to the giant door. It should have been dug out by the queen ant. If Lin Xie had already entered, this hole was probably destroyed by Lin Xie, but there was no other way at the moment. Zhang Luochen walked to the front of the cave. Earth escape. One hand slapped on the ground, obviously feeling a slight change in the ground. A hole was completely presented in front of him, and Zhang Luochen directly turned into white paper and flew in. Coming out of the cave, you will see the silhouette of an ancient city. There was also an eerie cold air that instantly penetrated his skin, and he couldn't help but shudder. This dead air is really heavy. What a kingdom of death. Zhang Luochen walked in vigilantly. Zhang Luochen continued to walk forward, and the low earthen houses in the distance slowly appeared, and the scattered houses. The scene in front of him was completely an ancient city. This scene is like that movie. Zhang Luochen looked at everything around him, but at the same time did not find Lin Xia's figure. However, this is the legendary Fengdu, and the Fengdu Emperor will also appear here. Zhang Luochen looked at everything around him, and couldn't help but shudder. What of underworld? I really don't want to come in. Zhang Luochen reopened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and at the same time, the ability of the white eyes was attached to the eyes, and at this moment, several paper figures suddenly flew over from not far away. I'll go. Zhang Luochen secretly said that it was not good in his heart, and quickly jumped up on the spot. Fire escape. The art of fireball. A huge fireball rushed straight towards the paper man, but the paper man was extremely fast, and several changes of direction directly dodged the fireball. At the same time, a loud noise came from the direction of the gate. Zhang Luochen looked sideways, stretched out his hand, and a pile of white paper was attached to his back to form a pair of wings, flying directly towards them. As soon as Zhang Luochen got closer, he found that Bailey Fengpang was wearing monocles, and Li Deyang was at the front of everyone. Run around. I said, why are you going in circles? Zhang Luochen saw clearly in the air, their group was really spinning in circles. At the same time, the paper man behind him flew quickly towards Zhang Luochen. Luochen, run, there are a lot of ghosts here. Bailey Pang shouted. This is the underworld. Naturally there are ghosts everywhere, and the reason why these ghosts are chasing Fat Pang them is because Chao Yuan can transcend them. But Chao Yuan's Taoism is not enough. In addition, these paper men are all soldiers here, and they will naturally chase them when they break into here. But Zhang Luochen was still ready to guide them to the gate, but he himself was pursued by those paper man soldiers, and Zhang Luochen could only fly to other places to avoid these soldiers. At this moment, magnificent black halls appeared in front of Zhang Luochen. This is Luo Feng Six Heavens Palace. The soldiers behind him quickly flew towards Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen dodged and flew into the nearest palace without thinking, pushing open the vermilion door. After entering, Zhang Luochen immediately closed the door, and those soldiers did not continue to follow. Zhang Luochen breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the darkness in front of him, a flame suddenly appeared between his palms, instantly illuminating the surroundings. Zhang Luochen walked towards the interior of the hall. To be honest, it was really shocking to go to the underworld. Zhang Luochen couldn't help but sigh. If he didn't have an awakening system on his body, he wouldn't have entered this place even if he was killed. But now that he has all kinds of abilities on his body, his courage has also increased a lot. Coming to the inside of the hall, Zhang Luochen looked around. I don't know which hall I entered. I didn't have time to see the door clearly just now. At this moment, the placement not far away attracted Zhang Luochen's attention, only to see that in the center of the main hall, black cross frames were neatly placed, and a pair of bronze armor was hung on each wooden frame. And each armor is less than a meter apart, so densely arranged in the hall, roughly counted, there are about 300. This place always feels a bit familiar. Zhang Luochen carefully recalled the content of the previous novel, but after all, it was a novel with more than 4 million words, and Zhang Luochen couldn't remember so clearly the detailed description in it. The red flame between Zhang Luochen's palms also turned dark green the moment he entered here, as if an invisible force was suppressing this place. Zhang Luochen looked inside. Each armor was different, some were stained with blood, some had obvious slash marks on them, and some were even tattered. Of course, there were also intact existences. Suddenly, when Zhang Luochen looked at the deepest part, his eyes couldn't help but light up, and his body suddenly froze in place, because, in the deepest part of his eyes, there was a red square coffin lying inside. That's... Zhang Luochen's eyes couldn't see the inside of the square coffin, but in this scene, even if he didn't see inside, he knew who was lying inside. Lying here is Jialan, Lin Xia's beloved, but what he didn't expect was that he came here by mistake. What should we do now? Go open the coffin first. Will that disrupt Lin Xia's rhythm? Zhang Luochen muttered to himself, and after hesitating for a moment, he still decided to walk in and take a look, but it was more appropriate to leave the matter of opening the coffin to Lin Xia. Zhang Luochen was about to walk into the interior of the hall, but just as he was about to step in, the surrounding bronze armor made a soft sound at the same time. At the same time, the long knives behind them were pulled out, and the 300 knives were unsheathed at the same time, as if an invisible force was hindering Zhang Luochen. This is... Don't let me in? Zhang Luochen tentatively took a step back to the rear, and sure enough, after taking a step back, 300 knives were sheathed at the same time, as if nothing had happened. It seems that only Lin Xia can go in so normally. So it is, protect your husband like this, forget it, then I'll wait for Lin Xia to come over. Zhang Luochen walked back to the door of the main hall. After all, in this hall, it was really too cold, and the aura was really unbearable, for fear that if I stayed for a long time, I would become a ghost. Within a few minutes, Lin Xia's figure gradually appeared in front of Zhang Luochen's eyes, and similarly, there was a flame between his palms illuminating the surroundings. Zhang Luochen? Lin Xia couldn't help but be a little surprised at the moment he saw Zhang Luochen. You didn't get together with Fat Pang and them? Zhang Luochen rolled his eyes at him. You went to chase the queen ant. I have acted alone until now, and the others haven't even seen a figure, and then, I don't know what's going on here. Lin Chiye looked around, and then asked suspiciously, then what are you doing here? Why don't you go out? Zhang Luochen sighed slightly, then it can be done. Lin Chiye nodded slightly. That's right, you don't know that this is the truth of the living enter, the dead out. Then let's go out now. It seems that there are no fat people here. Lin Chiye was about to turn around and leave. Zhang Luochen looked. Good guy, why is Lin Chiye ready to leave directly? His wife doesn't want it. Don't go. Zhang Luochen stepped forward and grabbed Lin Chiye. Lin Chiye looked at Zhang Luochen with a puzzled face. What's wrong? Since you're all here, you can't go in and take a look. I just found something amazing. Zhang Luochen immediately stepped forward and grabbed Lin Chiye. Lin Chiye's face was full of doubts. What did you find? Zhang Luochen took Lin Chiye to the main hall, and the 300 bronze armors were presented in front of them. Why are there still these here? Then, Lin Chiye found that the flame between his palms had turned dark green, and his face was full of doubts. Go in and take a look. Zhang Luochen pointed inside. Lin Chiye looked at Zhang Luochen suspiciously. Why don't you go in? Zhang Luochen sighed slightly, took a step forward, and then all the armor was the same as just now. All drew their swords in unison. Zhang Luochen took another step back, and these armors were sheathed in the same way as just now. Lin Chiye saw this scene and frowned. Is there something inside? Is this not letting us in? You try, maybe your identity as an agent of the gods. They won't do anything to you, it's possible. Zhang Luochen motioned for Lin Chiye to enter. Lin Chiye was slightly confused. Can it still be like this? Try it. I was the only one just now. No matter what I do, these armors will block my way. And now that you are here, you can try it. Zhang Luochen said. Lin Chiye frowned and looked towards the dark interior. His face was solemn, but after hesitating for a moment, he still walked towards the interior. Just as he approached these armors were still standing in place, not at all like just now, and now they were just standing quietly, as if they had been waiting for their masters to return. Seeing that Lin Chiye went in as if nothing was wrong, Zhang Luochen smiled lightly. Sure enough, my husband will not stop me from entering. It didn't take long for Zhang Luochen to see that Lin Chiye had already come to the red square coffin, and at this time, Lin Chiye was looking at the square coffin in front of him. Good guy, what else are you looking at? Open the coffin, your wife is lying inside. Zhang Luochen thought to himself. A dull sound came from inside the hall. Lin Chiye still opened the square coffin. Zhang Luochen was even a little curious about what kind of expression Lin Chiye would have when he saw Jialan for the first time. In the future, the person who will accompany you to the end is not me. Zhang Luochen looked at Lin Chiye from a distance. Lin Chiye was still asking Jialan something at this moment, only to see Jialan as if he was gesturing something. It's been 2,000 years, and this girl has finally waited for you. Zhang Luochen stood outside and muttered to himself. But at this moment, Dong! A muffled sound came from outside the main hall. Zhang Luochen looked sideways to look outside, but now he couldn't see the distance at all. But his intuition told him that something must have happened to Fat Pang and the others. Is it the queen ant? Or is Emperor Fengdu going to return to the throne? Zhang Luochen looked embarrassed, and when he turned his head, he saw Lin Chiye running out of it with Jialan on his back. Zhang Luochen glanced at Lin Chiye, and then looked at Jialan. To be honest, Jialan is indeed beautiful. After all, it is beside the queen mother, and the appearance naturally needs no more words. The immortal girl Jialan has a distinct role in front of him. You, Zhang Luochen said with a surprised expression. I'll explain later, let's go. Lin Chiye carried Jialan on his back and quickly ran towards the gate. Zhang Luochen followed closely behind, and halfway through the run, Lin Chiye also brought Jialan's wooden bow and quiver. In this way, Lin Chiye carried Jialan on his back. Zhang Luochen followed behind them. At this moment, Zhang Luochen really felt that he was the superfluous one. Why was he so dazzling? At the door of the main hall, Li Yifei and Aju waited boredly, and when they saw Lin Chiye appearing, and carrying a woman on their backs, they were shocked and couldn't speak. 7 nights. You, ha, Zhang Luochen? Li Yifei said puzzledly. Why do you go in alone and 3 people come out? When Azu saw Zhang Luochen, his body began to tremble involuntarily. Are you the one in the training camp? Those terrible eyes. Zhang Luochen was stunned. It has been so long. Why is this Aju still holding such a grudge? Li Yifei, I didn't expect it. I met you here. Yes, long time no see, Zhang Luochen. Li Yifei also said hello. Let's catch up and explain next time. It's important to get down to business. Lin Chiye came to the outside of the palace and got Li Yifei and Aju back to the mental hospital. They were there. Far away, Zhang Luochen saw that in the center of the 6 heavenly palaces, on top of the huge vermilion hanging palace, several figures were running up along the hanging stone slabs step by step. Let's go! Lin Chiye quickly ran in that direction, but, while running, his legs suddenly began to float in the air. Lin Chiye was stunned, and when he looked back, a pile of white paper was dragging his body forward. A pair of wings formed by white paper appeared behind Zhang Luochen, flew towards the vermilion palace, and looked sideways at Lin Chiye. Chiye, you should use the princess to hug you. White paper turns into wings faster. Lin Chiye was stunned for a moment, but he still did what Zhang Zhang Luochen said, from carrying Jialan on his back to the way of holding the princess. Jialan's expression changed, his white face turned red, and at the same time he threw a grateful look at Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen's face was full of pride, and he thought, the best assist is me. The two of them were significantly faster through the wings formed by the white paper on their backs, and flew to the hanging stone slabs of the Vermilion Palace. Li Deyang stood on the first stone slab in a daze. He looked up slightly at the hanging palace, and he didn't even notice Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye falling beside him. Uncle Li, why are you in a daze? Lin Qiye looked at Li Deyang standing there and couldn't help but ask. Ha, oh, it's nothing. Li Deyang shook his head and pointed to the hanging palace above his head. Your friends have already gone in, and the Queen Anne is also inside. You hurry up and help them. Lin Qiye nodded and then asked, aren't you going? Go. Li Deyang lowered his head slightly. It's just, I may need some time. Lin Qiye patted Li Deyang on the shoulder to express understanding. Uncle Li, your realm is too low, leave it to us next. You can wait for us here. The corners of Li Deyang's mouth twitched slightly, and his face was speechless. Lin Qiye continued to fly up the steps. Zhang Luochen looked at Li Deyang, and then at the palace above. He knew in his heart that when Li Deyang reached the top, Emperor Fengdu officially returned to the throne. Uncle Li, thank you for your hard work. Zhang Luochen patted Li Deyang on the shoulder. Li Deyang was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly, and said slowly, you boys, you have to bury me at this time. Go help your friends. Then, Li Deyang walked towards the second stone slab under Zhang Luochen's gaze. The stone slab shook again, and the entire hall was shaken, and Zhang Luochen couldn't help but be a little shocked when he saw this scene. Then, he nodded at Li Deyang and flew up quickly, where he had already seen the huge white queen. Zhang Luochen had just arrived at the top of the imperial palace, densely packed with paper figures surrounding the sky, and the queen ant hiding on the top of the palace. At this moment, a feather arrow shot directly towards the palace under the queen ant, and the wall of the imperial palace made of the divine material of the heavenly court was shot directly through by such an ordinary feather arrow. Rumble! With a loud noise, the wall under the queen's feet instantly broke, and the queen ant, who had lost her center of gravity, stabbed out her sickle-like forelimbs, dived into the gap on the edge of the wall, stabilized her body, and hung on the edge of the palace. Immediately afterwards, the second feather arrow roared, and this time, the queen ant hanging on the wall didn't have time to dodge, and the feather arrow was directly submerged in its hard carapace. The queen's body fell down uncontrollably, and those paperine soldiers who couldn't get close to the queen all rushed to the queen's torso like crazy. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but look at Jialan beside Lin Qiye. It's so fierce. Zhang Luochen couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Luochen took advantage of the situation to come to the front of the Black Palace on the side, and Lin Qiye also came here with Jialan, because just now they saw the fat and the others entered the gate. Zhang Luochen opened the door, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw three figures sticking to the wall. They saw Zhang Luochen and Lin Qiye's faces were happy, but when they saw Jialan next to Lin Qiye, their expressions changed. The three of them looked at Jialan, then at Lin Qiye, and finally fell on Zhang Luochen's body. Don't look at me, he brought it, how do I know? Zhang Luochen spread his hands and looked ignorant. 7 nights, where did this woman come from? Bailey Fat couldn't help but ask. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment and replied, I picked it up in a palace. Picked up? Good guy, pick me up another one. You, an insulator of the opposite sex, in addition to attracting men, will also attract women? Zhang Luochen looked towards the throne suspended in the center of the hall, and on the throne was a dress, a black-white imperial robe, and the imperial robe had golden silk threads outlining the complex lines. When looking at this imperial robe, Zhang Luochen had a sacred feeling, and he didn't have to think about it to know that this imperial robe was waiting for the return of its owner. Then there is a person sitting on it. It's really a bit evil. Chao Yuan pointed to the suspended throne and said, no, that's a piece of clothing. Zhang Luochen explained. Buzz, clothes? Chao Yuan asked suspiciously. Lin Qiye also nodded. I have used my mental power to investigate, and it is indeed a piece of clothing. If I'm not mistaken, this imperial robe is waiting for his master to return. Zhang Luochen stared at the emperor's robe in the air. His master? Bailey Pang Pang asked. Yes, he is also the master of this city, Emperor Fengdu. Zhang Luochen spoke slowly. It's been 100 years, can you still come back? Bailey Fat couldn't help but ask. Zhang Luochen nodded. As long as he enters reincarnation, he will definitely be able to come back. Maybe this day will be soon. Zhang Luochen recalled Li Deyang, who was still on the steps just now, and now Li Deyang was still walking upwards step by step. His imperial robe and his city were waiting for his return. By the way, I haven't asked yet, how did you all get in? I obviously blocked the hole. Lin Qiye asked curiously. You blocked it, and I dug it through again. Zhang Luochen was ashamed. After all, he couldn't push the door, he could only come in through the hole next to him. Lin Qiye shook his head. Bailey Pang Pang immediately said, we didn't come in through the hole, we opened the door ourselves. The door you opened? Lin Qiye couldn't help but be a little curious. But at this moment, the gate was opened again, and a white giant ant came in from outside, and those paperine soldiers were about to chase after them, but they were already blocked outside the gate, and the termites had closed the door. door. At this time, the queen ant was simply embarrassed, and 1/3 of the body that had finally been repaired had turned into pieces of paper, and it was torn and dilapidated. But the moment it closed the door, seeing the few people here, the already exhausted body was suddenly stunned. It seems that a guy came to the door by himself. The straight knife in Zhang Luochun's hand was instantly unsheathed, and he was ready to fight. Lin Xie put Jialan down from his back, looked at her and said seriously, "You are too heavy, it will affect my speed on my back, sit here for a while." Zhang Luochun couldn't help but give Lin Xie a thumbs up. What a opposite-sex Terminator, I admire it. Bailey Pang Fat also covered his mouth and couldn't help laughing. How can a person like Qi find a wife? Maybe some people just like this type. Zhang Luochun looked at Jialan and then at Lin Xie. Hearing Zhang Luochun's words, Jialan couldn't help but lower his head, his cheeks flushed, and the corner of his eye kept staring at Lin Xie. Okay, don't waste time. Lin Xie unsheathed the straight knife. The fifth reserve, the first mysterious clearance mission. Begin! Zhang Luochun was the first to rush out, and a light blue lightning bolt directly turned into a sharp sword and rushed straight to the queen's brain. The thunder and lightning approached, and the queen ant clearly felt the dangerous aura, and her figure jumped up directly, accompanied by the howling wind. But the thunder and lightning still touched its forelimbs, and the houndstooth knife directly cut off one of its legs, and the queen ant also felt a numbness all over her body, and her body fell heavily to the ground. A wailing sound resounded throughout the hall, and the wailing was accompanied by the anger of the ant queen. At the same time, Qiao Yuan drew his sword, and the black evil aura filled his whole body, and he dodged directly to the front of the ant queen, and one of his hind legs was pulled off by the mad Qiao Yuan. Fire escape! Fire tornado! A red flame rushed straight to the queen's head. Her body was submerged in the flames, and a painful wail continued to come from inside. The queen, who was already dilapidated, was even worse. Her body was burned black, but even so, the queen dragged her scarred body towards the corner and fled. But at this moment, strange red lines appeared in its body performance, and at the same time, red workers suddenly appeared. Their bodies suddenly began to expand, and then exploded directly. One after another, the red workers collectively expanded their bodies until their bodies exploded. In addition to these, there were also those black soldier ants who also had the same action. The queen's body also changed at this moment, and her aura also climbed strangely at this moment. This is bloodline sacrifice. Zhang Luochun spoke. What? Bailey Pang Pang asked. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 347, through the life of the blood of the closest relatives, to make up for its own deficiency. And Xingyu explained. Zhang Luochun also spoke. The queen ant's super reproductive ability, her close relatives are hundreds. If all these workers are sacrificed, this queen may directly break through to the immeasurable realm. Then we have to stop it now. Lin Xie said immediately. It's a bit difficult. Those lines are the source of its power, even if it attacks the body. Zhang Luochun didn't finish speaking. A feather arrow roared past, directly penetrating the red light around the queen ant, and disappeared into those dense red lines. The queen's rising aura also came to an abrupt end at this moment. Zhang Luochun couldn't help but give a thumbs up. I forgot, there is another fierce woman here. The ant queen let out a roar and looked at a few of them. The mad demon Qiao Yuan had already come to the queen's side, and the black evil chi knife kept slashing at the queen's red armor. Although it has not reached the immeasurable, it is now also the peak of the sea realm, so be careful, Lin Xie advised. Okay, everyone replied. Suzhua can do it. A lilac light surrounded Zhang Luochun's body, and a half of his armored body Susanoo appeared. Yen done. Suzhua can add to the local life. A bow and arrow appeared in the hand of the lilac Susanoo, and a feather arrow formed by a black flame on top of the bow and arrow was shot directly at the queen. The queen ant who was fighting with Qiao Yuan felt the aura of danger, and at this time, several black soldier ants stood in front of the queen, and the black flames burned directly on their bodies. Lin Xie summoned the ancient dryad and immediately blocked the queen's movements, and at the same time, he held two knives and slashed directly at the queen's body. I'll see how many workers you still have to block the knife for you. Zhang Luochun's Susanoo raised his fist and directly smashed down the queen ant with a heavy punch. Under the heavy punch, there were some cracks in the queen's body, and the crazy Qiao Yuan's knife kept slashing at the queen's body, and the red armor on the queen's body was instantly shattered. A touch of sword energy appeared, and Lin Xie directly cut the queen ant in half. Houndstooth. A pale blue nod directly turned into a long knife, cutting off the queen's head on the spot, and a wailing resounded throughout the hall. The queen ant at the peak of the sea realm, even though there is only one head left in the entire torso, it is still struggling in place, looking at Zhang Luochun and the others and roaring. This vitality is too tenacious, isn't it dead? Zhang Luochun looked at the queen ant who was still struggling and couldn't help but speak. At this moment, the queen ant used the remaining head to resist desperately, or perhaps because of the return of the light, she actually ran around the palace, like a headless fly. No, be careful, Lin Xie shouted loudly. At this moment, the brainless queen rushed towards Jialan who was standing aside, and Jialan just stood there quietly. Lin Xie saw this scene, secretly said that it was not good, and quickly rushed towards Jialan's direction, but when Zhang Luochun saw this scene, he had already stood in place calmly, with his hands on his chest, and even withdrew Susanoo, and his eyes bodies returned to their normal state. Jialan saw the Ant Queen rushing towards him, put the wooden bow behind him, and slowly raised one hand, and the moment the Ant Queen hit Jialan's palm, the sharp carapace on the Queen Ant body exploded. At this moment, the only remaining head of the Queen Ant split inch by inch and collapsed directly to the side, completely lifeless. Jialan slowly withdrew his palm, as if all this was reasonable, and there was no slightest emotional fluctuation on his face. Lin Xie, Bailey Pang Pang, and Xingyu looked at everything that happened in front of them in a daze, and there was only one thought in their hearts: this woman is so fierce. Hey, hey, hey! The madman Chao Yuan rushed towards Lin Xie and the others with a knife. Lin Xie sighed slightly, and then looked at Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen also understood, and a teleportation flashed in front of the mad demon Chao Yuan. Mangekyo Sharingan. With just one look, the evil energy on the mad Chao Yuan's body instantly dissipated, and Chao Yuan changed back to his original appearance. Fortunately, you're here, Zhang Luochen. Chao Yuan, who was slumped on the ground, slowly got up. I've been used to it for a long time, Zhang Luochen said disapprovingly. Lin Xie looked at Jialan even more curiously, and at this time Chao Yuan opened his mouth and told Lin Xie the dossier materials they saw. Immortal. Lin Xie recalled these two words. Suddenly, a series of thunderous sounds came from outside the main hall, and the imperial robe on the throne suddenly disappeared, and the palace door was opened. What happened? Lin Xie asked, puzzled. Everyone came to the outside of the palace with puzzled eyes, and the imperial robe on the throne just now was being worn on Li Deyang's body at this time, and a powerful imperial power emanated from his body. Uncle Li, this is... Bailey Fat was a little unspeakable. Fengdu the Great. Li Deyang is the reincarnation of Emperor Fengdu. Zhang Luochen opened his mouth in shock. Seeing what was happening in front of him, it was indeed very shocking, and the aura coming from Li Deyang's body was even more indescribable. At this moment, Li Deyang's aura continued to rise, from the Sichuan realm to Klein, and then it seemed that he had just broken through a shackle, and finally stepped into a mysterious realm, and his aura also stopped at this moment. It seems that there is no night watchman Li Deyang in the world, only Emperor Fengdu. After Zhang Luochen said this, he unconsciously looked at Bailey Fat on the side, the reincarnation of this Lingbao Tianzuan, and at this moment, on the dark dome, a bright red ripple suddenly appeared, and an extremely eerie aura suddenly descended on the Fengdu, and then, a shirtless god was suspended in the air. That's... Chao Yuan looked at the figure, and his face changed. God is the breath of a god. Zhang Luochen spoke slowly. But, why are there foreign gods here? Chao Yuan asked puzzledly. It may also be that he never left, waiting for this moment. Lin Xie pondered for a moment and said, Yama. The voice of the Fengdu Emperor echoed in mid-air. It's not enough for you to snatch the fragments of my Fengdu. You actually left a projection here. What do you want to do? Projection? Is it projection again? Zhang Luochen frowned. The Loki he met in Sangnan City was a clone, and the murmur he met was also a projection. These people always like to work with their own projections, and then lie down at home and sleep soundly. The two gods were in mid-air, and the two breaths were constantly impacting and colliding, but at this moment, Emperor Fengdu instantly came behind Yama, and a huge silver sphere appeared in his hand. With a flick of his fingers, two silver rings flipped out of the sphere, enveloping Yama's body in it, rapidly contracting towards the center from three different angles. Yama, go and tell Osiris, Hades and Satan, that the Fengdu fragments they have taken from here, this emperor will snatch it back one by one, even with interest. The coercion of the land of Fengdu has descended. The three silver rings attacked instantly, directly cutting off the head of the demon, and the demon without the head was instantly retracted. After all, this was just a projection. Emperor Fengdu slowly turned around and walked towards the center of the hall. His eyes calmly swept over Zhang Luochen and the others. But at this moment, he stopped in the center of the hall, and Emperor Fengdu looked sideways in the direction of the palace gate, slowly turned around, and bowed respectfully to the front. The director of the underworld, I have seen the primordial heavenly venerable. Hearing this, Zhang Luochen and the others were slightly stunned, and then turned their heads to look at the empty palace gate at the same time. I saw that in the midst of nothingness, a Taoist figure wearing a thick preaching robe slowly appeared. His hair was tied up in a bun, his hands were behind his back, and he smiled forward and said slightly, I don't know if I should call you Fengdu the Great Emperor or Li Deyang. Emperor Fengdu's body shook slightly, and he spoke, the night watchman Li Deyang is dead, and I am the head of the underworld under the Taoist seat, the Emperor of Fengdu in Beyin. The Taoist walked up to him and smiled softly, whether it's Emperor Fengdu or Li Deyang, in short. Welcome back. Zhang Luochen looked at all this in front of him, and his expression couldn't help but be a little dazed. This is the primordial heavenly sovereign, this is the first time he has seen the characters in mythological stories so close. Just looking at this image, it is really similar to the one in the TV series. If any unaware person sees this scene at this time, they will even think that they are filming. Primordial heavenly venerable turned around and looked at a few of them. His eyes swept over their bodies one by one, but just as his eyes swept over Zhang Luochen, his eyes moved imperceptibly slightly, but they quickly returned to their original state. Night Watchman Lin Xie, meet the primordial heavenly sovereign. Night Watchman Zhang Luochen, meet the primordial heavenly sovereign. sovereign. Several people made the same movement and bowed respectfully. Primordial Heavenly Venerable lowered his gaze on Lin Qia's body, with a slight smile on his face. It's much better than when I saw you before. You have already embarked on this road. Go on well. In the heavenly court, there are still people waiting for you to fight together. Subsequently, Yuan Shi Tianzuan came to Bailey Fat and said a few words. Finally, I will give you something. A jade rui appeared directly into Bailey's fat stomach and disappeared without a trace. Primordial Heavenly Venerable looked at Zhang Luochen. Your aura is very strange. I can't see through you. You don't seem to belong here. Zhang Luochen's expression was stunned, and he thought, is the god a god after all? Can you see at a glance that you don't belong to this world you have traveled over? However, your path also needs to be taken by yourself, and what the future holds, you need to grasp it yourself. Primordial Heavenly Venerable slowly spoke. Zhang Luochen bent down and bowed. Zhang Luochen, the night watchman, remember the teachings of the heavenly sovereign. Yuan Shi Tianzuan looked at several people. The matter of Fengdu cannot be passed on. Several people nodded heavily. Yuan Shi Tianzuan nodded in satisfaction, and finally glanced at Emperor Fengdu. At this moment, Emperor Fengdu suddenly spoke. Wait. Coming to Lin Xie, his expression was slightly hesitant, and then he spoke. Lin Xie, when I go back to see Tingting and my father this time, remember to tell them, I am dead, I died in battle. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and then nodded. Emperor Fengdu had returned, and he could no longer continue to be Li Dayang. Also, help me bring a message to Chen Han. After I am gone, the 332 squad will be handed over to him. The collections in my office cabinet were used by him for me. Emperor Fengdu continued. I know, don't worry. Emperor Fengdu nodded at Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Yuan Shi Tianzuan stretched out his sleeves, waved it again, and a white light flashed, leaving only Yuan Shi Tianzuan and Fengdu Emperor left in the hall. Primeval Forest Edge. Abandoned forest farms. After a white light flashed, Zhang Luochen and his group of 6 figures appeared out of thin air. Chao Yuan looked around. It came out directly from the ground, and it sent us to the edge of the forest. Bailey Fat pinched the white flesh on his stomach, cried and sad, turned to look at Lin Xie and said, Xie, you say, Tianzuan won't really give me a child. The corners of Lin Xie's mouth twitched. Probably not. This belongs to Guanin's business category. Zhang Luochen came over and hugged Bailey Fat into his arms one by one. Fat, don't worry, that's the Yuan Shi Tianzuan. The good things for you. Maybe you can play a powerful enemy at the necessary moment. Bailey Fat looked at Zhang Luochen suspiciously. Yes, how do I feel that I have given me a child? You look at my belly, it's a circle. Your belly is already big. When will it be smaller? Chao Yuan rolled his eyes and couldn't help but say, don't worry, why give you a child? You can't give birth to it. Zhang Luochen was speechless. This fat brain circuit was really different. It must have given you a particularly powerful ability to play an important role at important moments. Really? Can you win 1,000 miles? Bailey Pang said. Lin Xie had no intention of continuing this topic, looked at the primeval forest in front of him, and said, anyway, let's get out of here first. At this time, Chao Yuan suddenly spoke. So, what should she do? Lin Xie thought for a moment, and then spoke. This is a special product found in the mission. Go back and write a report first, and then pack it up and hand it over to the country. Chao Yuan's face was full of astonishment. Huh? Is she a person? How can it be? Zhang Luochen supported his forehead, and Lin Xie's speech against the sky was really, admire. I said, she is so powerful. Join our team. It's a pity that such a good talent doesn't join our team. In this case, we will have 6 people. When Jialan heard this, he nodded frequently. Then you have to report it to the country before making a decision. It's getting late. Let's get out of here first. Lin Xie said. Hey, what do you think about this brain of Xie? Bailey Fat was also speechless. Zhang Luochen sighed slightly. Don't want the wife who sent it up. Hand over your wife to the state? But there are really no ancients before, and no one will come after them. It's really 7 orifices and 6 orifices. Bailey Fat muttered. What do you mean? Chao Yuan asked puzzledly. I don't know anything. Bailey Pang said. A group of 6 people walked forward while talking. Now that the task was completed, they were not in such a hurry when they left the forest and came in, and their pace became a little slow, and by the time they walked out of the primeval forest, it was already dusk. When they stood at the door of the forest ranger together, they stopped at the same time. 7 nights. Really do this? Zhang Luochen walked to Lin Xie and asked. Lin Xie sighed slightly, pondered for a moment and then nodded slightly. Walking towards the gate of the forest ranger bureau, Lin Xie's figure changed into Li Dayang's appearance, and pushed open the door of the forest ranger bureau. Bailey Fat they sent Li Dayang's father and daughter to the station to leave, and although Chen Han pierced them, Lin Xie's coat of arms was there, which also made him have to believe it. Zhang Luochen stood in the snow. His eyes looked at the primeval forest in the distance. Who would have known that there was such a place in that primeval forest, and there was a Fengdu emperor sitting in it. Goodbye, Night Watch Li Dayang. The sound of the system sounded, and everything around it became static at this moment. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and getting 2 opportunities to extract ability. Is it now extracted? Extract. A huge turntable appeared in front of Zhang Luochen, and the turntable began to rotate rapidly from fast to slow, and finally froze in one of the places. Congratulations to the host, gain the ability, transformation technique, can transform into anyone, animal or object. Zhang Luochen nodded calmly, a strange force poured into his body. The transformation technique was strictly suitable for use when infiltrating, not for combat ability. The second opportunity to draw ability, whether to draw now. Extract. The turntable starts turning again. Congratulations to the host, get the ability to control the sand of Ga Luo, and at the same time get a Ga Luo sand gourd. The gourd can change the size freely, and the sand inside has an unlimited amount of sand. Zhang Luochen's eyes lit up. Garrus' sand ability was still very strong in the early stage, and later he became a wind shadow. At this moment, a huge gourd appeared in front of Zhang Luochen, although the sand inside was unlimited, but the gourd had no weight. However, carrying such a big gourd was too ostentatious, Zhang Luochen thought in his heart. The huge gourd instantly became small, completely like a pendant on the waist. He hung the gourd directly on his waist. Now that I have this ability, I don't know if that trick will work. Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand for a while. The sand automatically flew out of the small gourd, and then all the sand was covered with Zhang Luochen's skin, and when it was all covered, the skin on his body was no different from usual. Only Zhang Luochen himself knew that his body was also covered with a layer of sand. This is the absolute defense that belongs to Gaara, the armor of sand. After the matter in Anta County was completed, Zhang Luochen and his party left here on the green train. 7 nights, the task has been completed. Have you reported it? Zhang Luochen asked on the train. I have reported to Commander Yi before getting on the bus. Lin Xia replied. Then when is the next mission, and is there time for a holiday in between? Bailey Fat thought for a while and said, it's my dad's birthday in a few days, and I guess I'll have to go home to attend his birthday banquet at that time. Your dad? The chairman of Bailey Group? Bailey Pang Pang nodded. Yes, he used to be very low-key on his birthday, but this time is different, because it is his 50th birthday, and he is also retiring. Hearing this, Zhang Luochen's face changed. Of course he knew what the birthday of the chairman of Bailey Group represented this time. It represented that the real Bailey Tu Ming was going to announce it to everyone, which was also a calamity for Bailey Fat, a calamity that he could not escape. Ding! Moreover, Zhang Luochen has been in the world of slaying gods for a while, and he knows that no matter what happens in the middle of the plot of these stories, the ending will not change in the end, no matter how hard you try. You are all my friends, let's take a holiday then. You have to support me in the scene. Bailey Pang Pang said. We are a special team, and now there are so many mysteries, but there is no holiday for us. Chao Yuan smiled and spoke. Don't. When you arrive in Guangzhou and Shenzhen, I will definitely entertain you well. Bailey Pang Pang said. A mobile phone rang, and Lin Xie got up to answer the phone. A few of them were still chatting in the carriage. Do you think Commander Yi will give each of us a holiday? Bailey Pang guessed. It's hard to say, but there should be a reward. Chao Yuan said. Well, a medal is indispensable. This should be the first collective medal of our team. Zhang Luochen also spoke at this time. Medal? And Xingyu asked suspiciously. Zhang Luochen introduced the Night Watch medal to Xingyu. Don't really think about the holidays, and we are still in reserve now. Commander Yi definitely hopes that we will grow quickly and become a real special team, and the tasks will definitely follow. Zhang Luochen leaned on the cushion and slowly spoke. Hey, what a pity. Don't you let us rest. Bailey Fat looked like he was about to cry without tears. At this time, Lin Xie came over and said directly, take the things and prepare to jump out of the car. What are you jumping for? Car. A group of 6 people shuttled directly through the carriage, came to the door at the end of the train, and when they saw such 6 people coming, they immediately stretched out their hands to stop them. What are you doing with so many people? You can't come in here. Zhang Luochen's eyes instantly turned red. The conductor fainted on the spot, and Chao Yuan quickly helped him up and put him aside. Lin Xie opened the door, and the cold wind instantly poured into the carriage, and the 6 people jumped out of the train directly and landed steadily on the tracks. At this moment, a helicopter appeared above their heads, and the wind howled by, blowing the clothes of several people with a rustling sound. The helicopter stopped on the tracks, and several people quickly got into the helicopter and flew towards the nearest airport. When they arrived at the airport, a transport plane was already waiting for them here, and when they all got on the plane, the transport plane slowly took off. What happened in Gusa City? So anxious? Bailey Pang asked with some puzzlement. You'll know when you see it. Lin Xie took out the document bag he had just received. There was also an explanation of Garan's immortal ability, as well as praise for completing this mission this time. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 015, Third King's Ruins, immortal? Lin Xie spoke slowly. What? So powerful? Bailey Pang said in surprise. Isn't that because our team has 2 royal ruins? Chao Yuan looked at Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen said a little embarrassedly, mine an immortal. That's far from it. Lin Xie explained, immortal, again, and then looked at Zhelan. Are you willing to follow me? Zhelan's cheeks turned red and he lowered his head slightly. No, I mean, follow my squad. Lin Xie immediately explained. Zhang Luochen and Bailey Pang looked at each other. The two shook their heads slightly, and Bailey Pang slowly spoke. It's really difficult to change a straight man. Chao Yuan asked with a blank face. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong wrong with what he did? Zhang Luochen and Bailey Pangfat looked at Chao Yuan at the same time, and Bailey Pang spoke again. 2 straight men, it is even more hellishly difficult. Lin Qiye then opened the documents of the Gusu City mission, and several big characters marked in bright red color came into view. A large-scale spiritual pollution area occurred in Gusu City, and the source of pollution is suspected to have escaped from the overseas mystery of Sannan City a year ago. Belcrander. Belcland? Seeing these words, Lin Qiye's eyes couldn't help but look at Zhang Luochen and Xingyu. Regarding this incident, only Zhang Luochen and Xingyu were involved a year ago, and the two of them were stunned when they heard the name. In a year, it should have recovered to its peak strength, Zhang Luochen said with a solemn face. Lin Qiye read the entire document. His face was a little ugly, and he glanced at the time. The Gusu City Night Watch 017 squad entered the purple fog, and 19 hours have passed. Lin Qiye spoke. It seems that this is Belcrane's ability. Zhang Luochen spoke. Its ability is mainly a mental attack, and he used this ability to escape on the plane at that time, and when I was in this purple fog, I felt like my spirit was about to be deprived. Spiritual forbidden ruins. Lin Qiye spoke slowly. At that time, his purple mist enveloped at most half of the plane, but now, it has spread for dozens of kilometers. Zhang Luochen spoke. Molly? Bailey Pangfat thought about something and suddenly spoke. I remember that Molly was transferred to the Gusu City Night Watch squad. Don't worry, Fat. Zhang Luochen knew what Bailey Fat was thinking. It's just a mental attack, and it won't put people to death. So Molly won't be in danger now, and she is just a newcomer for a year, and she won't participate in such a difficult task. After hearing this, Bailey Pang was also relieved. Lin Qiye took out a box and handed it to Xingyu. Zhang Luochen, Xingyu, and Chao Yuan's application for joining the team has been down. This is your coat of arms, and according to your requirements, there is a complete set of scalpels made of straight knife materials. If it is a cloak, it will be made after becoming an official special team, so I haven't got it for the time being. What about mine? Bailey Fat asked. I don't know, maybe time is tight, so the procedure is not finished, Lin Qiye said. At this time, an officer came over. Captain Lin, you will be in Gusu City soon. Are you ready? Lin Qiye nodded. Ready. Find an airport to land. Landing? The officer was stunned. Our plane never lands at other airports, and other special teams jump directly down. You don't have a means of flying, do you? Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhang Luochen in unison. Okay, I understand. Let's jump the plane. What? To jump on? 6 figures jumped out of the cabin and drew a beautiful arc in the air, and 6 different figures descended sharply. I'm going. It's too high. It's too high. Luochen, when will you have wings? As soon as he left the cabin, Bailey Fat kept shouting in his throat. Zhang Luochen was speechless for a while. He now knew what he was doing when he came to the world of God slashing. In order to make this group of people more comfortable, in the original plot, these people landed with parachutes, except for Jialan. Jialan directly smashed to the ground with his own immortal hard power. However, now that Zhang Luochen is here, they have also completely solved the matter of jumping the plane. Okay, draw an ability, and then benefit everyone, right? Wings? Didn't I say I'm going to prepare wings for you? The corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth raised slightly. After all, the ability he had just drawn, didn't he need it? The 6 figures were still descending sharply, and Bailey Chubby's heart-wrenching roar resounded in the sky, and Chao Yuan on the side couldn't help but roll his eyes. If you keep calling like that, the enemies will be woken up by you. Chao Yuan couldn't help but complain. But, it's too high, it's about to land. Bailey Chubby's voice kept trembling. Zhang Luochen saw that the situation was almost over, opened the gourd on his waist, let the sand inside flow out, and stretched out his hand. A lump of sand slowly formed under everyone's feet, condensed into a small platform that was just right for them to settle down. The 6 figures that had originally descended were also suspended in the air at this moment, and there was a small platform of sand under everyone's feet. This is... Bailey Fat looked at his footsteps suspiciously. New ability? Lin Qiye looked at Zhang Luochen and naturally understood that this was Zhang Luochen's ability. Zhang Luochen nodded. Leave the means of flying to me in the future. The composition of this sand doesn't seem to be a product of Daxia, and I can't analyze it thoroughly. And Xingyu analyzes the sand on the soles of his feet. Zhang Luochen smiled and did not answer Xingyu's question, but looked down. At this time they were still suspended in mid-air, and below them was the purple mist. The coverage area is about 15 kilometers, and there is not much time left for us. Lin Qiye also looked at the purple mist below. This fog now covers almost every street, and the problem now is that Bellland is just a small bug that is extremely difficult to find. And Xingyu also stared at the fog below. Moreover, if we stay in the fog for a long time, we will also be polluted, and we alone are a bit not enough. Zhang Luochen spoke. So, I need some friends too. And Xingyu pushed his glasses. At this moment, several sewers in Gusu City suddenly changed, several manhole covers were instantly broken, and gray rats gushed out of the sewers frantically. Rat tide? Zhang Luochen naturally guessed what Xingyu meant by helper. And Xingyu nodded. Over the past year, the process of splitting my fish species has been going on, and several cities around San Xiangnan City have been completely infiltrated by me. Lin Qiye also did not expect that the fish species of Anqing fish had completely penetrated Gusa City, and within the scope of his spiritual perception, he also sensed a large group of rats. The scope is so wide, these rat tides alone are not enough. Zhang Luochen waved his hand, and a pile of white paper flew in from nowhere, and these white papers were automatically folded into paper cranes one after another in front of Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen pointed at the fog, and all the paper cranes flew into the fog and passed through in an instant. This will indeed be much simpler, but for such a long distance, there is still an additional layer of insurance. Lin Qiye looked at the fog, and a touch of darkness appeared in his eyes. One by one, bats and owls flew towards Lin Qiye, and then, under Lin Qiye's guidance, they also flew into the fog. You guys, there are crawling on the ground, flying birds, and even paper cranes, which makes the three of us very incompetent. Bailey Fat watched the three of them show their magical powers, and the three of them here were more like outsiders. Fortunately, mental pollution is only effective for the human body, so it's only a matter of time before Bell Crane is found. Lin Qiye said, it created this fog, so the moment we entered the fog, it was likely to have been discovered. Zhang Luochen said, but the current situation, you can't go in. Lin Qiye raised his eyebrows. A year ago, the three of us ruined its promotion ceremony, and in its eyes, we must have been enemies. And Xingyu pushed his glasses. Do you have any countermeasures? Lin Qiye asked. Yes, but relatively speaking, it is a bit risky, and the best way now is to act in groups. And Xingyu smiled lightly and continued, the three of us were the culprits who destroyed its promotion ceremony a year ago, so it's best for us to act separately. Lin Qiye and I are together. Zhang Luochen is wandering out alone, leaving you in a group of three. What? Split up? But what should I do if I am separated like this, and I encounter the mystery of this sea realm? Qiao Yuan couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, you all have my mark on your body. This fog does not block the existence of the mark. No matter what happens to any of you, I can arrive as soon as possible. Zhang Luochen spoke. For Zhang Luochen's teleportation ability, everyone is obvious to all, which is why Xingyu let him act alone. Lin Qiye also took out a knife and handed it to Qiao Yuan. I can also come to you immediately by reverse summoning. Qiao Yuan looked at Xingyu. Then what should you do? If you are discovered, how can we support you? Even if Luochen comes, it is very dangerous for the two of you alone. Don't worry, I have a backhand. And Xingyu smiled slightly. Bailey Fat sighed slightly. Hey, this kind of planning is always not involved. How do you grow your brains? Okay, now that the plan is clear, let's enter this fog. Lin Qiye looked at Zhang Luochen. Wait, Zhang Luochen didn't know why. He always felt that there seemed to be some step missing here. Similarly, Bailey Fat also suddenly raised his hand at this time. I have a question. You just said that we may fight head-on with the 017 team. So what if they remember our faces after going out? This is easy to do, Luochen, let's go. Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand and waved his hand, and the sand platform under everyone's feet flew into the fog, instantly passing through the fog and staying at the door of a toy store, and the sand platform also disappeared instantly, and Zhang Luochen closed the gourd lid. In the toy store, all kinds of masks are placed on it. Fat, this Shubeiji is suitable for you. I also think it's very suitable for Fat. Qiao Yuan directly took off Jubeiji's mask and handed it to Bailey Fat Pang. Then this sand monk is also suitable for you. You are originally a monk. Bailey Pang took off Monk Shao's mask and handed it to Qiao Yuan. Lin Qiye took a Sun Wukong mask for himself, and at the same time took a Tang monk mask to Xingyu, just about to take the black-faced Li Kuei's mask full of slag. Zhang Luochen's hand immediately held him. I said, don't be too straight. Lin Qiye was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Jialan, changed into a red boy mask and handed it to Jialan, and then looked at Yang Jian's mask. Do you want to wear this? Zhang Luochen looked at this Yang Jian's mask, not to mention, it was really somewhat similar to Lin Qiye's younger brother. Don't you think this mask looks like a person? Lin Qiye was stunned. Huh? You can't be like that dog, right? Zhang Luochen sighed slightly and muttered in a low voice, I don't want to be your brother. Then, Zhang Luochen took a white circular pattern mask and put it on himself. Hey, I think I'm more suitable for this. Gusu City, on a silent street. Zhang Luochen had already been alone, and he also took advantage of this time to leave the mark on the white paper, and then flew the white paper to every corner of Gusu City, so that he didn't have to go to the location to set the mark in person. Even if he encountered any danger, he could transfer himself to other places in Gusu City as soon as possible. After doing all this, Zhang Luochen walked on the silent streets. Because of the mysterious relationship, the entire city of Gusu had become an empty city. Just as Zhang Luochen was walking on the street, he suddenly stopped. His eyes immediately turned into red Sharingan, and at the end of the road, more than a dozen figures held hands, silently walking out of the darkness, as if they were emotionless machines. Their steps were neat, but their bodies were extremely stiff. These dozen or so people lined up in a row, just blocking the road ahead, and they continued to walk in the direction of Zhang Luochen. This situation was also seen by Zhang Luochen in Xiangnan City a year ago. That is, it was controlled by mental pollution, and these controlled people were ordinary residents of Gusa City. You actually closed your eyes? Zhang Luochen originally wanted to use the ability of the Sharingan to unravel the control on their bodies, but this group of people actually closed their eyes, as if they knew his ability and had already prepared countermeasures. At the same time, not only the road in front, but also the road behind him, not only that, but also in the shops on both sides of the street, residents with their eyes closed flocked to it, directly besieging Zhang Luochen in it. Sand bondage. Zhang Luochen opened the lid of the gourd, and a pile of sand gushed out instantly, and the sand spread around Zhang Luochen, and then, the feet of each resident were firmly bound, and all the residents could not move forward. You guys stay here for now, and I'll let you go after the fog clears. Zhang Luochen waved his hand, and a sandy platform appeared under his feet, suspended himself in the air, and then moved towards other places. Zhang Luochen, who was hanging in the air, realized that there were many residents on this street who also had the same movements. They were like emotionless machines, just walking like this, and Zhang Luochen also used sand to bind their feet in place. At this moment, an explosion not far away caught Zhang Luochen's attention, and Zhang Luochen, who was hanging in the air, looked in the direction not far away. It was Bailey Fat and the others who had been attacked, and the two members of the 017 team who attacked them were Jelon, and there was no need to worry too much about the situation over there. At this moment, Zhang Luochen's eyes looked towards the top of the skyscraper, as if he could see through everything. The next moment, Zhang Luochen's figure disappeared in front of his eyes in an instant. He did not go to Bailey Fat and the others to support, but came to the roof of a building, where there were still two teenagers, Lin Qiye and Xingyu. It seems that you already know some of the situation. Zhang Luochen's sudden appearance was not surprising to the two. Lin Qiye nodded, and then asked, how are the Fat and the others? It's okay, although the forbidden ruins of the two people in the 017 squad can restrain them, and Chao Yuan also went berserk. Zhang Luochen replied calmly, Chao Yuan has gone berserk? You still don't go? Lin Qiye couldn't help but widen his eyes. Don't worry, Jelon is here. She very violently restored the runaway Chao Yuan to its original state. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. Lin Qiye's expression was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled bitterly and said, there are two people at the top of the southern gate who should be the initiators of this incident. Zhang Luochen nodded. I also found out, strictly speaking, Bell Land was only arrested by them. Oh, by the way, one of them is a snake girl. The Church of the Old Gods again? What about the other person? Lin Qiye asked. Zhang Luochen and Xingyu shook their heads one after another, and Zhang Luochen spoke. Bell Clander's ability is to control people's bodies, and they can also use their abilities, and the people of Team 017 should be controlled by it. Well, we analyzed it just now. Their target this time is likely to be the Yi Phoenix team, but unfortunately, it was us who came, and those 3 boxes were all for the Yi Phoenix team. Lin Qiye said, if it's specifically to deal with the Yi Phoenix team, it should be the suppression of the bloodline. It seems that there are a lot of enemies this time, but they are all a group of old friends. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. Yes, a year ago, the snake girl ran away, and Bell Clander also ran away, so this time, none of them could run away. Lin Qiye spoke slowly. Now the preliminary investigation is that 3 of the 017 team have been controlled, and there are still 2 left, and I already know where they are hiding. Zhang Luochen spoke. Lin Qiye smiled slightly. Your speed is so fast. How is their situation? They are the captain of Team 017 and Molly. Molly seems to have a forbidden substance on her, so she is not infected. As for the captain, the situation is really not optimistic. Zhang Luochen said. However, the fat ones have already passed. Then there are unknown enemies. What are you going to do? And Xingyu asked. Since they are all here, kill them all, and it is the responsibility of a special team to completely solve this crisis. Lin Qiye said. And Xingyu and Zhang Luochen also nodded. Zhang Luochen said, then let's start acting. I haven't seen this snake girl for a long time. I'll go meet her. However, you have to go to a place first. Lin Qiye was a little confused. Where are you going? That captain is in danger. I have to go and see it first. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Luochen's figure disappeared in place. The center of Gusa City. A high-rise building, the 23rd floor. Zhang Luochen's figure suddenly appeared beside Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan was slightly stunned, but it was also a habit. You guys, what is the situation now? Zhang Luochen looked at it, and at this time, Bailey Fat was single-handedly challenging Sun Luan. Chao Yuan pointed to Molly on the side. Now Fat Pang is a hero-saving beauty. Zhang Luochen nodded and looked at Sun Luan, who was holding a blood-colored straight knife and slashing at Bailey Fat. This is the ability of Bell Clander. Plus him, the 3 members of the 017 team are all controlled. I see. Chao Yuan nodded slightly. In addition, this time there is the participation of the ancient god church. Zhang Luochen told Chao Yuan all the situation just now. While the two were still talking, suddenly, the scroll of forbiddenness was thrown towards them, and Chao Yuan caught it steadily. The 3 of them were full of doubts. You, go help the young master tie him up. Move fast. Don't give me a fuss. He looks like a domineering president. Jialan squinted at Bailey Fat, and there was still a little unkindness in her eyes. This guy, forget it, give him some face. Zhang Luochen took the scroll of prohibition from Chao Yuan's hand and tied up Sun Luan. Chao Yuan whispered a few words in Jialan's ear. Jialan's eyes instantly widened, completely looking like eating melons. But Sun Luan, who was lying on the ground, obviously did not give up and wanted to reach out to take his blood-colored straight knife. And this scene happened to be seen by Zhang Luochen. Sun Luan's body shook, and then his whole body did not move anymore, looking like he was dead. Sun Luan. Seeing Sun Luan, who suddenly collapsed, Molly thought he was dead, so she immediately stepped forward to check. He didn't die, he just went into an illusion. Zhang Luochen explained. Molly looked at the people in front of her suspiciously. One was wearing a sand monk mask, one was wearing a red boy mask, one was wearing a Zhu Beiji mask, and the other was just a white mask with circular lines. Bailey Tu Ming? Molly looked at Bailey Fat Pang, who was wearing Zhu Beiji's mask, and then seemed to think of something, and looked at Zhang Luochen. Illusion? Illusion? Are you Zhang Luochen? Bailey Fat cleared his throat and put on a gentlemanly look. Hello girl, I am Marshall Canopy. Were you okay just now? Molly had a strange expression and looked at Bailey Fat. Bailey Tumming, you don't recognize me anymore? Zhang Luochen consciously stepped aside, standing with Chao Yuan and Jialan. To be honest, such a close CP is indeed very exciting. Molly stretched out her hand to take off Bailey Fat's mask. Bailey Fat grabbed her wrist. Molly felt a warm breath coming from her wrist and froze in place. Do you want me to be a canopy, or Bailey Tumming? Jialan was already in a daze here, and a bag of melon seeds suddenly appeared in front of her. Jialan grabbed a handful directly and then continued to watch intently. Chao Yuan looked at Zhang Luochen even more suspiciously, as if asking, where did you get the melon seeds? Before I came, I took it in the supermarket just now, and I specially put the money on the counter. Zhang Luochen's face was full of pride, as if he was saying, how is it, Buddy knows how to do it. Molly's cheeks flushed slightly, and then she said a little shamefully, Bailey Tu Ming, which one are you singing? If you don't let go, I will shock you. Bailey Pang Pang let go of Molly's hand, gently took off his mask, and made a self-proclaimed expression that he thought was very handsome. Hey, Molly, long time no see. Seeing this familiar face, Molly couldn't help but feel a little dazed, as if she had returned to the training camp, and then looked at the other people. Long time no see. Zhang Luochen also took off his mask. Long time no see, hee hee. Chao Yuan also took off his mask. Jialan on the side saw that several people had taken off their masks, and they also took off their masks to reveal their beautiful faces. First, see, face. You guys, how could it be here? Molly asked suspiciously. Your internal organs are injured by the sound wave, I'll heal you first. Zhang Luochen had learned all of Tsunade's medical abilities before, except for the Baihao technique. As soon as he finished speaking, a pale green light appeared between his palms, and Molly felt that the wounds on his body were slowly healing. When will you be treated? Molly asked suspiciously. How to say it's the first in the training camp? It's normal to be powerful, Zhang Luochen said with a slight smile. Monthly reading. I haven't said it yet. Why are you here? Molly looked at Bailey Fat and asked. Bailey Fat cleared his throat and said, we are now a Special Squad Reserve. Special Squad Reserve? I've never heard of it. Jasmine opened her mouth in confusion. Bailey Pang Pang explained the cause and effect of the matter, as well as why he wore a mask, and in addition, Lin Chia also told Molly that he was the captain. Lin Chia is the captain. Molly spoke slowly. It's only like this for the time being, although it hasn't completely healed yet, but it's basically okay, and when this matter is over, I'll carry out the next step of treatment, because now I have to save your captain. Zhang Luochen got up and looked into the office on the other side. Yes, the captain is very seriously injured. Go and take a look. Molly led a few people into the office where Qin Kai was hiding. Zhang Luochen and the others put on their masks again, and as soon as they walked into the office, they saw Qin Kai lying on the ground with a pale face, and everyone had fainted. Seeing this shocking injury, Bailey Fat couldn't help but gasp, and Molly immediately stepped forward. Excessive blood loss. The injuries are very serious. Chao Yuan's brows furrowed. Jialan stretched out a hand, just about to grab Qin Kai's wrist. Zhang Luochen stopped her movements and slowly spoke. Your immortality should be kept. A faint green light appeared between Zhang Luochen's palms again. Qin Kai's pale face became a little rosy visibly, and the thighs that had been petrified also changed back to their original appearance, but the calves that had been shattered really couldn't be restored. This petrification ability is the ability of the ancient gods to teach the snake girl. Zhang Luochen got up and said slowly, now my life is saved, but surgery is needed. I can only do this for the time being. At this moment, a paper crane flew to Zhang Luochen's side, and Molly looked at the paper crane suspiciously. Is there any news? Bailey Pang Pang asked. Zhang Luochen nodded. Well, the people of the ancient god church have begun to act. One has passed towards the 7 knights, and there is an old opponent who came towards us. Let her escape a year ago. This time, leave her life here. Zhang Luochen got up and looked outside. He's a little seriously injured. The snake girl handed it over to me. Zhang Luochen clenched the straight knife in his hand and walked slowly to the door. Chao Yuan carried Qin Kai on his back. Zhang Luochen pushed open the door. His eyes swept over the surrounding corridors, and sure enough, the corridor at this moment was already full of the eyes of the snake girl. How can there be so many eyes? Chao Yuan couldn't help but speak. In the entire corridor, as well as on the wall near the elevator, strange snake eyes were attached to them like paintings, and the scene looked extremely eerie and terrifying, and the entire floor floor was covered with snake eyes. That's what that woman is capable of, Molly replied. Zhang Luochen nodded. She's nearby. The Mangekyo Sharingan opens directly. At this moment, the lights above everyone's heads flickered on and off, and then, the entire light completely dimmed, and a weird red light illuminated the area, and in the center of the platform, a strange snake eye slowly appeared. Then, a woman's figure appeared out of thin air. Her cold eyes swept over everyone, and the corners of her mouth curled up in a creepy arc. She is a snake girl. Compared to a year ago, her ability has come to the sea realm, and it is indeed much stronger than a year ago. Zhang Luochen stood in front of everyone, and at the same time, Jialan also stood aside, clenching the wooden bow in her hand. You can't look at her eyes, and secondly, these weird snake eyes are her way of teleporting. Zhang Luochen reported the snake girl's situation to everyone. The snake girl smiled slightly. I don't know why, the aura on your body is a little familiar, and you were so clear about my ability, but no matter how clear it is useless, your only end is death. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. You protect them, I will meet this snake girl. The figure moved, and he stepped forward. Zhang Luochen's straight knife approached the snake girl's face, and in the next second, the snake girl's figure disappeared in an instant, and instantly came behind Zhang Luochen, and the snake girl had a handleless blade in her hand, and the blade slashed directly at Zhang Luochen's neck. The blade slashed down solidly, and this scene frightened everyone into exclaiming. Even the snake girl was stunned. Ha! After a long time, it was a goods that were killed in seconds, and I went to great lengths. The snake girl couldn't help but complain. However, in the next second, the body turned into a pile of sand, and Zhang Luochen's figure disappeared at the same time. Ha! The snake girl was stunned on the spot, and instantly felt a chill behind her, and her body quickly disappeared into her snake eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Luochen instantly appeared a flash of lightning in his palm and rushed directly to the snake girl, who relied on her strange snake eyes to quickly dodge the attack. The whole floor is densely packed with the eyes of the snake girl. At least there are thousands of them. That is, the snake girl can appear in the eyes of these thousands of snakes at will. Unexpectedly, the snake girl who hit the sea realm, the divine ruins, were also terrifying to such an extent. Zhang Luochen waved his hands quickly, and at the same time, the cap of the gourd had been opened, and yellow sand kept gushing out of the gourd, and at this time, a lot of white paper flew from nowhere. Yellow sand and white paper kept pouring out, and their goal was to cover the thousands of eyes on the entire floor, covering these snake eyes, and the snake eyes that blocked the view could control the snake girl's ability to a certain extent. I admit that it's a good way to block my view, but it's not that easy. The snake woman's ability to create snake eyes is just as fast. Basically, one of the eyes was covered, and the next eye reappeared again, and this time it appeared behind Bailey Fat. A handleless blade slashed directly behind Bailey Pang Pang, but in the next second, Bailey Pong Pong's own firewall opened, and a layer of fire net directly stopped it. The snake girl's face changed, her figure disappeared again, and Bailey Fat, 1 transformation 3000, didn't even have time to use it. At this moment, Jialan's reaction was quick. The wooden bow in his hand directly blocked, and the snake girl's stemless blade also stopped when it stabbed at Molly. With a turn of the snake girl's wrist, she did not continue to attack Molly, but changed her target and attacked Garan on the other side, and at the same time, her eyes were ready to look into Garan's eyes. Can't look into her eyes. Bailey Fat Pang Buong hit Jialan with his whole body, and this collision just knocked Jialan out, and the wooden bow in Jialan's hand just let go. The petrification process was interrupted. The snake girl obviously felt unhappy. The wooden bow was out of hand. Without the protection of Immortal, the wooden bow was broken by the snake girl. Jialan's face changed, and a powerful anger rushed straight into her heart, and the fist in her hand smashed towards the snake girl. The snake girl smiled contemptuously, just about to use her divine ruins teleportation, but in the next second, she suddenly found that her body could not move, and Jialan's punch hit her face solidly. The snake girl even flew out backwards. What's going on? Looking around in disbelief, those eyes were still there. Although most of the eyes were covered by yellow sand and white paper, there were still some snake eyes, and it was obviously easy to let oneself escape. Shadow imitation, success. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly and stood up. Now, although it is already dark, your red light illuminates this place, and where there is light, there will be shadows. The snake girl looked at the ground suspiciously, only to see a long shadow line next to her shadow, and the other end was naturally Zhang Luochen's appearance. It took a little time. Sorry. The thousands of eyes on this whole floor are indeed very tricky. No matter how much I block them, it won't help. But now what else do you have to do? Zhang Luochen raised his hand slightly. The snake girl and Zhang Luochen did the same action, but the difference was that there was a light blue current between Zhang Luochen's palms, while the snake girl's palms were completely empty. Really? Then do you dare to look me in the eye? The snake girl's eyes looked at Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. It's been a year, and I haven't learned a long lesson. In the next second, the snake girl's eyes showed a look of fear, panting heavily, and sweat kept dripping. It was only a second. Seeing the changes in the snake girl, the others didn't understand what was happening. At this time, the snake girl seemed to think of something. You are the kid from a year ago. I was tortured for 3 days and 3 nights just now. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. Just now he used the ability of moon reading. Of course, it was the snake girl herself who wanted him to look into her eyes. eyes. You guys underestimate my Medusa agent. Suddenly, a powerful coercion emanated from the snake girl, and the surrounding red light disappeared at this moment, and the shadow imitation technique was instantly broken, and the yellow sand and white paper that originally covered the snake's eyes were instantly blown away. The powerful divine aura of the sea realm descended. The snake girl's instant coercion caused the entire floor to tremble. Zhang Luochen's face was solemn, and he didn't expect that the snake girl who had been attacked by the moon reading illusion could forcibly burst out with such power. Protect the wounded, we must prepare to fall. Zhang Luochen looked at the eyes of the entire floor, and at the moment, he had another way. The snake girl quickly shuttled between the snake eyes. Chao Yuan immediately pulled out his knife when he saw this, and the black murderous aura instantly enveloped his whole body, and the two sides fought directly together. But the snake girl's strange course of action, the mad demon Chao Yuan was spinning around like a headless fly. Kamui. At this moment, the entire floor of space suddenly began to distort, and part of it had begun to be absorbed into Zhang Luochen's eyes. Zhang Luochen's idea was to suck all the snake eyes on the entire floor into the divine power space, and the entire floor suddenly crumbled. Bailey Pang Pang and Jialan protected Molly and Qin Kai respectively, and in the next second, the snake eyes of the entire floor disappeared in an instant, and this entire floor also disappeared. The floor that suddenly disappeared, everyone fell rapidly towards the ground. Zhang Luochen saw this and waved his hand, and the yellow sand automatically formed a platform under their feet and was suspended in the air. Of course, Chao Yuan was an exception. The mad Chao Yuan's body fell sharply, and the snake girl saw that her snake eyes were all gone, and her face was cold. Do you think that without snake eyes, I can't do anything about you? The snake girl said coldly. No, you really can't help it. Zhang Luochen's figure appeared behind the snake girl at some point. The snake girl without snake eyes has no ability to teleport at all, and in terms of melee ability, the snake girl will not be Zhang Luochen's opponent at all. The shelterless blade stabbed towards Zhang Luochen, but in the next second, a light blue current appeared around Zhang Luochen's body, and the snake girl felt a numb feeling in her body, and quickly retreated, and as soon as she looked up, Zhang Luochen disappeared in place again. Now you can't keep up with my speed at all. Zhang Luochen appeared behind the snake girl, with a marked short knife at his feet. Row fist, gossip 128 palms. When Zhang Luochen came to the Sichuan realm, he could already make 128 palms, and at this moment, the soles of his feet seemed to appear as if a Tai Chi Bagua map had appeared. 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Zhang Luochen's palm hit every meridian acupuncture point of the snake girl like raindrops. The snake girl was in pain, and her body wanted to resist, but her body seemed to be controlled and could not react at all. 128 palms. The snake girl's body flew out and smashed directly into the wall behind her, and a mouthful of blood spat out of her mouth. As soon as she was about to get up, a long knife formed by a light blue current pierced directly through her shoulder. Blood flowed down from her shoulder, and a numb sensation came from her body. Blood was not only flowing from her mouth, but her eyes, nose and ears were all bleeding. You! The snake girl gritted her teeth angrily. Her body swayed and stood up. The paralysis of her whole body made her a little unable to stand, and a hand leaned against the wall behind her to make her barely stand. Zhang Luochen's figure shook, and he was also almost unsteady, but fortunately, Chao Yuan, who had returned to his original state, appeared behind Zhang Luochen's back at the right time to support him. In addition, Zhang Luochen used moon reading just now, and Shinwei directly sucked away a floor, consuming a lot of mental power, and even ghosting appeared when his eyes saw things. But at this moment, the purple fog around her began to dissipate, and when the snake girl saw this scene, her face changed. Bellplander, dead? The fog will not disappear all at once, it will only run out little by little with the wind, but Zhang Luochen is here. Wind escape. A simple wind escape can still be used, and a gust of wind suddenly swept in, directly blowing away all the fog around it. It seems that your helper is gone, snake girl, it's time for you to hit the road too. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. The snake girl suddenly burst into laughter. I admit that you are very powerful, but do you want me to die? Just by you still can't do it. We also have the heritage of our ancient god church, which was originally prepared for the special team, but it is not a waste to use it on you, the boy of the unknown forbidden ruins. Oh, yes, your current forbidden ruins are no longer unknown. I heard that it is the 8th royal ruins? As soon as the words fell, a black box appeared in front of the snake girl, which was one of the 3 boxes they had explored before. Seeing this scene, Bailey Fat and the others changed their expressions. This is something that can threaten the ancient god church. That's not a joke. Really? Then I want to try. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. The snake girl sneered. If you are dying, you dare to be hard-mouthed. Don't think about running away, because it can't run at all. Let you see the wrath of the evil gods. Well, before the snake girl finished speaking, the black box in front of her suddenly disappeared, and then, a brilliant magic cube appeared behind Zhang Luochen. Lin Chiye's figure slowly appeared, and the 3 black boxes appeared with him. In fact, when he discovered these 3 boxes, Lin Chiye had already set up a magic circle in advance. As long as Lin Chiye was willing, these 3 boxes could be in his hands at any time. And Qing Yu was responsible for luring the man of the immeasurable realm away, and it was also taking advantage of this opportunity that Lin Xie solved. Bel Crander and Zhang Luochen also scrapped the snake girl, and he never completely solved her, but also wanted to see how she was going to use this box. The wrath of the evil god? It turned out to be such a high-risk thing. Lin Xie looked at the 3 boxes. Zhang Luochen smiled evilly and looked at the snake girl. How is it? Surprised or not? Surprised. Your trump cards are gone. You guys win. The snake girl looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. She had no idea what had happened at this moment. Lin Xie smiled slightly and told the snake girl all their plans. You can only blame. You are too stupid. You are now completely broken, so it can be said that it is useless. Zhang Luochen spoke slowly. The snake girl sneered. I'm dead. Don't think about living. Die together. As soon as the words fell, the snake girl suddenly pressed her hands on her eyes and pulled hard, and her 2 snake eyes appeared on her hands. Then, the snake girl slammed the snake eyes in her hand to the ground, and suddenly, one after another snake eyes suddenly appeared on the surrounding walls, and in an instant, everything around began to petrify. Oh no! Lin Xie secretly said that it was not good, and immediately summoned the position of the Chaos Rubik's Cube to disrupt the wall, but the speed was too fast to catch up. Seeing this, Molly inserted the sword in her hand directly into the ground, and at this moment, Vientian frequency, the wall under everyone's feet began to burst. Everyone's bodies dropped sharply. Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand and waved it, and a wave of yellow sand suddenly struck, and a platform appeared directly under their feet suspended in the air. However, the snake woman's final suicidal petrification is still ongoing. Kamui. The space began to rotate strangely, and everything created by the snake girl was all sucked into Zhang Luochen's divine power space. Everything here turned into peace. Only the snake girl who had been petrified fell from the sky, and finally smashed to the ground, directly shattering. The crowd was suspended on the sandy platform, looking at the snake girl's shattered limbs from above. Huh, she's dead. Chao Yuan spoke. Bailey Fat sat on the ground and gasped. It's all broken like this, I can't live. Zhang Luochen staggered, almost a little unsteady. The ability to use the Sharingan continuously, as well as the leapfrog battle against the snake girl, plus the spiritual attack of the purple mist, so his own spiritual power was consumed a little more. The reason why he didn't turn on the ability of Susanoo this time was also to take into account this aspect. The purple mist kept invading their spiritual power, and once it was turned on, it was likely to accelerate their own influence by the fog. We killed an agent of an evil god. Lin Xie was also pale. Coupled with the mystery of the external realm of Bel Clan, it can be regarded as a great achievement. Chao Yuan thought for a while and spoke. A star medal should not have run away. Lin Xie spoke slowly. That seems to be one step closer to becoming a real special squad. Chao Yuan smiled slightly. A cold wind gradually picked up. Suddenly, Zhang Luochen's face was a little solemn, and he suddenly looked up not far away. There is still one trouble that has not been solved. Gravel mixed in the wind, sweeping through the empty streets, and the street lights on both sides dimmed directly. Not far away, a large amount of yellow sand suddenly gathered in midair, and a man's figure slowly came out. This was the man in the immeasurable realm just now. He frowned and looked at Zhang Luochen and the others. Strange, why is your yellow sand? I can't control it. The man spoke in confusion. Infinite realm. Chao Yuan felt the powerful aura on the other party's body, and unconsciously hugged the straight knife in his hand. His ability should be to control the sand. You will find an opportunity to run quickly, and I will hold him back. Zhang Luochen stood in front of everyone. It's okay, I can hold him with you. Lin Xie held the double knives in his hand. Jialan walked to Lin Xie's side with the half-broken wooden bow, without the slightest fear in her eyes, and stretched out her arm in a strong posture. Chao Yuan dragged his body slowly to the side of them. We are a team. How can there be a reason for you two to show off your might? Bailey Fat also walked to them at this time. Hurt our Molly like this. The young master and him are not finished. The man sneered and said, very good, you deceived me, stole the box, saved a garrison team, and killed Bellander and Snake Girl. You can do this. It's really surprising to me. Really, it's just that you guys are too stupid. Zhang Luochen smiled lightly, and the lid of the gourd had been opened by him. Ah, you're still stubborn. Then today is your dead end. The man raised his hands, and the wild sand surged instantly, and the coercion of the immeasurable realm instantly descended, and the huge wild sand rushed towards them. Compared to sand, I won't be less than you. Zhang Luochen glared at the front and raised his hands as well. Quicksand torrent. A wave of powerful quicksand emanated from Zhang Luochen's body, like a vast ocean, directly blocking the man's crazy sand. The man's face changed, and he raised his hands again, and the wild sand suddenly swept in, but at the same time, a yellow sand rushed straight to his face, and the man had to dodge to the side. How could this be? Why can't I control your yellow sand? The man was full of doubts. After all, he was the Church of the Ancient Gods, and he was also an agent of Seth, the god of yellow sand, but he couldn't control this strange yellow sand. Your Huangsha is my son, mine is my father, and when my son meets his father, of course he must be obedient. Zhang Luochen smiled. The man's face changed, and he clenched his fists angrily, but he really didn't have any way to deal with Zhang Luochen's yellow sand at this time. Then you try this trick. The man raised his hands again. But at this moment, Lin Xie took 3 boxes and placed placed them in front of him. Then do you want to try this trick? Seeing this scene, the man couldn't help but stop his hands. His face was furious, and he looked at the 3 boxes in deep thought. What was originally used to deal with others is now used against oneself. It's a shame to say this kind of thing. The man knew best what kind of abilities the 3 boxes had, and with the fact that there was another person who could control the sand in the same way, he had to re-examine the current situation. After hesitating for a moment, he finally put down his hands. Very good, I will let you go today, but remember, take the things of the Church of the Ancient Gods, and be prepared to be hunted. When that day comes, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. The man glanced at them coldly, and then his figure dispersed into yellow sand in the sky, dissipating into the night sky. After confirming that the man had left, everyone was also relieved, and Lin Qia's whole body was completely relaxed. Zhang Luochen covered the mouth of the gourd with a lid, exhaled heavily. To be honest, if he really fought, it would be the best result to escape. The reason why he used the ability to control the sand was to make the other party wonder. Of course, he was also gambling. This so-called yellow sand god could not control the sand he brought, and the result was indeed so, and Zhang Luochen also found that. Although he had obtained Gaara's ability, the only sand he could control was the sand in his gourd, and as for the other sand in the outside world, it was indeed not under his control. Lin Qia's method did work. Their group of people, now injured, not enough mental strength to deal with a full state of immeasurable realm. Even if they are full state, it is impossible to win, let alone now. It's finally over. Chao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, and the purple fog around him had completely dissipated. By the way, where is Xinyu? He should be on the highway. Lin Qie thought for a while and spoke. At this moment, the sound of the jeep's engine sounded from the street not far away, and it was driving towards them. Put on a mask. It's time for us to leave. Lin Qie put on the Sun Wukong mask. Molly, I'll come to the hospital to see you later. Bailey Fat smiled foolishly. Molly, there is something I need to ask you for. Zhang Luochen thought of something and spoke. Molly said directly, I know, I won't tell you about you. Several jeeps stopped not far from them. Zhang Han got out of the car, and the moment he saw Molly, he immediately shouted, Molly! But when he got closer and saw several people wearing masks in front of him, the whole person stood there a little confused. You are from Team 017, right? Lin Qie, who was wearing a Sun Wukong mask, spoke. You 4 Phoenix team or mask team? Zhang Han couldn't help but ask. Wait, it is the 5th special team. Lin Qie spoke. As soon as the words fell, a touch of sand appeared on the soles of several people's feet at the same time, using sand as a medium, and soared up. The 5 people flew in the other direction on the sand and gradually disappeared from the field of vision of several people. Chao Yuan couldn't help but be a little confused. Why are we flying here? Zhang Luochen was stunned. Huh? Isn't it more hazy to exit like this? But that person just now seems to have something to ask us. Lin Qie couldn't help but speak. It's easy to goof, and I see that those masters in the TV series are like this. Leave a name, turn around and leave, and let them guess for themselves. Zhang Luochen said. Lin Qie thought for a while. It seems that's the same reason. Yes, Zhang Luochen is right. This is called mystery. Just left the stage. I thought it was handsome. Bailey Pang said with a laugh. Yeah, do you think so too? Chao Yuan looked at Lin Qie and asked. Lin Qie held his chin. I only know that the other special teams are very special. Chao Yuan imitated Lin Qie's movements and held his chin. It seems it's also very special to leave sitting in the sand like this. Bailey Fat said with a smile. Yes, look at the other special teams. Psychics sat on the pillar and flew away directly. How handsome. We will definitely be remembered if we leave on the sand. By the way, next time we will leave with the wings of white paper, and we will leave in a different way every time, so it will be more handsome, right, Luochen? Zhang Luochen was ashamed. He never thought that the abilities he drew were used to make you handsome. Lin Qie looked at the broken wooden bow in Zhao Lan's hand, and then the two talked and decided to send the wooden bow back to the headquarters to repair it with the material of a straight knife. As several people spoke, the humming engine came from a distance, and then, an old black van stopped in front of them. The handheld car window slowly rolled down, and Xinyu, who was wearing glasses, appeared in front of everyone and patted the car door. Get in the car. Bailey Fat looked at the van, and the old style showed a face full of disgust. I said, can I not sit? I would rather fly away on the sand and leave. Zhang Luochen sighed slightly. I said, you really have to exhaust my mental strength to be willing. It's still 20 kilometers away from the safe house. It's good to have a car. Lin Qie also spoke. By the way, is there anything we haven't done? Didn't you say to leave our mark? Chao Yuan suddenly spoke. Lin Qie suddenly fell into deep thought. What kind of mark do we want to leave? I think, let's just draw a fat man. Bailey Pang said as he took out a black spray paint from his pocket. But as soon as he took it out, he directly snatched the spray paint in his hand with one hand, and Bailey Fat looked up blankly, just in time to see Zhang Luochen holding the spray paint in his hand. I think this plan is not feasible, otherwise, everyone will think that our 5th special team is fat per capita. Zhang Luochen spoke. When Jialan on the side heard this, he immediately nodded. Obviously for the fat man, she was a girl who strongly refused. I think the mark symbolizes our team and should have the characteristics of our team. Lin Chiye said thoughtfully, this kind of thing should be left directly to the captain. Zhang Luochen handed the black spray paint to Lin Chiye. Lin Chiye took the black spray paint in his hand, looked at the wall in front of him and thought about it, and then drew a big black solid circle on it like he drew a formation, and drew a big fork on it. This looks pretty good. And Xingyu nodded slightly. Lin Chiye threw the black spray paint to Bailey Fat and looked at his masterpiece with a satisfied face. Zhang Luochen also spoke at this time. Yes, in the future, this will be the mark that belongs to our team. Call it off. On the outskirts of Gusu City, in a simple and solemn temple, Zhang Luochen and Chao Yuan stood at the door of the temple, except for Xingyu, who was dissecting, and the others all came here to pray for blessings. Jia Lan took Lin Chiye to the other side, and Bailey Fat was in the temple in front of him, asking for a peace talisman for his father. By the way, why don't you go in? Chao Yuan looked at Zhang Luochen on the side and asked. Me? I didn't want to give it away. Zhang Luochen said casually. You can also do it for yourself. Chao Yuan said. Myself? I used to want money, a lot of money, so I would ask for money. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. What about now? Chao Yuan asked. Now, it's the same, so I'm done asking. Zhang Luochen smiled. I didn't see it. You turned out to be a miser? Chao Yuan smiled slightly. Zhang Luochen sighed. No way, I was bitter when I was a child. I was an orphan. I didn't have money. Others wouldn't look at you. I wanted to eat what I liked. I wanted to buy what I liked. I needed money. Yes, what you said makes some sense. Chao Yuan just finished speaking. Bailey Fat walked out satisfied. Hey, okay, so fast? Fu, let me take a look. Chao Yuan asked suspiciously. Bailey Pang Pang took out two and placed them in front of the two of them. One for Molly, one for my father. Chao Yuan looked down at the sandalwood sign in his hand. In addition to the three big characters Bailey Xan, in turn, it was densely engraved with step-by-step, long life full of gold and jade, retreat from all evils, and clear heart and calm. Looking at these dazzling engravings, the corners of Zhang Luochen and Chao Yuan's mouths twitched wildly. What's wrong? What's wrong with this talisman? Bailey Pang asked suspiciously. There is no problem, that is, this talisman is really unique. Is this from heaven? Zhang Luochen said with a wry smile. I spent money, I have to take care of it. Bailey Fat said righteously. That's good. Chao Yuan held back for a long time and held back these three words. Lin Chiye and Jia Lan also came over at this time, and Jia Lan had a sullen expression. It's alright, let's go back. Wait, I'm going to the hospital to see Molly. Bailey Pang Pang said. You go, the people of Team 017 have seen me, and I will be recognized when I go, and say hello to Molly for me. Lin Chiye said. I'm not going anymore, I've already said hello to Molly. You guys go? Zhang Luochen said. Bailey Fat and Chao Yuan went to the hospital together, and Zhang Luochen, Lin Chiye and Jia Lan returned to the safe house together. Jia Lan's application for joining the team and the bow and arrow have been handed in, and in addition, the strange thing is that Commander Yi has not come down yet. Back in the safe house, Lin Chiye opened his mouth with some doubts. This is a matter of superiors. Anyway, no matter what happens, Fat must be our team member. Zhang Luochen said categorically. Lin Chiye also nodded. Yes, no matter what happens. In a rental house outside the suburbs of Gusu City. And Xingyu was concentrating on dissecting, Bell Crane, S-Body, and Lin Chiye was observing from the sidelines. Zhang Luochen picked up a cup of tea, found a stool and sat on the balcony, drinking tea, basking in the sun, like a retired old man, enjoying his retirement life. At this time, the door slowly opened, and Bailey Fong Pang and Chao Yuan walked in together. You two are back. Zhang Luochen got up and asked, how is it? It hasn't been discovered. Chao Yuan smiled bitterly and pointed to Bailey Fat on the side. With him, he quickly integrated into that team. Then I guess, take out a few more watches. Zhang Luochen naturally understood what methods Bailey Fat used. Bailey Fat on the side smiled foolishly. Hey, Molly promised me to go to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Zhang Luochen was stunned, because he knew the result of Bailey Fat Pang and Molly, and the whole person was stunned for a moment. What's wrong, Luochen? Why are you stunned? Bailey Pang asked suspiciously. It's okay, of course I'm happy for you. Zhang Luochen patted Bailey Fat on the shoulder. Lin Chiye also walked out. So happy, the chubby peach blossoms have arrived. Hey, 7 Knights, when do we leave? I have to go back to Guangzhou and Shenzhen tomorrow first. Bailey Pang said with a smile. Lin Chiye was stunned for a moment. So anxious? No longer wait 2 days. Jia Lan's bow and arrow will not be repaired tomorrow, and in Xingyu's experiment will also take a while. Bailey Fat said slightly helplessly. No way, the day after tomorrow is the old man's birthday banquet. The only heir, must go back early. Those relatives and representatives of other groups and big families want me to receive them. I must go back early. Lin Chiye nodded slightly, thought for a while and said, that's true, go early so you can prepare early. You, the heir, are going to make some kind of appearance. The corners of Chao Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Why do you always feel that you are looking forward to it? Hey, after all, it's the first time I've participated in such a big occasion, and I'm still the protagonist, so of course I'm looking forward to it. Bailey Pang Pang said. Okay, then you can take a step first, wait for us here, and go directly to the birthday banquet to meet you. Lin Chiye said with a smile. At this time, Zhang Luochen suddenly spoke. I have nothing to do, otherwise, I'll go with Fat. You? Lin Chia looked at Zhang Luochen suspiciously. People are going to take over the family. What are you going to do? Just think of it as a holiday to go to Guangzhou and Shenzhen to play first, and Fat also needs a helper. And, don't forget, Fat net worth, in case of any danger along the way, I can take care of it. Zhang Luochen said. Lin Chia thought for a while and said, that's right, now the ancient god church has not given up, and if it is really attacked, your bodyguard group is afraid that it will not be able to cope. That's fine, if you go back with an acquaintance, you won't feel lonely on the road. Bailey Fat smiled naively. When the time comes, when you arrive, I will go to the airport to pick you up, so that I don't have to trouble your driver. Zhang Luochen said with a smile. That's not good, my friend, the pomp must be big. When the time comes, I will ask the convoy to pick you up at the airport, and Luochen and I will come together. Bailey Pang patted his chest to guarantee. Lin Chia smiled slightly. Okay, I'll send you off tomorrow. The morning sun shone on the road, and the weather was exceptionally good today. Bailey Fat got up surprisingly early today, tinkering with himself in front of the mirror early in the morning. Zhang Luochen rummaged through his clothes and found that there was no formal dress. I don't have formal clothes, these clothes are too casual, I have to buy a formal dress when I get to Guangshan. Don't worry, Luochen, when everything is covered in Guangzhou and Shenzhen, everything will be taken care of for you, and I will pay for it. Bailey Fat said very generously. Then how embarrassing. I accepted it. Zhang Luochen said. Bailey Pang took out 4 envelopes with gold patterns on a black background from his pocket and handed them to Lin Chia and the others. This is an invitation. Give it to you first. Don't forget to bring it with you when the time comes. Don't worry, you will definitely remember. Lin Chia smiled slightly. Okay, see you then. Bailey Pang waved at everyone, and Zhang Luochen also followed Bailey Fat Pang. The two walked into a building together, directly to the roof of the building, and not long after, a helicopter flew in from a distance and stopped at the airport on the roof of the building. Zhang Luochen and Bailey Fat left in a helicopter and flew in the direction of the airport. Not long after, with a buzzing sound, the helicopter slowly landed, the cabin door opened, Bailey Fat took off his earmuffs, took out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and put them on himself. You are too stylish. Zhang Luochen couldn't help but speak. After all, it's going home, and there should be a tone. Bailey Pang took out another pair of sunglasses and handed them to Zhang Luochen. Yes, my friends cannot be less. Zhang Luochen took the sunglasses, this material was expensive at a glance, and he also put the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. The two walked towards another open space, where a private jet was already quietly docked on the runway. It's really impressive, a private jet. Zhang Luochen opened his mouth in surprise. Bailey Fat was still a little puzzled in his heart. I've never seen this plane. Then looked at Zhang Luochen and said, this is all a trivial matter. Wait until Guangzhou and Shenzhen, let you feel what a real luxury package is. Then I'll wait and see. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, but Bailey Fat's little hesitation just now naturally did not escape his eyes. Zhang Luochen raised the corners of his mouth and secretly opened the lid of the gourd. The two walked towards the private jet, where a beautiful woman in uniform was waiting for them, and when she saw Bailey Fat approaching, she smiled sweetly and bowed slightly. Good morning, little lady. Bailey Pang nodded slightly, and said suspiciously, are you? I'm your new private flight attendant. The uniformed beauty smiled and said, you can call me Xiao Su. Oh, Xiao Su, is this plane my dad's new purchase? Bailey Fat looked at the plane and asked. No, this plane belongs to young Master Jing. Xiao Su explained gently. Bailey Jing? Bailey Fat was stunned. Why did he buy a private jet? Zhang Luochen naturally knew who Bailey Jing was. Strictly speaking, he was the real Bailey Tu Ming. By the way, little master, this is. The uniformed beauty looked at Zhang Luochen and asked. Oh, this is my friend. He came to the birthday banquet together, and he was treated well when he arrived in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Bailey Pang said. Okay, little master, let's get on the plane first. Zhang Luochen and Bailey Fat walked into the cabin together. The interior space of the plane is very large. There is a whole leather sofa inside, and there is a bar for bartending. How is it, Luochen? The private jet is good. Bailey Fat said, showing off. Zhang Luochen took a private jet for the first time, nodded and said, well, it's really good. Bailey Fat lay down directly on the leather sofa. Zhang Luochen also sat aside, and the plane took off at this time. After the fuselage stabilized, Xiao Su walked up to Bailey Fat with 2 glasses of special cocktails, smiled and put them on the table. You whine. There is a problem. Bailey Pang heard Zhang Luochen's words, reacted very quickly and threw the wine glass directly towards the uniformed beauty. The uniformed beauty dodged quickly, and just as she was about to take out the forbidden item from under the counter, her body suddenly couldn't move. Stop tossing, you can't move. A shadow on the soles of Zhang Luochen's feet was connected with the shadow of a beautiful woman in uniform. You guys can't live. The beautiful woman in uniform wanted to move her body, but she couldn't move at all. In the next second, there was a sudden roar outside the plane, and the expression of the uniformed beauty was obviously a little confused. Don't make a fuss, I wrapped the plane with sand when the plane took off, and the missile just now has been stopped by me. Zhang Luochen smiled lightly. Bailey Pang walked up to the uniformed beauty. Let me ask you, who made you do this? I won't say it. You can't go back to Guangshan. In the next second, the corners of the subdued beauty began to bleed. You, Bailey Fat looked at this scene in astonishment. Zhang Luochen immediately stepped forward and confirmed that the uniformed beauty was dead. She is dead. Don't let me go back to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Bailey Fat Pang's face was a little solemn. What did you think of? Zhang Luochen looked at Bailey Pang with complicated eyes. These shouldn't be people from the ancient god church. Bailey Fat nodded. Well, I understand. The only one who wants to kill me is Bailey Jing. Zhang Luochen was just about to say something. Suddenly, the whole plane began to shake nonstop. Zhang Luochen came to the cockpit, and the pilot inside also committed suicide by poisoning, and the plane was completely out of control. These people are so ruthless. This is suicide. Bailey Fat looked at this scene in disbelief. It seems that they are determined not to let me go back to Guangzhou and Shenzhen, but I want to go back. Zhang Luochen sighed slightly. It's good if Xingyu is here. He will open it. Turn to look at Bailey Fat. Get ready to jump. Bailey Fat nodded. Zhang Luochen directly punched the cabin door out, and two figures jumped directly from the plane. Not long after the two left the plane, Zhang Luochen suddenly heard a sound whizzing past behind him, and turned his head to look, and 5 missiles were actually coming towards them. It's really a big deal. Zhang Luochen waved his hand, and a large wave of sand blocked the two of them like a wall. Boom! The missile instantly exploded on the sand, and the aftermath of the explosion directly knocked the two out of the air, and Zhang Luochen immediately used the dance of paper, and a large pile of white paper appeared behind the two to form a pair of wings. Fortunately, after the bombardment of the 5 missiles, there were no other missiles, and the two used their wings to fly forward for a while and then slowly landed. Luochen, are you okay? Bailey Fat walked to Zhang Luochen's side. Don't worry, I'm fine. Zhang Luochen waved his hand. Are you sure that the one who wants to deal with you is Bai Lijing, the adopted son of the Bailey family? Bailey Pang nodded very affirmatively. Only him. He does bring greater benefits to our Bailey family, so he has long wanted to replace me. But, to replace you with such a big thing, if he hadn't passed Bai Lisan, would he be so bold? Zhang Luochen couldn't help but ask. My father, it's impossible. That's my father. How could he deal with me? If Bai Lijing really killed me, my father wouldn't spare him. When Bailey Fat said this, he was also a little excited. Don't get excited. No matter what, when we get to Guangzhou and Shenzhen, everything will be clear. Zhang Luochen calmed Bailey Chubby's emotions. I'm sorry just now. Bailey Fat sighed slightly. No matter what, that's my father, so I must go back to Guangshan and tell my father. Luochen, I'm really sorry for involving you. What did you say? We are teammates. Zhang Luochen held the straight knife in his hand. It seems that this time, I have to be your bodyguard. Luochen. Bailey Fat muttered to himself. By the way, you have to be paid. Zhang Luochen smiled knowingly. Do you want to inform Chiye and them? Bailey Pang asked. I don't want it for the time being. Jialan's bow has not been repaired yet, and Ankinjiu's experiment is estimated to have reached an important link. Anyway, I am here. I will ensure that you are safely sent back to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Zhang Luochen patted his chest and promised. There is still some distance from Guangzhou and Shenzhen, otherwise we will find a car? Bailey Pang asked. No, I think no matter where you are, there are killers waiting for you, and we can only return to Guangzhou and Shenzhen in our own way. As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, a pair of wings appeared on the backs of the two again. Wouldn't this be too much of your mental strength? Bailey Pang said. It's okay, it won't cost too much. Zhang Luochen waved his hand. The two figures flew directly in the air, and no other attackers were found along the way, but when they looked at the ground from the air, they found that there were many levels set up along the way. There are suddenly so many levels along the way. Bailey Pang looked at the ground. Zhang Luochen nodded. It seems that this time it is a big deal. I don't know if the ancient god church will participate in it. You can only take one step at a time, but you are finally getting closer and closer to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Bailey Pang said. At this moment, a dazzling flash suddenly flew towards the two of them, and Zhang Luochen quickly controlled the white paper to block the two of them, and a violent explosion sounded. Zhang Luochen and Bailey Fat figures rushed towards the ground, and another explosion sounded behind them, and the two fell to the ground, and the wings behind them also fluttered. At this moment, 3 figures stepping on golden light swept over their heads, and several beams of light fell on the heads of the two. Rumble. Little master, why are you still running around in the forest at night? A man standing on a scaled-down version of Yaoguang looked down at Zhang Luochen and Bailey Fat Pong. Why is there still one person? Another woman couldn't help but question. Don't worry about him, just kill him together. The man spoke slowly. The imitation version of Yaoguang? People from the Bailey family? Bailey's fat eyes narrowed slightly. Doesn't the little master recognize me? I used to be your follower in the early years. The man smiled and spoke. Even you dare to fly over my head? Get out of here quickly? Bailey Fat had a gloomy expression. Little master, since we have appeared in front of you so swaggering, we have no intention of letting you get out of this forest alive. The woman sneered. Just the 3 of you, your strength is too poor. Zhang Luochen pointed to the woman and said, you misunderstood, we are only responsible for searching for your whereabouts, and there are other people. The corners of the man's mouth raised slightly. As soon as the words fell, for figures slowly appeared from the shadows of the trees, and the bright moonlight sprinkled on their faces, and after seeing the faces of the four people, Bailey Chubby's face couldn't help but change drastically. The four forbidden objects of earth, fire, and feng shui. I have seen the little master. Fire makes calm openings. You guys, you are my personal bodyguards. Why do you want to kill me? Bailey Fat said angrily. Fat, can't you still see that this is an assassination operation against you initiated by the Bailey family? Zhang Luochen said coldly. I'm sorry, little master, we can't let you return to Guanshan. Alive, the water envoy slowly closed his eyes. The four forbidden envoys of the Bailey family. Then I, Zhang Luochen, will meet you. Do you have any unspeakable secrets? You have always protected me since you were a child. How can you betray me? Bailey Pang stretched out his hand to stop Zhang Luochen, who was about to do it. All this is indeed very unbelievable for Bailey Fat Pang. The four forbidden envoys are completely his personal bodyguards. From childhood to adulthood, every time they risk their lives to fight with the enemy. In Bailey Pang's heart, they are the elders who have watched him grow up, and they are his seniors. Such four people are now pointing the finger at themselves. How can they betray themselves? Pang, although I don't understand your family's affairs, even the four forbidden envoys can betray it. Is this still by Li Jing's ability? Zhang Luochen said in a cold voice. Bailey Fat fell into deep thought, although he also felt it, but he really couldn't figure out such an answer. Why? You guys, don't do it yet? How to explain to the master when you go back? The man sitting on the replica version of Yaoguang couldn't help but urge. Noisy. As soon as Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand, the yellow sand rushed directly towards the man like a rope, pulling the man directly from the imitation version of Yaoguang and smashing it the ground. You dare to hit me? The man stood up from the ground angrily. What are you still stunned for? Kill him for me. The violent hurricane swept from the forest, and the strong wind blew Zhang Luochen and Bailey Fat clothes wildly in the wind. The four major forbidden envoys of the Bailey family. I heard that the joint force can deal with the sea realm, so I will give it a try today. Zhang Luochen smiled coldly. The fire envoy's fingertips ignited a dazzling flame, and under the sweep of the wind, in an instant, the fire spread instantly, and the fire mixed with the gust of wind instantly enveloped the two of them. Fire escape, fire extinguish. The same fire spread from Zhang Luochen's own body, instantly forming a wall of fire, directly blocking the fire of the forbidden object, but due to the addition of the wind enabled by the strong wind, the fire over there was still spreading. It's just the wind, don't think I don't have it. Zhang Luochen smiled coldly. Feng escape, hang the net. The net-shaped wind went towards the wall of fire in front of him, instantly merging into one, and the original wall of fire became even bigger, directly towards the four forbidden envoys. Seeing this, the water envoy swiped his fingertips, and countless water droplets rushed frantically towards the firewall in front of him, and under the soaking of the water, the fire was greatly reduced. At the same time, the mount on the soles of Zhang Luochen's feet suddenly began to loosen, and Zhang Luochen directly pulled Bailey Fat back and retreated. Earth escape, earthquake core. The ground in front of the two suddenly cracked, forming a small square, and this square of land began to sink instantly. A figure drilled out of the soil, and the earth envoy who originally wanted to sneak attack actually sank with the ground. Seeing that the ground was getting closer and closer to him, the earth envoy broke out of the ground instantly, and his whole body rushed up, but the earth envoy who was just about to rush to the ground was suddenly tilted down by a wave of dirt. If you like to stay in the soil so much, then stay forever. Zhang Luochen looked at the local envoy condescendingly. Countless mud instantly covered the earth envoy's body, and when he saw this, he gave up the method of breaking through upwards and turned directly to the other side. The straight knife in Zhang Luochen's hand was instantly unsheathed and inserted directly into the ground, and a light blue current rushed straight into the soil. A scream came from the soil, and at the same time, this current rushed directly along the ground towards the remaining three forbidden object envoys. Seeing this, the three of them took advantage of the situation to hide behind them, and the three of them jumped up at the same time and stood on top of a big tree. Solve one. I don't know if the three of you can still be worth a sea realm. Zhang Luochen pulled out a straight knife from the ground. The land envoy, one of the four forbidden envoys, completely remained in this land. Local envoy. He's dead. Bailey Fat looked at the scene that happened in front of him in surprise. All this happened so fast that he didn't even have time to react. The earth envoy was dead. Fat, aren't you awake yet? Zhang Luochen roared at Bailey Fat. I know that at this moment when they want my life, our relationship is hostile. Kill them. Bailey Fat's eyes instantly became cold. The remaining three forbidden items changed his face. Zhang Luochen's strength is too complicated, so let's solve the little master first. The fire envoy said with a cold face. The earth envoy is dead. I and the fire envoy will drag Zhang Luochen. The water envoy, you go and solve the little master. The wind messenger said. At this moment, the wind messenger and the fire messenger moved at the same time, and there was another gust of wind and a cloud of flames, and the two merged together, instantly turning into a flame tornado and attacking the two of them. Bailey Pang immediately took out the Wu Wind and Thunder scroll from his pocket and went directly towards this flame tornado. The wind mixed with thunder and the flame tornado collided together, but suddenly, water droplets hit Bailey Fat from the other side. Water escape. The art of water dragon bullets. Suddenly, a giant dragon rushed out from behind Zhang Luochen, directly rushing towards the water envoy on the other side, and the water envoy who controlled the water was instantly overwhelmed by such a water dragon, and his whole body flew out directly. When it comes to playing with water, you're still far from it. Zhang Luochen smiled faintly and then looked at the fire envoy and the wind envoy with cold eyes. Another huge fire came from the fingertips of the fire envoy. Kamui. Zhang Luochen's kaleidoscope Sharingan opened instantly, and the flames emitted by the fire envoy disappeared in an instant, and the fire envoy was stunned. Fire escape. The art of fireball. A huge fiery red fireball rushed straight towards the fire envoy, and the fire envoy's face changed, and he immediately hid to the other side. However, what he didn't expect was that Zhang Luochen's figure appeared here at some point. Zhang Luochen said coldly, "There is another kind of fire, you don't know at all. It is a flame that will never be extinguished. Amaterasu, Amaterasu." A black flame appeared on the fire envoy's body, and the fire envoy's whole body was instantly surrounded by black flames. Ah! A scream pierced the sky. At this time, a ball of water rushed directly towards the fire envoy's body, but the black flame was still not extinguished, and the fire envoy instantly lost his voice. "I said that this flame will not be extinguished." Zhang Luochen said coldly, "Now, 2 are dead, and there are only 2 of you left." The faces of the wind envoy and the water envoy changed suddenly, and the 4 of them worked together to clearly fight the level of the sea realm, but they were completely suppressed by Zhang Luochen of a Sichuan realm. Rumble. A bolt of lightning crossed the clouds, and dull thunder kept appearing between the clouds. At this time, the 3 people stepping on the imitation version of Yaoguang suddenly appeared, and they pulled out a silver stick from behind, and dense electric light bloomed from these silver sticks, linking with each other to form a triangular power grid. "This is an imitation of the Thunder God Pillar. Even this thing was made?" Bailey Pang said suspiciously. "Little master, your friend is very powerful. If we don't make a move, they will all die," the man said coldly. Zhang Luochen looked at the triangular power grid, and an electric light also appeared in his palm, playing with thunder. "You are still far away, still struggling." As soon as the man finished speaking, the long stick in his hand was thrown out directly, and the other 2 did the same, and the 3 electric silver long sticks easily broke through the air and shot straight at Zhang Luochen. Wind escape. Gale palm. A strong wind instantly emanated from Zhang Luochen's own body and swept directly towards the 3 of them, and the 3 silver sticks with electric light were instantly cut, and those electric lights disappeared, while the wind was still sweeping. The imitation version of Yaoguang under the feet of the 3 was completely broken by Feng Dun, like a sickle, frantically cutting. The bodies of the 3 of them, and the 3 of them had varying degrees of scars on their bodies, and fell heavily to the ground. At the same time as the 3 of them fell to the ground, a cloud of yellow sand suddenly appeared around them, and in the next second, the yellow sand directly wrapped the bodies of the 3 of them firmly. Screams came and went, and the yellow sand on the 3 of them was getting closer and closer, and at this moment, the wind moved, and a gust of wind rushed straight behind Zhang Luochen's back. However, when this gust of wind was about to touch Zhang Luochen's back, an earthen wall made of yellow sand appeared on Zhang Luochen's back, blocking the blow for Zhang Luochen. "Wait a moment, it's your turn." Zhang Luochen's eyes were cold, and he looked at the 3 people in front of him. "Sand bind the coffin." The yellow sand completely crushed the 3 of them, and the blood spread to the periphery of the yellow sand, and the 3 of them completely lost their voice. Rumble. "Oh, it's raining." The rain soaked the clothes of several people, and the dull thunder kept sounding in the clouds. The wind envoy and the water envoy attacked Zhang Luochen at the same time, but in the next second, a lilac light appeared around Zhang Luochen, and the light instantly enveloped him, and a skeleton man appeared from him. The attacks of the wind and water messengers were all blocked, and all they saw was Zhang Luochen's cold face. "It's raining, because of water. It has been burned to form water vapor, and thunderstorm clouds are formed after the temperature rises. The 4 of you don't seem to have thunder attributes, so let you see, what is thunder?" Zhang Luochen slowly raised one hand, and a touch of light blue lightning directly converged in his hand, and at the same time, the thunder and lightning in the air kept shuttling between the clouds, slowly passing through the clouds, and even surrounding all the clouds. It seemed that it was no longer the clouds that wrapped the thunder and lightning, but the thunder and lightning that wrapped the clouds, and the thunder and lightning in the air converged together, and a huge unicorn head appeared from between the clouds. When the wind envoy and the water envoy saw this scene, they secretly said badly, "Run quickly." "Want to run? It's too late," Zhang Luochen said coldly. "With the thunder, let's disappear together." Qilin. The thunder and lightning in the clouds instantly broke through the sky and rushed directly to the ground, and the wind envoy and the water envoy had no time to dodge, and smashed heavily on the 2 of them. The aftermath of the thunder and lightning shook the surrounding earth, and all the surrounding trees were cut down in an instant. And after that, the rain stopped. Zhang Luochen's Susanoo was also unraveled at this time, and the ground was full of traces of their battles. "Are they all dead?" Bailey Pang Pang asked. Zhang Luochen nodded, and then looked at Bailey Fat with complicated eyes. "I know you can't accept all this. It's okay, Luochen, they don't want me to go back to Guangzhou and Shenzhen, but I have to go back. No matter what, there are some things that I have to ask myself," Bailey Fat said firmly with his his eyes. Zhang Luochen patted Bailey Fat on the shoulder. Don't worry, no matter what the road ahead is, we will always be the 5th special team, and we will always support you. Bailey Pang nodded vigorously, showing a satisfied smile. Fortunately, you are here. I said don't cry. Zhang Luochen quipped. I won't cry. Ah. What they didn't notice was that not far away, a young man wearing a white fox mask was calmly watching this scene. It seems that you don't need to help yourself. After Shin Xingzhu saw that the two were out of danger, he silently walked towards other places, and at the moment he disappeared, Zhang Luochen turned his head slightly and looked towards the dark jungle, but now, it was empty. In a high-rise building in Guangzhou and Shenzhen, two figures slowly fell from the sky. We finally arrived in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Bailey Fat looked at this city he was familiar with, and then looked at Zhang Luochen. On the other side, Luochen, are you okay? You haven't rested all night, and you have consumed so much mental strength. To be honest, Zhang Luochen is indeed a little lacking in blue now. Last night's battle seemed to be Zhang Luochen's unilateral crushing, but after all, so many abilities were used, and the forbidden envoys did have strength, which consumes a lot of mental power in itself. Plus, this night, directly used the paper dance to let the two fly directly to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. I didn't sleep all night, I had another fight, and I flew a long distance, and my mental strength was indeed a little unbearable. To be honest, now I am completely physically and mentally exhausted. I'm fine. Where are you going now? Go straight to your house? Zhang Luochen asked. Although we have arrived in Guangzhou and Shenzhen, strictly speaking, it is more dangerous here than other places. Bailey Pang said. Yes, the energy of Bailey's family has covered the whole country, and Guangzhou and Shenzhen are completely the center of Bailey's family. Maybe as soon as we arrive on the street, we will be discovered immediately. Zhang Luochen frowned. Do you want to contact Qi Ye and the others? Bailey Pang said. Zhang Luochen nodded, then took out the mobile phone in his pocket, but when he took it out, he found that the mobile phone was turned off. My power is out. It's turned off. What about yours? Zhang Luochen asked. Did I lose mine? Bailey Fat kept rummaging through his pocket, but there was no mobile phone at all. Your mobile phone is not placed in the free space? Zhang Luochen asked. I haven't had it all the time, because there are too many things, and it's too troublesome to put my phone in and find it, so I didn't put it in. Bailey Pang said sincerely. Zhang Luochen was ashamed. Why, when it comes to the critical moment, the mobile phone is either out of power or lost. Such a bloody and old-fashioned plot. Why do you still appear? Now, there's someone who can help us. Bailey Fat thought for a while and said. In Guangzhou and Shenzhen, do you still have someone you can trust? Zhang Luochen couldn't help but ask. Bailey Fat nodded. The 010 squad stationed in Guangzhou and Shenzhen, Miao Su. Miao Su. Zhang Luochen silently pronounced this name, because he knew this name. The entire 010 team had already been bought by Bailey's family, but only Miao Su was not corrupted by Bailey's family. The entire 010 team has long been corrupted by the Bailey family. Shi Miao Su does not have it, and at this time, Shi Miao Su was the only night watchman in the city. Okay, we go to her. After Lin Chie and others received the application for joining the team, they rushed directly to Guangzhou and Shenzhen by plane, and just got off the plane, because they arrived a day early, so they were still worried about where to go. A car from the Bailey group stopped in front of them at the right time, and a man got out of the driver's seat. Hello, is it Captain Lin Chie? Hearing this, Lin Chie was stunned, and this sentence made it clear that the other party obviously knew his identity. Are you from the Bailey family? Lin Chie asked. Yes, I am Master Jing's housekeeper. My name is Chang Kongsheng. Chang Kongsheng continued to explain. Bailey Jing is the adopted son of the chairman of our Bailey group, and he is also the younger brother of the little lady. However, we clearly agreed to tomorrow. How do you know that we are here today? And Xingyu asked with squinted eyes. Chang Kongsheng smiled slightly. As soon as several VIPs booked their air tickets, our young Master Jing already knew your itinerary, so he specially arranged for me to receive him. Lin Chia nodded slightly, since the people of the Bailey family still chose to get in the car after hesitating for a while. Chang Kongsheng drove the car to send a few of them to the hotel. Sitting in the car, Lin Chia looked out the window and said casually, has Bailey Tuming reached Guangzhou and Shenzhen? Chang Kongsheng always kept a smile. It's here. The little lady has already arrived in Guangzhou and Shenzhen yesterday. Didn't he report to you? Lin Chia shook his head. I guess he's too busy. His mobile phone hasn't been able to get through. Maybe. As soon as I came yesterday, the little lady was busy receiving important guests, and I guess I didn't have time to look at my phone. Chang Kongsheng said. What about the friend who was with him? And Xingyu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Hearing this question, Chang Kongsheng's expression changed obviously, and after hesitating for a while, he replied, oh, the one. With the little master, he and the little lady, they played too late yesterday. It is estimated that this will not happen yet. Hearing this, Lin Chia's face changed, and the others were also full of doubts, and they did not continue to ask. About half an hour later, the extended version of Lincoln stopped in front of the lobby of a luxurious 5-star hotel. This is one of the industries of our Bailey Group, the top luxury hotel in the entire Guangzhou and Shenzhen cities, and everything in it has been arranged by Master Jing. Chang Kongsheng introduced people to everyone, and then took the elevator to the 88th floor. This is a presidential suite, and after placing their their luggage, Chang Kongsheng left here. After confirming Chang Kongsheng's departure, Lin Xie frowned and his face changed. Judging from his reaction just now, I don't know the existence of Zhang Luochen at all. And Xingyu also had a bad premonition. Although I don't know what happened, there is indeed something wrong with this housekeeper. Then what should we do now? The two of them won't have an accident, right? Chao Yuan spoke. And Xingyu said, to be honest, all of this today is very suspicious. This housekeeper has been talking to us about Master Jing, as if he was deliberately telling us. Lin Xie also nodded. I also feel this way. Maybe it's family infighting? It's also possible, but the adopted son is an adopted son after all. How can the status of the chubby be shaken? And now I don't know what the situation is with the two of them. And Xingyu fell into deep thought. We have no clue now, and Guangzhou and Shenzhen are the territory of Bailey's family. Lin Xie frowned. Anyway, when I get to the banquet, everything will be clear. In a luxury villa in Guangzhou and Shenzhen, Zhang Luochen and Bailey Fat slowly fell from the sky, and the wings behind the two disappeared at this time. This is the night watch squad stationed in Guangzhou and Shenzhen? Zhang Luochen spoke. Bailey Fat nodded. Yes, because Guangzhou and Shenzhen are the territory of the Bailey family. They have always been treated well by the Bailey family. Zhang Luochen smiled coldly. The same night watchman, there will be such a big gap. They live in a villa so blatantly. However, they are all very good and took good care of me before. Bailey Fat said as he came to the door and knocked on the door. Not long after, the door of the villa was opened, and a man stood in front of the door. He was the leader of the team, Wei Xiuming. Bailey Tu Ming? Wei Xiuming's face was full of surprise, and he saw Bailey Pongpong's embarrassed appearance. What happened? How did you become like this? Bailey Fat smiled. Something happened on the road, Captain. Can I go in? This is my friend. Come in, come in. Zhang Luochen and Bailey Pangpang walked into the house, and as soon as they entered the house, Zhang Luochen saw the wine cabinet in the wall cabinet door that was already full of overflowing, and the various wines in it were worth a lot of money at first glance, as well as the bottle of red wine that had been opened on the table. Walking towards the house, a very beautiful woman came out of the kitchen. Zhang Luochen knew that she should be Miao Su. Xiao Tu Ming? How did you become like this, eh? Who is this? Miao Su hurriedly took off his apron and looked at Bailey Tuming. Who bullied you? Tell your sister. Sister will beat him now. This is my friend, and he came to Guangzhou and Shenzhen together this time. Bailey Fat sat aside. Sister Miao, I'm fine, I don't need it. Miao Su, go to my room and get them 2 clean clothes. Wei Xiuming hurriedly said. To say that these two people are actually just a little dirty. There are no wounds on their bodies. After all, if there are any wounds, Zhang Luochen has already dealt with them. However, the biggest problem now is that the two of them have never eaten, and they have been flying here with the dance of paper, and after flying for several hours, their mental power is indeed a bit too much. After a while, the two changed into clean clothes. Bailey Pangpang told Wei Xiuming what happened along the way, and Miao Su on the side clenched his fists angrily. The people of the Bailey family want to kill you. How is this possible? Wei Xiuming said incredulously. I know this matter in my heart, and I hope you help me now. Go home. Bailey Pang Fat said. I know there are a lot of eyeliners here, so I need your help. Wei Xiuming frowned. I know, don't worry, we will definitely help you. I will call Lao Han and the others back, and use their forbidden ruins to quietly enter Bailey's house. After a while, a black car suddenly appeared outside Bailey's villa, and the car that appeared out of thin air also attracted the attention of the manor guards. Shall I accompany you in? Zhang Luochen looked at Bailey Fat and asked. In addition to Zhang Luochen and Bailey Fat, there was only Lao Han driving, and Wei Xiuming sitting in the co-pilot. It's okay, I still have to solve my own family's affairs by myself, Bailey Pang said firmly. Seeing Bailey Pang get out of the car and walk straight towards the manor, there were only 3 people left in the car, and Zhang Luochen's face instantly turned cold. Wei Xiuming looked at Zhang Luochen and asked, where did we send you? I want to ask you, you already know about him, right? Zhang Luochen said coldly. Wei Xiuming's face changed. How could you? It seems that you have been bought. Are you still worthy of being a night watchman? You? Why do you know this? Wei Xiuming said coldly. Zhang Luochen's cold eyes looked at Wei Xiuming. You group of people have accepted the benefits of the Bailey family, so that you can even betray your teammates. In the remote county town in the extreme north of Daxia, the night watchmen there don't even need heating, and you are still enjoying such a life here. Even you deserve the title of night watchman and 010. In the next second, the black car parked at the gate of the manor suddenly disappeared again, and Wei Xiuming and Lao Han in the car appeared on the roof of a high-rise building before they could react. Wei, why is it in this place? Lao Han looked around suspiciously. Wei Xiuming looked at Zhang Luochen. It's you? Transferred us here? This is your forbidden ruin? Is it a space mobile forbidden market? Zhang Luochen sneered. This is the place where he and Bailey Fat landed before. He specially set up a mark in this place. He didn't expect it to come in handy so quickly. After all, fighting here will not affect others. Open the car door and walk down slowly. Since you betrayed your teammates, then there is no need for you to live. We are the 010 team, and before taking action against us, do we have to weigh our abilities? Wei Xiuming also got out of the car and said in a cold voice. 010 is it, but error, I am a member of the 5th Special Squad. Please fight. The straight knife instantly appeared in Zhang Luochen's hand. hand and was directly unsheathed. Wei Xiaoming and Lao Han also pulled out a straight knife. There are only the two of them here, but Wei Xiaoming's ability is in the Sea realm. Lao Han is in the Sichuan realm, and besides, he can become the captain of Guangzhou and Shenzhen, and his strength is definitely good. In the next second, in a burst of distorted light, the figures of Wei Xiaoming and Lao Han disappeared at the same time, as if they had evaporated from the world, without even the slightest trace. Zhang Luochen looked at the two disappeared people, and his expression was still calm. It's just optical invisibility, it can't escape my eyes. The straight knife shot instantly, and Lao Han, who was just about to sneak attack, was startled by this sudden attack and immediately hurriedly dodged, and then retreated continuously, looking at Zhang Luochen in disbelief. At the same time, several short knives appeared in Zhang Luochen's hand, directly inserted into the surrounding ground, and the next moment, his figure also disappeared in place. Wei Xiaoming only felt a cold aura behind him, and he was also in a hurry, and immediately crossed his knife in front of his chest to block Zhang Luochen's blow. After all, he was the captain of the 010 team, and while blocking Zhang Luochen's blow, the blade turned and instantly aimed at Zhang Luochen. Cut it out with one knife. A crisp sound like a birdsong came from the tip of his knife, and Zhang Luochen's pupils contracted, instantly flashing aside. In the next second, a narrow blade flew past his body, and the black car behind Zhang Luochen was cut on the spot and directly turned in half. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 072, Birdsong. Bailey family has really given you a lot of good things, Zhang Luochen said coldly. If you are cut down by me, you will surely die. For the sake of you being a friend of Bailey Tumming, you should leave here. Wei Xiaoming spoke lightly. Just because he is my friend, you must die. Zhang Luochen burst out with powerful anger, and in the next second, a lilac light enveloped his whole body. You need to help me. This is... Seeing this scene, Wei Xiaoming couldn't help but freeze in place. Zhang Luochen raised his fist and smashed his lilac-heavy fist to the ground, but the sparrow song in Wei Xiaoming's hand directly slashed at Zhang Luochen's Susanunghu. A crisp breaking sound sounded, and Zhang Luochen clearly saw a crack in the fist of Susano. What a bird song! It can actually cut off all the Susanenyu. Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. Yen done. Add the life of the land. A bow instantly appeared in the hand of Susano, and on top of this bow, an arrow formed by black flames was directly pulled out of the bow. Seeing this, Wei Xiaoming raised the sparrow song in his hand again and slashed it in front of him, and the black flame was actually split on the spot, along both sides of Wei Xiaoming's body, and flew towards his rear. At this moment, Lao Han on the side also suddenly moved, not knowing what he was holding in his hand, and attacked Zhang Luochen directly. A pile of sand instantly blocked Zhang Luochen's back, but in the next second, an explosion suddenly sounded, and the sand was blown out. Lao Han's straight knife slashed at Zhang Luochen, and at the same time, his straight knife even had a little current on it. Fortunately, Susanonghu directly blocked Lao Han's move, but the current on his straight knife instantly spread. Zhang Luochen only felt a paralyzing sensation in his body, quickly disappeared in place, and stood on the other side of the roof. There was a numb feeling in his arm, and after playing with thunder and lightning for so long, he didn't expect that one day he would also be electrocuted. It's a forbidden thing again, the Bailey family is really not thin to you, Zhang Luochen said coldly. Suddenly, Zhang Luochen felt a burst of dizziness. Oh no! Zhang Luochen secretly said that it was not good in his heart, and turned his head to look. Lao Han used the forbidden substance of spiritual attack at some point, and the breath released was inhaled into his body unconsciously. Now I found out that it was too late, Wei Xiaoming said coldly. Zhang Luochen stared at Wei Xiaoming angrily, and the Susanenyu on his body also disappeared at this moment. In fact, this can't be blamed on Zhang Luochen for not discovering. This taste is colorless and tasteless. It is indeed difficult to find. Plus, Zhang Luochen is now in a state of extreme fatigue in terms of his own physical strength and mental strength. It is indeed not easy to fight against the Sea realm and the Sichuan realm. Plus there are a lot of forbidden items on these two people. In the next second, Wei Xiaoming raised the bird song in his hand. It's a pity, but you can only die. Cut it out. A yellow sand instantly blocked Zhang Luochen's presence, but the yellow sand was still cut out. Zhang Luochen only felt that his consciousness was a little blurred, but even so, he still forcibly turned on Susanonghu, and at the same time, Zhang Luochen's eyes were cold. 8 gates Duanjia, the first door, open the door, open. 8 gates Duanjia, 6th gate, Jingmen, open. A green light instantly enveloped Zhang Luochen's whole body. How many forbidden things are there? Then I'll try it. Zhang Luochen's figure disappeared in place in an instant, and it was almost to the point where a blurred afterimage appeared. Seeing this, Wei Xiaoming instantly slashed out the Sparrow song in his hand. Zhang Luochen had no intention of dodging at all. He directly turned sideways, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Wei Xiaoming and punched him in the stomach. Wei Xiaoming flew out directly, and a mouthful of blood spat out of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Luochen appeared in front of Lao Han. Lao Han immediately hit himself, but Zhang Luochen's speed was faster, while Lao Han was hiding himself. Zhang Luochen had already choked his neck with one hand, and with force, Lao Han only felt that it was very difficult for him to breathe. However, suddenly, a sense of dizziness rushed straight to Zhang Luochen's spirit, and the whole person was in a trance, and the hand holding Lao Han's Luochen's neck unconsciously let go. Seeing this, Wei Xiaoming directly knocked Zhang Luochen out. Zhang Luochen fell heavily to the ground, and a mouthful of blood spat out of his mouth. Zhang Luochen clenched his fists angrily, and the next moment, the strength of the Chuan realm suddenly climbed to the Sea realm, but Zhang Luochen's figure disappeared directly in place. Wei Xiaoming looked around suspiciously, but did not find Zhang Luochen's figure. Lao Han covered his neck, coughed a few times and got up with difficulty. Is he gone? Guangzhou and Shenzhen City, in a green woods. The sun penetrated the layers of green leaves scattered on the grass between the trees, and the grass swayed freely with the wind, but in such an environment, a piece of white paper fell with the wind, and the white paper was obviously incompatible with the surrounding scenery. And at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the woods, and the boy appeared out of thin air, and then fell heavily on the green grass. Blood spat out of his mouth. Bright red blood instantly stained the grass red. Zhang Luochen opened his eyes in a daze, wanted to get up, but found that his body could not move at all. At this moment, a green light appeared in his palm, and a warm airflow ran through his whole body, and Zhang Luochen lay on the ground like this, his eyes slightly closed. Just now, due to the relationship of spiritual forbidden substances, Zhang Luochen's mental power seemed to have been drained, and he clearly felt that his body was about to get out of control. Although he didn't know what kind of place the forbidden object would control people, at that moment, Zhang Luochen knew that he could no longer stay in that place, so he used the ability of paper dance to make a mark on the white paper and floated into the distance. In the end, he used the ability of the flying thunder god to come to the current place, but even though he left that area, Zhang Luochen obviously still felt bad. But fortunately, he knew all of Tsunade's healing techniques, and at this time he was also healing himself, and his consciousness began to slowly become clear at this time. Coupled with the continuous battle and the overnight rush, Zhang Luochen's fatigue also swept over, coupled with not eating for a long time, and the consumption of his body was too great. After a period of time, Zhang Luochen slowly got up, and the impact on himself was completely erased, but now he was a little hungry and a little tired, and sat cross-legged in place to restore his mental strength. I didn't expect that when I used the 8 gates of Duanjia, I actually let myself break through at that moment. Zhang Luochen felt his own changes. He himself did not expect that at that critical moment, the use of the 8 gates Duanjia would actually help him break through to the Sea realm, which could be regarded as a blessing in disguise. The system sound also sounded at this time. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the realm to the Sea realm, because this time Bailey Tumming was safely sent back to Guangzhou and Shenzhen City. The system gave an additional opportunity to draw, a total of 2 extraction opportunities. Whether to draw now. Extract. The huge turntable began to rotate and finally froze in one of them. Congratulations to the host, gain the ability, the technique of multiple shadow clones. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. He had longed for this ability very much when he saw the Hokage before, and created a clone to do other things for himself, so that the body could rest well, and now, when he came to the world of slaying gods, he really got this ability. However, then Zhang Luochen also thought of a problem. This ability requires a certain amount of mental strength, and Naruto in the Hokage also has a large amount of chakra because of his relationship with the 9 tails, so he often uses this skill. Thinking of this, Zhang Luochen always felt that in the world of slaying gods, he always had a bit of Kakashi taste, and he liked blue. The host also has a chance to extract ability, whether to extract or not. Extract. The huge turntable began to spin again, and after a while, it froze somewhere. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the half-tailed beast's 9-tailed form, and at the same time obtaining 1/3 of the 9-tailed chakra. Because it is the god-slaying world, the chakra is automatically converted into spiritual power. At this time, Zhang Luochen's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this just a sleepy person handing over a pillow? Isn't the lack of blue matter solved directly? The system detects that the host is about to go through a big war, and this time we will give an additional item to restore the host to full state. In the next second, a different aura swept through Zhang Luochen's body. For a while, Zhang Luochen instantly felt a warm feeling in his body, and then, the fatigue and mental power consumption on his body were gone, and even his stomach was no longer hungry, and he completely returned to a full state. Zhang Luochen felt the changes in himself, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise, not to mention, the rewards obtained by raising the realm to the Sea realm this time were too rich. Even with 1/3 of the 9-tailed chakra and the half-tailed beast form, Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand, and a red transparent coat wrapped his whole body, and at the same time, a tail slowly formed behind him, and the red light on his body was like churning magma, surging non-stop. 1 tail form, almost enough. Zhang Luochen looked at his new look with satisfaction, then removed this red light and looked into the distance. The birthday banquet should be about to start, and I don't know where it has gone. They should be here for 7 nights, then I should also appear. Zhang Luochen smiled lightly, and in the next second, his figure disappeared instantly. Bailey home. Lin Xie took in Xingyu, Chao Yuan, and Jialan to the Bailey family's manor, and everyone attended in straight formal clothes. When he first came to the door, Chang Kongxing took a few people to the forbidden goods storage room and asked a few people to choose a forbidden item they liked. Lin Xie, on the other hand, was taken to other places by Chang Kongxing alone, but at this moment, an imperceptible change caught Lin Xie Xiye's attention. Chang Kongsheng was still talking to Lin Xiye, but Lin Xiye's attention was completely out of him. Captain Lin, did you hear what I just said? Chang Kongsheng asked with a smile. Well, I heard it, and I agreed to your request. Lin Xiye took Zhan Bai and then came to the banquet hall together. After seeing Chang Kongsheng leave, Lin Xiye whispered, Zhang Luochen, it's you? And Xingyu, Cha Yuan and Jialan were full of doubts. Obviously there were only a few of them in this corner. Where did Zhang Luochen come from? At this moment, a small fly flew into Lin Xiye's palm and slowly stopped. Xie, it's me. Ding, Zhang Luochen? This fly is Zhang Luochen. Chao Yuan looked at the little fly in disbelief. Zhang Luochen first used the Flying Thunder God technique to come to Lin Xiye's side and then instantly used the transformation technique to turn into a fly, and the moment he appeared, Lin Xiye had already noticed him. Tell you something. Zhang Luochen told them everything that had happened in the past few days, as well as what he had just happened. Hearing this, Lin Xiye's hands couldn't help but begin to tremble. Then where is Fat now? Although, this father and son are going to kill Fat Pang, but don't forget that what Yuan Shi Tianzuan did to Fat Pang that time. He must have seen something, so I have reason to believe that at the critical moment he can save Fat Pang Fan's life. Zhang Luochen said. It turns out to be a substitute for the dead. What a big handiwork. And Xingyu said coldly. It seems that this Bailey birthday banquet is going to make a fuss for us. Lin Xiye's eyes were cold. At this moment, the birthday banquet officially began, and Bai Lisan, dressed in a black suit, walked into the banquet hall, greeted many guests, and came to the center of the venue. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this birthday banquet. Bailey Xian's voice was very low and magnetic, and there was always a smile on the corner of his mouth. Bai Lisan started the speech he had prepared and began to give a speech. Lin Xiye and others stood below, and a small fly stopped on Lin Xiye's shoulder. Now, it's time for me to step back into the background. Bailey Group will be led by a young man who is better than me. Next, I will introduce it to you. He is my son, the heir to the formulation of Bailey Group, Bailey Tu Ming. Bai Lijing walked into the venue in full view of everyone and walked all the way to Bai Lisan's side. Seeing the appearance of Bai Lijing, there are many people in the audience who are talking about it. After all, many people have seen Bai Lijing and know the identity of this adopted son. What a trick to steal the day. Lin Xiye said coldly. It's all this era, and there are still people who play civet cats for princes. Hello everyone, please allow me to introduce myself. Maybe many people are not unfamiliar with me. Yes, I am Bai Lijing. Or, you can call me another identity. I am the only son of Bailey Xian, chairman of Bailey Group, and the only heir of Bailey Group. 100 miles of paint are bright. As soon as the words fell, the entire venue fell into a dead silence. Lin Xiye clenched his fists even more. I don't know where Fat Pang is now. Even if Yuan Shi Tianzuan saved his life, then he must be in great pain now. Yes, they can appear like a normal person. I think they must have thought they got rid of Fat. Zhang Luochen said. What about the people of the 010 team? So they gladly accepted all this. Chao Yuan couldn't help but ask. No matter what, Fat Pang is also their teammate. Teammates? In the face of interests, you will just abandon the scum of your teammates. By the way, the people of the 010 squad will be handed over to me later. You go directly to deal with Bai Lisan. I still have to settle accounts with them. Zhang Luochen said. As a night watchman, I only want to enjoy these luxurious lives, and this kind of person is not worthy of being a night watchman. Lin Xiye said coldly. If they draw their swords on us in a while, then let's kill them together. 7 nights, when will you act? Zhang Luochen asked. Lin Xiye squinted his eyes. It's now. He is not 100 miles away. A cold voice appeared from the crowd, glaring ahead with a cold face. You guys, what about him? In the next second, the forbidden time gap shrouded Lin Xiye's body, and Chang Kongsheng smiled and walked towards Lin Xiye's face. Captain Lin, please don't take. Chang Kongsheng just walked up to Lin Xiye, and the word heart didn't even have time to say it. Lin Xiye directly punched him in the stomach. Chang Kongsheng was an ordinary person. Where could he withstand Lin Xiye's punch? And the whole person flew out directly. Chang Kongsheng was also in a state of confusion. Why did he do it directly without saying a word? And he flew himself out. No, there are obviously a lot of lines waiting for him here. How can he feel manipulated? The dimensional crack created by time gap was also completely shattered at this moment, and the surrounding time returned to its established orbit. The surrounding guests were still whispering, but with a sudden bang, everyone was attracted by a loud noise coming from behind them. Chang Kongsheng smashed heavily on the wall behind him, and the whole person didn't know whether he was out of breath or fainted. All the guests were frightened by this sudden change. Lin Xiye turned around and looked at Bai Lisan and his son on the stage angrily. When Bai Lisan saw this scene, he naturally understood what was going on, and his face changed. Lin Xiye took a deep breath, his palm was released, and the next moment, several rays of magic summoning brilliance bloomed from behind him. Lin Xiye, Chao Yuan, and Xingyu and Jialan stood quietly in the crowd holding their respective black boxes in their hands. Lin Xiye stretched out his back and took out Zhan Bai, threw it out hard, and smashed it directly towards Bai Lixian. Bai Lixian turned slightly sideways, and Zhan Bai smashed on the wall behind him, shattering with a bang. Go to your mothers, Zhan Bai. The next moment, everyone opened the black box in front of them and took out their respective weapons inside. 5th Reserve Squad. All, draw the sword. All the weapons were unsheathed at this moment, and the 2 swords were in Lin Xia's hands. Bai Lisan also started the emergency plan at this time, and a white light suddenly bloomed under the feet of most of the guests, and the white light flashed, and the next second, their figures disappeared out of thin air. Bai Lisan had a cold face. Captain Wei, there are superpowers who are making trouble at my Bailey birthday banquet and undermining social stability. What do you say? Should you take care of it? Wei Xiaoming stood up and took a deep breath. Dealing with malignant superpowers is one of the duties of our night watchman. Of course I won't sit idly by. 6 figures suddenly flashed, standing in a row, directly blocking Lin Xie and the others. Their cloaks and straight knives also appeared in front of them, and they also drew their swords. The 010 night watchman team stationed in Guangzhou and Shenzhen is here. Who is presumptuous? Lin Xie's eyes narrowed slightly, and he took out his coat of arms. I am Lin Xie, the captain of the 5th Special Squad Reserve. Get out of the way. I've never heard of the 5th Special Squad Reserve. Wei Xiaoming said coldly, even if it is a special team, it cannot take action against irrelevant people. Lin Xie sneered, you are still bought, forget it. I originally wanted to give you a chance, but now let's forget it. Zhang Luochen. At this moment, a small fly slowly flew over Lin Xie's shoulder, and then, suddenly, with a bang, a burst of white smoke appeared, blocking the view of the 6 people. Zhang Luochen's figure suddenly appeared and came directly to a member of the 010 team, and the bright red Sharingan instantly faced the member. The next second, a member of the 010 squad fell to the ground in an instant, and the whole person seemed to be silent, and several people didn't even have time to react, and the 6 members of the 010 squad became 5. When the white smoke cleared, Wei Xiaoming saw Zhang Luochen in front of him, and his body was startled. You, how could you be here? Zhang Luochen smiled coldly. It's surprising? Surprise? The last account hasn't been calculated yet. Wei Xiaoming turned his head and found that Lin Xie and the others were all passing in the direction of Bai Lisan. Only Zhang Luochen was left here. Wei Xiaoming winked at several teammates, and several people were just about to chase Lin Xie and the others. Suddenly, Zhang Luochen's figure appeared in front of them again, and at the same time, a wall appeared behind him to separate them. Wei Xiaoming looked at the teammate who had fallen to the ground, and said coldly, you can't cope with 2-1 at the beginning. Even if we have one less team member, it is 5-1. You are letting yourself fall into the fire pit. Zhang Luochen smiled coldly. Yes, 5-1. It's really a bit unfair. Wei Xiaoming smiled slightly. It's really unfair, but this is your own choice. Yes. The corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth raised slightly, and the next moment, multiple shadow clone technique. At this moment, 25 figures split from Zhang Luochen's body in an instant, and 25 figures instantly dispersed, and each member of the 010 team faced 5 Zhang Luochen each. This is 5-1, don't say I mean. Wei Xiaoming looked at the 5 identical Zhang Luochen in front of him, his face changed slightly, and his teammates were in the same situation as him, and everyone was 5 identical Zhang Luochen. Anyway, it's such a high number as 010, and its strength shouldn't be so weak. Zhang Luochen sneered. Are you the latest 8th Wang Ruins? Eternal Kaleidoscope? Wei Xiaoming spoke. Now that I think about it, it's too late. Zhang Luochen looked at the 5 people in front of him condescendingly. Since you are using a clone, then everyone's spiritual power should also be divided equally, so you are dispersing your abilities instead. Wei Xiaoming said without panicking at all. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. If it was before, he would indeed consume a lot of mental power by using clones like this, but now, he didn't panic at all, because he already had 1/3 of the Ninetales chakra. Coupled with the strength of the sea realm now, his current mental power is greater than that of a Pacific Ocean. You can try. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, or guess, can these 5 clones use Susanen? In the next moment, all the eyes of all 25 clones changed, and at the same time opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and at the same time, a touch of lilac light instantly enveloped the whole body. First it looked like a skeleton, then it turned into a flesh and blood human body, and on the periphery of the human body, a heavy armor was put on, and finally, a black Tengu armor wrapped around the whole body. This is... Wei Xiaoming stood still. At this moment, the 5 Zhang Luochen in front of Wei Xiaoming moved at the same time, and a lilac long sword appeared in his hand, attacking Wei Xiaoming at the same time. At the same time, Lao Han and the others instantly disappeared in place through the refraction of light and shadow, but under the eyes of the eternal kaleidoscope, these abilities could not play any role at all. No matter where they appear, these clones can be easily found, and their stealth abilities have no effect at all. Just a face-to-face, a Zhang Luochen directly made everyone in the 010 team beat and retreat. Wei Xiaoming could still rely on the ability of Sparrow Song to compete with the 5 Zhang Luochen a little, and the other 4 team members were completely unilaterally ravaged. This time, your Sparrow Song has no effect. The corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth raised, and as soon as he stretched out his hand, the 5 clones in front of Wei Xiaoming disappeared instantly. Monthly reading. Zhang Luochen walked slowly to Wei Xiaoming, who was already scarred, and Wei Xiaoming stared at Zhang Luochen viciously. In any case, you can't fight the Bailey family, you should retreat. Don't let yourself die because of a team member. Wei Xiaoming spoke. A team member? I think you are mistaken, he is our brother. We were born and died together, and today, the Bailey family must be removed from Daxia," Zhang Luochen said coldly, and at the same time, he stretched out his hand. Of course, the remaining 4 members of the 010 team had completely lost their combat ability and were lying on the ground, and the only one who could stand was Wei Xiaoming. Suddenly, a powerful aura enveloped the entire venue. Zhang Luochen looked sideways, and Lin Qiye and the others were blocked in front of him by the wall of size. And after a heavy sigh, Lin Qiye's body suddenly flew out, and Zhang Luochen saw this and immediately opened the lid of the gourd. A pile of yellow sand instantly appeared behind Lin Qiye, steadily catching Lin Qiye's body. "Captain Lin, you are so young, you don't even know how thick our Bailey family heritage is." As soon as Bai Lisan finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and waved it. A white light suddenly appeared, and then, one figure after another emerged, standing in front of Bai Lisan and the two. Each of them is dressed differently, and each of them is holding a forbidden object, and they are forbidden objects. 8 sea realms, 3 immeasurable, and 1 Klein, a total of 12. This is the zodiac sign of the Bailey family. I really didn't expect that the heritage of the Bailey family was so strong. This was completely the strength of a special team, and, even, stronger than any special team. Wei Xiaoming couldn't help but speak, and then his eyes looked at Zhang Luochen on the side. "The Bailey family has such a heritage. Do you think you can deal with such an enemy? If your captain doesn't agree, I think you should persuade it. Don't lose your life here." In the next second, the coercion of the goddess of the night came instantly. Lin Qiye carried Nix's soul, and his body also changed at this moment. "Persuade him? Let me tell you, my captain said that he wanted to remove Bailey from the list, so when I said it today, I will definitely do it." In the next second, a touch of red arrogance enveloped Zhang Luochen's whole body, like boiling hot water. Zhang Luochen's teeth instantly turned into fangs, and his red eyeballs also changed, turning into fox eyes. "I'm in a hurry, so I have to make a quick decision here." Wei Xiaoming's face changed, and the Sparrow song in his hand instantly slashed at Zhang Luochen, but in the next second, after a bird song, his Sparrow song stopped in midair. I saw that Zhang Luochen only used one hand to directly block his move, and Zhang Luochen's hand was unharmed. "Even my sand armor can't break through this broken knife. Don't want it." As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, his left hand was forced. With a crisp breaking sound, Sparrow song was broken on the spot and was thrown to the ground by Zhang Luochen at will. In fact, originally, Kei Ming could hurt Zhang Luochen even if he had the existence of sand armor on his body, but just now, Zhang Luochen opened the nine-tailed form, and he had sand armor on his body, and he also gathered the ability of Susanoo on his left hand. Under the protection of the third layer, the ability of bird song was completely blocked by Zhang Luochen, and under the powerful power of the nine tails, it was instantly broken. Rasengan. A light blue ball appeared between Zhang Luochen's palms, and at the same time, there were some red arrogance on this ball, which smashed directly into Wei Xiaoming's chest. Wei Xiaoming flew out backwards, fell heavily on the wall, and vomited out a mouthful of blood, and he fainted completely. At this point, everyone in Team 010 has lost their combat effectiveness. However, Zhang Luochen looked at the stage with a solemn face, and the zodiac was the next highlight. Zhang Luochen blinked, came directly to the side of the long-haired Lin Qiye, and saw Zhang Luochen glowing red. Lin Qiye was still stunned. "Your new look is good. Yours is not bad either." Zhang Luochen, Lin Qiye, and Xingyu, Zhao Yuan and Jialan stood in front of the wall of size, at the same time, and behind the wall, stood the zodiac. The worst in it were all sea realms, but there was no fear on the faces of the 5 people, and everyone had a cold face. "Captain Lin, you are completely hitting stones with pebbles now," Bai Lisan said coldly. "Yes, then add this." Lin Qiye's fingertips hooked, and a brilliant magic circle appeared, and a black box landed steadily on the ground. This is exactly what was snatched from the Church of the Old Gods before, known as the Wrath of the Evil Gods. Seeing this box appear, Bai Lisan's face suddenly changed, and an evil aura flowed out of the box. Lin Qiye slapped the surface of the box with a palm, and with a muffled sound, the lid of the black box ejected out, and an ancient and strange black snakeskin lay quietly inside. The 12 forbidden objects made their faces change suddenly, and they all covered their mouths and noses, and the next moment, this ancient snakeskin seemed to come to life, and the black lines on the surface were strangely distorted, breaking away from the surface of the snakeskin. In the next second, the figure exploded in the air, instantly transforming into countless giant pythons, swarming and squeezing outward, and the black box was also instantly squeezed out at this moment, and in just a few seconds, the entire floor turned into a sea of pythons. Zhang Luochen immediately waved, and a small platform made of yellow sand appeared on the soles of everyone's feet, suspended in the air. "Clean up the python first, don't let it continue to spread." The 12 forbidden objects envoy immediately shot at the python. "It seems to be a good thing," Zhang Luochen said with a smile. Lin Qiye nodded and looked at Bai Lisan in the center. "There is a wall of size in front of him." "Then I'll try." Zhang Luochen flew directly in the direction of Bai Lisan. "Amaterasu, Amaterasu." A black flame instantly appeared in front of Bai Lisan, burning the wall of size in front of him, and after a while, a hole appeared in the wall of size. Lin Qiye's straight knife passed directly through the wall of size eyes, and the sharp blade was reflected on the faces of Bai Lisan and his son. Lin Xie, this is what you forced me to do. Bai Lisan snorted coldly, stretched out his hand and shook it in the void, and a golden dazzling spear appeared in his palm out of thin air. Boom! A thick golden pillar of light instantly pierced through the heavy floor slab. It's another super high-risk prohibited object. Lin Xie spoke slowly. Lion, Aries, Virgin. Yes. The three forbidden envoys spoke at the same time. Killed him first. One Klein and two Infinite rushed directly towards Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen. Seeing this scene, Jialan immediately rushed over and directly confronted the Virgin, and at the same time, Xia Yuan drew his sword, and the black evil aura enveloped his whole body, and he also rushed up. A frost sword appeared in Xingyu's hand, and together with Jialan plus the mad demon Xia Yuan, the three of them faced the Virgin of one of the three forbidden objects at the same time. Zhang Luochen's figure stood in front of Aries. You, where are you going? Aries held a ram's horn in his hand, the tip of the horn exuded a faint red light. He raised his hand to point the horn in his hand at Zhang Luochen, and a red light instantly pierced the space and penetrated Zhang Luochen's shoulder. Bang! A sound. Zhang Luochen in front of him disappeared instantly, hitting only Zhang Luochen's shadow clone. The cold light passed by, and Zhang Luochen's straight knife appeared behind Aries with a hint of light blue lightning. Aries reacted quickly, and slapped the horn in his hand again, and another red light pierced through the space and landed on Zhang Luochen's body. However, this time it was still a clone, and the clone disappeared directly at the moment of being hit. Seeing that it was another clone, Aries' eyes changed, and his eyes burst out with powerful anger. It's indeed a bit tricky to be able to ignore space and armor and directly cause damage, but I have so many clones. Do you want to shoot your hands rotten? Zhang Luochen's voice came out of the void. Multiple shadow clone technique. In the next second, the dense Zhang Luochen appeared around Aries, and it was initially estimated that there were about 100 directly surrounding the three layers inside and outside the Aries. Seeing so many Zhang Luochen, Aries widened his eyes in shock and quickly slapped the horns in his hand, but unfortunately, there were too many people, and he was really going to be slapped, and his hands were about to be slapped. Hey, now that I've learned the clone and transformation technique, then, that trick should also be achievable. Zhang Luochen's face showed a sly smile. The art of the harem. At the next moment, all Zhang Luochen suddenly transformed. All of them turned into young girls dressed in sexy clothes, and everyone scratched their heads. Ouch, brother. The white sheep's hand that was about to slap the horn stopped in midair, and at this time he only felt something warm in his nose, and the next moment, two nosebleeds erupted from his nose. Forbidden things, he is a color embryo. Zhang Luochen teleported directly to the front of Aries, and there was already a light blue ball between his palms. Rasengan. The hit Aries instantly flew backwards, and at the same time, the horns in his hand were also knocked away and separated from his palm. And Zhang Luochen's transformation technique and clone technique were also unlocked at this time, and he looked condescendingly at the dying Aries. However, suddenly, a figure flashed in front of Aries, and his palm instantly pierced Aries' body, and Aries' eyes widened, and then his body lost its vitality. What a ninth seat, and it's a head. Zhang Luochen said helplessly, turning his head to look to the other side. Jialan, and Xingyu and the madman Xiao Yuan fought against the Virgin, but the other party was immeasurable after all, and it was more than enough to deal with the three of them, and the madman Xiao Yuan was tied up by the white gauze in the hand of the Virgin. White gauze that grows infinitely and will not break. Then I'll try it. The white veil attacked in the direction of Garan, and Galan quickly withdrew to the rear. Stay away from that white gauze. And Xingyu shouted loudly, and at the same time, his strange silk flew towards the Virgin, but the white gauze still stood in front of Xingyu. At this moment, Zhang Luochen teleported to Xingyu and stretched out his hand to hold the white veil directly. Row fist. A touch of white light approached the Virgin not far away in the direction of the white gauze, and in the next second, the Virgin's figure suddenly shook, and Xiao Yuan, who was originally tied up, was also released. The Virgin stared at Zhang Luochen with wide eyes, not even knowing what Zhang Luochen had done, only felt that the meridians on her body seemed to be closed. The power of the nine tails spread to Zhang Luochen's whole body, and the red chakra directly wrapped Zhang Luochen, and a red tail appeared behind him. Both hands were attached to the ground, and then, a dive rushed directly in the direction of the Virgin, and when the Virgin saw this, she immediately tied Zhang Luochen with a white gauze. However, in the next second, Zhang Luochen held the white veil again, and the power of the nine-tailed spread instantly, and the fiery red chakra was directly attached to the white gauze, and the white gauze began to break. Without the forbidden substances, it's just that. In the corner of the entire floor of the venue, without noticing it, the elevator there suddenly started to start, and at the same time slowly rose. Ding! The crisp sound of the elevator echoed through the noisy venue. The elevator door slowly opened, and a figure covered in blood and wearing a Zhu Beiji mask appeared in front of everyone. Bailey Fat turned his head slightly, looking at the already devastated and chaotic venue. His expression under the mask changed slightly, and his heart warmed. The loud noise attracted the attention of everyone present, and the violent sound of Lin Xie and the lion fighting. At the same time, there is the sound of a virgin hitting the ground. Zhang Luochen turned on the Susanoo lilac light surrounded his whole body, and the huge half of his body Susanoo held a shield in one hand, a sword in the other, and Wutengu armor on his body. Just now, Zhang Luochen used the ability of divine power to directly take the virgin's white veil in, and the virgin without the forbidden object was directly smashed to the ground by the fist of Susanoo. At this moment, a different aura appeared in the center of the venue, and a huge Tai Chi gossip map suddenly bloomed, enveloping the entire venue. Zhang Luochen looked sideways and saw Bailey Fat figure, and at this time, he had already come to the sea realm. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, completely ignoring the virgin who had just been smashed out by himself. Anyway, someone would make up for the knife and flew in the direction of Bailey Fat. And the next second, the night seed appeared in front of the virgin with a sneer. Reversal of heaven and earth. At this moment, the huge Tai Chi diagram under Bailey Fat began to rotate, and by leeching in those forbidden objects that were fighting with pythons, the forbidden objects on their bodies began to shake. All things are disarmed. A large number of forbidden objects were suspended around Bailey Fat, and Bailey Jing and the forbidden objects made all the forbidden objects in his hands disappear and came to the surroundings of Bailey Fat. Without the forbidden object completely lost the ability to resist, and their bodies were instantly crushed by 10,000 snakes. Zhang Luochen came to Bailey Fat. Bailey Pang looked at Zhang Luochen. Luochen, are you okay? They didn't embarrass you. No, those people have been solved by me. Aren't you worried about me? Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. Lin Chia's figure also appeared in front of Bailey Fat. Are you okay? Your face. It's okay with me. 7 nights. Bailey Fat under the mask, his eyes were slightly red. Jialan and Xingyu also came to the side of the Fat, and they were also very concerned about the Fat. Of course, Chao Yuan did not come, because the mad Chao Yuan was fighting alone against the last forbidden envoy. That lion, of course, the current Chao Yuan, was unilaterally crushed by the lion. Bailey Pang looked at everyone, opened his mouth slightly, and said, "Thank you. Didn't give up on me. What stupid things are you saying? You are our brother. Bullying you? It is our enemy." Zhang Luochen patted Bailey Fat on the shoulder and said, 2 lines of tears slipped down her cheeks. "Go and kill whoever you want." Lin Chia held the knife in both hands. "The person in front of you, we will solve it for you." Zhang Luochen smiled slightly and looked at Chao Yuan, who was knocked out again. "If you don't help, Chao Yuan won't be able to hold on." The figure of the lion appeared again, and just as he was about to attack Chao Yuan, a lilac light suddenly blocked his face. Zhang Luochen's figure slowly appeared in front of the lion, and his Susanoo blocked the lion's blow. The lion had a gloomy face, and the long sword in his hand was raised, and the glass ballast on the ground instantly shot towards Zhang Luochen. But just as these glass ballasts were all blocked by Zhang Luochen's Susanoo, they fell to the ground at will. Yen done. Suzu can add the earth life sword. The black long sword appeared in his hand and slashed directly in the direction of the lion, and the lion quickly dodged when he saw this. Bang! After all, it is a Klein-level existence. Zhang Luochen can use Susanoo to block his attack, but Zhang Luochen's attack also dodged. And at this moment, Lin Chia's figure suddenly appeared and fought directly with the lion. "Let's do it together," Lin Chia shouted. Zhang Luochen immediately understood, and used the sand to directly block the lion's back, and under the joint efforts of the two, the lion began to retreat. The lion was instantly furious. He was a Klein-level existence. With his strength, even the captain of the Shangjing City team was within reach. However, at the moment, he was defeated by these two people, and the powerful aura of Klein came instantly. Lin Chia's whole body was shocked out. Quicksand torrent. The ground under the lion's feet suddenly turned into a pile of sand, and then, the quicksand instantly submerged his legs, and his body was sinking rapidly. Seeing that the lion wanted to escape with the imitation version of Yaoguang, Lin Chia saw this and immediately slashed directly in the direction of the lion, and the imitation version of Yaoguang was instantly shattered, and the next moment, Lin Chia carried Merlin's soul, and his body changed again. Gold magic, chaos magnet. The kinetic energy long sword in the lion's hand trembled uncontrollably, and not only that, but all the metal objects in the entire room flew towards the formation. Everything is disarmed. At this moment, the lion could no longer hold the kinetic long sword in his hand, and the moment the long sword was released, the lion completely lost the ability to resist, and his body had been covered by quicksand over his neck, leaving only a head outside. Sandstorm burial. The lion buried in the sand suddenly felt a powerful force hit his body, and the next moment, his body was completely lifeless. The zodiac was completely destroyed. In the venue, the straight knife in Bailey Fat Pang's hand passed directly through by Li Jing's body, and then, a flame appeared on by Li Jing's body, instantly turning into a cloud of ash. Zhang Luochen and Lin Chia returned to Bailey Fat's side. Jialan and Xingyu stood behind them, and Chao Yuan seemed to have fallen to the floor below with those 10,000 snakes. At this time, Bai Lisan was the only one standing in front of them. Bai Lisan stood on the high platform, holding a spear in one hand and a wooden sword scabbard in the other. His eyes swept over everyone. His eyes were full of anger. This battle, their Bailey family can be said to have suffered a devastating blow. The zodiac was completely destroyed, and most of the forbidden items were still in Bailey Fat's hands, but he was Bailey Pang after all, and in the face of such a situation, he took a deep breath and immediately calmed down. "Very good, I admit, Yifan is very discerning concerning. You are still just a reserve team. You can force me to look like this. In time, you may become the most powerful special team in Daxia. Bai Li Xian smiled slightly. So, you can think about my proposal again. Bai Li Jing is dead, and all the forbidden items have been taken away by you. So it's time to get angry. Shut up. Before Bai Li Xian finished speaking, Bai Li Fat directly interrupted him. Today, if you say that you want the Bailey family to be removed from Daxia, you must be removed. We do what we say. Bai Lisan had a gloomy face. He never thought that today would be ruined like this by a few hairy boys. Lin Qiye stood in place, several magic circles appeared instantly, and countless dazzling fires rushed directly towards Bai Lisan. A sizzling current appeared between Zhang Luochen's palms, and the light also rushed straight to Bailey Xian's face. Wait, Bailey Pang Pang suddenly said. He has a sequence 066 Yuan devouring sword scabbard in his hand, which can store any form of energy attack and release it again with the shape of the sword. So, as soon as Bailey Fat fell, the raging flames and the piercing electric current turned into a vortex and floated in the air, and then frantically poured into the seemingly ordinary scabbard. Bai Lisan sneered and looked at everyone, and his hand holding the scabbard raised slightly. It seems that you have to die here today. At the next moment, a piercing electric current from the bearer of the huge flame blade instantly broke through the air and slashed out. Kamui. Suddenly, the blade with flames and electricity suddenly began to twist, and even the surrounding air was the same, spinning like a vortex into Zhang Luochen's eyes. You. Bai Lisan looked at this scene in disbelief. His own scabbard could absorb it, but Zhang Luochen's eyes could also absorb it. Lin Qiye frowned and looked at Bai Lisan. The golden spear with ultimate attack power, the scabbard that can absorb energy attacks, the strangely flowing black fine sand, the wall of size that isolate the outside world, plus, cutting white, 12 super high-risk collectibles, 5 of them appeared. Bailey Fat shook his head, he stretched out his thumb, and a green jade finger on it was shining. Green jade armor is also one, and there are already 7 pieces of Qi Yuan in your hand. This one too? Lin Qiye looked at the Qi Yuan in his hand. Yes, the lion is also the guardian of the highest realm, and it is appropriate to give him such a collection. In addition, what about Janbai? You won't lose it, will you? Bailey Pang Pang asked. At the next moment, a brilliant magic circle appeared, and, cutting white, instantly appeared in Lin Qiye's hand. I still have an eye on it. That's good, then he should have 2 more on him now. One is called Fire Demon Bottle, and the other is called Elegy. Bailey Fat explained briefly. Zhang Luochen slowly walked to the front. Then it seems that the energy attack can't be used, so let's try the taijutsu. Lin Qiye on the other side instructed in Xingyu and Bailey Fat. Bailey Xian is an immeasurable realm. Don't get too close to the central battlefield, and leave it to us to fight head-on. A short knife instantly appeared in Zhang Luochen's hand, and threw it directly in the direction of Bai Lisan. Bai Lisan was stunned. Such an obvious attack. He could simply dodge with a sideways turn. Could it be that he broke the jar and broke it, and he couldn't beat it and started throwing things around? But in the next second, Zhang Luochen's figure suddenly appeared in front of Bai Lisan. Bai Lisan hurriedly used his spear, and a golden pillar of light with great destructive power appeared instantly. But what Bai Lisan didn't expect was that Zhang Luochen, who was supposed to be pierced by the spear, was not affected at all, and the spear passed directly through his body, as if Zhang Luochen here was just an afterimage. Konoha whirlwind kick. The golden pillar of light blasted out of the spear continued. Zhang Luochen's figure disappeared directly in place, appearing behind Bai Lisan, and a whirlwind kick directly kicked Bai Lisan's whole person away. Jialan's figure appeared at the right time where Bai Li Xian had just landed, and punched Bai Li Xian's back. Bai Li Xian was in pain for a while, and the spear in his hand stabbed out again, and the dazzling golden pillar of light directly drowned Jialan's figure. Bai Lisan couldn't help but sneer, but in the next second, his smile suddenly stayed in place, and Jialan, who should have had no bones left, was still standing in place intact. One body seems to be invulnerable, the other body can still be blurred, and there is also Lin Qiye, who keeps using magic circles to block his way. These people are simply a group of perverts. What kind of monsters are they? Bailey Xian couldn't help but scold. A series of explosions came one after another, and Bai Lisan's clothes did not even have a complete piece of fabric. The close combat between Jialan and Zhang Luochen, coupled with Lin Qiye's magic, this perfect set of cooperation, Bai Lisan was overwhelmed at all. The chairman of the dignified Bailey group, at this time, was completely embarrassed and did not have the high spirits at the beginning. Zhang Luochen's continuous teleportation, Bai Lisan's eyes couldn't keep up with such a speed at all, and at this moment, a pile of yellow sand appeared on the soles of Bai Lisan's feet. Seeing this, Bai Lisan immediately manipulated the black fine sand to block it, and his figure quickly retreated back, but not far away, a pile of white paper suddenly flew in, and the white paper was instantly folded into paper cranes, flying directly towards Bai Lisan, and an explosion suddenly appeared. Bai Lisan's whole body flew out backwards and finally escaped from the explosion, but in the next second, a pile of yellow sand suddenly appeared on his wrist holding the spear, directly tying his wrist firmly. Sand bind the coffin. There was a piercing tingling in Bai Lisan's wrist, and the bones in his wrist were directly shattered by Zhang Luochen, and the spear fell to the ground. Seeing this, Bailey Fat immediately stretched out his hands. The world is reversed. The spear fell directly directly into Bailey Fat's hands, and Bailey Xin lost another super high-risk prohibited substance. And at this moment, an arrow was shot directly at Bai Lisan's arm, shooting through his arm on the spot. The bones of his wrist were shattered, his arm was shot through, and his entire arm was completely crippled. Bai Lisan gritted his teeth angrily. He took out a small black porcelain bottle from his pocket, picked the cap with his thumb, and the next moment, a blazing black flame erupted from the mouth of the bottle, instantly sweeping towards the entire venue. Amaterasu, Amaterasu. Black flame, as if no one has. Zhang Luochen's kaleidoscope Sharingan glared over there. The same black flame, like seawater, rushed directly to Bai Lisan's black flame, instantly devouring that black flame. Bai Lisan's face changed suddenly. Why are you? He couldn't understand why the flame of the fire demon bottle was so weak in front of Amaterasu, which was also a black flame. Jialan's figure suddenly appeared beside Bai Lisan, kicked him flying again. Bai Lisan held the fire demon bottle tightly, but in the next second, the hand holding the fire demon bottle suddenly began to twist. Bai Lisan looked at his hand in disbelief, and this hand, along with the fire demon bottle, disappeared in front of him out of thin air. Zhang Luochen released the divine power space, and in front of him appeared fire demon bottle and a hand of Bai Lisan. Bai Lisan, whose hands were disabled, stood there in embarrassment. His eyes were full of anger, and in front of Bai Lisan, a blood-stained skull appeared. This is his last trump card. Elegy. Elegy. Bailey Fat saw the blood-colored skull and said, Bai Lisan's hands were disabled, and at this time he leaned his body on the elegy and injected all his spiritual power into it. Scarlet light emanated from the hollow eye sockets of the skull, extremely strange, slowly opening its mouth, and in the air, a faint singing began to echo. A woman's miserable lamentation. The lyrics are vague, and the voices far and near, which makes people feel creepy. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie stood in place the moment they heard this singing, feeling the rapid loss of spiritual power all over their bodies, and couldn't help but cover their ears. The same was true for the other people, only Jialan stood there like a normal person. Let's turn into dust. Bai Lisan looked at everyone with a dark face. But at this moment, a crisp snap of fingers echoed in the venue. The air on the entire 166th floor was instantly drained, the burning flames were extinguished in an instant, and the songs echoing in the ears came to an abrupt end. A strong feeling of suffocation instantly envelopes everyone's mind. However, this familiar feeling of suffocation made several people's faces change, and Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luochen and Bailey Fat Pang one after another. Zhang Luochen seemed to have thought of something, turned his head to look to the other side, and saw the man wearing a white fox mask. This scene was all too familiar to them. It was their former partner, the person they thought was dead. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, then looked at the elegy in front of Bai Lisan, and the surrounding space began to rotate, directly sucking into Zhang Luochen's right eye like a vortex, and then, elegy was released from the right eye again and placed in front of Bailey Fat. In an instant, the drained air instantly returned, and everyone regained their breathing. All the forbidden items on Bai Lisan's body were lost, and the only remaining fine sand was also blocked by Zhang Luochen's yellow sand, and both of his arms were disabled, so it can be said that he had completely lost the means to resist. Fat, it's time for you to do it, Zhang Luochen shouted. Bailey Fat nodded, picked up the spear, and walked straight towards Bailey Xian, his eyes full of anger. You can't kill me, everything in the Bailey family is already yours. What do you want from me? Bai Lisan's voice even began to tremble, and his body couldn't stop retreating. But at this moment, a cyan figure swept across the sky, the speed was dizzying, and a straight long mark was drawn in the air. A figure wearing a dark red cloak instantly came to Bailey Fat's face, strictly speaking, protecting Bailey Xian behind him. The visitor looked at the devastated venue, his face was a little ugly, and he turned his head to look at Bai Lisan behind him and said, you really gave us a big surprise. Bailey Xin. Zuocheng? Bai Lisan looked at Zuocheng. Why are you here? Zuocheng ignored Bai Lisan's questions, turned his head to look at Lin Xie and the others, and Jialan immediately stood vigilantly in front of Zuocheng. Zuocheng smiled slightly and took out a shiny coat of arms from his pocket. I am the director of the Night Watch's Special Operations Division, Zuocheng. Garan. Lin Xie's voice sounded, and Jialan heard Lin Xie's call, and immediately stood aside. Zuocheng looked at Lin Xie, a white-haired boy with a magical aura all over his body, and at the same time, he looked at Zhang Luochen on the other side, his red eyes with a six-pointed star pattern. You too. One wears contact lenses and the other dyes his hair. Zuocheng smiled bitterly, and then, with a surprised expression on his face, no, why do you still have the aura of other gods on you? Let's talk about it later. Director Zua, what are you doing here? Lin Xie asked. How can you say that I am also your boss, so indifferent? Zuocheng shrugged and said, I'm here to arrest people. Then, Zuocheng's eyes answered Bai Lisan's body again. Bai Lisan, chairman of Bailey Group and honorary senior executive of the Night Watch, I am ordered by Yifan, the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watch, to immediately arrest you for investigation on charges of tampering with confidential documents without permission, bribery, and murder. Hearing this accusation, Bai Lisan, whose body was shocked, but he quickly calmed down, and then spoke. I don't understand what you are saying. Bai Lisan, you are just a high-level honor. Do you think that among the night watchman, can you really cover the sky with one hand? Do you think you can erase a person's existence casually? Zuoqing squinted at Bai Lisan. Bai Lisan looked at Zuoqing, his eyes were not afraid at all, and then he sneered. What about the evidence? You shouldn't have any evidence to arrest me. Evidence? Your evidence is already on its way, Zuoqing said coldly. Bai Lisan smiled slightly. Zuoqing, do you think I don't understand the rules of the night watchman? If you don't have conclusive evidence, you can't arrest me, and you and I are still on the same level. So, you have no right to arrest me. This is a summons from a military court. You can't escape. Yes, that's just a summons from the court, and before I go, I am still an honorary high-ranking official. Bai Lisan looked at Lin Xie and others. Then, the 5th Reserve Squad innocently slaughtered 13 people, including my son Bailey. Jing deliberately destroyed the facilities of Bailey Group, intending to kill the guests present, and seriously injured the heavy people of the 010 Squad. I accuse them as an honorary high-ranking official. Director Zhua, do you accept it? Zuoqing clenched his fists angrily. Bai Lisan, are you still human? At the next moment, a black magic circle opened at Bai Lisan's feet, and when Zuoqing saw this, he grabbed Bai Lisan's collar and disappeared in an instant. One by one, the blades broke out of the magic circle, penetrating the place where Bai Liexan was originally standing. Zuoqing grabbed Bai Liexan and stopped not far away, looking at Lin Xie with a gloomy face. However, in the next second, a piece of white paper floated in front of Bai Lisan impartially, and a breeze suddenly flashed, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Zuoqing and Bai Lisan. The cold light suddenly appeared. Zuoqing's pupils couldn't help but contract. His figure shook again, and disappeared in place again. At the same time, the straight knife in Zhang Luochen's hand was empty, but in the same way, Zhang Luochen also disappeared in place. Appeared in front of Bai Lisan again, a straight knife slashed, leaving a scar on Bai Lisan's shoulder. Blood flowed, and Bai Lisan was in pain for a while. Seeing this, Zuoqing instantly took out his knife, directly shook Zhang Luochen's straight knife away, and looked at Zhang Luochen with a gloomy face. I didn't expect your speed to be faster than mine, but you too, do you know what you are doing? You have to be trustworthy, and if you say that he must die today, then he must die. Zhang Luochen said coldly. Lin Xie released 3 magic circles in a row, directly teleporting Zuoqing to other places. Zhang Luochen saw this, and the straight knife in his hand stabbed directly. However, in the next second, a touch of blue blade broke through the void, and Zuoqing directly interrupted Lin Xie's space teleportation, and at the same time blocked Zhang Luochen's knife again. Kamui. Zuoqing's face changed, and the space around him began to rotate, as if he was about to be sucked into a certain space. His figure shook, and disappeared in place again. Poof! A black blade penetrated Bai Lisan's body directly, and a figure wearing a white fox mask stood quietly behind him. Bai Lisan looked at the black blade running through his body on his chest in disbelief. This knife was naturally familiar to him. Soul-breaking knife. Shen Qingzhu pulled out the soul-breaking knife, and Bai Lisan, whose soul was pierced, completely lost all vitality, and his body fell to the ground like a pile of mud. Bailey Fat stared blankly at this scene. Lin Xie had already swept through his mental power to confirm the face behind the mask, and under Zhang Luochen's Sharingan plus the white eyes, Shen Qingzhu's mask was the same as whether he wore it or not. Shen Qingzhu stretched out his palm and snapped his fingers gently, and a ball of flames instantly burned Bai Lisan's body away. Fat man, I will pay you back the favor I owe. Shen Qingzhu looked at Bailey Fat and slowly spoke, and then, with a gentle leap, he fell directly from the empty floor-to-ceiling window and disappeared from everyone's sight. Zuoqing's eyes fell on the floor-to-ceiling window, and the whole person instantly turned into a streamer and chased in the direction of Shen Qingzhu's disappearance. However, not long after he chased out, a yellow sand rose high, directly turning into a wall to block the empty floor-to-ceiling window. You guys, what the hell do you want to do? Zuoqing's eyes showed a hint of anger. You want to kill Bai Lisan in front of me, and now you want to stop me from chasing the assassin. Now Zuoqing is really angry. Just for such a moment, he was actually played around by so many hairy boys. Zhang Luochen's teleportation completely kept up with his own speed, and it was faster than his own speed. And what the hell was the absorption ability just now, plus Lin Xie's magic circles? He realized that he couldn't keep Bai Lisan at all. You really don't take my boss seriously, so you're not afraid that I will directly remove you from your post with a word. Zuoqing said angrily. If you withdraw, withdraw. In short, I won't let you pass. Zhang Luochen spoke. Lin Xie, do you mean that too? Zuoqing looked at Lin Xie on the side. Lin Xie nodded. I mean the same thing. Zuoqing stared at Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen angrily, and then sighed. If you weren't the people Yifan liked, I would definitely break your legs today. Seeing that Zuoqing had given up the idea of chasing Shen Qingzhu, Lin Xie breathed a sigh of relief, and the tense nerves in his body also relaxed. At this moment, and the feeling of fatigue came like a tide, carrying the power of the two gods until now, Lin Xie's figure slowly fell backwards. At the moment when he was about to fall to the ground, a figure flashed behind Lin Xie, just holding Lin Xie's body that was about to fall. 7 Knights. Bailey Fat quickly stepped forward, and Zhelan and Qingyu also quickly stepped forward. A pale green light appeared between Zhang Luochen's palms. He's just too tired. There's nothing wrong with him, just sleep a bit. Zuoqing looked at the scene in front of him, and looked at Zhang Luochen with his eyes. I didn't expect you to even be able to treat the 8th Wang ruins, and you are not sorry for this name. Thank you for the compliment. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, facing Zhuo Qing, who was going to become the commander-in-chief in the future. Zhang Luochen still admired him very much, and it was also because of him that he cultivated the seed of night, and Zhuo Qing was a qualified gardener. Guangzhou and Shenzhen City, the former station of the 010 team. Lin Xie was sleeping in the room upstairs, Jialan was with him in the room, and the rest were all in the living room downstairs. Zhuo Qing looked up at the time. It's getting late, I have to go back. So hurried? And Xingyu spoke in surprise. Zhuo Qing told the basic situation to those present, and because of Miao Su's relationship, the progress of this case should be very smooth. In addition, for the accusations of several of them, it also made several people mentally prepared. The worst plan may be to lose the qualification to become a special team. After saying everything, Zhuo Qing took Miao Su and left the villa together. Bailey Pang raised his head slightly, looked at several people, and said in a hoarse voice, I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? Do we care about this? Zhang Luochen smiled and patted Bailey Fat on the shoulder. Luochen, you accompanied me all the way to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. You worked too hard along the way, and you are also very tired in this battle at Bailey's house. Bailey Pang said with concern. Zhang Luochen shook his head. To be honest, if he had put it in the past, he would probably have slept like Lin Xie, but after having 1/3 of the Ninetales chakra, strictly speaking, it was indeed fine. Today's battle did consume a lot of mental power. Fortunately, now he has 1/3 of the Ninetales chakra, so he will not let him exhaust his mental power, so the current situation can only be said to be a little tired physically. Mentally, it is indeed okay. I'm fine, I'm just a little hungry. Zhang Luochen smiled. We finally got to this point, obviously one step away. Bailey Fat said with his head down. Actually, it doesn't matter to me whether or not to be a special team. Chao Yuan shrugged and said, but what about 7 nights? He's going to become the captain. Do you think he will care? Nag Allen. She doesn't even seem to know what a special squad is. Not Xingyu. And Xingyu pushed his glasses. In comparison, I am more interested in Lin Xie. When do you stun him? Let me dissect it. Bailey Fat finally looked at Zhang Luochen, but after Zhang Luochen also had an indifferent expression, he smiled bitterly. You guys are really okay. Have you forgotten what you're going to do today? I haven't changed my clothes yet. Chao Yuan said suddenly. Bailey Fat was suddenly stunned, and then he remembered the agreement with Molly. He touched the scar on his face and lowered his head silently. I can help you make this scar disappear without leaving a trace. Zhang Luochen understood what Bailey Fat was thinking. No matter what the regret of slaying the god is, then the fat regret is Molly, and Zhang Luochen still hopes to make up for this regret. Bailey Fat looked up slightly, but his expression couldn't show any special excitement. He was thinking in his mind, and then slowly spoke. It's okay, I'm not worthy of her now. Bailey Fat said with his head down. Then do you want to leave her alone at the airport? Zhang Luochen couldn't help but speak. I'll solve it myself. Bailey Fat got up and left the villa. Zhang Luochen looked at Bailey Chubby's disappearing back. His eyes were full of worry, but after all, it was Fat's own business, or according to his own wishes. On this day, in Guangzhou and Shenzhen, it rained lightly. At the station where people came and went, a girl with light makeup and a very beautiful dress looked at the words in her hand at a loss. I'm sorry, wait for me to come back. Everyone was stationed in the original 010 squad, and when they saw Lin Xie and Bailey Fat Pang appearing at the same time, they couldn't help but be a little confused, and Jialan sat up from the sofa angrily. Seeing Bailey Fat's somewhat sluggish expression, he was also very sensible and didn't ask him how he was doing. By the way, what happened to the white-faced fox I met today? Chao Yuan suddenly asked. That kind of forbidden ruins, and that soul-breaking knife. Who else could it be if it wasn't Brother Drag? Plus, the face behind the mask, I also saw it. Zhang Luochen said directly. Lin Xie also nodded. I also swept that face through my mental power, but I didn't expect that he was still alive. How about it, Chubby? I'll just say it. You have to believe in your Huitian Jade. Zhang Luochen patted Bailey Fat on the shoulder. Bailey Pang smiled and said, I just said, with my Huitian you here, Brother Drag will not die. However, that mask looks very familiar. Chao Yuan thought for a while, then looked at Fat Pang and said in unison, Fasting place. A fasting place? Lin Xie asked suspiciously. Bailey Pang told everyone what he encountered during the fast, and after listening, Lin Xie fell into deep thought. If that's the case, did Brother Drag join believers? Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luochen, and he remembered Han Xiaoyun he met in Songnan City. Then he signed a soul contract with Whisper. That's not necessarily, it may not be successful, because, returning Heavenly Jade, once had the ability to ignore the realm to resist spiritual attacks. Bailey Pang explained. So, Brother Drag may not be controlled? Lin Xie's eyes suddenly lit up. Then what is he staying in, believer, for? Chao Yuan couldn't help but ask. I think there is such a possibility he stayed in, believer, as an undercover agent, and don't forget, Chi Yi and I are still on the list of believers, but he didn't deal with us. Zhang Luochen said, one more thing, Fat, on the way back, when we encountered the 4 forbidden envoys, Brother Drag was already secretly looking to protect us. Bailey Pang was stunned. Where is Brother Drag? Zhang Luochen nodded. I have indeed she'd seen him, also wearing a white fox mask. Don't forget, Bai Lisan said before, that a bounty was issued on the bounty list, not allowing you to return to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. If he was signed a sole contract, then at that time, he would definitely make a move. After listening to Zhang Luochen's explanation, everyone nodded slightly. He's a drag brother, trust him, he'll come back when the Church of the Old Gods is completely destroyed, Zhang Luochen said firmly. A few days later, at the gate of the original 010 team, Lin Xie and all the members of the squad automatically stood in a row. As if they were back in the training camp, everyone stood in place. Zhuo Qing stood opposite them, Lin Xie, the captain of the 5th reserve team, Zhang Luochen, and Xingyu, Chaoyuan, Jialan. Now, on behalf of the top management of the Night Watch, I announce the verdict on this incident. Bailey Fat raised his hand cautiously. That, what about me? Stand to, listen up. Zhuo Qing spoke solemnly, and then, he read out Bai Lisan's verdict and the verdict on the 010 team, and Miao Su served as the captain of the 010 team and reorganized the 010 team. Next, for the verdict of their 5th reserve team, the qualification to be converted into an official special team was temporarily cancelled, and then they needed to go to Huaihai City to receive comprehensive education. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. He naturally understood what he had to face when he went to be educated, which meant that he had to meet the swordsman of Dasha, Zhou Ping, and he didn't know how Zhou Ping would improve his ability. On the other side, Lin Xie and Xingyu were full of doubts, and kept asking Zhuo Qing questions. Finally, Zhuo Qing looked at everyone and said, in order to win this opportunity for you, Yifan and I have done our best. Wait, I have a problem, Bailey Pang said suddenly. Can I reapply to join the 5th reserve? Bailey Fat said cautiously. Zhuo Qing raised his eyebrows. There is no 5th reserve team anymore, if it is this nameless team. Of course, then I will apply to join, and I will write the application form immediately, Bailey Pang said excitedly. But are you sure? Zhuo Qing's expression suddenly became subtle, and then he said the current situation again. Now that Bai Li Xian and Bai Li Jing are dead, Noda's Bailey group is now completely leaderless, and Bailey Fat's identity has also been restored. Strictly speaking, going around in circles, Fat Pang is now the legitimate heir of Bailey group. Now everything in the Bailey group, including a lot of prohibited items, completely belongs to Bailey Fat. So, are you sure you want to join the squad? In this case, the person who manages Bailey group is gone, and no matter what, Bailey group is still the leading enterprise in Dasha, and we still hope that you can manage this enterprise well. Zhuo Qing told Fat Pang about the pros and cons. However, the expressions of the others became strange, and if Fat Pang managed the enterprise, the company would immediately cool down. However, I don't know how to manage a business, Bailey Fat said with a sad face. Then you can let the Night Watchman intervene and manage the business for you, but we also need to share, Zhuo Qing said. Then that's fine. What about the Museum of Forbidden Things? Bailey Pang asked. You are still in charge, but you need to number the collection to avoid falling into the hands of the malignant psychics, Zhuo Qing said. Then can I do whatever I want? Bailey Fat asked tentatively. It's all yours, of course, Zhuo Qing replied, and then Zhuo Qing seemed to think of something, and asked again, you have now given up Bailey Tuming's name, so what is written in your name in the current information? Let's call it Bailey Fat. Bailey Fat thought for a while and said. Zhuo Qing nodded. Then now, you are going to receive comprehensive education. When Zhang Luochen heard this, his face was full of excitement. After all, he is about to see the Red Dust Sword Immortal of Dasha, although he is not the Red Dust Sword Immortal yet. Oh, by the way, it seems that this juggernaut is still a little social fear. How to say hello when he sees it later. In Huaihai City, a tattered van was driving on a muddy road. The whole body was swaying wildly, and several people sitting in the back seat kept shaking. And Zhuo Qing, who was concentrating on driving, drove the car intently like a normal person. I said, Director Zhuo, actually, there is no transportation, we can fly, and it is okay to float over with sand. No, all your rights have been revoked now, sit down. The dilapidated van drives down the dilapidated road and soon enters the confines of a military base, stopping in front of a large building that looks like a warehouse after passing through layers of levels. There is a feeling of going back to training camp. Zhang Luochen, who got out of the car, couldn't help but say. Chao Yuan on the side also nodded. Yes, it was also such a road at that time, and it was also a layer of checkpoints. After saying that, Chao Yuan also added, the car is not as bad as it is now. That's also different. The conditions here are much worse than in the training camp. You look at the facilities here, they are rotten to the point of home, and they are protected by some military forces outside. Bailey Fat couldn't help but complain. Zhuo Qing rolled his eyes at them and said, you are mistaken, these military forces are to prevent you from escaping, but they are not here to protect you. Then, Zhuo Qing sat back in the van and said to them, before you get permission from the top management of the Night Watch, you are not allowed to leave here. Get a good education, don't live up to Yifan's expectations of you, he has paid a great price. Seeing the six-handed van walking away, several people pushed open the door of the warehouse with their luggage. The field inside was very large, it looked as big as 3 football fields, and there was a line of big characters written on the top of the warehouse. Reloaded storage number 0213. I'm going. The facility facilities here are too rudimentary. Bailey Fat couldn't help but complain. Hey, forget it, we don't have any rights now. It's good to have a place for us to live. Lin Chiye spoke. Say, Zhang Luochen looked at the warehouse casually, then turned on the light, and in an instant, the entire warehouse became bright. I don't know what was stored here before. It looks like it has been abandoned for a long time. And Xingyu spoke. Zhang Luochen walked towards the inside of the warehouse. There were several independent rooms on the edge of the warehouse, which could be used as their residence, and there was a kitchen on the other side, which was full of simple kitchen utensils. Okay, let's clean it up. It seems that we have to clean up this place, otherwise, there won't even be a place to sleep tonight. Zhang Luochen spoke. A few people simply cleaned up their room, and then there were still many things that had not been used up in Antak County before, just enough to make a bed here, and even the ingredients to eat. After each of them finished packing, Zhang Luochen stood in the open space of the warehouse. The moon was already hanging high, and Lin Chiye came over at some point. What are you thinking? Lin Chiye asked. I don't know how long I will stay in this place, but what I am most curious about now is who will give us comprehensive education. Zhang Luochen spoke. This comprehensive education is actually the upper management of the night watchman. How long it lasts is also through them. According to the current situation, it is estimated that it will take a year and a half. Lin Chiye spoke. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. I didn't expect that. I didn't stay in the fasting place for a year, but I ended up staying here for a year? What should come will always come. Lin Chiye smiled bitterly. However, I think it's not bad here, but the facilities are a little worse. Bailey Fat Pang also came over at this time. Lin Chiye saw Bailey Fat coming over, as if he thought of something, grabbed it in the void, summoned the magic circle to appear, and Qi Yuan and Zan Bai appeared in his hands. These two ultra-high-risk prohibited items are your property, and now they are returned to you. Lin Chiye handed 2 handfuls of forbidden items to Bailey Fat Pang. Bailey Pang Pang was stunned for a moment, and then took out the other 3 forbidden items from his pocket, namely, green jade armor, elegy, and the golden spear, heavenly gate. Then, Bailey Pang Pang picked up Zhanbai again and said, since it's all my property, it's all my final say. Chiye, I said I would give it to you when I was in the training camp, and now I finally have the opportunity to officially give it to you. You don't keep it yourself? Lin Chiye asked. I only have 2 hands, and I can't use so many forbidden items. Bailey Pang said with a smile. Lin Chiye did not hesitate any longer and put away Zhanbai. Bailey Pang Pang picked up the golden spear and handed it to Jia Lan. Sister Lan, this heavenly gate is given to you, so that you don't have to punch people in the future. The moment Jia Lan saw heavenly gate, her eyes suddenly lit up, and during the banquet, she also saw the power of the spear with her own eyes, smiled and took heavenly gate and gave Bailey Fat a thumbs up. Then Bailey Pang Pang handed the elegy to Xingyu. After all, he had the highest IQ, and he believed that Xingyu could give full play to elegy. And Xingyu took the elegy, and his eyes also exuded a strong desire for knowledge, and he couldn't wait to dissect it now. I'll keep the green jade armor for myself. This Qi Yuan, Luo Chen, I'll give it to you. Bailey Fat handed Qi Yuan to Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen was stunned. He didn't have much desire for these forbidden items, and according to the original plot, the person who obtained this Qi Yuan was also Lin Chiye, but what he didn't expect was that this time he actually gave it to himself. This, Zhang Luochen looked at Qi Yuan in his hand and was a little in a trance. Lao Chao went crazy as soon as he drew his sword. These weapons are given to him. He won't use them. Luochen, your eyes can be copied. I believe this sword gives you a greater role. Bailey Pang Pang said. Then thank you. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. Now he has a sword, and he can soon become a student of the Juggernaut Saint, and it is no problem to use this sword to learn a move and a half. But why hasn't that teacher come yet? Chao Yuan couldn't help but ask. Maybe his 6-handed van broke down on the road. Bailey Pang Pang said. Forget it, don't think too much. It's too late now. Let's rest first. Lin Chiye spoke. In the early morning, the sun shines in the corner of the room. I'm going to. What is the situation? Early in the morning, Chao Yuan's face turned pale and froze in place. What's wrong, Lao Chao? Zhang Luochen rubbed his eyes and walked to Chao Yuan's side. What the hell is this? How did it become so clean? Chao Yuan rubbed his eyes to confirm that he was right, and then picked up a plate in the kitchen. Look at this plate. There are carvings on it. Maybe there is a snail girl. Zhang Luochen said disapprovingly. After all, he knew who did this. No, it's haunted here. Chao Yuan shuddered. You are a monk. Do you still believe this? Zhang Luochen was extremely speechless. You either look outside? Chao Yuan saw the open space outside, and saw a young man carrying a broom, his shirt sleeves rolled up, and he was sweeping the floor seriously with his head down. This is the cleaning you invited? Chao Yuan couldn't help but speak. You're stupid. This is our teacher. Zhang Luochen slapped Chao Yuan on the back, and his eyes couldn't help but look at the young man who was sweeping the floor. Because he is the swordsman, Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping, who was seriously sweeping the floor, noticed the existence of the two of them, raised his head slightly, and the whole person suddenly froze in place, and after hesitating for a moment, he raised his arm. Hello, you, hello. Not long after, everyone came to the open space, and they naturally stood in a row, looking at the young people who were cleaning in the open space. They couldn't help but become more more and more curious. Are you sure this is our teacher? Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luochen and asked. Just now, Zhang Luochen summoned everyone over and told them that the teacher had arrived. Lin Xie and the others came to the open space very politely when they heard that the teacher had arrived, but what they didn't expect was that what they saw was actually a young man cleaning. That, may I ask if you are? Lin Xie couldn't help but step forward and ask. I was found by Yi Fan, the teacher in charge of your comprehensive education, and I should have arrived earlier, but last night the six-handed van broke down halfway. Then, as if thinking of something, he spoke again. Oh, by the way, my name is Zhou Ping, Ordinary Ping. Zhang Luochen's eyes suddenly lit up, and Lin Xie and the others still looked dazed, but they couldn't be blamed. After all, they had only heard of the Juggernaut and had never heard of Zhou Ping. Hello teacher Zhou, Bailey Pang said, very well behaved. But suddenly, Zhou Ping's body shook, and then he spoke. Don't call me teacher. Then what should I call you, and what is your position in the night watch? Lin Xie asked tentatively. Zhou Ping shook his head. I am not a night watchman, and I have no position. Are you the Juggernaut of Daxia? Zhang Luochen spoke. Hearing Zhang Luochen's words, Lin Xie's eyes widened suddenly, and then they looked at Zhou Ping together, waiting for the answer they wanted to hear. Of course, Zhou Ping was also stunned. He didn't expect Zhang Luochen to guess his identity, and then nodded and said, well, yes, you can also call me that. Hearing the correct answer, several people couldn't help but open their mouths wide, except for Jelon, of course, because she didn't know what the Juggernaut meant. You are the #1 human ceiling, the senior Juggernaut? Bailey Fat couldn't help but speak. The name human ceiling is too ugly. I still like others to call me Juggernaut. Zhou Ping said very seriously. Senior Juggernaut, that, why don't you leave it to us when it comes to hygiene? Zhang Luochen tried to take the broom from Zhou Ping's hand, but Zhou Ping obviously had no intention of handing over the broom, and said seriously, no, I don't worry about you cleaning me, I'll do it myself, it'll be fine soon, wait for me. Seeing Zhou Ping cleaning there, Lin Xie and the others were neither standing nor sitting here. Anyway, they had a hard time surviving these few minutes. Lin Xie was still a little curious, and then briefly asked about the situation, and when he knew that Yi Fan had gone to the local restaurant to wash the dishes, his expression was even more indescribable. After a while, Zhou Ping finished cleaning and stood in front of the 6 people, who immediately stood up straight. Are you ready? Ready, let's start class. Zhou Ping spoke. We're ready. Zhou Ping nodded, and then pointed to the cardboard box in the corner. Your class materials are there, take them all out. Several people quickly ran over and moved the cardboard box, which contained 40 or 50 books, and what people didn't expect was that they were all martial arts novels. These are all novels? Xiao Yuan couldn't help but ask. These are the teaching materials. Zhou Ping said calmly. Your morning training content is to read books. Reading a book? Can reading novels improve your strength? Lin Xie couldn't help but ask. Of course, my swordsmanship is all learned from novels. Zhou Ping said seriously. Several people were full of surprise. Only Zhang Luochen stood calmly in place, because he knew that Zhou Ping had a glazed heart. He had the purest heart, and he really substituted himself into the novel. Zhang Luochen came to the cardboard box and picked out a novel, The Sword of the Third Young Master, from it. This novel Zhang Luochen had never read before, but he had seen the TV series, and he was very yearning for all kinds of swordsmanship in it, and there was another character in it that he liked very much, Yan Shisan. A morning passed quickly. Zhang Luochen closed the book, recalling his last experience of reading a novel. It seemed that he was still reading I Learned to Slay God in a Mental Hospital, and then looked at himself and traveled over. Fortunately, this time there was no time travel. In case I read The Sword of the Third Young Master and also crossed in, wouldn't I be unable to read novels in the future? What are the gains? Lin Xie closed his book, The End of the World Mingyue Knife, looked at Zhang Luochen and asked, what else can be gained? The novel is good looking. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. This is reading a novel to learn swordsmanship? It sounds ridiculous. Lin Xie put his novel aside, which was a bit unbelievable. What's this? Some people can still travel through a novel. Zhang Luochen said indifferently. Lin Xie smiled bitterly. What you said seems to be more ridiculous. Then he seemed to smell something and said, is it something mushy? It's the kitchen. As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, he and Lin Xie immediately walked in the direction of the kitchen. Sure enough, the smell came from the kitchen, and Zhou Ping was standing there, and there was an unknown object in the pot in front of him that had been burned, and he couldn't help but look like it was the same. Senior Juggernaut, are you? Lin Xie asked. Cooking, but it seems to have failed. Zhou Ping said a little embarrassedly. It seems that I don't know anything except sweeping the floor and a sword. Lin Xie stepped forward to extinguish the flames. Senior Juggernaut, leave the cooking to me. After a while, the finished meal was brought to the table. Zhang Luochen picked up a bite and tasted it, and couldn't help but praise. Yes, Xie, I didn't expect you to cook. In the past, when my aunt was not at home, I could only cook by myself. Lin Xie said this, and his expression froze. It's okay, it's going to be fine. Zhang Luochen naturally understood why Lin Xie had this expression, and patted him on the shoulder. It's not as delicious as the tomatoes and fried tomatoes made by my third uncle. Zhou Ping took a bite of the tomato egg and said, ha, no, what about eggs? Zhang Luochen was stunned for half a second. By By the way, did you gain anything from reading today? Zhou Ping asked. Zhang Luochen shook his head, and Lin Xie was the same. The sword of the third young master you watched, you didn't learn the 13 deadly swords, and the Tianya Mingyue knife you watched, didn't learn Fu Honshua's knife technique? Zhou Ping asked curiously. This sentence sounded very ridiculous, and the two shook their heads again. Okay, then after eating, prepare for afternoon training. Oh, yes, the afternoon is actual combat training. As soon as everyone heard the actual combat training, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, and their long-awaited training finally came. After reading the novel all morning, everyone's spirit was a little sluggish, and they were even suspicious of this teaching model. But as soon as they heard the actual combat training in the afternoon, they instantly became 100 times more energetic. Lin Xie had even put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hand in advance, wishing he could start immediately, and the other few people also looked eager to try. Only Zhang Luochen, after hearing the actual combat training, went to serve another bowl of rice. Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luochen suspiciously. His eyes seemed to say, "It's time to eat?" But of course you have to eat. The afternoon training is a double training of body and spirit. Where does the strength come from if you don't eat enough? Oh, by the way, you will know what despair means later. Zhou Ping put down the dishes and chopsticks in his hand, and then spoke. I'm not familiar with you yet, so let's start with a one-on-one head-to-head. Heads up? Lin Xie was stunned. Senior Juggernaut, we only have the sea realm at the highest. How can we fight against you? Zhou Ping waved his hand and said, don't worry, I won't use all my strength. Only by fighting with you in person will I know where your problem is. Okay, then let's get started. Chao Yuan stood up excitedly. No, there's one more thing to do before you start, and that's wash dishes. After washing the dishes, Zhou Ping wiped his hands and walked out of the kitchen, calmly glancing at the few people who were already waiting for him. You, who will be the first to come? Zhou Ping asked. Zhang Luochen took the lead in taking a step in front of Chao Yuan. I'll come first. The rest of the people retreated very consciously, leaving an open space for the two of them, and Bailey Pang Pang also took out potato chips to distribute to everyone, completely looking like they were watching a good show. You take action, Zhou Ping said slowly. Zhang Luochen took a stance. He did not use Chi Yuan. He still took out the straight knife of the night watchman, and the moment he came out of the sheath, the whole person disappeared in place. In the next second, Zhang Luochen's figure had already appeared in front of Zhou Ping, raising the knife in his hand without the slightest hesitation. But Zhang Luochen's straight knife only stayed in midair and could no longer go down a penny, and Zhou Ping's hand only had a chopstick, which easily blocked Zhang Luochen's knife. Come again, Zhou Ping spoke calmly. Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand and waved his hand, and a large pile of white paper flew towards Zhou Ping. Each white paper was marked and the technique of flying the thunder god was performed, and his figure quickly shuttled through it, attacking Zhou Ping from all sides. The chopsticks in Zhou Ping's hand moved quickly, accurately blocking Zhang Luochen's attack every time. Yi Fan mentioned you. It seems that your forbidden ruins are still the 8th royal ruins. Zhou Ping spoke. Such a plain sentence. Zhang Luochen only felt a burst of mockery in his ears, and Zhang Luochen folded his hands. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, countless Zhang Luochen appeared in the entire venue, and such an exaggerated number even Lin Xie and a few others who were watching the play froze in place. All Zhang Luochen in the open space attacked Zhou Ping in the center, and Zhou Ping looked around without any panic at all. The sound of the clone being broken echoed over the entire clearing, and the number of shadow clones dropped wildly. But at this moment, two figures suddenly appeared on both sides of Zhou Ping, only to see that a light blue ball appeared between Zhang Luochen's palms, and there was a light blue current between the palms of the other Zhang Luochen. One Chidori and one Rasengan all attacked Zhou Ping. At the moment when he was about to meet Zhou Ping, the wrists of the two Zhang Luochens were suddenly pinched by a force, and then, Zhou Ping directly threw the two Zhang Luochen out. Among the two figures, one of them disappeared in the moment when the clone fell to the ground, and the remaining one was Zhang Luochen's body. His body was thrown heavily on the ground, and the remaining clones all disappeared. Konoha Whirlwind Kick. Zhang Luochen, who had just landed, used teleportation to come to Zhou Ping again, but the attack was still easily diffused by Zhou Ping. Use all your might. Zhou Ping spoke. Suzhua can do it. The lilac Susa Nohu instantly wrapped Zhang Luochen's whole body, and a lilac bow and arrow appeared in his hand. Yen done. Suzhua can add to the local life. The black flame shot out towards Zhou Ping, who stood there without panicking at all, and waved the chopsticks in his hand forward. A sword chi instantly broke through the air, directly breaking the black flame on the spot, and at the same time, the sword chi continued to rush towards Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen only felt a powerful force coming, and a crack appeared on the armor of Susanenyu, and then, this crack became bigger and bigger, directly breaking through Susanohu. Attacked by the sword energy, Zhang Luochen's Susanohu was instantly broken, and the whole person flew out backwards again, and the sand armor attached to his body was also falling off little by little. Kamui. Zhou Ping looked at the chopsticks in his hand suspiciously, and the space around these chopsticks actually began to rotate, and then he was directly sucked into Zhang Luochen's divine power space. Amazing. Took the chopsticks away. Bailey Fat couldn't help but exclaim. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ping shook his head slightly, and then took out another chopstick from his pocket. it. This is your full strength? Zhang Luochen stared at Zhou Ping. So far, all the moves have been resolved by Zhou Ping, but the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Fortunately, there is still a bit of gain. The sword is coming. In the next second, Qi Yuan seemed to hear the call and automatically flew into Zhang Luochen's hand. Everyone was even wondering when Zhang Luochen had learned the ability to pick up things in the air, but in the next second, after seeing those white pieces of paper with Qi Yuan, he instantly understood what was going on. In terms of pretending, you are still strong. Lin Qie sighed. In the end, Zhang Luochen collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, and the sand armor on his body was completely shattered. This is what Ji Fan said, your eyes can copy other people's abilities? You copied all my swordsmanship just now? Zhou Ping looked at Zhang Luochen and asked. Zhang Luochen stood up and nodded. When he used the multiple shadow clone technique at that time, it was just to see Zhou Ping's swordsmanship, and he also used the copying ability of the blood will I to copy it. Although Zhou Ping was still surprised when he first used these swordsmanship, he still couldn't escape the result of being beaten. Yes, I copied your swordsmanship then, but Dongsher just frowned. Zhang Luochen said helplessly. From the perspective of action, it can be said that it is a perfect reproduction, but you just don't understand the essence of it, you still need to read more novels. Zhou Ping said lightly. Then, look at the others. Next night. Bang, bang, bang. 6 people sat around the bonfire on the concrete floor of the open space, each looking like they had been hit. Ha, it's true, I will heal each of you and not tire me to death. Zhang Luochen sat paralyzed. In the afternoon, except for Jialan, each of them was beaten with a blue nose and swollen face, a lot of big and small injuries, and of course, there were scars on the soul, and now they completely knew the difference between themselves and a human ceiling. Zhang Luochen, who knew how to use healing techniques, served as their doctor very well and treated everyone. Zhou Ping was quite satisfied when he saw the scene, but everyone's face felt that Zhou Ping's expression seemed to be saying, it's good, I can be beaten again tomorrow. Only you can treat it, there's no way. Bailey Pang said helplessly. Hey, this kind of beating reminds me of the past. Zhang Luochen looked up at the starry sky at 45 degrees. Indeed, I also remember that time. Lin Qie smiled slightly, and then looked around. By the way, where is the senior juggernaut? Why hasn't it ever appeared? I don't know, he disappeared after training in the afternoon, and he didn't even come to eat. Bailey Pang said. It's said to be actual combat training, I think it's simply abusing us, and I didn't say anything about this. Chao Yuan spoke. Yes, and I think the brain circuits of the juggernaut seniors are a little different. Bailey Fat said in a low voice. Which normal person will work as a waiter after becoming a juggernaut? No, I think you're wrong. I've seen 2 human ceilings in Sunnan City. Zhang Luochen spoke. Hearing this, Chao Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and Chao Yuan spoke. What? 2? Lin Qie's face was also full of doubts. 2? Isn't there only one master? At that time, you were still in the master's car, and I saw the one rider. Zhang Luochen spoke. One ride? What kind of person is he? Lin Qie asked curiously. Strictly speaking, he is a delivery man. Zhang Luochen spoke. Hearing this answer, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and look in disbelief. Delivery man? Bailey Fat couldn't help but ask. Zhang Luochen nodded affirmatively. So, the senior juggernaut is a waiter, and I don't think there's anything strange. It's all human ceilings, but are their jobs so ordinary? Bailey Fat couldn't help but ask. Zhang Luochen thought for a while and said, actually, could it be that we imagine the human ceiling too high? They are just a group of ordinary people. Maybe it is because of such the most common work in society that such a group of people has emerged and become the human ceiling. Lin Qie nodded. It's possible. And, do you think, reading a novel and seeing it as a swordsman? It is because his world is the purest. Zhang Luochen said, I once watched an anime. To become the most powerful person, in fact, you just need to find your original intention. The last thing that anime says is that everyone can find their original happiness, and everyone can become the top person. Therefore, the most important thing is actually to love and not forget the original intention. Everyone nodded as they listened. Well, then I want to regain my original happiness too. Bailey Fat suddenly said categorically. Where was your original happiness? Chao Yuan couldn't help but ask. Bailey Fat thought for a while and said, it should be at the maids. All of them. Okay, it's not too early today, let's rest early. Lin Qie spoke. After one night, Zhang Luochen got up early in the morning, and as soon as he got out of bed, he happened to bump into Lin Qie, who had already gotten up. So early? Lin Qie was the first to speak. I've long been used to this biological clock, Zhang Luochen said. The two started washing together, and as soon as they finished washing, others came over one after another to start washing. Zhang Luochen and Lin Qie came to the open space first. They thought about it. They couldn't let the Juggernaut Senior get up first every day. They also needed to share some. However, when the two came to the open space, Zhou Ping was already cleaning there, and it seemed that he had been cleaning for a while. Senior Juggernaut, early. Zhang Luochen stepped forward to say hello. Lin Qie glanced at the time, at 6 o'clock in the morning. The sun hadn't fully risen yet, but Zhou Ping was almost hygienic. How early did he get up? You don't have to get up so early. Class starts at 8 o'clock. It's still early. Zhou Ping glanced at the two and said, "Senior, so early." Lin Xie spoke. "I'm used to it. I used to get up early in the morning to clean the restaurant." Zhou Ping explained his work in the restaurant and said that his third uncle began to prepare ingredients early every morning. Not long after, others also came to the open space, but they saw Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie sitting on the pony, just watching Zhou Ping clean there. "Let's just look at it like this?" Xiao Yuan asked. "We also want to help, but the seniors won't let it," Zhang Luochen said. So, just like yesterday, a few of them waited until Zhou Ping finished cleaning, and they just kept watching. When the time came to 8 o'clock, Zhou Ping slowly walked in front of everyone and took out yesterday's novel. "Today's task is still the same, it's still reading a book." Zhou Ping spoke. "You must remember that you must read it with full concentration, carefully understand the situation of the characters in the book, and let yourself be him. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded, and then went to find their own novels. Zhang Luochen chose a book Tianya Mingyu a knife today. Anyway, his current weapons are a sword and a knife, so after reading the novel of the sword, let's read the novel of the knife. Soon, another morning passed, and everyone closed their books, but at this moment, everyone was attracted by a burst of crying. Everyone looked in the direction of Zhou Ping, only to see that Zhou Ping was holding a novel and reading it with tears in his eyes. "Watching it so much into the play?" Bailey Pang said in a low voice. "So, our realm is still not enough." Zhang Luochen said, "Senior social fear, let's not disturb him." "Well, don't bother him, let's cook first." Lin Xie asked everyone to be quiet and then went to the kitchen to start cooking. Not long after, Lin Xie put the prepared meal on the table and was about to call Zhou Ping for dinner, but when he came to the open space, he did not find Zhou Ping. "Where is the senior?" Lin Xie asked curiously, thinking that he had gone back to his room, but he still didn't see him in the room. Zhang Luochen hesitated for a moment and then spoke. "I seem to see him and sneak away." When everyone came to the door of the warehouse, Zhou Ping was already dragging his luggage back, and when he saw several people standing at the door, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Juggernaut, it's time to eat. I tried to make a dish of fried tomatoes with tomatoes today. Please help me taste it." Lin Xie said with a smile. Zhou Ping swept everyone's faces, then nodded and said, "Okay." After drinking and eating, several people put down the dishes and chopsticks in their hands in unison, and several people were very cooperative and did not mention Zhou Ping's departure just now. "After eating, let's start training in the afternoon." Zhou Ping got up slowly, took out a new cardboard box from the room, and handed dozens of pages of bound documents to everyone. Zhang Luochen looked at the documents in his hand, and each page was densely written with text, and they were all handwritten. "This is yesterday's actual combat analysis." Zhou Ping replied, "After fighting with you yesterday, I went back and analyzed each of your fighting styles, strengths and disadvantages, because I don't know how to use a computer, so I can only write by hand, and some words may not be able to read clearly." Lin Xie waited until she looked at the document in her hand, and couldn't help but widen her mouth. These dozens of pages of paper were all handwritten, and they were written in great detail. Zhang Luochen read his battle analysis one by one. "When fighting, I am calm-headed, I can use my diverse abilities freely, and the cooperation is very appropriate, but in melee combat, many abilities copied by other people's abilities are more in vain, and I need to understand the essence." It took more than half an hour. Zhang Luochen finally finished reading this report. The content in it was described in great detail. To be honest, it would take a lot of time to digest all the content inside. Seeing that everyone had finished reading their reports, Zhou Ping took out a few more pieces of paper. "I have made a detailed plan for each of you." Several people took over their own plan. The plan is divided into 3 parts. The first is mental training. This training is carried out by everyone together. And the second part is exclusive to the individual. Everyone is different. And the third part, Zhou Ping said that it will be kept secret for the time being. Bailey Fat is playing tic-tac-toe with Xiao Yuan in a crazy state, while Lin Xie is sparring with Jialan holding Tian Ke, and Xingyu's is relatively simple. The dissection is mysterious, and the mysterious Zhou Ping will also provide it. As for Zhang Luochen's training content, he directly practiced with Zhou Ping, and Zhang Luochen was very excited when he first saw this content, but when he thought that he was beaten every day, he was deflated all of a sudden. "Senior, my training is to spar with you? This is not beaten every day." Zhang Luochen looked like he wanted to cry without tears. Zhou Ping said lightly, "This is different. You can copy other people's moves, but you need to master more essence, and you are the same as Lin Xie. You have too many abilities, and the cooperation between you is not perfect. Moreover, Lin Xie and Jialan have sparred, and you can only remain to practice with me." Zhang Luochen nodded. He naturally understood that he couldn't be a light bulb for Lin Xie and the others. A few hours later, Zhang Luochen lay on the ground panting. To be honest, today's training and being beaten are really not much different, although a lot of swordsmanship has been copied, but as Zhou Ping said, it can only be said that it is perfect in action, but it has not understood the essence of it. However, the essence is not something that can be understood by comprehension. Some people will not be able to understand it in this life, and some people may understand it at all. Zhou Ping still simply encouraged Zhang Luochen. "How are you?" Zhou Ping looked at Zhang Luochen, who was covered in injuries, and couldn't help but ask. "I'm okay, I can treat myself, it's not a big problem." Zhang Luochen began to heal smile all over his body. Zhou Ping nodded. Your ability is indeed very practical. You can go back to rest when you are well. Today's training is here. Zhang Luochen nodded, and Zhou Ping left the open space. After a while, Zhang Luochen had already treated all the injuries on his body, got up and went back to the warehouse, because he had to spar, for fear of destroying the warehouse, so he and Zhou Ping went to the open space not far from the warehouse. As soon as he returned to the warehouse, Zhang Luochen saw Bailey Fat and Xingyu and Chao Yuan lying on the ground, drawing a tic-tac-toe in front of them. How are you? Zhang Luochen stepped forward and asked. Look, this is the result of today. Bailey Pang pointed to the tic-tac-toe on the ground and said. Zhang Luochen saw the big fork that had exceeded the entire grid and said, it's not bad, no matter what, it's still a stroke. Chao Yuan stood up from the ground. Yes, I have used up all my luck with this stroke. How about you, Luochen, how is it? Bailey Fat looked at Zhang Luochen and asked. Of course I'm beaten, Zhang Luochen said, but you don't look like a big deal. Bailey Fat looked at Zhang Luochen, looking at his spotless appearance, and didn't even believe that they were practicing in the afternoon. I healed my own wounds. Hey, I was beaten, and I had to heal myself. How painful. Zhang Luochen sighed helplessly. By the way, where are 7 knights? Why haven't you come yet? And Xingyu didn't see Lin Xia's figure, and couldn't help but ask. He went outside to practice with Jialan, but it's time to come back. Bailey Pang said. It's not too late, let's go find them, Zhang Luochen suggested. The 4 of them came to the outside of the warehouse, and the loud explosion immediately attracted everyone's attention, and the 4 of them followed the sound to find it. When I got closer, the 2 figures kept intersecting in the air, terrifying energy fluctuations kept colliding here, and everything around me was even more devastated, as if it was about to destroy the world. They fight like this? Chao Yuan couldn't help but speak. These 2 people are completely fighting for their lives. Bailey Fat swallowed and said. The 4 of them looked at Lin Xia at the same time, and now Lin Xia was simply extremely embarrassed. His face was full of dust and stains, and his whole body was covered with scars, but Jialan, on the other hand, still looked like a normal person. Zhang Luochen was stunned when he saw this scene, and at this moment he already felt that the sparring with the Juggernaut Senior was simply too gentle. Not long after, the 2 of them finally ended their life-threatening play. Lin Xia walked towards everyone with a tired face. When he saw Zhang Luochen, even as if he saw a savior, Zhang Luochen even felt tears in Lin Xia's eyes. Luochen, help me treat it, Lin Xia said. At lunchtime, Bailey Fat, Chao Yuan, and Xingyu looked at the empty rice bowl in their hands, then looked at the chicken legs in the bowls of Zhou Ping and Zhang Luochen, and finally saw the chicken legs in the Jialan bowl full of chicken legs that were about to overflow, and fell into deep thought. 7 nights, don't pick up girls and don't catch up with us, and why does Luochen also have chicken legs? Bailey Fat couldn't help but ask. Luochen helped me heal my wounds, he deserves it, Lin Xia said. Then why don't the 3 of us? Bailey Pang continued to ask. Because, you can't beat me. Zhang Luochen took a bite of the chicken leg. Well, today's chicken leg is delicious and fragrant. On this day, Zhang Luochen still got up early with Lin Xia, and came to the training open space after washing. Zhou Ping is still the first to get up. Anyway, every time he gets up, he is cleaning, or other things, such as now, he is waxing and polishing the ground. Senior Juggernaut, there is no need to wax in our training ground. Lin Xia couldn't help but ask curiously. If you don't wax, you'll get hurt. Zhou Ping spoke. Lin Xia was stunned for a moment, and looked at Zhang Luochen on the side and wanted to seek an explanation. Maybe, it has something to do with today's training, Zhang Luochen guessed. After everyone arrived, Zhou Ping also completed the waxing work, and the entire open space was now extremely smooth, and there was even a possibility of slipping when walking up. Zhou Ping saw that everyone had arrived, stood in front of them, and slowly spoke. Then, let's start the next training, mental training. But Zhou Ping briefly described the main content of this training, which was to let everyone resist his sword energy. Sword chi tide. Lin Xia muttered to himself. Zhou Ping nodded. I will release half of the sword chi, and when the time comes, the pure and fine sword chi will invade your brains and temper your spirit. So when you want to do it, stay awake in it as much as possible. We want to resist your sword chi? Is it safe? Bailey Fat couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, I will control the strength of the sword chi, and my life will not be in danger. Zhou Ping said. If you are okay, I will start. Lin Xia looked at everyone, and after everyone said they were ready, Lin Xia nodded slightly. Let's start, Senior Juggernaut. Zhou Ping stretched out his right hand, and with a light slap of his palm on the surface of the sword box, the crisp sound of the sword echoed throughout the warehouse. At the next moment, thousands of sword chi erupted around Zhou Ping, instantly enveloping the entire field like a wave. The wave of sword chi instantly rushed towards everyone, directly knocking several people away, and their bodies fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Luochen only felt a powerful force hitting his chest, and the strong pain instantly hit his brain, almost causing him to faint directly. However, with such a collision, all the sand armor attached to Zhang Luochen's body was also shattered. Zhang Luochen struggled to stabilize his figure, but a strong sense of oppression also hit him instantly, and Zhang Luochen was half kneeling on the ground. The few people around him felt the same way, and Xingyu couldn't stand it at first, and fainted directly quickly, and then Cha Yuan, Bailey Pangpang, Zhang Luochen and Lin Xia dragged on together for a while, and finally the three of them fainted together. Only Jialan, standing in place like a normal person, can only say that immortal is powerful. When Zhang Luochen woke up, it was already the next morning, and he sat up from the bed in a daze, and then he was surprised to see that except for Lin Xia, the other people were all in this room, and Qingyu, Cha Yuan and Zhang Luochen were squeezed into the same bed by themselves, and Bailey Fat didn't know why, so he slept directly on the ground. Zhang Luochen rubbed his temples, his head was torn and painful, and those who didn't know thought he had a hangover. Walking out of the room slowly, Lin Xia also happened to have gotten up, and not surprisingly, Zhou Ping had already started cleaning in the open space. How do you feel? Seeing Lin Xia, Zhang Luochen stepped forward and asked. I still have a bit of a headache. Then Lin Xia looked at Zhang Luochen suspiciously. Your room doesn't seem to be like this. Zhang Luochen pointed helplessly inside. Lin Xia looked sideways. Good guy. Several people slept in a room. Obviously he was the one who was treated preferentially. Don't think about it. Jialan sent us back to the room. Obviously, you have been treated preferentially. Zhang Luochen looked at Bailey Fat who was lying on the ground. However, it's a little better than this fat man. Jialan, it seems that the sword she tied has no effect on her in the slightest. Lin Xia spoke. She is a person who can catch sword chi with her bare hands. Who else can be present except her? Zhang Luochen said. Lin Xia smiled knowingly, and when he thought about it, at this moment, and Qingyu and the others also woke up, came out of the room, and Bailey Fat kept moving his neck. What happened to me last night? How did I sleep on the ground? Bailey Pang said suspiciously. Neither Zhang Luochen nor Lin Xia spoke, and their faces were full of words. I don't know, don't ask me. Zhou Ping looked at everyone, and then spoke. Since you are all awake, let's start class. Today's training is still. Read the novel. Time flies, and they have been in this warehouse for 2 months. Zhang Luochen has read all the novels in the box, and the further he goes, the slower he reads the novel, and he also begins to savor the mystery in it, although it is impossible to realize any swordsmanship like Zhou Ping, but it is still indispensable to understand some truths. For these 2 months, every day is training, reading, cleaning, eating, sleeping, and in a trance. It seems that I have returned to the days in the training camp. The daily schedule is properly arranged, and the 2 months have also gained rare peace. Moreover, in the past 2 months, and Qingyu has broken through to the Sea Realm, and now, Zhang Luochen, Bailey Fat Pang and Qingyu have broken through the Sea Realm. Zhou Ping said that Jialan has long been a Sea Realm, so, strictly speaking, only Cha Yuan and Lin Xia have not broken through. However, Lin Xia's breakthrough was also close at hand, because Zhang Luochen had already seen Qingyu take a small bottle and hand it to Lin Xia. Zhang Luochen naturally understood what was in this small bottle, that is, 7 nights of obedient water, and the name was still given by Fat. Sure enough, as soon as today's training was over, Lin Xia was contaminated by the liquid in the small bottle, and his body suddenly began to lose control. Oh, yes, after 2 months, Jialan was finally able to speak normally. Jialan just hugged Lin Xia and walked towards the house, but after being seen by Zhou Ping, his fingertips were a little in the center of his eyebrows, and the spiritual pollution instantly dissipated, and at the same time, at this moment, Lin Xia's realm broke through and reached the Sea Realm. Seeing this scene, Zhou Ping also nodded with satisfaction, and then swept his eyes over everyone. Yes, except for Cha Yuan, they have now reached the Sea Realm. Then, you can also start the next stage of training. What is the next stage of training? Lin Xia immediately asked. Zhou Ping explained the purpose of the first 2 stages to everyone, and then spoke. Then, the third stage of training is team combat training. Your opponent is the Night's Watch squad numbered 006 and 010. Training with the Night Watch squad? Hearing the news, everyone looked shocked, looking at Zhou Ping, waiting for his next answer. Zhou Ping nodded. Yes, you are going to the station of the Night Watch squad numbered between 006 and 010 and fight with them, but 010 is still being reorganized, so in fact, your opponents only have 4 squads. Then how to fight? Moreover, there are only 6 of us. Lin Xia asked suspiciously. How many people you have? How many people they have? And it's best that their captain doesn't participate. Zhou Ping paused and said, at least, that's what I thought. So, Senior Juggernaut, are you going to negotiate with other teams? Zhang Luochen said directly. Sure enough, this sentence directly hit Zhou Ping's weakness, and the whole person froze in place, even a little overwhelmed. It's okay, as long as you blow up your identity as a swordsman, they won't dare not agree. Chao Yuan said immediately. Yi Fan won't let me self-destruct my identity. Zhou Ping said softly. Everyone was stunned. Originally using the identity of the swordsman could still easily make those squads agree, but now not letting the identity self-destruct, isn't it to let Zhou Ping negotiate? But the problem is that this Dasha swordsman is an extremely social fear person. When do we depart? Lin Xia asked. Let's set off tomorrow. After Zhou Ping finished speaking, he immediately returned to his room. You pack your things yourself. After saying that, he closed the door directly. Let the Juggernaut Senior negotiate? Are you sure? Bailey Fat said uncertainly. It's hard to say, since it was explained by Commander Yi, it also has his intentions. Lin Xia said. However, However, are you sure he won't run away tonight? Zhang Luochen said suddenly. Everyone looked at each other and then looked like they suddenly realized. Night. The moment the dazzling headlights shone on Zhou Ping's face, Zhou Ping's whole person froze in place, and then he saw Liu Dao's familiar figure. You guys, how do you know? Zhou Ping said hesitantly. What's so difficult about this? Lin Xie smiled and spoke. Senior Juggernaut, if you want to leave, let's go together. Zhang Luochen instantly appeared beside Zhou Ping and said with a smile. But why do you know I'm going to go this way? Zhou Ping said suspiciously. The reason is simple, because we have a local tyrant here. Zhang Luochen spoke. In the next second, everyone's headlights were all illuminated, and it was still a Mercedes-Benz team, and Fat Pang directly rented all the Mercedes-Benz cars around here. Senior Juggernaut, let's go. The chubby private jet is already waiting. Zhang Luochen directly took the suitcase in Zhou Ping's hand. Xining City. 7 figures walked out of the airport. Bailey Fat walked in front of everyone wearing a pair of sunglasses, and as soon as he left the airport, he took off the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and looked at the city full of ancient charm in front of him. Xining, I finally have a chance. I've wanted to come for a long time. Bailey Fat couldn't help but speak. We're not here to travel, we're here to train. Lin Xie took out a piece of information from his pocket and continued. The 009 squad of night watchmen stationed in Xining City, a total of 7 people, Captain Huang Yuenda and Deputy Captain Shan Mei, and a team member named Jiang Lu are in the Sea Realm, and all the rest are in the Sichuan Realm. There should be no problem with this configuration. Well, this way you can go to the next city as soon as possible. Zhang Luochen nodded and said. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Zhou Ping, who was standing in place. He lowered his head and kept looking at his toes, feeling that he was about to cut out 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Juggernaut Senior? Hearing the call, Zhou Ping's body shook, and after struggling for a long time, he spoke. I think even if I don't have to negotiate, you can win them. However, the other teams behind still need you to come forward. Bailey Pang Pang said, this time, just think of it as a practice, and it doesn't matter if the conversation breaks down, right? Yes, Senior Juggernaut, this time it's an exercise. Zhang Luochen said with a smile. Listening to everyone's words, Zhou Ping finally said helplessly, okay, then I'll give it a try. According to the address, several people came to the door of an old community, and their final location stayed in front of a post station. Rookie station? Bailey Fat looked at the door suspiciously. You didn't go wrong, right? Courier station? There will be no mistake. This is their safe house. Lin Xie glanced at the address and said seriously. This 009 team, also part-time delivery of express delivery? Bailey Fat asked curiously. It's normal, our 136 team is still dealing with emotional disputes. Zhang Luochen said, when these teams don't usually appear mysterious, they are all developing other side hustles. In the end, everyone kept their eyes on Zhou Ping, who was walking at the back, and Zhou Ping stood there with an embarrassed face. Senior Juggernaut, just follow what I taught you on the road. It's equivalent to memorizing your lines. Zhang Luochen spoke. On the way here, a few of them took Zhou Ping to practice, and specially wrote down the lines he wanted to say. Zhou Ping stood in place, took a deep breath, did enough psychological construction, and then walked into the rookie station. After seeing Zhou Ping enter, the others looked at the situation inside with concern. You say, can you succeed? Bailey Fat couldn't help but ask. Don't be afraid, there is still a plan B, Zhang Luochen said. Lin Xie and the others couldn't help but look back at Zhang Luochen, their faces full of curiosity. Lin Xie asked, when will there be a plan B? It's now, you see, this is not a collapse. Zhang Luochen pointed to the room. Zhou Ping looked at a few people with a resentful face, obviously having already collapsed, and kept winking at them. Hey, action. Lin Xie gave an order, and Xiao Yuan behind him, and Xing Yu and Bailey Fat shot instantly. Before Huang Yuenda could even react, he had already fainted and was put into a sack. Zhang Luochen walked into the station, and the next moment, with a transformation technique, he became Huang Yuenda's appearance. Are you going to use this trick to lure them? Lin Xie spoke. Now the other personnel are not there, and you can't fight here. Zhang Luochen said, this image of mine should still be able to deceive them for a while, and later, I will lead them into our encirclement. Lin Xie nodded. It's a good way, then let's go over first, and you stand up here first. Zhang Luochen, who turned into Huang Yuenda, sat comfortably in the station, and even made himself a cup of tea, waiting for the people of the 009 team to come. The sun gradually sets towards the west, and everyone's shadow is elongated. Zhang Luochen just lay leisurely in the post station. During this period, some people came to pick up the express delivery. Fortunately, the express delivery here is not particularly much, and it is still a good task to complete. Strictly speaking, no one has found out that he is pretending to be so far, but for ordinary people, such a thing as transformation should still be more mysterious. Not long after, several figures wearing courier clothes walked to the door of the station talking and laughing, and as soon as they opened the door, Huang Yuenda saw them. Captain, Captain. Several people entered the door and greeted Huang Yuenda one by one, and Huang Yuenda nodded very coldly. At this time, Shan Mei stood in place suspiciously. Captain, what's wrong with you? Tired of the afternoon? Zhang Luochen was stunned stunned, thinking that he had some flaws. Well, I'm a little tired. What about you? Sean May said. Fortunately, our speed, after all, it is second to none. Yes, Captain, we are working very hard. Zhang Lu came over and spoke. Very good, very good. Add dishes for you in the evening, Zhang Luochen said with a smile. However, at the next moment, a short knife suddenly appeared on Zhang Luochen's neck, and several other team members also seemed to be facing a great enemy. You, what is this for? Zhang Luochen froze in place, thinking, what did he do wrong? Where did our captain go? Sean May said with a cold face. Are you stupid? I am your captain. Zhang Luochen still wanted to continue to quibble. Sean May sneered. You think we are stupid? Every day when we come back at this point, the captain has already prepared the meal and waited for us. In addition, the captain sits at the door and never crosses his legs. Zhang Lu also spoke. Zhang Luochen was stunned for a moment and sighed slightly. Who asked you to come back so late? Sitting here with your back straight, you are still very tired. Bang! A sound. After a burst of white smoke, Zhang Luochen changed back to his original appearance, but he was wearing a white spiral mask on his face and two red eyes exposed. Where has our captain gone? Sean May said with a cold face. Zhang Luochen glanced at the short knife on his neck and the corners of his mouth raised. If you can catch up, I will tell you. At the next moment, Zhang Luochen's figure instantly disappeared in place, and his figure appeared behind everyone in the 009 team. Remember, bring all your weapons, otherwise, you will die ugly. Zhang Luochen jumped up on the spot and came directly to the roof. Vice Captain, the river flows to the single eyebrow. Take a weapon, let's catch up. As soon as Sean May finished speaking, the whole person quickly rushed outside. The other team members took up their weapons and followed behind Sean May. Zhang Luochen's back flew quickly in the air using the wings formed by white paper, and everyone in the 009 team behind him could only catch up with their legs. However, Zhang Luochen's speed was too fast, and it didn't take long for the distance between them to widen, and seeing that they were getting farther and farther away from him, Zhang Luochen had to slow down his speed. Vice Captain, if we chase like this, we can't catch up at all. Zhang Lu couldn't help but speak. It was not dark yet, and they didn't dare to release the forbidden ruins directly, so as not to cause panic to the surrounding residents, but if they didn't use the forbidden ruins again, they would definitely lose them. Dan frowned, and then saw an alley. Enter from there. Zhang Luochen saw that everyone in the 009 team changed direction, and suddenly had some doubts, but soon, he saw two figures jump up into the air and jump directly onto the roof. Yohi, the forbidden ruins are used. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, and then, directly accelerated his speed. In the northern suburbs of Xining City, in a dilapidated factory, several figures sat leisurely on the steps. 7 nights, it's so late, they haven't come yet. Luochen is so powerful, he hasn't been seen through until now. Bailey Fat couldn't help but ask. Lin Xie was just about to say something, but in the next second, a familiar figure entered his range of perception, and there were several figures behind this figure that kept a good distance. It's already here. Lin Xie smiled slightly. All members, wear masks, our trial has begun. Zhang Luochen led several people to the factory, and the figure disappeared instantly, and when he appeared again, he was already beside Lin Xie. It took them so long to find you? Seeing Zhang Luochen appear, Lin Xie asked. They were found out directly, they came late. Zhang Luochen said helplessly. At this moment, everyone in the 009 team came to the inside of the factory, because they were running, except for the Vice Captain Sean May and Jian Lu, who was also in the Sea Realm. The others were panting. Are you, by the way, let them warm up? Lin Xie saw the tired faces of everyone in the 009 team. I didn't expect them to run here. Zhang Luochen spoke. Everyone in the 009 team looked upwards and saw several figures wearing masks, and their faces changed suddenly. Everyone in Team 009, draw your sword. With a single eyebrow, everyone in the 009 team drew their swords. Seeing all of them draw their swords, Zhang Luochen and the others looked at Lin Xie. Lin Xie slowly spoke. Do it. The world is in chaos. A huge Tai Chi Bagua map opened from Bailey Chubby's feet, and the two trigrams of Qiankuan were confused at the same time, and the power of the law was directly reversed. All things are disarmed. Before everyone in the 009 team could even attack, a force came from their hands, and their weapons were instantly dismissed. In addition to the straight knife, there were also 2 submachine guns, all of which came to fat feet, and everyone in the 009 team didn't even see what was going on. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, and his figure disappeared in place in an instant. Zhang Lu was still looking at his hands suspiciously, and in the next second, a piece of white paper slowly floated in front of him, and Zhang Luochen's figure suddenly flashed. Konoha Whirlwind Kick. A whirlwind kick directly kicked Zhang Lu's whole person out, and Zhang Lu, who flew out backwards, finally stabilized his figure. Seeing this, the single eyebrow on the side suddenly bloomed with gray light, forming a thin battle armor. The palm of her right hand was twisted and deformed, and a 2-meter-long Fangtian halberd appeared in her hand. Zhang Luochen, who was surrounded in the middle, disappeared in an instant, and everyone directly threw themselves into the air, and at this moment, Lin Xie, Jialan, and Enxingyu shot at the same time. The ice vine burst out instantly, directly besieging everyone in the middle, and Jialan punched out at the single eyebrow and hit the outside outside of the warehouse directly. Seeing this, Jiang Lu stretched out his hand, and all the surrounding equipment exploded, turning into thumb-sized mechanical missiles and spraying out. The soil escapes, the soil flows the wall. A wall suddenly appeared in front of everyone, blocking all the missiles, and the next moment, a pile of sand suddenly appeared under their feet, tying up everyone's soles and preventing them from moving. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chiye stretched out his hand. Eternal Secret Garden, the sea of flowers spread out instantly, and a powerful coercion oppressed everyone. At this moment, all members of the 009 team were completely suppressed. Zhang Luochen stood quietly beside Lin Chiye, watching with his own eyes that everyone in the 009 team was oppressed under the Eternal Secret Garden. The low realm has even fainted, and the only thing that is still there is the river flowing in the same sea realm. Although Jiang Lu's face was also very ugly, and the mental power on his body was about to be drained, he still glared forward with his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Chiye sighed slightly, and then withdrew his ability, and those buds immediately stopped blooming. Except for Jiang Lu, the other team members all fell to the ground, and now, Shan Mei was still fighting Jialan outside the warehouse, and he didn't know what the situation was. Jiang Lu looked at the gang in front of him angrily. The weakness brought by his body made it difficult for him to even stand, and the gap between the two sides was obvious, and it was not an opponent they could compete with at all. And at this moment, Jialan slowly walked in with a single eyebrow that was already unconscious in one hand, and the Feng Tian halberd had also been broken. Deputy team. When Jiang Lu saw this scene, his fists clenched unconsciously, his eyes were red, and he stared at Lin Chiye. A coat of arms was held in his hand. You guys, where did our 009 team offend you? Do this to us. The next moment, Jiang Lu's hand flipped, and the silver needle led by the ghost god popped out of the coat of arms, but just as he was about to pierce his body was frozen in place. I saw that the man wearing the spiral white mask was standing in front of him, and on the ground, the shadows of the two were actually connected. Young man, don't be so impulsive. Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand, and Zhang Lu on the other side made the same movement as Zhang Luochen. Then, as soon as he let go of his hand, he only heard the crisp sound of the coat of arms falling to the ground, and Zhang Lu didn't know what was going on. His movements were not something he could control at all, as if he was like a marionette. You, special. Zhang Lu didn't expect that he didn't even have a chance to fight to the death for the last time. Despair, incomparable despair filled Zhang Lu's body, and his teammates fell in front of him one by one, and the captain was nowhere to be found. I said, don't be nervous, we're not bad people, and they're just fainting, Zhang Luochen said slowly. At the same time, Lin Chiye also came to Jiang Lu's side at some point. Yes, your captain is now drinking tea with his idol in the yard. Jiang Lu was stunned in place, and the current information was really difficult to digest. Drink tea? Lin Chiye nodded. That's right, drink tea. Zhang Luochen came over and picked up the coat of arms from the ground, and glanced at the name on it. Oh, you are Jiang Lu. I'm sorry just now, I'll give it back to you. Bailey Fat also came over and returned all their weapons to them. Jiang Lu looked at the scene in front of him suspiciously. Obviously he was just preparing to fight to the death. Why was he suddenly so friendly? Are you? Jiang Lu said doubtfully. We are the 5th special team. Zhang Luochen smiled and spoke. It's just a preparation. Lin Chiye immediately added. At this moment, Huang Yuanda and Zhou Ping walked out. Jiang Lu slowly looked up and saw Huang Yuanda holding a thermos cup like a normal person. Captain, are you okay? Jiang Lu hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Of course I'm fine. Huang Yuanda looked at the few people lying on the ground. It's all a misunderstanding. It's just that, you guys, it seems that you have been abused a lot. Jiang Lu lowered his head embarrassedly. It was true. He didn't even have a chance to use ghosts and gods to lure him. Lin Chiye came to Huang Yuanda and said apologetically, Captain Huang, I'm really sorry, this time we were abrupt. Captain Lin, you're polite. It's our honor to be able to compete with the 5th special squad. Huang Yuanda smiled and said, a double god agent, an 8th wine ruins. If you can win, you will see hell. In fact, what Huang Yuanda didn't know was that there was also a 3rd royal ruin Zhelan's, immortal. Here, Captain Huang, we haven't become a regular yet. Lin Chiye said, it's only a matter of time before your strength turns, and you haven't used all your strength. Huang Yuanda said. Lin Chiye smiled and said nothing. Not to mention 1/2, not even 1/3 of the ability is useless. Chao Yuan hasn't drawn his sword yet. Jialan didn't use. Tianke, Bailey Fat only used to disarm, and Xingyu also made a shot once. Lin Chiye used a move, Sky Poet, from beginning to end, and Zhang Luochen, he didn't even open the Sharingan, and from beginning to end, he only used his shadow clone. However, they did not say these facts clearly, and everyone competed and pointed to the end, not specifically to destroy their self-esteem. Oh, by the way, Captain Lin, your opponent should be more than our 009 team. Huang Yuanda asked. Lin Chiye nodded. Shining is our first goal. 006, 007, 008, 009 are our training goals this time. Huang Yuanda nodded. With your strength, there is no problem in defeating the 008 team in Lintang City. There is a Klein and an Infinite in the 007 team in Huaihai City. If that Klein doesn't make a move, you should be able to win. However, in the Shangjing City team, there is 1 Klein and 2 Infinite. To be honest, it is really a bit difficult. You can only take one step at a time first. Lin Chia sighed slightly. However, do you plan to use kidnapping every time you go to a city? Huang Yuanda asked suddenly. This question is indeed the most troublesome problem at present. After all, their teacher is a severe social terrorist. Well, I have a good relationship with Li Hong, the captain of Lintang City, and I can say hello to him, so that you can practice directly with them in the past. Huang Yuanda said after pondering for a moment. Lin Xia's eyes suddenly lit up. This is the best. Thank you, Captain Huang. Be polite and polite. In the future, when we are in trouble in Xining City, we will still need the help of your 5th special team. Huang Yuanda waved his hand and said, I'll wait and make a call, and I'll stay for a meal together tonight to clear up the misunderstanding. Thank you, Captain Huang. Night. Huang Yuanda chartered 2 barbecue grills in the park, and all the members of the 2 teams gathered here, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Luochen, I want you to work again. Bailey Fat greeted Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen rolled his eyes helplessly at him and sighed slightly. Fire escape. The flames instantly ignited on the barbecue grill, and the charcoal was quickly lit because of the fire escape. Wow, this fire attribute skill, barbecue, is so convenient. Zhang Lu couldn't help but widen his eyes in praise. How about it? I'll just say it. Just leave it to us to burn a fire. Bailey Fat raised his head and said with a proud face, I don't know, I thought he set the fire. Lin Xie, Huang Yuanda, and Zhou Ping sat together, chatting one after another, but in fact, only Lin Xie and Huang Yuanda were chatting there. Zhou Ping sat there can be described in 4 words, like sitting on a needle felt, keeping his head down and eating his own things, and the severe social terrorist is completely embarrassed by such an environment. Senior Juggernaut is the ceiling of human beings, and his temperament is completely different. Zhang Lu walked to Zhang Luochen's side and said in a low voice, no, he's a social terrorist. Zhang Luochen thought for a while, and added, it's still a severe social fear. Social terror? A human ceiling, actually a social terror? Zhang Lu was obviously a little incredulous about this answer, and then recalled the scene where he had just gone over to toast. No wonder, just now, his eyes have been dodging. Zhang Luochen looked at Xingyu, who was being accosted by a single eyebrow, and couldn't help but want to laugh, and Zhang Lu on the side also noticed this. Don't mind, our vice captain likes such a little white face. Zhang Lu said with a smile. Little white face, this word is very appropriate, but unfortunately, he found the wrong person. Zhang Luochen said with a smile. What do you say? He likes to dissect corpses, and has dissected several mysterious corpses so far, and you, the vice captain, are not afraid of being dissected while asleep. Zhang Luochen said calmly, and Zhang Lu listened, and there was even a hint of coolness in his back. Anatomy, my god, this is too. Moreover, he can proceed without realizing it, dissecting it, suturing it, and the kind that cannot see the wound at all. Zhang Luochen continued. Zhang Lu couldn't help but swallow. He used to be. Doctor? He is just a student, or rather, a top student. Zhang Luochen said very casually. That. As for that fat man, his ability is so powerful that he directly took away our weapons. Zhang Lu asked curiously. He's just a stupid rich man. Zhang Luochen explained. So, that one looks a bit fierce. He didn't make a move. Is he your big killer? So he didn't make a move, hiding his strength? Of course, Zhang Lu was talking about Chao Yuan. Zhang Luochen smiled bitterly. He is indeed a big killer. He started to move, the earth shook, the house had to be demolished. Sometimes, we can't stop it. If it weren't for that rich man, we couldn't afford those compensation losses. Zhang Lu nodded thoughtfully. So that's the case, but this person looks very difficult to mess with at first glance. Sneeze. Chao Yuan suddenly sneezed, and then looked towards Zhang Luochen in confusion, just in time to meet Zhang Lu's eyes. Zhang Lu was so frightened that he lowered his head, picked up a skewer and ate it, and kept silently chanting in his heart, don't look at me, don't look at me. Lao Chao, are you cold? Bailey Pang Pang asked. No, I don't know why, Chao Yuan said with an innocent face. The members of the 2 teams ate the meal very harmoniously, and it also ended with laughter. Early the next morning, several people embarked on a journey to Lintang City. On the private jet, Lin Xie looked out the car window, not knowing what he was thinking. What are you thinking? Zhang Luochen came over and asked. Huang Yuanda has never contacted Li Hong, and he doesn't know what happened. Lin Xie said with some concern. Don't think too much. When we arrive, everything will be clear. Zhang Luochen said, and Zhang Luochen naturally understood what was going on. At this moment, a whisper attracted the attention of several people, and when everyone looked over, they saw Zhou Ping looking down at his toes, not knowing what he was saying. Juggernaut, what are you talking about? Lin Xie asked curiously. I'm practicing my words to communicate with the 008 team. Zhou Ping replied seriously. Everyone looked at Zhou Ping with doubts. He was actually practicing words, and they were very curious about what kind of words he was practicing. Juggernaut, what do you plan to say? Lin Xie asked curiously. Zhou Ping thought for a while and said, the members of the 008 team have listened well. Senior Juggernaut, why do you look like a bandit in this paragraph? Bailey Fat couldn't help but complain. Didn't you just do this when you were in Xining? Zhou Ping said seriously. Senior Juggernaut, we went to Lintang City, and we didn't plan to kidnap this move. Zhang Luochen said with his forehead on his forehead. Don't don't kidnap. If you don't kidnap, you can say the same. Zhou Ping's expression was extremely serious. Everyone suddenly didn't know what to do.
Juggernaut, communication between people also requires etiquette. There is not only one way to open the remarks. We can be a little softer.
Zhou Ping nodded thoughtfully. Zhang Luochen suddenly thought of something. But, I think, we are going to play in the gym. Is that there to be a domineering opening remark?
Yes, I thought so just now, Bailey Pang said excitedly.
Then what do you think of? Lin Xie asked.
Bailey Fat thought for a while, and then said, Marshal Canopy, come and kick the gym.
Shut up.
Okay. Zhou Ping's expression suddenly lit up. The Night Watch's nameless squad, please teach me.
Okay.
Zhang Luochen shouted, and even clapped his hands. This opening remark is very good.
Yes, Senior Juggernaut, your opening is domineering.
Bailey Fat couldn't help but praise.
I also think it's good. Senior Juggernaut, how did you think of it? Lin Xie asked curiously. I have read too many novels. The corners of Zhou Ping's mouth twitched slightly.
Senior Juggernaut, you have read so many novels. What other domineering lines do you have? Come and listen to them. Bailey Pang said excitedly. Zhou Ping's body silently leaned towards the side of the cabin and looked out the window seriously, as if he hadn't heard Fat's words. If you tease him again, he's going to jump off the plane.
Zhang Luochen smiled and spoke.
Zhang Luochen looked at Lin Xie. Now Lin Xie's eyes were slightly closed. Obviously, he went back to his mental hospital, and now he was already in the sea realm, and he was going to open the fourth door, and that one was Monkey King. Hey, if you have a chance, let Chie ask me for an autograph. Erlangshan's signature can't be obtained. This Sun Wukong should always give me one.
Zhang Luochen thought thoughtfully. Not long after, the plane landed slowly and stopped at the airport in Lintang City. Zhang Luochen patted Lin Xie with his eyes closed. We have arrived.
Lin Xie opened his eyes slightly and saw that the plane had stopped. It's here, then let's go. Everyone drove towards the station of the 008 team in the car arranged by Bailey Pang, and in the car, Lin Xie took out a bag of documents, which contained information about the members of the 008 team. Briefly introduced the information of the members in the team, except for the Captain Li Hong, who is in the immeasurable realm. The other members are all in the sea realm. Compared with the 009 team, the 008 team has improved by more than 1.5 stars. However, the original captain of the 009 team was not Huang Yuenda. The original captain died in battle while chasing the third seat of Believer, so Huang Yuenda replaced him as the captain. Before I knew it, the car had already driven to the door of the 008 squad station, and several people got out of the car and looked around. This place is a bit remote, and there are few other storefronts around, but most of the squad stations are far away from the city, mainly for the convenience of hiding.
Daylight Detective Agency? Bailey Fat looked at the door of the detective agency. It's pretty decent.
Captain Huang Yuenda told me yesterday that the members of this team are fans of mystery novels, and they usually accept some commissions from mystery detectives.
Lin Xie explained.
This corporate culture is not bad.
Chao Yuan spoke.
What is corporate culture?
Jia Lan asked curiously. It's a group of people who have a common pursuit.
Jia Lan thought, then what is our corporate culture?
We have it. This.
Chao Yuan thought for a while and said, there may be no corporate culture, but we have a 7-night culture.
Lao Chao, the homophonic stock will be deducted.
Zhang Luochen said on the side. Behind them, Zhou Ping kept muttering something. The 008 team inside listens to.
Senior Juggernaut, it's time for you to step in. Bailey Pang joked.
As soon as he heard this, Zhou Ping's face changed, and then he hesitated to walk to the front of everyone and cleared his throat specially. It's not good. Something happened. It seems that the Senior Juggernaut doesn't need to step in. At this time, Zhang Luochen suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at Zhang Luochen with a puzzled face, and saw his scarlet eyes, staring straight in the direction of the second floor. Lin Xie suddenly frowned, thinking that he had not been able to contact the 008 team since yesterday. He immediately began his mental perception, and the next moment, his face suddenly changed. Oops. Lin Xie pushed open the door directly and went in, and there was no one in the entire office.
Second floor.
Zhang Luochen was just about to step forward and push open the door, but Zhou Ping was faster than him and rushed to the front. By the time Zhang Luochen and the others came to the second floor, Zhou Ping had already pushed open the door of the office on the second floor. As soon as the door was pushed open, a strong smell of blood mixed with a foul smell hit the face. Zhang Luochen and the others walked into the office, and everyone's faces changed. The office on the second floor is now in chaos. There is still a lot of red blood on the ground. The blood has coagulated into blood clots. In the house, there are 6
twisted corpses lying messily. The TV in the corner is lying on its back. White snowflakes are flowing on the screen, and the intermittent rustle comes from the TV.
None of these 6 corpses were intact, and the methods were extremely ferocious, as if they were being torn apart by a ferocious beast.
How could this be? Chao Yuan looked at these hideous pictures. The whole team is wiped out.
When such a picture really appeared in front of him, Zhang Luochen couldn't help but feel a wave of anger in his heart. This is the 008 team, and there is also an immeasurable in charge. How can they be wiped out silently?
Bailey Pang said.
And Xingyu lowered his head to check the blood. Judging from the the dryness of the blood, they should have been killed 11 days ago, and the windows and walls were not
damaged, so there was no large-scale battle, and the immeasurable captain did not use all his strength, otherwise, this building would not be able to bear it at all.
So, either acquaintances start or top powerhouses.
Zhang Luochen spoke, and then looked at the TV. Is it a ceiling-level master? Bailey Pang Pang said. That's not the case. If it's a ceiling-level master, it won't make such a mess here.
Zhou Ping said.
Lin Qiye saw that Zhang Luochen had been staring at the TV, and walked to his side. This is?
Zhang Luochen nodded. You also found that this TV is not plugged in, but there is a picture.
At this moment, the TV screen full of snowflakes shook violently, and a strange girl in a white dress slowly appeared.
Rustle.
Believer. Rustling. You guys. Damn it.
Intermittent sounds came from the TV, and the next moment, the lights in the whole room flickered on and off. Suddenly, a white phantom flew out of the TV, and between the lightning and flint, it rushed directly in the direction of Lin Qiye. Seeing this, Zhang Luochen pushed Lin Qiye away. I don't know if it is useful to ghosts. The scarlet eyes lit up, and the girl in white who had just rushed out suddenly froze in place, and then fainted straight.
Fortunately, it's useful.
Zhang Luochen breathed a sigh of relief. The Sharingan's illusion ability was also useful for people in a ghost state.
Who is she?
Bailey Fat stepped forward and looked at the girl in white. She has no body, just a magnetic field, and Xingyu has already parsed this white shadow. Everyone saw that the part below the girl's calf was completely empty, and it was the kind of gradually fading, that is, a ghostly form floating in the air. Bailey Fat stepped forward and reached out to touch it. His palm passed directly through her body, like air, and nothing could be touched. She is not a person, she is a magnetic field. In other words, she is a ghost.
And Xingyu explained. Ghost? How can there be ghosts in this world?
Bailey Fat couldn't help but shudder. When you went to Fengdu, you even saw ghosts, and you were afraid of ghosts.
Chao Yuan couldn't help but say.
She is different from a ghost, she is a magnetic field, not a soul, and cannot enter reincarnation, and she should have existed for at least 10 days.
And Xingyu explained. More than 10 days, then she.
This little girl is her. Zhang Luochen sighed and pointed to the corner next to him. Under the burial of fragments of debris, a bloody body lay there. Her face had already become blurred, and the corners of the blood-stained white skirt on her body were exactly the same as the one on the ghost girl's body.
Then she is. Bailey Fat couldn't help but speak.
Zhang Luochen nodded. She should be a member of the 008 team stationed in Lintang City.
Lin Qiye sighed slightly. She is a member of the 008 squad stationed in Lintang City, Zhang'er.
She is a member of Team 008, but why did she become a ghost?
Bailey Fat couldn't help but ask.
This should be related to her forbidden ruins. According to the records, her forbidden ruins are called Psychic Field Forbidden Ruins Sequence 096, which is an extremely rare forbidden ruins that can control the surrounding magnetic field control electronic devices, but there are very few people who own this forbidden ruins, so it is not very clear what it is.
Lin Qiye explained.
It seems that only by asking herself can she know what the situation is.
Chao Yuan spoke. Lin Qiye nodded, then looked at Zhang Luochen. Unravel your illusion. Zhang Luochen was stunned in place, suddenly a little overwhelmed, and Lin Qiye looked at Zhang Luochen with a puzzled face. What's wrong? That, you can't untie it. Zhang Luochen spoke. Why? Lin Qiye asked suspiciously.
You forgot, I have to look into the other person's eyes. She fainted and her eyes were closed, unless you have a way to break her eyes open.
Zhang Luochen looked innocent.
This. Lin Qiye looked at Zhang Er in ghost form, and then looked at the unrecognizable corpse. That.
What to do? How can she wake up? In an hour, she will wake up herself, Zhang Luochen said.
At the moment, there was no other way. Everyone could only continue to investigate the situation in the office, hoping to find some other clues from it. Soon, an hour passed, and the girl in the form of a ghost floating on the ground opened her eyes, and when he saw the figures around him, he suddenly stood up from the ground, his cold gaze full of anger.
Don't be nervous, Zhang Er.
Lin Qiye spoke gently. We are not believers, we are night watchmen. After saying that, Lin Qiye took out the coat of arms and placed it on the ground, in order to make it easier for Zhang Er to see. After all, she was not a substance and couldn't catch anything at all. Zhang Er's body slowly approached, but despite this, she was still always vigilant, and then looked at the coat of arms on the ground. You really don't need to be nervous. If we are believers, you won't have a chance to open your eyes. Lin Qiye spoke. Seeing the coat of arms for a moment, Zhang Er's gaze couldn't help but zoom in, and then looked at Lin Qiye again, slightly stunned. At this moment, the disconnected TV in the house lit up again, and a soft and gentle girl's voice mixed with the murmur of the TV rang out. Are you Lin Qiye? Although her voice was a little distorted, she could still hear the surprise.
You know me? Lin Qiye couldn't help but be a little curious.
I heard your name when I was in the training camp. 3 years ago, you were the second in the recruits. Although you were the second place, you still broke many records. you and the first Zhang Luochen of the year are called two heroes, Jiang Er said seriously. Hearing this, others looked at Zhang Luochen, and Zhang Luochen was even more proud at this time, took out his coat of arms, and handed it to Jiang Er.
I am Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen spoke.
Seeing Zhang Luochen, Jiang Er's tone was even more surprised. You are Zhang Luochen, you were the first in the training camp 3 years ago, and there were 2 geniuses in the training camp that year at the same time.
Then which class are you from? Bailey Pang asked suspiciously. I was last year, and I was the first in our class. Jiang Er replied.
So, you are the night watchman who only joined last year. Chao Yuan said in surprise. Then you are ours.
School girl.
Do you think that in school, the night watchman has no mention of juniors? They are all juniors?
Bailey Fat corrected, and then, with some emotion, he said, unexpectedly, we have all graduated.
For 3 years. By the way, Sister Jiang Er, have you ever heard of these 2 geniuses? Is there one named Bailey Fat next to these 2 geniuses?
Is there a senior in the 100 miles?
Jiang Er hesitated for a moment, and then said, legend has it that there are 2 brothers who have a good relationship with the 2 of them. One is the silly son of the landlord's family, and the other is Chow Thief who likes women.
Which one are you?
The 2 looked at each other, and didn't know what to say for a while.
Lin Xie looked at the embarrassed expressions of the 2, and then spoke. Back to business. What happened here?
Jiang Er told them everything that happened here, and also told them in detail about the situation of his own Forbidden Ruins, psychiatric field.
The first seed of believers is a dog? Chao Yuan couldn't help but say.
No, it's not a dog. Listen to the description. It should be a wind-vane earth dragon. Zhou Ping, who had been silent, spoke. Hearing this name, Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie were stunned at the same time. They had encountered a flame-vane earth dragon when they were in Jinan Mountain, and this wind-vane earth dragon was obviously the same kind as the flame-vane earth dragon. Zhou Ping explained to everyone the situation of the wind-vane earth dragon.
So, are you here to investigate this matter?
However, those 2 people are too strong and need the intervention of a special squad.
Jiang Er continued to speak.
Bailey Fat glanced at Zhou Ping on the side. Although they are very strong, I don't think there is any need to use a special team. Report the situation here to the higher-ups.
Lin Xie spoke.
Not long after, a pair of coffins and vehicles came here and carried all the bodies of everyone in the 008 team into the coffin. Jiang Er watched his teammates leave one by one, and suddenly felt a little dazed.
Jialan took the initiative to comfort Jiang Er. What should she do? Now only Jiang Er's body is left in the office. Lin Xie came to Jiang Er's side and asked, will it have any impact if your body is carried away?
The magnetic field released by my brain can only move within a kilometer of my body.
Jiang Er explained.
Then lift up our quarters.
Lin Xie said. But my body.
Jiang Er didn't continue. No matter what, she was also a 16 or 17-year-old boy, and no one wanted to see her body look like this.
Don't worry, there's an expert here. Zhang Luochen pulled Xingyu over.
And Xingyu pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Don't worry, I am indeed professional in this regard.
But, and Xingyu paused and said, the state of magnetic field should not last forever.
And Xingyu said the situation he analyzed, according to the current situation, Jiang Er can only survive for 3 days at most.
It's okay, I'm already successful if I can spread the news, Jiang Er said.
The others also looked regretful and lowered their heads.
And Xingyu saw everyone's expressions, and couldn't help but be stunned.
What are you doing with this expression? I'm just talking about the normal situation. Keep the corpse fresh. I'm professional.
She can even live forever if she wants. Zhang Luochen walked to Lin Xie's side. Xie, what do you think about letting her join us?
Lin Xie was stunned. He really hadn't thought about such a situation yet. With Xingyu, Jiang Er will not disappear, so how can she be separated from Xingyu?
Zhang Luochen said. Lin Xie also nodded after hearing this. Yes, ask her later.
And Xingyu had already set up the laboratory. He was disposing of Jiang Er's body, and Jialan was also accompanying Jiang Er in the laboratory. In the living room, Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie sat on the sofa with solemn faces. Senior Juggernaut, the ability of that wind-vane earth dragon far surpasses ours, so,
Lin Xie spoke.
Zhou Ping nodded slightly. Give it to me, but I can't feel its breath now.
Maybe it turned back into a dog, or maybe it turned into something else and hid in it. Zhang Luochen also spoke at this time. Is it possible that they have already left?
It's been so long, and they don't need to stay in Lintang anymore.
Bailey Fat spoke.
Zhang Luochen slowly spoke. This is unlikely. The ancient god church is generally unwilling to take the initiative to provoke the Night Watch squad, so they will do it if necessary. Lin Xie also nodded, agreeing with this statement. Now I just don't know where they are hiding.
Then, Lin Xie turned his head to look at Zhang Luochen. Can your blank paper search for the situation here? Zhang Luochen nodded. Yes, I have already released the blank paper.
I guess that the people of the ancient god church are going to do a big thing, and this matter has some limitations, and it can only be carried out in Lintang.
They must still be in Lintang City.
Lin Xie said firmly. I asked Jiang Er just now, and she said that the frequency of earthquakes in Lintang City has increased recently, and I think we can start from this.
Zhang Luochen spoke. Moreover, if believers
are here for so many days, they will definitely need to purchase things, and if there are many people and need to hide, they will definitely purchase purchase a large amount of supplies at one time. Well, Jialan and I will go to the Geological Bureau to check. Luo Chen, Chao Yuan and Fat Pang go to the nearby shopping mall to take a look.
Lin Qiye ordered.
Before the three of them came to the shopping mall in Lintang City, Zhang Luochen observed the surrounding layout for a while and directly saw the KFC next to him.
It should be right here.
Zhang Luochen muttered to himself, sure that this should be where he would meet Shen Xingzhu.
Luochen, there are so many people here, what are we going to do?
Bailey Pang Pang asked.
You two go in and ask the people inside. Has there been anything unusual recently? I see what suspicious people are coming in and out outside.
Zhang Luochen suddenly thought of something and added, by the way, don't go to those older old ladies. Bailey Fat Pang and Chao Yuan walked into the mall like this, and Zhang Luochen wandered around the periphery of the mall. It didn't take long for him to see the woman dressed up in a flashy dress, and a young man walking in the direction of the mall together. The moment he saw these two people, Zhang Luochen was suddenly overjoyed. That young man was naturally Shen Xingzhu. As for that glamorous woman, she must be the seventh seat. Zhang Luochen hid aside, used the transformation technique to turn into a fly, and secretly flew next to the two of them, quietly observing the two of them. After a while, the seventh seat walked in the direction of KFC, leaving Shen Xingzhu alone standing at the door. Shen Xingzhu lit a cigarette for himself. His eyes kept looking around. Obviously he was thinking about how to deliver his news. At this moment, a black fly flew to Shen Xingzhu's side. Shen Xingzhu stretched out his hand to drive the fly away, but for some reason, the fly couldn't drive it away. Shen Xingzhu, who was already thinking, was interrupted like this, and his mood suddenly disappeared, and he stretched out his hand and was about to snap his fingers when a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Brother Drag, it's me, Zhang Luochen.
Zhang Luochen's voice suddenly appeared.
Shen Xingzhu froze in place, couldn't help but look around, and then locked his eyes on the fly in front of him.
You turned into this fly? Shen Xingzhu couldn't help but ask.
You have your back to that KFC, and the woman is watching you on the second floor.
Zhang Luochen reminded.
Shen Xingzhu turned around and walked towards the trash can on the side. With his back to KFC, he just stood by the trash can and smoked.
You are in Lintang City?
Shen Xingzhu asked in a low voice.
Well, Fat Pang and Chao Yuan are inside.
Zhang Luochen said, let's get down to business.
What's the situation now?
Shen Xingzhu spoke. In the northern suburbs, the abandoned manor at number 42 Dongan Street, the altar of the god of the underworld, and the intervention of a special team is needed. All the believers are here, and the murmur will also come.
Okay, I know. The woman is coming. Zhang Luochen flew towards another place.
When he waited to hide in the corner, Zhang Luochen immediately appeared and saw the seventh seat walking towards the supermarket of the mall with Shen Xingzhu.
Zhang Luochen took out the phone. Hey, Fat, you can come out. What? Have you met Brother Drag?
Back in the safe house, Lin Qiye and the others also came back from outside. Of course, they were also called by Zhang Luochen to ask them to come back. Zhang Luochen nodded. He is with believer. He is indeed an undercover agent. Fat, your Hui Tianyu has played a big role. Bailey Pong Pong's face was full of excitement. Let me just say, my Hui Tianyu will definitely not go wrong. Okay, long story short, Brother Drag said that in the northern suburbs, the abandoned manor at number 42 Dongan Street, what they are doing is the altar of the god of the underworld, and all the believers are here, and the whispers will also come. Hearing this, everyone's faces suddenly changed, and Lin Qiye frowned.
Hades god altar, what are you doing?
Lin Qiye muttered to himself, but at this moment, Zhou Ping, who had been sitting in silence, suddenly got up and walked directly outside.
Senior Juggernaut, where are you going? Lin Qiye immediately asked.
Zhou Ping picked up his sword box, stretched out his hand to push open the door, and slowly said, go cut down that altar. In the next second, a sharp sword intent flashed, and Zhou Ping disappeared in an instant, while the others were still looking at all this blankly.
Senior Juggernaut suddenly became an impatient? Bailey Pang said. He was really in a hurry. And Xingyu spoke. So how is it now? Chao Yuan asked.
Go help, otherwise what if he accidentally cut down Brother Drag? Zhang Luochen also got up and picked up his black box.
That, can I go with you?
At this time, Zhang Er came over and said, I can do a lot of things, I won't drag you down.
Everyone looked at Lin Qiye.
Lin Qiye spoke. You want to avenge them, of course, you can carry the coffin. And Xingyu shook his head. That coffin, most people can't carry it. The temperature in the coffin is minus 69 degrees Celsius, and carrying it on the body for a long time will have an impact on the body, so I'll do it. My body has been transformed, and it will not have any impact.
Lin Qiye nodded slightly. Then, let's go.
When everyone came to the house, Zhang Luochen began to summon the white paper to form a pair of wings behind everyone's backs and fly over. But at this time, Lin Qiye came behind him and patted him on the shoulder. This time let's change the means of transportation.
What's wrong? 7 nights? Bailey Pang asked suspiciously. Let's go the other way this time, Lin Qiye said.
Everyone looked at Lin Qiye in confusion, and Lin Qiye stretched out his hand and waved it, and a brilliant summoning magic circle appeared in the air. Then, a red-haired royal sister wearing a dark blue nursing uniform stood there quietly, bowing slightly to Lin Qiye.
Nurse number 004, Flame Vein Earth Dragon, red face.
After the end of Jinan Mountain last time, Zhang Luochen saw the Flame Vein an earth dragon for the second time, but this time she had become Lin Chia's caregiver.
We ride dragons.
Everyone rode the dragon directly. This way of appearing simply stunned everyone, and there was even a show-off without exaggeration in the future.
I've seen dragons, and I've even ridden them.
By the time Zhang Luochen and the others rode the dragon to the abandoned manor, it was already a mess, an abandoned place, and at this time, it became even more dilapidated.
How do you feel that it's over? Bailey Pang looked at the scene in front of him and said, No, no.
Zhang Luochen's eyes had turned scarlet. Lin Chia on the side also nodded. His spiritual perception had already sensed the situation inside. Brother Zhao is not dead, but those of believers are not dead either.
What about the Juggernaut seniors? Chao Yuan asked.
Zhang Luochen looked in the direction of the clouds. It should be there, and the murmur is also coming.
The whispers are also coming?
What about the first seat?
Bailey Pang asked.
Strictly speaking, the murmur rode the first seat and ran away, and the senior Juggernaut was chasing it.
Zhang Luochen pointed in the direction of the clouds and said,
Then there are only a few believers left here, and the only thing to pay attention to is that believer of the Klein level.
And Xingyu spoke.
That one, who was injured by the sword energy of the Juggernaut just now, is now seriously injured.
Lin Chia smiled slightly. We need to contact Brother Drag. Need Zhang Er's help.
Inside the manor, an old-fashioned radio began to tell its story, which seemed to tell a story, but in fact it was ventilating Shinxingju. On the second floor of the manor, the seventh seat in high heels searched every corner very vigilantly, and what she didn't notice was, every time she took a step, a few grasses quietly drilled out from between the broken floor tiles and grew silently. Slowly, the entire corridor on the second floor evolved into a green grass, and the seventh seat seemed to have sensed something, suddenly stopped and turned back suddenly. As soon as she turned around, she saw a pair of red eyes, and there was a six-pointed star pattern on top of the eyeballs, and her first reaction was, these contact lenses are so good-looking, where can I buy them? In the next second, the seventh seat's body suddenly knelt on the ground, panting heavily, and the sweat couldn't stop flowing down. But just as the seventh seat was about to make a move, a girl in a white dress without legs directly crashed into her body. The seventh seat instantly lost control of his body, and coupled with the devastation of the moon reading, the current seventh seat is in a state of almost collapse. Zhang Er could easily control her body without being affected by her magnetic place. Zhang Er pulled out the short knife between her legs and stabbed directly into her neck. Seventh, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Her body wanted to resist, but now she couldn't do anything. However, no one expected that the skin of the seventh seat would be so tough, and it would be difficult for the short knife to continue to stab down.
Zhang Er, leave it to me,
Zhang Luochen said slowly.
In the next second, Zhang Er broke away from the body of the seventh seat, and the seventh seat regained control of the body, but the damage caused to her by moon reading did not disappear, and the whole person was still extremely weak. However, Zhang Luochen didn't intend to give her a break. One of his hands directly took the short knife, and a current instantly attached directly to the short knife along his palm. The short knife with electric current directly pierced the neck of the seventh seat, and blood flowed instantly, and the seventh seat opened his mouth wide, wanting to say something, but helplessly, he couldn't make a sound at all, and looked at the man with a white spiral mask in front of him with a horrified face. Believer, seventh seat? But that's it.
Zhang Luochen let go of his hand, leaving a back on the seventh seat. When Lin Chia's eternal secret garden appeared in the seventh seat, he had already unknowingly extracted the spiritual power of the seventh seat. As soon as Zhang Luochen's moon reading appeared, the entire mental power of the seventh seat collapsed instantly, originally planning to let Zhang Er control her body and kill herself directly, but she didn't expect her skin to be so tough, and she didn't know how to do it. In the end, Zhang Luochen used the houndstooth knife to run through her body, all of which did not even take a minute from start to finish. The seventh seat didn't even know what was going on, and there was no chance to resist.
There are only 3 left.
Zhang Luochen slowly walked to Lin Chia's side. Lin Chia took back the eternal secret garden. At the same time, he felt a surge of spiritual power pouring into his body, and the whole person was still a little confused. Zhang Luochen appeared to pull his thoughts back. Well, Brother Drag is dealing with one, and there is a ninth seat I saw last time, and there is a Klein one that has just woken up underground.
Lin Chia spoke.
Then let's kill that Klein first. In case his body recovers a little, it will be difficult to deal with.
Zhang Luochen spoke.
Lin Chia nodded. Their biggest enemy now is the Klein. As long as the Klein is dead, the rest will be easy. That ninth seat looked quite pleasing to the eye last time, and it always felt like a bad guy.
Bailey Fat also came over and spoke at this time. When Zhang Luochen came to the underground altar, the third and ninth seats, as well as Shinxingju, were all here.
Several people wearing different masks slowly appeared, and there was also a ghost floating in the air, and when he saw these people, the third seat's face changed.
It seems, the seventh seat is right. Sure enough, a rat broke in.
The third seat said coldly. The moment he saw the third seat, Zhang Er's voice came out of the MP3. It's him. He's the one who leads the dog. Zhang Luochen looked at the third seat with cold eyes. Don't worry, he won't go out alive today. The third seat looked at several people coldly. Listen to my instructions for a while and retreat in different directions.
Retreat? We don't fight? The ninth seat asked suspiciously. I was injured by the sword chi, and my strength was greatly reduced. Anyway, they didn't know what the altar was for, just lure them away and come back. The third seat said, no, I don't think it's appropriate. Their highest is only the sea realm, and we have a climb, infinite in terms of strength. A ninth seat can suppress them, so we don't need to run away at all. Shin Shinju spoke. Moreover, what would Lord Whisper think if he came back and saw the altar fall into their hands? When the third seat heard this, he immediately gave up the idea of escaping, and slowly said, then let's kill them. A group of rats also dare to be presumptuous in front of us, Shin Shinju said viciously. At the same time, the ninth seat reached out with both hands, and the fluctuations of the immeasurable realm instantly descended on the battlefield, and at this moment, a white shadow suddenly crashed into the ninth seat's body. The ninth seat suddenly shook the tiger's body, stopped suddenly, and the controlled body slowly turned its head, and then, suddenly attacked in the direction of the third seat. Seeing this scene, Shin Shinju was stunned for a moment, and then his face was full of smiles, and he was about to snap his fingers. Today, I want to fight you to the end, Shin Shinju said with a fighting spirit. Look at my illusion, Zhang Luochen suddenly said loudly. Shin Shinju was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly held his head with both hands. Ah, my head, you are already controlled by me. Go, kill him. Zhang Luochen pointed in the direction of the third seat, and sure enough, in the next second, Shin Shinju's body also passed towards the third seat. Kill you, Shin Shinju shouted and rushed to the third seat viciously. Seeing the performance of Zhang Luochen and Shin Shinju, Lin Chia on the side suddenly wanted to laugh a little, and Xingyu shook his head again and said, I said it, his acting skills are too poor. Fortunately he is wearing a mask. The situation changed from 7 to 3 to 9 to 1, and the third seat didn't have time to digest, and the whole person suddenly froze in place. A snap of fingers snapped, and the air around the third seat was instantly compressed, and at the same time, a touch of yellow sand suddenly appeared on the soles of his feet, directly blocking his way. In addition to the yellow sand, there was also a green space. At this moment, 9 vortices suddenly appeared behind the third seat, and these 9 vortices slowly opened, and the cold and eerie aura instantly swept across the entire underground altar. Immediately afterwards, in the 4 vortices, 4 black flower buds were condensed, and these 4 flower buds began to bloom silently. 9-in, and Xingyu suddenly spoke. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 078, 9-in. And Xingyu told everyone about the ability of this forbidden ruin, and as soon as the words fell, a phantom of a man slowly appeared on the ink-colored shell of the third seat. He raised his hand, and a strong hurricane suddenly emerged. This is... Lin Chia looked at the phantom in front of him, always feeling familiar. It's Han Xiaoyun, Zhang Luochen said firmly. Lin Chia also nodded. The way to crack it is here. Shin Shinju also had a familiar feeling when he saw this hurricane, so a snap of his fingers instantly sounded, and the hurricane disappeared in an instant. The third seat saw this scene, and then looked at Shin Shinju on the side, not angry. How could a good person be controlled by the other party? Then, the second flower bud behind him bloomed, and a woman's figure suddenly appeared. Dense thunder wandered in the air, and the third seat's figure shook, and the whole person turned into a bolt of lightning. Ha! Electric man? Zhang Luochen's palm also appeared in an instant, extending directly in the direction of the third seat. The lightning of the two sides instantly converged, and the figure of the third seat was repelled a lot, and at the same time, Lin Chia's white attacked instantly. A snow-white blade cut through the space and slashed on the ink-colored shell, leaving a scar that was neither deep nor shallow. Jelan held the spear in his hand, his eyes were fixed on the third seat, and the spear in his hand instantly stabbed out, and a golden pillar of light pierced the air, directly blasting out a big hole on the ground. The sword is coming! Zhang Luochen roared. Shi Yuan instantly appeared in his hand. This move was the reverse flying thunder god technique. All the gravel steel bars on the ground flew up. Zhang Luochen held the Shi Yuan sword in his hand, and swung it out at the third seat. This sword was actually mixed with a trace of sword energy. After all, after practicing with Zhou Ping for so long, Zhang Luochen's Sharingan had already copied all of Zhou Ping's swordsmanship, and during the time he followed Zhou Ping to spar, Zhang Luochen actually condensed his sword chi, which even Zhou Ping did not expect. Although this sword chi is still far from Zhou Ping's, among them, only Zhang Luochen can indeed apply Zhou Ping's swordsmanship. The third seat's body retreated one after another, and one scar after another appeared on his ink-colored shell. All the forbidden ruins he recorded need to use that layer of ink-colored shell. As long as it is broken, 9-in will be completely invalid. Understood. Bailey Pang stretched out his hand and grabbed a sheep's horn in his hand, and patted it lightly at the third seat. Zodiac, Aries. At the next moment, a blood flower burst out from the shoulder of the third seat in an instant, and the third seat was in pain for a while, and at the same time, Jialan's heavenly gate stabbed at the third seat again, and the golden pillar of light shone again. Amaterasu. A black flame also appeared on the ink-colored shell of the third seat, and the flames grew bigger and bigger, directly surrounding the entire body of the third seat. At the same time, Lin Chia launched a final attack, and the ink-colored shell was instantly damaged, and finally, it was eroded by Zhang Luochen's Amaterasu. On his body, the phantom of the woman disappeared in an instant. Just like Xingyu said, the shell was damaged, and the 9-in was forced to stop. You guys, is? The third seat scolded angrily. But at this moment, a brilliant brilliance suddenly appeared, and Shinshingju, the ninth seat, and the broken altar all disappeared in front of everyone. This is... Lin Xie looked at this scene suspiciously. Everyone also looked like they were on high alert, but what was happening in front of them was really difficult to understand, and they didn't know what was going on at all. Ha! It's Master Whisper. Master Whisper is back. You don't even want to run. In the next second, in the four vortices behind the third seat, the remaining two budding black flowers bloomed quickly, and the uncolored shell appeared again, and at the same time, two figures appeared. Suddenly, a piercing creak resounded throughout the underground, and a large number of steel bars mixed with various metal objects instantly broke through the heavy walls and swirled in midair. And at this moment, the originally bright sky quickly darkened, and all the surrounding walls broke and floated into the air. At the same time, a sense of weightlessness suddenly enveloped the whole body, and everyone's body floated uncontrollably towards the sky, and everyone's gravity was completely erased. Zhang Luochen immediately manipulated the yellow sand and used the ability of the yellow sand to bind everyone's bodies and bring them to his side. Suzhua can do it. A lilac light appeared in an instant, enveloping all the figures of the 7 people in it, although it was still only half of the Susanoo of the body, but it was still out of the question to envelop the 7 of them. Manipulating metal and gravity? And Xingyu said, Yen done. Suzhua can add to the local life. A bow and arrow formed by black flames shot directly at the third seat in the air, and the third seat immediately turned the metal towards him, and all the metal exploded instantly. At the same time, Lin Xie's white was immediately swung out, and the energy of the third seat of Klein burst out instantly. He won't last long. Zhang Luochen spoke. Yen done, add the earth life sword. The black flames formed a sword again, swinging towards the third seat, and at the same time, there was a hint of sword energy. The metal object in front of the third seat exploded again, but at this moment, the third seat suddenly felt that in the depths of his soul, the contract that was closely connected to him suddenly digested it. And that sword chi also broke through the third seat's body at this time, and the third seat slammed heavily to the ground, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face was extremely pale. Whispering, he's dead? Zhang Luochen looked at Shinshingju and the ninth seat, who reappeared in the field of vision on the other side, and the broken altar. Are you dead? Bailey Pang asked suspiciously. It seems that it is true. Lin Xie spoke. Several people looked at the third seat, and at this time, everything around them began to return to their original state, and the metal objects suspended in the air also collapsed instantly, and the lost gravity returned to its original place. The spiritual power of the third seat is also rapidly dissipating, because of the relationship of the soul contract. The whisper is dead, so the soul of the third seat will also disappear, so he will also die. I'm dead, don't even think about living. The third seat roared angrily, and at the same time, he looked at the altar on the other side. Oops! Zhang Luochen shouted, his eyes looking in the direction of the altar. Kamui! The space around the altar began to distort in an instant. This distance, Zhang Luochen did not mark. His flying thunder god could not reach at all. He could only temporarily suck into the divine power space first. However, in the next second, the altar seemed to know what was going to happen. The entire altar suddenly began to shake, a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly swept in, and the original distorted space suddenly stopped. Ah! Zhang Luochen covered his eyes, and just now a strange force suddenly swept in, causing his spirit to be backlashed, and a line of blood and tears slipped down his cheeks. Luochen, what's wrong with you? Lin Xie held Zhang Luochen up. Leave me alone, I can't let him get close to the altar. Zhang Luochen shouted. But at this moment, the third seat raised his hand and slapped heavily, and the gravity of the entire manor was reversed again, and it was 20 times that of the original. Everyone seemed to be pressed to the ground by an invisible big hand, and they couldn't stand up at all. Garan! Lin Xie shouted. Jelan held the heavenly gate, and quickly stabbed in the direction of the third seat, and the golden pillar of light instantly soared straight into the sky. However, the speed of the third seat was so fast that his figure had already come to the edge of the altar, and he hit the altar headlong, and his figure fell on the edge of the altar. The third seat was dead, and the surrounding gravity also returned to its original appearance, but the faces of Lin Xie and the others were still solemn. Zhang Luochen covered his eyes had not yet recovered. Just now, he even felt as if he was going blind, but fortunately he was faster. Is this the power of the gods? Zhang Luochen thought to himself. At this moment, a terrifying black pillar of light suddenly burst out from the top of the altar and rushed straight into the sky. In the sky, Zhou Ping, who came with a sword, saw the scene in front of him and couldn't help but frown. This is troublesome. In this black pillar of light, the phantom shadow of a city gradually emerged, hanging upside down on the top of the clouds like a mirror, solidifying at a speed visible to the naked eye. What the hell is that? Shinshingju asked. The altar, of course, is something that summons the gods of the underworld. Do you know Osiris? The ninth seat spoke. One of the 9 pillars of Egypt, the god Osiris? Lin Xie asked. That's right, that's what summons him, and the city hanging upside down above our heads is his. The netherworld dead realm. The ninth seat explained. But, why did this altar appear in Lintang? Bailey Fat asked puzzled. The ninth seat told everyone what he knew. This group of ancient god churches is really
really not a thing. After listening, Bailey Fat couldn't help but scold. At this moment, the entire Lintang fell into darkness, there was not a trace of light, and the temperature was dropping sharply, and in the center of the netherworld death realm, a dry figure wearing a pale coat and a golden belt tied around his waist walked out of the black pillar of light. He was like a corpse that had just come back to life, holding a golden crank in his hand, emitting an eerie glow. The complete and powerful coercion of the gods suddenly descended. This is not like when it was in Fengdu. It was only the clone of Yama that came. This time, it was a real Egyptian god of heyday. Zhang Luochen spoke. Then what should we do? It's really not at the same level. Chao Yuan spoke. That's the senior juggernaut? And Xingyu pointed to another place in the air where Zhou Ping was flying with a sword. Senior juggernaut wants to kill God? Lin Chiye spoke. At this moment, a low voice sounded. I, the great lord of the underworld, Osiris, the god of the underworld who holds the authority of death and eternal life, has come here. Daxia god. You guys, where is it? A crisp sword sound echoed in the air, and a man wearing a black shirt and a sword box stood in front of him volleying. You, too, match my Daxia god's shot? Zhang Luochen listened clearly to everyone, and when he saw Zhou Ping standing in front of Osiris, he couldn't help but feel proud in his heart. That's their teacher, and at this moment, their teacher wants to kill God. At the next moment, the dragon elephant was instantly unsheathed, and the fierce sword energy pointed directly at Osiris' face. In the netherworld death realm, two figures, one black and one white, alternate at a dizzying speed, and the sword energy emitted by Zhou Ping continued to attack Osiris. Zhang Luochen's eyes had recovered, and he couldn't help but be surprised when he looked at the two figures in the sky. Is this our teacher? Hard steel god, is the senior juggernaut still human? Bailey Fat muttered to himself. Zhou Ping slashed out with a sword, and the large area of ghosts was instantly razed to the ground, and Osiris' face was a little solemn. Osiris' pale eyes narrowed slightly, and he stretched out his palm and volleyed it towards the modern world above him. The world turned gray and white again, and illusory figures appeared from the city, flowing backwards towards the netherworld of death hanging upside down in the sky. But at this moment, a silver sphere appeared out of thin air in the sky. Seeing this silver sphere, Zhang Luochen and Lin Chiye immediately understood what was going on, because the Fengdu Emperor had arrived, and he is the god of our Daxia. Emperor Fengdu's eyes fell on Osiris, and a coldness appeared in his eyes. When, my revenant of Daxia, is your turn to be detained? The next moment, the silver sphere began to turn. 6 reincarnations. At the same time, Zhou Ping also made an instant move, and the surging sword intent went straight to Osiris' face, colliding with Osiris' divine power. The clouds around them were instantly burst. Zhou Ping snorted, took a few steps back, and his right hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Osiris didn't have time to be happy when he saw the scene, and suddenly, his body was suddenly full of scars. Not far away, the Fengdu Emperor also made a move, and the Fengdu fragments returned to the hands of the Fengdu Emperor, and the netherworld death realm also began to collapse at this time. A cold light flashed, and Osiris' head was cut off. One of the 9 pillar gods of Egypt, Osiris died. The 9th seat was sent to the hospital by Zhang Luochen and the others. After Zhang Luochen's simple treatment, the 9th seat was no problem, and after being sent to the hospital, the doctor only said that he needed to be hospitalized for observation. And Zhou Ping's face also looked very bad. After all, he had just experienced a god war. According to his words, how could he not lose a fight with God? However, Zhang Luochen also wanted to check Zhou Ping's injuries, but was also rejected by Zhou Ping. And at the same time, Lin Chiye also learned from Zhou Ping about the issue of killing the gods. Although the ceiling of human beings like Zhou Ping has been comparable to that of gods, it is still impossible to truly achieve the step of slaying gods. Because the gods are the embodiment of a certain law, and human beings only survive in one of the laws, it is still difficult for human beings to kill gods. Zhang Luochen quietly listened to Zhou Ping narrate this, and of course he understood that in the near future, Zhou Ping really broke through that ceiling, and he also created his own laws and became the Red Dust Sword Immortal of Daxia. However, Zhou Ping did change some during the time he got along with them, at least with Zhang Luochen and Lin Chiye. He was no longer as fearful as he was at the beginning, and invisibly, they were also changing this swordsman. But at this moment, a phone rang, and Zhou Ping's expression became very serious after answering the phone, and then he spoke. Everyone, go back to the safe house with me immediately, and in 12 minutes, Yi Fan will arrive. Zhou Ping spoke. Commander Yi? Lin Chiye was stunned, not understanding why Yi Fan suddenly came to them at this time. If nothing else, you can only go to the next 2 cities by yourself, and something happened in the north. At the door of the safe house, a helicopter slowly landed, and the wind rolled up by the propellers blew up the clothes of several people. Zhang Luochen and the others stood in a line, in addition to Xin Qingzhu, who was still in the hospital, and Zhang Er in the safe house. After all, these 2 people could not be regarded as their team members. Yi Fan, who was wearing a dark red cloak, slowly got off the helicopter and came to everyone. Commander Yi! Everyone shouted in unison. Yi Fan's eyes swept over them one by one. The situation is urgent, I won't say much. Zhou Ping, are your things ready? Zhou Ping was still wearing the same black shirt, carrying a sword case, and nothing else. I don't have anything to prepare. Commander Yi, what happened to the north? Bailey
Bailey Fat couldn't help but ask. Yi Fan sighed and told everyone about the second altar, and at the same time, it was also the handwriting of the ancient god church, and he also told everyone about the restoration of the heavenly court. So, you continue to do your own training next. By the way, as long as you win the two teams of 007 and 006, the qualification of your 5th reserve team will also be restored, and after the requirements mentioned before are met, you can become a regular. Yi Fan spoke. Ha! Yi Fan looked at a few people suspiciously, except for Bailey Fang, who was a little excited. Why did the others look calm? At this time, Zhou Ping came to Lin Xie with a chopstick. Here, there is a trace of my sword intent. If you encounter any trouble, you can use it. Thank you, Juggernaut Senior. Lin Xie put away the chopsticks. Train well. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the helicopter, and Zhou Ping also followed with the sword box on his back. Add oil. Zhou Ping, who was about to get into the helicopter, turned his head and said to everyone in a low voice, "Thank you, Senior Juggernaut." The 6 of them bowed at the same time and shouted in unison. This voice startled Yi Fan, who was walking in front. As the helicopter took off and then slowly disappeared from everyone's field of vision, several people returned to their safe houses. It seems that the next road can only be taken by ourselves. Lin Xie sighed slightly. Xie, don't you think there is one more thing to do now? Zhang Luochen said suddenly. Lin Xie was stunned for a moment, and then asked, what's the matter? Of course it's a problem for our team members. You haven't asked Zhang Er yet. In addition, Brother Drag is also back. Don't you let him return to the team? Zhang Luochen spoke. Lin Xie patted his thigh. Yes, why did I forget? At this moment, and Xingyu suddenly walked out in a hurry and came directly to Lin Xie. Can you let Zhang Er join the team? Zhang Luochen smiled knowingly. We are talking about this matter and are going to ask Zhang Er. You guys, would you take me with you? Zhang Er's voice came from an MP3. Lin Xie smiled slightly, then looked at the others and asked for their opinions, and the final result was of course all passed. Because of Zhang Er's ghost state, the application form for joining the team could only be filled out by Lin Xie, and finally her fingerprints were pressed, and Zhang Er officially became a member of the team. Then, next, it's only Brother Drag left. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. Let's go to the hospital. Lin Xie waved his hand. At the entrance of the hospital, Zhang Luochen, Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, Bailey Fat, Jialan, and Xingyu carried a black coffin on their backs, because there were more people at the entrance of the hospital, and Zhang Er did not appear in the form of a ghost. They waited quietly at the door for the familiar figure to appear. To be honest, such a group of people appeared at the door of the hospital, and those who didn't know thought they were here to make trouble. After all, they also brought a coffin. You say, will he come? Bailey Pang Pang roared twice just now, but he didn't see Xingju's figure. Look at himself. Lin Xie said, let's wait another 10 minutes. Don't worry, he will definitely come, because he has returned from the darkness to the sun. Zhang Luochen said very firmly. Xingju, who had been undercover under Whispering for 2 years, finally killed Whispering with his own hands, and he really avenged his brother. 10 minutes passed quickly. Still didn't see Xingju's figure, and the faces of the others couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Forget it, it's his own choice. Lin Xie spoke. No, maybe, he's already out. Zhang Luochen looked towards a canteen at the entrance of the hospital. There, a familiar figure stood there, holding a cigarette in his hand and gently exhaling a puff of smoke. Why are you so slow? Brother Drag? How are you here? Bailey Pang Pang said. The door is too crowded, so I'll come out first and buy a pack of cigarettes by the way. Xingju spoke. Then, Xingju walked up to Lin Xie and smiled slightly. Lin Xie, no, I should call you Captain Lin. Xingju, the night watchman, applied to return to the team. Oh, Lao Chao, next against the 007 team. You see me arranged like this, how about my move? Bailey Pang said seriously. Chao Yuan held his chin with one hand, thought seriously, and then said, it's really good, but look at my step. Is it a big way to turn things around? A sunspot fell steadily. Bailey Pang Pang looked at the chessboard in front of him in surprise. Okay, Lao Chao, you really have a hand, but in such a situation, you will still be at a disadvantage. Bailey Fat with a white chess piece in his hand dropped the white chess. Chao Yuan's face changed. This situation is like today's world. Fat man, you are still one trick away. Oh, you old Chao, you really have a hand. On the private jet, Chao Yuan and Bailey Fat were playing chess, and the two of them looked like they were pointing out the country from time to time, while Jialan and Xingju on the other side watched the two of them go back and forth. Lin Xie closed his eyes to recuperate, and estimated that he went to his mental hospital, and Xingyu looked out the window in a daze. Zhang Luochen was still ready to rest for a while, but he was still attracted by these two chess players. After all, these two people pointed out the appearance of the country, and they were really a little curious. How did they go? But when he got closer and saw this scene on the chessboard, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, and then said, you two just now, you used this to point you back and forth to point out the country? Bailey Pang Pang and Chao Yuan looked up at Zhang Luochen at the same time. The two looked dazed. Bailey Pang Pang said, yes, is there any problem? Zhang Luochen was a little speechless for a while. This is the first time I have seen the feeling of playing a backgammon game and playing a Jinlong chess chess game. Haha, I'm connected to the 5, you lost. At this moment, Chao Yuan laughed and spoke. Why did you lose, Lao Chao? Are you cheating? Bailey Pang Pang said. If you lose, don't admit it. Chao Yuan said. Zhang Luochen helplessly supported his forehead. He was really speechless by these two guys, knowing that you were playing backgammon, and those who didn't know thought that you were playing a Jinlong chess game. Forget it, why don't we change the game? Chao Yuan asked tentatively, playing mahjong? I also play mahjong. I have always been dragging brothers to win. I have always lost. I have lost enough. Bailey Pang Pang said. Okay, I'm going to Huaihai soon. Zhang Luochen said. I didn't expect it. I came back so soon. The last time I came, I just came to participate in comprehensive education. Yes, I didn't expect to come back this time to become 8 people. Bailey Pang Pang sighed. While chatting, before they knew it, the plane slowly stopped on the tarmac, and several people got off the plane and drove towards the 007 team in the car arranged by Bailey Fat Pang. Then let me briefly talk about the situation. In the car, Lin Chia briefly explained the situation of the 007 team. The 007 team has a total of 8 people. The captain is the Klein realm, the deputy captain is the immeasurable realm, and the other members are all in the sea realm. 8 people, the same number as us, but they have a Klein in charge. Zhang Luochen spoke. Yes, if Klein doesn't make a move, we have a chance of winning 8 against 7. Lin Chia spoke. So this time, how do we communicate? Bailey Pang Pang suddenly asked. What did you do before? Shin Xingzhu asked. Kidnap, and then I pretend to be their captain. Zhang Luochen said immediately. Shin Xingzhu fell into deep thought, and then spoke. Actually, what does it matter if you tie it up again? Are you sure you want to tie up a captain of the Klein realm? Zhang Luochen said. Shin Xingzhu thought about it. Forget it, it won't work. Actually, you don't have to be so troublesome. I'll just come forward. Chao Yuan said. Yes, you are a member of Team 007. Bailey Pang said suddenly. Lin Xie also nodded. Well, that's true, that's not a trouble. The car slowly stopped, and they soon came to the safe house of Team 007. Their safe house was in an old-fashioned office building, on the edge of the city, and it looked very dilapidated, and the entire 5-story building was full of their offices. The most conspicuous place is on the facade of the 2nd floor, where a brand new banner is hung. Warmly welcome the members of the unnamed team to come and compete. Then, 2 crisp sounds suddenly came out, and on the windows of the 3-story building, 2 ribbon twisters were opened, and colorful paper strips fell from the sky. Finally, a bright and sullen red carpet appeared at everyone's feet. Snap! This welcome ceremony directly stunned everyone in place, and this scene, to be honest, was a little too grand. What is the situation? Bailey Fat looked at all this happening in front of him suspiciously. This welcomes us? And Xingyu spoke. Lao Chao, your face is too big. The red carpet has been arranged. Bailey Pang said excitedly. I didn't. Chao Yuan had an innocent expression. At this moment, neat applause came from the front, and several figures walked out of the building quickly, each with a bright smile on their faces, towards everyone. Hello, I am the captain of the 007 team station in Huaihai City, Guangqingsheng. The middle-aged man at the head shook hands with several of them one by one. You are the students of the Juggernaut. This time I finally knew what was going on. It must have been the Juggernaut who greeted me in advance. It seems that it is all the credit of the Juggernaut. Zhang Luochen couldn't help but speak. Several people had a brief conversation at the door, and Chao Yuan also said hello to Guang Qingsheng, and when he saw Chao Yuan join the special team, Guang Qingsheng was also happy for him. Of course, when they read Zhou Ping's letter, everyone's expressions were even more colorful. We have already arranged the venue for the sparring, and I will not participate, Guang Qingsheng said with a smile. But in this way, we have one more person, which is a bit unfair, Lin Xie said. Guang Qingsheng waved his hand. It's okay, and the highest realm of you is the sea realm, and we also have an immeasurable realm, so we won't suffer a loss. Then, let's start now? Lin Xie asked. Okay, let's take a car together. It will take 2 hours to get there. After Guang Qingsheng finished speaking, he went to arrange a car. After a while, everyone, including the 007 team, took a bus and drove out of the city. Of course, it was so quiet along the way. Naturally, the living treasure of Bailey Fat was indispensable. He had already taken out his Rolex and was ready to distribute it to everyone, but the meaning of such a bribe was too obvious, and finally decided to send it after the sparring exercise. At this moment, Guang Qingsheng answered the phone, hung up the phone and looked at Lin Xie. Captain Lin, I'm sorry, today's sparring can only be cancelled. What's going on? Lin Xie asked. Over there in the East District, there is a mysterious arrival of the suspected immeasurable realm, and we must rush over immediately, Guang Qingsheng said seriously. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. Then in that case, we can also change the way. Lin Xie on the side nodded. Obviously, he also wanted to go together. Whoever kills the mysterious first will win. Okay, that's it. Let's start from here together. Guang Qingsheng said. Also, I must state that if you lose, I will not give you another chance to fight. Then let me briefly explain the known information this time. Guang Qingsheng briefly reported the information to everyone, and just after saying that, everyone in the 007 team did not wait for the vehicle to stop and directly climbed out of the car window. On
Lin Xia's side, he was waiting for the car to stop and get out of the car slowly, looking like he was not in a hurry at all.
How is it? Are you still riding a dragon this time?
As soon as he got out of the car, Zhang Luochen asked. Lin Xia smiled knowingly. Of course, otherwise, why are we so unhurried? A huge magic circle opened in the air, and then, a huge flame vein earth dragon crawled in front of everyone.
With the speed of the flame vein earth dragon, the 0017 was still left behind by them even though they set off so early. Eastern, inside the Grand Theater of the Century. After everyone checked the surveillance, they fell into deep thought.
I think there's something wrong with his eye, and judging from the picture, he seems to be actively looking for surveillance.
Zhang Luochen spoke.
And Xingyu also nodded. As Captain Guang said, it should not be too aggressive, and the extremely strong fluctuations of the immeasurable realm on its body should have other unknown abilities. Unfortunately, we do not have a database of the Night Watch, so we cannot discern the mysterious identity and abilities.
And Xingyu sighed. It's just intelligence. I'll take care of it.
Xingyu smiled slightly, and then looked at Bailey Fat. Dead fat man, come with me.
Can they? And Xingyu asked.
Don't worry, you can always trust Brother Drag. Zhang Luochen patted Xingyu on the shoulder and said,
then the key now is how to find this mysterious dot.
And Xingyu stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and a dense tide of rats rushed out from the corner of the theater.
Your rat tide has covered Huaihai City?
Lin Xia said in surprise. It's not far from Sangnan City, and we've been here for a while and we've been ready for a long time.
And Xingyu said, then I'll search from the air.
Zhang Luochen waved his hand, and a large pile of white paper appeared in the air of Huaihai City. This large pile of white paper was instantly folded into paper cranes, and then dispersed around. Then I'll go check out the other surveillance.
And Xingyu said.
Subsequently, Zhang Luochen followed Lin Xia to the heights of Huaihai City, and Lin Xia used his spiritual perception to find traces of this mysterious.
How is it? Zhang Luochen asked.
I didn't find it. It seems that he has left here.
Lin Xia shook his head and said.
And at this moment, a paper crane flew back into Zhang Luochen's hands, and Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand to catch the paper crane.
How is it? The same question, and this time it was Lin Xia who asked the question.
It's really not here, just now in the city government, now to the aquarium. A few people from the 007 team are still very tight, but they have been discovered.
Zhang Luochen explained. It seems that there are also people in the 007 team who have the ability to perceive.
Lin Xia spoke. They were originally the Night's Watchman squad in this city, and it was normal for their eyeliner to be all over them.
Zhang Luochen said.
A flame vein earth dragon appeared in front of him, and Lin Xia took Zhang Luochen, Zhao Yuan, and Zhao Lan to ride the dragon towards other places. Now there is Zhang Luochen's paper crane, and this mysterious movement has been caught by Zhang Luochen, but it is now running around the entire Huaihai City.
His method of taking a taxi costs a lot of money. Zhao Yuan spoke at this time. It's just a mystery. Do you think he will pay?
Zhang Luochen continued. Besides, he is now possessed by others. At this time, Lin Xia's cell phone rang.
Spire? Lin Xia couldn't help but frown.
Therefore, it can know the future through objects, so it is impossible for Team 007 to catch up with it by chasing.
Zhang Luochen spoke.
Then, and Xingyu also told Lin Xia the information he received.
Actively exposed to surveillance?
Zhang Luochen said. 7 nights. Do you have a feeling that he seems to be actively looking for us?
No problem. Take the initiative to find us?
Lin Xia frowned and fell into deep thought.
And Zhang Luochen just looked at Lin Xia quietly like this. He naturally knew what was going on. This secret prying eye came to Sangnan City 12 years ago just for Lin Xia, and he appeared today for Lin Xia. It can even be said that this mysterious can also be Lin Xia's chance, and his appearance is what makes Lin Xia what he is now. We have to avoid his foreknowledge. At this time, Zhao Yuan spoke. Lin Xia nodded. Regardless of whether he took the initiative to expose it or not, we must catch this mystery under the premise of avoiding his foreknowledge. It's in the East Hall building. Zhang Luochen spoke.
Dongtang building, a man wearing a black top hat and a coat left the taxi and walked towards another construction site. When entering the construction site, the man looked up slightly and looked towards the edge of the sky, where a paper crane was floating in the air. The man smiled slightly, and then entered the construction site. After a while, the construction site next to it. Team 007 has already fought with it. A paper crane turned into white paper flew from Zhang Luochen's palm, and then the paper crane disappeared in an instant. Lin Xia looked in that direction, and an invisible barrier appeared there, which they were all too familiar with. This is the unringed airspace, exclusive to the Night Watch. They have opened unbounded airspace. Lin Xia said, it's time for us to prepare too. The sound of explosions continued to come from the construction site next to it, and several floors were directly pierced. It didn't take long for the sound of the construction site next to it to become much quieter, and then, I saw the red-eyed Zhao Kuan appear by the window. Do it! Lin Xia gave an order. A white figure instantly entered the body of the red-eyed Zhao Kuan, directly took away the control of his body, and then jumped directly towards the other side, and with a force on his feet, he jumped out directly. At this moment, a pile of yellow sand suddenly attacked, and the yellow sand turned into a big hand, directly directly grabbing the red-eyed Zhao Kuan and directly bringing it into the trap that Lin Xie had already prepared. Ancient Dryad. The giant hand formed by the yellow sand directly threw the red-eyed Zhao Kuan into it, enveloping him and Lin Xie like a cage. I'll leave it to you next, Lin Xie, this is your chance.
Zhang Luochen looked at the scene in front of him and slowly spoke.
Zhang Luochen and the others were all outside the cage, and in front of them was a cage surrounded by trees, and Lin Xie and the Mysterious were inside.
Can 7 knights do it alone? Bailey Fat couldn't help but ask.
Don't worry, this Mysterious melee ability is not strong in the first place, he can handle it alone.
Zhang Luochen spoke.
Sure enough, it didn't take long for the wooden cage to slowly disperse, and Lin Xie and Zhao Kuan, who had returned to normal, appeared in the public's field of vision together.
7 knights, how is it?
Bailey Pang immediately stepped forward and asked.
As planned, it was solved.
Lin Xie said with a slight smile.
Then it seems that we have won another game, Zhang Luochen said.
After winning the 007 team, only the last team of the 006 team in Shangjing City was left, and the 006 squad is the strongest resident squad in the entire Daxia, except for the special squad. After all, he is also guarding the most central city in the entire Daxia. The private jet streaks across the sky, creating a beautiful arc in the air. In the cabin, a strong aura suddenly gushed out, and the entire fuselage was shaken, and everyone who was still sleeping looked sideways at the direction of the breath outburst.
Lao Chao, did you break through?
Bailey Fat couldn't help but ask. Chao Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes slightly and said, "What's so strange about this? I should have broken through a long time ago."
Do you feel any different? Zhang Luochen asked curiously. I think my control over the Forbidden Ruins seems to be much stronger.
Why don't I draw my knife now and try it?
Don't. Shadow imitation.
The world is in chaos. Chao Yuan was just about to draw his sword. Lin Xie, Shen Xingju, and An Xingyu were shocked at the same time. Zhang Luochen directly used shadow imitation to trap Chao Yuan, and Bailey Fat Pang directly used the Forbidden Ruins to snatch the knife. Seeing Chao Yuan without a knife, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I said, I'll have a chance to try it soon, don't be so anxious.
Zhang Luochen said, do you want to destroy this plane?
Okay, I'll try again when I get off the plane and go to a place where no one is around. Okay. Chao Yuan spoke helplessly. Bailey Fat's eyes swept over everyone, and then said, now, we have all the sea realms, and we have met one more condition. What else is coming? The number of people is at least 6, no more than 9, and we have 8 people. Zhang Luochen counted and said, the second is that the captain of the team, that is, me, wants to reach the peak of the sea realm. Lin Xie spoke. So, are you at the peak of the sea realm? Chao Yuan asked. I've only been promoted to the sea realm for less than a month. You two have been longer than me. Have you two arrived? Lin Xie turned his head to look at Zhang Luochen and Bailey Fat. Among them, Zhang Luochen was the first person to arrive at the sea realm, but it was not much different from Bailey Fat. These two people arrived on the same day, but one was in the morning and the other was in the afternoon. I'm still early, Bailey Pang said. It's coming soon, in 2 months, or half a year? Zhang Luochen thought for a while and said, just think so, it's a matter of time before anyway. Bailey Pang said, what else is coming? All the sea realms have been satisfied. Zhang Luochen said, the fourth is that you must cross the ranks to kill the enemies in the immeasurable realm. It seems that we have killed a bunch of them? Bailey Fat counted carefully, the 7th seat, the 3rd seat, the one in Huaihai City, these are all yes. Then it is the last one, who has made great contributions and won a collective medal of star and above.
There is more than one, Zhang Luochen said.
Yes, we have killed so many mysteries more than once. Bailey Pang said proudly, it seems that as long as we win the 006 team, we are officially special team members.
By the way, is it time to give our team a name? You better not take it, according to your personality, won't you take some deception? Equal to the sky? Super God, what kind of heavenly tyrant moves the tyrant? Zhang Luochen directly interrupted Bailey Fat Pang what he wanted to say next. Yes, aren't these names good? No, what is Tianba? Bailey Fat said suspiciously. These names are really earthy. Zhang Er couldn't help but complain.
The name of the squad should be related to the characteristics of this team, but it can't be taken casually. Let's think about it after it becomes an official squad,
Lin Xie said. At the airport, Lin Xie's thoughts slowly sank into the mental hospital.
After a while, Lin Xie suddenly opened his eyes. This scene happened to be seen by Zhang Luochen on the side, seeing Lin Xie's face change, and then, he reached out and touched the chopsticks in his pocket. Seeing this scene, Zhang Luochen naturally understood what was going to happen, because something was going to happen to Zhou Ping.
What's wrong with you? Zhang Luochen asked. I have a bad feeling. Lin Xie spoke. Do you know something? Zhang Luochen asked.
Lin Xie nodded. I'll check again. Lin Xie closed his eyes again. The others were still chatting casually, and they were getting closer and closer to Shangjing City, and the plane began to land slowly. Just after the plane stopped, Lin Xie suddenly opened his eyes. Everyone, there is one thing I need to explain.
Senior Juggernaut, something happened.
Several people sat in the car prepared by Bailey Pang. Just now Lin Xie and Yifan had a phone call, and the others could hear the content of the phone clearly. How could this happen?
happen?
Bailey Fat asked. He is a swordsman, and he can compete with the ability of the gods. No, being on par with the gods does not mean that you can kill the gods. Have you forgotten, when he was in Huaihai City, the senior Juggernaut was also injured, and now he has been in the fog for 32 hours, which is fog more dangerous than in Dasha.
Zhang Luochen spoke. Moreover, who can guarantee that there is only one god in the fog?
And Xingyu on the side suddenly spoke.
You mean, it is likely to be besieged by the outer gods?
Lin Qia's face changed.
Wait, stop. It can only be said that there is a possibility. And Xingyu said, 7 nights, no matter what, are we going to do nothing? I think you should have already decided. Zhang Luochen looked at Lin Qia calmly.
Our strength really can't help the Juggernaut Senior, but maybe our appearance can help the Juggernaut Senior change his life.
Lin Qia spoke. Needless to say, if you want to go to the fog, count me as one. Zhang Luochen said directly. What about you?
Lin Qia turned his head to look at the others.
He is our teacher, and I will definitely go.
Bailey Pang Pang said.
I agree.
Chao Yuan raised his hand and said. The rest of the people also raised their hands in agreement, and finally all members passed.
Okay.
So, the mission to rescue the Juggernaut Seniors begins now. However, we have no way to enter the fog, and at the same time, we don't know where it is. Zhang Luochen spoke at this time. The method of fog can only be seen step by step, but perhaps we do have a way to find the location. And Xingyu explained, telling everyone the reverse method of summoning the magic circle he had discovered before. Although there is a way to find a location, there is still no way to walk in the fog, which can't help but make people fall into contemplation. At this moment, Yuan Gang's phone called Lin Qia's mobile phone and invited them to have dinner together in the evening. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Instructor Yuan Gang for a long time.
Zhang Luochen said, it's better to be Instructor Yuan. We will invite us to dinner as soon as we come to Beijing. Bailey Pang said, then shall we go? Zhang Er asked.
Go, Instructor Yuan is the instructor in our training camp, and of course he has to go.
Lin Qia said.
At night, in a night market in Shangjing City. The lively and bustling night market is full of fireworks, where you can taste different flavors of food from different regions. At the same time, this is also the place where many people choose to be happy after get off work. A glass of wine and a plate, talking about the warmth and coldness of life. Everyone came to a barbecue restaurant, and a familiar figure was already greeting them.
Yuan Gang was wearing civilian clothes and had already chosen a seat, waiting for them to come. Hello, Instructor Yuan.
Long time no see, Instructor Yuan. Where is the Rolex? Why don't you wear it? Don't you like it? Do you want to change the style?
Bailey Fat asked.
The corners of Yuan Gang's mouth couldn't stop twitching. You little fat man, don't send me off, otherwise, I will be punished. Several people sat down in turn. Plates of skewers were also brought out, and Yuan Gang directly moved a box of beer over.
Drink more tonight, Yuan Gang said. Instructor Yuan, you took the opportunity to get us drunk so that we couldn't use all our strength, right? Zhang Luochen quipped. You kid, am I that kind of person? Besides, are you so easy to get drunk? Yuan Gang smiled and said, I really didn't expect that, you boys.
When they first entered the training camp, they were stupid boys who didn't understand farts, and now they are going to become special squads.
It's all good for you to teach, Instructor,
Bailey Pang said with a smile.
Where is Zhang Er? Yuan Gang looked around. Isn't she in your team? Hello, Instructor Yuan.
Zhang Er's voice came out of the MP3, and when he heard this voice, Yuan Gang couldn't help but be stunned for a second.
After all, Yuan Gang didn't know what happened in Lintang City, so Lin Qie told Yuan Gang about it.
Yuan Gang sighed slightly, originally wanted to comfort Zhang Er a few words, but a man like him, how could he say such a thing, and finally swallowed it.
As a result, he was comforted by Zhang Er.
While chatting, eating and drinking, Lin Qie asked Yuan Gang about Zhou Ping.
Yuan Gang told the ins and outs of Zhou Ping's Liuli Chitsi heart, foreseeing the crisis of the Juggernaut.
Hearing this, Yuan Gang, who was still a little drunk, instantly woke up. So, we want to know how to walk in the fog.
Lin Qie spoke. Nonsense, you are just fooling around. Yuan Gang slapped the table and said, you can't be considered a special team now, and you still want to go to the fog to save people? That's our teacher. If we can't even save our own teacher, then what qualifications do we have to be a special team? Lin Qie spoke. Instructor Yuan, we don't have high requirements, we just want to know how to walk in the fog. I believe that this method is on the original Blue Rain team. Zhang Luochen said seriously. You are simply fooling around. In your current state, what is the difference between going and sending you to death? Yuan Gang said angrily. Is it to become a special squad just to hide? Zhang Luochen said directly. Instructor Yuan, you also said that the state of mind is an important factor in determining whether we can break through. If we don't do anything, when we reach that state, we will never be able to move forward anymore. Lin Qie said. Do you know how high that realm is? How many people have only come out in the entire Dasha in the past 100 years, and only a few people have touched such a threshold, and you have not yet become a special team. Yuan Gang's eyes swept over everyone. Just for the ethereal glimmer of possibility, you have to risk your lives? Of course.
Lin Qie said firmly. Instructor Yuan, maybe you don't know about our team yet, let me reintroduce it to you. Bailey Fat, the abandoned son of the Bailey family, came back from the dead. Chow Yuan, because of the rampage of the Forbidden Ruins, killed all the people in the village, squatted in prison, worked as a monk, and is now alone. Jialan, an immortal girl who has been in a coffin for 2,000 years. And Xing Fish, dissecting the mysterious in the sewer for a year, enduring loneliness alone. Shin Xingzhu, who has been undercover in Believer for 2 years, killed the Mumbler with his own hands and has just returned to the Night Watchman. Zhang Er can only exist in this world by relying on magnetic fields now.
Zhang Luochen, a former member of the 136 Squad in Songnan City, he has been an abandoned orphan since he was a child, and he has
experienced the catastrophe of Songnan City, and the friends he finally had. Because of Shiva's resentment, everything dissipated. I, Lin Xie, a former member of the 136th Squad in Songnan City, my hometown and relatives, were also erased by Shiva's resentment. Instructor Yuan, tell me, we are all people who have experienced despair, and now we have nothing but each other. Zhang Luochen slowly spoke. Instructor Yuan, it doesn't matter to us what kind of number we have when we are not a special team, because what we want
is to be together with each other. We just don't want regrets to happen again. No matter what the outcome is in the fog, we are willing to try. Yuan Gang looked at everyone's eyes and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He didn't expect that he hadn't seen these young men
during this time, and these young men could already stand on their own, and they even had the courage to go to the fog. Yuan Gang sighed slightly. However, there is still no way, because of the destruction of the Blue Rain team, the forbidden items that protected them to walk in the fog were also taken away by the higher-ups, unless you can directly persuade Commander Yi. Hearing these words, everyone's faces changed instantly.
But Zhang Luochen's expression was still so calm. Don't be discouraged, we must have a way, Zhang Luochen said firmly.
After everyone dispersed, they each returned to their rooms. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie were in the same room. 7 nights, since you have already decided, then do it boldly, don't be burdened.
Zhang Luochen saw Lin Xie's thoughts.
Lin Xie sighed slightly. Now I just don't know how to get in. The boat is naturally straight to the bridgehead. Yuan Gang has no way, so I will ask Xiaoping tomorrow.
Zhang Luochen said. You mean the captain of Team 006? Lin Xie asked.
Zhang Luochen nodded. His position is higher than that of Instructor Yuan. Instructor Yuan has already helped us with this. It seems that it is useless to find him again. Lin Xie nodded. Forget it. No matter what, tomorrow's battle is over, and we must also go through this fog. Early the next morning, everyone took a car to the station of the Shangjing City team.
Last night, Yuan Gang also secretly told them the method and location of this confrontation, so that they could prepare in advance. However, what Yuan Gang didn't know was that today, they wanted to fight in another way. However, for the sake of fairness, the two teams need to take a car to the location of the confrontation. 7 nights, it's a place. The car slowly stopped, and Zhang Luochen saw that Lin Xie's consciousness was still in the mental hospital, so he went to wake him up. Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes. It was pouring rain outside, and the originally bright sky was also covered with dark clouds. The raindrops hit the windows and made different sounds. The wipers swayed on the windows, and the car finally stopped in a courtyard. The courtyard looks a little old. The exterior walls are very old, and there are a few thick metasequoia trees planted around it. Zhang Luochen picked up the black umbrella next to him, got out of the car, stepped on the puddle, and splashed a lot. The 7 people spread the black umbrella and stood in a row outside the door of the courtyard, the rain hitting the surface of the umbrella, and the water droplets splashed around. Instructor Yuan looked at the few people who had not entered the door, and couldn't help but urge, come in, it's cold outside, and you can start when you pack up your things later. Instructor Yuan, Lin Xie suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Instructor Yuan asked suspiciously. I think this competition can be done in a different way. After all, the flag was captured. It's too slow. Lin Xie spoke. Slow? Are you in a hurry? Instructor Yuan frowned. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, and then looked up at Instructor Yuan. Instructor Yuan, we are indeed in a hurry, so your group of students may have to be disobedient again. Chow Yuan, Lin Xie suddenly spoke. Draw your sword. Okay. Chow Yuan held the handle of the straight knife without any hesitation, and the crisp sound of the knife echoed in the air. The dark evil flames instantly shrouded Chow Yuan's body, and the suffocating evil energy floated in the air, and the terrifying coercion suddenly descended. And this time, Chow Yuan actually controlled his body really well. He didn't smirk, and he didn't rush around. Those crimson eyes stared straight ahead. In the courtyard, everyone in the 006 team suddenly had some doubts. Obviously they had not started to fight. Why did a coercion suddenly strike? What do they want to do? A member of the 006 team asked. They are provoking with coercion. The other squinted at the door. Are they not ready to follow the rules? Then what should we do? Of course it's pressed back. At the next moment, the coercion of the peak of the sea realm instantly burst out from inside the courtyard, colliding with Chow Yuan's evil energy outside the door. Lin Xie, what the hell are you going to do? Yuan Gang said angrily. Jiang Er. Lin Xie didn't care about Yuan Gang, who was already furious. A
rapid sound of electric current came from the MP3 on Chao Yuan's waist, and invisibly, a magnetic field began to converge here. Immediately afterwards, the second wave of coercion erupted from inside the courtyard. The four waves of coercion gathered together, cutting through the surrounding air, and the wind suddenly rose, and this wall even felt like it couldn't support it. Xingyu, brother drag. Two names in a row were shouted, and Xingyu and Xinqingzhu directly threw away the black umbrellas in their hands, and the two breaths broke out at the same time, and at the same time, two more breaths passed from the courtyard, and the two sides competed with each other again. Garan, chubby. Lin Chiye spoke again. Bailey Fat Void pointed his finger, and a huge Tai Chi diagram unfolded from under his feet, instantly enveloping the entire courtyard. In the courtyard, the 10th breath rose into the sky, once again competing with it. Jia Lan snorted coldly, and his strong spiritual power surged out, and a powerful coercion appeared instantly, and a majesty was even stronger than all the coercion. Everyone in the 006 team in the courtyard felt threatened, and the 12th breath broke out instantly, but even so, it still couldn't be carried out. In the next second, the coercion of the infinite realm hit, which was also the last trump card of the 006 team, and they had gone all out. Lin Chiye took a deep breath, but at this moment, a hand was on his shoulder, and Lin Chiye looked back and saw that it was Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen smiled and looked at Lin Chiye. This time, you can rest. At the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from Zhang Luochen, an unprecedented aura. Everyone in the 006 team looked even more dazed. They had never felt such an unclear aura, and this aura was both good and evil, and it was very powerful. The power of the Nine Tails and the power of Susanoo exploded at the same time, and the powerful spiritual power overwhelmed everyone in the 006 team. Immediately afterwards, the power of the 8 gates of Duinjia broke out instantly. The power of the Nine Tails, the power of Susa, the power of the 8 gates of Duinjia, the three forces filled Zhang Luochen's body, mixed with the breath of other team members, and an unprecedentedly powerful aura was like a sledgehammer smashing into the courtyard. In the courtyard, the members of the 006 team spewed out a mouthful of blood at the same time, their faces turned even whiter, and several people even had a hard time standing. The aura of the 006 team collapsed instantly. Zhang Luochen and the other members all withdrew their breath, held up the black umbrella again, then turned around and walked outside. Lin Chiye, what are you going to do? Yuan Gang shouted loudly. We go to save people. If we don't come back, then forget it. If we come back, we are the 5th special team. In the courtyard, Xiaopingde looked at these figures, smiled helplessly, and then opened the drawer on the side, where 8 silver iron plates were lying, and took them out and threw them outside the house. 8 pieces of iron came to Lin Chiye in the blink of an eye, and Lin Chiye stretched out his hand to catch it directly. Something that allows you to walk freely in the fog. Xiaoping's voice came from the courtyard. Go. The night watchmen of Daxia are waiting for the triumphant return of the 5th special squad. The 7 people walked to the street outside, and Xingyu was carrying a black coffin, and Zhang Er did not appear in the form of a ghost. This time, or riding a dragon? Zhang Luochen asked. No, this time, we soar into the clouds. Lin Chiye shook his head and spoke. Then, he pointed in the void, and countless rolling clouds rose flat to the ground, dragging 7 people and a coffin slowly up. Somersault cloud? Boy, Zhang Luochen couldn't help but speak. Lin Chiye has Summersfight cloud, which naturally means that he has opened the 4th door, and the one in the door is the one who defeated the Buddha, Sunmukong. Zhang Luochen took out his white spiral mask and put it on himself. Lin Chiye also put on the Sunmukong mask, and the others also did the same and put on their own masks. Zhang Luochen's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect that there would be a systematic prompt sound at this time, saying that the system hadn't appeared for a long time. Detect that the host is about to go through a big battle, and then announce the latest task to protect all residents of Antak County, and at the same time, please record the moment of Red Dust Sword Immortal, slaying the god. Complete the mission to get 2 opportunities to extract abilities. In the fog, the remaining half of the city is Antak County. This is dragging half the city away? Bailey Fat looked at the city that was only half left. Where is the senior juggernaut? Chao Yuan asked. But at this moment, a buzzing sword aura not far away resounded through the sky, straight into the sky, and then, various explosions came and went. That's it. Zhang Luochen spoke. There are actually 3 gods. 3? Lin Chiye's face changed. They thought there was only one god, then they could still find a way to delay the time, but the 3 gods at the moment made him fall into deep thought. It's too late. The senior juggernaut is seriously injured. Let's go rescue him first. Zhang Luochen spoke. I have a way. I can only try it first. Lin Chiye spoke. In the fog, a cloud rolled up from the sky, like a vast and turbulent wave, and above the cloud wave, 8 figures stood in it, each wearing their own mask. Of course, Zhou Ping saw this scene clearly. Of course he knew the masks of these people. They were his students. Lin Chiye, wearing a Sun Wukong mask, came to Zhou Ping's side and patted him on the shoulder. Senior juggernaut, we will take you home. You? Zhou Ping was stunned. Of course, it was not only him who was stunned, but also the wind god Hu and the desert god Set. It's really interesting. Now anyone dares to challenge Kamui? Set said coldly. Lin Chiye grabbed Zhou Ping's left hand, and and the clouds under his feet reappeared, carrying several people straight into the sky.
It's ridiculous.
Set stretched out a finger, and a large amount of yellow sand gathered in front of him, turning into a dark golden spear, and threw it at Lin Xie and the others with precision. However, a figure suddenly stood in front of them.
Don't fight for 7 nights.
Jialan resolutely rushed towards the golden spear, and the moment the golden spear collided with Jialan, it made a burst of explosions, but Jialan remained intact. Set and Hugh were shocked. Who would have thought that they would block this spear so easily, and it was still unscathed. The wind god squinted his eyes, and the next moment, with a flick of his little finger, a hurricane suddenly struck, directly blowing Jialan away.
She's just a little more defensive, just fly away, Xiao said slowly.
However, at this moment, the yellow sand suddenly gathered in front of the two of them, forming a high wall that directly blocked their way. Hugh looked at Set on the side even more suspiciously. The god of yellow sand was next to him, but why was there a wall formed by yellow sand standing in front of him?
Set's face was stunned. I didn't do this. Is it your agent? Hugh opened his mouth in confusion.
If so, then there is no need to exist. Set spoke coldly and waved his hand, but found that he couldn't control the yellow sand at all.
How is that possible?
Set opened his mouth in confusion, and then, with a finger, Huangsha appeared at his fingertips, instantly breaking through the obstacles in front of him. However, a completely black seraphim appeared in front of the two of them. It was the fallen angel codenamed 004, Lucifer, the second black box of wrath of the evil gods that had been snatched from the church of the old gods before.
Afterimage of divine thoughts? It's ridiculous to try to stop us just by doing this.
Set stretched out his hand and tore Lucifer's afterimage directly. But at this moment, a half-body Susanoo with a lilac glow suddenly stood in front of them.
This is a man who needs to be saved?
Hugh said suspiciously. No, it's completely different. This is the person who just came. Set spoke.
Yen done.
A black flame blocked the front of the two of them, and Zhang Luochen isolated the two sides like this.
It's ridiculous that little humans want to stop us, Xiao said slowly. Zhang Luochen smiled coldly. How do you know if you don't try?
Set stretched out his hand, and a large amount of yellow sand instantly hit, directly covering the black flames, but the black flames were still burning, and they even blocked the yellow sand in it.
Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. I'm sorry, let me say it again. This is Dasha, the forbidden area of the gods. Let's go. Ding. It's ridiculous.
Feng Shanxiu's face changed, and he stretched out his hand, and the strong wind instantly hit Zhang Luochen.
The next moment, Zhang Luochen's figure was directly blown out, and the black flame was also blown away. Cut, don't be ashamed to say it.
Seeing Zhang Luochen blown away by himself, Hugh couldn't figure out who gave this guy the courage to say such a thing.
However, in the next second, Zhang Luochen's figure appeared in front of the two of them again.
Set was angry, and the golden spear appeared in his hand again, throwing it directly at Zhang Luochen, and he watched with his own eyes as his golden spear stabbed into Zhang Luochen's body.
Zhang Luochen's figure disappeared instantly. Before Seth finished speaking, Zhang Luochen appeared in front of the two of them again, looking like a ghost. You are very sick. Feng Shanxiu couldn't help but scold.
Set and Hugh never expected that Zhang Luochen's shadow clone technique would really hold back the two of them. At first, he wanted to use Jialan's immortal ability to hold back the two of them, but who would have thought that the two would directly blow Jialan away, and next, they would use Zhang Luochen's shadow clone technique to hold him back. This time, the power of the nine tails spread throughout the body. Zhang Luochen's whole body was wrapped in blood-red chakra, and then, Susanoo was turned on again, and the lilac light instantly wrapped the whole body.
In the sky, there was a sudden thunderstorm, and lightning kept shuttling between the clouds.
A light blue lightning appeared between Zhang Luochen's palms, and this lightning was also mixed with the power of the nine tails.
Others haven't tried it, but I want to try it.
Come and try this trick, a Qilin with the power of the nine tails.
Zhang Luochen spoke lightly.
With the thunder and lightning in the sky kept rolling in the clouds, and the lightning quickly converged, and a huge unicorn head flipped out of the clouds. The faces of the wind god Hugh and Set suddenly changed, and the hurricane and yellow sand swept the entire sky in an instant. The unicorn fell instantly and smashed down towards Hugh and Seth, but at the same time, the hurricane and yellow sand went straight into the sky, directly colliding with the giant thunder in the sky.
Bang!
The lightning in the clouds disappeared in an instant, and at the same time, Zhang Luochen's figure also disappeared in front of them. On the somersault cloud, Zhang Luochen's face became solemn, and Lin Xie also noticed Zhang Luochen's expression.
How is it? Lin Xie asked. It was a little time-consuming, but it didn't cause any substantial harm. Zhang Luochen sighed and said, after all, the other party is two gods, and even Zhou Ping can't do it, and it's good that Zhang Luochen can drag it out for a while. Thank you, you can come to save me, it's already beyond my expectations. Zhou Ping's ears were slightly red, and he said softly, I thought I was being amorous. Senior Juggernaut, what did you say?
Bailey Pang Pang leaned his ear over and asked,
I thought I was being amorous, and you wouldn't come to save me.
This time, Zhou Ping spoke so loudly that all of them didn't need to prick up their ears to hear every word he said clearly. Bailey Pang laughed and said, Senior Juggernaut, you have to be confident, you are the Juggernaut of Dasha, and you are the teacher of our 5th special team, because you are the luck of all of us. Hearing this, this, the corners of Zhou Ping's mouth raised slightly, and suddenly, he felt that his state of mind had changed, and the glass-colored heart in his body emitted a dazzling light, and a certain shackle in his body was instantly opened. The turbulent and strong emotions, as well as the pure sword intent, instantly surged into his heart. At this moment, the shackles set in the human genes imprisoned the strong people of Dasha for more than 100 years, and the ceiling that no one could break was smashed by Zhou Ping himself. Zhang Luochen and the others looked at the changes in Zhou Ping's body and looked at the scene that happened in front of them in disbelief. Senior Juggernaut, this is. Bailey Fat opened his mouth in confusion. I saw that Zhou Ping looked up at the sky slightly. His eyes seemed to be able to see the layer of fog that others could not see, and his eyes were so clear and bright. Senior Juggernaut, you have become a god. Zhang Luochen stared blankly at the scene in front of him, shocked, and incomparably shocked his whole heart. Become a god? The ceiling of humanity was completely broken by the Juggernaut seniors. Lin Shiye said slowly. At this moment, a powerful sword light burst out from his eyes, and the surging sword intent gushed out with him as the center, and the sword energy condensed from the void. What is this doing? Bailey Fat opened his mouth in confusion. Zhang Luochen has been staring at Zhou Ping closely. He is looking for his own law, or rather, formulating a law that is exclusive to him. Have you forgotten that gods have their own laws, and with this law, they can kill gods? Law? So, what is the law of the Juggernaut Senior? Chao Yuan spoke suspiciously. Since it is, Senior Juggernaut, then, his law is the sword law that belongs to him. Zhang Luochen spoke. Zhang Luochen. Zhou Ping suddenly spoke, his eyes firm and powerful. Bring the sword. Bang! Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand and pointed towards the void. Shi Yuan instantly appeared in his hand, and then threw it at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping held the sword in his left hand, his figure shook, and instantly disappeared in place, and countless sword sounds burst out of the void. At this moment, the divine power on Zhou Ping's body instantly exploded, his aura rose steadily, and Zhou Ping officially stepped into the realm of gods. Senior Juggernaut. Lin Shiye said tentatively, are you still a human ceiling now? Zhou Ping said slowly, humans, there is no ceiling anymore. Then what is your current state? Bailey Pang asked curiously, is it the divine realm? Thundered, almost, but I don't like the name. Zhou Ping paused and said, if it is the Senior Juggernaut, then it should be called Red Dust Sword Immortal. Now, Zhang Luochen suddenly spoke. Red Dust Sword Immortal, this name is good. My realm is named Red Dust Sword Immortal. Zhou Ping glanced at the sword in his hand. Hugh and Set felt the power of this law from afar, and when they saw Zhou Ping take this step, their faces changed instantly. How can a human being grasp the power of the law? Set's eyes were full of shock. Although it is weak, I have to admit that human has become a god. Hugh's heart trembled slightly. Bang! In the next second, the crisp sound of the sword struck instantly, and a man in a black shirt holding a sword stepped out of the void. Zhou Ping held Shi Yuan, his hand shook slightly, and the extremely fierce sword intent instantly swept away, slashing towards the two figures. Hugh and Set's faces changed, and the divine power of the two broke out instantly, colliding with Zhou Ping's divine power. A human who had just stepped into the realm of the gods, they didn't pay attention to it. However, the two of them joined forces, and they could only just block Zhou Ping's sword chi. They didn't understand why a human being could be so strong. But at this moment, a small cloud of blood mist suddenly burst out on Zhou Ping's shoulder, turning into a trace of white lines, fading in the air. Seeing this scene, Hugh and Set couldn't help but laugh. Ha, I understand, although you have become a god and mastered the power of the law, but your body is a human after all, and the body is immortal. How can you withstand the power of the law? Even if it is even a little bit, the more laws you use, the faster the physical body will transform into the Tao. Ha ha ha. Humans are just humans after all. Lin Shiye and the others also heard these words, and everyone's faces changed instantly. What he said is true, Bailey Pang said in surprise. It should be true, his body can't bear his sword intent anymore. And Qingyu on the side had just analyzed Zhou Ping's body, but was backlashed. He closed his eyes uncontrollably, and a line of blood and tears slipped down to his cheeks. Jialan, give, immortal, to Senior Juggernaut. Lin Shiye's voice just fell. The somersault cloud on the soles of Jialan's feet flew behind Zhou Ping, and Jialan's hand was tightly attached to Zhou Ping's back, but, at the next moment, a powerful sword intent struck, instantly knocking Jialan's entire body away, and blood spat out from her mouth. Garan. Lin Shiye caught Jialan steadily in the air. It seems that even, immortal, cannot withstand the power of the law. Zhang Luochen spoke. Zhou Ping also appeared beside them. Just now, my sword intent was beyond her bearing range. Although she had, immortal, she really couldn't resist the backlash of the power of the law. It's all my fault. No, it's not your problem, Senior Juggernaut. Zhang Luochen spoke. Zhou Ping looked at the two gods in the air, and a monstrous anger suddenly appeared in his eyes. Today, I will kill the gods. Another cloud of blood mist suddenly burst out on Zhou Ping's shoulder. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart tightened, and they didn't have any way now. After all, this was the first human in history to become a god, and no one knew how to solve the power of this law. Don't think about it anymore. I don't have much time. Zhou Ping looked at the two gods in the air. I'm already very happy to see you here. Senior Juggernaut. Boom. At this moment, a dull loud noise came from not far away, and everyone looked up to the other side of the street, and one after another strange creatures broke through the fog and rushed towards this place frantically. There were a lot of them, and the realms were different from the Pool realm to the Klein realm, and in just half a minute, more than 200 mysterious suddenly rushed out. Zhang Luochen looked elsewhere on the street, and countless mysteries were rushing towards this side. They brought it in order to speed up my dissipation so that it would not pose a threat to them. Zhou Ping spoke slowly. This city needs to be handed over to you. Senior Juggernaut, maybe there is another way. Lin Xie naturally understood what Zhou Ping was going to do, but the power of the law on him would only speed up the speed of his dissipation. No, I feel the oppression of my body by those laws on me, which is irreversible. Zhou Ping shook his head and slowly spoke. Now, I want you to be quiet and listen carefully to what I have to say, just like you listened to me in the warehouse. Lin Xie hesitated for a moment, nodded slightly, and Zhang Luochen looked at Zhou Ping's eyes seriously. Zhou Ping's eyes swept across every face, his eyes were so gentle, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise to show a smile. Lin Xie, Zhang Luochen, Jia Yuan, and Xingyu, Jialan, Bailey Fat Pang, Xin Xingzhu, Zhang Er. Being your teacher is one of the few lucky things in my life, but for us, it's enough because you light up my life. Zhou Ping held the Jiyuan long sword in his hand, turned around, looked at the two figures not far from the sky, and stepped forward, the corners of his clothes fluttering in the wind. I told the people of this city that I would kill the gods and then send them home. I may not be able to go back, but I can only fulfill half of this promise, and the remaining half, can you fulfill it for me? Zhang Luochen got up slightly, a black straight knife appeared in his hand, his heart couldn't help but feel a little sour, to be honest, came to the world of slaying gods. When these plots in the original novel were presented in front of him again and again, his heart was full of shock and regret for regret. I thought I had spy on everyone's fate, but as everyone knows, I am also a member of the fate who has been tricked by fate, and he, Zhang Luochen, has already become a distinctive character in this novel. Senior Juggernaut, please leave it to us. Follow the master's orders. Follow the master's orders. Zhou Ping smiled slightly, the long sword in his hand shook slightly, and his figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment, Zhou Ping's figure appeared in front of the two gods on the edge of the sky, and when they saw Zhou Ping's appearance, Hugh and Set's faces suddenly changed. Zhou Ping raised the sword in his hand, and the crisp sound of the sword resounded in the sky, and the blade of the sword instantly crossed, as if it was about to cut off all the air here. Boom! With a loud noise, countless sword chi gushed out like a volcanic eruption, just one sword, spanning thousands of miles. Set quickly raised his hands. A large amount of yellow sand wanted to block this monstrous sword energy, but that sword energy had no intention of staying. The yellow sand that covered the heavens and the earth was instantly cut open with a sword, and a touch of light in the sky instantly shone on the earth. When Set saw this scene, his face changed, and he was ready to flee the place, but his speed was slow after all. The sword light was mixed with the power of the law, and instantly slashed through Set's head. A shocking bloodstain appeared, and a head slowly landed. At this moment, Daxia's sword immortal Zhou Ping, slaying the gods with one sword. Zhang Luochen looked up at the sky, and this scene, a sword to slay the gods, was completely recorded by him and recorded in his mind. This distinctive scene is no longer a text, no longer a plot, but a real picture that really appears in front of him. This is the sword immortal of Daxia, and he is also their teacher. Everyone, let's fight our way out. Lin Xie's eyes were filled with tears. He came here to change Zhou Ping's fate, but in the end, nothing could be changed. So, what they have to do now is to protect the city. The 8 figures stood in the wind, each of them wearing a mask and holding a straight knife in their hands. Zhang Luochen suddenly felt movement behind him, and as soon as he turned around, he saw Chen Han holding a straight knife and appearing behind them. Chen Han, long time no see. Lin Xie took off his mask, and the others also took off their own masks. It's you. Chen Han looked at these familiar faces blankly. You guys, how could it be here? Then, Chen Han seemed to think of something, and his face suddenly changed. You are really the 5th special team? Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. If it's a fake, you won't believe us now. Lin Xie said helplessly. Did you come here through the fog? Chen Han asked in disbelief. Lin Xie nodded. Are you going to stop those mysteries? I'll go with you. Chen Han said firmly. Lin Xie shook his head. You are too weak. According to the rules and regulations of the Night Watch, you cannot participate in this operation. I can treat you. Chen Han continued. No time, sorry. Zhang Luochen interrupted their conversation, stretched out his hand, and a touch of yellow sand instantly tied Chen Han, and then threw it back. Lin Xie turned his head to look at Zhang Luochen. I haven't finished speaking yet. Why did you throw him back? Didn't you mean that? Zhang Luochen spoke helplessly. That's right, Lin Xie said. Lin Xie overlooked the mysterious waves that kept gushing out of the street, clenched the snow-white long knife in his hand, and the night under his feet was rapidly impregnated. Beside him, Bailey Pang Pang raised his finger, and a huge gossip map opened at his feet. Chao Yuan put his hand on the handle of the knife on his waist. Garan was carrying a wooden bow on his back and holding the golden spear in his hand. And Xingyu pushed his glasses, and a touch of gray appeared in his eyes. Xin Xingzhu lit a cigarette for himself, exhaled a puff of smoke, and gently rubbed the black ring on his middle finger with the fingers of his other hand. Zhang Er floated in the air, raised his hands, and the surrounding magnetic field was disturbed. Zhang Luochen held the straight knife in his hand, and pointed his other hand towards the void, and a large pile of white paper and yellow sand surrounded him.
5th Special Squad. Jump. 8 figures fell instantly from the top of the building. 8 figures landed from a high place, the wind howled past their ears, and below them, countless tides of beasts appeared everywhere in the city. Zhang Luochen was wearing a white spiral mask. He slowly opened the lid on the gourd, and the huge yellow sand suddenly swept in. Zhang Luochen, Chao Yuan, you take the lead. Lin Qiye held, cutting white, and swung a knife forward. Chao Yuan pulled out a straight knife, and the dark flames of evil energy rose into the sky, instantly enveloping his whole body. His eyes were as hideous as blood, and his killing intent was surging. Zhang Luochen waved his hand, and countless pieces of white paper quickly flew from the sky, constantly rushing into the beast tide, and the huge explosion instantly resounded throughout the street. These white papers turned into bombs, instantly blowing up several mysterious in front of them, and at the same time, yellow sand swept the entire ground. Sandstorm Funeral. The quicksand blocked the way of the mysterious, besieged them all, and then one after another the mysterious instantly went to the end, and the whole street was bloody in an instant. Zhang Luochen landed steadily, the straight knife in his hand attacked instantly, a sword chi emanated from his hand, and a mysterious head was cut off on the spot.
Quicksand Torrent. Countless mysteries were still rushing towards them frantically, but suddenly, the cement road under the soles of these mysterious feet suddenly turned into quicksand, and their bodies began to sink uncontrollably.
Sandstorm Burial.
A large number of mysteries were buried directly in this quicksand, and the quicksand dispersed, and the original cement road was restored here, and those mysteries were buried underground forever. At this moment, Zhang Luochen saw Xingyu take out a skull, which was a forbidden item of the Bailey family. Elegy. With the help of Shen Qingju and Jiang Er, Elegy also played a huge role here, and in just 1 minute, more than 40 mysteries were deserted. Their attacks were like a big net, blocking all the mysteries outside the city, and they could no longer enter the slightest. And at this moment, behind the beast tide, several powerful mysterious seemed to feel the presence of danger and let out bursts of low roars. A huge beast claw suddenly poked out from the void, and the terrifying coercion suddenly descended, smashing towards several of them. Seeing this, Zhang Luochen opened the kaleidoscope Sharingan instantly, and the lilac light half-body Susanoo enveloped everyone's bodies in it.
Yen done. Suzu can add the Earth Life Sword.
A long sword formed by black flames rushed towards the beast claw, and the black flame burned on the beast claw. At this moment, Jialan took a step out, and the heavenly gate in his hand stabbed towards the beast claw, and the two sides collided together, and Jialan's whole person flew out backwards, and the beast claw was stabbed out of a blood hole by Jialan.
Then, the figure of a huge snow-white bear appeared and flew out backwards.
This mystery is Klein, and Xingyu said, and Jialan's figure had already fallen into the beast tide behind. Lin Qiye's face suddenly changed, and the white in his hand was directly waved out. Be careful, I'll go and rescue Jialan back. After Lin Qiye finished speaking, his figure shook and disappeared in place. Zhang Luochen's Susanoo protected everyone in the middle as much as possible, and the black flames continued to burn mysterious.
In the direction of 11 o'clock,
the red pangolin hidden in the beast tide is a mystery of the immeasurable realm. And Xingyu's eyes swept around, and he suddenly spoke. A lilac shield appeared on Zhang Luochen's left hand, which immediately protected everyone in the middle.
Bell.
A red lightning bolt hit the round shield of Susanoo, and Zhang Luochen's Susanoo was still standing firmly in front.
Qilin.
In the sky, a bolt of lightning rushed straight to the ground, suppressing the red pangolin on the ground, but the pangolin of the immeasurable realm was really thick, and there were only a few scars on its red scales. The mad Chao Yuan rushed directly towards the red pangolin without thinking. The terrifying storm broke out from the collision point. The red scale scars were a little deeper, and the crazy Chao Yuan's whole person flew out backwards in an instant.
Houndstooth.
A touch of current filled Zhang Luochen's entire straight knife, piercing the body of the red pangolin on the spot, and the pangolin in the immeasurable realm was completely silent. In the void, a touch of yellow sand flew out instantly, forming a long arm in the air, directly grabbing the mad Chao Yuan in the air and bringing it back. The surrounding beast tide continued, and they were still harvesting these mysterious lives. The 5 figures kept shuttling through the beast tide, and a large number of mysterious fell to the ground beside them. But at this moment, the snow-white bear paw poked out of the void again. It was still the white bear of the Klein realm just now. Seeing this white bear appear, and Xingyu's face suddenly changed, and the bear paw slapped in their direction.
Rasengan. Chidori.
The combination of Chidori and Rasengan collided with the bear's paw. A violent sound came from the air. Zhang Luochen took a few steps back, and a deep scar appeared on the bear's paw. In the void, a white shadow swept out like lightning, directly rushing into the body of the void. The white bear's body shook and walked out directly from the crack in the void, and the 2 huge bear paws quickly slapped themselves, and soon, the entire head became bloody and fleshy. The white bear let out a roar, and the ghost Jiang Er flew directly out of its body. The blood-stained head roared violently.
I'm going to block it.
A touch of yellow sand appeared on the soles of Zhang Luochen's feet, directly suspended his whole body in the air, and flew in the direction of the white white bear. Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen are the top combat force of this team. Lin Xie is not here. Zhang Luochen must resist this Klein mystery alone. A mere white bear will only be a caregiver for 7 nights in the future. Zhang Luochen's half-body Susanungu formed a lilac long sword in his hand. A trace of current filled the entire lilac long sword, and at the same time, a dark black flame enveloped it again, and a sword swung out, even mixed with a sword aura. Although it is not as good as the Juggernaut Senior, I believe it is enough. Zhang Luochen swung his sword fiercely. The white bear roared, and its bare paw slapped out heavily, and the sharp long sword slashed directly through his bare paw. The half of the bear's paw was cut off on the spot. The roar continued to come out of the white bear, and its other bare paw suddenly swung out. Zhang Luochen relied on Susanova to block it immediately, but his body was still knocked out, and the Susanova on half of his body also lost an arm. The power of the 9 tails. The blood-red chakra instantly condensed, and at the same time, the lilac light made up for the severed hand just now, and the lavender color and blood red enveloped Zhang Luochen's whole body. The power of the 9 tails plus Susaning. If you add the 8 gates of Duanjia, a tail form appeared from Zhang Luochen's body, surrounded by blood-red chakra, and then the lilac Susano shrouded it together.
8 gates Duanjia, 6th gate, Jingmen, open.
The dark green light kept flashing all over the body. In this way, Zhang Luochen was the first person, and the figure of the half-body Susanenyu still looked very small in front of the Klein white bear. At this moment, Zhang Luochen faced the battle with all his might, stretched out his lilac fist, and rushed towards the white bear's beast claw. The bear's paw and lilac fist collided together, and the powerful force set off a gust of wind, and even blew away some of the mysteries of the surrounding Sichuan realm. The white bear roared, and one of its arms drooped, looking like a broken bone and could no longer be lifted. And Zhang Luochen, his whole body flew out, fell heavily to the ground, got up with difficulty, and spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. If it weren't for the blessing of these 3 abilities, he might have been smashed long ago, but even so, he was still shocked now. Seeing him fall to the ground, the other mysteries around him rushed up, and Zhang Luochen's whole body emitted a light blue current, directly passing through several mysterious bodies beside him.
It's easy to bully when I'm a bully. Zhang Luochen's eyes looked at the Klein white bear again. With a dodge, Zhang Luochen disappeared in an instant, and he came to the white bear again. The white bear had obviously recognized Zhang Luochen, and a dull low roar kept coming out, and strong anger appeared in its eyes. Kamui. At this moment, the white bear's sagging arm, the surrounding space suddenly began to distort, and a tearing feeling arose spontaneously. The white bear was in pain, kept roaring, and its body moved quickly, wanting to leave this area. However, in the next second, its arm broke on the spot, and blood burst out of its arm, and the blood flowed into a river. It's not over yet,
Zhang Luochen said coldly. He quickly rushed in the direction of the white bear, his whole body, blood red, lilac and dark green, 3 colors were mixed.
Towards the peacock.
Zhang Luochen stretched out his fist and waved his fist quickly at the air in front of him, so fast that even his eyes couldn't keep up, and a huge flame appeared from his fist.
Mixed with Susanoo and one-tailed form, this power is surprisingly strong.
The white bear of the Klein realm actually began to be suppressed by Zhang Luochen, and its dull roar kept coming out, as if venting its dissatisfaction, but its body was firmly suppressed.
Bang bang bang.
Huge explosions came and went, and at this moment, the white bear's body fell heavily to the ground, and it struggled to get up, its body full of shocking scars.
Bailey Pang Pang was surprised to see this scene and couldn't speak. This, Luo Chen actually singled out a Klein? What kind of power is he? So powerful, I can't analyze it at all.
And Xingyu looked at Zhang Luochen's body and wanted to analyze it through his eyes, but unfortunately he couldn't see anything at all. Xingju looked at Zhang Luochen calmly. He should be at his limit. Zhang Luochen gasped heavily, and a suspended platform formed by a touch of yellow sand appeared on the soles of his feet, allowing his body to float in the air. All the light that shrouded his body was gradually dissipating, and the white bear was still struggling to stand up.
Not good,
Zhang Luochen secretly said in his heart, because he felt a powerful force appear from not far away.
Oh no.
And Xingyu also felt something was wrong and turned his head to look.
In the next second, the mysterious aura of the second Klein realm exploded.
It was a black giant 3 meters high, jumping from the end of the beast tide, and its tall body smashed directly towards Zhang Luochen. Seeing this, Zhang Luochen reacted very quickly, and directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear in place and appeared at the other end of the street. The black giant saw the disappeared Zhang Luochen, and then turned his body. There was a big round hole in its chest, and each hand was holding a thick black chain, and at the end of the chain, there were 2 round and huge giant heads. Damn, why is there another Klein? Where is there so much? Bailey Fat couldn't help but scold. Xinju said with a gloomy face, I didn't expect it to be so dangerous in the fog.
Xingyu, what should we do now?
Now, Captain Lin Xie was not by their side, and the remaining strongest combat power Zhang Luochen resisted a Klein mystery alone, and this Klein mystery could only rely on themselves.
Bypass this giant first and save Luochen back.
And Xingyu thought for a moment and said. Everyone quickly rushed in the direction of Zhang Luochen.
Zhang Luochen saw the mysterious appearance of the second Klein. He had a cold face. Even if he had 1/3 of the Nine-Tails chakra and fought against the mystery of
the 2 Klein realms in a row, he couldn't bear it. In addition, the sequelae brought by the 8 gates Duanjia to the body, the bones on his body had obviously felt that several were broken, but in the current situation, he couldn't treat it even if he wanted to treat himself. The black giant walked in the direction of Zhang Luochen, its big feet stepped heavily on the ground, and several mysterious ones had no time to dodge and were crushed by it on the spot. Zhang Luochen gritted his teeth angrily, he stretched out his hands, his right hand, the thunder and lightning light between his palms, continued to converge in his hands, and his left hand, a light blue ball continued to form, and then, it began to emit a little white light. In the sky, thunder and lightning continued to converge in the clouds, and a unicorn-shaped head gradually formed. Shilin. Zhang Luochen stared at the black giant viciously, and the thunder and lightning above his head instantly blasted down and smashed directly into the black giant's body. The black giant was hit by the Qilin, its body stagnated slightly, thunder and lightning continued to fill its body, and the body that was originally standing was a little unsteady. Rasengan plus wind escape. This is the first time I have used this trick, Zhang Luochen said in a cold voice. In the next second, his left hand began to change continuously, and a huge white shuriken was constantly spinning. Wind escape spiral shuriken. Zhang Luochen's figure rushed straight towards the black giant, and the wind escape spiral shuriken in his hand instantly collided with the black giant. Kirin plus Feng Dun spiral shuriken. The black giant's body retreated continuously, its chest was sunken, and its body fell heavily to the ground. The black giant was enraged, and the chain in his hand was thrown in the direction of Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen was just about to dodge, but there was a piercing pain in his body. But in the next second, a golden light suddenly covered Zhang Luochen. Yao Guang. Bailey Fat used Yao Guang to fly Zhang Luochen out, and the black giant's chain smashed to the ground, setting off bursts of smoke and dust. Fat. Zhang Luochen looked at the Yao Guang around him. We are a team, and we can't let you go into danger alone. Seeing his companions appear and protect him, Zhang Luochen's heart suddenly warmed, because, with these companions, he was no longer alone, and when there was danger, his back could be handed over to his companions. But just before they could be happy, the mysterious aura of the 3rd Klein realm rose into the sky. Zhang Luochen's face suddenly turned pale, and the first Klein he proudly injured it by stimulating his potential, but it was only injured, and the huge body of the white bear was already walking slowly towards them. The second Klein, Zhang Luochen had already used all his energy to resist, and also created an opportunity for them to escape. However, now the 3rd Klein suddenly appeared, and everyone's faces suddenly changed. The 3rd Klein realm is mysterious, a giant gray sparrow galloping through the tumbling fog, and the loud sound of the bird echoes in the air. Its figure rushed straight towards Lin Xie and Jialan on the other side, and the strength of the sparrow was so terrifying that it directly knocked their bodies out. At the same time, the white giant bear and the black giant attacked Zhang Luochen and the others at the same time. Zhang Luochen immediately controlled the white paper and yellow sand in front of them. Run! Shen Qingzhu immediately drained the air in front of him, and several people quickly fled in the opposite direction. Their current situation was completely unable to cope with the mystery of the 2 Klein realms. The iron chain in the black giant's hand smashed heavily towards Zhang Luochen and the others, and the heavy iron chain smashed to the ground, setting off billowing smoke. Bailey Fat snorted, his whole body flew out backwards, a mouthful of blood spat out of his mouth. Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers repeatedly, and countless high-pressure air walls turned into sharp blades and slashed at the black giant. However, they were all smashed by the head chains in the other party's hands. The madman Xiao Yuan, who was covered in scars, swung his knife up, but his knife didn't even have time to cut down, and his body was directly knocked out. Yen done. Suzu can add the Earth Life Sword. A long sword formed by black flames suddenly appeared, slashing directly towards the black giant. The black giant saw this, threw out the head chain in his hand, and the black flame kept burning on the head flame. In the next second, Zhang Luochen's Susanunghu disappeared instantly, and at this moment, Zhang Luochen's spiritual power gradually bottomed out. If he hadn't had 1/3 of the power of the 9 tails, he would have been knocked down long ago. Dealing with the mystery of the 2 Klein realms in succession was already beyond his ability for him in the sea realm, and at this moment, the sky above his head suddenly darkened rapidly, and a touch of the purest darkness, like ink invading the water, was impregnated and opened on the sky dome. Under the dark night, a woman wearing a star gauze skirt grabbed the neck of the Klein realm Greyfinch with one hand and walked out of the dark portal expressionlessly. The powerful aura of horror suddenly spread throughout the battlefield, and all the mysteries turned their heads at the same time, all looking at the extreme black on the edge of the sky. Zhang Luochen and the others also stopped all the movements in their hands, slowly raised their heads, and looked at the sky. Everyone had different expressions. This is the breath of the gods? Shen Qingzhu felt the woman's breath, and her pupils contracted suddenly. She is indeed a god, but she has no substance. She is just a god in a soul state. And Xingyu stared at her illusory body. But how did she come out of Chiye's body? Bailey Fat asked, puzzled. Zhang Luochen exhaled heavily, because he knew that from this moment on, someone would take over this battlefield. No need to guess, she is Chiye's godmother. Zhang Luochen suddenly spoke. Hearing this answer, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. eyes, and they looked even more incredulous. You say, this is the Seven Knights godmother? Bailey Pang said in surprise. Yes, don't you think that this Dark Knight's ability is very familiar? Zhang Luochen spoke. Everyone looked at the extreme black on the edge of the sky, and the Dark Knight that came was indeed very similar to Lin Xia's ability as usual. Okay, we don't have to worry about it, there is a fucking here, and we will kill indiscriminately below the top. Zhang Luochen sat down directly, and a pale green light appeared between his palms, and he began to heal himself. It's you, want to hurt my child? Nix's voice was unusually cold, and Bailey Fat and the others heard it clearly, and hearing this voice further confirmed Zhang Luochen's answer. It seems that I was too conservative at first, and the world was too crazy. And Xingyu couldn't help but speak, and then looked at Zhang Luochen who was healing himself. Help me treat it too. And me. Zhang Luochen, who was healing, raised his head slightly, and all the mysteries lined up and crashed towards Lin Xia's knife like a conveyor belt, one after another to die. Of course, it also includes the mystery of the three Klein realms. Anyway, from this moment on, a large number of nurses will appear in Lin Xia's mental hospital. I'll go, 300 mysteries will be solved like this? Bailey Pang looked at this scene in the air. But why did you let Qi kill them? And Xingyu asked puzzled. This is his own secret, and we can't guess it. Zhang Luochen spoke, and then sighed slightly. Anyway, this guy is hanging up again today. Ha, how did they go somewhere else? After Bailey Fat saw that the 300 mysterious were all sent to death by themselves, the figures of Lin Xie and Nix disappeared into the air. Yes, there is still something to do, we can just wait here for Qi to come. Zhang Luochen spoke. Zhang Luochen knew what they were going to do. Nix could leave the hospital now, so Nix's treatment progress had reached 100%, so Lin Xie needed to extract the last ability. Of course, this time with the help of Merlin, it is also a kind of cheating. Therefore, what is the regret of slaying the gods? Of course, Lin Xie has obviously drawn extraordinary fertility, but he has been replaced again. It didn't take long for Nix's figure to appear again, and Zhou Ping also rushed over from another place. Lin Xie was absorbing the origin of the night. Senior Juggernaut, it seems like it's about to die. Bailey Pang looked up at the sky. He's about to turn away. Zhang Luochen spoke. Then don't we have any other way? Bailey Pang asked. We may not have a way, but they may have. Zhang Luochen looked at Nix on the edge of the sky. The two were talking about something, and Lin Xie reappeared in front of the two of them after absorbing the origin of the night. In the next second, Zhou Ping stabbed the Qiyuan, long sword in his hand into the earth, and the clear sword intense sword into the sky, and the crisp and loud sword sound echoed between heaven and earth, and the rolling sword energy mixed with the sword laws rushed out of the void. Sword intent, sword qi, and sword law frantically poured into the Qiyuan, long sword. The sword qi around Zhou Ping instantly skyrocketed, turning into a raging ocean of sword qi, and Zhou Ping's body burst into blood mist one after another. His body was about to disappear. In the sky, Zhou Ping's figure was dissipating little by little, and everyone on the ground saw Nix reaching out and grabbing it in the void, not knowing what she had done. Senior Juggernaut, can you really come back? Bailey Fat looked at the sky and spoke. I believe it will. Zhang Luochen said firmly. They all disappeared, and Xingyu looked at the sky. Nix also disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, and in the air, only Lin Xie was left, standing there alone, slowly falling to the ground. Let's go. Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand, and a yellow sand platform appeared under everyone's feet, suspended them in the air and floated in the direction of Lin Xie. Everyone entered the fog and came to Lin Xie's side. Lin Xie looked up at everyone slightly, holding the heart that belonged to Zhou Ping in his hand. 7 Knights, Senior Juggernaut really has a chance to come back? Bailey Pang looked at the heart in Lin Xie's hand. Lin Xie was silent for a moment, and then said, Mother won't lie, she is serious, she is true. At this time, Lin Xie looked towards the night in the east. Jialan asked softly, what are you thinking? I'm thinking, the name of our team. Name? Have you thought about it? Maybe. Lin Xie slowly spoke. Our team, along the way, we have gained and lost. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. Naturally he already had the answer in his heart. This squad will completely have its own name from today onwards, and this name will also resound throughout Daxia in the future. Our name is Night Squad. I like it very much. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. It's domineering. I have no problem. Xin Xingzhu said. I have no objection either. Chao Yuan replied. I like it too. And Xingyu said. Whatever 7 Knights say, it's what? Jialan said. Zhang Er, who was floating in the air, also nodded in agreement. Before Bailey Fat could speak, Lin Xie directly took over the chatterbox. Okay, then our team will be called Night in the future, and when we go back, we will report this name. Zhang Luochen waved his hand, and a platform made of yellow sand also appeared under Lin Xie's feet, and everyone was suspended in the air, and then flew towards the broken city. And at this moment, Lin Xie's face suddenly changed, and Zhang Luochen on the side noticed the change in Lin Xie. Zhang Luochen said, did you find out too? Lin Xie nodded. You already knew? I found it when I dealt with those mysteries before. Zhang Luochen said. Bailey Fat looked at the two of them curiously, and said suspiciously, what did you find? The wind god is gone, but the city is still moving, and that direction is the direction of going going home. Zhang Luochen said slowly. The others were full of doubts, but at this moment they also found clues. Yes, why can this city continue to fly, and it is still guided in the direction of going home? Because there is a sword that has been supporting the city to return to its place. That sword is the sword that belongs to the Juggernaut Senior. It is his third sword, the sword that guides us home. Lin Chiye spoke. But at this moment, a cold divine power suddenly swept in, and everyone frowned again.
What is the situation that a god appears again? And Xingyu frowned and looked at the sky.
It's okay, someone will take care of this for us, and we don't need to care about the rest.
Lin Chiye spoke.
Zhang Luochen was treating other wounded on the side, and after his treatment, except for some of the particularly seriously injured, he had completed all the treatment. Of course, there was Chen Han's help. It didn't take long for that huge divine power to suddenly disappear, and everyone's hanging hearts also fell, although they didn't know what happened, but they knew that there would always be some people helping them in the dark. It should not be far from the border of Daxia.
And Xingyu looked down at the dense formulas written on the road and spoke. At this distance, there should be no more danger, right?
Bailey Fat asked tentatively.
It shouldn't be, Xiao Yuan said.
I can finally go back, it's too dangerous in the fog.
Bailey Fat sat on the ground.
Lin Chiye held the heart covered by the night with both hands, sat quietly on the roof, looking into the distance, and did not participate in other people's communication. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You can get 2 opportunities to extract ability, whether to extract it now. Zhang Luochen, who had just finished his treatment work, had not had time to rest when he was suddenly startled by the sudden system sound.
Draw now.
A huge turntable appeared in front of him, and the turntable began to rotate rapidly from fast to slow. Congratulations to the host, get the ability, Toad Immortal Technique, get the Immortal Mode.
Zhang Luochen was pleasantly surprised. This time his luck was so good, he actually obtained the Immortal Mode, which can absorb
the energy of nature and create Immortal Chakra, while improving his own attack in all directions, defense, and range perception.
All of his abilities can also be greatly improved.
At this time, the system's voice sounded again. Since the current host ability is the Sea Realm, the Immortal Mode time can only last for 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. When he was watching anime at that time, he remembered that Naruto's Immortal Mode could last for 5 minutes, and he used the Shadow Clone to extend the time of Immortal Mode. I don't know if Zhang Luochen, who now has 1/3 of the chakra of the 9 tails, can use this method to give it a try. It seems that he needs to find a time to give it a try.
And at this moment, just as he was about to extract the second ability,
Zhang Luochen's face suddenly changed, because he obviously felt another powerful aura suddenly enveloping him. Zhang Luochen withdrew from the system mode, his thoughts returned to reality, and at the same time, he found that Lin Chiye's face had also changed, and his mental power perception should have sensed this change.
Are you coming?
Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. Lin Chiye suddenly got up and looked at the seaside, his brows furrowed suddenly.
What's wrong? 7 nights? See the mainland?
Bailey Pang asked excitedly. No, I saw a person standing on the sea. Lin Chiye's face was solemn.
Standing people? Could it be Commander Yi? And Xingyu said.
No, he has a boat under his feet, but I can't see what it looks like.
Lin Chiye looked at Zhang Luochen. Can your eyes see clearly?
Because of the fog, I can't see clearly.
Zhang Luochen said.
Let's go, let's take a look.
Lin Chiye turned to look at Chen Han and handed him the heart in his hand.
You two are here to guard. You must protect the heart of the Juggernaut Senior. Everyone stepped on the somersault cloud and flew towards the sea. Everyone stepped on the somersault cloud and flew towards the sea. Passing through the sea, a figure gradually appeared in front of them. I only saw that on the surface of the sea, a flat boat appeared, quietly suspended on the sea, and at the same time, a rickety figure was sitting in it, accompanied by a slight cough. I saw him wearing a cloak, carrying a long knife around his waist, and his dry silvery white hair fluttering gently in the mist. In the next second, a cloud of blood mist suddenly burst out of his shoulder, which turned into white silk threads and dissipated in the air. Lin Chiye froze in place, because the man was wearing a mask on his face, and that mask, he was all too familiar with it. On that mask, a person was written in black font, and the word was King.
Huadao?
And Xingyu saw the blood mist on his shoulders and immediately understood what was going on. After all, such a thing happened to Zhou Ping just now. And Xingyu, Zhang Er, and Jialan did not know Wang Mian, but Lin Chiye, Bailey Fat Pang, Xiao Yuan, and Shin Qingzhu suddenly stayed in place, while Zhang Luochen stood aside a little overwhelmed.
One face?
Lin Chiye spoke tentatively. Several people looked at the figure in front of them in confusion. The mask was obviously so familiar, but it was clear that Wang Mian was the captain of the special squad of Klein. How did he step into the divine realm? Wang Mian didn't answer. His deep eyes stared at the few people in front of him, and then slowly closed his eyes, his old hand on his waist. And at this moment, Yi Yuan slowly came out of its sheath. The blade emitted a light blue light, and the next moment, his right hand slashed towards these 8 figures. Snap! One foot took a step forward and stepped on the sea stagnated by time, splashing a splash. Wang Mian's old eyes suddenly opened, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief, and at the same time, a cloud of yellow sand suddenly spread to his arm. Among the 8 people who should have been frozen by time, the woman woman in the dark blue robe actually blocked the front of the other few people. At the same time, there was also a figure that actually controlled the yellow sand to seal his next move, and behind the two of them, the 6 figures were frozen in place by time. You guys, I almost forgot, you are also here during this time period. Then, Wang Mian turned his head to look at Zhang Luochen on the side. Who are you? Why is there suddenly another person in this timeline? Zhang Luochen was stunned. Of course he knew why he was here, because he had crossed over, and there was indeed no Zhang Luochen here, but at this time, he was actually seen through by Wang Mian at a glance. I see, there are many different changes in this timeline. Wang Mian's tone was a little cold. Who are you? What do you want to do? Jialan spoke coldly. Now she didn't have time to care about why Zhang Luochen was not affected. She just wanted to find out who the man in front of her was. Ding! He is the captain of the mask team. He should have come back from the future, but after everything he has experienced. Zhang Luochen spoke. The future? Jialan was obviously a little difficult to digest, and the person in front of him turned out to be back from the future. Wang Mian smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that you still know a lot. No, strictly speaking, there should be no you here. Zhang Luochen nodded. You want to ask me why it appeared? I don't know why, but Captain Wang Mian, there are some things, even if you know the result, you can't change it in the long river of time. Can't change? The face under the mask of the word king couldn't help but twitch. Zhang Luochen nodded slightly. Even in the future, Lin Chia knows the ending and wants to cross the long river of time to start in advance. He will still be useless. Really? Wang Mian said coldly. How do you know if you don't try? They'll be back. Zhang Luochen opened tentatively. And hearing this, Wang Mian's face suddenly changed, and the right hand holding Yuan made an imperceptible movement. And Zhang Luochen looked at Wang Mian in front of him even more nervously. If the current Wang Mian could be moved by his words, then would the next thing in the Japanese circle not happen, and many things would not happen. But in the next second, Wang Mian took a deep breath, unconsciously clenched the Yuan in his hand, and slowly said, I finally came. If I go back without doing anything, it won't be in vain. No, Zhang Luochen was just about to stop it. But in the next second, the Mandarin Yuan in Wang Mian's hand suddenly swung out, and time flowed rapidly on the surface of Mandarin Yuan, and an extremely powerful and huge blade poured into the seabed under his feet, and then, a huge deep-sea vortex extended under everyone's feet. I'll go, do it if you say do it. Zhang Luochen took a few steps back in a row, and Jialan on the side had a solemn face. In that case, let's use you, the king face who stepped into the divine realm, to practice your hands. Zhang Luochen's face changed, and, the next second, his eyes began to change, and an orange-yellow pattern appeared at the corner of his eye, as if he had painted eyeshadow. A horizontal bar appeared in his eyeballs, which were the eyes of a frog, and he absorbed the power of nature all over him. Immortal mode. Zhang Luochen stretched out one hand, and a white spiral began to spin wildly. Wind escape, spiral shuriken. It was thrown towards the king's face, and the white shuriken became bigger and bigger when it was about to touch the king's face. Wang Mian's face changed slightly, and the Yuan in his hand was swung out again, and the powerful forces collided together, and the surrounding waves were instantly lifted. On the other side, the heavenly gate in Jia Lan's hand attacked like lightning, but a terrifying blade on the king's face slashed directly on Jia Lan's body, although it did not leave a scar, but the powerful force directly shook Jia Lan away, and her figure disappeared in front of her eyes. Wang Mian turned his head to look at Zhang Luochen again. The aura on your body is very strange, and this power can actually compete with me. Zhang Luochen clenched the straight knife in his hand. This was the first time he had used the immortal mode, and he himself did not expect that he would block the domineering blow of the face of the God King. Bang! You can obviously change the ending. Wang Mian said slowly. No, even if the process is a little different, the ending will not be different, because we have already been trapped in it and have become part of our destiny without realizing it. Zhang Luochen spoke. Really? Wang Mian turned his head slightly, and the 6 figures frozen by time poured into the vortex and disappeared into the depths of the seabed. And the king's face also disappeared from the sea. And Zhang Luochen looked around. On the sea, only he was alone, and the other members of the 5th Special Squad all disappeared on this sea. Zhang Luochen was alone, looking at the boundless ocean. Zhang Luochen stood quietly on the sea alone, looking at the endless sea around him, and all his teammates disappeared without a trace. What can we do now? Lin Chia and the others will appear in Tianyuan in 2 years, and Jialan. The key is not knowing where she is in the fog. Zhang Luochen was thinking, but at this moment, a vortex suddenly appeared again on the originally calm sea, and a powerful attraction was about to absorb Zhang Luochen's whole person. What is this? Zhang Luochen was puzzled, and quickly formed a pair of huge wings behind his back using white paper, and his body quickly flew towards the air. But the powerful absorption ability continued. Zhang Luochen's body did not rise, even descended. It seems that I have to go through this Japanese circle. Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand, and countless paper cranes flew quickly towards the sky. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Luochen wiped off the pair of wings behind his back, allowing the vortex to suck himself in, and in the same way, countless paper cranes were sucked into the vortex. Not long after, Zhang Luochen's body was completely submerged on the the sea, and the vortex on the sea disappeared as Zhang Luochen disappeared. On the surface of the sea, countless white papers floated in it, and the seawater soaked the white paper and floated on the sea at will, and at this moment, a paper crane formed by white paper slowly flew into the air, flew towards the distant sky, and finally disappeared between the sky. A layer of haze completely obscured the originally blue sky, and the waves kept hitting the deep black reef on the coast. Except for the sound of the crashing waves, everything around seemed so quiet that the road is a few hundred meters away from this beach. But at this moment, in the sky above the sea, in a void, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Ah! A sharp scream pierced the sky. Fortunately it was still far from the road, and there were no other people here, so it did not cause disturbance. Thump! The figure fell into the sea, setting off a large splash, and not long after, a head emerged from the sea. I'll go, good you king's face, and get me into the water directly.
Zhang Luochen cursed as he swam towards the shore.
When he came to the shore, all his clothes were soaked with seawater. Zhang Luochen looked around. This was a beach, but there was no one there, and the nearest road was a few hundred meters away. Zhang Luochen used fire escape to dry all the clothes on his body, but at this time, he was surprised to find that when he used fire escape, nothing seemed to come out of the clouds. Zhang Luochen didn't need to verify this place to know that what he dropped was the Japanese circle, and the entire Japanese circle was on the Yada mirror. There is also a technology company called Pure Land, and there is also an oracle, where the oracle is the agent of the gods in the human circle, conveying the will of the gods, wherever they go, as if the gods are there. And the oracle envoys are all transformers, all of whom are transformers of the Klein realm. And in the middle of the clouds, there was a thunder beast, which was a dark blue, cat-like divine beast that was raised by the gods of Gao Tian Yuan and the Yada mirror as a vessel spirit, named Thunder Beast. Therefore, when Lin Qiye and the others first arrived, as long as they used the forbidden ruins, the Thunder Beast's eyes would search for their location. Moreover, the Thunder Beast is also the most feared existence of all oracle envoys. However, when Zhang Luochen used fire escape just now, he did not feel the gaze from the Thunder Beast. Subsequently, he tried the Sharingan, as well as the Shikiji dance and the San Ninjutsu, and the Thunder Beast also did not appear. Zhang Luochen pondered for a moment and quickly found the answer. Strictly speaking, my ability is not called Forbidden Ruins, and it is a ninjutsu category itself, so the Thunder Beast here will not have any effect on me. After figuring this out, Zhang Luochen was naturally relieved, so the most important thing at the moment was to find other teammates. I don't know how many years my time period is. I remember, the first to log in was Bailey Fat, 50 years earlier than the others, then Xiao Yuan 2 years earlier, then Enxingyu and Jiang Er, a year and a half in advance, Shin Xingju a year in advance, and finally Lin Xie. Zhang Luochen recalled the timeline in the plot of slaying the god, but he didn't know the timeline he had arrived at. It seems that you can only go to the street to find clues first. Zhang Luochen was about to leave this beach, but as soon as he took 2 steps, he suddenly froze in place, because a very difficult problem was placed in front of him. He is now in Japan, and he doesn't understand Japanese at all, and he has no money. Zhang Luochen suddenly had mixed feelings and muttered to himself, Lin Qiye has Merlin, you can learn it directly, what should I do? What do I have? Yes, I have a system. Thinking of this, Zhang Luochen slowly closed his eyes. System, can you let me learn Japanese quickly? Zhang Luochen also tried to communicate with the system for the first time, and he didn't know what kind of results would happen, and he thought this system is the Hokage system, and the Hokage is a Japanese anime, so it shouldn't be difficult to learn Japanese. The ability to detect the needs of the host and learn Japanese can be obtained by extracting ability. The sound of the system sounded in Zhang Luochen's ears. Extraction ability? Is this a capability? Isn't this a bit of a joke? Zhang Luochen thought to himself, is there any way to directly obtain this ability? If the host wants to obtain a certain ability, the host needs to provide equivalent items for exchange. Exchange equivalent items? What does that mean? Zhang Luochen thought to himself, and then, as if thinking of something, he spoke, I still have a chance to extract my ability. I give up this opportunity. The equivalent exchange terms proposed by the host cannot be exchanged and require more chips. If the host wants to unlock an ability in advance, the host needs to spend 3 opportunities to extract the ability, and at the same time, must complete an S-level task. When Zhang Luochen heard this, he couldn't help but hesitate. He didn't expect that just wanting to learn a language quickly would cost so much, the ability to draw 3 times, and complete a task. In the past, it was the ability to complete a task to obtain 2 extractions, that is to say, this time there is 1 left without extraction, which is directly wasted. In addition, completing a task and giving up 3 opportunities just to learn a language? Zhang Luochen couldn't help but start to hesitate. Forget it, waste it, I accept it. The host accepts the conditions. The host has learned Japanese, and then issue an S-level mission, asking the host to become Japan's first cowherd, and control the entire Japanese circle. If not, half of the capacity will be recovered. Zhang Luochen stood in place, not knowing how to complain. What does it mean to become the #1 cowherd in Japan? When I came here, I had to work as a cowherd, and this idea never appeared in Zhang Luochen's mind. What a system, so good at playing, right? Zhang Luochen complained weakly weakly, but after all, it was a task he had undertaken, and he had to complete it with tears in his eyes. Zhang Luochen came to the street, the most important thing at the moment. First figure out the time period he was in, walking on the street, the slogans and street signs written on it. He who had learned Japanese, he could naturally understand.
Yokohama, this is the news that Zhang Luochen has just mastered. His place is Yokohama, Japan. If he remembers correctly, the place where Lin Chiye came was also Yokohama.
It was noon, and there were many people of all kinds on the streets. Zhang Luochen was wearing casual clothes, and his clothes were obviously a little out of place here. Walking on the street, it has attracted the attention of many people, frequently turned back, and is even about to become the focus of this street. You have to change your clothes first. Zhang Luochen looked at a clothing store on the side of the road, walked in, and chose a well-fitting outfit to put on himself.
Hello, a total of 1,000 yen.
The shop owner said with a hunched smile.
Boss, may I ask, is there a calendar here? Zhang Luochen asked.
The boss pointed to the corner of the table. There was indeed a calendar on it, but there was no mark on it, and Zhang Luochen didn't know what day of the week it was. But when his eyes saw the year on it, he couldn't help but be stunned for a second.
Sorry, may I ask what this year is? Zhang Luochen asked. This year? New era 99 years.
The boss replied. Zhang Luochen reached out and took out a piece of paper money from his pocket, put it on the table, and then walked out of the store directly. He had just seen what the money here looked like, so he used the paper dance in advance to turn a blank piece of paper into the appearance of paper money. Of course, according to their method, no matter how much they checked, they couldn't find out. Zhang Luochen came to a corner where no one was around, holding the clothes he had changed before, and a flame in his hand instantly ignited, and these clothes instantly turned into a ball of ash, and then, a ball of water directly washed it away. Then, his brows couldn't help but furrow, recalling the story of the original plot, and Xingyu clearly said at that time that the time they logged in was the 101st year of the new era, and Lin Chiye was a year and a half later than him, and Chao Yuan was a year earlier than him, so Chao Yuan's login time should be 100 years of the new era.
In other words, the current Zhang Luochen is 1 year earlier than them. In addition, Bailey Fat is fat, and the time he arrived is the 51st year of the new era, which means that the current Fat is already sitting on the futon. That place should be near Hokkaido. Zhang Luochen squatted in place and kept thinking. According to the current timeline, if you want to complete the tasks assigned by the system, it should rely on this year. Whether it is controlling the Japanese circle or becoming the #1 cowherd in Japan, this is not so easy to complete. Bailey Fat Pang is Lingbao Tianzuan, and he doesn't need to worry about himself. Let's let him stay on that futon for a while. It's important to complete the task. If he doesn't complete it, he will be directly withdrawn half of his ability, and he doesn't want to live in this world of slaying gods. Just as Zhang Luochen was thinking, he suddenly sensed a different aura walking slowly towards him, and the distance was getting closer and closer. Bang! Zhang Luochen transformed into a small fly and flew to the roof, his eyes fixed on one of the places. He saw a man in a white robe walking on the street, and his eyes were fixed on where Zhang Luochen was just now. The rest of the people on the street all knelt on the ground towards him, but the man in the white robe didn't even look at them. His expression was cold. Oracle envoy? Seeing this outfit, Zhang Luochen guessed a general idea in his heart. Coming for me? Discovered? The oracle in the white robe came to the place where Zhang Luochen was just now, looked at the mass on the ground that had been washed away by the water, leaving a little bit of ash, and examined it carefully. Seeing this scene, Zhang Luochen was even more convinced that he was coming for him. He looked at the rows of cameras on the street. Obviously, they discovered his existence through surveillance. Moreover, the Japanese circle has their own number since birth. Suicide here is illegal. Everything here is a gift from the gods, and so far, it has only experienced 4 generations. Strictly speaking, this country is sick. Zhang Luochen didn't care about this oracle, and each oracle was a transformation of the Peak of Klein, and it was obviously unwise to conflict with them now. In a mountain forest, Zhang Luochen regained his original appearance, and he was sure that there was no surveillance here to shine on him. Mu done.
In the mountains and forests, a small house rose from the ground and suddenly sat in the middle of this mountain forest. Zhang Luochen pushed open the wooden door and walked in. Hey, fortunately, there is Mu done, otherwise there is no place to live. Zhang Luochen said helplessly. Now he has no identity. If he goes to stay in a hotel, he is easy to be discovered. Before he has a plan, he may directly become cannon fodder, or he can be imprisoned for 2 years like Chao Yuan. He can't stand it. By the way, Yurina is in Yokohama. She is the head of the future Kasasatsu family. Go find her first. Maybe there may be some breakthrough. Zhang Luochen thought to himself. At night, Zhang Luochen was walking on the streets of Yokohama. He specially put a hat on himself, plus the same clothes as everyone else, and his current appearance would not be seen by others. The night shrouded the land of Yokohama, and there were not many people on the streets at night. After all, this place was not particularly prosperous, and there was no nightlife to speak of, and late at night, it was more of staying at home. It should be in this area. Zhang Luochen relied on his memory to come to a place not far from the seaside. Now Yurina hasn't lived in that container yet. She should still live in the house left by her mother, but she doesn't know what those who want debts will do to her. Bite. At this moment, a team of 6 or 7 people suddenly suddenly appeared in Zhang Luochen's eyes, each wearing a black suit, and rushed in one direction.
Hurry up, don't let that little girl run away. The boss said that he would catch her no matter what today.
Zhang Luochen heard the conversation of several people, his face couldn't help but change, and he turned into a fly and followed. It didn't take long for Zhang Luochen to see another place on the street, a little girl wearing a cherry blossom kimono on a black background hiding in the dark, and her whole body was shivering, and the men in black suits walked in her direction with hideous faces, showing their ugly faces one by one.
Yurina? Zhang Luochen's figure appeared in the middle of the two. Want to move her? Past my level first.
Several people in black suits all gathered together, and Zhang Luochen was slightly stunned when they saw Zhang Luochen appear out of thin air, but their expressions quickly became very hideous.
Boy, I advise you not to meddle in your own business, one of the men in a black suit said coldly. Zhang Luochen looked at the few people in front of him, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Hanchuan sees people? Several people looked at each other, and just now the man said, I don't understand what you're saying. So, Yusukuri Wamai? Zhang Luochen asked tentatively.
Hearing this name, the faces of those people suddenly changed. It seemed that this name Zhang Luochen was right. They were Yusukuri Waba's subordinates.
The reason why Yurina was hunted down was because Tsukasa Kenkawa wanted to get the hidden royal blood on her body and the calamity knife. Now it seems that this batch in Yokohama is still under Yusukuri Wamai, and the place where Tsukasa Samokawa was attacked is probably in Osaka. However, this Yusukuri Wabu was really useless. According to the original plot, when Lin Xia arrived, he really caught Yurina.
And from the point of view now, this chase has started for at least 2 years, a full 2 years, until Lin Xia arrived and they caught it, and now Yurina is only 10 years old.
No matter who you are the one who will get into this trouble,
the man in the black suit said coldly. Then, the man in black behind him rushed up, brandished the weapon in his hand and rushed in the direction of Zhang Luochen.
The dance of the paper.
A large pile of white paper kept flying from the sky, firmly tying up the bodies of several men in black, and directly tying them into mummies. Zhang Luochen walked slowly to the leader, waved his hand, and a piece of white paper flew away from his body, releasing his mouth and nose. The man who regained the air took a big breath of air, but his companion had already suffocated to death. At the same time, a piece of white paper flew to Yurina's eyes, covering all this in front of her. Zhang Luochen came to the leader and slowly squatted down. I have a question. Where is Yusukuri Wabu?
I don't know anything. I'm just a part-time worker.
The man was extremely panicked, completely gone with the arrogance he had just made.
It seems that you didn't hear me clearly. Zhang Luochen spoke coldly.
The man hesitated, but he still told Yusukuri Wamai's address.
Okay, then, go to death.
Zhang Luochen got up slowly, and a piece of white paper directly covered his mouth and nose, completely silent.
Zhang Luochen walked up to Yurina and took her little hand. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, I'm here to save you. Pulling Yurina and returning to the street, Zhang Luochen took off the white paper from Yurina's eyes. He said in a gentle tone, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Those who bully you have been driven away by me, and no one will bully you in the future. Yurina nodded obediently. Who are you?
Zhang Luochen smiled knowingly. I was just passing by and happened to see them bullying you. At this moment, the light of several flashlights lit up not far away, and Yurina's heart tightened, and she immediately took Zhang Luochen's hand and ran towards another place. Zhang Luochen was stunned. He also saw those rays of light, but it seemed that he didn't need to run. He could beat it. You just beat them away. They will definitely call more people. We must run quickly, Yurina said in a low voice. The two of them came to an alley, and then walked into one of the huts. The area of the house was not very large, and the facilities inside were also very simple.
This should be Yurina's home. Fortunately, they don't know where my home is.
Yurina finally breathed a sigh of relief when she returned home.
Little Yuli, are you back? I'm back. A smile appeared on Yurina's face. Grandma Crane, I also brought a guest back. Are there any guests? An old man walked out of one of the rooms and saw Zhang Luochen dressed in black, and immediately beckoned Zhang Luochen to sit down.
Quick, sit down, I'll go make a cup of tea for the guests. Grandma, you go back to your room and rest. Just leave the matter of entertaining guests to me.
Yurina helped Grandma Crane back to the room.
When he turned around, he saw Zhang Luochen still standing at the door, and his brows furrowed slightly. Come in quickly. What are you still standing at the door for? Close the door quickly, otherwise you will be discovered again. Zhang Luochen walked into the door and carefully closed the door. Now they have at least one place to live. If they don't show up,
they don't know when they will move into the container. It seems that they will go out to solve the hidden dangers of Yokohama first.
Not long after, Yurina held a cup of hot tea in front of Zhang Luochen.
What's your name? Yurina asked.
Zhang Luochen was slightly stunned. He should give himself a Japanese name. He thought about it and then spoke. Uchiha Luochen.
Uchiha Luochen? Yurina chanted the name. Thank you just now. No thanks. Have you encountered anything difficult? Zhang Luochen asked.
My father owed money, and they all came to ask for debts, Yurina said, lowering her head slightly. What about your father? How could they think you are rich?
Zhang Luochen spoke. I don't know where my father is, Yurina said. Don't worry, no one will bully you again in the future.
Zhang Luochen said, moreover, you have to believe that your father father loves you, and he has left the best protection by your side.
Yurina was stunned for a moment and then stared at Zhang Luochen with her big eyes. Really? But why didn't he come to us?
Zhang Luochen smiled slightly, reached out and touched Yurina's head. Don't worry, at a certain time, he will come to you, and now he may have important things to do, because he wants to protect his most important person.
Yurina nodded as if she understood.
Thank you, but I'm still a little embarrassed to get you involved in this matter.
Don't worry, I'm very good at fighting, I'm not afraid.
Zhang Luochen smiled and said, so, remember, there is hope in life. Don't think about committing suicide.
Hearing this, Yurina was slightly stunned. Suicide? Suicide is illegal. I know, so, I can't do it.
Zhang Luochen always kept smiling, and then, he suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, I saved you today, so can you do me a favor too?
Yurina looked at Zhang Luochen. Of course, what do you want me to do?
3 years later, Zhang Luochen suddenly discovered that he didn't know exactly what day Lin Xie landed. Please go to this beach every day to take a look.
Why? Yurina asked, puzzled. I'm afraid my friend will get stuck in the reef.
On the dark night, the moonlight shone on the ground, and a figure slowly walked out of an old house and into an unusually quiet street with no one around. Zhang Luochen came out of Yurina's house and looked up at the full moon in the sky, vaguely, as if he could still see the shadow of the god on the moon.
When you are in the circle of people in Japan, you see the same moon.
Zhang Luochen lowered his head slightly and lowered the brim of his hat. Now he had to solve another thing, and just as he turned around and was about to leave, several men also in black suits appeared on the street.
Where did the people go? It should be around here. Maybe hid in the house. Where's the other team? Why are they missing?
Forget it, don't care, let's continue to look. It's really not possible, so let's go door to door. Zhang Luochen lowered his head slightly and walked in their direction, and the men in black suits also noticed Zhang Luochen's existence, but now they were eager to find Yurina and walked directly in front of Zhang Luochen.
By the way, are you looking for a little girl?
Zhang Luochen suddenly stopped. Several men were slightly stunned, and the man at the head looked at Zhang Luochen. Yes, did you see it?
If you can provide information, we will pay you.
Okay, I'm afraid I thought I was wrong. The corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth raised, and a cold smile appeared on his face. That cold aura made several people shudder, and in the next second, a black flame instantly enveloped their whole body. But even so, none of them could make a sound at all, and the whole street was still extremely quiet because the yellow sand covered all their mouths and noses. This time, with Amaterasu's flames, there will be no traces left. Zhang Luochen walked quietly on the street, completely ignoring the few people behind him who were burning with black flames. As he walked, a touch of yellow sand appeared on the soles of Zhang Luochen's feet, suspended his whole body in the air, and flew directly towards the suburbs. In the suburbs, an abandoned warehouse, although it is an abandoned warehouse, is brightly lit inside, like the inside is bright red. A figure riding on yellow sand slowly fell to the ground, and those blood-red eyes looked at the inside of the warehouse.
It should be here.
Zhang Luochen had already seen several figures in the warehouse, and then took out the white spiral mask and put it on himself.
In the warehouse, 2 groups of people have been sent. Why haven't they come back yet? Can't they catch a little girl? Yusukure Wadanai kept pacing back and forth. Those 2 groups of people should not be able to come back.
Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from behind Yusukure Wamai, and everyone in the warehouse was stunned, and several people who reacted faster had already pulled out their pistols and pointed them at each other.
You, who are you?
Suddenly a strange man appeared behind him, and Yusukure Wamai's back felt a chill in his head.
You don't care who I am, I know you're Yusukure Wamai.
Zhang Luochen was playing with a short knife in his hand.
Yusukure Wabu snorted coldly. No matter who you are, how dare you ruin our good deeds, then don't go out alive. Shoot.
In the next second, gunshots continued to sound in the warehouse, bullets shuttled through all corners of the warehouse, and Zhang Luochen was still standing. In place, dense bullets directly passed through his body, as if there was an illusory person standing there, but there was really a person standing there.
Bang bang bang.
The bullets kept penetrating Zhang Luochen's body, and not long after, the gunfire stopped abruptly, and everyone had already emptied their magazines and was changing bullets there.
Then, it's my turn.
Zhang Luochen waved his hand, and a touch of yellow sand directly tied everyone in the warehouse except Yusuke Iwa Dance.
Sand binding coffin.
Clusters of blood mist continued to erupt from their bodies, and in the warehouse, everyone except Yusuke Iwa Mai was silent.
You, result, who is it? We obviously don't know it.
Yusukure Wabu's voice kept trembling, and he staggered, and his whole body fell to the ground, his legs weak, and he couldn't continue to stand up.
I told you, you don't need to know, anyway, you can't live either.
Zhang Luochen said slowly.
I have money, I have a lot of money. How much do you want? How much?
Will I give you? Yusukure Wabu sat on the ground, his body constantly retreating.
If I kill you, I can still get money.
Zhang Luochen smiled and said, also, I know that the IOU you said is fake.
Yusukure Wabu was stunned.
They had been using this IOU, and this IOU was indeed fake, and Yurina's father did not owe them money.
Okay, go die.
Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand and waved his hand, and black flames appeared on everyone's bodies, this time, including Yusukure Wawi. Yusukure Wabu kept rolling on the ground, but the black flames continued to to erode his life, and it didn't take long for him to completely lose his voice. At this moment, a mobile phone rang. Zhang Luochen looked at the table next to him. This mobile phone should be Yusukuri Wamai, and it has been placed on the table next to him. The ringtone of the mobile phone kept ringing. Zhang Luochen walked there and picked up the mobile phone, and a thick voice rang out of the mobile phone.
How is it going? Is it Mr. Well? Who are you?
The voice on the other side immediately became vigilant. No need to contact this number anymore, because everyone here is dead,
Zhang Luochen said lightly.
The other party did not answer. Obviously, Zhang Luochen's words made him stunned, and even a little shocked.
Tell me your name,
Mr. Jing said coldly.
Uchiha Luochen. You don't have to worry, it's you next.
Zhang Luochen smiled lightly.
I hope you can survive.
Mr. Jing listened to the voice on the phone that had been hung up and angrily smashed the phone to the ground.
Zhang Luochen looked around. A black box on the ground caught his attention. Zhang Luochen walked over and put the box on the table.
Although the box has a password, for Zhang Luochen, it is the same as not having it, and when the black box is opened, Zhang Luochen's eyes can't help but light up.
Well, it's really good.
Early the next morning, Urina, who had just woken up, suddenly heard a knock on the door, and she came to the door to open the door after washing her face.
Ha, no one?
Urina looked around and didn't find anyone, and in front of her, there was a black box with a line written on it.
A gift for Urina.
And inside, there are stacks of money, enough for them to live well. Zhang Luochen hid in the dark, smiled slightly, and left a letter in the box, telling her that her father had not abandoned her, and those IOUs were also fake, and hoped that she could resolve this misunderstanding. Okay, it's time to change places. After all, I have to be a coward. On the Shinkansen to Osaka, the train was moving fast on the tracks, and Zhang Luochen closed his eyes in his seat to recuperate. The only advantage of the Shinkansen is that there is no need to verify identity information. As long as you have money, you can sit on it, which Zhang Luochen has seen as early as the original plot. Moreover, now the problem of money has also been solved. Last night from Yusukuri Wabu's box, Zhang Luochen took some for his own use, and gave the rest to Urina. After all, you can't fool it with a blank piece of paper every time.
After more than 2 hours, the train finally arrived at Osaka Station, and Zhang Luochen wore a hat and mask to deliberately avoid all surveillance and walked out of the train. The city here is not much different from Yokohama, with modern cities everywhere and some ancient Japanese buildings in the distance.
For these scenery, Zhang Luochen didn't stay too long. After all, he didn't come here to travel.
Osaka's Black Sycamore Club should be in Dotonbori, Osaka,
Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. After all, being in a foreign country, Zhang Luochen was certainly not familiar with this place. He thought for a while, and then saw a taxi parked next to the road. Hey, take a taxi.
Zhang Luochen sighed slightly.
But at this moment, he saw that the people around him were all frozen in place.
Jingle.
The faint sound of wind chimes sounded not far away, echoing softly on the originally noisy and prosperous streets, and the original noises instantly quieted down. The vehicles driving on the road stopped instantly and turned off the engine directly on the road. Everyone, standing in place, looking in a certain direction in horror, their bodies couldn't stop trembling. A man in a white robe appeared from the other side of the street, walked directly to the middle of the road, and stepped on the yellow double line in the middle of the road. Whenever he passed, the people around him immediately knelt on the ground, and those in the car would immediately get out of the car and kneel on the ground like everyone else. Zhang Luochen couldn't help but freeze in place when he saw the white robe figure on the other side of the street, and he understood all this. The oracle messenger, the agent of the gods in the circle, conveys the will of the gods, and controls the world for the gods, so the appearance of the oracle messenger is the will of the gods, wherever they go, as if the gods are there. Wearing a white robe, that is the number 3 oracle, the disaster. When he was in Yokohama before, Zhang Luochen had already avoided his search, but he didn't expect that when he came to Osaka, he had just gotten out of the car and encountered it. Could it be that his whereabouts were exposed again? The number 3 oracle walked slowly in the direction of Zhang Luochen, and a white aura appeared from his left eye, instantly locking Zhang Luochen.
Facial recognition. Retrieving the identity number.
The retrieval failed, and there was no such person.
Electronic silver echoed in the mind of the white-robed oracle. Yohi, you can recognize it while wearing a mask. So smart.
Zhang Luochen slowly took off his mask. After all, it was useless.
Found you, intruder.
Zhang Luochen really couldn't understand that he was so careful. How could he still be found? Those corpses had been cleaned up before.
I'm not an intruder. Zhang Luochen replied extremely sincerely.
The number 3 oracle showed a sneer. There was a lot of movement in Yokohama, and several people in the underworld were killed, and those breaths did not belong to us at all.
Breath? What breath? I don't understand what you're talking about at all. Zhang Luochen was still quibbling.
Oracle number 3 took out a photo, which clearly showed Zhang Luochen having just arrived in Yokohama. His outfit looked out of place, and then he took out a piece of white paper, which was the white paper that Zhang Luochen had used as paper money before. You should be familiar with this blank piece of paper. Don't think that you can escape our eyes by using any method. It's not me, and this blank piece of paper can be seen everywhere.
Zhang Luochen said calmly.
Oracle number 3 sneered. We don't have the material of this white paper here, and your breath is not there. Zhang Luochen smiled helplessly. The high high technology of pure land is really powerful, and he directly distinguished the composition of this blank paper.
Oracle number 3 continued, "Besides, when you see me, why don't you kneel? Why kneel? I am under the will of the gods to rule the world, and wherever I go, if the gods come in person, why don't you kneel? Cut, the real god is coming. I don't kneel, let alone an oracle like you who has a good life."
As soon as Zhang Luochen finished speaking, the straight knife in his hand attacked instantly, and he didn't want to wait for the other party to do it, so that he could fall into passivity. A touch of electricity enveloped the straight knife, and with a hint of light blue lightning, it stabbed directly into the chest of the number 3 oracle. Bell. The blade stabbed at the oracle's chest, but it seemed to be stabbed into an extremely hard steel plate, and even a straight knife with a staggered current could not hurt him in the slightest. Especially, this kind of transformation is the most annoying.
Zhang Luochen scolded.
The oracle raised his palm, pointed his fingertips in the direction of Zhang Luochen, and the earth under his feet burst inch by inch, as if an invisible huge blade cut through the air, slashing straight at Zhang Luochen. The peak aura of Klein broke out instantly. Zhang Luochen's face suddenly changed, and the whole person jumped into the air.
Fire escape, the art of fireball.
A huge fireball rushed straight towards the oracle, but the invisible blade instantly cut the fireball on the spot. The powerful blade continued, and it came to Zhang Luochen at an extremely fast speed, and this time, Zhang Luochen did not choose to dodge. The blade penetrated through his body like this, and the oracle who saw this scene couldn't help but change his face.
Passed through?
The oracle was stunned in place.
It's better to be careful with yourself first.
Zhang Luochen's figure suddenly appeared behind him, and his blood-red eyeballs suddenly turned into a toad's eye.
Immortal mode. The oracle envoy didn't have time to react at all, and what puzzled him even more was that there was already a Zhang Luochen in the air. Why was there another one behind him? Twins.
Wind escape spiral shuriken. The huge white light hit the oracle's back, and his white robe instantly became tattered, and his body flew directly backwards, instantly setting off huge smoke and dust on the ground. In the next second, the oracle came out of the smoke, his body exposed, his clothes were tattered, but his body was still unscathed. This modified body is too perverted. Zhang Luochen muttered to himself. The oracle had a cold face, he didn't expect to be so embarrassed today. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the invisible blade began to condense in front of him, surrounding him like a hurricane.
Dao's high heart domain?
Zhang Luochen naturally understood that the number 3 oracle was a military disaster. This was his ability, and all weapons were his nemesis. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Luochen suddenly appeared behind him again, and the oracle immediately turned around and slashed in the direction behind him. But the next moment, the environment around him changed instantly, no longer the lively street just now, but on a beach.
Here, is it Yokohama?
The oracle stared blankly at the scene around him.
Hey, let's go back to Osaka slowly. Zhang Luochen's shadow clone disappeared in an instant.
The oracle looked at this beach in Yokohama and fell into deep thought. Those who were originally kneeling on the ground slowly got up and saw the oracle disappear in front of their eyes, although they were a little confused, but they didn't think too much about it, and did what they were supposed to do again. Obviously, such things had long been accustomed to them. Zhang Luochen was walking on another street in Osaka. Just now he felt the Dao's high heart domain used by the oracle, and at that moment, he used the flying thunder god technique with the shadow clone to send him back to Yokohama directly. Fortunately, Zhang Luochen had already left his mark on the beach in Yokohama, and after sending the oracle, his shadow clone disappeared directly in place. No matter how the oracle envoy wants to return to Osaka, it is impossible for him to come back in a short time anyway. Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand and called a taxi. Go to Daodun Pavilion. It was already night when he came to Dotonbori. Not that the road was long, but when Zhang Luochen came to Osaka, it was already afternoon, and he met the oracle, so it was already night when he came here. At night, Dotonbori, on this modern street, is very lively, and the dense neon signs on both sides of the road illuminate this place brightly, and this is a good place for nightlife. Zhang Luochen didn't have time to enjoy these scenery. He kept searching the streets for the one he wanted to find, kept walking inside, and soon got out of that bustling street. Zhang Luochen searched several streets according to the description in the original plot, but still didn't see the Black Sycamore Club. Strange, where the hell is it? Zhang Luochen frowned, and at this moment, a middle-aged uncle wearing a black sequin suit came into his eyes. Zhang Luochen looked at the uncle. The black hair on the top of his head was meticulously combed back. The hair was so bright that it could reflect the neon signs on the street, and in the pocket of the sequin suit, there was also a red rose, which looked gorgeous. He must be the store manager of Black Wutong, Uncle Kayasuk. Of course, he also has another identity, Yuri Heija. He is Yurina's father, but also a king blood awakener, and one of the holders of the 9 swords of calamity. It should be him, that's right.
Ha, now I finally realize what it means to come without effort. Zhang Luochen walked up quickly.
Uncle Kayasuk saw a young figure suddenly standing in front of him, and couldn't help but be stunned, looking at Zhang Luochen with some doubts.
You, do what? Uncle Kayasuk asked.
Hello, you must be Uncle Kayasuk. I want to be a coward. I want to be the #1 coward in Japan.
Uncle Kayasuk. His expression was very confused, and then he looked Zhang Luochen up and down. To be honest, after Zhang Luochen
Luochen came to Japan, he had always been dusty, he hadn't even taken a shower, and he had a few fights, and his body was not clean.
Do you know me?
Uncle Kayasuk pointed at himself and spoke with some doubts. You are Uncle Kayasuk, you are such a famous cowherd, I want to worship you as a teacher.
Zhang Luochen said sincerely.
Uncle Kayasuk smiled slightly. Obviously, it was very useful to him to praise such a compliment. It's not so easy to be a coward, you come with me first. Zhang Luochen followed Uncle Kayasuk through a few more streets and came to another relatively remote street corner. There is a two-story storefront, and the decoration of the store is okay from the outside, but it is far away from the bustling street, so it looks particularly deserted compared to the previous place. Moreover, at this time of day, compared to another bustling street, there are not many customers here. The words Black Sycamore Club are hanging above. Uncle Kayasuk walked to the door of the store, opened the elegant and chic door, and saw Zhang Luochen standing in place and said, "What are you still stunned for? Come in." Zhang Luochen immediately followed in the footsteps of Uncle Kayasuk and walked inside. The store was not small, and the decoration inside was even more unique. Uncle Kayasuk walked through the blue-black phantom staircase all the way to the second floor, followed by Zhang Luochen. The second floor is a black and gold-themed bar, and there are independent small boxes, but there is not a single guest on the entire second floor, and the huge floor-to-ceiling windows next to the restaurant can just see the most prosperous main street, and the brilliant neon lights over there can be projected on the walls here. A young man in a white shirt bowed respectfully to Zhang Luochen, his blonde hair standing out in this dimly lit environment. He is Xiao Jin. Strictly speaking, he is not a person, he is the sword soul of the sixth of the 9 knives of the disaster, mischievous pupil, and he is also the sword of the calamity of Yuri Hasia. Xiao Jin, he is not a guest, he is here to apprentice.
Uncle Kayasuk waved his hand and said, "By the way, is there anything to eat in the kitchen?"
Xiao Jin was startled, looked at Zhang Luochen again, and said, "It's all eaten, so I can only do it again." Uncle Kayasuk nodded. "I'll make one." You take him to the back room to take a shower and change into clean clothes. Then, Uncle Kayasuk seemed to have thought of something, and turned back to Zhang Luochen and said, "By the way, let me remind you, we are a serious store here, so don't think about fishing here."
Zhang Luochen nodded. Of course he knew that this was a serious store, and followed Xiao Jin into the room.
"Let's wash it here, we're about the same size. I'll go get you a clean dress." Zhang Luochen walked into the bathroom, he rinsed carefully, after all, he was here to apprentice, but he couldn't just fool around, he always had to be more decent. Xiao Jin had already put the clothes at the door in advance. Zhang Luochen took a shower, looked at the set of clothes in his hand, and fell into deep thought.
"Do you really want to dress like this?"
Zhang Luochen sighed helplessly. "Hey, this system is too pitiful." Zhang Luochen wore a red shirt and sequin suit. He and Xiao Jin were indeed similar in shape, and the clothes did fit very well. However, wearing it on the body, it always feels weird. Looking at himself in the mirror, Zhang Luochen couldn't help but sigh. "Hey, Zhang Luochen, you have fallen." Zhang Luochen pushed open the door of the room and walked outside. Xiao Jin, who was standing outside waiting and saw the new Zhang Luochen, and the whole person froze in place. After all, Zhang Luochen's appearance is not inferior to Lin Xie at all. Uncle Kayasuk took a pork chop rice and put it on the table, turned his head, and happened to see Zhang Luochen walking out, and was instantly stunned. Zhang Luochen washed off the stains on his face, his delicate face was exposed, and the fluffy hair was lucid wool. Coupled with that set of sequin suits, the whole person had an indescribable temperament.
Oh my god, there would be someone like you, you are simply a genius," Uncle Kayasuk said in surprise. "You are a man born for the coward industry." Zhang Luochen couldn't help but freeze in place. "Isn't this line for Lin Xie?" "That, Uncle Kayasuk, you are a regular store here?" Zhang Luochen asked in a low voice.
Uncle Kayasuk said seriously, "Of course, it is normal to serve tea and pour wine for the guests, chat with them, vent their troubles in life, enlighten them, and coax them to be happy."
"Uncle, I believe that under your wise leadership, I will definitely be able to become Japan's top coward and dominate the whole country,"
Zhang Luochen said confidently.
"I didn't expect that it could be used in this place." Uncle Kayasuk was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Yes, I believe you can do it, but since you are going to be an apprentice, then this is in terms of sharing." "Uncle, just tell me," Zhang Luochen said seriously. "Okay, since you are an apprentice, then the income you get will be regarded as your tuition until I think you can become a teacher." Uncle Kayasuk showed an evil smile.
Zhang Luochen doesn't care, his main purpose is to complete the task and become the #1 coward in Japan. It doesn't matter if he is paid or not, anyway, the money he got from Yusukuri Wabu can be used for a while. No problem, as long as Uncle Ryosuke helps me fulfill my dream.
Zhang Luochen's expression was extremely sincere. "Okay, I like you like this, ha ha ha." Uncle Ryosuke laughed and said, "By the way, I don't know your name yet." "Uchiha Luochen." "Okay, then we'll officially start tomorrow."
Xiao Jin on the side shook his head slightly, and whispered in his mouth, "Hey, what a big injustice."
The next night,
Zhang Luochen was still wearing the red shirt and sequined black suit, a pair of leather shoes were polished, and the hairstyle was specially treated and smeared with hair oil. This kind of dress, for Zhang Luochen, is indeed a little uncomfortable. It can be said that the whole person is very uncomfortable, even very awkward.
Hey, forget it, for the dream. Zhang Luochen thought to himself. Late at night at the Black Sycamore Club, the neon sign of Dotonbori dyes the place a peculiar color through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor of the Black Sycamore Club. Zhang Luochen and Xiao Jin tidied up all the tables and chairs here, and wiped all the tables here by the way. At this time, Uncle Kayasuk walked to the second floor, stretched out his hand, slapped his palms a few times, and walked to Zhang Luochen and Xiao Jin. It's time to open. 2 new stars in the cowherd world. Are you ready to meet the cheers and enthusiasm of distinguished female customers? Zhang Luochen immediately stood up straight, looking like he was facing a great enemy. He could clearly feel that his heart was speeding up and an unprecedented sense of tension swept over. For becoming a cowherd, he would rather deal with an external god now. This hasn't started yet. He is nervous and speechless. I didn't think so much at first, but when it was really about to arrive, my heart was about to jump out. On the other hand, Xiao Jin on the side was half lying lazily on the sofa on the side, and even yawned. I'm ready. Uncle Kayasuk still kept smiling. He walked down the stairs again, opened the closed door, and lit up the neon sign hanging upstairs. Zhang Luochen stood by the stairs on the second floor, which Uncle Kayasuk taught him today, to stand in this place and wait for the arrival of guests. On the other side, Xiao Jin was still lying there, his eyes closed, and he looked like he was even about to fall asleep. Hello. Time passed minute by minute, and before I knew it, an hour had passed, and as for the Black Sycamore Club, not a single guest had appeared. Zhang Luochen has been standing in the stairwell for an hour, although he is not very tired, but he is bored, so he just stands stupidly to pass the time. Xiao Jin, who was lying on the sofa, had even slept for a while, from lying down just now to sitting, holding half of his face with one hand, and closing his eyes again. This place itself is relatively remote, and more people will choose the most prosperous street of Dotonbori, and people passing by here don't even take a look. Uncle Kayasuk, there are no guests so far, Zhang Luochen said cautiously. Don't worry, young man, don't worry, someone will always come. Uncle Kayasuk still maintained a smiling appearance. If Zhang Luochen hadn't known the glorious deeds of the uncle in front of him, as well as his true identity, he really thought he had been deceived. No, and he couldn't say that he was deceived. After all, this apprentice was found by himself. Forget it, you can only let the system take the blame. Thank you. And at this moment, a voice broke the tranquility here, and even Xiao Jin, who had been sleeping soundly, sat up from the table in a daze. Xiao Jin hiccuped. Xiao Jin, I'll come to see you. Zhang Luochen looked out the door and saw that 2 27 or 8-year-old women walked in through the gate, and judging from their steps, they were obviously drunk. Seeing these 2 people, Zhang Luochen couldn't help but freeze in place. He had been waiting for guests in this place all night, but there were really guests coming. He was really a little embarrassed. Oh, Miss Tsunita, are you looking for Xiao Jin again today? Uncle Kayasuk immediately stepped forward. Zhang Luochen looked in the direction of Xiao Jin. At this time, Xiao Jin completely lost the sleepy look just now, and stood respectfully on the second floor, as if he knew they were coming, already waiting there. Kayasuk, hurry up. Belch, let Xiao Jin accompany me. I haven't seen him for a long time. Miss Tsunita staggered towards the second floor. Okay, please go upstairs. There is a new cowherd in our store. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Do you want to bring it over to show you? Guarantee our satisfaction? Kayasuk, I've been here several times. I haven't seen any kind of person, and only Xiao Jin can satisfy me. Miss Tsunita said as she walked to the second floor. Zhang Luochen and Xiao Jin stood respectfully on the second floor together, waiting for the guests to come up. When Miss Tsunita and her best friend came to the second floor and saw that unfamiliar face, their eyes straightened. He is? Miss Tsunita pointed to Zhang Luochen and asked. It's our new cowherd. His name is Uchiha Luochen. Uncle Kayasuk introduced. By the way, I forgot to mention it, his fee is relatively higher. Black Heart, a complete Black Heart boss. Zhang Luochen thought to himself. It's him. I'll give you as much money as you want. Miss Tsunita said, and stepped forward directly to grab Zhang Luochen's arm. Zhang Luochen's face changed, and he pulled his hand away from Miss Tsunita's arms, and even kept a good distance. Miss Tsunita was stunned. What does this mean? I'm a guest. Uncle Kayasuk on the side was also stunned in place, thinking to himself, he had already taught him. Why couldn't he learn it? What about guests? If you want a drink with you, you have to abide by my rules, otherwise, get lost. Zhang Luochen's eyes have even turned blood red. Miss Tsunita looked at Zhang Luochen, and immediately, her eyes showed unprecedented excitement. I like it, and those eyes, I like them so much, they actually have red eyes. It simply fascinated me. Zhang Luochen sighed slightly, thinking, 7 nights, I will rob your life first. Uncle Kayasuk looked at Zhang Luochen's direction with a satisfied face, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth intentionally or unintentionally. Xiao Jin also came over at this time and saw Zhang Luochen alone with Miss Tsunita and her best friend, and there were all kinds of wine on the table in front of them. With just such a table of wine, Uncle Kayasuk can indeed make a lot of money tonight. Uncle, do you really want to keep him by your side? Xiao Jin came to Uncle Kayasuk and asked. Uncle Kayasuk smiled slightly. He came to the door by himself. Of course he has to stay, and you look at tonight's business. With him, we can make a name for ourselves in this area soon. Uncle, you don't really want to run a cowherd shop, Xiao Jin said. Uncle Kayasuk turned his head to look
look at Xiaojin. Anyway, this person also saved my daughter, although I don't know his purpose, but I feel that this person is also very useful.
But he doesn't belong to this place, Xiaojin said.
This, I will investigate slowly in the future. Most likely, I still need his help.
Uncle Kayasuk's expression suddenly changed and became very serious. Kayasuk, there's no wine. Hurry up and serve some wine. Miss Tsunita's voice came over. Okay, come on.
Uncle Kayasuk had a smile on his face and took out the wine from the wine cabinet again. Miss Tsunita, your liver fire is a bit bad. It's better to drink less wine. After all, Zhang Luochen has mastered all of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, so now he is indeed a doctor.
What? Drink less? But if you don't drink, you will be unhappy, Miss Tsunita said aggrievely.
It's good to drink in moderation, and your knees don't seem to be very good, so it's always sore on rainy days.
However, don't worry, I've cured you, and there is nothing wrong with drinking now.
Until the early hours of the morning, Miss Tsunita and her girlfriend left the Black Sycamore Club drunk. Looking at the shaking figure, even walking was difficult.
They left like this. You okay?
Zhang Luochen stood at the door of the store and said, they are our guests, but they are second only to this door. Except for this door, everything else about them has nothing to do with us. Be professional.
Uncle Kayasuk patted Zhang Luochen on the shoulder. You drank so much wine, how can you look like a normal person?
Xiaojin looked Zhang Luochen up and down.
You know, most of the wines ordered by Miss Tsunita and the others were drunk by Zhang Luochen alone, but compared with the two of them, Zhang Luochen gave people the feeling that they drank a few glasses of water. Hearing Xiaojin say this, Zhang Luochen himself realized that the wine he drank just now didn't seem to really feel anything. Could it be related to his own realm? I'm a natural drinker.
Zhang Luochen replied casually, since I was a child, drinking is like drinking water, and I can never get drunk.
Oh, and such a ability? I really didn't expect it. It seems that you were really born to do this.
Uncle Kayasuk also said in surprise.
Is it good?
This does not mean that I am so young that I cannot enjoy the feeling of a hangover.
Zhang Luochen looked a little lost. Uncle Kayasuk was stunned. Hangover feeling?
Seriously, it's better not to try. Why? Are you troubled at such a young age? Zhang Luochen sighed slightly. Just like now, it feels
very lonely. Also, it's not easy for young people to come out alone. If you miss home, you can call back, Uncle Kayasuk said.
Zhang Luochen shook his head. He didn't have a home, but he had a group of partners, but he didn't know where these partners were now. Uncle Kayasuk saw Zhang Luochen's expression, took out a few pieces of money from the counter, and handed them to Zhang Luochen. Here, this is for you. I did well today.
This. Zhang Luochen looked at the few pieces of paper money in front of him. Uncle, isn't there no salary?
This is not a salary. This is a little encouragement for you, and I will continue to work hard tomorrow. Uncle Kayasuk smiled slightly, and then said, oh, by the way, the room where you took a shower just now is your room.
Thank you, Uncle. Night.
Zhang Luochen lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling. The first step to become a cowherd has been done, and from tonight onwards, he is already a veritable cowherd. However, to control the entire Japanese circle, where to start, after all, there is still pure land here, and there is also a thunder beast eyeing above. In addition, there are so many oracles, which are not so easy to deal with, and in addition, there is a complex underworld system here. He can't rely on this knife to kill this place directly. In addition, there is Gao Tian Yuan here. It seems that you need to develop your own power. Zhang Luochen thought about it and recalled the original plot. Because Brother Zhao was able to fight, he controlled the entire underworld organization with just 3 sentences of Japanese.
Okay, then start with these underworlds.
Zhang Luochen determined his idea.
After one night,
early in the morning, Uncle Kayasuk came to the second floor with a big bag and a small bag, and he saw Zhang Luochen as soon as he came to the second floor. Seeing Zhang Luochen cleaning up, he smiled knowingly. We are all open at night. There is nothing to do during the day, so we don't have to get up so early. Zhang Luochen just finished mopping the floor and put the mop aside. It's okay, I'm used to getting up early. Just get up to clean up.
Young people are in good spirits, Uncle Kayasuk praised. Uncle, what are you going to do, you big bag and small bag?
Zhang Luochen looked at the big bag and small bag in Uncle Kayasuk's hand and asked curiously. These, of course, are the clothes I bought for you, Uncle Kayasuk said with a smile.
Clothes you bought for me? Zhang Luochen said suspiciously. I have clothes.
You are still Xiaojin, and of course you need more clothes to receive guests in the future, so you can try them. Uncle Kayasuk handed all these big and small bags to Zhang Luochen. Don't be embarrassed, you earned them all yesterday. Zhang Luochen looked at the big and small bags in his hand, and suddenly fell into deep thought, and even looked forward to tonight. Night. Uncle Kayasuk hung up the business at the door early, but it was still the same as last night, and it still looked very deserted.
Ha, it doesn't make sense. Uncle Kayasuk looked at the deserted door. What's wrong, Uncle?
Zhang Luochen looked at Uncle Kayasuk, who was in a daze, and asked. I'm strange, it stands to reason that there should be guests now.
Uncle Kayasuk said suspiciously. It's not the same as yesterday. Zhang Luochen spoke.
No, very wrong. If you discern carefully, the current quiet is still a little different from yesterday's.
Little Doctor Immortal Uchiha. Little Medical Immortal Uchiha Luochen. Little Doctor Xian Luochen. Medical Immortal, I'm sick too. you? Can you show me the disease? At this moment, on the other side of the street, the sound of a mountain tsunami suddenly hit, and seeing this scene, Uncle Kayasuk's mouth couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Little Dr. Immortal, I have a disease, a lovesickness. The south and the north of the world, Luo-chan is the most beautiful. The starlight lives up to the passers-by, and the time lives up to Uchiha Luo-chan. Luo-chan is always the first. Zhang Luo-chan even saw his name reflected on the neon sign. Is it the support of idols? Uncle Kayasuk looked at the scene in front of him with satisfaction, and turned his head to look at Zhang Luo-chan. Boy, get ready to receive guests, your future is limitless. For several nights in a row, Zhang Luo-chan easily became the most famous cowherd in this street, and his name of Little Medical Immortal has been launched, and the entire Daodong Pavilion knows that in the Black Wutong Club, there is a little medical immortal who cures all diseases, and he is still a cowherd, and there are countless people who want to drink with him, and there are even long queues in the Black Sycamore nightclub every night, which is even more unprecedented. Moreover, Uncle Kayasuk directly launched an advertisement, turning Zhang Luo-chan's photo into a poster and hanging it at the door of the store. Not to mention the night, even during the day, there are many people who come, even if they just look at the poster in front of the store. The most prosperous area of the entire Daodong Pavilion was originally supposed to be another street, but because of the appearance of Zhang Luo-chan, the originally prosperous area has now become extremely deserted, and this inconspicuous alley is suddenly overcrowded. Luo-chan, let's have another drink. Luo-chan, I've had a lot of troubles lately, I want to tell you. Don't get our Luo-chan drunk. We are the Uchiha Support Association. In this way, he should soon become the #1 cowherd in Japan. Zhang Luo-chan thought to himself. At this moment, a different voice suddenly broke the atmosphere here. It's here, smash it for me. Suddenly, a group of people rushed out of nowhere, and as soon as they entered the store, they directly started smashing the tables and chairs here, and also ran to the wine cabinet to smash the wine inside. All the people who were still queuing at the door were startled, and they retreated to the other side consciously. Stop, stop. Uncle Kayasuk immediately stepped forward to stop him. Who are you? Why are you here to make trouble? Why? Are you the boss here? The man who took the lead said fiercely. I'm the boss here. Uncle Kayasuk spoke. It's easy for you to be the boss. Do you know the rules of this street? The leading man continued. Rules? Excuse me, what rules have we broken when we open our doors to do business? Uncle Kayasuk asked. I don't even know the rules here, and I dare to open a store here and continue to smash me. The leading man gave an order, and the others continued to smash again. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a figure jumped down from the second floor, moving cleanly and neatly, very handsome, and the moment he appeared, all the figures in front of the wine cabinet flew out backwards. Zhang Luo-chan walked out slowly, and the other people who were smashing tables and chairs saw this scene and all rushed towards Zhang Luo-chan. After a few efforts, all these people fell to the ground, and the pain was unbearable one by one. Is it the leader? Zhang Luo-chan's tone was unusually cold. When the man saw the scene, he stumbled and almost couldn't stand still. I'm not. I didn't take the lead, I just took other people's money. Let me teach you a lesson, saying that you robbed other people's business. Zhang Luo-chan slowly approached, and his blood-red eyes appeared instantly, and the women around him who were still lining up and preparing to see her face were fascinated by it. He is Uchiha Luo-chan? It's so handsome. See, his red eyes are so good-looking. Hurry up and take a photo. Zhang Luo-chan looked at the man in front of him. Next, I ask, you answer. There was a scream around him. Such a domineering appearance, it was so lovely. Whose money did you receive? Zhang Luo-chan's cold voice sounded. I don't know. The man said hesitantly. I don't know? Zhang Luo-chan kicked the man's chest. Do you not want to say it, or don't you know? Zhang Luo-chan didn't intend to continue asking. His Sharingan instantly activated the genjutsu, and the man fainted directly. At this time, a rhythmic applause suddenly rang out. Zhang Luo-chan looked up slightly, and saw 5 men walking in at the door. Strictly speaking, it should be 5 cowards, because each of them is dressed in a flashy way, wearing sequin suits of different colors, from left to right, green, yellow, red, purple, and blue. It's them. Uncle Kayasuk muttered to himself. Uncle, do you know them? Zhang Luo-chan asked curiously. They are the famous 5 cowherds in Dotonbori, in different stores, and those 5 stores are also famous because of the 5 of them, and those 5 stores have always adhered to the cooperative relationship and monopolized the cowherd industry in this area. The one in green clothes is called Shinichi Ito, the one in yellow clothes is called Asaya, the one in purple clothes is called Kitahara, the one in blue clothes is called Kimura, and finally the one in red clothes is also the most famous cowherd, named Yamamoto Kamio. Uncle Kayasuk introduced Zhang Luo-chan one by one. I didn't expect that in such a small cowherd shop there would be such a popular cowherd. It was Yamamoto Junyo who was standing in the middle, wearing red clothes, who was speaking. Then, Yamamoto Kamio seemed to have discovered something, and turned to look at a woman on the other side. Suzuki? Why are you here? No wonder I haven't seen you in the past 2 days. It turns out that you are all here. Suzuki, who was standing in line in the crowd, looked a little overwhelmed and said in a low voice, Yamamoto, you are very good, but I prefer Luo-chan now. Yamamoto Yamamoto Kamio was stunned for a moment and then looked at Zhang Luochen viciously. You are Uchiha Luochen?
How dare you break our rules here?
I don't know what your rules are, we are just doing business normally.
Zhang Luochen was not afraid at all. In his eyes, these people were all helpless people.
Then let you know now.
Yamamoto Kamio waved his hand, and more than a dozen burly men appeared from outside the door. These dozen burly men were obviously different from the ones just now, at least from the figure, they looked very different.
Just them? Zhang Luochen said coldly, and in the next second, Zhang Luochen's figure disappeared in front of his eyes.
By the time everyone saw clearly, the dozen or so burly men had already fallen to the ground and wailed.
Seeing this scene, Yamamoto Kamio was even more cold-faced. A group of waste. You guys, do you want to try it too?
Zhang Luochen spoke coldly.
They only fight. What's the difference between them and wild animals?
Shinichi Ito, who was wearing green clothes on the side, spoke in a completely girlish tone.
Zhang Luochen, who heard this, couldn't help but shiver. You, don't talk, it makes me sick. You, Shinichi Ito was just about to speak. Zhang Luochen shot like lightning, directly pinching his smooth face. I said I don't want to hear you talk anymore.
Zhang Luochen said coldly. Yamamoto Junyo on the side didn't expect that this Zhang Luochen was still a hard stubble, and he actually did it directly, and his skills were still so good.
You let him go first, Yamamoto Kamio said. Zhang Luochen looked at Yamamoto Junyo with cold eyes, and the cautious eyes frightened Yamamoto Junyo to take a step back. What should we do about these losses today? Zhang Luochen's cold voice sounded.
Yamamoto Kamio gritted his teeth. We will give, and in the future, we will not cause trouble again. Zhang Luochen pushed his hand and pushed Shinichi Ito directly outside the door. He couldn't arouse the slightest interest in these people who didn't even have a forbidden ruin at all.
Yamamoto Junyo blared at Zhang Luochen viciously, and then left with the others in disgrace. When everyone left, the shouts of the mountain and tsunami hit again. The south and the north of the world, Luochen is the most beautiful. I will always call for the Uchiha. Uchiha Luochen's red eyes, and my red love, cherish each other. Late at night, the gate of the Black Wutong Club was closed, and most of the lights inside were dimmed. Those Zhang Luochen fans who were blocking the door also reluctantly left this place, and some who didn't have time to queue up could only leave here dejectedly. Zhang Luochen leaned on the railing on the second floor, and the full moon in the air illuminated his area brightly. Give.
Uncle Kayasuk walked up to Zhang Luochen with a bottle of beer and handed it to him.
Thank you. Zhang Luochen took the beer and took a big sip. After drinking so much wine, you can continue to drink. You are really different.
Uncle Kayasuk said with a smile.
I've already answered this question.
Zhang Luochen smiled shallowly.
However, you can see a doctor again, and your fists and feet seem to be pretty good. Uncle Kayasuk looked at Zhang Luochen.
Zhang Luochen was stunned for a moment, but he quickly calmed down. After all, Uncle Kayasuk himself was not an ordinary person, and Zhang Luochen never thought of hiding it from him. A person comes out to work hard. It always takes a little ability, and everyone has their own secrets, and I believe that uncle you also have your own secrets.
Zhang Luochen smiled slightly.
Uncle Kayasuk was stunned for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. Yes, everyone has their own secrets.
Uncle, that group of people is making trouble today. I believe they will come every now and then, so what should we do next? Zhang Luochen asked. Uncle Kayasuk picked up the bottle and took a sip. This is indeed a tricky thing. Do you have any good way?
Me? I was born not to like to be too passive. Tomorrow I will warn them. If they don't listen, then don't blame me for being rude.
Zhang Luochen said.
Uncle Kayasuk smiled slightly. Young man, the temper is hot. Take one step at a time. I just want to run this coward shop well. Don't worry, uncle. As long as they still dare to come to the door, I will continue to call them back.
Zhang Luochen looked at Uncle Kayasuk and said firmly. Ha ha. Uncle Kayasuk laughed heartily. The next night,
Uncle Kayasuk still opened the door of the store early as usual, and all the lights in the store were turned on, and a few big characters that were in business were also lit up at the door.
Why is there no one? Zhang Luochen looked at the door suspiciously.
According to yesterday's posture, it should not have opened today, and the door was already full of people preparing to queue. It seems that they still used some small tricks.
Uncle Kayasuk sighed slightly. It's too much to bully.
Xiaojin said angrily, business can't compare to us, so we use these means. It seems that they still don't have a long memory.
Zhang Luochen clenched his fists.
But at this moment, a group of men in black suits suddenly appeared, directly surrounding the Black Sycamore Club, and the black suits blended with the night.
This is, Zhang Luochen said suspiciously. It seems that they used some different means.
Uncle Kayasuk said with a solemn face.
Excuse me, Uchiha Luochen, is it here? One of the men in black walked out. Luochen, don't go out yet, I'll stand up here.
Uncle Kayasuk stopped Zhang Luochen, who was just about to go out, and before he could refuse, Uncle Kayasuk walked out.
Uncle Kayasuk walked to the door with a smile on his face. Excuse me, what are you looking for us? Are you Uchiha Luochen? I'm not, but I'm the owner of this store. Uncle Kayasuk always kept smiling. Then hand over Uchiha Luochen, Mr. Kankawa Iai is invited.
Hearing Mr. Jing, Zhang Luochen's body couldn't help but be startled. When he was on the phone with Mr. Jing, he did report his name, but as far as he knew, the Hanchuan family was in Kanto, why did he come to Kansai so quickly? Mr. Jing? Uncle Kayasuk was stunned. He didn't expect to alarm the Hanchuan family. At this time, Zhang Luochen walked out of the door slowly and patted Uncle Kayasuk on the shoulder, as if to say, "It's okay, let me go. I am Uchiha Luochen." Zhang Luochen spoke slowly. "Then, come with us." The man at the head gave way and parked a car there. "Okay, I'll go with you." Zhang Luochen glanced at Uncle Kayasuk, motioned for him to rest assured, and then walked over and sat in the car. Seeing the group disappear, Uncle Kayasuk's face suddenly became solemn. "Uncle, what should we do now?" Xiao Jing came over very uneasy. "It seems that I can only take a risk." Uncle Kayasuk's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. "Ha ha ha." At this moment, a cold laughter appeared, and Yamamoto Kamio and several others in red sequin suits slowly appeared. "You did it?" Uncle Kayasuk looked at these 5 people coldly. "I want to see if you can still have a business without him," Yamamoto Kamio said coldly. Uncle Kayasuk's face darkened. "Yes, if he dies, someone must be buried with him." Zhang Luochen was sitting in a black car, and as soon as he got into the car, his eyes were directly blindfolded. Of course, the cloth on his eyes was the same as not having it for Zhang Luochen. After driving for almost half an hour, he stopped at a place in the suburbs, and Zhang Luochen was taken out of the car. This is a luxurious independent villa, and there are also men in black suits standing at the door, each with a serious expression. And Zhang Luochen had already seen that they all had a gun on their bodies. The man in black took Zhang Luochen to the main hall, and there was a middle-aged man sitting in the middle. If I guessed correctly, he should be Mr. Jing. The man in black pressed down Zhang Luochen's shoulders and wanted him to kneel, but no matter how hard they tried, Zhang Luochen just stood there without moving at all. Seeing that the man in black had no choice but to take off the black strap on his face first. "Uchiha Luochen, I really didn't expect that we would meet so soon." Mr. Jing spoke slowly. "Mr. Jing, I didn't expect that we would meet so soon." Zhang Luochen spoke calmly. "Yes, I didn't expect that we couldn't find you in the first place, but what I didn't expect was that you were exposed yourself," Mr. Jing said. Zhang Luochen smiled lightly, just blaming himself for being too famous, and he didn't expect that the Hanchuan family would run directly from Kanto to Kansai. However, the current Kansai is a mixture of fish and dragons, and the power of the Black Killing Group is not enough to compete with the Hanchuan family, so they ran to Kansai so unscrupulously. "No way, after all, it's my hobby. I didn't expect Mr. Jing to die by himself," Zhang Luochen said casually. "Yes, very courageous, in the face of so many people, you can still be in danger. I really admire you a little." Mr. Jing smiled slightly. Mr. Jing stretched out his hands and patted his hands, and then, 2 men in black walked out with a little girl. Seeing the little girl who came out, Zhang Luochen's eyes couldn't help but widen. "Because, she is Yurina." Zhang Luochen's eyes suddenly became cold. Although he couldn't figure out why Yurina appeared here, he didn't know what method the Hanchuan family used to bring Yurina here, let alone what Yurina had experienced. Zhang Luochen's eyes swept over Yurina. Fortunately, there were no scars on her body, and she should have been sent here not long after Yurina was caught. "Isn't it surprising that we found it?" Mr. I, with a smile, said. "Although it took a while, fortunately, we still found you, and at the same time, when we passed through Osaka, we also found you." "Brother Luo-chun?" Yurina's voice sounded. Zhang Luochen said coldly. "So, what did you do to her?" We have no right to do anything to her. We want to hand her over to the young master of the Hanchuan family, Tsukasa Hanchuan." Mr. Jing said. "The young master has specially explained that she cannot be injured, and we are carefully protecting this way. I'm curious, what method did you use to find her? Obviously she has been settled." Zhang Luochen asked puzzled. Moreover, the money Zhang Luochen gave her was enough to buy a new house, and he couldn't figure out why the people of the Hanchuan family could still find her. "Method? It was still very simple, so I told her that her father was dead and came to collect the relics." Mr. Jing fiddled with Yurina's hair. Zhang Luochen was stunned. "Isn't this method the way to deceive Yurina at the beginning, when Lin Chiye brought Yurina to Osaka? And this time, without Lin Chiye, Yurina still came, and it was still the same method, but the problem was that this event was 3 years earlier. I really didn't expect that no matter how many incidents have passed, your methods are still so old-fashioned." Zhang Luochen said coldly. "What did you say?" Mr. Jing was suddenly stunned. He didn't understand what Zhang Luochen meant. "It's nothing. I mean, next, you go to die." Zhang Luochen's eyes instantly turned red. Monthly reading. Mr. Jing's whole body was suddenly startled, and then, he fell directly to the side, and his body lay on the spot and began to twitch non-stop. At the next moment, Zhang Luochen broke the rope on his body and teleported to Yurina's side, and the rope tied to Yurina was torn off by Zhang Luochen. "Don't be afraid, I'll take you out." Hearing Zhang Luochen's gentle voice, Yurina nodded slightly, and the black cloth used to cover Yurina's eyes, Zhang Luochen did not take it off. After all, the next scene was too bloody. Bang bang bang. The bodyguards of the surrounding Hanchuan family quickly took out their hot weapons and shot frantically at the 2 people in the center. Of course, they were more aimed at Zhang Luochen. A touch of yellow sand appeared on the soles of Zhang Luochen's feet, and the yellow sand automatically formed a protective shield, enveloping the bodies of the 2 in it, and the bullets hit the yellow sand, unable to penetrate in the slightest.
fast. Quicksand torrent. Except for the soles of Zhang Luochen and Urina's feet, the soles of the feet of everyone present all turned into a touch of quicksand, and their bodies kept starting to sink. They desperately tried to crawl out, but the speed of the quicksand far exceeded the speed of their crawling, and the quicksand went directly over their heads. Sandstorm burial. Bang bang bang. A powerful force poured into the yellow sand, and then, everything here calmed down, and the quicksand disappeared and returned to the ground before. The yellow sand cover that protected Zhang Luochen and Urina also disappeared at this time, and at the same time, because of Mr. Jing's close relationship with them, he was still lying next to Zhang Luochen. At this moment, a mobile phone rang, which came from Mr. Jing's body, and Zhang Luochen took out the mobile phone. Zhang Luochen sighed slightly. Hey, why do you always get a call every time you solve a group of people? This plot is not dirty. When the phone was picked up, a dull voice sounded. Where did the person go? People, they are all dead. Zhang Luochen said coldly. Ha, there was a doubtful voice on the other end of the phone. Uchiha Luochen? It seems that you already know my name, so let me guess who you are. You should be Tsukasa Hanchuan, right? Zhang Luochen said. Then it seems that all those wastes are dead. Division Hankawa sneered. I can only blame the men you found for being too stupid. If they just bring Urina back instead of provoking me, they won't die. Zhang Luochen said. It's true that this group of people is really stupid, but you're almost. Tsukasa Hankawa's voice just fell. On Zhang Luochen's side, in the villa in the suburbs, a huge black blade suddenly descended from the sky and slashed heavily on the villa. The villa instantly turned into ruins. Zhang Luochen took Urina to look at the villa that had been reduced to ruins from a distance, and Zhang Luochen slowly picked up the phone. Tsukasa Hankawa, I know that you have the black rope of the 5-9 swords of disaster in your hand. I'm guarding against you. After Zhang Luochen finished speaking, he didn't wait for Han Chuanxi to speak, and directly crushed the mobile phone in his hand. Brother Luochen, why are you here? Urina was a little excited when she saw Zhang Luochen again. I'm here to save you. Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. By the way, where is Grandma He? Grandma Crane is arranged in a nursing home, because I am coming to Osaka, so I will settle Grandma Crane first, Urina said. Zhang Luochen knew that this was the same as in the original plot, but 3 years in advance, it seemed that this time, the direction of the plot had changed. The money I gave you, you can get a better house, Zhang Luochen said. Urina lowered her head. Grandma Crane asked me to save it, and then, it cost some money to settle Grandma Crane, and I thought I needed to spend money when I came to Osaka, but I was caught by them, and the money was gone. Zhang Luochen touched Urina's head and said gently, it's okay, I have money, I'll take you back first. But at this moment, the originally clear sky suddenly started to rain, drop after drop, and the rain began to gradually increase. Zhang Luochen used white paper to turn into an umbrella, and said suspiciously, why did it rain all of a sudden? However, the next moment, a figure appeared not far away, holding a paper umbrella of flowing clouds and wild cranes in his hand, a boy in a pure black kimono, and a dark blue slender Japanese knife stuck in his waist. This is... Zhang Luochen looked at the other party's outfit, and then looked at the knife in his hand. This rain, the fourth of the 9 knives of disaster, rain collapse? Is he Amamiya Haruki? Zhang Luochen didn't understand why Amamiya Qinghui suddenly appeared here, and at this time period, he should have just become the master of the 9 swords of disaster. Abduct and sell children, take your life. Amamiya Haruki put his left hand on the handle of the dark blue long knife at his waist, and held an umbrella in his right hand, staring at the figure in front of him. Zhang Luochen was ashamed. Obviously his move made Amamiya Qinghui misunderstand. But why Amamiya Qinghui appeared here? I always felt that everything had not gone according to the original setting. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand, and a touch of yellow sand formed an umbrella, which was just enough to block the rain for Urina on the side, looked at Amamiya Qinghui and slowly spoke. I think you seem to have misunderstood something. Misunderstanding? I can see it clearly, Haruki Amamiya said coldly. The next moment, his left hand clenched the hilt, and the long knife was instantly unsheathed, and the bladed blade was pushed out of the scabbard, exposed to the rain curtain, emitting a faint blue halo. Moreover, at the moment when the knife was unsheathed, all the surrounding raindrops were hovering in the air, as if the pause button had been pressed, and the crystal clear water droplets reflected the surrounding afterimage, and Amamiya Haruki put the oil paper umbrella in his hand aside and held the blade with both hands. Zhang Luochen looked at Yugong Qinghui quietly. Hey, then let me experience your rain collapse. Zhang Luochen used yellow sand to protect Urina in it. When Amamiya Qinghui saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. It seems that you know this knife. Of course you know, even better than yourself. Zhang Luochen spoke lightly. The lackeys of the Hanchuan family, go die. Amamiya Qinghui slammed his feet on the ground. His body was like an arrow off the string, and a glimmer of light flashed on the surface of the rain collapse in his hand, and then, his whole person disappeared into thin air. Seeing the Haruki Amamiya disappearing in place, Zhang Luochen immediately opened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and a straight knife in his hand was slowly unsheathed. In the next second, a drop of water suspended next to Zhang Luochen suddenly reflected the shadow of a blade, and Yumayong Qinghui's figure suddenly flew out of the rain, and a light blue blade flashed. But at this moment, moment, the same light blue light suddenly flashed, and on Zhang Luochen's straight knife, a light blue current enveloped the entire straight knife, and at the same time, it blocked the blade of Yumiya Qinghui. Chidori. In an instant, all the currents suddenly dispersed, and Amamiya Haruki had to retreat, but that touch of current seemed to be able to be tracked, and he actually chased Amamiya Qinghui closely, and Amamiya Qinghui's face suddenly changed. He swung a wave of force forward, and the surrounding raindrops instantly condensed in front of him, and a powerful blade flashed, instantly splitting the lightning in front of him. But even so, there was a tingling feeling coming from Amamiya Qinghui's arm. You are ninjutsu? Amamiya Qinghui slowly spoke. Ha, you actually know? Zhang Luochen opened his mouth suspiciously. You know, these moves are all from the Hokage, although the Hokage is from Japan, but, after all, it is an anime. But the Amamiya Qinghui in front of him also seems to know something. Of course I know, but these are just legends, and no one has ever really seen them. Who are you? Amamiya Qinghui spoke. Me? I'm just an ordinary cowherd. Zhang Luochen spoke calmly. Amamiya Haruki was stunned for a moment. Cowherd? The Hanchuan family still has such a master as a cowherd? Who told you that I am from the Hanchuan family? Zhang Luochen sighed helplessly. You are not from the Hanchuan family? Then why are you taking this little girl with you? Amamiya Qinghui's eyes widened and he said in disbelief. Is there a possibility that I am here to save her? Zhang Luochen spoke. Amamiya Haruki glanced at Yuzurina suspiciously, and then looked at Zhang Luochen again. Zhang Luochen continued to speak. It's you. Who are you? What are you doing here? My name is Amamiya Haruki. Amamiya Haruki spoke. Let's talk in another place. Zhang Luochen spoke. Amamiya Qinghui nodded and put away the rain collapse in his hand, and while putting it away, the rain in the air also stopped, and the sunny weather just now was restored. Zhang Luochen took Yurina and Amamiya Haruki to a pavilion with no one around. Tell me about your situation. Zhang Luochen spoke. I was ordered by my master to find the descendants of Yuri Kurozi, but when I first heard a little news, I found that she had been kidnapped, and then I found the place just now. Amamiya Qinghui spoke. Zhang Luochen frowned slightly. The matter of Amamiya Haruki looking for Yurina obviously started after Lin Chie appeared, and now, he has just become the master of the Calamity Knife. Why has he already started to look for it? Now it seems that all the timelines have been advanced. Will it? Other team members have also landed one after another. Then what's going on with you? Yumiya Qinghui asked. He saved her once when he was in Yokohama. What Zhang Luochen will happen in Yokohama and why he will appear in this place told Amamiya Haruki. Amamiya Haruki nodded. I see, you mean, Mr. Jing's group is all dead? Although Amamiya Haruki was a little surprised, it was reasonable to think that the other party had only used one move just now to defeat himself. Well, it's in the villa just behind, but that villa has been destroyed by Tsukasa Hankawa's black rope. Zhang Luochen seemed to think of something, and suddenly asked, by the way, you said you were ordered by your master, but what about your master? My master died last week, and he passed on, Yubon, to me. Amamiya Haruki said. So, you just became the master of the Calamity Sword. Zhang Luochen spoke. Amamiya Haruki nodded. After all, it hadn't been long since he became a knife master, so now Amamiya Haruki's strength is not very good. Strictly speaking, he can't even master the Calamity Knife yet. By the way, why do you use ninjutsu? These abilities have obviously disappeared a long time ago. Haruki Amamiya asked suspiciously. I don't understand why this question, but I do have access to these abilities. Zhang Luochen could only answer so vaguely. He couldn't tell the other party that he had a system with all kinds of ninjutsu. Amamiya Haruki didn't ask again. Then what are you going to do next? The people of Hanchuan Division will definitely continue to look for her. Now, I have to go back first. I still have work to do. Zhang Luochen replied. Are you really a cowherd? Amamiya Haruki spoke in surprise. Yurina on the side also widened her eyes. Brother Luochen, you have become a cowherd? Yes, and I'm still very famous now. Zhang Luochen said. You come to Osaka alone, and you don't have a place to stay. Come back with me later. I'll ask the boss to arrange a job for you. Don't worry, the boss is very good. Okay. Yurina nodded happily. Then, Zhang Luochen turned his head to look at Yumiya Qinghui. What about you? What are your plans next? Amamiya Haruki suddenly felt a little unspeakable, hesitated for a moment and said, I don't have money. I have to make some money first. Zhang Luochen's eyes lit up. Then you can be a cowherd. Black Sycamore Club. Uncle Kayasuk and Xiao Jin were wiping the floor. On this floor, there was a little blood faintly visible, and the two were trying to wipe the floor clean. But at this moment, the door of the store was suddenly opened. Sorry, I won't be operating today. Luo-chan? Uncle Kayasuk saw that it was Zhang Luochen who appeared, and there was a little girl beside him, and in addition, there was a strange man. Uncle Kayasuk, I'm back. Zhang Luochen said with a smile. You're back? What did they do to you? Uncle Kayasuk said suspiciously. Of course, it's nothing. I'm back. Zhang Luochen said with a smile. They are. Uncle Kayasuk said suspiciously. Before Zhang Luochen could speak, Yurina immediately spoke. I am his sister. I came to Osaka to play. Uncle Kayasuk was stunned. Why was he called away by the people of the Hankawa family, and brought a sister back by the way? Then, what
what about him? I met him on the road just now, and he came to apply.
Zhang Luochen brought Amamiya Qinghui to Uncle Kayasuk.
Uncle Kayasuk looked Amamiya Qinghui up and down, and then said excitedly, okay, not bad, yes, it's a good seedling, go take a shower and change your clothes. Amamiya Qinghui suddenly froze in place, looking a little overwhelmed, but helplessly, he still bit the bullet and walked into the room, ready to take a shower.
Entering the room, Amamiya Qinghui put down the rain collapse in his hand, and at this moment, a figure in white clothes and white hair stood behind the reflection of Amamiya Haruki and said lightly, do you really plan to be a cowherd here? Now I have nowhere to go, and I just found the descendants of Yuri Hasia, so let's stay by her side first and wait and see what happens.
Amamiya Qinghui spoke lightly. However, you don't know the details of that person, his ability is also above yours, and you are now in a dangerous situation.
Bai Ying said, no matter what, I must do a good job of what the master tells me. Amamiya Haruki said.
Not long after, Haruki Amamiya changed into a white shirt and a sequined black suit and walked out of the room, and when he saw Haruki Amamiya's dress, Uncle Kayasuk's eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't expect it to be a good seedling. I think a new star is rising.
Uncle Kayasuk laughed. Uncle, don't use the same lines every time.
Zhang Luochen rolled his eyes helplessly.
What do you know? It's not open today, wait for tomorrow. Put out the signboards of both of you.
Uncle Kayasuk said excitedly.
Uncle, did that group of people come to make trouble today? Zhang Luochen asked. Hearing the trouble, Amamiya Haruki couldn't help but be stunned. Is there anyone else making trouble? Zhang Luochen told what happened before to Amamiya Qinghui. They didn't come today, and I guess they won't come in the future.
After Uncle Kayasuk finished speaking, he went downstairs. Hey, they used some means. Of course the uncle also used some means. Don't worry, no one will disturb our business in the future. Xiao Jin came over at this time and said. Zhang Luochen didn't continue to ask. After all, he knew Uncle Kayasuk's true identity, so Uncle Kayasuk could settle this little thing. Little Yuli, it's not too late. You go to rest early.
Zhang Luochen touched Yurina's head. Yurina nodded and then went back to her room.
Early the next morning, Zhang Luochen had just gotten up and saw Yurina already wiping the table there to do hygiene.
Zhang Luochen, who was a little confused, stepped forward. Little Yuli, what are you doing? Uncle Kayasuk said, let me help work here and give me my salary. Yurina said happily.
Zhang Luochen was stunned for a moment, and a thought appeared in his heart. What is this situation? These things that originally happened to Lin Xia have become me. Hey, her salary is higher than yours now. You have to keep working hard.
Uncle Kayasuk came over and patted Zhang Luochen on the shoulder.
Zhang Luochen smiled awkwardly, but he still said thank you to Uncle Kayasuk, and now, the entire Black Wutong Club has developed according to the original plot. Yurina works as a waiter here, has just become the master of the disaster sword, and has not yet become a fierce ghost, level wanted criminal, and Haruki Amamiya has also come here to be a cowherd. It seems that except for Lin Xia, everything here is the same as before.
Night. The lanterns have just risen.
Tonight's Black Sycamore Club is very different from usual. Next to the huge Uchiha Luo dust poster and Xiaojin poster, there is another poster of a young and handsome man. This poster looks like it was specially made by Uncle Kayasuk. The internal style has also done some investigation, and even Uncle Kayasuk posted a slogan at the door that the audience is 95% off tonight. I heard that the Black Sycamore Club has a new cowherd. What kind of new cowherd he is? I only like Uchiha Luochen.
Yes, I just want to find Luochen.
Don't go quickly, it's late, and you can't get on the number. Before the official business hours, the store was already overcrowded. The south and the north of the world, Luochen is the most beautiful.
One cheering slogan after another hit like a tsunami, and Haruki Amamiya on the second floor couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this scene.
That's what you said, you're famous?
Amamiya Haruki pointed to a large group of people below.
I don't know which star is here today. Zhang Luochen patted Yu Gong Qinghui's shoulder and said, don't envy me, soon, you will also have such a pomp. The Black Wutong Club officially opened, and people who had been waiting at the door for a long time flocked into the club.
Hurry up, I want Luochen, I want Luochen.
Uncle Kayasuk maintained order at the door, and Yurina was also helping him. Don't squeeze everyone, don't squeeze. Tonight we still have a shining star in the cowherd world, and he is also a handsome guy.
Uncle Kayasuk shouted loudly.
Zhang Luochen and Yumiya Qinghui appeared on the stairs on the second floor. Zhang Luochen leaned on the railing on the second floor, smiling and looking at the first floor, while Yumiya Qinghui on the side looked a little restrained. Don't be nervous, relax, just drink some wine, there's nothing difficult.
Zhang Luochen patted Yumiya Qinghui on the shoulder.
Look, it's there. I don't know who shouted in the crowd. Everyone looked up at Zhang Luochen on the second floor. Bursts of screams continued to come out of the crowd, and at the same time, they also noticed the handsome Yu Gong Qinghui next to Zhang Luochen.
That one is. The new cowherd is so handsome.
Yes, so handsome.
Forget it, I can't wait for Luochen tonight. I'll look for this one. Zhang Luochen smiled and looked at Yumiya Qinghui. Look, you are open.
Amamiya Qinghui stood there still, his expression very unnatural. It didn't take long for Zhang Luochen to see Yumiya Qinghui being surrounded in the middle, and from time to time he heard it, he said. It's society's fault. fault, not yours. Don't worry, one day, I will help you solve this dirty society. Zhang Luochen shook his head slightly. It's really a young man. Finally sent all the guests away tonight, and several people were cleaning up in the store, cleaning up tonight's endgame. How does it feel? Zhang Luochen looked at the absent-minded Yu Gong Qinghui and asked. Of course it's this job. What do you think? Amamiya Qinghui asked rhetorically. It's quite simple, Zhang Luochen said. Amamiya Haruki's flushed face was a little shaky when she walked. Obviously, she drank a little too much. Is it simple? How do I think it's so difficult? You probably haven't mastered the trick. I'll teach you later. Ha ha ha. After tonight, your reputation will definitely resound throughout Osaka, Uncle Kayasuk said with a laugh. Uncle Kayasuk closed the door of the Black Sycamore Club. Zhang Luochen and Amamiya Qinghui went out through the window on the second floor, came outside, and walked towards the deserted street. Late at night, this dark street was even quieter and terrifying. The two figures were elongated under the moonlight, and their shadows were elongated, and they just sat on the roof, and those who didn't know thought they were enjoying the moon. Tell me, what's the matter with me? Zhang Luochen was called out by Yumiya Qinghui, saying that he wanted to ask him something. Do you know why the Samukawa family is looking for Yurina? Amamiya Qinghui asked. The reason why he asked this was because he wanted to be sure whether Zhang Luochen was someone he could trust. Because of the hidden royal blood and a knife on her body, right? Zhang Luochen said directly. You know? Amamiya Haruki spoke in surprise. Zhang Luochen nodded. It came out of the mouth of Tsukasa Hanchuan before, and I also know that Yuzu Per Heijia's son, Yuzu Per Takibai, is in the Yi Pure Land. It seems that you already know a lot, Amamiya Haruki said. You don't have to test me, at least, we won't be hostile. Zhang Luochen spoke. Haruki Amamiya smiled slightly. Indeed, I was still wary of you before. Yuri Heijia is my master's best friend, and he must not let his descendants have an accident. Then do you still want to go to the Pure Land? Isn't it going to death now? Zhang Luochen spoke. Haruki Amamiya smiled bitterly. It's really no different from sending me to death now. When Yuzukuro Tetsu didn't kill through the Pure Land with 3 calamity knives, I really can't do it alone. So, what are your plans? Zhang Luochen asked. Haruki Amamiya did not answer the question, but asked rhetorically, what do you think of this country? Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. With all due respect, it is very lively and prosperous here, but there is still pity, as if it is sick. A hint of sadness appeared in Amamiya Haruki's eyes. Yes, it seems to be dressed in gorgeous clothes, but it is indeed full of holes. The people here are too humble. It should be said that under the divine power, everyone is too humble. From the moment they spoke out, the people here were indoctrinated with the idea of theocracy. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong at all. They took their lowliness for granted. This is also the saddest part. Amamiya Haruki slowly closed his eyes. Therefore, the tumor of divine power must be completely removed. Your ideals are very great, but it is really difficult to implement. Zhang Luochen spoke. But why do you believe me so much? After all, we have only met twice. Amamiya Haruki smiled slightly. Because you don't belong here. You are an intruder. Zhang Luochen was stunned for a moment and then squinted his eyes. Are you? How did you find it? It's very simple. Your living habits, your language expression, are very different from here, and everyone here is their own number, and it is easy to find out everyone's identity, but you have no identity. Amamiya Haruki said. I didn't expect that you even secretly investigated my identity? Zhang Luochen smiled slightly. He was not surprised, because he himself did not think about integrating here. So it was only a matter of time before it was exposed. If he really wanted to integrate here, then, when he saw the oracle that day, he would kneel, but he would not kneel. After all, I don't know him, and I'm with the descendants of Yuzukuro Tetsu, so I have to be careful. Amamiya Haruki said. It's okay, anyway, I don't plan to hide myself. Zhang Luochen said indifferently. At this moment, the two saw a beam of red light lit up not far away, and an oracle in a red robe suddenly appeared on the street, and the residents on the street came out of the house one after another, all kneeling on the ground. Meet the oracle! Meet the oracle! Zhang Luochen and Yumiya Qinghui's faces suddenly changed. They looked at the red-robed oracle, who was walking in their direction step by step, one of his eyes glowing red, as if he was checking something. Why is he here? Zhang Luochen asked, puzzled. Maybe they found some clues. Their target should also be Yurina. Amamiya Qinghui frowned and said, no, his target is probably Yuzu Kuro Tetsu. Zhang Luochen said very firmly. What? Yuzu Per Black Tetsu? Isn't he dead? The fierce ghost, wanted order has been cancelled. Amamiya Haruki said in surprise. He won't die so easily. These oracle envoys must have found this area through the Pure Land, so they came here to investigate. Zhang Luochen said. Amamiya Qinghui watched the crowd on the street kneel towards the oracle, but the red-robed oracle didn't even look at them. These people were not even as good as ants in his eyes. What should we do? Shall we go? Yumiya Qinghui asked. Let's go? I don't think I can go anymore. Zhang Luochen took out a white spiral mask and put it on himself. Seeing this, Haruki Amamiya on the side also disguised himself, and the two jumped directly from the roof. Seeing the two figures appearing in front of him, the red-robed oracle's face suddenly changed and he looked at the two of them. In facial recognition, identity retrieval, Yumiya Qinghui. In facial recognition, identity identity information is being retrieved, and the retrieval failed, and this person was not found.
It turns out that you are the intruder that number 3 said. The red-robed oracle spoke. Zhang Luochen looked at Yu Gong Qinghui helplessly. It seems that you are easy to disguise. It's useless.
Haruki Amamiya sighed slightly. No matter what he becomes, as long as the oracle scans his face, his true identity will come out, and he can't hide it at all.
I don't know the number 3 you mentioned. Zhang Luochen spread his hands and said, "What? Since you don't know me, why don't you kneel down when you see me?" The red-robed oracle spoke. Why are every oracle envoy the same words?
Zhang Luochen said helplessly, even if the true god comes, I won't kneel, let alone you.
Then why don't you kneel? The red-robed oracle looked at the rain palace sunshine. He doesn't kneel, and I don't kneel either. Amamiya Haruki said.
Then come back to the pure land with me.
Okay, then, you go to die.
The red-robed oracle stood in place. He couldn't help but be stunned. He thought he had heard it wrong. What did you just say?
Zhang Luochen sighed slightly and looked at Amamiya Qinghui on the side.
When you are an oracle, do you have a problem with your ears? The last time was the same. I always asked. I don't know if the villain died from talking too much.
Amamiya Haruki smiled. Maybe it's just a few more words before you die.
Now Amamiya Qinghui was actually very shocked, because what he didn't expect was that Zhang Luochen beside him was so bold, provoking the oracle on the spot, and even wanting the other party to die. It was a bit of a fool's dream, and even Amamiya Qinghui had already thought about how to hide for a while. I originally wanted you to go to the Pure Land, alive, but now it seems that you can only take 2 corpses to the Pure Land, the red-robed oracle said viciously. Seeing this, Amamiya Haruki held the handle of the rain collapse in his left hand, and the light blue handle was slowly pulled out.
Tick, a drop of rain falls from the sky. La la la,
the rain is getting heavier and heavier. The originally clear sky was instantly shrouded in a layer of dark clouds, and the rain instantly soaked all the clothes of several people.
The red-robed oracle looked at the knife in Amamiya Qinghui's hand, and his face suddenly changed. The 4th calamity sword, rain collapse? Are you the master of the calamity sword?
A red aperture instantly locked on Amamiya Qinghui, and an electronic sound sounded from the mind of the red-robed oracle, detected the energy
fluctuation of the calamity knife, and the energy ripple was compared. Confirmed as the 4th of the 9 knives of disaster, rain collapse. The knife owner authenticates. The identity of the knife owner is confirmed. Haruki Amamiya, his identity is locked, and he is
judged to be a fierce ghost, level wanted criminal, and he is uploading photos, and the wanted warrant is being generated. A new wanted notice was generated. Not far from where they were, there happened to be a large screen. The screen was playing a newly generated wanted notice, around the wanted order, surrounded by bright red warning belts, which were full of the word wicked, constantly flashing. Villain, Haruki Amamiya, fierce ghost, level wanted criminal, reward 100 million yen, 10 million yen reward for witness reports.
Immediately afterwards, a wanted notice was displayed on the screen.
Villain, man in a white mask, alien intruder, ghost, level wanted criminal, reward 100 million yen, witness report reward 100 million yen.
Amamiya Haruki? Why? Who made me an intruder? They don't even know my name. Zhang Luochen sighed.
The red-robed oracle smiled slightly. However, this bounty will soon be gone, because you are about to die.
As soon as his words fell, a fiery line of fire suddenly appeared from the air, and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly, and the rain in the air evaporated into a hazy mist before it fell to the ground, spreading across the streets. The red-robed oracle cracked the earth beneath his feet inch by inch, and the fiery magma flames churned between the cracks, like a large vermilion net spreading rapidly to the surroundings, and the surrounding floor was also burned. Zhang Luochen waved his hand, and a large amount of yellow sand instantly blocked the street behind the red-robed oracle, and in order to prevent the fire from spreading, Zhang Luochen used yellow sand to block this place. In the next second, a huge fireball suddenly took shape in front of the oracle, and the hot heat wave quickly heated up. Amamiya Haruki pulled out all the calamity knives, and the rain became heavier and heavier, but it did not weaken the size of the flames at all. Fire escape, the art of fireball.
The same huge fireball appeared in front of Zhang Luochen and rushed straight to the oracle envoy on the opposite side. The 2 huge fireballs collided together, making a loud noise, and the smashed small fireballs scattered around at will. Water escape, the art of water dragon bullets. A water dragon suddenly took shape, directly extinguishing all the surrounding flames, and the water dragon rushed straight in the direction of the oracle. Seeing this, the oracle envoy had a gloomy face, stretched out his hand, and the tumbling flames splattered out from the cracks in the ground, directly hitting the water dragon in the sky. A large amount of water vapor suddenly emitted, and the surrounding temperature rose sharply, as if taking a sauna in this place.
Water dragon sky curtain.
The raindrops suddenly hovered in the air, and then, all the raindrops suddenly rolled backwards towards the sky, turning into a huge hideous water dragon, and another water dragon, although this water dragon was not as huge as Zhang Luochen's day, but the power was still not to be underestimated. Water escape, the art of water dragon bullets. It was another water dragon. The 2 water dragons crisscrossed each other, and the huge water pressure suddenly pressed down, and the oracle was forced to retreat backwards in a row. go. However, a figure suddenly appeared behind the oracle, and a straight knife in his hand instantly slashed at his body, but the straight knife seemed to be cut on a steel plate and it could no longer enter a single cent. But at this moment, a light blue electric current directly shrouded the surface of the straight knife, and there was a tingling sensation on the oracle's arm, and the straight knife actually passed directly through the oracle's arm. Seeing this, the oracle kicked Zhang Luochen's chest, still under the protection of the armor of sand, and Zhang Luochen's body stabilized after taking a few steps back. The oracle drooped one of his arms and looked at Zhang Luochen in front of him viciously. Your ability is so weird. Zhang Luochen shook his arm. It's just that your ability is too monotonous. You can only use fire. Don't you know that water is the natural enemy of fire? Suddenly, a drop of water slowly fell from the front of the red-robed oracle, and in the raindrops, a pale blue blade flashed instantly, and the oracle saw this, and the whole person quickly evacuated backwards, but the speed of Amamiya Qinghui was still one step faster, and an arm flew directly from the oracle's body. The oracle was half kneeling on the ground, and Zhang Luochen and Amamiya Qinghui stood together, condescendingly looking at the oracle's embarrassed appearance. The oracle, who was kneeling by everyone at this moment, actually knelt in front of the two young people. He was so embarrassed, and he didn't look noble at all. Oracle envoy, that's all, Zhang Luochen said lightly. Houndstooth. With a trace of electricity, the straight knife directly pierced the oracle's shoulder and nailed the oracle's body in place. Don't think that you won today. Tell you that Pure Land already knows about your existence, and it is impossible for you to continue to live, the oracle said viciously. It's so noisy when I'm dying. Zhang Luochen pulled out the straight knife in his hand and looked at the oracle indifferently. What's going on now? The other oracles are likely to arrive soon. Haruki Amamiya tried to behave very calmly. After all, an oracle was beaten so embarrassed by them, which was unimaginable to him. After all, it didn't take long for Amamiya Haruki to become the master of the Calamity Sword. If it was Amamiya Haruki 2 years later, then his expression should be calmer than Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen nodded. Go die. The oracle's eyes widened, and the next moment, the dazzling fire shot straight into the sky. The dazzling fire was centered on the red-robed oracle, and it broke out instantly, illuminating the earth red. Zhang Luochen and Yugong Qinghui teleported to the side, and in front of their eyes, a sea of fire suddenly appeared around the red-robed oracle. What's going on? Amamiya Haruki said suspiciously. He self-immolated, lost his inherent soul connection, and the system turned on temporary intelligent control and fought back autonomously. Zhang Luochen explained. How can he still do this? So he started it himself. Haruki Amamiya asked suspiciously. It should be related to the Pure Land. Each oracle envoy is connected to the system. After all, they are not humans in the first place, they are all transformed people. Zhang Luochen explained. Amamiya Qinghui looked at the sea of fire in front of him, and once again cast the Water Dragon Heaven Curtain, but with such a huge sea of fire, his Water Dragon Sky Curtain did not weaken the fire at all, and the raging fire officially swept in their direction. Zhang Luochen pulled Yumiya Qinghui behind him. Let me come. There is a way to extinguish a fire, which is to use fire to extinguish the fire, and this fire is a fire that will not be extinguished. Zhang Luochen spoke lightly. Amatellas. Black flames suddenly appeared, rushing straight into the sea of fire. With the appearance of the black flames, the sea of fire began to slowly become smaller, and then, the entire sea of fire disappeared, leaving only the body of the red-robed oracle lying there quietly. Amamiya Qinghui was just about to step forward to check, but suddenly, an earthen wall formed by yellow sand suddenly surrounded the oracle's body, and then, a dull explosion suddenly sounded. After the explosion sounded, the entire ground even began to shake, but the wall in front of it actually firmly locked this explosion and prevented it from spreading to other places. After the explosion, the wall disappeared instantly, and a burst of black smoke slowly drifted towards the clouds. Do you know that the oracle will blow itself up when it dies? Yumiya Qinghui looked at Zhang Luochen. If it weren't for Zhang Luochen just now, he might have been blown up and smashed. Zhang Luochen shook his head. I didn't know, but suddenly I saw a strange bright spot on him, which made me suspicious. Then now, is he completely dead? Haruki Amamiya asked tentatively. Zhang Luochen nodded. Yes, we killed an oracle. It seems that the oracle is not indestructible. Amamiya Haruki looked at the red-robed oracle that had turned to ashes. Fortunately, number 4 came. His ability is just the same as the ability of the two of us. If it is replaced by other oracles, it is really hard to say. Zhang Luochen spoke. Indeed, as Zhang Luochen said, the oracle's own ability is at the peak of Klein, and compared with the realm, it is still a lot worse, but it can only be said that the current professional counterpart, one can only breathe fire, and when he encounters a group of water monsters, no matter how strong he is, it is useless, because his ability is limited. In a corner of the night, a dark shadow was hiding there, quietly watching everything that was happening here. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and then, taking advantage of the night, disappeared. Tokyo, Pure Land. DDDD. The piercing siren continued to echo in the room, and the oracle in the yellow robe sat quietly on the ground, and when he heard this alarm, he suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the virtual screen above his head, and frowned. Hazu, what's wrong? Osaka, do
detected energy fluctuations, suspected to come from the calamity knife, and the energy level analysis is, after the analysis is completed, the released person is a fierce ghost, level wanted criminal, Qinghui Amamiya. The expression of the yellow-robed oracle was a little confused. Amamiya Qinghui? Who is he? The wanted notice uploaded by the number 4 oracle just now. A total of 2 wanted notices have been uploaded, one of which is Haruki Amamiya, and the other is called the man in the white mask. Round mask? Alien invaders? The yellow-robed oracle looked at the 2 wanted notices in front of him. Is there any other information? According to the data uploaded by oracle number 4, the man in the white mask is the intruder mentioned by the number 3 oracle before. Other data are unknown. The yellow-robed oracle frowned. It's an intruder again. It's been almost 50 years since the last time an intruder appeared. Then, the yellow-robed oracle's eyes looked at Amamiya Haruki's face. What kind of disaster knife? According to the energy ripple, it is confirmed to be the 4th of the 9 knives of disaster, rain collapse. In addition, just now, the number 4 oracle lost the soul link, and the automatic detonation device was also activated. What? The face of the yellow-robed oracle suddenly changed. You mean, number 4 is dead? The replication program of oracle number 4 has been launched, and it is expected that the body reshaping will be completed after 95 hours and 32 minutes, followed by data transfer and backup recovery. An oracle died. I need to go to Osaka to see what happened. The yellow-robed oracle turned around, quickly passed through layers of metal gates, and came to the lowest end of the Pure Land. Through the elevator, verified the mechanical eye of his left eye, and walked straight into a narrow silver capsule cabin, lying in the center. After the hatch is closed, it is zeroed little by little as the countdown is counted down. At the bottom of the giant frisbee over Tokyo, a silver capsule ejected out, arcing in the air, and then, the tail spewed scorching flames, adjusted its direction, and galloped towards Osaka. After Zhang Luochun and Amamiya Haruki left the scene, Amamiya Haruki went to another place in Osaka. After all, he released the energy of the Calamity Sword. Pure Land would definitely notice it immediately, and then I don't know what oracle messenger will be sent, or even more than one. After all, the death of an oracle, such a big thing, may have caused a sensation. Therefore, the two decided to stay away from the Black Sycamore Club for a while, so that even if the oracle messenger came here to investigate, they would not find anything. Zhang Luochun walked on the bustling streets of Osaka, and now the time has come to the early morning, but the streets of Osaka are still brightly lit. There are still many pedestrians on the road, and the neon lights on the streets are still flashing. The spirit is really strong. Zhang Luochun looked at this group of young people who were wantonly swaggling their youth at night. At this moment, in another part of the street, a young man covered in blood suddenly appeared, running frantically, and behind him, several young people, each holding a machete in their hands, chased frantically behind. Zhang Luochun stood still, looking at the scene in front of him. How he looked at it and felt like a scene in a crazy boy movie. This is... Zhang Luochun looked at the people in front of him getting closer and closer. Underworld firefighting? At this moment, the man running in front suddenly stumbled, did not stand still, and rushed forward, and coincidentally threw himself into Zhang Luochun's arms. The few people who were still chasing behind couldn't help but be stunned. Zhang Luochun sighed slightly. I can't ignore it. The helper is here. There is only one person. Cut him down for me. The man at the head shouted. Zhang Luochun shook his head slightly and counted the number of people on the other side. 8. Ah, you still dare to scold us? Hit him. 8 fierce men rushed up. In less than 10 seconds, the 8 big men lay on the ground with hideous faces, and the sound of ouch, ouch came out of their mouths. It's really bad luck. You can encounter this kind of thing even if you go out for a walk. Zhang Luochun muttered to himself, and Zhang Luochun didn't use Japanese for this sentence, so the person next to him couldn't understand what Zhang Luochun was saying at all. Thank you. The young man bowed deeply to Zhang Luochun. No, it's too polite. It's just a matter of raising your hand. Zhang Luochun immediately helped the young man up and muttered, you people bow at every turn, and you are not afraid of your waist being broken. The young man straightened up but fell into Zhang Luochun's arms again. His body was covered in blood. Many of the blood stains had dried up, and the whole person had fainted due to excessive blood loss. Hey, forget it. Help others to the end. Zhang Luochun picked up the man and walked towards the deserted alley. At this time period, the oracle may still be looking for clues on that street. Zhang Luochun can't go back to the Black Wutong Club, and he has no identity and can't go to the hotel, so he can only take people to an uninhabited alley. Zhang Luochun's palms glowed with a faint green light. The wounds on the man's body were slowly healing. The blood on his body had all dried up, and his eyes opened slowly. Don't move, you still have a wound that hasn't healed. Seeing that the man was awake, Zhang Luochun immediately reminded him. The man stared wide-eyed at the wounds on his body. Those deep and shallow wounds had indeed healed, and there were no scars left. Looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Is this healing? Of course. Zhang Luochun put away his palm, and the pale green light disappeared. Okay, the injuries on your body are healed, but it's better not to exercise strenuously these days. Thank you, you saved my life again. The man bowed to Zhang Luochun again. I've said enough, don't bow anymore. You guys, are you tired? Zhang Luochun complained helplessly. Then, in order to to repay you, let me treat you to a meal? The man asked tentatively. Zhang Luochen hesitated for a moment, thinking that he had nowhere to go anyway, and it seemed that it was okay for someone to treat him to dinner. It's okay, then it's okay, you can't bow anymore. The man nodded vigorously. However, you are wearing such a dress? If you go to dinner, will you be kicked out? Zhang Luochen looked at the man's clothes, and his white shirt had turned blood red. It's okay, where we go, it won't be, the man said confidently. Zhang Luochen followed the man to the street, and then walked into a small alley. On this uninhabited street, there was actually an izakaya, and the decoration was very simple. The man pushed open the door and let Zhang Luochen in, and then arranged a place for Zhang Luochen to sit down first. He said that he was going to change his clothes first, and walked directly to the back of the store. Obviously he often came here and was familiar with this place. Zhang Luochen sat on the seat, looking at the izakaya. The layout in it is very simple. There are not many seats, and there are not many people at this point, but this store is still open. You know, at this point in time, the Black Wutong Club is closed, and this izakaya is still open. Not long after, the man changed into clean clothes and walked out, and he also handed a menu to Zhang Luochen. Look, what do you like to eat? It's okay, you can just order whatever you want, you are more familiar here. Zhang Luochen spoke. The man said a few words to the boss, then sat down next to Zhang Luochen, poured Zhang Luochen wine, and then poured himself a glass. You saved me today, thank you. This cup, I respect you. The man raised the wine glass in his hand. Zhang Luochen also picked up the wine glass and touched his wine glass, and drank it all in one go. By the way, I don't know what your name is yet, the man asked curiously. Uchiha Luochen. Zhang Luochen replied. Uchiha Luochen, this name is good. Suddenly, the man seemed to realize something. Are you Uchiha Luochen? Are you the new coward of Doton Pavilion? Zhang Luochen was stunned. Didn't he expect that he was already so famous in Osaka? Such a little gangster knew his name, only a little more worship. It was really the chosen coward holy body. What's your name? Zhang Luochen asked rhetorically. My name is Jing Shoyu. Jing Shoyu. Zhang Luochen repeated it, and then, suddenly, Zhang Luochen's face changed. Jing Shoyu? Are you from the Black Killing Group? Jing Shoyu looked at Zhang Luochen and nodded blankly. Yes, how do you know? I just joined the Black Killing Group. The more Zhang Luochen thought about it, the more wrong it became. Jing Shoyu was a person who was inadvertently saved by Shin Qingju when he came to Japan, and later when Brother Zhao became the leader of the Black Kill Group, Jing Shoyu also became his confidant, and the base camp of the Black Kill Group was in Kyoto. Isn't the base camp of the Black Killing Group in Kyoto? Why are you in Osaka? Zhang Luochen asked. Bang! I'm not qualified enough to go to Kyoto. Strictly speaking, I joined the Yamamoto Group, and the Yamamoto Group also belongs to the Black Kill Group. Jing Shoyu replied, and then thought of something. By the way, you are so powerful. Do you want to join too? I think with your ability, you will soon be able to take the position. Join the underworld? Zhang Luochen shook his head. No, I have other things to do. Ha? What's up? Jing Shoyu asked suspiciously. I want to be a coward. My goal is to become the #1 coward in Japan. Zhang Luochen spoke. Jing Shoyu was stunned for a moment, and looked Zhang Luochen up and down. You do have the potential in this regard, but joining the Black Killing Group is better than being a coward. At least, you don't have to. What are you thinking? I'm a serious coward. I'm just guiding their psychology. Zhang Luochen spoke. Joining the Black Killing Group, your income is also very rich, and it's a pity that you can fight so well. Jing Shoyu said. No, it's not a pity. I'm not a coward. It's a pity in the coward world. Zhang Luochen said. Jing Shoyu supported his forehead, and found that he really couldn't convince him, so he stopped talking about this topic, and after the two finished eating, they chatted casually, and then parted ways. Zhang Luochen glanced at the time and walked towards the Black Wutong Club. By the time Zhang Luochen returned to the Black Wutong Club, the sky had gradually brightened, and at the same time, Yumiya Qinghui had also returned here. You're really right, last night, another oracle was here to investigate. Amamiya Haruki said in a low voice. Oh, you didn't leave? Zhang Luochen asked. No, I heard people around me talk about it in the morning. They said they didn't know what happened last night, and an oracle came again. Haruki Amamiya made an inference based on this information. After all, the death of an oracle is also a big deal for them. Zhang Luochen said. Haruki Amamiya nodded. Indeed, but one oracle died, and now there are only 6 of them left, so we still have a chance to break them one by one. You think too much. These oracles are all artificial humans. To put it bluntly, they all have data, as long as they can recreate a new one. Zhang Luochen explained. What? Amamiya Haruki's eyes widened. Can you still make one? Isn't that impossible to kill? Zhang Luochen spread his hands and said that he couldn't do anything, unless, kill the Pure Land, otherwise, there will be no way. Amamiya Haruki sighed slightly. At the beginning, Yuzu Kuroja killed the Pure Land, with 3 calamity knives, but returned seriously injured. Brother Luochen, Brother Yugong, you got up so early. Yurina's voice came out of the house. Little Yuli, why are you up so early? Zhang Luochen asked. I have to get up and clean. Yurina said. Come on, I'll help you. At night, the Black Sycamore Club was still open as usual. The reputation of Zhang Luochen and Amamiya Qinghui has been completely launched in this city, and there are even talent scouts scouts in the entertainment
industry who want to let the two enter the entertainment industry and become stars, but they were directly rejected by Zhang Luochen. Those scouts don't understand even more. Isn't it better to be a cowherd than a cowherd to become a star? And Zhang Luochen's answer is that I want to become the #1 cowherd in Japan. This is my dream. Seeing that they couldn't talk about Zhang Luochen, their target turned their heads to look at Yumiya Qinghui. But Yumiya Qinghui was even more direct and directly kicked them out, without any mercy at all, so that those scouts didn't understand. Why is the cowherd industry so popular now?
After spending a few days unharmed, the names of Zhang Luochen and Haruki Amamiya have resounded throughout Osaka. In Osaka, everyone knows that there
are two people who have given up other jobs. They only focus on one job, that is, the cowherd industry. They are the best choice for the cowherd. To this end, Uncle Kayasuk even specially came up with various reservation methods, from queuing up at the door of the store to now making reservations by phone in advance. Of course, their time is also shortening accordingly, saying that in order to better face every guest, they only arrange 3 hours of time every night to receive guests. Now, in various places in Osaka, their posters are all posted, and their status is comparable to that of stars.
Uncle, tell me, am I the #1 cowherd in Japan now? Zhang Luochen asked Uncle Kayasuk curiously. After all, this was his task, and he didn't know how the progress was now, and he didn't know what was going on at all. Japan's #1? How much time do you have? It's great to be famous in Osaka, and you want to be the first in Japan so soon. Uncle Kayasuk said contemptuously. What do you have to do to become the best cowherd in Japan? Zhang Luochen asked. Have you been to Tokyo? Uncle Kayasuk asked.
Zhang Luochen shook his head blankly. Whether it was his past life or the present, he was coming to Japan for the first time. You haven't been to Tokyo, so don't think about being the first cowherd, where the Real Masters gather,
Uncle Kayasuk said.
Zhang Luochen lowered his head in frustration. Looking at it now, he could only take his time, and he really couldn't be in a hurry. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared at the door, looking at the door of the store, and Uncle Kayasuk saw the other party, who
turned out to be a man, and came to the door. You came to apply? You look like this. You are definitely in the cowherd world. Before Uncle Kayasuk finished speaking, the man interrupted directly. No, I'm here to find someone. Is Uchiha Luochen here? Uncle Kayasuk was stunned. You also came to find the cowherd? But today it is closed.
The man saw Uncle Kayasuk's expression and hurriedly waved his hand. You misunderstood. I have something to look for him.
Jing Shoyu, why are you here?
Zhang Luochen happened to see Jing Shoyu on the second floor, so he hurriedly came out.
Jing Shoyu said embarrassedly. I just have something to do with you. Is it convenient? Convenient, come in.
Zhang Luochen let Jing Shoyu into the house, and then said to Uncle Kayasuk, Uncle, please make a cup of tea.
Okay, huh?
Uncle Kayasuk looked at Zhang Luochen, who had already walked in. Boy, they are all starting to wake me up. Zhang Luochen took Jing Shoyu to the second floor, found a seat and sat down. Uncle Kayasuk also happened to put 2 cups of tea on the table, and then Zhang Luochen left here with a blank eye.
What are you looking for me for? Zhang Luochen asked.
Jing Shoyu lowered his head. That's right, I want to ask you for a favor. Our Yamamoto group has encountered a little difficulty.
Difficulty? Zhang Luochen asked suspiciously.
Our Black Killing Group was formed for a short time, and moreover, the Black Killing Group was formed by the merger of underworld gangs, and we were originally continuing to merge with other underworld gangs. Of course, among them, there
would also be some firefights, but recently, I don't know why, the people of the Hanchuan family suddenly came in and intervened. Their strength in Kanto was huge, and as soon as they came to Kansai, they killed several small gangs. They are obviously also preparing to attack our Black Killing Group, and we have gradually begun to fall into a disadvantage in some recent firefights with other gangs, and the other party even has hot weapons, so I thought of you. Can you do me a favor? Rest assured, there will be a generous reward afterwards. So, are you going to let me help your Black Killing Group fight?
Zhang Luochen naturally understood what Jing Shoyu meant. Jing Shoyu nodded. I know it will embarrass you, but I really can't help it, otherwise I won't ask you for help. Zhang Luochen frowned. Strictly speaking, in the future, Shin Qingju will lead the Black Killing Group to an unprecedented peak, and the Samukawa family will indeed come to Osaka. The purpose of their coming to Osaka is also for Yurina, but now, even these things are ahead of schedule, and Jing Shoyu still comes to find himself.
Would it be more convenient to control the Japanese circle from the underworld?
Zhang Luochen thought to himself, and then said, okay, just tell me the place, and in addition, introduce me to your big team leader.
What? You want to join the Black Killing Group? When Amamiya Haruki heard the news, he was indescribably surprised. Zhang Luochen nodded very sincerely. Yes, do you know what the underworld gang lacks the most? What is it? Amamiya Qinghui shook his head blankly.
It's their bloody heart. In their eyes there is no lack of blood, there is no lack of morality. You have to change the thinking of this country. These underworld members are the easiest to change. As long as someone takes the lead, they even dare to kill the Pure Land.
Zhang Luochen said. Amamiya Haruki fell into deep thought, and after thinking about it for a while, he said, it also makes sense. So you want to be with them tonight? I'll go with you too.
Zhang Luochen waved his hand. No, I can go by myself. yourself. As soon as your calamity knife strikes, it will easily attract the attention of Pure Land, so it is safer for me to go alone. Moreover, the business here also needs to be taken care of by you. Do you really think of this as a profession? Amamiya Qinghui spoke. Otherwise, I want to become the first cowherd in Japan. Of course this is my profession. Don't worry, I will come back early tonight, and I will also go to work, Zhang Luochen said with a smile. At night, Jing Shouyu was waiting on the street in a black car, and Zhang Luochen sat in the car. Where are you people from the Black Killing Group? Zhang Luochen saw that there was only Jing Shouyu alone, and couldn't help but ask a little curiously. They all went to the territory of the Mountain Ghost Group, and we all gathered there. Jing Shouyu said, gather there? Aren't the pomp and debate of the underworld all lined up in a row of black cars and go together in a convoy? Zhang Luochen spoke in surprise. Jing Shouyu was a little embarrassed that our own power is not so strong. Plus, in the past few days, our car has broken down a lot, and we can't support such a scene at all. Oh, by the way, you can meet our team leader in a while. Hurry up and finish it. Just finish it quickly. I still have to go to work, Zhang Luochen urged. You like being a cowherd so much, Jing Shouyu said puzzledly. Of course, that's my hobby. In less than half an hour, the car stopped at a large villa in the suburbs, where a large number of members of the Black Killing Group were already standing densely, all in black suits, about 40 or 50 people. Zhang Luochen got out of Jing Shouyu's black car. His sequin suit was particularly eye-catching in this night, and it also attracted the attention of many members of the Black Killing team. Jing Shouyu, when is it you are still looking for the cowherd? A man said with some dissatisfaction. Jing Shouyu nodded to him continuously. I'm sorry, team leader, I'm late. This is the person I want to introduce to you, the person who saved me that day, Uchiha Luochen. Luochen, he is the leader of the Osaka Yamamoto group of the Black Kill Group, Ken Asakura. Jing Shouyu introduced the two to each other. Ken Asakura? Isn't that the person who went to find Brother Drag, the big team leader, who came out of the mountain, and at this time he was already the leader of the Yamamoto group? Zhang Luochen raised his eyebrows and kept thinking in his heart. And Asakura Ken was also looking at Zhang Luochen, looking at his cowherd's costume, his brows furrowed, and it was completely like you were playing with me on his face, and the cowherd's expression was so serious, and he was so serious when he saw himself. Are you, Uchiha Luochen? Ken Asakura was the first to speak. Zhang Luochen nodded and said this. Ken Asakura spoke somehow, and at this time, another member whispered a few words in Ken Asakura's ear, and his eyes moved from Zhang Luochen's body to the villa. Their team leader is back, everyone pays attention. Ken Asakura hurriedly spoke. At this time, Zhang Luochen suddenly stepped forward and patted Ken Asakura on the shoulder. No, it's so troublesome. Ken Asakura was stunned for a moment, thinking, what is he talking about? No, he patted me on the shoulder. Why did he pat me on the shoulder? Oh, he's a coward, he won't think I'm. You are all waiting here, I'll go buy some oranges and come back. Zhang Luochen walked in the direction of the villa in front of everyone. Ken Asakura looked at Ikuhiro suspiciously and asked what was going on. Zhang Luochen's wave of operations, even Jing Shouyu didn't understand what was going on. Why did this guy set off alone? The person you are looking for, isn't he exposing our whereabouts like this? Ken Asakura said with some dissatisfaction. I'm sorry, big team leader, I don't know what's going on, but he's really powerful. Jing Shouyu hurriedly explained. No matter how powerful he is, what is he doing? Buy oranges? How can there be oranges for sale in this place? No, now is the time to buy oranges. Ken Asakura's heart was full of anger. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there were bursts of explosions in the villa, as well as the sound of various bullets, and apparently, there was a gunfight inside. Team leader, what should we do now? What to do? How do I know what to do? Ken Asakura roared. Forget it, everyone, prepare your weapons, and take advantage of the moment, let's attack a wave. Everyone took out all kinds of weapons from their arms, some held pistols, some submachine guns, of course, more were also machetes. Obviously, from the equipment comparison, these people's equipment was indeed much inferior. Just from those explosions, you can hear that the hot weapons inside are much more powerful than theirs. No wonder, they want to engage in sneak attacks. After all, real knives and guns are indeed incomparable. But just as they were about to leave, in the night, a light suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It was a sequin on a piece of clothing. Looking at it from a distance, it seemed that there was another person. Yes, Uchiha Luochen, Jing Shouyu said in surprise. Ken Asakura squinted and looked over. The sequin suit was indeed very familiar. It was the cowherd just now, but he seemed to be carrying something in his hand. Was it really an orange? Moreover, everyone found that the explosions and gunshots in the villa all stopped abruptly, and the silent mode at the beginning was restored. Zhang Luochen walked over slowly. He was still holding a middle-aged man who had been tied up by 5 flowers in his hand. The middle-aged man had a blue nose and swollen face, and the whole person had fainted. Zhang Luochen's other hand held a peeled orange and stuffed it into his mouth one by one. I'm sorry, the oranges were all broken by them, only this one is left. I was a little thirsty just now, so I ate it first. Zhang Luochen put the middle-aged man in his hand on the ground. Ken Asakura looked at the middle-aged man on the ground suspiciously, and said suspiciously, who is he? Zhang Luochen's eyes widened and he said suspiciously, you have no intelligence? He is the leader of the Mountain Ghost Group. Oh, by the way, I have got all the people inside. You go clean up the mess. There are still a lot of guns and ammunition there. You can also collect them. Ken Asakura's eyes widened, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief, and the person in front of him, after confirmation, was indeed the leader of the Mountain Ghost Group. You, one person, solved them all? Zhang Luochen nodded sincerely. It's amazing, our Yamamoto group actually has a master like you. Let's go have a drink together. No, I don't have time, I have to go to work at the coward shop. Zhang Luochen returned to the Black Wutong Club. It was still brightly lit, and there was still a long queue at the door, although Zhang Luochen had not yet appeared, but the Rain Palace was still there. Uchiha Luochen? He's here, look. I don't know who found Zhang Luochen's figure. Those who were queuing up suddenly rushed up and surrounded Zhang Luochen, and many people even took out paper and pens to ask Zhang Luochen to sign them. Okay, don't worry, come one by one. Zhang Luochen was squeezed in the middle, and he even regretted that he had walked through the front door. At this time, Uncle Kayasuk hurried over and escorted Zhang Luochen all the way into the club, as if he was his personal bodyguard, and finally passed through the crowd to the store. Are you back at this time? You don't know, I told them, you asked for leave today, but you still can't drive it away. Just come back, hurry up and go to work. Uncle Kayasuk immediately ordered. After seeing Zhang Luochen coming back, Shingui Amamiya glanced at him, but now he was accompanying the guests, and he didn't have time to come forward and talk to Zhang Luochen. It was late at night, and the lively Black Sycamore Club finally quieted down, and the guests waiting outside the door finally dispersed and left. Did you do it? Amamiya Qinghui finally found an opportunity to talk to Zhang Luochen. Of course, they are just a group of ordinary people, and there is no disaster knife. You can go there. Zhang Luochen said casually. Brother Luochen, where did you go tonight? You came back so late. Yurina came over after cleaning. I went to do something. I'm very tired tonight. Zhang Luochen said with a smile. Fortunately, the uncle is very good, and the uncle has promised me just now that he can bring Grandma He over too. Yurina said with a smile. Grandma He? Haruki Amamiya asked suspiciously. It's her grandma. Zhang Luochen explained. It's very late. Xiao Yuli should go to rest early. Well, okay, good night, Brother Luochen. Yurina returned to her room. This uncle is a bit strange. Amamiya Qinghui frowned and said. What's wrong? Zhang Luochen asked. Originally, it was very unusual for a child about 10 years old to work here, and to give such generous treatment, and to take her grandmother over. Isn't this exactly raising their whole family? A normal boss, how could he do this kind of thing? It is completely adding a burden to himself. Amamiya Qinghui asked puzzled. We don't have to worry about this. Perhaps, this boss is a good person. Zhang Luochen patted Yugong Qinghui on the shoulder and went back to the room. The gate of the Black Sycamore Club was suddenly surrounded by a large number of black cars. Uncle, is something wrong with this? Xiao Jin looked at the battle at the door, looking like he was facing a great enemy. This is the Black Killing Group? Uncle Kayasuk saw the marks on their clothes. What is the Black Killing team looking for us? Xiao Jin asked puzzled. I don't know, let's wait and see what happens. Uncle Kayasuk frowned. A member of the Black Killing team got out of the car and opened the door of the black sedan in the middle, and a middle-aged man got out of the car and tidied up his black suit. Is this coward shop? The man asked the person next to him. The member beside him nodded. We have investigated, and Mr. Uchiha Luochen is here. Okay, let's invite him. Ken Asakura stepped forward, and Imura Hiro followed behind him. Suddenly, everyone shouted in unison, all the members of the Black Killing Group, Mr. Uchiha Luochen, invite. The sound was loud, and even alarmed the surrounding residents, who poked their heads out to see what was going on. But when they saw that they were members of the Black Killing team, they retreated to the house, and some people quickly closed the windows. This shout startled Uncle Kayasuk in the room, and Zhang Luochen, Haruki Amamiya, and Yurina also rushed down from the second floor. I'll go. What did you do last night? Such a big battle. Amamiya Haruki spoke in surprise. I just helped them destroy the Mountain Ghost Group. Zhang Luochen replied. You're alone? Destroy an entire underworld gang? Just go back? Amamiya Haruki couldn't help but roll his eyes. I'll go take a look. Zhang Luochen hurried to the door, and when he first arrived at the door, Uncle Kayasuk had a puzzled expression. Brother Amamiya, what's wrong? The people of the underworld won't come to trouble us. Yurina was obviously frightened by such a battle. Don't worry, Xiao Yuli, your brother Luochen can settle it. Amamiya Haruki said. At the door of the Black Wutong Club, seeing Zhang Luochen appearing here, Asakura Ken immediately greeted him with a smile. What are you doing, engaging in such a big battle? Zhang Luochen saw that it was Ken Asakura and Shoyu Jing. That, Mr. Uchiha, I'm sorry to disturb you. Your performance last night, we all saw it. Our big team leader has heard about your deeds. He came to Osaka specially, just to see you. Asakura Ken bowed his head and bowed, full of respect for Zhang Luochen. After all, they singled out the entire Mountain Ghost Group by themselves, and their group of people in the Black Killing Group wasted their kung fu for several days without fighting. Zhang Luochen did it alone. What does this mean? It is not impossible for him to kill the Black Killing Group alone. Therefore, Ken Asakura rushed to Kyoto overnight to to tell the big leader of the Black Killing Group, and when the big leader heard this, although he was a little confused, he still decided to come to Osaka in person to meet this man who destroyed the entire Mountain Demon Group overnight. Zhang Luochen was stunned. He asked Jing Shouyu to recommend himself to the big team leader, but he didn't expect that the big team leader came directly to Osaka to see him, which was really fast.
Mr. Uchiha, please enjoy your face, let's go, Asakura-ken said with a smile.
Okay, then I'll go with you. Zhang Luochen nodded, then said to Uncle Kayasuk and sat in the black car.
In the Black Sycamore Club, Yurina watched Zhang Luochen get into the black car. Why did Brother Luochen get in the car?
I heard that this leader of the Black Killing Group is looking for him,
Uncle Kayasuk explained. The leader of the Black Killing Group wants to find him? Haruki Amamiya is even more incomprehensible. Oh my god, Brother Luochen, fame has been so loud? The leader of the Black Killing Group has taken a fancy to him? Yurina said in surprise.
It's not that it's impossible, after all, his reputation is in Osaka, and the streets and alleys know it.
Uncle Kayasuk said, I didn't see it.
This kid actually eats both men and women. No, uncle, Brother Luochen can't fall into the hands of the underworld.
My brother is impure, Yurina hurriedly said.
They are the Black Killing Group,
a famous underworld gang in Osaka.
Uncle Kayasuk said helplessly.
Don't worry, he'll be fine.
Amamiya Haruki said, thinking to himself, one person can destroy the people of the Mountain Ghost Group, even if it is the Black Killing Group, it can help him.
However, it gave me a new idea.
Uncle Kayasuk touched his chin. I think we are so popular now, we should let the people of the whole country know that we should go on a tour.
Cowboy? Touring? Are you serious?
Zhang Luochen sat in a black car, and after almost 20 minutes, the car drove to a high-rise building.
As soon as he stopped the car, Ken Asakura's figure appeared in front of the car door, and immediately stepped forward to open the door for Zhang Luochen.
Zhang Luochen got out of the car, looking at the building in front of him. If I guessed correctly, this should be the base of the Black Killing Group in Osaka. As soon as he entered the gate, several members of the Black Killing Group immediately conducted a detailed search of Zhang Luochen with various equipment, and after confirming that there were no harmful weapons, they let him in.
Seeing that Ken Asakura and Jing Shouyu were still at the door, Zhang Luochen was a little confused and asked, You guys, don't go in?
Ken Asakura smiled and said, We don't go in, the big team leader didn't ask us to go in, just let you go in alone. A member of the Black Killing Group led Zhang Luochen to continue walking inside, and soon came to a spacious and comfortable suite, and then the member of the Black Killing Group exited the room. Zhang Luochen looked at the furnishings here, his expression suddenly became a little strange. On the marble floor, there was a snow-white expensive carpet, and there was a soft sofa on it, and there was a black crystal table in front of the sofa, and there was a very expensive red wine on it.
I'll really enjoy it.
Zhang Luochen couldn't help but complain. Shinshingju didn't come to Japan at this time. The big team leader here should still be the second generation. I don't know if this second generation big team leader is getting along well. At this moment, a door in another part of the room was suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man with a pale face walked out of it, still holding crutches in his hand. Strictly speaking, this age group did not need to use crutches as support. But after Zhang Luochen saw the other party's face, he immediately understood that the second generation leader was terminally ill, and he couldn't stop coughing, covering his mouth with a piece of cloth, although he was trying his best to cover it up, but there was already bloodstains on the handkerchief. The big team leader died of illness 2 years later, and now it seems that it is a miracle that his illness can drag on for 2 years. The second generation leader looked Zhang Luochen up and down. Zhang Luochen was also looking at him. This underworld hero, although he was terminally ill, his temperament was still a little shocking.
You are the one who destroyed the entire Mountain Ghost Group by yourself, Uchiha Luochen?
The big team leader spoke. Zhang Luochen nodded. If you come to thank me specifically, then there is no need. It's just a matter of raising your hand.
The team leader smiled slightly. Sure enough, a talent, majestic, looks extraordinary. I heard that you are still a cowherd? Early the next morning. Yes, that's my hobby.
Because you helped the Black Killing Group, that cowherd shop has been listed as a key protection object by us, and there is no protection fee. After the team leader finished speaking, he coughed violently.
Zhang Luochen stretched out his hand. A pale green light appeared in his palm. The big team leader looked stunned. He didn't know what Zhang Luochen was doing, but he could feel a warm feeling in his body. At least, he didn't cough now.
Are you? Asked the team leader in surprise. It can only temporarily slow down your pain, and it cannot completely cure you. Zhang Luochen just saw that the big team leader was in such pain, so he helped a little, of course, and at the same time extended his life a little. Even if he now has all of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, he still can't completely cure some incurable diseases. Just like this big team leader, some of the functions in his body have been seriously degraded and even began to rot. Zhang Luochen can only help him extend his life a little, but in the end he will still die, which is also inevitable.
You understand medical skills?
The team leader asked. Zhang Luochen nodded without concealment. I understand a little, but your condition is already in the advanced stage, and there is really no way to completely cure it, at most let you live for another 2 years. The team leader smiled bitterly, and he was also expected for this answer, so he didn't have any other expressions. I know my own illness best, but the wishes of the previous generation have not yet been realized.
Wish? Zhang Luochen spoke suspiciously. Yes, let the Black Killer Formation be the #1 underworld gang in Japan.
The group leader raised his head slightly and looked out the window, as if his eyes could look further away. Then don't worry, in 2 years, there will be someone who will lead your black killing group to a higher height, which is an unprecedented height. Zhang Luochen said with a smile. The team leader smiled bitterly. He didn't even question what Zhang Luochen said, and he didn't wonder why he said that. I hope so, and I can't wait for that day.
By the way, you haven't said it yet. What are you looking for me for? Zhang Luochen asked.
The team leader smiled slightly. Because I heard about your deeds, I want to see what kind of person can destroy an entire mountain ghost group by himself.
That's all? Zhang Luochen really couldn't figure it out, just to come and see himself? Do you want to have such a big battle?
Actually, I also hope that Mr. Uchiha can help. Our black killing group has many enemies, and there are 2 gangs in Kyoto that regard us as enemies.
Before Zhang Luochen could finish speaking, he interrupted directly. So, do you want me to help you fight?
Our own enemies, we solve them ourselves. I just hope that in the future, if the black killing group is in trouble, I hope Mr. Uchiha can help.
The team leader said.
You see me for the first time today. Why are you so sure I will help you? And why do you trust me so much?
Zhang Luochen was a little confused.
Originally, I wasn't sure, but when I saw you, I was sure, after so many years, I wouldn't see the wrong person. The team leader spoke.
But, why should I help you? Zhang Luochen said.
The group leader smiled slightly. I have a way to enter the Pure Land.
Zhang Luochen's whole person was stunned. How to enter the Pure Land?
If you want to enter the Pure Land, it is impossible to enter directly from the periphery, because there is a firewall on the periphery, which cannot be broken by external force, and there is an artificial intelligence like Hazu inside. At the beginning, it was in Qingyu and Jiang'er who secretly went in and controlled the Yujin to successfully control the Pure Land, and he did not have Jiang'er's ability, so naturally he could not control the Yujin, let alone control, and there was no way to even enter the Pure Land.
What is the method? Zhang Luochen asked.
Mr. Uchiha, I don't know if this deal can be done. The team leader spoke.
Deal.
The leader of the Black Killing Group sent a vehicle to send Zhang Luochen back to the Black Wutong Club, and it happened to be close to evening, and the rows of vehicles stopped at the door of the Black Wutong Club, which also attracted onlookers from the residents on the street.
Brother Luochen, you're back. They didn't do anything to you, did they?
When Yurina saw Zhang Luochen coming back, she immediately trotted up. Don't worry, they didn't do anything to me. That big team leader, he's pretty good. Zhang Luochen smiled and touched Yurina's head. Hearing this, Yurina's whole person was petrified in place. It's over. My brother Luochen is not clean.
They didn't do anything to you, did they? Uncle Kayasuk also came forward to ask.
Don't worry, uncle, it's not much, and in the future, our store will always be protected by the Black Killing Group, and there will be no protection fee.
Zhang Luochen said with a smile. And this kind of good thing? Uncle Kayasuk looked Zhang Luochen up and down. It's really okay. Could it be that the leader of the Black Killing Group is a woman?
Zhang Luochen was stunned for a moment and replied, Man, it seems that he is not in good health.
I'm not in good health.
When Yurina heard these words, her expression became even more strange, and she thought to herself, it's over, it's completely over.
Body. I know if I'm not feeling well. Uncle Kayasuk sighed slightly. Then, can you still go to work at night? Yes, of course it's no problem.
Zhang Luochen always felt that the expressions of these two people were strange.
That's good. After today, I have a new plan. Let you go on a national tour and make your popularity in the whole country. Uncle Kayasuk said with a laugh. Zhang Luochen's face was full of doubts. National tour? Uncle, I can't sing, dance, or rap. I can only play basketball. Whoever wants you to sing and dance rap, as long as you do your job well, you and Amamiya plus Xiaojin, the 3 of you will definitely be able to resound throughout the country, and in the country, there are more women who need you to comfort and do the right guidance. Our responsibility is very heavy. Uncle Kayasuk talked eloquently, and even drew a big melon. Zhang Luochen did not answer, but walked directly to the 2nd floor and went to find Amamiya Haruki. Anyway, he is the boss. What the boss says is what he is. He doesn't worry about this. The national tour is also beneficial. At least, he is one step closer to becoming the #1 coward in Japan. What is the big team leader looking for you? Yumiya Qinghui saw Zhang Luochen on the 2nd floor and hurriedly asked. It's nothing, it's just that you see that I'm powerful and want to win me over. Zhang Luochen told everything that happened inside. So that's the case. I didn't expect that this big team leader was already terminally ill. Haruki Amamiya suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, the
people of the Samukawa family have been approaching Osaka recently, and looking at their appearance, it is estimated that something is going to happen in Osaka.
Is the Samukawa family?
Zhang Luochen thought, it is not surprising that the Samukawa family went to Osaka. After all, their target was Yuri Kuro, Tetsu and Yurina, and they continued to send people to Osaka, proving that Kanto could no longer feed them, and their hands began to reach out to Kansai. Zhang Luochen hesitated for a moment and said, the heritage of the Hanchuan family is much stronger than that of the Black Black Killing Group. If the Hanchuan family wants to take Osaka, it will inevitably encounter the Black Killing Group. Also, Oracle envoys also come more frequently. At this rate, I think we will find out here sooner or later.
Amamiya Qinghui frowned and said.
Speaking of this, the leader of the Black Killing Group said that he has a way to enter the Pure Land.
Zhang Luochen said.
When Amamiya Haruki heard this, his body was stunned. How to enter the Pure Land? How could he have it? I don't know about this, so I agreed to his request. Zhang Luochen said, if you want to change this country, the biggest cancer is the Pure Land, so this Pure Land must also break through.
Haruki Amamiya also nodded. When the time comes, I will go with you. By the way, can I have one, the Calamity Knife?
Zhang Luochen suddenly thought that it was here that Lin Xie obtained the 10th Calamity Knife and injected the white bear of the Klein realm into the knife soul into cutting white. If he could successfully create a Calamity Knife here, it would be great. He only had a straight knife of the Night Watch in his hand now.
Disaster Knife?
However, to become the master of the Calamity Knife, you must first get the approval of the knife soul, otherwise, you will not be able to pull out the Calamity Knife when you get it.
Amamiya Haruki said seriously. I know this, recreate a new Calamity Knife. Zhang Luochen said. Amamiya Qinghui was stunned for a moment, looked at Zhang Luochen suspiciously, and then said, are you too tired lately and haven't woken up? What? Why didn't I wake up now? If you change it to Lin Xie, you will help him. Zhang Luochen spoke in surprise. Amamiya Qinghui's face was full of doubts. Lin Xie? Who is it? It doesn't matter, there are already 9 Calamity Knives, can't you build another one? Zhang Luochen said again.
Amamiya Haruki shook his head. First of all, you have to have a knife with attributes. I have seen this one in your hand. That touch of thunder and lightning is given by you, not the original attributes of this knife. Secondly, the most important thing is the knife soul. You need a knife soul. Without a knife soul, then this knife is dead. I know this, I just want to know if there is any way to make a knife give attributes. After all, I have so many attributes, it is reasonable to get a little on a knife.
Zhang Luochen asked.
Amamiya Haruki continued. In this regard, I really don't understand. When I have the opportunity to go to Hokkaido and meet that knife repairer, maybe there will be an answer.
That's fine, find a time, let's go.
Zhang Luochen nodded. Lin Xie followed Yumiya Qinghui to find the knife repairer and created a new Calamity Knife. It's just that Zhang Luochen doesn't have a forbidden object like Zhenbai. That is to say, what he has is a straight knife, but this straight knife is something that every night watchman has, and it is not a forbidden thing. Now, he suddenly missed that Shi Yuan a little. If Shi Yuan was still in his hands, maybe he would have this opportunity, but unfortunately, Shi Yuan was taken by Nyx to take revenge. If I go to Hokkaido, I am also going to go to the ruins to investigate the cause of my master's death.
Amamiya Haruki said. Zhang Luochen was stunned when he heard the ruins, because at this moment, there should be fat in the ruins, and then said, ruins, I also want to go and see them, let's go with you when the time comes. At this time, a burst of rapid steps suddenly trotted to the second floor, and Urina said pantingly, Luo, brother Luochen, that, the leader of the Black Killing Group is here. Second generation leader?
Zhang Luochen was puzzled, didn't understand what he was doing in person, and immediately ran downstairs to greet him. Urina looked at Zhang Luochen who was in a hurry to go downstairs, and her face was full of worry. It's over. Brother Luochen is trapped. Zhang Luochen came to the door of the Black Wutong Club, and the second generation leader of the Black Killing Group looked at Zhang Luochen with a smile on crutches. Team leader, why did you come suddenly?
Zhang Luochen stepped forward.
The team leader coughed slightly twice. I'm going back to Kyoto, and I'll come to see you before I leave.
It's so polite, you can ask someone to say that I will visit in person. Zhang Luochen said. How can this show my sincerity? The team leader said. Go in and sit down? Zhang Luochen pointed to the Black Wutong Club.
The team leader nodded. Zhang Luochen took the team leader into the store, and as soon as he entered the store, Uncle Kayasuk looked like he was facing a great enemy.
Team leader, this is my boss.
Zhang Luochen introduced to the team leader.
Hello, big team leader, hello.
Uncle Kayasuk hurriedly stretched out his hand. The team leader also stretched out his hand, and the two shook each other. Yes, this store is very good.
Zhang Luochen found a seat, and specially made a pot of tea, and the two sat down and chatted briefly. Speaking of which, the two were just one-sided, and they didn't expect that the big team leader trusted him so much.
And the other members of the Black Kill Group, all the members in Osaka have all seen the scene when Zhang Luochen destroyed the mountain ghost.
Group alone, here it is very simple. Force is everything.
Zhang Luochen directly relied on a pair of fists to subdue all the people here. In their eyes, Zhang Luochen is the god of the underworld. After almost an hour, the team leader got up and prepared to leave, and before leaving, he did not forget to instruct Ken Asakura to protect the cowherd shop, and then, a convoy left the street.
Brother Luochen, you are so powerful, the leader of the Black Killing Group actually likes you so much. After seeing the Black Killing Group leave, Urina came out of the room. Little Yuli, don't think about it, I just showed him a sick one. Zhang Luochen said helplessly, what is the little girl thinking about now?
Suddenly, a huge explosion suddenly came from afar, and the explosion attracted many residents around. Zhang Luochen quickly came to the outside of the house, followed by Yugong Qinghui, only to see the billowing smoke not far away floating in the direction of the sky. That direction is the direction where the Black Killing Group left just now. As soon as Amamiya Chinghui finished speaking, the figure beside him was like an arrow off the string, and he rushed out instantly. Amamiya Chinghui followed, but Zhang Luochen's speed was too fast, and he couldn't even keep up with that speed. Zhang Luochen quickly came to the place where the explosion occurred. A large pit appeared on the street, and the surrounding houses were even affected, and the worst was the members of the Black Killing Group. Most of their vehicles were destroyed. Water escape. Zhang Luochen quickly extinguished these flames, and there were members of the Black Killing Group lying on the ground, and there was even blood and flesh flying. Here, and the ground was also soaked with blood, and some of the members of the Black Killing Group had lost their breath, and the scene was even more shocking. This is Haruki Amamiya also came over at this time. Seeing such a scene, it was simply miserable. Big team leader. Big team leader. It was Ken Asakura's voice. Zhang Luochen quickly rushed towards the black car that had been cut off in the middle, and the second generation leader of the Black Killing Group was lying there like this. One of his arms and one leg had disappeared, and a large pool of blood flowed on the ground. Big team leader. Zhang Luochen quickly came to the big team leader. Looking at the injuries on his body, a light green light appeared between Zhang Luochen's palms, and the blood in the wound of the big team leader began to solidify. No need. Luochen, I don't have much time. The big team leader's voice was very small, and his eyes looked at Asakura Ken on the side. After I die, Uchiha Luochen will take the position of the big team leader. Big team leader. Ken Asakura's body kept twitching, and Ishuhiro beside him was already crying. Team leader, don't talk, I can save you. The pale green light between Zhang Luochen's palms quickly condensed, but at this moment, the team leader held Zhang Luochen's hand with his only remaining hand. Don't bother, in the future, the Black Killing Group will be handed over to you. After the team leader finished speaking, his eyes slowly closed, because he had lost too much blood. Before Zhang Luochen arrived, the big team leader was already dying, although Zhang Luochen had stopped the bleeding for him, but he had a disease inside his body. Farewell to the big team leader. Ken Asakura knelt on the ground, and his tears couldn't stop falling from his eyes. Zhang Luochen's eyes were unusually cold. He clenched his fists angrily, his nails were deeply embedded in the flesh, and a drop of blood slipped from his palms. Ken Asakura, tell me what happened and why the explosion suddenly occurred. Zhang Luochen's voice was unusually cold. Ken Asakura wiped his tears. Just now, I don't know what happened. A big knife suddenly appeared and aimed directly at the car of the big team leader. A big knife, Zhang Luochen said coldly. It's black rope. Haruki Amamiya on the side spoke. Another calamity knife. If it's black rope, then only one person will do this kind of thing. The young master of the Hanchuan family, Hanchuan division. Zhang Luochen said coldly. Division Hankoa? Ken Asakura frowned. People from Kanto actually came to Kansai to kill the big team leader? You guys, have you had any festivals recently? Zhang Luochen asked. If you want to talk about the festival, I can only say that when they wanted to gain a foothold in Osaka, we were one step ahead, Ken Asakura said. Zhang Luochen looked at the second generation team leader who was lying on the ground and had no life. Everything that happened now had completely departed from the plot. He originally knew, according to the original direction, the second generation team leader should have fallen ill and died 2 years later, after Shinshinju arrived. And Yurina was also brought to dress up by Lin Chiya 2 years later, and Haruki Amamiya also became a coward at that time. But now, everything is ahead of schedule. Since it's all ahead of schedule, then, let's take the Hanchuan family out in advance. Zhang Luochen's eyes erupted with strong anger. Please brother Uchiha Luochen, help us take revenge. Asakura Ken knelt directly in front of Zhang Luochen. You get up. Zhang Luochen helped Asakura Jian up. Brother Uchiha Luochen, I will follow the instructions of the big team leader. From today onwards, you will be our third generation team leader. Ken Asakura bowed deeply to Zhang Luochen. Imori Hiroshi and Asakura Ken made the same action and bent down. Greetings to the big team leader. And at this moment, all the members of the Black Killing Group bowed to Zhang Luochen. Welcome to the big team leader. Please take revenge for the third generation leader. Zhang Luochen turned around and looked at everyone. Send the injured brother to the hospital. In addition, the Hanchuan family, destroy the door. Uncle Kayasuk, I finished cleaning the living room, and I finished cleaning up the kitchen. Yurina came out of the kitchen wearing gloves in her hands, carrying a mop, and wearing an apron, put the gloves away, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said to Uncle Kayasuk, Little Yuli is really good, let's rest. Uncle Kayasuk took some oranges to Yurina. Come, eat some oranges, this orange is very sweet. Uncle, I heard that the underworld is very unfair recently. Xiao Jin, who was sitting on the side, suddenly spoke. It's really not peaceful. The big leader of the Black Kill Group died yesterday. Uncle Kayasuk recalled yesterday's big explosion, and then Zhang Luochen and Amamiya Qinghui ran out, and when they came back, both of them didn't look very good. Yes, that big team leader has obviously just come to our store. Yurina also said. Uncle Kayasuk spoke unhurriedly. This is the case with the underworld, countless enemies, and I don't know when they will suddenly die on the road. Moreover, I heard that the underworld over there in Kanto has also come to Osaka, and Osaka has been really unpeaceful recently. Xiao Jin continued.
continued. Let's just not mess with them, we just need to open our store well. Uncle Kayasuk sighed. By the way, what have those two guys been hiding in the room doing? Yurina and Xiao Jin looked at each other and said they didn't know. In the room, Zhang Luochen and Yu Gong Qinghui sat opposite each other. Tsukasa Hankoa has a calamity knife in his hand, which is different from other underworlds, but it is a bit difficult to deal with, and I really can't figure it out. Just one night, how did you get this thing? In front of Amamiya Haruki there was a deployment map, which was the deployment map of the Samukawa family in the Osaka base area, and he couldn't figure out how Zhang Luochen got such a thing overnight, and Amamiya Haruki was sure that the Black Killing Group couldn't get this thing 100%. And Zhang Luochen naturally used the ability of paper dance, using one paper crane after another to investigate in Osaka, and even used his own clone. Don't worry, hand him over to me, and the other members will be handed over to the members of the Black Killing Group. After all, now they are full of hatred and are bound to take revenge, Zhang Luochen said. So the question now is, when will we do it? Yumiya Qinghui asked. When it's time to do it, I'll choose tonight. Zhang Luochen glanced at the time and said, tonight? Haruki Amamiya suddenly thought, yes, tonight is the Tenjin Festival and fireworks display, and the people of the Samukawa family will definitely let their guard down. Zhang Luochen also nodded. Moreover, the people of the Hanchuan family have begun to look for Yurina door to door. Don't forget, Yurina is their real purpose. Haruki Amamiya also nodded in agreement. After Zhang Luochen and Amamiya Haruki discussed, he walked out of the room and saw Uncle Kayasuk sitting with Yurina and Xiao Jin around, not knowing what they were talking about. What are you talking about? Zhang Luochen came over and asked. Uncle Kayasuk looked up and looked at Zhang Luochen. You two are out, you don't eat lunch this time, and you don't sleep at night, you are going to collapse. Your body like this, the most important thing for this cowherd is the body. You young people, you should pay attention to taking care of your body. Yurina on the side also nodded. Yes, don't become like Uncle Kayasuk. Uncle Kayasuk, I'm just getting older. When I was young, I was more popular than them, and I was the top cowherd in Shinjuku back then. Uncle Kayasuk gestured as he spoke. Hey, just listen, Xiao Jin said on the side. Uncle Kayasuk, I want to take a day off today. Zhang Luochen hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Hearing that he was going to ask for leave, Uncle Kayasuk was suddenly stunned. Why do you suddenly want to ask for leave? Is it uncomfortable somewhere? Drink more hot water quickly. No. Zhang Luochen shook his head, and then said, I heard that there is a festival in Osaka tonight, so we want to go to the scene to see it. Haruki Amamiya on the side also nodded. I want to go see it too. So it's a festival. Uncle Kayasuk touched the beard on his chin with his hand, thoughtful. Yes, the festival. It's the first time I've come to Osaka to participate in such a festival. Uncle, let's go together. Yurina said excitedly. Uncle Kayasuk patted his thigh, and then said, okay, that's it, we will have a day off today, and I will take you to the venue in person. Xiao Jin, go and turn over the sign at the door. Let's get ready and set off in the evening. Uncle Kayasuk's voice suddenly sounded again. The other people were stunned for a moment, looking at Uncle Kayasuk suspiciously, and seeing a smile on the corner of his mouth. Zhang Luochen suddenly felt as if something bad was about to happen. You three, you have to wear the clothes I prepared for you tonight. Evening. Both sides of the road are covered with bright yellow paper lanterns. Dense and scattered stalls also appear on both sides of the road. The aroma of various delicacies fills the streets, and pedestrians on the road wear a variety of clothes. On the whole street, the shouts of stalls and the laughter of pedestrians are mixed, making it particularly lively. But even so, there were still many guests who came to the Black Wutong Club. But when they knew the news that the Black Wutong Club was on vacation today, in order not to let them run in vain, Zhang Luochen and Amamiya Qinghui still greeted them warmly at the door of the store. In the end, these guests finally left reluctantly, and Zhang Luochen, Amamiya Qinghui, and Xiao Jin also changed into the clothes prepared for them by Uncle Kayasuk. In addition, on the back of the yukata, the logo of the Black Sycamore Club is printed with a black strip of paper, and two lines of large characters are written with a white marker below. Black Sycamore Club welcomes you. From next week, a nationwide tour will begin, so stay tuned. Zhang Luochen's expression was extremely embarrassing, and he secretly took out his mask and put it on himself. He really couldn't afford to lose this face, and the Amamiya Qinghui beside him kept looking at the river when he saw the opportunity, or without causing a commotion. Only Xiao Jin, with a calm face, seemed to have become accustomed to such a thing for a long time. Uncle, I don't think with our current popularity, we don't need this. Zhang Luochen couldn't help but speak. What do you know? Our tour hasn't been announced yet, so I just took this opportunity to tell you. Uncle Kayasuk walked down the street and greeted others from time to time. Uncle Kayasuk, you are too cruel to brother Luochen and the others. Yurina held back her smile and said, this is the clothes I carefully chose for them, and when the tour starts next week, there are better outfits waiting for them. Uncle Kayasuk said, little Yuli, I see that you have been wearing this dress. Let's go, Uncle will give you a dress. Okay. Yurina followed Uncle Kayasuk into a clothing store. There's a figure shop over there, I'll go take a look. Xiao Jin walked towards a figure shop. At this moment, there were only Zhang Luochen
Luochen and Amamiya Qinghui left, the two looked at each other and immediately quickly took off their clothes, and they specially wore a normal outfit inside. I didn't expect that it would be so easy to be left with just the two of us.
Amamiya Haruki said. Okay, let's work, go back to the club. Zhang Luochen walked in the direction of the club. Why don't you go to Hanchuan's house? Haruki Amamiya asked curiously. Because, someone is going to get into trouble with the club. Looking for trouble? Amamiya Haruki's face was full of puzzlement, but she still followed quickly. The two walked to a trash can on the side of the street, casually threw the piece of clothing into the trash can, and then the two held a knife in their hands at the same time. Zhang Luochen held a straight knife all black in his hand, while Amamiya Haruki held a light blue Japanese sword. A loud noise came out of the street, and a lonely and brilliant firework burst out of the darkness and bloomed under the sky. Immediately afterwards, dense fireworks hit like a wave, instantly illuminating the dark sky. The entrance of the Black Sycamore Club. One car after another stopped at the door of the store, and one after another members of the Hanchuan family got out of the car, and one of the members ran to the car in the middle, opened the door, and stood respectfully next to the car. A pair of black leather shoes appeared first from the car, and then, a man in a black trench coat appeared, tall, with cold eyes, and a hideous scar on the right side of his face, which made people shudder. Mr. Era. After Mr. I'm dead, Mr. Era successfully ascended to the throne and took Mr. I's place. Of course, he immediately made meritorious service after he successfully ascended to the throne, because the itinerary of the second-generation leader of the Black Killing Group that day was the one he discovered and then told Tsukasa Sakawa. Tsukasa Hankawa used the ability of Black Rope to kill him directly. Mr. Era, this is the Black Sycamore Club, and the descendants of Yuzu Kurotetsu have been in this store, and in addition, Uchiha Luochen is also there. A member of the Kanchuan family immediately stepped forward to report. Mr. Huang nodded slightly, staring at the sign of the Black Sycamore Club. At this moment, another group of men in black suits appeared from all directions, but in terms of numbers, there was a lot less of the Hanchuan family, and they were the members of the Black Killing Team who were secretly protecting the Black Sycamore Club. The Black Killing Group is also there? Mr. Huang looked at the members of the Black Killing Group coldly. Kill it. The two sides scuffled together in an instant, but due to the number of people, the members of the Black Kill Group quickly fell into disadvantage. But at this moment, not far away, two figures slowly appeared from the darkness, wearing sequin suits, one black and one white. Zhang Luochen black sequin suit, Yumiya Qinghui white sequin suit, and rounds of fireworks appeared above their heads. Why do we have to wear cowherds' clothes? We don't have normal clothes. Amamiya Qinghui couldn't help but ask. Obviously he took off the advertised clothes just now, but he put on the cowherd's clothes again. What do you know? This is our identity. This is the profession. Zhang Luochen said. It seems that the people of the Hanchuan family have found the Black Wutong Club. What? So fast? Amamiya Haruki said in surprise. Yes, how could it be so fast? It's 2 years ahead of schedule. Zhang Luochen thought to himself. The people of the Black Killing Group can't stand it. Amamiya Haruki looked at the Black Sycamore Club. Well, it's time for us to take action too. Zhang Luochen walked in the direction of the Black Wutong Club, clenching the straight knife in his hand. Mr. Huang sat in the car and lit a cigarette for himself, and suddenly, he looked not far away, and two figures appeared in the distance that caught his attention, one black and one white, and the sequin suit on his body was particularly eye-catching. Mr. Hua, the one in black is Uchiha Luochen. A member of the Kanchuan family immediately stepped forward to report. Mr. Huang looked at the outfits of Zhang Luochen and Yumiya Qinghui, and his eyes were full of disdain. Coward? The young master turned out to be a coward since he appeared. Let's take it back together. You say. Who are you going to take back? A cold voice suddenly sounded behind Mr. Huang, so frightened that Mr. Huang didn't even hold the cigarette in his hand steadily, and fell to the ground, and when he turned his head, Zhang Luochen appeared behind him at some point. It was raining, and the fireworks in the distance continued. Mr. Huang looked at Zhang Luochen behind him in disbelief, and then at Zhang Luochen who was walking this way in front of him, and the two Zhang Luochen appeared in front of him, and he even rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was wrong. Don't look at it, you read that right. Zhang Luochen spoke again. But, Mr. Huang was frightened. How could you? Don't think about it, you can't figure it out, go down and think about it. The cold straight knife slashed across his neck. Mr. Huang didn't even have time to make a sound. A touch of warm blood slipped from his neck to the ground, more and more blood flowed, and his body fell straight down, completely silent. Zhang Luochen, who was sitting in the back seat, suddenly disappeared, and Zhang Luochen, who was holding a straight knife in front, slowly walked to the front of the Black Wutong Club, looked at the black car, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. At the door of the Black Wutong Club, Haruki Amamiya has already dealt with all the members of the Samukawa family here. The rain stopped. Big Team Leader Saigao. Big Team Leader Saigao. Seeing Zhang Luochen's appearance, all the members of the Black Killing Group instantly shouted, "You clean up this place and don't leave any traces," Zhang Luochen said to the members of the Black Killing Team beside him. Then, looking at Haruki Amamiya beside him, "It's time for us to go to the next place." Amamiya Qinghui nodded. Two figures, one black and
one white, walked towards the other side of the street, and slowly, the two figures disappeared into the night.
The convoy of the Black Killing Group was already waiting for the arrival of Zhang Luochun and Amamiya Qinghui at the entrance of the street,
and the two got into the car, and more than 40 black cars set off at the same time. Their target was the same place, the Hanchuan family. More than 40 cars drew a bright color on the streets late at night, and the roar of cars resounded in the sky, and so many vehicles appeared on the streets at the same time, which quickly attracted the attention of the Hanchuan family. At this moment, more than 20 cars drove out of the parking lot of a nightclub, galloped in the direction of the opposition of the Black Killing Group, and soon, the vehicles of the two sides quickly intersected. Ken Asakura sat in the car led by him, looked at the dazzling car on the opposite side, frowned, and then took out the walkie-talkie and said,
"Stop, get off."
Zhang Luochen and Amamiya Qinghui sat in the middle of the car and saw the convoy stop.
"Get off? What happened?" Amamiya Qinghui asked. "It's the Hanchuan family, they are in the way."
Zhang Luochen opened the car door and got out of the car together. The bright lights on both sides shone together, illuminating the surrounding night, and at the same time, the dull and dense sound of the door slamming sounded, and the members of the Black Killing Group and the Hankoa family all got out of the car, holding their respective weapons in their hands. Zhang Luochen slowly walked to the front of the team, and the nearly 300 members of the Black Killing Group all separated to the sides, giving way to him.
The members of the Kanchuan family led by him saw a stranger suddenly appear in the Black Killing Group, and they couldn't help but be a little confused. "May I ask who you are?"
"Me?" Zhang Luochen sneered. "Tell you, young master, all the Black Killing Group come to take revenge."